The Dancan family, a sword clan that dominates half the world. A prestigious lineage where every member is born with superior strength, physique, and talent, conquering and ruling the world through bravery, extraordinary combat, and subjugation. These three things describe the family Jin was born into, the youngest son of the Dancan family. In the selection ceremony that determines a child's future, Jin chose the sword of the head of the family, the one who would lead them all. Jane's father was pleased with his choice, saying, "You've chosen as I'd hoped. The sword of the founder, the symbol of Dancan." Jin thought his future would be filled with success and fame, but a harsh truth shattered all his hopes. Was there any point? Jin had to painfully accept that he had no talent for swordsmanship. He was constantly surrounded by ridicule. How could a member of the Dancan clan wield a sword so clumsily? The shame of a Dancan, an embarrassment to the Dancans, a far cry from the Dancan standard, the most pathetic simpleton of all the Dancans. As Jin diligently practiced with a wooden sword, his two brothers approached. Tona mocked, "Hey, Jin, still swinging that useless wooden sword? Here," Tona chimed in. "Leave him be. I doubt he'll use any sword unless it's special." They burst into laughter, mockery etched on their faces. "Where is that special sword, isn't it? Where's Barasada? Why is he swinging a wooden sword?" Jin endured the harsh words and continued to practice, gritting his teeth while the arrogant Tona brothers approached, displeased by his lack of reaction. "Hey, why aren't you answering your noble brother? I'm talking to you." He then kicked Jin hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground, much to the Tona twins' delight. The useless one. Jin tries to pick up his fallen wooden sword, but his other brother stomps on his hand. As he stomped on him, he said, "Jin, why are you so attached to that thing? It's useless." As he said this, he pressed down harder, as if to crush Jin's hand and the wooden sword. Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without a word. Just then, Tona found a book on him and laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, what's this? Basic sword theory." Tona crumpled the book in his hand, looking at Jin with contempt. "Hey, you think you'll get better just by reading sword theory? That's why weaklings like you don't deserve a chance. Here." Tona holds the wooden sword with a malicious glint in his eyes. Seeing him about to break the sword, Jin cried out in fear, "Stop! Give it back to me!" Ignoring Jin's pleas, they mercilessly snapped the wooden sword, and with his chance now granted, Jin screamed in despair. Wait, not only did they break the wooden sword, but Tona tore the book into small pieces. Jin, forgetting his place, could only sit there and watch them trample on what was his. Stop. The two of them had completely crushed Jin's hope, yet continued to cling to it. Jin sat blankly on the ground, staring in despair at the scattered pieces of wood. "You didn't have to do that." Before Jin could finish, Tona grabbed his hair from behind, pulling his head back and snarled, "What did you say?" "We're doing this for your own good. Why do you always have to argue? Is that what your nanny taught you?" Hearing them mention his nanny, Jin retorted, "July has nothing to do with this." The more Jin resisted, the more they bullied him. "Seeing you defy us like this, it seems we need to teach you some manners." In Jin's eyes, his two brothers were like cruel and inhuman demons. Despite the pain inflicted by his own family, Jin Lee struggles to his feet, clinging to his original ambition, undeterred by his brother's bullying or his lack of talent. "I don't care about any of that. I just need to do my best. If I try hard enough, I'll be recognized by the family and become part of the Black Blood clan." That's what I believed. But all my efforts were still not recognized. On a bright, sunny day, Jin was mercilessly banished from the clan. "From this moment on, you are banished from the clan." Standing before the massive gates of the Caden family, Jin could only sigh in silence. His stubbornness, his efforts to be recognized, all gone with the wind. Despite his commendable efforts, Jin clenches his fist, his face etched with resentment. But to what end? Was he to accept the fact that he'd been exiled? This is how, at 25, he was cast out and began wandering aimlessly. It wasn't until he met his master that Jin realized his true talent, a talent for magic, something forbidden within his family. 3 years later, in his study, Jin tirelessly researches magic, connecting natural mana with a mage's mana to restore it, then amplifying the converted mana. While Jin was immersed in his research, a dark shadow appeared behind him. From that moment on, the shadow flickered, and before Jin could react, he was transported to another dimension. Darkness was everywhere, and Jin became wary. He quickly asked, "Who are you?" The tall, dark figure responded with a chilling aura. "I am Soder, Lord of Shadows. Jin, I wish to make a pact with you as a god of darkness. If you make a pact with me, you can wield the power of shadows and erase all curses." With that, the towering shadow glanced over, spotting a sword-shaped curse surrounding Jin. He points to it. "Oh my, you made a deal. It seems someone has hated you since you were a child. Your talent has been erased by a lowly curse." Jin was already shocked by being brought into this space, but now, upon discovering this earth-shattering truth, he's stunned. And when he asks about the curse, the shadow explains it to him. I see. The curse is called Sword Mirage, which devours sword talent, a terrible curse that should never exist within the Blackfield family. The curse is a sphere sealing a sword, bound by countless iron chains. The entire sphere glowed with a fiery red light, as if to incinerate the sword. The shadow reached out and gently removed each chain. I see. Perhaps that's what drew me to you. From now on, no curse can harm you. With those words, the entire sphere, the chains of sealing and Jane's swordsmanship shattered into fragments and vanished. Jin's eyes widened, astonished by the shadow's power. Everything happened too fast for him to react. Having lifted the curse, the shadow quickly departs, leaving Jin with a final instruction. You must become a supreme swordsman. Jin, it has been an honor to watch over you. With that, the dark figure vanished, returning Jin to his original position. Back in his office, Jin stood in stunned silence, processing everything that had just happened, before finally reacting, as if to confirm the dark figure's words were true. Dai quickly rushed over, grabbed the sword, and hurried out the door, immediately testing what he'd learned with a swing. Indeed, the sword's very presence emanated an immense power, its tip unleashing a whirlwind that swept through everything around it. Just as Sower T said, with each swing of the sword, Jin reached new heights. He was enthralled with the training, a feeling he'd never experienced before, so light, without any weight, as if he were simply waving his hand. Remembering the taunts of the past, Jin trained tirelessly, fueled by the memory of being called the most pathetic fool in the history of the Blackfield family. Now, with a single strike, he unleashed terrifying power, the strength he had always craved. Suddenly, Jin had a bold idea, to add magic. Without hesitation, Jin combined magic with the power of his sword. This is a terrifying combination. A single strike becomes a storm of thunder and wind, obliterating all in its path. Seeing the result, Jin was satisfied. His efforts had finally paid off. But before he could celebrate, a legion of knights witnessed Jin training with incredible power. They were secretly assessing him as well. After a dizzy spell, Jin awoke to a scene of chaos, the screams of terror ringing in his ears. He heard something. A scream. Jin tried to stand, but his body was pinned beneath a rock, blood flowing freely around him. Jin weakly cried out, his body heavy for some reason. He lay there helpless, unwilling to meet his end so soon, after just a taste of success. He couldn't accept it, yet he cried out for help in vain. Is there anyone here, Mr. So? I can't believe I died in my sleep. Was I really that useless? I didn't even get to use the magic and power of Sod. If this is how it ends, why was I given a chance? Jin met his end in the ruins, but with a blink he awoke. Before him stood the entire Dancan clan. He wondered, the clan members? What's happening? He was sure he had died. Around him was a lush green field dotted with countless swords, and beside him July smiled brightly, offering comfort. Cheer up, young Master Jin. He stared blankly at her smile, wondering, July, why is she here? Suddenly, Jin spotted a sword shining in the distance, far more radiant and beautiful than the others. One glance was all it took for him to recognize Barasada. Observing his surroundings, Jin realized he was at the selection ceremony. He's returned to the past, becoming Jin at 1 year old, the youngest young master, and just like before, he will choose that sword. Jin crawled closer, slowly reaching out to touch Barasada, the sword of power. He looked back at his family, a silent vow forming. Having chosen the clan leader's sword, this life, he would make his own choices. Seeing Jin touch the family head's sword, all the Ginkan members were shocked. How could he touch the family head's sword? The clan leader silenced the murmurs. The family's elder announced, the young master has chosen Barasada. The selection ceremony is complete. Return the young master to Thunder Dojo. 6 years later, at the Storm Dragon stage, rain poured and thunder roared. Inside a library filled with towering shelves, Jin, still a child, reached for a book, but his height failed him. Jin quickly pulled over a chair and stood on it, thinking to himself, it's been 6 years since I came to Thunder Arena. According to the family rules, I have to live here until I'm 15, so that's 3 more years. How boring. Just as he was lost in thought, a piercing scream shattered the silence surrounding the house. Startled, Jin turned towards the door, asking, what's going on? The maid, terrified and pale, collapsed to the ground. In the young master's room, there was a dead bird. Jin calmly approached to observe, seeing a white-feathered bird with a slash across its abdomen, stained red with blood. Its feathers looked gruesome. Seeing the bird's corpse, Jine frowned, already knowing who the culprit was, the only one in the Thunder Clan capable of such a thing. As he suspected, the culprit appeared, mocking the maid's horrified expression. Oh, look at her, how pathetic. Seeing their glee at their wicked deeds, Yin turns away and disposes of his brother's avian victim. Su laughed gleefully, but with a hint of regret. Tch, the maid saw it first? What a waste, Tuso said with a wicked grin. That's right, wasn't it us who brought it for you to see? What's wrong? Don't you like the gift your brothers gave you? About to cry from the touching gesture? Jin silently stared at the bird in his hand, remembering his brothers from his past life. I knew they'd become infamous killers after their awakening, but these immature children are already killing an innocent bird just to provoke me. Seeing Jin's silence, they assumed he was scared and laughed even harder. The two Tonas smirked, staring at Jin. Don't you dare cry, you little worm. When Jin didn't react, they grew impatient. Hey, are you even listening? So you're saying you don't need to acknowledge us because you've chosen the fate of the clan leader, huh? How can someone like you wander around without Paris? Jin was losing his patience. He sighed. High Tona was becoming increasingly flippant, approaching Jane to provoke him. Huh? What was that? You're going to have to speak up, I can't hear you. Hey Tona then grabs Jin's shoulder, putting all his strength into a punch, but things don't go as planned. But Jin was faster, stopping the punch with a single move, as Hey Tona sensed Jin's terrifying magical power. His eyes widened in fear as he looked at Jin as if he were a demon. Jin turned and stared him down. You guys are too loud. Shut your mouths. He then quickly landed a punch straight to Hey Tona's face, sending him staggering backward. Though beaten, Hey Tona, still unaware of the danger, remained defiant. Jin landed another punch, sending him crashing down, then followed up with two devastating blows, leaving Ha unable to rise. Enraged, Jin decides to teach his brothers a lesson they won't forget, declaring he's had enough. A punch to the gut, lifting them up and throwing them to the ground. After thoroughly teaching his brothers a lesson, Jin finally released the magic in his hand. It'd be best if you two never show your faces before me again. Suddenly, a guard knight entered and, seeing the situation, immediately asked, Young master, what's going on here? Dai quickly hid his hand, concealing the magical energy, as Khan asked, Young master Jin, what is going on? His gaze shifted to the two battered brothers lying on the ground, as Jin coldly glared at them. They suddenly started fighting each other, Jin said, but Khan clearly didn't believe it. Pardon? He asked. Jin turned to him, impatient. Didn't you hear what I said? They beat each other unconscious. Ka saw their injuries and thought to himself that even the youngest master of the Dancan clan was ruthless. Despite his thoughts, he didn't ask any further questions. Understood. I'll take the Tano brothers to a doctor, Jin coldly ordered. No need, Khan. My brothers need to go somewhere else. Jin ordered Khan to drag the Tano brothers after him, following the evil. Outside, the rain poured, creating large puddles, and Jin pointed to a grave, signaling Khan to leave the Tano brothers there. Khan gently placed the children down, his voice filled with concern. Master Jin, do you truly intend to leave them here? The storm is growing stronger. Standing in the rain, Jin reflected on their transgressions, unwilling to forgive them. His face was emotionless. My brothers need to understand the gravity of their actions. Seeing his resolute expression, Khan submitted to his command. I will respect your decision, master. Jin turned and left without another word, unaware that Khan sensed a strange energy emanating from him. He was shocked, furrowing his brow in thought. This energy is definitely not aura. Could it be mana? If so, this is no longer a simple sibling rivalry. I need to report this to the clan leader. Immediately, Khan turned to a nearby soldier. The soldier respectfully asked, Yes, sir? Khan shot him a sharp look and ordered him to bring a horse. Meanwhile, back in his room, Jin watched Khan hastily preparing a horse, surmising that he would report back to his father as expected. Seeing Khan ride off despite the weather, Jin realized Khan was not only their protector, but also their overseer. To Khan, this is like magic, so he definitely won't be able to linger here, Jin thought, as a wisp of black magic swirled around his fingers. The mana is the only proof of my contract with SCR, and with this power, I know the contract is still in effect in this life. Moreover, the curse immunity Sauter granted me in the contract saved me from the winged shadow curse. Jin clenched his fist in resentment. The foolish Kanden child is gone. This life will be completely different from the last. All that remains is to meet T. By now, the sky was beginning to brighten, and the storm had passed. Khan met with the head of the Kaden family and reported everything he had witnessed. That is all. After hearing everything, Jin's father, Ken, sat there grimly. The young master fought with the Tona brothers. Khan, gather the knights. I'm going to see my youngest son. In the blink of an eye, the Black family knights assembled, a gathering of the family's finest, radiating an awe-inspiring aura, as a young man respectfully reported. "We have gathered the 7 vanguards of the Black family and their 200 knights." Kieran, astride his horse, surveyed the knights. "Very well. This knightly order has gathered all its talented faces." After surveying the group, he ordered them to the Thunder Arena, as the cavalry summons had arrived that very night. Mary Dancan, the 7th of her line, asked with suspicion as they rode, "An emergency summons? Do you know anything about this?" You went first. "I just asked Luna, but I bet she doesn't know anything either." Mary yawned. "I'm busy fighting witches." So the Black Iron family thought, 4th in line, as he walked along. "Next year, the Tona twins will leave Thunder Dojo. Perhaps it's because of that." Suddenly, he turned around, perhaps to meet our youngest. Hearing Defus's words, Mary was quite surprised and asked back in a raised voice. "The youngest, why?" DF calmly replies. "During the selection, that kid chose the founder's sword, remember?" Mary suddenly remembered and exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, right? But still, it's not that big of a deal to warrant a whole night order in the middle of the night. But did Father really come back just for that?" Def doesn't know and can't possibly know what Father is thinking. Luna, the Can family's first hope, was ahead of them and turned back to warn them about their loud discussion. Mary, who was going first, realized they were talking too loudly and said sheepishly, "Oh, sorry, Luna. Thinking back on what Def said, Mary seems a little unhappy. The patriarch himself is returning home to see him. Is that kid really that useful?" At the Thunder Arena, July cheerfully adjusts Jin's clothes, announcing that the patriarch is coming to see them, likely to meet his son. Jin wasn't too concerned, trying to sound nonchalant. "Maybe," Jin thought to himself as he turned his back to July, letting her fix his hair. Khan probably told him everything. Khan is naive, so he probably didn't tell Father I used magic. He probably just said what he saw. July gently adjusts Jin's hair with the comb in her hand. "Please turn this way a little." While Julie meticulously combs his hair, Jin ponders the reason for his father's visit. His youngest child wielding a power beyond magic and aura. He must want to come back to check what that power is, to see if that power, or himself, can become a useful asset for the family's future. At this time, the cavalry also arrived at Thunder Arena. The massive gate opened, and in front of the gate was a majestic line of cavalry lined up in a straight row. A unified voice booms, displaying the immense power of the family head. "We greet the head of the family." Ken strode confidently into the great hall, his aura imposing, and immediately ordered the Tona twins to be brought before him. The Tona twins were brought before Ken, kneeling. He called out their names with a stern expression. "Are you Tona or Tona?" The twins immediately bowed their heads, unable to show their usual defiance. Before they could speak, their father cut them off. "I hear you two have been fighting with Yin. Tell me, what have you done wrong?" Accused the moment they arrived, they stared in wide-eyed fear, frozen in place, until they finally scraped together an excuse. "It's not our fault. Jin injured us." They showed no remorse, immediately blaming Jin. "That's right, Father, that power is abnormal. It's not aura, but looks like magic." Seeing their father's eyes narrow, they eagerly added fuel to the fire. "Using magic is forbidden in our family, Father. If John used magic, we must question him quickly before he finds a way to hide it." Mary and DF silently observed the Tona brothers' pathetic display and sighed. Utterly hopeless. Not letting them continue their charade, Ken interrupted. "Enough. Listen closely to what I have to say." Looking them straight in the eye, he warned, "Continue like this, and you won't survive in the Black Mane family." Only then did they realize they'd gone too far, and they looked at their father with regret and fear. He dismissed the brothers and ordered Jin to come forward. Jin entered to see Tona and his brother exiting, looking distraught. He understood. His father, Chiron, the strongest and most heartless man he knew, was known as the Genesis Knight, the pinnacle of a demigod. Before receiving that title, he was just an ordinary man. However, after receiving that title, he gradually lost all human emotion, becoming a man who only knew the glory and future of the family. So, to my father, anyone without swordsmanship talent, like me, was just trash. Jin clenched his eyes shut, making his decision. This time, in this life, no one will look down on him. With that thought, Jin found the courage to face Chiron, entering with composure, neither fear nor panic in his eyes. Jane's composure surprised everyone, including Mary, who leaned forward to get a better look at the youngest member of the family. Def frowned at her eager attitude, glaring at her with displeasure, but Mary didn't seem to care. Jane entered the hall filled with people, calmly kneeling on one knee in a respectful bow. "I request an audience with the clan leader." Hearing this distant form of address, Kieran was a little displeased. Huh, chieftain? Don't you call me father? Jane raises his head, explaining, with so many siblings, guards, and over 100 family members present, I assumed you were here on official business and that this would be more appropriate. Luna, who was standing nearby, was also amazed by Jin's thoughtfulness, and Kieran praised him as well. Yes, very good. Jin doesn't get arrogant from the praise, he remains humble. Thank you, Patriarch Ken, for getting straight to the point, but I'm here today for a different reason. You can call me father, and I'll ask you the same question I asked your siblings. Ken asked sternly, where do you think you went wrong? Jin clenched Sia's hand, a determined look on her face. Yes, I only want revenge. As a member of the Ken family, he believes in repaying both kindness and malice. Jin speaks with righteous conviction, unaware of his error. Mary admired her youngest son's character, repaying kindness and avenging wrongs. After a long silence, Ken turned to the others and said, everyone except the youngest, leave. With just one sentence, Ken silenced the room. Has the young master passed the clan leader's test? A general, seeing the murmurs, reminded them, the clan leader has spoken. Let's not linger. Immediately, the soldiers lined up and marched out of the great hall, obeying the order. Mary followed the others out, finding the youngest son quite intriguing. Confronting his father already? This kid's got guts. Once they were alone, Ken explained why he wanted to speak privately. Father asked everyone to leave because he had something to ask me. The Tona twins told me you possess an unusual power. We, the Dancan family, avoid magic, for it will hinder your swordsmanship. So what power have you been using? If you've dared to touch magic, I won't stand for it. Jin paused, then smiled. Yes, it's Jin remembering the source of his power. If you know about this power, you won't be able to ignore it. Because it's the power of sower. I don't know what it is. I'm not sure if it's magic or aura or what to even call it. If you don't mind, Father, I'd like you to identify this power for me. As she spoke, a sphere instantly appeared in Yin's hand. A white-blue color enveloped inside, surrounded by a dark, black aura. Witnessing Jin's power, Ken frowned in surprise. This was the power of the Black Can clan's founder. That power, dark energy, the dark energy of Barasada. Does this mean the child is destined to be the master of the clan? Under Jin's expectant gaze, his father confirmed it. That's right, that's the power of Sadr. The god of darkness Jin still doesn't quite understand. Ken, the god of darkness, explained. Indeed, Sadr made a pact with the founder of the Doan Cannon family, Lord Ta, and has been on our side ever since. But since Tama passed away, so hasn't appeared in Dan Kanden anymore. I don't know why, but it seems he's trying to connect with Kanden through you. Jin then asked, Father, I'm curious. Is that god stronger than you? Ken wasn't really sure. He pondered for a moment. I don't know, as I've never fought a god. Jin thought to himself, he's never fought a god. That's the most arrogant answer I've ever heard. Ken approached him, patting his head in admiration. That's my boy, a fine question indeed. Your innocent inquiry has given me a wonderful topic to discuss. Coming to see you today was the right decision. Now let me ask you something. How do you intend to use that dark power? And of course, not to disappoint Ken, Jin replied clearly, I want to use this dark power to serve the interests of the family. Upon hearing Jin, Ken frowned and asked, For the family? Then he laughed as if he'd struck gold, saying it was the most ridiculous lie he'd ever heard. You beat your brothers to a pulp and threw them into the storm, and then you say you'll use this power for the family? Now tell me the truth. Jin's hands trembled as he thought, he won't let this go easily. After struggling, Jin finally said, I want to use this power for myself. But unexpectedly, Kieran was quite pleased with his honesty. Aye, very well. I like this straightforward answer. Afterward, he left, instructing, I will be watching you closely from this day forward. Only after his father departed did Jin breathe a sigh of relief. His tense body finally relaxed, almost causing him to stumble. Great, he'd gotten through this safely. Having the freedom to use the power of darkness as I please is great, but now Father has expectations of me. This was an unforeseen consequence. This life is a world apart from the last. Jin, now holding power in his grasp, smiles with satisfaction, a stark contrast to his former self. Before leaving with his father, Mary suddenly turned back and gave Jin a gift. Here, kid, take this. Seeing the carefully wrapped box, Jin hesitated. What is this, Mary? Mary gave Julie the box before Jin could refuse, saying it was too heavy. Julie quickly reached out and carefully cradled the box. Yes, ma'am. Mary points to the box, saying it's a special gift for him. After delivering the goods, Mary gave a mischievous smile and told Jane, Cook it, chew it well, and get stronger quickly. Got it? Mary quickly returns to the cavalry. Defu saw her return and asked, "Where's your luggage?" Mary smiled nonchalantly. "I gave it to the youngest." "What's going on?" Watching them leave, Jine wondered, "Mary, why me?" Upon opening the gift, a brilliant rosy gold light erupted around Jine and Julie, who stood frozen by the precious gift. It's a phoenix heart. Jin thought about giving this to a 7-year-old kid. Mary is truly insane. Speaking of Mary Jan Candon, she's a 6-star knight and the 7th knight of canon, also known as Winfrey, but she has another lesser-known title, the Mad Woman of the Southern Domain. The reason this battle-crazed maniac gave this to me is clear. Get strong quickly and become my opponent. If I eat this while I'm young, I'll not only have fire resistance, but it'll also be an elixir that grows stronger as I do. Thinking about it, a phoenix heart is necessary for a 6-star mage to safely summon a phoenix. Perhaps in this life, I can summon one. Lost in thought about the phoenix heart, Julie quickly prepared it and brought it over, asking if he had been waiting long. Seeing the food plated, Jine politely says, "Ah, thank you." Julie placed the steaming soup on the table. "Lady Mary has given you a wonderful gift. Please, eat it before it gets cold." Jin was about to eat, but then said helplessly, But before that, if you guys have something to say it quickly." The Tona twins, hiding in a corner, were drooling over the sub on the table. Realizing Jine had found them, they abandoned all shame and begged for food. "Oh, it's nothing. It just looked like too much for you to eat alone." The two Tonas chime in, "That's right, we saw Julie carrying a big bowl." Jine was speechless at their reasoning. "You guys want to eat it that badly?" Hearing that, the two kids' eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. "Then we'll do as you asked. You two have a job to do." And soon after, we see the Sona siblings digging a tunnel beneath Thundercloud platform. They grumbled as they dug, asking why they had to do this. "Yeah, there's nothing here. Why do we have to do this? What if someone sees us digging this up?" Tona continues to dig the tunnel. "What are you talking about? The youngest will obviously be punished. What could happen to us?" Tona sees the sense in what his brother is saying. He's right. They just need to eat the soup. Yeah, and the youngest is kind of scary. It seems they've finally dug to where Jin needs them to be. This tunnel is above the secret room. In the center of the room was a large glass tube, containing the mysterious body of a tall, muscular man. The Tona Dao brothers, their work complete, returned, disheveled and covered in mud. Jai, seeing the state of the two kids, could only roll his eyes in dismay as Jin waited for them. "Welcome, gentlemen. You're here sooner than I expected." They snapped back. "Shut up! We did as you asked, so hand over the soup," Jine said generously. "I already put it on the table." The two kids immediately forgot their fatigue and ran to the table. "Really?" They look at the table, but there's no soup to be found. They only saw 2 tiny spoonfuls of soup on a plate, leaving them speechless with despair. They glared at the meager soup, furious but unable to defeat Jine, so they had to grit their teeth and endure. "Is it too little?" Jin coldly disregards their feelings. "I said I'd give you some, but I never specified how much. But I kept my promise, didn't I?" "Well, be my guest." The Tona brothers glanced back, gritting their teeth in anger. "Yeah, thanks a lot." It rained heavily that night, and Jin quickly put on his raincoat and headed to the tunnel the Tona brothers had dug. Standing before the tunnel, Jin was impressed. He thought they would do a shoddy job, but they actually did quite well. After a moment of assessment, he figured that 1-star magic would be enough for this thickness. The wall isn't too thick, so magic should break it easily. Besides, I have mana to burn. He condensed magic into an energy orb and blasted away the earth surrounding the secret chamber. Boom! With a crash, the wall crumbled, revealing the secret chamber before Jin's eyes. He grinned. "Finally, I've arrived." The Kanan clan's secret chamber. Standing before the door, Jin reflects that he never had the chance to enter in his past life, so it feels foreign, and he knows he must speak the password. Jane pauses, then smiles. "Perhaps I know the password." Jin immediately speaks the words. The child of Dancan has come to control Murakan, and the gate slowly opens after the incantation. Jine surveys the secret chamber of Dancan, used to store the secrets of families they've defeated over the millennia, accessible only to the clan's pioneers. Jane marvels at the room's vastness, recalling his brother in his past life, telling him he'd never need to know of this place, as he could never be a pioneer. Jin feels lucky, but you helped me a lot, brother. Thanks to you, Jine knows the key to enter. Now I'll take advantage of it. Jine then ventured deeper and discovered something strange. Before him, a man was sealed inside a giant glass tank. What was that? As he approached for a closer look, Jay noticed a black aura surrounding him, with strange marks appearing on his face. Was this Jin's guess? Could this be him? Jine reaches out, lightly touching the glass, feeling the dark energy within. What is this thing? but then he remembers a line from the spell when entering the room. The child of the Dancan has come to control Murakan. If he's right, then the one sleeping here is the Black Dragon Murakan. Legend says the Black Dragon Murakan was defeated by the first vanguard of the Kanan family and fell into a deep slumber. I thought it was just a myth. But now Yain has seen him with his own eyes, though he never thought it was true. Pushing thoughts of Murakan aside, Jane continues his search for the secret records. He has no time for this. Where's the secret text? Could it be here? And as he searched, Murakan's body seemed to awaken, with small movements beginning in his hand. As Jin searches for the codex, he finally finds it. Standing before a vast bookshelf, Jin is amazed and excited. These are the secret texts of every family. Let's see, I'll check out the Ken family, since they're swordsmen too. After flipping through a few pages, Jin mused that it was quite difficult compared to 3-star magic theory. He wanted to take them with him, but he'd easily get caught. With that, Jin quickly grabbed a notebook and pen, deciding to copy the text each time he came. The next morning, Jin returned to Thunder Pond as usual, dutifully reading under Julie's care. Until nightfall, when he once again slipped through the tunnel to the secret room to transcribe the secrets. That night, as Jane meticulously copied the secrets in the hidden room, he suddenly heard a strange noise and immediately stood up to investigate. Someone was there. He quietly hid behind the door, observing the situation outside. Impossible. No one from the Thunder Arena should be able to access the secret library at this hour. A cold voice echoes, "Hey you, who are you?" Entering through the door was the Black Dragon, Murakan, and Jin was frozen in shock. Murakan? Why is Murakan here? I never heard about the Black Dragon awakening in my past life. Calm down. Since Murakan is the guardian dragon of my clan, he might let me go if I show respect and act like a child. After thinking it over, Jin put on his most innocent face. He addressed Murakan, child of the Black Dragon, as the family's guardian, but Murakan responded with furious laughter at the mere suggestion of being called a guardian. You called me a guardian? Jin watched in terror as Murakan erupted like a volcano. He roared in fury. Did you just call me a guardian deity? How dare you treat me like some paltry guardian? Black Tongue, did you tell him about me? I can't bring myself to get angry at this kid, but I'm reaching my limit with you. After his outburst, Murakan sat down with a sigh. Damn it, damn it, damn it. After all this time, the only scent I can detect is that of a child? Murakan approached Jin, sniffing him, and asked You. Jin stood frozen, watching Murakan examine him, and stammered. My lord, Murakan immediately noticed. Why do you smell of dark energy? Jin asked. Dark energy? Murakan frowned, pointing at him. Yes, even after 1,000 years of slumber, I still remember this scent. This distinct dark energy scent should only be on those who have a contract like Tama. Did Ian realize that Murakan woke up because of the dark energy on him? Murakan was now like a puppy, sniffing around. Where did it come from? Is it this? Suddenly, Jin has a bold plan. Should he try it? Jin smiled. Mr. Murakan. Murakan turned to him with a delighted expression. Oh, right, you know something, don't you? Ian immediately unleashes the power of darkness. Could you tell me about this? My father said this power comes from the god of darkness. After seeing the sphere of dark energy created by the boy, Murakan froze for 5 seconds, then trembled and shouted, Hey, Soder, you're kidding me, right? Are you serious? The more Murakan spoke, the more dejected he became, until he collapsed, unable to even cry. Is this child the agreement from 1,000 years ago? Jin silently watches the large man before him writhe and scream. Suddenly their eyes met, and Murakan bashfully looked away from the child. Jay responded seriously, Yes, Lord Murakan. Murakan felt like he couldn't go on. You see, I actually made a promise to Solder, and it seems you're the one I need to work with to keep it. Jin remained silent. Murakan seriously explained, I'll tell you the details later, but I just woke up so I can't think straight. And I don't think you'd understand because you're too young, but should I formally introduce myself to Saad's contractor? With that, Murakan stood up and transformed into a mighty black dragon. I am Murakan, agent of Soldere, his friend, and the last descendant of the first dark creature. According to the millennium-old contract, I will accompany you from now on. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Accompany him? In the form of a massive black dragon, Murakan gravely asks Jin his name. What is your name? Saad's agreement? Jin stares into Murakan's eyes, a victorious smile spreading across his face. He clasped hands with the black dragon. I am the 13th and youngest child of the Zaken clan. The gloomy sky speaks of the black dragon Murakan. Mount Murakan, where fierce winds rage, is named after this dragon. The black dragon Murakan ruled this place long ago. but he was defeated 1,000 years prior in a battle with Turnazan Khanen. History records that Murakhan went into hibernation after the Thunderclap ring was destroyed. Jin pondered this, but it wasn't the truth. The founder spoke of dragon guardians. Those who contract with the gods will partner with a dragon guardian, but with no information on said's dragon guardian, doubts remained. Jin pondered, wondering if Boor's slumber meant Murakhan's awakening also meant he would have a dragon guardian. After a moment's thought, Jin was stunned. Murakhan had arrived. Murakhan is delighted. "Oh, you're here." Jin awkwardly holds the food, saying, "My nanny packed me some food to take with me." Later, Jane pondered that since he would be staying with Murakhan for the next few days, he should ask him about the things he was curious about. And that's how Murakhan tricked him into keeping him in the secret letter for weeks. Suddenly, Murakhan, while munching on a rice cake, turned and wondered why he fought Thema. Murakhan lazily lies down on the ground. "It was 1,000 years ago, how could I remember?" Hearing that, Jin was sure of one thing about Murakhan, who interrupted his thoughts. "Okay, but is this all the strawberry shortcake there is?" Jin sighed, shaking his head at the thought of the foolish cake. Meanwhile, Murakhan continued to grumble. 1, 2, 3, only 7? Jin thought to himself, annoyed as the strawberry cakes consumed his thoughts. After eating, Murakhan asked Jin what he did here, and Jin, touching his book, replied, "Taking notes. I brought blank journals and wrote down the secrets you told me." Murakhan was curious, "Huh? Really? So someone actually understands a little bit." Jin sighs, still not understanding about 30% of it. Murakhan waves his hand, telling him not to give up hope for a child who's too young to understand. Other kids can't do that. They're too lazy. He's just a normal kid. Jin lowers his head, determined. "I'm from the Caden family. This is normal for me. I have 12 older siblings, but I also have parents and elders. If I want to destroy them, I have to work even harder." Murakhan, if he was the founder, how many of these books did he understand? Jin wondered, if I compare myself to the strongest human, how do I measure up? Suddenly, Murakhan spoke up. "Thema, huh? I doubt he could understand a single line in those books at your age. He sat down to lecture, but theory isn't always right. He couldn't read, but he was still a great fighter. You have the potential to be like Thema, but you're not as good as him." Murakhan's words shocked Jin, and his pupils dilate. Jin wondered, "So I'll never be like the founder?" Murakhan responded, "No." Confused by his cryptic words, Jin looked up at Murakhan, who explained, "You are Solderet's contractor, like Thema, and smart enough to read those books. You're still young, so don't rush, just train hard." Then he ruffled Jin's hair roughly, saying he'd become as strong as Thema. "Who knows, you might even surpass him?" Jin asked abruptly. "Is that so?" Murakhan said calmly. "Of course, kid. Do you know what Sodet's nickname is?" Jin stammered. "No, I didn't know." Suddenly, a black hand appears, snatching at the miniature planets within the galaxy. Murakhan's voice slowly echoed, "It's infinity." Sodet's power is limitless, which means your potential as his contractor is also limitless, so don't be so down on yourself. Believe in yourself because I'm going to teach you a new trick to cheer you up. Then, Murakhan slapped Jin hard on the back, causing him to cry out, "What was that for?" Murakhan explains a darkness windstorm. Confused, Jin asks, "Wind likes dark energy?" The black dragon replied, "That's right. All creatures who wield dark energy must become familiar with it. This is the beginning and the end of dark energy. But it will be extremely dangerous if you don't learn properly, so study hard and be serious." Jin is excited. "Okay. I will. So, Murakhan, what do I need to do first?" Murakhan pondered. "You?" "Yes. First, you must learn to unlock your mana." Jin, confused, asks, "Unlock mana?" "Yeah." Then he asked why, while Jin thought about how many times he'd already done this in his past life. Murakhan explained that mastering dark energy is about unlocking and manipulating your mana. You must master these two things. From now on, you will practice this for 2 to 3 years. Jin can't believe his ears, thinking to himself 2 to 3 years is too late. Murakhan scoffed. "You don't even know the basics, so I can't teach you anything too advanced, you know. More specifically, your next lesson is learning to move your mana." Jin held out the blue flame in his hand and asked, "Can you teach me now?" Murakhan is in utter shock, unable to believe what he's seeing. Is he feeling despondent? "How did you do that?" Jin asked humbly. "I've been doing it for a while now," Jin said, as Murakhan grumbled. "How could you know mana movement?" Seeing Murakhan's disbelief, Jin demonstrates by moving mana from one hand to the other with ease. Murakhan couldn't believe it, sighing that only a genius among geniuses could do such a thing. "You're a kid with extraordinary abilities, huh? All right, I'll show you how XM releases dark energy." Jin marvels at his own progress, quietly acknowledging that the dark energy originates from shadows. All the shadows in this world originate from Sed, and they're beginning to creep everywhere. So Sedet is the master of all the world's shadows, and you are Sedet's sole contractor. Suddenly, a dark shadow crept beneath his feet, startling Jin. The darkness grew stronger, rushing towards him in a violent surge. As the darkness spread, Murakhan continued, "In other words, you could also be the master of all the darkness in the world. What do you think?" Murakhan smirks. This is the release of dark energy. Jin was stunned, turning to witness a shocking scene unfolding at the edge of a forest, a massive dragon collapsing before a silver-haired girl. According to the soldier who came to call her Luna, everything on this side has been cleared. "We still have 5 areas to clear, and then our mission will be complete," Luna said softly. "Of course. Then 4 wins is enough. Tell the knights to rest." Luna's eyes fell into contemplation as if she was thinking about something. Then a violent Luna unsheathed her sword. "One more thing," the soldier replied uncomprehendingly. "Yes, what is it?" Luna asked. "What does a typical 9-year-old like?" Half a year after meeting Murkhan, Tona left Thunder Dojo. Tona waved. "We're off, see you later," Jin replied. "Yeah, take care." And then, Jin was plunged into silence. Suddenly, Jin heard someone calling him young master, turning around in confusion, unsure of what was happening. Julie happily brings out the birthday cake, wishing him a happy 9th birthday. It was then that Yin realized and secretly planned my 9th birthday, leaving Jin stunned with joy. "Thank you all so much. July, would you mind cutting the cake for everyone?" July softly replies, "Oh yes, master." As they talk, someone calls out from afar. The young master turned back, wondering, "Khan." Khan bowed deeply, apologizing for abruptly interrupting the young master. Jin wondered what was going on. Khan replied, "Yes." Then a girl with white hair stepped in, pushing aside her stern demeanor as she drew closer to that beautiful, long, white hair. Khan gasped, "Lady Luna has come to visit." As soon as he finished speaking, both July and Jin were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Jin thought to himself that Canon's first fate was also that of a 9-star knight, the eldest child of Lunadan Canon's 13 white whale siblings. Although she was the strongest among the Dancan Den siblings, she was not interested in becoming the clan leader. So she left the swamp called the Inheritance Battle behind, truly a lonely white whale. That's why Luna has never paid attention to any of her siblings, and our relationship should be described as a calm pond rather than blood ties. That was the distance between us. Yet that sister decided to visit the Storm Arena unannounced. Is there a major issue with the family? Or did she find out I went to the secret library? Not letting doubt cloud his judgment any longer, Jin wondered. "Luna," she replied softly. "You've grown so much, haven't you, little one?" Jin is embarrassed, wishing he had dressed better to meet her. Luna felt like she was melting, and she didn't need to be told to visit her little brother. Jane couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. Luna felt sorry for him. "But you look tired and unwell?" She gently leaned down and placed her hand on Jine's shoulder to get a better look. Jin startled, replying, "Oh no, actually I'm just a little nervous." Hearing this, Luna raised an eyebrow as Jine spoke softly. It's the first time I've been this close to you and I feel uneasy," she confesses. Luna repeats the word. "You're nervous?" Luna sinks into dark contemplation. In Can, siblings are expected to watch, betray, and even trample each other. Does Jin think he's here to check up on me? Suddenly, Luna tightly gripped her armored hand, then fell silent, unsure how to face Jine. Luna finally responded. "I should have been more considerate." Jean looked up, confused. "Luna dear, I may be young, but you forget I'm the youngest of the Kandan family." Regretfully, she replied, "I'm sorry." Not stopping there, Luna even knelt down to show more sincerity. "Little Jin, I have something to discuss with you privately. Could you excuse Louis, the nanny, and the guards for a moment?" With an extremely caring expression, Jine pondered. "She wants to talk to me privately?" Not wanting to keep her waiting, Jin replied, "Yes, sister." But his thoughts were still racing. Though she didn't know why, it didn't seem like bad news. Luna carefully reassured her younger sister. "The reason I've come to see you so suddenly is because there are some things I need to tell you," Jin replied. "What is it?" Luna recalled, answering. "The last time your father visited, your behavior attracted the attention of all your siblings, meaning they'll all be watching you now that you've left Thunder Arena." Luna gently placed her hand on Jin's, her expression turning serious. "But little one, I hope you won't sacrifice your own happiness by joining the family's battle. I truly don't want you to be hurt by the dark family tradition." Jin was stunned, not quite understanding her words. Was her reason for giving up the position of clan leader really that simple? If she didn't want him involved in the sibling rivalry, why hadn't she warned him even once in his past life? Was I not worth talking to? Or did my siblings not see me as a threat? Jin replied, "Luna, I appreciate what you're saying, but I have no intention of sitting this fight out." Luna responded sternly, "Jin, I'm serious. I'm not saying this because I think you'll be up against me. Do you understand, Jin?" But after hearing Jin's story, Luna's expression darkened as she asked, What happened? Jin continued. That's why I absolutely can't escape this fight. Luna, radiating dark power, pressed. Who dares? Who dares do such a thing within the Thunder Arena? Rage fills Yin's room as Luna, like a woman possessed, demands to know who would dare try to kill her sister here. Tell me, Jin, who wants you dead? Luna replies in a panic, saying she can't identify the person. I mean, to be fair, I haven't been able to identify the person yet. Besides, even though they want to get rid of me, look, I'm fine, Luna. Din calms down, and Jin continues. Not all of my siblings hate me. Thank you for letting me know that. I'm truly happy from the bottom of my heart, Luna says sadly. Luna then embraced Jin tightly, leaving him stunned by her unexpected warmth. It means you're caught up in this family's war, and it breaks my heart. Jane hugged her back, lost in thought, never imagining Luna could be so warm. Then he gently patted Luna's shoulder, telling her not to be sad. After a moment of sorrow, Luna patted Jine's head, saying, Yes, today is a special occasion. We shouldn't talk about such things. It's your birthday, after all. I actually came here to give you a gift. Luna then pulled a small wooden box from her bag. Luna opened the wooden box, revealing an exquisite emerald necklace. Jin was stunned. A necklace? Luna said, Could you turn around? Jin politely replied, Okay. Luna kindly instructed, If you ever face a problem you can't solve, break the green gem on this necklace. No matter where you are, I'll be right there with you. So remember to always keep it with you. Happy 9th birthday, Jin. Jin was touched, thanking his sister. Afterward, Julie brought Luna a slice of cake, and the sisters lovingly fed each other. Touched by the sisters' heartwarming bond, Julie watched Luna leave after they finished their cake. It's getting late. I have to go now. Jin is happy. Yes, take care, Luna. Moroccan waited impatiently. You've arrived. By the way, what's that wrapped around your neck? Jane replies that it was a birthday gift, and Murakhan trembles as he points at the pendant. He must have cherished you to give you something like that. Jin didn't know to ask. What is it? Murakhan asked seriously. A relic from the Demon King organ from over 1,000 years ago. Countless people risked their lives for just one of his artifacts. Jin asks, Is it really that amazing? Murakhan replied, Of course. It grants the wearer resistance to magic attacks below 5 stars, enhances their magic power, and I suspect it even has summoning abilities. Jin remarked, You seem to know a lot about it. Murakhan scoffed. Well, we lived in the same era. He was quite famous. And this belongs to that powerful energy you sensed, right? Jin gave Murakhan a cookie and replied, Yes, my sister stopped by. Wait, you sensed her energy from all the way here? Murakhan replies, Of course, your sister must have sensed me as well. Jin, startled by this, asks loudly, What? You mean she wouldn't tell the clan, right? Murakhan says, You worry for nothing. She gave you that precious gift. Would she really report you and leave you to die? Jin was dumbfounded. Is that so? Murakhan explains, Yes, you can trust your sister. Elsewhere, Luna senses an unprecedented power. If the little one is planning something, Murakhan is over here crying over the delicious cake. Is this the taste of heaven? Jin is speechless, and Luna decides to play dumb. Just remember one thing, Jin. No matter what you do or what you become, I will always be on your side. The time I thought was boring at Stormcastle gave me so much. Recognition and expectations from my father, the phoenix heart I received from Mary, my relationship with Luna, and even my encounter with the dragon warrior, Murakhan. These are things I didn't even dare to dream of in my past life. Now I'm 10 years old with overwhelming power, and I'm ready to leave Stormcastle and go to the main castle. As the two sparred intensely, a massive explosion erupted, and Jin swiftly attacked like a storm. Their hands collided, and Khan thought as expected. It's no wonder the Lord values him so much. Though I'm the one assessing him, his eyes seem to say that he's the one testing my teaching abilities. Khan, let's stop here for today. Jin is doing well when suddenly someone calls out. Young Master Jin? Jin wiped away sweat and turned. What is it? Do you have a problem with today's training? Khan bows his head, saying it's been his greatest honor to teach him thus far. You'll soon be leaving Stormcastle, but I promise to teach you to the best of my ability until the very end. Jin was pleased. He's grateful for the care until then. Jin plays with fire under the candlelight, piercing through the flames without fear of being burned. Jin is pleased. Finally, someone calls him master, and it's July and she's hot. Oh my, isn't it hot? Jin is embarrassed. Yes, it's like warm water. I'm glad Miss Mary's gift is starting to take effect. Julie looks down, saying she's only heard of the phoenix heart, but never seen its miraculous effects. Jin, me too. And he fell into thought. I've absorbed half of its power. I should be able to absorb the rest in a few years. Julie smiled as she left the room. Young Master Jin will be leaving the castle early tomorrow. so please let me know if you need anything. Jin, yes, that's fine. As Julie left, she noticed 2 strange books. Master, should I pack these books as well, Jin? She asked. Yes, I'll read them in the carriage. Julie turned and asked, Understood, is there anything else? Jin, those books are all I need. Julie muttered, Understood, I'll prepare some shortbread for your snack. Jin stammered, Yes, that's all right. Julie, I'm going for a walk. Jiawai is surprised. What, right now? Jin, I'm sorry, I'll be back, he stammered. Murakhan, you're back, kid. Jin approached. You remember I'm leaving the castle tomorrow, right? Murakhan replies, clearly excited. Haha, of course I know. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day? So, Jin, what kind of style are you going for? Murakhan asks excitedly. Don't make such a fuss. I am the legendary Black Dragon after all. Even if I've grown weaker, it's nothing. I'll walk a path where no one will notice me. Jin, you've become weak. Why didn't you tell me something so important? Murakhan, you little brat. How could I be okay after sleeping for years? Jin wonders if Murakhan can recover his strength. Murakhan, of course. You'll become stronger than me. After all, I'm your dragon guardian, so hurry up and become a magic swordsman like Taima. Jin, you said the Kaden clan used to be a family of magic swordsmen, right? Actually, Jin heard that from Cest in his past life. That the Kanden clan was originally a family of magic swordsmen, and the founder of the Ternajian Kanden clan was the strongest magic swordsman in history. Almost no one knows this truth, Murakhan replies. The reason the Kaden clan abandoned magic and pursued swordsmanship was due to a 1,000-year-old oath, and as the clan's guardian, my father would be very displeased if I showed up. 1,000 years ago, Black Tortoise, you and I would have been revered for bringing such a noble being into this world. Jin was puzzled, but Murakhan just grinned. I think it's absurd, but I'll hide well, so don't worry, Jin agreed. So what are you going to do with it? Someone will notice when they come to the library and find nothing there. Murakhan replied, I can only cast illusions with dragon magic. Jin worried, what if even the illusion is discovered? Murakhan retorted, Hey, I'm the Black Dragon, you know. Illusions like this are a piece of cake, so don't worry. Well, as I said, I haven't fully recovered my power, so the illusion won't last long. I'll try to keep it up as long as I can until I fully recover. Jin replies happily. Okay, thanks. Murakhan was touched. I would appreciate it if you respected me more since you're being so kind. Jin rummaged around. Oh, actually, I brought something special today. Murakhan wondered. Something special? Jin brought cakes made from the first strawberries of the season and homemade wine. Murakhan was surprised. What was that? Jin warns not to get drunk and create strange illusions. Murakhan acts like a child wondering what he's brought. What is it, you good boy? So, all that effort raising you wasn't wasted? Well, why don't you introduce him to your nanny? Jin hesitated, saying he'd consider it, and told Julie to be careful. Young master, you can't expect an easy life. Just like the Storm Castle and the main castle, you've trained hard, of course, but it will be even harsher when you get to the main castle, and you'll be busier. And I won't be able to bake for you whenever you want, Jin reassured her. Don't worry, I know, and I'll do my best at the main castle. July kneels, hand over her heart. Yes, I will dedicate myself to you as well. Someone's approaching, young master, the 2 knights announced. Knights Jerome and Hose greet Master Jin. We will escort you safely to the Garden of Jin Swords. All right, I'm in your hands. Let's go. And so, the journey begins. October 30th, 1790. I've finally left the castle. The horses' neighs echoed, signaling the start of a new journey to Duncan's main territory, the Garden of Swords. The carriage sped faster and faster, and inside, Julie looked out the window to see that it was snowing. It'll pile up fast. We need to find a village and wait for the snow to stop. If the snow gets too heavy, the teleportation gate won't work. Jin seems pleased. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently, throwing them both off balance, and July grew worried. Juliam held Jin close, reassuring him. Don't worry, master. Everything will be all right. Jerome and Hose are 7-star guardians, and I'm here too. Get them all, Jin's assassins cry out. July notes grimly that their enemies number around 20, a mix of mages and warriors. There are likely more archers, but probably none stronger than the 7 stars. Jerome and Jose are still holding them off. Hearing that, Jin couldn't believe it and yelled, Jilly, we have to get out of here now. July was confused. What do you mean? Jin solemnly states that a Duncan's guard under no circumstances should neglect protecting the Duncan bloodline, so one of them should have stayed by his side. Hearing this, July began to suspect. Are you saying one of them betrayed us or someone is impersonating them? Jin replied, That's right. There are definitely weapons in this carriage. We have to get out of here. Furious, Julie understands, and with a steely voice, summons her weapon. I will protect you as a member of the Black Dan. Please forgive me if I overstep. Julie bursts from the carriage, her voice sharp. Young master, I'll accept any punishment upon our return to the estate. Jin replies. Now isn't the time for that. Let's go to them. I want to confirm something. July was puzzled. Confirm what? Jin explained. The ones they're fighting might be our allies. If they wanted to kill me, they would have done it the moment I stepped out of the carriage. But this silence is strange. July quickly understands. I understand, young master, Mukera shouted. Find Jin Dancan now. Team 3, block the left flank. Jin, just as I thought. July responds, noting the symbols of the devil and the Black Peach, the Mel Magic clan, and the Black King mercenary group. The white-cloaked figure shouts that Julie McLaurin and Jin Kanan have been found, and the others yell to prioritize Jin Kanan's safety. The red-haired man finally introduced himself. I am Mukera, captain of the Black King mercenaries. We are here on the Kanan family's orders to rescue Jin Kanan. Mukera grinds his teeth. How dare you lay a hand on our young master? Jin realizes these must be imposters. The real 7 stars wouldn't be struggling against these men. Jai growled. Who are you? What is your purpose? Whose pawns are you? The bald man sneered, stating the obvious. Who has time to answer the questions of dogs from the Khan family? July was speechless and turned to Yin. What should we do, master? Jin coldly replied, kill one of them. Chop off the other one's hand and bring it to me. Jay acknowledged the order and sped off, leaving the bald man clueless. July's eyes grew increasingly ruthless, and with a metallic clang, heads rolled like watermelons. The white-haired man watched in horror as his comrade was cut down like fruit, but before he could flee, he too was struck. The man stood dumbfounded as the blade whistled and his blood sprayed. July's eyes narrowed as the man transformed, a sky-splitting kick sending him crashing to the ground. July's eyes narrowed slightly as she casually dragged the white-haired man towards Jin as Mukera chimed in. Your master seems to have underestimated his opponents. To become a servant of the Blackfield family, one must be at least a 7-star. So, if you want to assassinate a Blackfield heir, you'll need to be at least an 8-star, Jin jested. The white-haired man screamed, Enough talk! This is just the beginning! The clan Kandans, your time is coming to an end, Yandel says softly. I want that too. That statement left Mukera, standing nearby, dumbfounded. I only like the Jane Dan Kandan Empire. The white-haired man never expected to meet such a reckless opponent. Bow down before me, the white-haired man shouted. Jipo, Jin thinks back Jipo. The Jipo family, renowned sorcerers, rule the other half of the world. If the Kanan family is known for ultimate swordsmanship, the Jipo family is known for reaching the pinnacle of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the founder of Kanan passed away, Jipo demanded that magic be stripped from the Kanans, and so it was sealed away, making the Jipo clan the Kanan's eternal enemy. So that's why I wondered who would dare act so recklessly. It's a follower of the Jipo clan, Jin scoffed. Jai, dump him somewhere. We won't get anything from questioning him. July obeys as the white-haired man curses. Jin thought to himself that, of course, to the Jipo family, the Kanan were also sworn enemies. The white-haired man barked, Just kill me! Jin still thought to himself that they were always plotting to terrorize the Dukanan. However, this incident was likely not orchestrated by the Kanan clan, but rather the independent actions of its followers. How strange. No matter how well they disguise themselves, they can't fool a 7-star knight, especially if he's involved. Young master, I've done as you instructed. Jin responds with his arms crossed. Thank you, July. Jin then approached Mukera. You said earlier that you were the captain of the Black King squad, right, Mukera? Mukera nodded. Yes, sir. Jin calmly looked at Mukera. I was able to escape successfully because you guys drew their attention away from me. When we return to Kandana Castle, I will report your merits, and you will surely be rewarded handsomely. Now, help me set up the teleportation gate. I'll do my best. Mukera looked at Jin in disbelief. How could a child from the Kaden family wander outside the castle for so long, and at only 10 years old he already possesses such confidence and maturity? Mukera thought seriously. Perhaps what the boy said earlier. He recalled Jin's confident declaration. I seek the path to usher in the Jinkadeo era. Mukera realized those weren't empty words. He was truly serious. Mukera turned back and commanded, Listen up, you two. Before the transfer gate is set up, be mindful of your actions. Absolutely no reckless moves. Understood, the brown-haired team member protested. What was that, Captain? What an absurd request. Since when do we have to worry about things like this? The bandana-wearing member was dumbfounded. Why was the captain suddenly acting crazy? Mukera barked, Just do as I say. Julie turned back and reminded him, Captain Mukera, I think we can depart now. Mukera, startled, replies, Understood. Mukera placed his hand on his chest. Then let's get going. As they moved, Mukera asked, Is it all right to just leave them behind like this? Julie replied, It's fine. Julie explains, whether they're found alive or dead, it's a warning to their comrades. Jin praises, well done, Julie. She replied, thank you, sir. July bowed. Ah, they say we'll reach a village in about 2 hours, sir. Jin calmly replied, is that so? I guess we'll have to stop there and wait for the snow to stop. Jin suddenly called out to July, who was curious. Dane understands. Don't worry about what happened during the escort. It wasn't your fault. Even a 9-star knight like Khan didn't notice. So of course, it would be difficult for a 7-star warrior like you to detect anything unusual. It's not like I'm teaching you how a guardian knight should act or anything. I'm sorry, Jin thought, seeing July as she was in his past life. Jin realized that as a nanny of the Caden family, her fate was tied to the child she raised. In his past life, July was his nanny. Jin recalled July being bullied by the other nannies, thinking she was scorned and humiliated because of his lack of talent, yet July never resented him. On the day I was exiled from the Kinnons, Julie was cast out with me, and she told me, young master, I'm sorry I couldn't take better care of you. She bowed her head and said that to me. Jin bit his lip, not wanting to make things difficult for someone who had always been so good to him. But things are different from his past life, and Julie needs to strengthen her resolve. Julie clasped her hands together and said, Master, I'm willing to accept any punishment for what happened. Jin exclaimed, don't blame yourself like that. This is an order. Jin turned back to Julie. As long as you're my caretaker, you're the only guardian knight I need. Jin says if she lets trivial matters affect her, how can she protect him in the future? Julie listens in bewilderment. Dai turns back seriously. So don't make me repeat myself, is that clear? July bowed her head in obedience. Yes, master, I will improve. July thought to herself, believing the young master cared for her deeply, and that his words were for her own good. She resolved to be more careful, to ensure no one could ever hurt him. She encouraged herself. Young master, I will do my best. Jin glances back, relieved to see her spirits lifted. The door opens, revealing warm light and a welcoming voice. The group enters an inn, and the innkeeper asks how many rooms they'll need. Mukera replied, 2 rooms, please. Jin thought to himself, counting the others and the disguised knights. Jin looked up, thinking that if he was right, then that person was likely involved. He pictured that large figure and called out in his heart. The shape-shifting sorcerer, Booba Gaston. Jin knew that while shape-shifting was a dragon's strength, even they couldn't achieve perfect transformations. Jin realizes that Booba is the only being capable of perfect transformation, and he's using that ability to disguise himself and commit crimes, throwing the world into chaos. Jane wearily opened the door to his room, filled with anxiety. If Boobaba was truly involved, things were about to get much more complicated. Jin thought that, although he hadn't done anything too terrible yet, Mukera, before leaving, said to call him if he needed anything. July replied, thank you. Captain Mukla Jin sat on the bed, thinking. In my past life, when I was 20, Bond's special ops team caught him. If I could turn Boobaba into an ally, he'd be very useful. Jin frowned, thinking, but he had no reason to invite someone who'd pointed a sword at him to be his ally. Jin sleepily yawned, thinking that before Boobaba caused more trouble, he needed to check carefully if anything had changed from his previous life, when July turned back and said, Master, I'll stand guard outside. Receiving no response, July turned back only to find Jin fast asleep on the bed. Oh my, she exclaimed. She smiled, gently keeping quiet so Jin could rest, her sleek black cat tail swaying back and forth as meows echoed from outside the window, disturbing Jane's sleep. So noisy. Jin scratched his head, groggily waking up, and wondered if he had fallen asleep. As the noise from outside the window seeped in, Jin stretched and thought, even with all the practice back at the Thunder Rain stage, this was still too much for her 10-year-old body. But what was that sound? He looked over, freezing the black cat outside in its tracks, and Jin was dumbfounded. Huh? The air hung still, like a string of question marks. Then Jin stared in bewildered inquiry. Could you be? He recalled Murakan's chuckling. Find it funny, do you? I'll always be hidden and follow you, so don't worry. Jin smiled at that. Okay, I get it. Jin chuckled, watching the black cat outside, clawing and meowing angrily at the window. You said you'd conceal yourself and follow me. You meant by turning into a cat like this? Murakan, in his black cat form, angrily meows, causing Jin to stifle a laugh and apologize. He opened the window for the cat to enter, saying he was just surprised he'd be in this form. Diane looks at the black cat emitting dark smoke. I thought you'd disguise yourself as one of my servants. Like Centaur, for example. Murakan returned to his human form, furious. If I did that, all the knights in your family would notice me. Murakhan was furious. Do you know how hard it is to follow you around? He tripped on a warped floorboard and face-planted into the wall. Did he cry out? Julie heard the sound and, fearful and anxious, burst into the room. What's wrong, master? She asked, only to find Murakhan crouched down, clutching his forehead and trembling. Julie's face darkened as she snapped, Who do you think you are following my young master? She pinned Murakhan down, raised her iron claws, ready to strike his face with murderous intent. Tell me everything before I end you. Who the hell are you? Jin quickly intervened. Wait, July, this is Murakhan? Julie, is that you, July? Murakhan then stood up, a dreamy look on his face. Oh, my little shrimp. I finally met you. Julie's disgust was palpable, as if she'd seen a cockroach. Murakhan, however, remained confident. I've been looking forward to the day we met. She was stunned. What? Jin, standing beside them, helplessly covers his face, his mind racing. Jin introduces Murakhan to Julie. First of all, Murakhan is the guardian deity of the Aken family, the black dragon Murakhan. Then Jin turned to Julie and said, This is Julie. Before Jin could finish, Murakhan interjected, I know who she is. She's your precious little honey bun, isn't she? Julie said, her voice trembling slightly. The lowly servant of the Aken house apologizes for disrespecting the guardian god. Please forgive me. Seeing Julie's reaction, Murakhan burst out laughing. Don't worry, my little strawberry shortcake. I'm more than willing to forgive you. Julie asked, looking slightly perplexed. Hey, Murakhan, may I ask why I'm a strawberry shortcake? Murakhan replied confidently, because she was wonderful, beautiful, and made perfect strawberry shortcake. Julie cried out, stunned, and turned to Jin. So, he's the reason you request strawberry cake every day? Can you sit down for a moment and let me explain? Jin spoke, and July, looking dejected, lowered her head. There's so much I don't know about you, master. Jin looks at July, saying he's sorry for lying to her. July replied, No, July always knew that young master's talents were extraordinary. But first magic, then Sedet's contractor, and now a dragon. As a servant, I'm just surprised and happy for you. Jiawai was now filled with curiosity, and Yain responded. Anyway, Julie, you're one of us now. The group can't know the truth about Murakhan's awakening, or his connection to me, at least for now. Got it? Julie replied softly. Yes, master, I understand. Murakhan stretched, grinning as he looked at Julie. Don't worry, Strawberry Pie, I'll always be by his side. Julie replied, thanking him for his kindness, addressing him as Murakhan. Julie wondered, Oh, so the loud noise from your transformation earlier is gone? Jin replied, telling Murakhan to be more careful, but Murakhan just grumbled that he had simply fallen. Hoo. Murakhan suddenly stood up and laughed. July, a little worried by Murakhan's appearance, turned to look at Jin. Are you sure he's trustworthy, young master? Jin looked at Murakhan and helplessly replied. Well, I hope so. July led Mukera to the Metel transfer gate. Well done, Black King Squad. Mukera wondered if the cat she saw was here before. July continued. The Kanan family will handsomely reward your efforts. Mukera replied, This mission is also a valuable experience for us. I'm eager to see the future of the young Master Rukandan you care for, Mukera muses, but Julie Moran has a question for her. Julie replied, Yes. Mukera then asked, Why would someone as talented as you leave the Marloran family to become Randan's nanny? July hesitated, not answering, and glanced back at Mukera. There's nothing more to discuss. Mukera, embarrassed, says, I apologize for overstepping. Julie replied, It's all right, come on in. Julie and Jin were greeted by the receptionist. Welcome to the ML transfer gate. May I see your papers? You're here on behalf of our ally, Fester Cannon. Thank you. You're from the Dan clan. The receptionist was honored to meet them and would escort them to the VIP seats. We'll be back in a flash if you can wait here for about 2 hours. Travel safely. Julie called out softly, and Master John turned to look at her. Julie spoke with a hint of anxiety. As a servant, I'm very worried. If Murakhan is exposed or something, we won't be able to cope, Jin replied. She's talking about my magic. Of course, no one in Vulcan can do that. Don't worry, I know. That's why I'll keep it hidden. Suddenly, a noise came from behind, and the two turned around to see what it was. Yanru noticed something. The yellow dragon emblem. It's Jipo, a white-haired boy with 2 hulking Devou guards, and Jane silently observes. Who is that? He looks familiar. This is Veridin Jipo, and she speaks to Jin with a rather unpleasant tone. I didn't want to come to Fester today. I didn't expect to see such annoying rats here. July quietly glanced at Jin, while Veridin Jipo turned her attention to Butterfly. But your cats are lovely. Veridin Jipo happily held Butterfly. Come here, good kitty. Suddenly, the cat lashed out, clawing Jipo's hand, causing him to cry out, and the soldiers yelled at the cat in response. Veridin turned to the 2 guards. It's all right, just an animal. I must have frightened him, and drawing my sword in front of the Rukandan estate would do no good. Verdun Jippo glanced at Jen and Julie, who were seated. I was just curious and wanted to provoke him a little, but I didn't expect no reaction. I guess the youngest son of the Rukandan family is quite calm. Verdun spoke, I am Verdun Jippo, and I apologize for my rudeness a moment ago. Jin looked up at Verdun. Verdun Jippo, the magical genius most likely to inherit the Jippo family, a role model for young mages. I thought he was someone whose skills were far beyond my own. Well, as I thought, I never imagined I'd meet him at my age. This is a pleasant surprise, isn't it? Jane turns and gently strokes Butterfly, wondering what kind of person Verdun really is. It's good to know you're not a complete idiot, Verdun asks. Oh, how do you rate me? Jin replies, even if you're joking, if those guys draw their swords, you'll be touring the Hugh-Fest F grounds without any guards. Oh, and you might lose a few fingers. Verdun Jippo laughed. Even your jokes are violent, Jin replied with a grim look. You think I'm joking? Verdun Jippo seemed a little scared, looking at Jin at this point. All right, let me give you some advice. If you encounter another Jippo or a similar situation, don't rush to cut off their fingers, or it will be painful for both clans. Jin replied, How amusing, Verdun Jippo. My father, Kenvuk Kandon, and your father, Celiac Jippo. Do you think they'd interfere in a children's game? Verdun Jippo hesitated for a moment, then chuckled. You're right, they'll probably just compensate with gold or something. Jin coldly replied, I learned something from you, and I'll repay this debt once I can. Don't wait, pay me now. Verdun Jippo seemed a bit awkward. Oh, of course. What do you need? Jin replied, I would appreciate it if you could. Be silent until the gate activates, and don't disturb my rest. Verdun Jippo was surprised and worried, thinking, Jin Vanks he might become even stronger in a few years, huh? If he weren't part of a society, I'd ask him to be my friend. Jippo kept staring at Jin, so the guard had to remind him. Suddenly, Verdun Jippo's eyes lit up as he pondered, wait, if he's from the Rukanen family, could he become my mortal enemy? I'm amazing. The guard sighed and said, Young master, please. Seeing Verdun's state, Jin thought to himself, how annoying. His fingers are probably in bad shape, and he's still acting like this. What's wrong with the Jippo family? They're all insane, the loudspeaker announces. Thank you for your patience. The transfer gate will now open temporarily. Side effects may include headaches or dizziness, so passengers should... Verdun Jippo suddenly slams the table and shouts, Jin Runkendel, it's a pleasure to meet you. Next time we meet, Jin coldly replies, I'm fine, let's not meet again. Jin arrives at the Dancan estate, greeted by Pedro who bows respectfully, saying they've been waiting. Young master, this is the first time I've had the honor of greeting you. I am Pedro, the second servant. It must have been difficult to get here. I welcome you to the main Dancan estate, the Sword Garden. The Sword Garden. Those who contributed to the Black Clan's prosperity are honored to plant their swords here. In other words, this place symbolizes the dreams and honor of all Black Clan members. Jin coldly walks through the Sword Garden, once his dream to plant his sword here before he died. The past me was weak and without potential, a man lacking leadership or wisdom. Why was I so naive to think that effort alone could change things? This time, Jin looked up at the castle before him, determined to live a meaningful life in this invaluable place. Welcoming Jin inside were his parents and siblings, including the woman known as the Black Leopard, Rosa Loa Kanter. The matriarch of the Xanadu family gazes coldly at Jin. It's been a while, youngest. Jin replied politely, Yes, mother. Rosa scoffed, and the black cat's eyes met Ken's cold gaze. He spoke. Did you pick up a stray? Jin happily petted the cat and casually replied, I took it in, father. Ken is surprised by Jin's answer. Instead of finding it, he took it in. It's good that you speak so politely. Yes, when Kandon receives something, this is the proper response. Hearing Ken's words, Jin felt a chill as he sensed many eyes turning towards him, while Rosa leaned down to stroke Jin's black cat. Son, what's this child's name? Jin replied. Her name is Butterfly Kandon. Rosa Saw was taken aback by Jin's answer, and she wasn't the only one. What? Even if it's young, you can't just add the Kandon name to such a lowly animal. Julie, how have you been raising your siblings? How dare a cat? Julie stammered in fear. I'm sorry. Ken clears his throat. That's enough. To calm everyone down, he turned to Jin. Why are you giving this cat the Canis name, youngest? Jin respectfully replied, placing a hand over his chest. That way, I'll be responsible for him. He may just be an animal, but he's the first life I've taken in, so I think his name should have value. Ken was quite surprised by Yin's answer. How unexpected. But youngest, do you understand the weight of that name, Caden? Jin confidently replies. Yes, I understand perfectly. If anyone insults Butterfly, I will make them pay. Kenan gently strokes his sword. It seems the youngest has a talent for finishing off enemies. Look at how the other children are glaring at you. Jin smirks. It seems that way. However, you also have a talent for eliminating enemies, I see. Ken suddenly burst into laughter, a rare sight on the face of the Kanan patriarch. This child, you should all be worried. If you want to deal with this impudent youngest child... With that, Ken turned and left, leaving Jin amidst the resentful gazes of his siblings. 4 years have passed, and in the early summer of 1794, 14-year-old Jin Kanan, a 2-star knight and low-ranking cadet, speaks with his trainer. My lord, we'll end your youngest training here. Thank you for your hard work. Jin was suspicious. They only trained in the mornings? The trainer replied, Doesn't Lady Luna have a training plan for today? You may have forgotten, but this is... Garen Termia, a Black Knight cadet and low-ranking trainer. Jin places his sword on the rack. Ah, right, yes, I'll go grab something to eat. Gar said, Are you planning to eat with the other cadets today as well? The young lady of the house seems quite disappointed. Jin sighs. It's fine. I don't want to have a staring contest with my siblings while I eat. Hearing this, Gar replied, Understood, I'll let him know. As Jin sat alone, a voice suddenly echoed. Master, I brought you some food. Jin thanked Bellup. Bellup smiled. It's nothing, Master. This girl is Bellup Smith, a low-ranking Black Knight cadet. Jin glanced at Bell devouring his food and thought, Bell loves Smith, a 13-year-old commoner who, after his training, will face dismissal. Jin looked at Bellup and asked, Is it good? Bellup turned to Jin. Yes. As if reciting Jin's question, Jin suddenly stood up. Of course, I'm always grateful to the Caden family. It's thanks to them that I get to eat this delicious meat. And I'm grateful to the young master for always sharing meat with me. Before Bellup could finish, Jin interjected, Enough, stop. You said the same thing yesterday. Did you memorize it? Bellup scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Bell, you must learn to control yourself with maturity. The truth is, your constant chatter makes others look down on you. Bellup was doubtful of Jin's words. Is that so? Jin looks at Bellup sternly. That's right. Stand tall and be confident. Confident that you are a cadet of the Guard Knights of Dancan. Bellup said timidly, But my score is terrible. I can't even reach 1 star. Hearing Bellup's words, Jin sighed in exasperation. Becoming a squire of Dan Candle was no easy feat. No matter how low your score is, you're still better than other 13-year-olds out there, understand? Bell replied, Yes. Dien watched Bellup eat, thinking that he was too naive, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say his family had been targeted. But how could someone so innocent, taught the path of a swordsman, become the Empire's loyal dog, walking a ruthless road of murder? I was shocked when I heard he became a royal guard, and when he heard about his suicide, Jin was heartbroken, thinking of what would happen if he abandoned Bellup. Jin used his fork to put his portion of meat into Bellup's food tray. Bellup was startled, but Jane didn't give him a chance to speak. I'm not hungry, you can have my share. Bellup's face lit up as he looked at Jin. Looking at the innocent Bellup, Jin thought, I have to make sure you don't get kicked out this time. Once living in misfortune and dying is more than enough. After lunch, Jin strode alone down the palace corridor. He's internally calculating that his dark energy is at 2 stars, mana at 4, and swordsmanship at 2. Quite promising. If I keep this up, I can reach 3-star swordsmanship in 2 years. But before that, we cut to Jin, now standing before Luna to prepare for training. With a dignified air, Luna closed her eyes and said softly, My dear brother, today's training will be similar to yesterday's, but you'll have to defend in a different way. Jin replies, Understood, elder sister. Luna begins to guide Jin, telling him to use his mind's eye. Look with your mind's eye. On the surface, Jin appears to follow Luna's instructions seriously, but deep down, Jin is very skeptical of what is happening. I guess I have to overcome this unprecedented training. Luna said, Look with your mind's eye. For those who live by the blade, the mind's eye is paramount. Luna constantly reminded Jin, Don't open your eyes. Jin follows Luna's instructions, but his mind wanders. The mind's eye, a realm only reached by knights above 7 stars, yet she's teaching it to a mere 2-star like him? Moreover, a normal mind's eye is achieved by manipulating aura, but since I can't use aura during training, I can't understand it. Jin gripped his sword, encouraging himself. No, I choose to trust her. She must have a reason, and focused on training. I believe that one day I'll understand this training. After quite some time, the training finally ended. Shedding her stern training demeanor, Luna encourages Jin, telling him he did well today and can return. Jin shyly scratched his neck and thanked Luna, who recalled Jin's training and thought, As expected, I knew she'd do well, but she always exceeds my expectations. She displays a focus and memory rarely seen in a 2-star knight with her potential. I'm sure she'll grasp it in just a few years. Luna gazed at Jin's back with affection. Keep growing, Jin's little sister. Cut to the cadets' training session, where Garen greets the young master, Jin. They all look so tense. I'm sure they are. Garen turns to the cadets assembled below, clearing his throat. This match counts for a significant portion of your final score. Some good points are shortcuts to becoming a Guardian Knight, so I'm sure we're all very worried. Finishing, Garen turned to Jin, saying softly, "Today is also an important day for you, young master." Jin turned to Garen, a puzzled look on his face. Lady Dower said that if you defeat 10 higher-level opponents today, you can join the intermediate training group at the start of next year. Jin coldly replied, "Mother said that? Good news." Jane then turned to the gathered cadets, noticing Bellup trembling again. Jine sighed at Bellup's pathetic, fear-stricken state. "I'll make sure he's not expelled, but he needs to be more confident." Garen cleared his throat to address the cadets. "Today, you will spar 3 times, changing partners each time. The 10 best cadets will face Master Jine in one-on-one combat." As Garol finished speaking, all the cadets responded in unison. "Yes, instructor, the sparring between the cadets begins." Standing on the sidelines, Jin observes the fight, assessing, "They're not bad, they didn't earn their trainee badges for nothing." After dividing the pairs, Garan turned to the remaining cadets. "All right, those not chosen, return to your positions." "Yes, sir." Then, Garen turned to Jin. "Get ready, young master." Jin coldly replied, "All right." Jin easily defeated his opponents one after another. Huh? I'd better get 8 people, so I only need to defeat 2 more. But just as I was thinking that, someone interrupted my train of thought. Garen loudly announced the next challenger. A girl with long pink hair gripped her sword, confidence etched on her face, as she approached Jin. "Take care of the young master." This girl is Mesa Milcano, a trainee knight of the lowest rank. Jin stares at Mesa. Mesa Milcano, a noble destined to become a guardian knight after completing her training, raises her sword. Ready for battle, her confidence unwavering. "Today, I will defeat you at all costs." Jine was quite amused by Mesa's confidence. The duel with Mesa is the most important part of this test. Jine smirks. "Very well, I look forward to it," and with that, they clashed. The blows they exchange carry immense power. Though using wooden swords, the force of their impacts creates bursts of light. Dian watches Mesa fight, thinking that she's stronger than before, but not unbeatable. The problem is he still has 8 more to defeat after her. If that's the case, Jin keeps attacking Mesa's sword, confusing her. Why is he only using simple attacks? When he's already shown all his techniques, he must be doing this on purpose. But why did Mesa's anger cause the sword in her hand to tremble? Looking at Jin's expression and attacks, Mesa thought, "No way. Is he looking down on me?" Thinking I can't beat him today either. Thinking this, Mesa gripped her sword tightly and said, "Very well, let's see it, young master." Enraged, Mesa swung her sword at Jin repeatedly. The cadets watching from the sidelines were stunned by the intensity of the match, as Jin and Mesa's blows became increasingly devastating. Mesa encourages herself, refusing to be pushed back any further. "This time I'll surpass the young master." Mesa leaps high, bringing her sword down on Jin's. But beyond Mesa's imagination, Jin easily blocked Mesa's attack. And not only that, he broke Mesa's sword in 2, sending it flying into the sky. Mesa stared at his broken sword, frozen in disbelief. How could this be? Before Mesa could react, Jin held his sword to his throat. "It's over, Mesa Milcano." Jin sheathed his sword, coldly remarking, "It would have been useless anyway." Mesa looked down at the sword in his hand, unable to believe he attacked the same spot on his sword with every blow. "Our stamina and strength were equal, yet I lost to his precision and tenacity. How could this be? After all, he is the son of the Black Dragon." Mesa approached Jin, saying, "Young master, I will train harder and be sure to defeat you next time." Mai reminds himself that he can't keep losing like this. Jin thinks everything is going according to plan, but he knows he can't face 10 trainees head-on right now. Despite his and Mesa's surprising victory, he made them believe they would lose in a direct confrontation, and due to the trainees' fragile mental state, Jin easily defeated the remaining opponents after Mesa. Jin watches his opponent fall, thinking that makes 10. Thank goodness everything went according to plan. Garen approached Jin and spoke, "Well done, young master. With this, you'll be able to be trained by a true Black Knight in the mid-ranks next year. Congratulations in advance." Jin replied, "Thank you, Garen. I'm in your care until then." Garen looked at Jin and said, "It's almost time for lunch. Let's wrap up our morning training." Jin wondered how much longer it would be, and Garen questioned what he meant. "About 10 minutes. Why do you ask?" Jin replied coldly. I have one more person to face. Gar was suspicious. As Jin approached the weapon rack and picked up a sword, he cleared his throat and shouted. Bellup Smith was startled to hear Jin call his name, stammering, Me, master? Jin spoke softly. Come on, let's fight. Bellup hesitated, but before he could finish, Jin cut him off, pointing his sword towards Bellup. You can't survive in Runken Candle like that. Step up, come straight up and fight me. I'll defeat you. His heavy footsteps struggle forward, weighed down not by his armor, but by his state of mind. Bellup is dejected and struggling, dragging the wooden sword towards Jin Dancan under the gaze of 1,000 eyes. Meanwhile, Jin stood tall and waited patiently. Bellup finally reached a certain point, raising his sword into a fighting stance, though his body trembled uncontrollably. Why did Master choose me? Because I'm weak, so I can help him improve his military skills? Seeing Bellup's slightly flustered and frightened appearance, Jin calls out his name with an emotionless face. Bellup. Hearing his name called, Bellup snapped to attention, his golden hair stiffening. He shouted, Yes, master! His anxious reaction drew mocking laughter from his teammates, as Jin spoke with a tone that was both concerned and sarcastic. I'm getting tired of fighting 10 people at once, but you look like you're doing fine. But I'm still stronger than you, which is why I want to fight you. Hearing this, Bellup instinctively raised his sword, stammering, What? Before he could finish, Jin Kanan charged at Bellup like a blazing fire. The surrounding scenery turned crimson, influenced by Jin Kanan's power, and though caught off guard, Bellup swiftly blocked a powerful blow with his sword. Bellup quickly used all his strength to push Jin away, but Jin dug his heels into the ground, regaining his footing, only to falter once more. Young master, why would you? Jin remains silent and continues his assault on Bellup. This time, he seemed to fight with even greater force, the clash of their attacks and defenses creating flashes of light like electrical currents. The grueling sword fight continued, with Jin relentlessly attacking while Bellup only defended. This resilience even earns Jin's praise, his eyes gleaming. Good block. Bellup, like a hunted lamb, trembled as he looked into Jin's eyes and replied, Thank you. Bellup doesn't let Jin get too close, quickly swinging his sword to push him back. Bellup's force sends Jin flying back, forcing him to plunge his sword into the ground to stop himself. The tip of his sword scraped against the ground, sending sparks and stones flying. Bellup's resistance was no joke. Taking advantage of the moment, Jin throws rocks and dust at Bellup, disorienting him and causing him to instinctively shield his eyes, stepping back. Seizing the opportunity, Jin spun around and kicked Bellup's leg, sending him crashing to the ground. He groaned, suppressing the pain as he struggled to stand, tears welling in his eyes. Bellup seemed to shrink under Jin's massive shadow, trembling as he looked up. Young master, why would you do this? Jin's voice dripped with arrogance. Did you think I just called you here to fight? If I want to fight you, I might as well kill you. With the sun at his back, Jin leveled his sword at Bellup, his cold words matching his unwavering gaze. Seeing Bellup still down, Jin commanded, Get up, I'll only hold back once. And Bellup gripped his sword tightly, using it to help himself stand, causing a stir amongst the onlookers. Some feared for Bellup, while others hoped he would fight to the end, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Bellup now begins to reveal his power, the sword in his hand imbued with a mystical golden light. Everyone watching was astonished, and Misha cried out, That's an aura. Bellup now looked completely different, far more powerful than before. Perhaps it was the golden light emanating from his sword that gave me such a sense of grandeur from Bellup. Mesa, panicked, turned to their teacher. We have to stop this fight, or the young master will be in danger. The teacher, still shocked, was interrupted by Jin's booming voice. Sword Instructor Garan Antermia, this is the order you'll see today. Carry it to your grave. Every word Jin spoke dripped with killing intent, his eyes cold, fixed forward, never glancing at Mesa or Anteria. His eyes had turned a brighter green. All Anya could do was watch helplessly. I understand. Mesa beside him could only nod, dazed and terrified. Golden bangs fluttered as Bellup looked up, his face bruised and battered. Is this truly what you desire? Unlike Bellup's reverence, Jin responds with boredom. That's right, if you know how to use aura, then don't hold back. You've made a mistake. If you wanted to fight me, young master, you should have come to me first. With a shout, Bellup raised his sword high and charged, a brilliant light of power tracing the blade's path. His eyes turned an emerald green, filled with both resentment and resilience. But the light and the way Jin's hair flew showed just how powerful the attack was. And it was that very attack that broke Jin's sword in two, while Bellup's sword still radiated Nava's aura. Ending the first strike, Bellup struck a firm and beautiful pose. But Jin, having lost his sword and balance, stumbled backward, his eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation. I didn't know he was this strong. I knew Bellup was strong. Jin recalls the first time he saw Bellup fight. He could see through his opponent's skills and tactics and knew how to avoid injury even in defeat. But he never knew he could use aura. As Jin was lost in thought, Bellup, looking rather angry, prepared to attack him again, but Jin quickly retreated. He discarded half of his broken sword and struck Bellup's wrist with his bare hand, injuring him before he could land a blow. He looked down at his trembling hands and groaned. Then something suddenly flashed before his eyes. Then the clash of steel echoed as the tables turned once more. Bellup was now caught in Yan's unyielding grip. Bellup struggled to pull Jine's hand away, but to no avail. Seeing Bellup's exhaustion, Jine released him. He then took a step back, not to see her better, but to make Bellup lower his guard, as Bellup knelt on the ground, his body shaking as he breathed heavily. "Why did you stop? You said you wanted to fight to the end. Then you should have ended the fight. Do you enjoy toying with others?" Jin looked sadly at Bellup, who was spewing angry words at him, and asked, "Is that what I am in your eyes?" Bellup couldn't contain himself and looked up, exclaiming, "Then why?" Jin explained softly. "But provoking you like this also pains me greatly. More than you know." Hearing this, Bellup clenched his fist, still harboring some anger. "Oh, what do you know about me that makes you torment me like this?" Bellup's anger was met with Jine's calm approach. He bent down and picked up the sword. "As you said, I don't know who you are." He raised the sword high. "But I do know one thing." Bellup was calming down, looking up in astonishment. Dai's stern eyes were full of sincerity as he looked at Bellup. "Kindness is a luxury only the strong can afford. You are weaker and kinder than I." As he spoke, he placed a hand on Beltup's shoulder in encouragement, saying, "Sorry, I like that about you, but you won't survive in this hell being so kind." Jine's voice was gentle, yet full of affection. "Bellup, become stronger so you can protect that kindness." Those watching from outside showed their sympathy, a kindness meant for us all. Jin's warm voice echoed in the quiet space for a long time, and his heartfelt words made Bellup realize something, causing him to burst into tears. Jane smiled, patting his shoulder. "I'm sorry to put you through this." Just then, the kitchen staff brought out a large pot and loaves of bread that looked very heavy. One of them, realizing the training wasn't over, exclaimed, "Oh no, the instructor is approaching Jane and Bellup. The training isn't over, we'll come back later." Seeing the struggling servants carrying the heavy food, Jine said, "No, it's all right, bring it in." Bellup, now calm, returned to his timid self. "Young master, please come and get your meal for today." Hearing the offer, Jine smiled, slinging his sword over his shoulder. "All right, I'll go get our portions." A halo of light shone on Yin, making him radiant. "So that's why my youngest son said that?" Khan reported Jine's recent actions to Ken. "Yes, clan leader." Then Ken suddenly turned and burst into laughter. "I see. So that's the choice he's made? To protect the weak while ruling with force? If that's the case, let him continue. I want to see what he can do." Then he instructed Khan to go and tell him everything. Khan bows. "Yes, your majesty." Ken bowed his head, a sinister smile flashing across his stern face. "I shall give him his first assignment." In January of 1795, at the age of 15, I was recognized as a third-rate knight. During the first vacation, some trainees returned home, while the rest trained to test their progress. Upon reaching the intermediate level, wooden swords are no longer used for training. Real, customized swords take their place. Many students commissioned swords from master craftsmen, while I searched the family armory for one that suited me. But Luna wanted to help Jine find a sword. Finding the right one for him was proving difficult. As Jin recalls, his sister wanted to choose a sword for him, so all decision-making power fell into her hands. Jin leaned against the wall, remembering this day a month ago. Luna had tormented him to seize the right to choose his sword, begging him to let her pick it. He hung his head, reassuring himself that Luna had a better eye for weapons, so the sword she chose would surely suit him. Cutting through his thoughts, Luna hauled out a massive sword from the vault, leaving Jin speechless in disbelief. Luna confidently presents the sword to Jin, saying it's called the Slaughter Screen, and she used it a lot when she was his age. A large, sharp blade. "When I was your age, I thought I'd be using things like this." She looked down at the sword with affection. She figures this must be the original form of the crantle she once used. Then she suddenly turns to Jin and asks what he thinks of the sword. "Do you like it?" Faced with such a difficult question, Jin struggled to find the words to answer. Luna, I really appreciate you helping me choose a sword, but I don't think this one suits me." Hearing this, Luna looked visibly upset, having put so much effort into choosing a sword for her brother. "I see. It's okay. I was just kidding." Dian sees Luna's mood and thinks to himself, "I don't think she's kidding." Luna swings the sword, commenting on it, but admits it's a good sword, a bit heavy but not too heavy. She glances sharply at the sword, then at the empty sword stand on the ground, and sighs, saying reluctantly, "All right, I'll listen to you and choose another sword for you." Jin breathed a sigh of relief as Luna pushed open the vault door, saying, "I really put my heart and soul into choosing a sword for you." Then Luna led Jane into the vault, sincere in her desire to find a sword only he could wield. "And this is my choice for you." Seeing the sword Luna holds up, Jine is a little surprised because she also chose Barasada from the start. "So I thought this would be the most suitable sword for you." Jin watches as Luna draws her sword, thinking to herself that this blade is connected to the Barasada used by the first clan leader, Bradamante. Jin holds the Bradamante with a pleased expression. "So you like the sword, don't you?" Jin immediately agreed, saying it was indeed the most special sword among thousands of excellent blades. Jine lowered his head to look at the sword in his hand, thinking that this was the sword he had vowed to obtain by any means. "She chose Bradamante for me. Both Bradamante and Barasada are perfect for wielding dark energy. If I had chosen this sword myself, the others would have surely protested and forced me to give it up. I'm grateful to Luna for choosing it for me. This Bradamante sword is what your siblings wanted. I don't know how to repay you for choosing it for me," Luna responds, sensing something amiss. "Jin, I guess you still haven't let your guard down around me, have you?" She lowered her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I'm a little disappointed." Jin waves her hand dismissively. "No, it doesn't hurt. I'm being serious here." Luna moves closer to Jine, pointing her finger. "Is that so? But I'm really disappointed too. So, soothe this tiny, overflowing, disappointed heart of mine." "What?" Luna requested. "Close your eyes, Jin. Let's begin the training." "All right. Do you know what I'm talking about?" "Yes, Luna, that's good. But today, I still have something to teach you." Jin was taken by surprise. "What?" Luna places her hand on Jin's shoulder. "Your family may try to tear each other down, but they're also the ones who love you unconditionally. Remember that." I understand. I'm sorry." Luna then confided. "I've lived a solitary life within my own family since before you were even born. I've had enough of that life. So please understand that I don't want you to live a life like that too." Jinrun stammered, trembling because Luna was still tightly gripping his arm. "I know, Luna." Luna turns around, delighted. "All right, let's start training. Jin, feel it with your heart." Quickly, Jin returned to his room to show off his sword. "Murkan, what do you think?" Jin thought he'd be praised, but Murkan instead began to lecture him, telling him to return the sword, as he couldn't control the darkness and therefore couldn't wield it. Jin froze at those words, and Murkan continued. "If you want to wield Bradamante, you need at least 3 stars of dark power, but you're only a 2-star brat, aren't you? You can't just mimic the sword's awakened form." Jin looked at the sword with a doubtful expression, then affirmed himself. "I'll reach 3 stars soon, and then I'll be able to use it." Murkan slammed his book shut, enraged. "How arrogant. Listen closely to what I'm saying. The What Barasada and Bradamante are not swords you can just carelessly wield. You need at least 3 stars of dark power, that's the bare minimum. Just use regular swords until you reach 5-star darkness. Got it?" Jin struggled to his feet, brushed off Muraken's hand, and smirked. "You know I'm not the impatient type, so all I have to do is reach 5 stars this year, right?" Hearing this, Murkan's anger flared, and he grabbed Jin, warning him through gritted teeth that even if he were to win the dark power competition, mastering that power would still be absurd. "I'm saying this for your own good. It's so absurd, even a dog would laugh. If you understand me, stop spouting nonsense." Annoyed by the dragon's constant nagging, Jin subtly reached for his book while he was ranting, threatening to tear it. "Hey, say that again. What did you say?" Seeing his precious book threatened, Murakan was startled and cursed in anger. "Damn it. Hey, put it down. I said put it down now." Meanwhile, Julie urgently runs in, calling out, and Jin turns around at the sound of her voice. "Julie? What is it? What's going on?" While Jin is distracted, Murakan snatches back his book. Julie reported, "Guide Garen is looking for you. He should have come here himself. But he said he needs you there to look at the map and discuss the strategy briefing." Murakan sat on the floor, hugging his book and crying with joy. "Oh, my beloved comic book." Jin focused on Julie's words and wondered. "Strategy?" July replied seriously. "Yes, Guide Garen has entrusted you with your first mission. After the holiday ends, you must depart immediately." Jin turned and scratched his head as he walked. "Is that so? I suppose it's about time. I'm now a 3-star swordsman, but it's strange to depart right after the vacation." July followed Jine. I guess it's because it's a very difficult mission. Usually intermediate-level missions and above are given to them, but Jin adds that he must have been recognized for his progress to be assigned this mission. Jin turned back, confidently waving his hand. I'll go check it out. Julie, wait here with Murokin. Yes, young master, please proceed. Jin pushed open the door to the meeting place. Entering, Jin began, Gar, I heard I've been assigned a mission. Gar, holding a strategic plan, turned to greet him. Greetings, young master. 10 novice trainees have also been assigned to this mission. You'll be divided into 2 teams. This mission is a search in the vicinity of the southern border region of the Din Empire. Isn't the Din Empire close to the land of the demonic humans? It seems that it's also near the area marked as the White Wolf Tribe's lair, Jin thought to himself. Low-level trainees shouldn't be sent to this area. This first mission is quite difficult. The time allotted is shorter than usual too, Jin thought as he reached for the map. Young master, here's the map and detailed information about the members. Everyone was surprised after looking it over. Are our team members all mid-tier trainees? Bellup is here too, a member with unstable results. Could it be? Did someone actively suggest this? A proposal? If my fight with Bellup was reported to father, then this mission must be a test. Jane clenched his fist as he thought, all right, father. I'll be sure to show you my unwavering conviction. 3 days later, at the southern border, the mission is to find the Jin King family heir, Diom Siam Beo Vin. We'll set up a guard camp in the center of the southern border when we arrive. Once prepared, each team will begin searching, sharing information by sending someone to camp at a set time each day, and refer to the young master as commander. The injured will remain at camp and rest as needed. Let's hope the scout leader is still alive. Bellup rushed to Jin to report the situation. Eddington spotted a water tribe monster. Hearing this, Jin calmly pulls down his hood, saying, the water tribe are a gentle tribe that avoids predators, so we probably won't enter the nearby White Wolf tribe. As Jin pictured the monster, he turned and commanded, all right, Bellup, the snow will slow you down. Depart 2 hours early and return to Area 13. Bellup saluted in agreement. Understood, Commander. Jin turned to the others. The others will search Area 13, they all said in unison. Yes, Commander. He stepped aside to observe the mutants, pondering to himself. He had a bad feeling about this. His father must have given a direct order, but everything was going too smoothly. Or perhaps he simply wanted to test me with this mission. Jin pondered this as he approached the monsters. As Jin's group approached, the monsters huddled together, one speaking up while another, holding a fish, pointed at Jin. Looking incredibly poor, the monster holding the fish approached Jin, raising it with a trembling hand. If you're sad, eat this. Here. Jin leaned down closer to it. Thank you, I'll repay you later. Jane continued to observe and contemplate. Area 13 was monster territory, and low-level soldiers would be no match for them. Jin unrolls the strategic map, thinking he doesn't need to force himself for results. He'll spend the next 3 days confirming the areas already searched. Suddenly, a frantic call cuts through his thoughts as Bellup rushes towards him, clearly agitated. Young Master Jin. Jin turns around, concerned. What is it, Bellup? Bellup frantically reported that the second squad was ambushed. Upon hearing this, Jin turned sharply and raised his hand, ordering all forces to prepare to move out. Bell, what's the situation? Bellup answered urgently. Squad 2 scattered to evade the enemy. 1 survivor escaped to the outpost to report. Jin followed up, asking, were they ambushed by mutants? Beolop's face twisted in a panicked frown. No, they were ambushed by humans. 3 of them attacked Cardin with just 3 people. Jin replied sternly, no way. I'm sure they have more people. Then he turned and growled, Eddington David, return to camp and keep watch. Contact with the enemy is forbidden. Report it as soon as possible. Yes, sir. After assigning tasks on the move, Jin fell into thought once more. There were too many enemies here. But what are they after? Why target Team 2 instead of Team 1, where I am? I don't know who they are, but suddenly Jin stopped, signaling the 2 behind him to halt. They've been attacked, he thought to himself. I'll make them pay for laying a hand on the Black Tortoise clan. Then, Bellup suddenly spoke up. Young master, there's blood under the snow, and traces of footprints and dark red blood. With a face pale with fear, Bellup stammered, no way, Mesa, everyone in Team 2 is dead. Jin's voice cut through, calmly reassuring Bellup, the moo is still fresh. Jin carefully knelt down to examine the tracks, finding no signs of struggle or debris. There had been a battle here, and Squad 2 had fled. The footprints indicate only 1 person ambushed them, Sierra's voice echoed. Young master, we found discarded bandages, seemingly belonging to the Hewfester. Jin examined the blood-stained white bandage in Sierra's hand, impressed. Well done, Sierra, where did you find this? She replied, to the west. Jin examined the bandage, envisioning a strategic map. So, while treating the wounded after the pursuit, they were ambushed and moved west. Jane then stood up straight, ordering Sierra to join Addington's group and rely on them. "Let's go, Bellup." Bellup acknowledged the order. "Yes, master." Jane and Bellup continued through the snow, and once they'd secured a hiding spot, Bellup whispered that it was Team 2. "Master." "I know, but after observing Squad 2's current situation, Jin concludes that Mesa isn't here. Not only that, but the number of ambush troops has increased by 1. Jin pulls out a small knife and at the same time gives Bellup an order. Bellup closed his eyes for a moment and after 2 seconds attacked the man on the left, understanding the order as he knelt and drew his sword. Jin began to unleash his techniques, focusing the sharpness and destructive power of the darkness energy Murkan had taught him, energy that corroded matter itself. Jin leaps out, raising his dagger towards the enemy, unleashing a powerful blast. Unaware, one of the enemies is struck head-on by Jin's attack, annihilated in an instant, leaving the other member of Squad 2 in shock. Immediately after, Bell leaps from cover to attack the remaining bewildered enemy. What the hell? Suddenly he glanced up, meeting Bell's glare, as Jin's Bradamante was drawn from behind. As he focused on blocking Bell's attack, Jin burst forth, striking from behind, blood splattering crimson across the ground. Jin pinned the enemy down, turning to check on the others. "Is everyone all right?" Despite their injuries, they try to reassure Jin. "Young master, we're all right, but they captured Mesa. We're sorry, young master." Jin replies, "It's fine. Prioritize treating everyone first." The enemy, pinned down by Jin, glared at Jin with resentment but begged for his life. Jin coldly replied, "You want me to spare you? From where I stand, you're just another foolish Jipo apostle. I'll give you 2 choices, Jin says, glaring and pointing his sword at the Jipo disciple. 1, you can die peacefully after revealing your faction, purpose, and base. Or 2, shut your mouth and die painfully with your comrades. Seeing the apostle's expression, Jin guessed he didn't believe him, but he would keep his word. "My name is Jin Kanen, and I swear on my family's honor." Hearing this, the apostle closed his eyes tightly and begged, Okay, please spare my family. I belong to a revolutionary group called Kinsalo. Kinsalo, Jin thought suspiciously. Jin vaguely remembered something. Kinsalo, the terrorist organization active around the time of his death. They plunged the world into chaos, assassinating the king and slaughtering the people, all while proclaiming themselves a revolutionary group, Kinsalo, who would make their king the ruler of the world. Filled with rage, Jin asks if they plan to incite rebellion in the Din Kingdom by killing Dancan's soldiers. The apostle quickly replies, I'm just a pawn, so I don't know much. I don't know where the base is, but the branch I operated in is at the entrance to the land of the monstrous people, with about 20 4-star martial artists and mages. Jin frowned upon hearing this. One last question. Why capture demons? The apostle replied, to promote our revolution. There was an order to capture a female soldier alive. Hearing this, Gimo was furious. Filthy bastards, the apostle replied. That's all I know. Jin coldly stared at the apostle. I'll keep my promise. With that, Jin ended his life with a blade, blood spreading across the ground. Jin asked, How long has May been captured? Bellup responded. Jin, hearing this, wondered, So, they're still near the entrance to the monster region, requesting assistance from the base after completing first aid. Gimo was skeptical. Excuse me. You're going alone, master. The ambushers are all 4-star martial artists, 20 in total. He's right, it's too dangerous to go alone, master, Scott exclaimed. We're soldiers, so it's normal to die in battle, please. Before Scott could finish, Jin coldly replied, As you said, Scott, but a soldier has been captured, and Runcandel's son can't do anything. I am stronger than you think, so obey. I will consider any opposition insubordination. Bellup, all of Squad 2 is injured, making you their strongest soldier. You must remain calm, do you understand? Bellup replied, I'll keep that in mind, master. Then Jin departed for the rebel base. Jane pictured Mesa captured and bound. Please, don't let me be too late. Amidst the blizzard in the dark night, Jin thought grimly, Our enemies have 2 4-star soldiers. He wiped the sweat from his brow, worried. But my swordsmanship is only about 3 stars, 4-star magic, and 3-star dark energy release magic. Lost in thought, Jin ventured deeper into the dark forest, his speed improving, but he knew he couldn't face them all at once in his current state. Rescuing Mesa was his top priority. He then cast a wind spell, creating a green whirlwind in his hand, intending to avoid combat as much as possible and focus on finding Mesa. Jin used this terrain scanning technique, releasing the whirlwind. Like a net, it quickly covered the terrain, and John continued to conjure his wind magic with a purpose. And following the wind magic here, the tornado he created was like a giant serpent winding through the trees, rushing forward. Following the tornado, Jin realized it was headed towards the meadow. Instantly, he rushed in that direction, knowing they couldn't have gone far. As Jin sprints forward, an arrow suddenly appears from the right, hurtling towards him. More arrows follow, but Jin swiftly uses wind magic to evade them. It was Mills's group. They charged, yelling, "It's the kid Caden captured." Meanwhile, Jin unleashes his magic, drawing the sword at his hip and unleashing blades of lethal force. The sword strike bisects one of the Mills men, who cries out in shock, "Magic? Is that black-haired guy using magic?" The surprise doesn't last long. Musk quickly reassured his men, "Damn it, just kill him." Not letting his opponent wait, Jin quickly draws his sword once more, and Jin swiftly deflects MS's attack. Seeing his comrade in danger, the purple-robed mage conjured a flame on his staff and shouted, "Get out of the way, Mus." The masked man dodged, sending the flames hurtling towards Jin, as if to devour him whole. But as the fire neared, it transformed into a binding cord around Jin's arm, immobilizing him. Seeing his chance to counterattack, M smirked triumphantly. But his smile faded as Jin cleaved him in two before he knew what was happening. Dealing with the flames on his arm, Jin twists his wrist and grabs hold, decisively pulling the fire towards him. Before the mage could react, Jin pulled him close. Despite the futility of fire, the mage stubbornly roared, "Then I'll tear you apart with ice." Then, a magic circle appeared, launching sharp ice daggers, but they did nothing to Jin. He effortlessly shattered the ice shards with his sword, leaving the mage in disbelief. He cried out in disbelief, "Impossible, how?" Before Jin struck the final blow, he uttered a spiteful final sentence. "My magic." The battle ends and Jin pauses to consider. "Those Kinzilo bastards," he muttered, sheathing his sword as he continued his train of thought. "Looks like they weren't trying to hide their tracks at all, huh?" They underestimated their opponents. He noticed the footprints and drag marks and surmised, "It seems they met someone here and moved on with a wagon," Jin mused. Canelo is an organized group, so they likely divide spoils according to rank. Holding the map, he glanced back at the battlefield, calculating his next move. Since they wouldn't dare touch the rewards reserved for higher-ups, this was his only chance to rescue Mesa safely. Looking at the map, Dewey realizes he's near the monster's territory, meaning their base must be close by. He decides to use fire magic to burn the map in his hand, creating a diversion to rescue Mesa. At that moment, with a determined look, Jin unleashed a torrent of burning flames, a ravenous inferno that engulfed the sky. He then used wind magic to spread the flames even faster. If he does this, they'll run out to put out the fire. From within the blaze, a panicked voice cries out, "Fire! What's going on?" Hiding behind a building, Jin quietly observes their confusion. Where did this fire come from? "Put out the fire now. Get water. Bring water here." Suddenly, Jin noticed a loud man yelling, "Don't you know how to put out a fire properly?" That loudmouth looks intimidating, barking orders left and right. "Mages, use your water and ice magic. Is that their leader?" Dai looks at him, wondering, is that their leader? Taking advantage of their panic, Dai makes his move, targeting the boss. The fire still rages. The leader, sensing something amiss, warned, "You think this fire started on its own in this weather? Someone must have ignited this fire to draw him out." Meanwhile, the leader is unaware that the arsonist, Jin, has closed in, and he suddenly senses something is wrong. The leader turned around and cried out as a blue light flashed where he stood. His men were obscured by smoke, unable to see what was happening. They urged each other to move quickly and call the mages to defeat the leader. Jin skillfully holds the key in his hand. "Good, I've found the entrance." Jin opens a door and the air inside takes him by surprise. It's quite cold. Where could Mesa be? Suddenly, Jin notices a trap door in the corner. A basement? Down in the basement, a cascade of long hair. Mesa, blinded by the light, hears a familiar voice call her name. Mesa looks toward the source of the voice. "Young master," she reminded him with concern. "Why are you here? It's dangerous." But Jin gently asked Mesa, "Don't worry about me. Can you walk?" as he freed her. "Yes, but I don't think I can run." Hearing this, he says, "All right, I'll help you stand." Suddenly, the ground above them shakes violently, like an earthquake. Jin, helping Mesa to her feet, wonders what that sound is. Meanwhile, Mesa, as if steeling herself, looked into Jin's eyes and spoke from the bottom of her heart. "Can you promise me something?" As if understanding what she was about to say, Jin immediately cut her off. "Don't say any more, Mesa." But with a determined look, Mesa uttered each word. "If we end up in a dangerous situation, just leave me behind. You are far too important to be put at risk. Of course, Yin would never abandon his comrade. He gently helped her up, telling her to move ahead, as it was too dangerous. When they emerged, the area had become a brutal battlefield, the previous attackers now lying motionless on the ground. Jane couldn't believe what he was seeing. He noticed the wound on one of the fallen men, recognizing it as the work of a warrior clan monster. Jin and Mesa both turned to look in the same direction. The shadow of a massive wolf looms in the firelight, a hammer clutched in its hand, a warrior of the White Fang tribe. His appearance was incredibly aggressive, radiating a murderous aura. Mi immediately urged, "Young master, I'll buy you time, so hurry." But before she could finish, Jine knocked her unconscious. The White Wolf clan leader spoke with disdain. "You useless bastards, if you can't even put out a fire, you have no reason to live." Then he looks at Yin and asks, "You're the one who caused all this, aren't you?" "Kid?" Despite the man's massive size, Jine stood firm, without a trace of fear, and answered clearly, "That's right, I am Kenjan's son, Jine Kanan." With unwavering eyes, he challenged the creature. "State your name, you monster." The White Land tribe member grins, eyes gone white, and asks the Black Sword Demon, "You're one of the Black Sword Demon's sons?" Flashback to the Kanan estate before the Din Kingdom mission. A young man in a white shirt, eyes closed, surrounded by a terrifying aura of black energy, wielding a sword. His name is Jin. The sword is enveloped in dark magic, when suddenly Murakan appears and kicks Jine from behind. His eyes widened with fury. "You idiot!" Murakan was furious, yelling, "Do you have a death wish? I thought I told you already." He grabs Jin's collar, telling him he's not good enough yet, and if he releases his sword, he'll only be intoxicated by dark energy. He grabs Jin's collar, warning, "If you don't want to die from a dark energy overdose, don't try to awaken your sword. Got it?" Jin replies with an apathetic expression. "Understood." Jin stands tall, eyes sharp, hand clenched, silently calling out a name. "Van Kanden, yes, today is the day I claim my most prized trophy." A monster roars, "I am Kujito Chuka, a warrior of the Chua family of the White Fang tribe, known for its warlike and bloodthirsty nature. Even the weakest adult White Fang warrior is a 6-star fighter." Everyone knows the White Fang tribe hates the Van Kandu family because the first Van Kandu patriarch invited their god, the great white wolf Havi, and then killed him. Jin knew he couldn't escape with Mesa, as Gomphalip roared, "I will sacrifice you to Havi, so his soul may rest." A voice echoes, "Choose now, an honorable fight, or be torn apart as you flee like a coward." Jin raises his sword, answering resolutely, "I will fight you." He exclaimed, "Good, so you're a decent black hair after all." Raising his weapon, he roared, "Then let's have a real fight." The battle explodes with sparks. The golden sword hilt shines brilliantly, and Jin's eyes widen in shock as the fierce fight unfolds. Jin thinks to himself in fear that he is indeed a member of the White Wolf tribe, and he must use all his strength to block his attacks, which light up the entire space. It seems the battle is difficult for Jin, but he believes he still has a chance to win. "I have a few trump cards my opponent doesn't know about. The pendant, magic, and dark energy." He decides that now is not the time for the pendant. A blue pendant rests in Jin's palm. "If I can't overcome this danger, then I'm not worthy of becoming strong." He continues to ponder, as using magic is also unsuitable. Purple magic has no effect on the White Wolf clan. The crumbling walls echo Jin's lingering thoughts. If someone from the clan were sent to investigate Kinslow, the guards would immediately detect traces of magic. If that happens, my violation of a family taboo will be exposed. A blinding light flashes as Jin continues to contemplate. So, there's only one choice left. As he fights, he thinks, "Dark energy." Gontep Halep is attacked. He thinks, "Release my sword." The battle raged on, and Gontep Halev complimented Jin's sword, calling him a black-scaled runt before adding that it was no match for his clan's famed black sword. And then, Gontep Halb had to acknowledge Jin's strength, but claimed he was stronger than he appeared. Behind the smoke of battle, Gontep Halb roared menacingly. Jin grits his teeth. "Remember the feeling of unleashing your sword that night. It's over, you damn runt." Gontep Halep's words echoed as his white sword manifested, revealing his terrifying visage. "I will sacrifice you to Havi." Jin's eyes burned with intensity. He had to remember it now. The look of terror on Gontep Halep's face. "Huh?" Darkness consumes everything. A panicked Goldep Halep cries, "I can't see anything." Figures fought in the darkness, Jin's sword surrounded by black aura, along with his words. "I never understood why my family was known for their legendary black swords. Until recently." Jep Halep is ambushed, and Jin slashes at him, leaving him stunned. "What are you?" Jane fought emotionlessly, and the forest was silent. They fought until exhausted, and Jin's eyes suddenly filled with rage. He grabbed his sword and rushed forward, collapsing to his knees, surrounded by dark energy and scornful voices. Useless fool. What good is love? What an idiot. He doesn't understand his situation. You are a disgrace to the family, born of the same mother, yet you are the greatest shame. Gopal approached Jine. Didn't I tell you, you're as good as dead? Out of the darkness, his figure emerged with harsh words. Didn't I tell you that if you try to unleash your sword with insufficient dark energy, you'll pay the price? Bellup thinks you're going to eat dirt after getting drunk on dark energy? Get up. If you lose your mind, you're beyond saving. Jin slowly rises as GP Hollop continues to encourage him with harsh words. Don't you know what to do? As Jin recovers his strength, he realizes the dark energy is being swept away, preventing him from properly releasing it. He can't let it be swept away again. Let's try again. Jin tells himself to calm down, again and again. Jin placed a hand on his chest, panting, drenched in sweat. Had he overcome it? The pain is gone, but that worries me. My body feels normal, yet I'm overflowing with dark energy. He slowly rises, deciding that since it doesn't affect his movements, he needs to retrieve the serpent. Suddenly, there was a strange noise, and Yin cried out, Who's there? Zem looked around, fear etched on his face, stammering. Please don't kill me, Jin calmly asks. Huh. Are you Canelo? So there are still some survivors. Esvin quickly denies it. No, I'm not. The blonde, terrified, raises his hands, explaining, I'm Vin Svin of the Vin family from the Rin Kingdom. Jin is surprised. Is that you? I'm Jin Van Caden. I was ordered to find you. Espo was so happy he cried, a condem. Oh, heavens, it's a Kanden. I'm saved. Jin realizes he forgot about this because of Kinzalo and feels guilty since the guy seems so happy. S raises his hands in a gesture of peace, sweating profusely. I am S. Bill of the Bill family from the Jian Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Jin introduces himself. Yes, I'm Jin Canel. I was entrusted to find you. Hearing this, S cried tears of joy and cheered. Dancan. Oh God, a Canon family member, thank God. Seeing so happy made Jin feel a little guilty, realizing he'd completely forgotten about him because of the Kinzalo. Seeing So express his gratitude made him uneasy. I will never forget this debt. Jin calmly sat down and carried Mesa on his back. It was nothing. We were paid to do this. Let's head back. Jin wondered how the Kinzalo Society had managed to kidnap him. We thought we were just looking for a missing person. I followed my lover here, Jin wondered. Your lover? Did you two run away together? Co hesitates slightly. Not exactly. Jane was taken aback by the second half of Bouvert's statement. His lover who died 2 years ago. But from her face to her voice, even the 2 moles on her wrist, everything was exactly as it was when she was alive. It sounds crazy, but it's the truth. There's no way he could mistake her. Jane pondered. The resemblance was uncanny, like the work of Bouvu Gaston, the shapeshifter. They must have kidnapped Xian Wu for money. What's the connection between Bouvert and the Kinzalo Society? This is the second time I've run into him. I have a bad feeling. I should meet him in person to see what kind of man he is. His workshop must be in the duchy's capital. I should find an opportunity while I'm still in the intermediate training class. Thank you for listening without thinking I'm crazy, Jane said. My family will be sending reinforcements soon, so let's head back. Before Yen could finish, Seobur misunderstood, bursting into tears of gratitude. She even brought her knights for someone as insignificant as me. Jane thought, speechless. It's not for you. It's for the serpent. Co earnestly tells Jin that he will remember this meeting for the rest of his life. As Jin calmly looks down at Co kneeling on the ground. Okay, Sour, if you need anything, just ask. Jin replied. I will. July beams, congratulating him on completing his first task. Young master, your nanny is very happy. Jin replied. Thank you, July. You're so thoughtful. You must be tired. I've prepared a bath. Jin smiled, praising July's thoughtfulness as always. But before Jujine could finish speaking, a sound echoed from behind. Jin smiled, turning to pat Murakan on the head. Well, look who it is, my little Nabi. Were you well behaved while I was gone? Murakan bared his fangs and bit Jin's outstretched hand, causing Jin to instinctively fling him against the wall. Don't throw animals. Murakan's a dragon, so it's fine. Jin rubs his hand in annoyance. What the hell was that bite for? Murakan was equally furious. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Murakan repeatedly struck Jin with his small feet, constantly scolding him. I told you not to release your spirit energy. How many times have I warned you that you could die? All for your own good. Jin takes the beating, pleading for Murakhan to listen, but the dragon is beyond reason, transforming into his human form and shaking Jin violently. Is there anything to hear? Is there anything more important than the life of the only one who made a contract with Soldere? July anxiously tries to dissuade him. Sir Murakhan, the young master has only just returned. Murakhan paused, his face impassive as he turned to July, instructing, "Step aside. Strawberry tart, this is serious." July reluctantly conceded, "Yes, I understand." Jin loudly defends himself. "A cadet was kidnapped right before my eyes. Was I supposed to just stand by? I was worried she might be in danger." Murakhan disagrees. "What about the pendant? To you, it's just an ornament? Its meaning is 100 times greater than simply adorning your neck." Jin disagreed, saying it was a waste, and who knows when they'll encounter a much stronger enemy. Murakhan was incredulous at Jin's words, repeating the phrase in disbelief, "A waste." July is concerned. "Lord Murakhan?" Jin remained calm, asking, "Is this really that shocking?" Murakhan couldn't stand it and was caught by July, trembling with rage as he cursed the brat. Then Jin wondered, "Wait, how did you know that?" "I have awakened the sword," Murakhan replied. "Your soul energy has increased from 3 stars to half of 4 stars. I'm not blind." It was then that Jin realized it. He truly felt overflowing with power, as if he'd leveled up. Murakhan warns that Jin should be grateful to Set for sparing his life, adding that Jin is one of 10 experiencing soul overload. "Wait, it's 11 now, never mind. Of all the 9 who died," Jin notices something else. He could be one of the 2, but who's the other? "The first family head." Mura remains unfazed. "Not me. The fiend must be dead." Jin is taken aback. "What?" Jin waves it off, unconcerned. "So you and I aren't so different after all." "Don't worry, I don't want to go through that kind of pain again either. I'm going to take a bath." Murakhan grumbles to Julie about Jane, calling him a brat. "Strawberry cake. You should starve him until he comes to his senses." Julie doesn't side with Murakhan either, excusing herself to prepare food for the young master. Poor Murakhan is left all alone. Strawberry cake. The kid's just jealous. In a room, a voice filled with doubt echoes, "Jine fought and defeated a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. How could such an absurd thing happen?" Another voice chimes in. "Of course it's absurd. They must have been just bandits disguised as wolves." 2 figures sit and converse. The white-haired one incredulous that a fledgling 3-star knight could slay a White Wolf clansman. The dark-haired one, however, has a different theory. The man with black hair is Dancan, the 9th hope of the Dancan family, who smiles as he rests his chin on his hand and shares his theory. The one Jin faced must have been weak. The white-haired one is Mew Duncan, the 8th heir of the Duncan family. Mew calmly crosses his arms, but it all seems meaningless and even more unbelievable that his mother trusts his facade. Anne's eyes glint with sharpness. "Is that so? Teutonus, Daytona," Haitona stammered, a bit afraid. Of course, Tona lowered his voice to ha. "Do you think Jin really killed him? The Teutonas can't believe he's a monster, but this is too much. They worry about something else. It's not whether he killed the White Wolf clan, but that he's about to join intermediate training." Tona agreed, imagining the situation and worrying. "If Jine joins the intermediate class, we're doomed. The Teutona are utterly despondent." Tona felt the same way. "Yeah." As if on cue, a voice cuts through their whispers, and the stone-cold Miu and An turn to face them. Miu scoffs. "What are you 2 whispering about? Is Jine's transfer to the advanced class really that frightening to you?" Tona and Haitona quickly denied it. "Of course not," Anne scoffs. "Just be honest with your elders." One moment Anne was smiling, the next she was coldly warning them. "Because what I hate most is the tongue of a liar. It makes me want to cut it right off." Tona and her companion trembled with fear, terrified of Jin. Anne coldly asks, "Do you want me to help you?" The 2 wonder. "How?" Anne reveals her plan. "We'll lend you our slaves to use." Hearing this, the 2 Tonas were incredibly surprised and overjoyed. Can's intermediate class was essentially a survival battle for qualified individuals, including cadets ranging from 3-star to 5-star, both new recruits and those who had been stuck in the class for over 10 years. Miu and An have gathered some repeat cadets and treated them like slaves, coldly offering them to ruin Jin, as they hate him too. Anne and Miu wore cruel smiles, warning them to consider the consequences if they failed to deal with their precious little brother. In his room, Jine, fresh from a shower, dries his hair, contemplating his successful first mission and assured entry into the intermediate class. On the other hand, he's also reached the 4th star of soul energy. Xin sets a goal. To use energy efficiently, he must reach 6-star swordsmanship within 5 years at the latest. He muses that a 6-star swordsman is considered excellent, and 7 stars is a master, but those are just standards for ordinary people. From 8 stars onward, they're considered extraordinary, and everything changes. Furthermore, out of over 2 billion people on the entire continent, less than 100 are 9 or 10 stars. And only one person has ever surpassed those standards, a demigod, the Origin Knight. Jin clenched his fist, silently resolving to reach the Origin realm in this life. Not just that, Jin began to plan for the future. So, the first bridge to cross is my own advancement, as the Tona twins are in the intermediate class. I foresaw this, even without experiencing it. Once I enter the intermediate class, I'll be monitored by all my siblings. It's not just the Tona twins. Jin looks at the food July prepared and remembers her words. Eat up, young master. Jin was speechless. This is too much. Jin's eyes are filled with ambition and determination. The beginner class was full of kids of the same level, so the atmosphere was friendly, but the intermediate class would be a different story. In a place where strength and skill are all that matters, I only have one choice. I will dominate the intermediate class with my power. Rosa sat in her office, intently writing something. Rosa was serious. Come in. Jin entered from outside. Jin asks emotionlessly, Mother called for me? Light streamed through the window, illuminating Rosa's small frame as she paused at the sound of his voice. Rosa replied gently, Yes. Rosa smiles at him. I heard you completed the mission safely. Excellent results, Jin thanks his mother. Rosa turns the page. That's right. According to Poe's report, she closed the book and Rosa sternly said, I refuse your offer to switch rooms. She placed her hands on the table, her expression unreadable. As you know, that room is only for those destined to become the head of the family. It's been empty since Joshua was a child. Use it from now on. Thank you, Mother, but I won't accept it. Rosa wondered why. Jin replied, It may be a good room, but to me it's just a room, and that room feels like too much for me. Rosa asks if he really doesn't want it, and Jin smiles. Yes, I've made up my mind. Rosa tapped her finger rhythmically on the table, lost in thought for a moment. All right, you may leave. Jin bows his head slightly. Yes, Mother. Rosa smiled helplessly, waiting for him to leave. I can't tell if my youngest son is not greedy, or if he's too ambitious, Rosa thought, referring to the elder's chamber. A room for the child who will inherit Runkendel in the future. She imagines John surrounded by swords, realizing that the moment he steps into that room, he'll gain powerful allies, but also become a target for those who didn't make the cut. Rosa smiled, thinking he must have realized she was testing him. Now, let's see how he fares in the intermediate class. Jin approached his teammates, saying, Starting tomorrow, I'll be in the intermediate class and there are many factions there. Jin states seriously that they will be considered his faction, and they must endure all pain and humiliation. Jin smiles gently, his voice soft. But fear not, I won't let them get away with it, and it will all stop when I completely conquer the intermediate class. Jin said sternly. Until then, everyone must stick together, or at least in groups of 3, even when not training, and try to avoid wandering around alone. The crowd roars in affirmation. The next day, Z stands with his hands behind his back, stern. Pay attention, that's Zan Kanin, elder of the Kanin clan, 8-star knight, and younger brother of Saranjanin. He stands on the platform, his voice echoing around. This year we have 10 new recruits and 27 trainees who have withdrawn. He and his comrades stood on the platform shouting, New recruits should learn the ways of an intermediate cadet from their seniors. My job is to teach and grade swordsmanship. Aside from murder, you're on your own to resolve any situation or accident. Jin emotionlessly looks at the crowd below, shouting loudly, What have I always taught the veterans? The people below shout in unison. Black Van Can doesn't need the weak. The people below have serious faces. Black Van Can doesn't need the weak. Black Van Can doesn't need the weak. His teammates, hearing the loud shouts, also start to sweat. Van Can Black doesn't need the weak. Dien sighed, thinking it's too noisy. These words are full of malice, trying to discourage us. Dien looked down at the 2 people below, who were also shouting loudly, thinking to himself that 2 Hana's brothers are over there. Dien looked at the person standing next to Tona's brothers. He thought the one standing beside them seemed to be a long-time cadet. I don't think they chose him on their own. I wonder if they received help from Miu and An. And as he turns to walk away, he silently thinks that they probably want to confuse the newcomer, but he'll show them they're mistaken. He stepped off the platform, approaching the group below as the Tona brothers gaped, wondering why this madman was coming toward them. Don't be scared. We have Miu and An backing us from now on. Jin calmly withdrew his sword, its light flashing as he struck Kajin. Standing near Tona and his brothers, Kajin stared blankly, unable to dodge Jin's attack as Tona and his brothers looked on in stunned disbelief. With a stern look, Rach surveyed the scene below as Kajin stared in horror at his severed right arm. The surrounding crowd is stunned as Kajin collapses, clutching his severed arm in agony. Jin sheathed his sword, thinking that someone needed to be warned. He looked sternly at the group and said, "Call a doctor. I think it's you people, not me." Dona is shocked. "Jin, are you crazy? Why did he suddenly swing his sword?" Jin looked down at the man he had just attacked. "Cadet, what's your name?" Kajin grimaced in pain. "Kajin Romulo," Jin said sternly. "Do you know why I struck you?" Here, an enraged Tona points her sword at Jin. "Why are you ignoring us? Draw your sword again. Look at me, Jay." With a sharp, dark look, Tona asks if he doesn't see she's talking to Kajin. "I'll accept your challenge later, so just be quiet for now, you bastard." Haytona is furious. "How dare you act like that after striking down my cadet?" Haytona realized what he'd said and covered his mouth in fear. Jin smiled. "My cadet corps." Jin turns to Haytona with a smile. "So, this guy's with you?" "Brother, I only cut him because he was looking at me so bloodthirstily." The crowd is in a panic, wondering if this is a power struggle between Jin and the Tona brothers. Z smiled to himself, thinking his brothers had been taught a lesson instead of being discouraged. He looked at Kajin, kneeling on the ground and clutching his arm. From the Tona brothers' words, Kajin has publicly sided with them. Z watches Jane standing proudly, realizing Jane's actions are not random, but part of the Dan's long-standing tradition. In the power struggle, he's just made a bold move. Jin steps forward sternly. "Cadets, listen up, I am Jin Dancan." Jin addressed the crowd. "You can point your swords at me or ambush me as you did before, but if you show even the slightest dissent, I will not hesitate to cut you down as I did before." The crowd looked at Jin in fear. R spoke sternly. "Jin, the youngest scion and the Emeth in line of the family." Jin turns his head. "Yes, Elder." Z's eyes flashed red. "Do you think you're allowed to act that way in front of me?" Despite Z's urgency, Ian remained calm. "That's right." Z is incredulous. Why? Before the stunned eyes of the Tenine brothers, he remains emotionless. Because he never intended to fight both of them. "I'm fighting you, Elder." Z's face was terrifying as he raised his hand, a golden light appearing in his palm. "You're fighting me!" Z's eyes flashed red as a golden sword formed from his power. He emanates a terrifying aura as Ray points the golden sword. "Explain yourself, Jean. Depending on your answer, I can behead you right here, right now." After hearing Jin's challenge, Elder Van Conden summons a sword of light, his tone menacing. "A fight between us?" The Elder's face darkened, his eyes glowing a menacing red. He lowered his voice. "This should be interesting." Immediately, the Elder pointed his light sword at Jin and questioned him. "Explain yourself, and your answer will determine your fate." Despite this, Jin remained fearless, his face hardening with a hint of anger. "Elder Dan Ganden, continue, and I might just behead you right here." Jin then calmly replied to Elder Dan, showing no fear. "You've chosen a peculiar way to intimidate the cadets, even with me in this class." Suddenly, the Elder clenched his fist, his face terrifying. "Go on, Jin. I've been thinking about it since you attacked me." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Elder Dan unleashed an attack on Jin, narrowly missing him. Jin's expression remained calm, devoid of fear, despite a small cut on his face from the earlier attack. Elder Khan scowls, glaring at Jin. "So you're unhappy that I threatened the cadets and that's why you caused this mess?" Jin replies, "That's right, except for the unhappy part." The Elder responds, "Then you should have aimed your sword at me. Why injure a cadet?" Jin calmly replies, "Because I haven't won yet." Mesa, standing nearby, is shocked by Jin's response to the Elder, while Jin smirks deviously. He calmly replies that if he knew he could win, he wouldn't target Kajin or his brothers, but him. The Elder's sword of light slowly fades away. He responds to Jin, saying it seems he doesn't value his life very much, and that they both rely too much on being the chief's sons. Hearing that, Jin immediately retorted without hesitation, "That's not true." At this, Elder Van Caden's expression softened as Jin continued, "I don't believe that inaction in the face of a stronger opponent is what a Caden should do." To the shock and surprise of everyone present, Jin continues, "Life is fleeting, but honor is eternal, is it not?" Hearing this, the Black Clan Elder suddenly smiles strangely and happily exclaims, "How foolish." The Elder Black Clan leader burst into laughter at Jin's words. "You arrogant fool, you're so stupid you made me laugh." Then, Elder Konden gleefully said to Jin, "All right, I'll concede to you, you're worthy of living in the Konden family." Elder Konden then shouted to all the cadets present, "Cadets, never forget this day. What you've witnessed is the embodiment of the Van Kane family. What this brat showed us today is the essence of our clan's sword followers, Next, Elder Van Caden shouted with an excited expression. Cadets, fight and never forget your purpose. With that, Elder Kanden dismissed them. Training begins tomorrow, the cadets reluctantly shouted in unison. Yes, sir. After Elder Kanden left, Tona and Haytona immediately turned on each other. The two grumbled, damn it. Jin didn't even glance back as he left, offering some brotherly advice. Jane then turned to the two of them, saying, You may fear your elders now, but will that always be the case? Hearing Jane's words, Tona and Haytona were speechless and could only hang their heads. Don't just look at what's in front of you, it's better to look far and wide. Jin arrived home and placed his sword next to the black cat. Seeing Jin return, the servant Julie greeted him. Master, you're back early? Jin turned to look at her. Julie responded. Yes, master, Jin tells Julie, causing her to look shocked, surprised, and confused. I've started a ranking battle with the Tona twins, Jin said wearily, and continued. But I think my sisters, An and Miyu, are backing them. Hearing this, Julie hesitated. Is that so? Jin replied. Yeah, Jin thought back to what had just happened. I injured a cadet on their side. After digging around, it seems he's on my sister's side. Jin thought about Haytona's panicked expression and continued, realizing he'd misspoke. Now he's on their side. If she finds out about this, they'll be furious. Jin smirks, stating that he couldn't possibly have a 5-star knight on his side, as they only accept weaker people into their ranks. Julie sweats, looking worried, but both young ladies are fortunes, and there's an unspoken rule that fortunes only fight fortunes. Hearing this, Jin replies, It's fine. Actually, I'm glad you've started correcting me. It's a big secret of theirs, but since they're all fortunes, there's no reason for them to attack me. Jin sits down and continues, All they can do is mess with my team assignments and the difficulty of my missions using their providence. To make it easier for me to get hurt or die, Jin continued. However, among the high-difficulty missions, there are quite a few solo missions, and who's going to control me on those? Meaning I can go all out on those missions. Hearing Jin's words, July seemed to realize something and happily approached Jai. In that case, this is a good opportunity, Jin replies. That's right, Jin chuckled. I just need to be grateful to you all and improve my performance. Suddenly, Jin picks up the black cat, surprising it, and happily cradles it in his arms. I'm sure bringing a cat along won't be a problem. The cat exclaimed in a panic. Jane continues, Oh, heavens, like Murkhan, I wouldn't take you on a mission because I have a different task for you. Hearing that, the black cat looked back at Jin with a reluctant expression, wondering what the other task was. Jin replied, I'll tell you next time, so until then, we have to keep a low profile. July was happy. Yes, young master. Meanwhile, Elder Moonkin was giving instructions to the cadets. Next, after you three complete the afternoon training, you'll receive special training in the secret training grounds, reserved only for those of the black blood lineage. These are the privileges of you purebloods, but don't expect the training to be easy, understood? The cadets replied in unison, Yes, sir. The twins, Tona and Hay. Tona were bruised and battered as Elder Dancan continued. The swordplay of our clan focuses on power. Destructive, decisive, fight, win, possess. The characteristics of the Kanden family are all reflected in our swordsmanship, Elder Kanden continued. There is no specific definition for our family's swordsmanship, though there are signature techniques and secrets that only a chosen few may learn. Jane listened intently to Elder Kanan, thinking to himself that his sisters must be furious. Elder Van Kanen stated seriously that this swordsmanship has no specific form, whether it be footwork or rules. This is the biggest difference between the Kanen family and other families. He then looked down at the cadets and asked if they knew why their family's swordsmanship had no set form. Jine replied, Because of the different physical abilities and talents the Kanen family possesses. The Elder Kanen responded, That's right. He continued, A Dancan is one with noble blood, possessing a body and swordsmanship talent beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Then, looking at Jean, he added, Even with some deviations, you are still far superior to the average person. Suddenly the Kanen elder smirked. What you've learned has been far too easy. Then he lifted a metal ball. Now, I'll give each of you a steel ball. Dai takes the steel ball, a look of doubt on his face, and ponders, What's this? Is there something inside? Steel? The elder explained. It's called clear stone, because striking it produces a clear sound. Then, holding an iron bar, he looks at the steel ball, saying, Now, I'll let you hear 3 kinds of sounds the clear stone makes. Listen closely. He immediately struck the steel sphere without hesitation. The sphere emitted a sound so awful that Jane, Tona, and Hey Tona clutched their heads in discomfort. The elder said the sound was awful, right? Then he continued to strike the steel orb with the iron bar. This time, the sound emanating from the steel sphere is surprisingly pleasant, leaving Jine and Hyona astonished. The Black Cane Elder stood sternly before the steel orb. As you've heard, a clear strike creates different sounds depending on the force used. If your strike is too weak, the sound will be dull. But if it's just right, the sound will be magnificent. Realizing the challenge, Jin thought, so the goal is to create a beautiful sound with each strike, training our power control, mental strength, and focus. He stared at the orb, thinking, even so, this is just repeatedly striking the clearstone. It's too safe to be a special training reserved for the Kandans. Suddenly, the clan elder smirked, swinging his sword fiercely at the steel orb. The final sound. Hearing that, Jin was incredibly curious. What was that third sound? I definitely heard a rustling sound from inside the clear stone, Jin thought, like a piece of steel. Just then, the Black Elder swung his sword towards the steel orb, and suddenly, Yanwu realized something, horrified. Realizing this, he rushed to Daytona and Haytona, shouting frantically for them to get down as the steel sphere began to crack and then explode. The explosion was massive, sending dust and debris everywhere, as Jin, Daytona, and Haytona lay sprawled on the ground. Then, the three of them sat up, Daytona and Haytona still clueless as to what had just happened. What just happened? Elder Kandan praised him upon seeing the aftermath. Jane notes that the youngest seems to have good intuition, then stares at the deep crater left by the explosion. Yes, if you strike the clear stone too hard, it will explode like that. Next, Elder Caden smiles with excitement. All right, you know everything you need to know. Let the training begin. After Elder Dan's iron ball was struck, it exploded with incredible force, filling the air with dust and smoke, engulfing the three. Tona and Haytona were utterly bewildered and confused after the massive explosion. What was that? Seeing that the three had avoided the explosion, the elder praised Jine. Oh ho, young master has quite the intuition. The Dark Clan elder observes the crater caused by the steel ball. Indeed, channeling too much power into pure stones causes them to explode like this. Jine Tona and Tona Tetu get to their feet. Elder Van Kanden continued. After Luna, you're the first to emerge unscathed from the blast. Elder Dancan Den scratches his chin with a serious expression. I've personally trained most of your brothers. These simple drills are just a formality. I didn't expect anyone to escape the blast. Intrigued, Jin interrupted Elder Dan Kandan, asking, Excuse me, but how did Luna avoid the explosion? Tona and Haytona were surprised by Jin's question, and Elder Dancan Den lowered his head, seriously contemplating the past. I fear you'll be disappointed to hear this. All of your siblings could do it. Jin responds, It's fine, right? The elder then recalls Luna's past. Luna stands before the soon-to-explode steel ball, admitting she couldn't dodge it like he could, and that his sister was also hit by the blast like the other children. Luna was blown away by the explosion from the steel orb, and the elder rushed to check on her. However, to his surprise, Luna was completely unharmed. She was perfectly fine, untouched by the blast's power. Back in the present, after hearing Elder Van Kanden's story about Luna, Jin, Day, Tona, and Hay. Tona were all incredibly surprised, their eyes wide with disbelief. The elder continued, Oh, and starting today, the three of you must train with pure stone every afternoon. Elder Van Kanden closed his eyes, looking serious, saying they must master it to the point where they can hear its voice in any situation before stopping. Understood? The three responded with a resounding yes. One beautiful afternoon in Luna's chambers, she relaxes with a book. Nanny Nani enters the room, carrying a tray of tea. My lady. Luna looked up as Nani approached. Ah, Nani, thank you. Nani pours Luna a cup of tea and sets it on the table. About what you told me before. Luna replied, Yes. About us trying to assassinate someone? Nani then sat in the chair next to Luna. Yes. Now Lady Mew and An are suspicious of me. They also know about Master Jine, so it's highly likely. Luna looks at Nanny. They're acting recklessly, but to what end? Could they be crazy enough to plan an assassination at the Thunder Arena? Luna picked up her teacup, lost in thought. After all, they're forbidden from participating in the succession battle with Dancan. Luna's eyes were full of thought. Besides, if Father knew their plan, this house would be turned upside down, and their lives would be in danger. What if it was just a misunderstanding? Luna thought about Jane. He's 10 years old, so I think both scenarios are possible. Besides, we've been investigating that incident for 5 years and haven't found anything. Luna thought about her father questioning Jin. Jin looked at Luna, unaware of how close she came to death. Luna continued, I don't think Jine was lying. Back then, he was very wary of me. Luna gazed at her reflection in the teacup, realizing it wasn't just a random feeling. I believe it was intuition. He sensed something. Hearing this, Nanny Nani wondered, should we investigate Lady Mew and Anne first? Luna placed her teacup on the table. Yes, I'm counting on you. Getting stuck like this is worrying me. This gives me a bad feeling. Nani replied, I'm the one who should be worried. I worry your siblings will hurt you again. I'm well past the age of 13, so you don't need to worry about me. Luna then rested her chin on her hand, wondering about Jine's training. I wonder if Jin is doing well, Nanny Nani wondered. Ah, about Master Z's training? Luna replied. Yes, it's about time he showed me the results of his training. Luna closed her eyes. Relax, he might get hurt a little by the pure stone, but he'll do fine. Watching him grow is so rewarding. The next day, at Jin's training grounds, the 4-hour afternoon session began, and Jine was already training hard, his face drenched in sweat. He was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Of all the training he'd endured, this one left Jine unable to lift his head, and it truly made him feel awful. Seeing this, the dark heavenly demon elder held up a piece of paper and said to Jin, Take a 5-minute break. Jin sat down to rest, his hands trembling as he gripped his sword, his eyes tightly shut. I thought this training would help me control my power and will, but that wasn't the case. From the start, I had to focus on limiting my light energy. Jin recalls Elder Dancan swinging his sword to shatter the pure stone without relying on it like a crutch. He still lacks fundamental strength. Jane trembled, gripping her sword tightly, determined to train and strengthen her light energy. She took a deep breath, regaining her strength, knowing she had to train to hear the pure stone and destroy it with ease. Jin sits calmly before the Elder Kanden. Easy now, stay calm. This is just what my older siblings had to do before reaching adulthood in my past life. I can definitely do it too. At that moment, the Black Mane Elder glanced at Jin, Daytona, and Haytona. He looked at Haytona, noting that all three were doing well and steadily improving. Haytona argues with Daytona, insisting he said it came out, then the Elder looks at a trembling Daytona. Daytona argued with Haytona, asking where the trick was, as the Elder Dancan turned his gaze to Jine, who sat calmly, yet was the most special of them all. Elder Dan's heart was filled with joy. He stroked his chin, smiling faintly. Perhaps he could surpass Luna's record. Later, as night fell, Elder Dan's voice echoed, laced with amusement. Only Jin remained conscious, while Tona and Haytona had fainted, sprawled on the ground. The Elder instructed Jin to give this to his brothers, saying if they wanted to faint again tomorrow, they needn't come. Jin obeyed, and Jine departed. Tona and Hay. Tona then woke up and struggled to get home. The Tona twins had passed out later than he thought. In any case, a Dan clan is a Dan clan. Jine walks away with a proud posture, the youngest of them all. After Jine left, the Black Van Clan elder suddenly couldn't contain himself and shouted, "Why did it have to be the youngest?" He wore an expression of deep regret. If only he had been born 10 years earlier, he could have devoured the entire Dancan clan with his talent. That damned older brother? What am I going to do? The elder of the Dancan clan slumped to the ground, utterly defeated, muttering about his regret. 1 month later, May 1795, at the mid-level cadets training grounds, the announcer stands before the group. Attention, the announcer with the document stands before the cadets, declaring the first mission of the year for the intermediate class. The cadets called forward learn their first mission. Protection. The personnel you'll be protecting are new recruits from the Min Smith Company, specifically Hewson Badin. The announcer continued. The third mission was monster subjugation, the target being orcs. The announcer reads the document, slightly bewildered, stating the mission is in the unprotected Kurano territory. These are the chosen ones, so far. The announcer, a bit dazed and surprised, continued. Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Tam Mong, Kiko, Jusen, Eddington, Sierra, Fince, David. After 10 names, Mesa and Bellup were surprised to hear their names called. With the list read, the announcer rolled up the documents, which mentioned a total of 25 orcs. The announcer continued, explaining that the orcs tend to move in herds, so they should be determined to carry out the mission together, news that caused Mesa's expression to turn grave. The announcer finished, saying Beto would provide further details, leaving all the cadets in disarray. Looking at Mesa and Bellup, they whispered, "Newbies subduing the Orse? What can they do? Half of them are dead for sure." Khan and Kajin smirked at Mesa and Bellup, saying they should prepare their coffins and write their wills before the mission. The orange-haired guy chimed in with Khan and Kajin, "Or maybe you can beg Master Jin to save us. We're so scared." Hearing that, Taimong was furious, asking what they said, but Mesa calmly stopped him. "Forget it, Taimong. We can't beat them yet, and we haven't even gotten to the mission. Getting injured would be a real problem." Taimong was still angry, but Mesa reminded him that those bastards were still short on funds. Suddenly enraged, Mesa glared at Taimong, shouting for him to shut up and stay put. Have you forgotten? This is the Dancan family. Mei continues, I must carry out the mission I've been given. And return, after completing the mission. Mi's attitude became firm and determined. That's the only way I can defeat them. At that moment, Haitona gritted his teeth and swung his sword down on the sphere with all his might. As the slash landed, the orb erupted with immense power, and a look of horror washed over his face. Oh, damn it. A scream pierces the air as a massive explosion erupts, like a rocket blasting off, leaving only a desperate cry. There, To. And Toa-na could only watch in dismay. As Jane stood by with his eyes closed, a broken voice called out to him, and Jin coldly opened his eyes. Jin barely managed to brace himself against the sudden attack, while the two Sonas watched in shock. Hick, Jin, are you okay? I didn't mean to. Jin, wincing slightly, replied, I'm okay. Could you move that somewhere else? Or is Suna just going to be confused? Okay. I'm sorry. Later, as the two brothers cleaned up, Jine reflected that a month had passed since she began training with Pure Stone. The brothers had already blown it away, faster than she thought. But what was that feeling she just had? He silently looked down at his hand, as if drawn to the iron sphere. It's being drawn along the path of the arrow. Now, if the iron bead flies again, I think I can avoid it easily. Could this feeling be related to Luna's training? Before that feeling fades, let's try it again. Jin picked up his sword and faced the orb, his expression hardening. Suddenly a voice rings out. Attention, you have been assigned a mission. The Dark Mage Elder then made an announcement to the brothers, and they both grimaced in dismay. An event is an event, and the two Tonas lament, clutching their heads in despair. Why does it have to be the Bee Empire? I'm already feeling sick and tired of it. Here, Tona collapses in despair, lamenting the restrictive formal wear. Even the elder Dancan chimes in, offering his condolences. Thanks to you, the other siblings don't have to dance at the Imperial Banquet Hall, but his expression is incredibly stern. Even if it's an event, it's still a mission. How dare you complain? With that attitude, I'll show you what it truly means to wish for death. The two brothers could only whimper in agreement. Sorry, Uncle. Jin couldn't help but sweat, helplessly thinking that his sister and Ian were being malicious. To punish you for your poor swordsmanship, which is why it's unbelievable you were sent to the Bee Empire's event, Song explained that because it's a major event, the Kendon family couldn't refuse. There will be very strong people there for entertainment, so go and observe them and see what you can learn. They both responded, yes. But the Kanden elder called out to Jin again, and Jin responded, yes, Uncle. He looks down at the documents. The mission assigned to you is to assassinate a key figure. The target is a plaything of the Ice Castle's master Talaris, one of that woman's lovers. Jin remained calm while Tona looked shocked. Elder Caden continued, You know about the Ice Castle and its master, don't you? Jin replied, Yes, sir. The Ice Castle is a massive tower that rises from the Western Sea. The master of the Ice Castle is its owner, the 51st master, Talaris, also known as the Spider of the Abyss. She was known for brutally torturing those who lusted after her lovers. Ice Castle was an independent force beyond the control of the Kanan or Jipo families. You know how powerful the Ice Castle and its master are, right? Elder Van Kanen asked. He then presented information about the assassination target, Ankaro Chanderer, who is currently being guarded by a member of the Ice Castle in the Lawless Zone. As Jin pondered with his eyes closed, the two brothers exclaimed in terror, What? Mommy. The two of them panicked and whispered to each other. Tona said that if it's at the level of needing Mommy, then this is a Guardian Knight's mission. Jane may be talented, but isn't this going too far? Jin calmly interjected. He has a question. Since the Chender family issued this mission, does that mean they want to kill their own descendant? Elder Van Kanden responds resolutely. Indeed, it seems the Chender family has tried everything to bring him back, but all have failed. They must think it's better to kill him than risk him revealing family secrets. Do you think you can carry out this mission? Hearing the question, Jine coldly agreed, I will do it. Seeing that unwavering resolve, Elder Khan was taken aback. Why you? He observed Jine's composure, wondering if he truly understood the dangers of the Ice Castle. Why did he agree so readily? I thought I'd have to talk to Kiyun if he resisted. Thinking this, Elder Van Kanden said nothing more. Ah, well, decisiveness is good. The three of you will depart in 2 days. The two brothers, still worried, stammered a question. Uncle, is Uncle Jin really going to Mai? He said if he wants to go, why stop him? Afternoon training will be cancelled until the mission is over, and personal training will be limited so as not to interfere with the mission. The two brothers could only reply in unison. Yes, Jin replied vaguely. Okay, Uncle. Hey, Tona turned and called out at this moment. Uncle Jine? Jine asked, confused. What? He stammered. Then, suddenly excited, Tona said that if necessary, just say you're a Rankin family member. Seeing their awkwardness, Jine felt helpless and said, "No one would dare touch you. Worried about you and all that?" Hearing this, the two quickly denied it. "We're just worried about you? That's right, we'll be the ones to deal with you, so don't die before then." Ignoring them, Jin turned away, sword in hand, saying, "Brothers, change your minds before I return." With that, Jin coldly slashed at the orb. The two brothers could only tremble and hug each other, their eyes wide with panic as they looked towards Jine, who turned back with a bright smile after the strike. "Do you like them or me?" Suddenly, Elder Duncan Dan's voice echoed. "Two Tonas. Here, Tona." They both answered in unison, "Yes." Watching Jine's retreating figure, he spoke like a younger brother. "Prepare yourselves and don't provoke him before we're strong enough if you want to live long." He reminded them with a somber, meaningful expression, and soon, 2 days later, a group of people gathered. "Master, are you going to the lawless Mammoth region?" Jin replied. "Yeah," Song Mesa then asked. "But Master, your hair—" Jin's hair had changed. He explained, "I'll be in disguise. I can't be recognized as a black blood." "I understand, and you kindly remind me that my mission differs from yours, so I'll go to a different transfer gate." "So, my mission is to go through all of your immigration procedures?" Jin asks. Mesa simply replied, "Yes." Suddenly he asks, "Why do you all look so gloomy? What's wrong?" Mesa and her teammates looked unhappy, but she denied it, saying, "It's nothing, we just wanted to say goodbye." Jine, sensing the exaggeration, tried to lighten the somber mood. "What's with the goodbyes? Acting like it's the last time we'll see each other. Well, if we're unlucky, some of us might die. But worrying won't change anything, will it? So let's focus on the task at hand. I'll definitely be back, so don't worry too much." Beoltiop forces a smile. "Yes, young master, please be careful." Jin patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "Yeah, see you later." Later, Julie sighed. "How adorable." Jin replies, "Understood, protect them." Black Dragon then spoke, "Don't worry, I'm a master." Before he could finish, Jine interjected, "Don't get caught and don't stand out too much." Black Dragon gritted his teeth in anger. "That little punk, you be careful not to get caught and don't get cocky just because of your disguise. I'm off." A moment later, Jane led the horse outside, and July, looking off to the side, said, "Murakhan isn't here, so it'll be quiet." Jin replied, "Consider it a break, July. I'll bring back the prize." She clasped her hands together, her face full of worry. "But I'm still worried about the mission to assassinate the Ice Castle Lord's lover. I know you're not just some average cadet, but Mammy is still a very dangerous place. Please be careful on your journey." Jin, already on horseback, replied, "Yes, I will return." He affirmed this with a bright smile, as the scene shifts to the lawless region of Mamit, a haven for the lowest of criminals. Just then, a large man carrying a weapon burst through the door, shouting, "Hey, you bastards, I'm new here." "Why so silent?" came a reply from within. "Go? Who's Gelgo? Thon? On the run again?" The man called Thon entered the den of iniquity, answering with pride, "That's right, I'm back." The den of lawless criminals was said to be heavily influenced by those terrifying individuals, and suddenly they turned towards the entrance, as if sensing something. Jine appears with a cold glare, his expression as fierce as a demon. Inside, the others were shocked. "Huh, a new guy?" Ignoring him, Jin flicks a coin and says, "Cold water and something simple?" And the chatter begins. "Look at this guy." The boss says nothing, just happily taking the coin. As Jin sat down at the table, a skinny man appeared, patting his shoulder and asking, "You're quite the loudmouth for a newbie, aren't you? Who are you? A former level 9 knight traitor?" Seeing that he didn't answer, he approached, glaring and grinding his teeth menacingly. "Hey, newbie, shouldn't you learn our rules when you arrive? Now kneel silently and lick my toes." Before he could finish, a group of sharp blades were pointed at his chin. As blood splattered across the table, John slammed his fist down, rose, and coldly demanded, "How much longer do you expect me to wait?" His words met with stunned silence, then a wave of uproar. "Ah, ha, I'm really dead. I knew this day would come." The others cheered, raising their beers in celebration, but Jine frowned, thinking that his master was right. They were all truly insane. To gain the acceptance of these criminals, he must show them skill and daring. He presents the bundle of swords and says, "He has helped me so much in this life and the last. I hope one day to repay him, my master." Soon after, a glass of water and a plate of pastries were brought out, the server carefully adding, "I didn't poison it." Jin replied, "Poison is forbidden here. I know that much." His knowledge piqued the man's interest. "You're young to know so much. Do you have family here?" Jin placed a gold coin on the table and said, None of your business. He picked up the gold coin and cut to the chase. So what do you want? Opium, you say? I've got just the thing. It's been flying off the shelves lately. Or are you looking for someone? He asked mid-bite. Or perhaps someone named Heister is staying here? A vision of a long-haired, red-headed girl appears. The owner closed his eyes and shook his head. No, I'm sure of it, Jin replied. I understand. In that case, can you recommend a few places for me to stay? Prioritizing a bug-free stay, the innkeeper suggests the Moonwell Inn west of the city, a place fit for Mommy's king so there's no need to cause a ruckus. Later that evening, at the Westmit Wellspring Inn, Jin arrived. He thought to himself that Anaro Genderler was the good-for-nothing son of an earl, raised in a greenhouse, never knowing hardship. He's obsessed with pleasure and excitement, and has nothing but his bloodline and his face. He's a coward who bows to the strong and tramples the weak, and the reason he's in this dangerous city is to attract the attention of the mysterious castle lord, whose mind is currently occupied by a new lover. This is the lodge where he's staying. That guy said there's a new kind of opium in me, so he's probably doing drugs in his room. Because he's one of the mysterious lord's lovers, he's bound to have guards. And now he ascends the stairs into the lodge. Jane decides to assess the situation inside, entering the house to find someone inside, angrily questioning another. Why? Why are you saying you can't do it? Yesterday, you got it for me without a problem. Jin paused, taking in the scene. Today must be my lucky day. Who would have thought I'd run into him? The guard said, We can't let you continue like this. But Ankro-Gender was still extremely resentful. Damn it, enough already. I'm begging you. I can't live an hour without it. The guard was helpless against his aggression. No means no, young master. You must remember that our job is to protect you, not indulge you. But Ankaro-Gender just pointed and glared, shouting, Shut your mouth. I don't want to hear another word. Just stop talking. If you don't give it to me, I'll find a way myself. You wretches. I'll remember your faces. Just wait until my love returns. You're all dead. The guard could only sigh, giving the other an opportunity to find fault. What? Oh, how dare you sigh in my face like that? He nonchalantly glances back, meeting the gaze of another guard, thinking of the filthy Genderler rabble. I am Ankaro. Gender was still cursing when he was punched in the chest, his face contorted in pain. How much longer do we have to protect this sack of potatoes? I wish he'd just OD already. The guards grumbled about the troublesome addict, wondering why he was being kept alive. The other guard shushes him, reminding him that their job is to follow orders, not emotions. Dian watches them ascend the stairs, beginning his analysis. His guards appear to be at least 6th-level swordsmen. Killing Ankaro is the easy part. It's what comes after that's the problem. I need to lure him out and escape his guards. Here, using poison is taboo. If I assassinate him with poison, the entire mammoth will turn against me. But his guards are a major obstacle to killing him. How can I secretly kill Ankaro right here in the Moon Well? Jin analyzes with a thoughtful expression, then slams his hand down, a look of determination on his face. All right, I've made my decision. Excitement is written all over his face. Later, as dawn breaks, a voice echoes outside. How many guards does he have? Her follower replied, 6, my lady. She folded the document in her hand and cheerfully said, I'm sorry to trouble you all because of a fool who doesn't know his place. Haichin happily replied, But today will put an end to that, won't it? The young lady has come here herself to make things easier for us. The young lady replied, Indeed, he's the kind of guy you can kill any time. You said he's at Moonwell, right? Hurry now. Shouldn't good news arrive swiftly? The 2 attendants replied, Yes, my lady. Cut to another location where lightning streaks across the sky, converging before striking down. The area below is heavily impacted, and everyone struggles to stay standing. Haitan speaks up. My lady, is that directed at the Moon Clan? The young lady, affected by the force, couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Looks like we picked the wrong day, she says, struggling against the force, as the scene shifts to Jin. At that moment, he slammed his hand on the table. All right, I've made up my mind. He looked up, resolute. Meanwhile, Jin ascended the stairs, already calculating how to devastate the Moon Well with magic from his room. I'm only 1 star, but if I pour in more soul command power, I can create an impact equal to a 6-star. That spell will make them think a 6-star mage cast it. Who would suspect a 15-year-old of being a 6-star mage? No one at all, not even Berdin Jiffin, who just reached the 6th star. Thanks to the nature of his soul power, there won't be any trace of him casting the spell, and no one will suspect him. Jin then takes off his cloak and alters its shape slightly to make it look like an outside attack. Summoning lightning may be the most fitting spell, and a mass of dark energy now appears beneath Jin. Releasing his spirit energy, the black aura surged around Jin, eventually engulfing him completely. And lightning crackles in his hands. I've truly set a terrible plan in motion. His state becomes somewhat frenzied as the lightning spreads, gradually coalescing into a massive, powerful torrent. Jine's face appears within the lightning, summoning thunder and lightning itself. This is Jine's influence. The young lady and her group are caught in the brunt of this powerful attack, and she seems thrilled. What's this? Looks like I picked the wrong day to visit. This young lady is Ceres Idoma, leader of the Secret Chamber's 7 Swords and daughter of the Chamber's master. Jine's lightning power grows stronger, striking with such force that visibility is near zero. The two following behind speculate that someone from the Moonlight Well must have angered a high-ranking mage. Ceres Idoma agrees, unnerved, adding that it could also be an attack on the secret palace. Suddenly, Ceres Idoma turned back and said, "There are 6 of our people inside the inn, not to mention Mother's lover Ankaro is also there." Then she ran off, urging, "Let's go. I don't care what happens to that Ankaro." Prioritizing their own people, the two follow behind, replying, "Yes, ma'am." But as Xiaoxi runs, he sees flashes of lightning still flickering beneath the dark clouds ahead. In the next instant, lightning struck. The house exploded, and debris flew everywhere as people emerged from the wreckage, cursing. "Damn it, who did this? Hey, you said you killed Jeffin's mages before. What if they're getting revenge? I'm doomed." "Wait!" Oma shouted in a panic, trying to stop him, but a blinding light flashed before him, blocking his path. An enormous thunderclap, bigger than ever before, appears and crashes down, obliterating everything. Standing before this, Haitan cried out in alarm, "What is happening?" Ceres Oma is shaken, believing that massive tremor was the final attack. Tutan adds, "We agree, lady." Ceres Oma gazed at the smoking ruins, praying for everyone's safety, as a hand emerged from the rubble and a battered Jine crawled out of the wreckage she had created. Perhaps because the final strike mixed all of my spiritual power, it almost reached the 7-star threshold. I was lucky to avoid fatal injuries thanks to the pendant. It seems all the secret chamber guards are still alive, but where's Inaro? If he's alive, this is my chance. Suddenly, a figure loomed over him, and Miss Ceres leaned down, asking Jine, "Are there people my age in mammoths, too? Are you all right? So you were caught in the attack, too?" His face was dazed as he looked up at her. Without waiting for a response, Ceres turned and said, "Let's get out of here. Stand up." 2 of her men approached, announcing, "My lady, our people are over there. They're injured but alive." Ceres replied happily, "Good. Gather everyone outside. If they're still protecting Inaro, order them to deal with him." He responded, "Understood, my lady." She then added, "Those attacks are similar, definitely the work of the same person. If you find that executioner, tie him up immediately." The 2 attendants replied, "Understood, miss." Meanwhile, Jine was still stunned, analyzing Ceres. Isn't she the daughter of the secret palace lord? Judging by their conversation, it seems she came here to look after Inaro. His death was arranged, so I don't need to check on him. The problem is what happens next. It'll be troublesome if she recognizes me, so I'll disguise myself as much as possible and escape in the chaos. Thinking this, he ruffled his hair and lowered his head to reduce his visibility, when suddenly a guard announced, "Forgive us, my lady, but Inaro died in the attack. We failed in our duty to protect him." Upon hearing this, Ceres casually said, "Really? That's good news. I came to relieve you of that duty, having to keep an eye on that fool for so long." "You've suffered enough," she said, directing her words toward Inaro's guard. He could only respond to the young lady, when suddenly she leapt into the air. Ceres raised her sword before the crowd and declared, "The secret palace will be temporarily requisitioning this inn. I am Ceres Idoma, daughter of Talaris, leader of the secret palace, and captain of the secret palace 7 Swords. Anyone who opposes will be considered an enemy of the secret palace." These arrogant words caused dissatisfaction and disbelief, as they retorted, "Don't make me laugh. Even if you are the daughter of the secret palace lord, this is Mamit. Does the secret palace dare to bypass the kings of this city to take over the situation? You've overstepped your authority. Not to mention the reason we were attacked is likely because of the secret palace." These rebuttals only made Ceres grimace. A moment later, she swung a cold, decisive blade across their necks, then, holding her blood-steaming sword, declared, "I made it clear that anyone who opposes us will become an enemy of the secret palace. King of Mami, do you think you can disregard the secret palace just because you play emperor in this den of swindlers? If this attack was truly aimed at the secret palace, we will compensate you accordingly. But what if the mage's target is one of you, and the citadel is caught in the crossfire? What will you do then?" The others, though enraged, could only grit their teeth and bear it. At that, Ceres turned and glared with a cold expression. "I think that's fair enough for the secret chamber to commandeer this inn." "Ha, fine. Do as you wish. After all, we must find and kill the mage who caused the attack." "I think so too. Let's find the mage among the survivors. He's not one of mine. There are no mages in dark heaven. Unsurprisingly, one of you swindlers likely provoked the mastermind while gallivanting about, so cease this pointless resistance. And you... Ceres placed her hand on the collapsed wall. Why are you being so slow? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Jin, with dirt smeared on his face to hide his smile, feigned ignorance and stammered, I'm a little scared, and my left leg is injured. Sorry. Seeing him like that, Ceres pulled out a vial and remarked, "Aha, you're too cowardly for a man, but you're a rather cute swordsman. Pull up your pants. You're lucky to have survived the attack, and you should feel honored that the great Ceres herself is applying medicine for you." He responded, "How can I repay this debt?" She simply smiled, squinted, and said, "It's unnecessary. Someone like you could never repay the great Ceres. Just consider it a fond memory and bow towards the secret chamber from time to time." With that, Ceres stood up, turned, and waved goodbye. "Farewell." Jin, his face smeared, waves back with a smile. But as soon as they were gone, he lowered his hand, his face returning to its usual coldness. Mission complete. Cut to a new scene, where an attack is launched. Knights clash with monsters, felling the beasts with earth-shattering blows. A voice echoes, and after the 18 knights finish off the monster, they step on its corpse and happily declare, "I think we can all make it back alive." The two excitedly high-five and turn back, ready to trample the honor of those who dared mock them when suddenly, Diamond and Cert are called. Don't let your guard down. There are still 7 monsters left. May warned with a serious expression, and they responded, "Ugh, I know already." The Milu usually move in small groups, but they're wandering alone now, making them easy to eliminate. Perhaps the gods are on our side, or perhaps Master Jin is blessed and that positive energy is spreading to the others. May frowned in thought, then continued to delegate tasks. The search continues, and stay vigilant until the very end. Be careful. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes, and Meow Lord's dark head emerged. Dejected, he turned and walked away, so they thought there were still 7 left. If they catch that many more, I can finally go home. Days before Jay's squad received their mission, a voice echoed as a group of orcs gathered. "Is everyone here? Listen up, you orc bastards. From this day on, make sure you always move alone." The black dragon stood there, reminding them, his expression utterly terrifying. "If you disobey or gather in groups of 2 or more, I'll send you all to hell. Got it? If you understand, hurry up and get going." The orcs, hearing this, scattered in every direction. Back in the present, the black dragon continues to walk alone, grumbling to himself. "That little brat always makes me do troublesome things. So what if he's a Millennium contractor? So what?" Suddenly, a loud scream erupted, scattering the resting birds. It's the center of the universe. Later, the cat hid in a tree branch, observing Giant's squad while thinking, when I get back, I'll make that brat buy me new comics. In this body, that's all I can do, he lamented as he collapsed. To complete the mission without any sacrifices, a powerful tremor suddenly shakes the ground. And the black dragon is immediately on high alert. He emits black energy, sensing what this energy is around him. It's coming closer. A massive figure emerges from the haze, looking like a formidable foe, as Black Dragon reverts to his human form, observing silently. Damn it, where did these guys come from? I didn't think they'd just come back like that. Luckily, they're only around 3 stars. If they were real, he'd already be summoning his power, ready to fight. That kid would sense my barrier immediately. At that moment, he unleashed his power downwards, a torrent of dark energy cascading, growing ever stronger and warping the space into a shadowy realm. Bellup, who was resting, sensed something was wrong. He looked up at the sky and speculated, it seems darker than before. Is it going to rain? The figure outside drew closer, wielding a large spear, when suddenly a red eye flashed, followed by a dark voice and the majestic form of the Black Dragon Prime, who questioned him. "How dare you? You intercept a newly emerged giant while flying in the sky, and you speak out, mobilizing forces without my permission." Suddenly, the Black Dragon realizes something. It's not a living creature, but an ancient relic. The giant tomb guardian stands before a headless stone statue, armed to the teeth. The Black Dragon analyzes grimly. "I'm certain we dragons wiped them out 2,000 years ago. And why are tomb guardians for dead gods here? Whatever the reason, this reunion won't be pleasant." He's producing a dark orb surrounded by dark energy. I'll end this in one breath. As Black Dragon spoke, the orb unleashed a surge of power, crashing down upon the giant below, whose single eye flashed as it emitted an indescribable cry. The shockwave distorts space itself, and a sharp light flashes in the haze. Then, as everything settles, only the Black Dragon and scattered debris remain. With that, Black Dragon landed and returned to human form, stretching his muscles with a sigh. Is it because I haven't used my power in so long? My body aches all over. There's no way a grave giant would just randomly appear. The more I think about it, the more this seems connected to the Jipo family. What is going on with this world? I better keep it a secret from the kid. If something unexpected happens, I can protect him. If he continues to grow at his current rate for 10 years, he might be able to stand against the Jipo family. The Black Dragon imagines Jin as an adult. Then the scene shifts to a room where a man enters, announcing, "Mr. Bisco is in trouble. My masterpiece, the Grave Giant. This is the shape-shifting mage, Buba Gaston." Bisco Ibriano, leader of the Kinzelo revolutionaries, closed the door and replied, "I've heard the news. The children were attacked by a tomb guardian giant in the middle of the night." "That's right." Buba Gaston groans, clutching his head. "What monster would destroy my masterpiece?" Bisco reassures him, "Buba, that's not important now. We must defeat the giant dragon, a dark dragon. I inspected the scene myself." Buba Gaston frowned, confused. "A dragon? Are you saying the dragons have noticed our actions?" "I'm not sure, but I think they're warning us. Keep an eye on things for now. I'll send some useful people your way." With a cold look, Bisco decides, I should arrange a meeting with the Jipo family soon. Meanwhile, Elder Kanden stands proudly with his hands on his hips, pleased. Well done. Everyone safely completed the mission and returned to Mammy. Those fortune tellers must be fuming that they gave you this mission. They're definitely going to lose it over this. Jin replies with a thank you, but Elder Kanden interjects. All right, the unit rests below, answering in unison, "Yes, sir." Later, after reuniting with the squad, everyone was overjoyed to see Jin. "Young master, we're so glad you're okay." Jin happily agreed, saying everyone did a great job. Meanwhile, Ma stood by, observing and speaking up. "Have you guys heard the news? It just so happened that the terrorist magician attacked the very guest house where the assassination target was staying that day. Jane is so lucky." I also felt the same way, and added that the world we live in is so unfair. Not only is he from the Cadre family, but his luck is off the charts. Some people can't get further than a mediocre cadet, no matter how hard they try. I don't know about the others, but Master Jane nearly reached 4 stars, and his new group is all 3 stars, right? Hey, Kajin, are we just going to stand by and do nothing? Kajin listened, then replied coldly and silently. What else can we do? Even if he's a despised youngest son, he's still a pure-blooded member of the Jaeon family. We can't. Not before Lady Anne gives a direct order. Suddenly, he paused, looking in one direction. Jin now stood before them, and silence fell for a moment. Huh? He overheard everything? Impossible. They were so far away, they worriedly said to each other. Suddenly, Jin smirked faintly and said, Too bad, but I heard everything. My dear friends, the two who were just gossiping with envy suddenly stopped in shock. At that moment, Jin asked Kin Romero if his right hand was all right, to which Kajin, sitting in the shadows, replied, I'm fine. The medics say reattaching it won't be a problem and that you made a clean cut. Jin casually remarks that it seems like everyone was having a rather interesting discussion. Kajin retorted sarcastically, Yes, the most petty thing we lowly people can do when facing young Master Jine is to badmouth you behind your back, hoping you'll forgive us. But Jane, with an expressionless face, simply says, Whether I forgive you or not doesn't really matter, does it? Because I'm not an opportunity yet, but really what does this have to do with you guys? Kajin retorted without hesitation. Wouldn't it be easy for you to have us beaten with just a word? Jin countered, Why would I do that? Kajin sneers, his voice laced with sarcasm. Is it because I'm being so insolent? It is rather irritating, isn't it? At that moment, Mill tried to intervene, saying, Hey, Kajin, what are you doing? But Kajin had already begun to rise. Oh, is that so? Then, with a serious expression, he says, In my eyes, there's no joy in seeing the young master recognized by everyone after completing a mission based solely on luck. There seems to be a misunderstanding, Jean retorts, standing tall. The reason I can't stand you isn't because you mocked me, nor is it because you're disrespectful. Before the other could answer, he touched the hilt of his sword and continued. Kajin Romero, a 5-star knight. Your skills far surpass those of other intermediate cadets. In fact, you're probably even stronger than I am, so why do you just stand there bad-mouthing people behind their backs? With that, Jine excitedly draws his sword, as if to provoke him, saying, I'm sure I've told you that you can challenge me anytime you want. Jin's sword is now pointed at Kin, who asks, Are you sure about this? Jine affirmed, Raise your sword. There's no need to hold back. Let's settle this. At that moment, Kajin's eyes filled with murderous intent, as if hinting that they didn't need to limit their aura usage. Jin is confident. Kajin draws his sword, warning him that he'll regret this. Unable to contain himself, he lunged forward with a powerful strike, but Jin swiftly raised his sword to parry. He analyzed the fight as he went, realizing that while his attacks were strong, they were nothing compared to the opponents he'd face in the future. Yet, Jin confidently analyzes the situation, parrying the lethal attacks as if he's settling in, while Kajin's arrogant voice echoes, "You've finally seen the truth. You're still too weak for me, young master." He frantically unleashes a flurry of sword strikes as if trying to cleave Jin in two, who grits his teeth and raises his sword to parry. But as Jin focused on the sword strike, another force hurtled towards his chest, Qin's kick. Jin is kicked back, and before he can recover, a curved blade of energy slashes toward him. Jin stares ahead, his face grim. "I can see it," he cheered inwardly, leaning back to avoid the fatal blow. Just like when I was hit by Hyona's iron ball, I can see Kajin's attack trajectory now. Strands of hair fall as the sharp blade cuts through the air, and he begins to analyze Kajin's relentless attacks. He could use countless sword techniques to cut through space, but a 5-star knight can't use many. Once he regained his focus, John seriously concentrated on blocking the attacks. Especially with his rage clouding his judgment, Kajin's face twisted in fury, gritting his teeth as if he were going mad. The two swords clashed head-on. Jin calculated he could end it in 3 moves, then confidently declared, "I know your every move. You can't win." Hearing that, Qin was further enraged and scoffed, "You still spout such useless nonsense, young master." Then, as if losing his mind, he charged forward with all his might. But Jin calmly calculated each step, first striking from the left, then a surprise headbutt, a counterattack, and finally, a dodge. Qin, in a frenzy, suddenly pauses, sensing something. Jin prepares his final strike, his blade radiating power. An aura a 4-star could never withstand. Jin's strike sent Kajin flying backwards. The sword flew from his hand, spinning through the air with dust and debris, as Kajin's body froze and fell to the ground. More than the pain, Kajin's face was incredulous as he exclaimed, How is this possible?" That last attack was certain. Jin approached, pointing his sword down at him. "Now I know how many years it will take me to reach 5 stars. Jin stood tall as he declared this, causing Sin to finally pale and sweat with dissatisfaction. "You tricked me, didn't you? I had no idea you were already at the 5-star level." Jin cuts him off. "No, I would never resort to such tricks. It's just that you don't understand me well enough. I would never engage in a battle I thought I would lose." As Jin sheathed his sword, he confidently spoke. Suddenly, the Tona siblings rushed over, asking, "Hey, what happened here?" Witnessing the scene, they froze in shock, unable to believe that Jin stood victorious while a defeated Kajin sat on the ground, his face dark with struggle. What do you mean? How could this be?" The youngest defeated Qin. Jin simply passed by and made a nonchalant comment that didn't amount to much, leaving his 2 brothers bewildered as they turned to watch him go. Yeah, whatever. Let's move on." Then a questioning voice rings out, saying that the youngest crushed someone. "You think we'll believe that?" Kajin stood there reporting, "I'm truly ashamed of myself." Sitting in the back, you ask if he's showing favoritism because the boy is a Kadia, but Qin firmly denies it. "Not at all, my lady," Miu continued to question. "Then what is it? Are you seriously telling me that a 15-year-old reached 5 stars in such a short time?" Qin denied it. "It wasn't just me. Everyone at the training ground saw that the aura was definitely above 5 stars. Hearing that, he seemed disappointed. Forget it. It was my mistake to rely on someone like him. Get out." Qin could only stand there, head bowed, and take it. After he left, the 2 remaining figures fell into silence and looked up and asked, "Is the youngest threatening us?" Miu retorts, "He's not just threatening us, he's threatening the entire family. We need to infiltrate his next mission." His face reveals a sinister intent. That must be where he's headed, and he'll return a corpse. Switching scenes to a room, July enters with something, saying, "Young master, the sword garden is bustling. Everyone is amazed by your achievement." Jin looks down through the window and replies, "Really? In the entire history of the Blackmane family, only my father, Luna, and I have become 5-star knights at the age of 15. So, 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star dark energy. I didn't expect to reach 5 stars in swordsmanship. I was just training with pure stone as usual, and I reached 5 stars. Jin leaned against the window, gazing out as he pondered. It seemed that when one of his 3 powers, dark energy, magic, and aura, grew stronger, the others were affected as well. Before, when I overloaded on dark energy, I also opened a flow of aura and mana. Since I'm the only one with all 3 powers, there's no information, but they're definitely linked. Suddenly startled, he turned to the windowsill flower pot and asked, "Did you put these here?" July replied, "Yes, sir. The vase was empty when you left, so I added some flowers. Should I throw them away?" "No, there's no magic or curse on them, so it's fine." Jin quickly stopped her. Hearing this, Jiawai replies, "Understood." He then adds, "Anyway, once the news breaks that I became a 5-star knight at 15, my brothers will get restless." Jin sat down with a serious expression, even mentioning Joshua, who was nominated to be the next head of the clan. Joshua Runkandel. When Luna Runkandel gave up her position as first heir, the second heir became the leading candidate to succeed the family head. With the support of his mother, Rosa Cannon, he has now solidified his position, as Awu continues to devour pastries on the table, listening to Zane's analysis. Although hiding my skills right now isn't bad, I've decided that revealing my achievements will be more beneficial, since the news of me being a 5-star has already leaked and will spread beyond Dancan. News of me will surely spread across the world. Black Dragon, licking his claws, casually remarks, "Oh my, look at our little one praising himself. I'm sure your brother will behave if you become the center of attention." He readily agreed. Indeed, more importantly, father himself will come to the Sword Garden. July and Black Dragon were stunned to hear this. Their father wanted another heir besides Joshua. Except for Luna, father has never been satisfied with any of his children. But Luna, the only one who piqued his interest, had no interest in the position. So he decided she wasn't fit to lead the family. After that, Joshua's position as the next head of the family was confirmed, with Jantia and Mary as his backups, a stable order until I came along. Jane calculated that his father, unconcerned with age, would give him a chance, just as he did when Jane was a mere novice. His order will surely consist of 2 things. First, a challenge. I can overcome the age gap with you, successor candidates. And second, protection. Father doesn't want me dying at your hands before I'm even tested. That's because I'm a special case. Julie then announced that if his story were published in the papers, he would be flooded with requests to visit from families and groups all over the world. Jin responds that she's right, and there's nothing better than a banquet to deal with all of that at once. When his father arrives, they'll hold a banquet, so Julie should start preparing. He then pointed at the Black Dragon, reminding her to keep a close eye on Murakhan, as they'd be doomed if he secretly turned into a human and infiltrated the banquet. You understand, right? He was startled by that, wasn't he? He then jumped up, protesting, "Hey, do you think I'm a child?" "I know," but July quickly interrupted, saying she would obey him. "Young master, where are the scones?" And just like that, a few days had passed. As July arranged flowers, she cheerfully noted that the butlers seemed quite busy responding to formal letters lately. And when she asked Pedro, she learned that even the Bond royal family had sent one. Jean responded, "The imperial family of the empire? How surprising. They must be very curious." Julie then announced that the head of the family had sent a schedule for visiting the house via Khan. He planned to arrive in a month, and visits from other families would be scheduled accordingly, but the other young masters and ladies were quiet. Jin calmly closed his book, saying, "If they try to discipline me now that I'm in the spotlight, it's as good as announcing they fear or hate me. For the sake of reputation, no doubt." Just then, the PD burst in, looking frantic. "Young master!" he panted, speaking in broken sentences. He was assigned a mission, but the mission vanished, transitioning to another location. A wave of fury emanates from her. How could you, who call yourselves the lucky ones, work in such a manner? The gifted ones stood in a line, receiving her wrath as Rosa Sa, in a fit of rage, unleashed her power and roared, daring to send their youngest to Jipo's territory. These bastards. The door opens and Rosa says softly, "You've arrived." Jin replied, "Yes, mother." A girl with long gray hair, Jantia Khan, the third hope of Khan. Next are Jantian Kandi Argyn, the 5th, and Vigo Jantian Kandi Argyn, the 6th. Rosa then asked if he'd heard that his next mission was the Kolin ruins, to which Jin calmly replied that he had. Having regained her composure, Rosa announced that the mission was cancelled, and Jin would not be going to Kolon. A revelation that shocked Miu and An, who desperately called out to their mother. Rosa immediately lost control, yelling, "Shut up, you bastards are just trying to kill our youngest." Miu calmly questioned her. "Mom, is it so strange that we're trying to kill him?" And added, full of anger, "Exactly. I don't understand why you're still protecting him. What is it?" She sighed in exasperation. "Ha, if you're all going to keep spouting nonsense like this." At that moment, objections arose, revealing that both parents had secretly encouraged sibling rivalry. "Isn't it because our family needs competition? I'm sure you know we've all been competing since we were kids." "That's right, mother. I've been sent on extremely dangerous missions, even as a mid-level knight." Upon hearing this, Rouxel fell silent. She could only close her eyes and say helplessly, "Yes, you're right. Competition is necessary, no matter the method or hidden meaning." Then she asked a fatal question. "But which of you became a knight at just 15 years old?" Hearing this, Miu and An were shocked, but Jin remained silent. The old woman continued, "My youngest is different from you all. If you had achieved what he did at his age, I would protect you. But while everyone else is arguing, I'm over here yawning into my hand," and she continues to crush the prodigy's self-esteem. "In other words, you're not worthy of my protection. Looking at you all, even as prodigies, I don't have many regrets." Suddenly, the names of those who had been silent until now were mentioned: Jantia, June, and Vigo. "Since you three are also prodigies, you will also be held responsible for the chaos caused by these two. Vantia will undergo immediate self-discipline, while John and Vigo will each return one of their family's high-grade swords." Vigo was displeased, saying, "Mother, you want me to return a sword?" Rosa retorted, "If I handled this my way, I'd confiscate all your high-grade swords, so be grateful I'm only doing this much." The two just grimaced and accepted it, unable to do anything. John was caught in the middle of this mess, and after some discussion, the elders turned to him expectantly. "All right, what will you do now? Will you pretend I'm punishing innocent siblings, or accept this favoritism and become arrogant? Show me how you handle this." She's eager to see what Jane will do. Just then, Jane called his mother, and Rosa responded sharply, "Speak, my son." With an innocent smile, Jane happily declares, "I'm very pleased with this mission." Rosa was surprised and quickly asked, "Do you know what the Canon ruins are?" He confidently answered, pleasing his sisters Miu and An. "Yes, it's part of the territory the Condor once tried to seize, but failed. I understand it's dangerous, but—" Jane's expression sharpened with confidence, showing no intention of backing down from this fight. With confidence, Jane declares, "I welcome this important mission you've entrusted to me. I know it's dangerous, but I don't see it as unfair at all. On the contrary, it's a sign that you all value my abilities." Anne, confused, asks why. Jin responds, "Isn't that the reason they assigned me this mission?" Now the aide bravely voices his suspicion. "Or are you doubting your own mother?" Jane responded frankly, "No, I don't. If the sudden assignment changes, those who work for our family will think our family's status and power are declining. We don't have subordinates who would dare doubt the family over such trivial matters. Your sisters simply want to sabotage you. They can't fight me directly, so they're abusing their authority to cause chaos. But you're standing firm, which is exactly what I'm aiming for. Mother, I would surely lose if I fought my sisters now, but I can fight back by completing this mission perfectly. This is a battle I have a chance of winning." Rosa still wanted to stop him, saying that one misstep could cost him his life in the Cullen ruins, and asked if he was sure he was confident. But Jin insisted, yes, and he had a small request. If he returned successfully from the mission, he wanted the sword they had taken back. The two whose names were mentioned were startled. "What?" Jin calmly continued. "I believe it's the least I deserve as a reward. Because Mother said this mission was extremely dangerous." She fell into silence after hearing that. Jiang scratched his head helplessly. "Jin, why do you want to keep the sword we returned? If you need one that badly, I'll give you mine, so please give up on this mission. You need to survive at least until Father returns," Jin suddenly said, his words sounding strange. "If you felt something was wrong, shouldn't you have stopped Anne and Miu from giving me this mission?" Before another argument could erupt, a distant voice called out, "Stop! If you complete the mission and return safely, I will give you the swords of your brothers. You may all leave." Those who were dissatisfied reluctantly called her Mother. She stood there pensively, thinking, fearing Jin would become like Luna. She had trampled on the honor of other children. But it seems my worries were unfounded. When Siren returns, he'll be proud of how much Jine has grown. Satisfaction is written all over her face as Jine finishes talking and heads for the door. Suddenly, Anne spoke up. "What are you thinking? Dreaming that luck is still on your side?" Jin casually replied, gripping the doorknob. "I don't know. You guys might not realize it, but I'm incredibly unlucky." Angered by his nonchalant attitude, she snapped, "Enough with the flippant attitude. This isn't a personal mission, so I'll never be alone on the journey to the lower world," Jin said politely. "Thank you for your concern." Jin then bid them farewell with a sharp, cold glare, promising to see them later. Later, Jane, cloaked, spoke with Khan Mill's group, introducing herself with a smile. "Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Jane, and this is M.A.I. Has. I will be accompanying you on this mission," Rima added. "I am Rima H.S., and it's an honor to be on this mission with you. Young master, I apologize for my previous actions. We won't let you down." They spoke with great amiability, and Qin, having composed himself, placed a hand over his chest and said respectfully, "Likewise." Jin turned and said, "Let bygones be bygones, and let's work together to complete our mission." "Yes, thank you." Young master, thank you. They replied in unison. Jin turned away, thinking to himself, Honor. My foot. Those three are just Anne and me's lackeys. They'll stab me in the back the moment things get dicey. Mill then presented a document saying, Allow me to reiterate the details of this mission. Our task is to seize the totems at the Colon Ruins, and our specific targets are 4 totems. The Colon Ruins were once home to thousands of indigenous people living in tribes, but now the territory is under the control of the Zipfen family, which belongs to the Pylon Kingdom. Colon was discovered a few centuries ago by the Zipfen clan, who slaughtered and enslaved most of the natives after finding the ruins. Of course, the current Zipfen family claims to respect the native Colon people, but this is merely a facade. The reason the Zipfens spare the Colons is to maintain the area's natural environment, and to feign repentance for past atrocities. The JP Fen family usually aims for reasonable laws, seeking willing obedience from those they rule, but in the past they went too far with Colon. The reason they're so obsessed with the Colon relic, even at the cost of their reputation, is because of the mirror relic hidden by the natives. Jin and the Emil group have appeared here and are moving carefully. The mirror's existence was a secret known only to the JP Fen family, but the truth was revealed before my regression, thanks to a courageous reporter. The journalist's headline detailed JP Fen's search for an artifact, the mana source, according to the natives' accusations. Just by looking at it, one could increase their mana to 7 stars. With this artifact, the JP clan mass-produced mages. The Jipfen clan will begin creating mages in 10 years, meaning they haven't obtained the source of mana yet. The Mills exchanged knowing glances. Jin gripped his sword, determined not to let it fall into Ripfen's hands again, when a whisper echoed. Master, the mages are returning. Their location is the Gen Mages rendezvous point, and the totems we need are stored in warehouse number 3. Mill lays out the plan. An ambush wouldn't be difficult, but there would definitely be defensive magic. Qin chimes in with reassurance, his expression sincere. Don't worry, Master. No matter what happens, we'll protect you, even if it costs us our lives. Thanks for the encouragement. To ensure our safe return, we must conserve our strength. Rest for a bit. We'll attack in an hour. As Jin spoke, offering something, Kajin replied. Understood. Jin offered a packet of jerky, saying, Take some, everyone. Thanks. Mill calmly takes a jerky stick and eats. Rima and Kajin, without a second thought, also eat to regain their strength. After the others had eaten, Jin spoke up. Now, I'll act alone, so enjoy your sleep. As he spoke, he pulled his collar up to cover his face, and Ma staggered back in alarm. What do you mean? The young lord wondered in confusion. What is this? Poison? Jin reassured him, saying it was just sleeping pills to prevent them from crying out. Yan watched them fall, cursing, Not this crap, trying to reveal you're here to kill evil, and only turned away once they were unconscious. I'd be less suspicious if you just acted like the bastards you are. Jin Chung adjusts his collar. I guess dogs are just born to obey their masters, and with that, he left that place alone. Cut to another location, where 2 guards are on duty. One is yawning, and the other is chatting happily. That's why I grabbed the bottle of wine. Before the talkative guard could react, Jin appeared and kicked him in the face. The remaining black-clad guard, spear in hand, cautiously questioned, Who are you? Jin's sharp eyes darted around and he leaned back to evade the attack, his body twisting in the air before flashing forward with deadly intent. The remaining black guard was quickly struck in the neck, his face contorting in pain. After taking them down, Jin paused and sighed. Only 2 guards, and it seemed there were no others outside. Suddenly, he stops, as if realizing something. Picking up the lock, he can't help but wonder. A simple lock with no magical alarm spells on it. Well, sometimes they even have commoners guarding the place when number 3's around. Looks like the Jipo family doesn't value this place at all. Let's take a peek inside. Jin takes a chance and opens the door. Seeing the pattern on the floor, Jin couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, a blood demon detection array. It's widely known as a security magic that confirms if the person being tested has the family's bloodline and if they are pure-blooded. But in reality, it distinguishes humans from magical beasts and can also identify if someone has a disease. Jin sat down, observing the blood magic while analyzing. So, as long as it's normal human blood, it doesn't matter whose it is. Jin glanced back at the guard lying on the floor, approached him, and cut his hand to draw blood, saving himself the trouble and avoiding leaving evidence. Having obtained a sufficient amount, Jin poured the blood onto the magic circle, and the patterns immediately began to change. With that done, he considered his next move. The first protection spell is quite simple. Now where is that creation door? Suddenly, the blood array erupts with immense power, shocking Jin, who used the blood of an unconscious soldier. So it definitely should have been normal human blood, yet the blood magic detection array was still activated. That means he must have had some kind of disease. And now, the faces of ferocious golems appear in the sky where the blood array is. They're baring their teeth and staring down with gleaming eyes, but Jin suspects they aren't human. A moment later, Jin is forced to dodge. Damn it, what is this? He unleashes a technique to stop the massive golems that are out for blood. Because if there's a mage nearby, they'll sense the magic, so I wanted to use as little as possible. But things have changed. Jin was sweating bullets as the golem went berserk. Jin knew he couldn't avoid a fight now. He quickly dodged 2 attacks, his sword moving swiftly. The giant orc simply absorbed the attacks, then roared in agitation before unleashing sharp, clawing strikes. Jin nimbly dodges, landing back on his feet, crouching low as he curses under his breath. Damn it. After cursing, he unleashed a powerful sword strike against the golem. Seeing this, they gritted their teeth in rage, veins bulging. Jin then spoke. Looks like you know aura is a very dangerous power, huh? Suddenly, a golem waves its hand around, making Yin feel strange. It can heal wounds that quickly? That healing speed is usually only seen in high-level magic beasts. But those two aren't magical beasts. They were people just moments ago. This is the Jipo family's territory, flooded with immigrant mages. The natives are oppressed, and those mysterious monsters. After a moment of analysis, Jin exclaimed, "A primal golem?" Creating primal golems is a grave offense. The golem then lunged, claws outstretched. Could the Jipo family have been using this ruin as a lab to experiment with forbidden arts? Jin wondered, as he blocked the golem's powerful attack. A primal golem possesses power close to a 4-star knight, but that's where it ends. Their movements lack the finesse of highly trained 4-star knights, making them manageable opponents. Usually these magical weapons, the primal golems will continue to attack no matter how severely damaged they are. However, once their core is destroyed, they're finished. Whether it's the head, heart, or body, the core is usually in one of those 3 places, even for forbidden art golems. So, Jin takes his sword and strikes forward. He slashes at the golem's head, causing it to roar. Its outstretched hand falters, and another attack comes from the side. Jin sees it in time and dodges. Its strength and speed haven't decreased at all, but have actually increased. The golem, whose head was attacked by Jin, is deformed but still mad with power. If not the head, then he dodges the claws, and Jin stabs the golem in the stomach with all his might. And he continues his analysis, concluding there's only one place left to look. Jin put all his strength into a sword strike, splitting the golem in 2, and a sphere rolled out from inside it. Jin was shocked, exclaiming, "I can't believe you'd do this to your own kind." Suddenly, the remaining golem ambushes Jin from behind, but sensing the danger, Jin swiftly retaliates with a decisive strike. The golem's eyes turned bloodshot. Its stitched face contorted in a grimace, and it roared with fury. Cracks then appeared on the golem's body, followed by a flash of power. Moments later, it exploded into pieces. With the second golem down, Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. That spell was almost successfully cast. A close call. Suddenly a noise echoed, and Jin froze. The dark voice continued, begging for death. The broken golem on the ground pleaded to be killed out of desperation. Seeing this, Jin fell silent for a moment, then bit his lip and nodded. Okay. Then, a spray of blood echoes in the air, granting the golem its wish. Jin stands there for a long moment, unsure of what happened to these people, but Jin grips his sword tightly. No one would willingly become a primal golem, especially since, once transformed, they become mere pawns with no future. His eyes reflect a cold, furious rage towards those cruel individuals. Now is not the time for anger. An unexpected situation has occurred, and I've uncovered a terrible secret of the JP family. I also suspect they knew about this before assigning me the mission. But that doesn't make my mission any harder. Even if I spread this around, the JP Fen family could just deny it. He picks up a piece of debris from the ground. Creating primal golems is a high-level crime that even suspicion of will warrant an imperial investigation. First, I need to get the evidence, then continue the mission, even though the JP Fen family might interfere with the investigation with their power. I can't deal with that right now anyway. The mages haven't made a move yet, so they must just think this is a normal warehouse. They wouldn't leave this place so unguarded if they knew there were primal golems here. That makes me believe not everyone at the Colon Ruins is involved in using forbidden magic. The protection magic on this tablet is simple, yet complex in its irregularity. Usually, dispelling protective enchantments takes a lot of effort, but with the death of the 2 prime golems, the JP Fen family will have to cover up whatever I do here. In his hand, a sphere of power takes shape, an indistinct form divided into halves of water and fire. After separating these powers, Jin speaks. That's why the two powers grew stronger, transforming into something mystical and beautiful. Jin planned to use heat, unleashing a powerful fire blast that shook a large space, while elsewhere, an angry voice questioned what was happening. "What have you done, you bastards? Sending Jin on a mission in the Aken family territory? Are you crazy?" Mew and An, beaten and sitting on the ground, were being scolded. "He's a kid 10 years younger than you." Luna asked sternly, "Why would you do that?" One of them replied, "Do you really not know why?" "Sister Luna," Luna replied calmly. "What if I really don't know? Or are you talking about yourselves?" "Our family's prodigies fighting for power against Jin, a child who just entered the intermediate class. Isn't it going too far for prodigies to fight prodigies? Isn't that the unspoken rule of family feuds?" Hearing this, they could only listen in silence, but Luna left them with one last remark. "You should be ashamed for your friend, because I am ashamed that you are the family's prodigies." Annoyed by those words, Anne shouted, "Sister, you've never been interested in power. What right do you have to do this?" Luna confidently replied, "I wouldn't say anything if you could beat Jin." Hearing this, they were shocked and exclaimed, "Ah, Luna just announced the results." Jin just completed the mission at the Colon ruins, and Mother will receive the report immediately. I'm sure you understand why I said I was ashamed. In the end, you're only helping him. I don't even know if there's ever been a case in the history of the Caden family where a prodigy was humiliated trying to correct their younger sibling. Now, leave. The two women could only reply in shame. Understood. As they were about to leave, Luna suddenly spoke up. "Also, from what I've seen, Yen isn't all that noble. You two should be careful from now on. I'm genuinely worried. Consider this her warning. Things get a little tense sometimes, but you're still my sisters. I can't believe she punished her sisters right after coming back. As her caretaker, I thought she was going through puberty. Luna couldn't help but find that ridiculous. Me going through puberty at my age?" She then said, "Well, it's true that the young lady had a turbulent adolescence. I worry for the young ladies. Young Master Jin is not one to forget this," she said as she poured tea, and Luna wondered if she was seeking her opinion. "Vu also thinks those two are no match for Jin," Nani quickly chimed in with her opinion. "Yes, I don't think they can beat Jin in an official match for another 5 years. I wonder if they're being too hasty." Luna retorted, "Don't say such terrible things. They're still young and reckless." "So, Nanny, did you look into what I told you?" Nan Y asked. "You mean the one who tried to assassinate Jin?" Luna replied, "It's definitely not the two young ladies. They were in the intermediate class at the time, so there's nothing to investigate." "You're right, it probably wasn't Mary Iona or the Tona twins. So, the remaining suspects are Joshua, Depos, Gian, and Vigo, as well as Miss Lantia. Besides Gian and Vigo, the others are too difficult to investigate." Luna took a sip of tea and said, "Of course, the other three have solid backing. We'll only get a headache if we try to investigate them. It's best to just stand back and watch for now. If we dig too deep with only one goal in mind, we'll only find trouble." Nanny chuckled. "A wise decision, Luna." Despite the attempts to harm Master Jin, he grew up healthy, so there's no need to worry. Meanwhile, Jin happily arrives calling out, "Julie, Murikin, I'm back." Seeing him, July was deeply moved. "My lord, I am so glad you're back safe." Jin reassured her, "I'm fine, I'm strong. I'm sure you won't be able to beat me soon." But she was still deeply worried, clutching his hand tightly, saying it was a dangerous place. "If anything happens to you, I'll sacrifice myself to get revenge." Black Dragon, overhearing those bold words, broke out in a cold sweat. "Beardbread, don't say such scary things." Then he turned to Jin and said, "Hey kid, did you file a proper report?" He replied, "Yes, I'm sure everyone thinks I succeeded because of help, but I don't care. More importantly, look at these two." Black Dragon was curious upon hearing that. "Huh? What is it?" Jin presents the vial containing the stone he retrieved from the golem, explaining that it's the heart of the prime golem. Both observed the vial curiously. Even the Black Dragon was impressed. "You were lucky. You look unharmed, so I guess the golem failed. You found this at the Colon ruins?" But Jin reveals shocking information. "The two guardians there turned into monsters and attacked me. No matter where I struck, they just healed. This fell out when I stabbed them in the heart." A revelation that stunned the Black Dragon. A primal golem, first a giant undead, and now a primal golem. What are those Rarpen guys up to? After a moment's thought, the Black Dragon said, "If what you say is true, this must be the masterpiece of the Jipfen family." "You're saying the ruins are in their territory?" Jin affirmed. Indeed, the Dark Lord pondered for a moment. Set aside some time. You and I need to return to Colin." This caused Jin to look down in surprise. With a serious expression, he explained, I think I need to directly question them about what the hell is going on. Jin weighed his options. He was hesitant to return because of the primal golems, but it would be safer with Murakhan. And if he was lucky, he might even find the Manhwa. No matter what I do, the Zipful clan will try to cover it up anyway. With that thought, he made his decision. All right, I'll make some time. Right after completing the mission, Kin and the HS siblings will return to the Kandans. But Miu and Anne were stripped of their cadet titles and banished from the clan. A harsh punishment, yet no one sympathized with them. Then, in June of 1795, another unclear impact reverberated, followed by a call to stop. Elder Dancan gravely announced, Jin, as of today, your mana training is complete. From tomorrow, you will only meet with the twins, Tona. Jin replied. Yes, sir, that is all. Behind him, Sona was moved to tears of admiration and envy. Unexpectedly, he continued. Also, Jin, it seems your morning training with the cadets is no longer necessary. The Lord will have something to discuss with you next week. This news leaves the twins speechless, while Jin remains calm. They whisper to each other, but everyone can hear them. Could it be that Father wants Jin to become a temporary flag-bearer? So soon. Does a temporary prodigy have to leave the Canon clan to earn the honor of becoming a true prodigy? Yes, acting alone, without the clan's support. Unseen, Jin clenches his fist, realizing he can finally grow stronger without worrying about anyone else. And a genuine smile spreads across his face. Meanwhile, Ken Kanan's army marches onward, and Khan reports, We're only 2 hours from the Sword Garden, sir. Ken replied, slightly annoyed. This son of mine, born so late in my life, keeps interrupting my training. I was even considering holing up in the Black Sea for 10 years. But now? How many years has it been? Khan added, not sparing any praise. Even back at the Thunder Arena, I knew young Master Jin was special. But not this special. What he did at the Sword Garden was truly shocking. Ken pondered for a moment, that kid's fighting spirit. It's extraordinary, even as a child. From the first time I saw him at the Thunder Pond, his eyes burned with hatred, even though I'm sure he tried to hide it. I can't forget how he provoked his brothers the moment he entered the Sword Garden. No one taught him, and he was the youngest, yet he instinctively grasped the law of annihilation there. Even as a child, Ian confidently stated, Father, I also have a great talent for eliminating my enemies. The other children knew this and tried to suppress him. But look at the results of the completed mission. Then came the announcement that the youngest master had successfully completed the Colon Ruins mission. Every time his brothers pushed him to the brink, he survived and returned, and now he's already reached 5 stars. Actually, it's not the Mammoth or the Colon Ruins, but the first mission you gave the young master that interests me. Master, he fought an entire White Wolf tribe alone, and still won. Khan chimed in with respect, and the head of the family agreed without hesitation. Yes, I thought he would use his subordinates as shields to kill the White Wolf tribe. And yet he managed to handle it all on his own, proving the vows he made to me. But Khan double-checked. Master, do you really think he wiped out the White Wolf tribe all by himself? I do. Ken replied without hesitation. Well, to be honest, he wasn't entirely alone, but he's an interesting kid nonetheless. I must ask him about that this time. According to the conversation, the Great Gate is right before their eyes. Ken descended with a dignified air, greeted by 2 rows of soldiers lining the carpet, their voices ringing out in unison. Greetings, Master. Rosa and Luna wait. We've been waiting for you, she said as Ken approached, praising them. Rosa, you've done well. Rosa glanced at Joshua posing beside her and said, Not at all. He prepared everything himself, so I didn't have to do anything. Ken continued, If you say these grown children are doing so well on their own, then I wouldn't have had to leave the Black Sea. Our guests today will be sensitive to my presence. Wouldn't that make things more difficult for you all? He passed by, giving Rosa a dissatisfied glance. Rosa, unconcerned, said, That's right. Please, come in. We've prepared all your favorites. Well done. I have high expectations. Suddenly, Ken's sharp eyes landed on 2 swords strapped to someone's waist, and he called out, Gian Vigo! Sweating profusely, Gian replied, Yes, sir. He then asked, Did you give your younger sibling the sword I gave you? Vigo hesitated, unsure how to answer. Well, Gian can only say that our youngest stole it from us. They said they'd give it to him if he completed the Colon Ruins quest, and before he could finish, Ken grinned with excitement. Then, unable to contain himself, he burst into hearty laughter. Good, he said, placing a hand on Ian's shoulder. Remember to find a way to take it back. That youngest one is quite clever. Sometimes I wonder if he's really my son. Sometime later, Ken stood next to Jiang. He spoke first. This must be your first time at a ball, isn't it? Dian politely replied, Yes, father. He thought to himself, in his past life, thanks to his master, he had attended a few balls hosted by other families, but never one hosted by the main family. Even when I managed to sneak into balls, I was always hiding like a criminal. But now, I'm an honored guest with my father. Of course, it came at the cost of dying once. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Ken added, "As you know, our family rarely holds balls. We only do so for truly momentous occasions, which means your achievements are quite remarkable." Jin calmly replied, "Thank you, father." Suddenly, his father patted his shoulder and asked, "How many guests do you think we'll have?" Jin guessed about 1,000 people, and Ken nodded in agreement. "That's right, I heard we're expecting around that many guests, about 200 more than the last ball we held 7 years ago. Do you know what that means?" he asked again, and Song Jane calmly replied, "It means our family's prestige has grown in the last 7 years. Other families often hold balls with 1,000 guests, but ours are all exceptionally distinguished. For the past 7 years, all I've done is train and kill monsters in the Black Sea, yet our family's prestige continues to rise, all because I'm the only Genesis Knight of this era. Meaning, if I were to disappear, most of these people would likely turn their backs on House Cello." Jin inwardly sighed as he listened. "Indeed, without you, father, how could the Cello family have such a great reputation? Our family and the Jipo family are the two greatest. But the moment father disappears, the gap in military strength between the two houses will widen, and the Jipo family will become the strongest." Jin clenched his fist as if to gather courage, then declared, "Father, if you are gone and they all turn their backs on us and the Jipo family adds insult to injury pushing us to the brink, then I will abandon this family." He spoke those words with a calm expression, while Ken, upon hearing them, exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" Jin explains that if the family falls apart just because his father is gone, it's a sign that the next head of the family is incompetent. I have no desire to die meaninglessly under such a leader, and how many weaknesses of theirs does our family hold? Hearing this, he asked, confused, "Weaknesses?" Jean replied, "Yes, I'll return the sword I took from Vigo. I asked him to show me the partnership agreements that only the fortunate get to see. The Wangnia family deceived the emperor and embezzled national funds, yet they still brazenly attend this ball, thanks to us. And the clever family recently asked us to assassinate the Jipo family's mages. The hero family's daughter once sold their family treasures behind their backs to fuel her gambling addiction, and they want us to retrieve them. Oh, and they haven't paid their partnership fees either. Just a glance, and you've already found so many fatal flaws. There must be even more in the contracts only your mother and I can see." Ken asked in astonishment. "So you're saying that even without me, you can use those things to protect this house? If the head of the Cadillo family isn't a creation knight, then success or failure depends entirely on their negotiation skills." "That's right," Ken replied. "However, we aren't the only ones holding weaknesses. The Jipo family has just as many as we do." Jin replied without surprise, "I know. But the Jipo family will never be able to use them to their full potential." Ken pondered, looking at his calm young son. "Why?" Jin said it was the Cadell family's job to play the villain. "Therefore, if the next head of the family can't properly wield such power, you'll abandon the family without hesitation and prepare to take revenge on the Jipo family. No matter how long it takes." Ken stroked his chin and chuckled, finding it amusing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Revenge, is it? I see. You have to stay alive to get revenge. Not bad." He glanced at his youngest son, taking him in. "The other children wouldn't dare mention the Kadia family's downfall in front of me. They'd either lie or cry and complain. But my youngest speaks his exact intentions so intelligently." A satisfied smile tugs at his lips. "It's a pity I had him so late. It's as if he possesses all of Luna's talent, Mary's animalistic instincts, and DF's fighting spirit. I'll surely last 10, maybe 15 years as head of the Cade family. Looks like I'll get to see if my youngest can change the family's succession." With his calculations complete, Ken turns and says, "It seems most of our guests have arrived. Let's go in." Jin politely replied, "Yes, father." Suddenly, his father spoke again after walking a short distance. "Oh, and after the banquet, there's something I want to discuss with you. Wait here until I call for you. It seems I'll have to leave the family for a while after the banquet. These 4 days of feasting will be quite long." He watched Ken leave with a smile. Suddenly, a frantic servant burst in, calling, "Master." Ken asked seriously, "What is it?" The servant replied, "An uninvited guest has arrived." Hearing that, his face grew doubtful. "What?" Anxiety rises. "An uninvited guest? Could it be the Jipo family?" "Indeed, a group of people in dark clothing has appeared below." Ken asked with a serious expression. "What? The Jipo family?" The servant replied, "Yes, there are 5 in total. The second in command, Andre Jipo, and 4 other family members." He couldn't contain his anger, cursing their audacity, then instructed, "Henzer, Tell Andre and Jipo to get lost. Only the 4 family members may enter. Instead, tell another servant to go. Henzer bowed in response, while John stood behind, deep in thought. While Andren's visit was indeed discourteous, Jipo's outright refusal to let him in was a slap in the face to the second in command. Ken suddenly turned back, his eyes sharp, and asked, "Do you think my solution is too rigid?" Jin replied, "No, I think that's a very refreshing way to handle it." The moment Andren let his emotions overcome his reason and joined his family members, he ignored the permission of the Cade family head, which is required for family members to enter. That kind of behavior cannot be overlooked in the Sword Garden. "You're right, Andren will obey me, or he'll leave his legs here before going home. Now, it's time for the banquet to begin." Ken then continued to walk. Arriving at the hall, Ken stood above and announced, "Thank you all for coming. I am Ken, head of the Jian Kadil family, and it is thanks to my late-in-life son that I have this honor. So first, I'd like to thank my youngest son, Jin Kadeo." At the introduction, Jin, standing next to him, politely nodded. Ken continued, "As you all know, there are only 2 things to keep in mind at the Kado family's banquet. If anyone gets drunk and starts a fight, the knights will escort them straight to the arena. The loser must surrender, and the winner must be merciful, as this is still a party." Jin listened, glancing sideways, and mused that this was a party of fateful encounters. This is a gathering of over 1,000 of the continent's most influential figures, all with incredibly complex relationships. If this were just a normal party, they'd exchange veiled barbs and be done with it. But this is a party in the Sword Garden, as long as they follow the 2 rules set by my father. Though you can't kill your enemies, you can beat them to a pulp, and the victor will be recognized as the stronger one. With that announcement, Kieran concluded by saying, "Now, let the festivities begin." Standing nearby, Jin inwardly scoffed, thinking this family was truly insane. Suddenly, he turned to Jin and said, "The same goes for you, Jin," leaving him utterly perplexed. He continued, as if giving instructions, saying that if he found someone suitable, he could bring them out, but he shouldn't challenge anyone who seemed weaker than him, unless they had offended him or the family. Jin smiled and replied, "Yes, and I know I can't lose, no matter what." Khan continued walking, leaving behind a few words. "That's obvious. If you lose, I'll take everything from you, not just the sword, but your mana as well." Jane bowed behind him. "I will keep that in mind." Then he watched his father's back as he thought. Looking back, this is the first time I've ever really talked to my father like this. Something I wouldn't have even dreamed of in my past life. We actually had a pretty decent father-son chat just now, but a close father-son relationship or becoming a dutiful son isn't part of my plan this time around. In this life, all I want is to surpass my father. That's what truly matters. Meanwhile, back in the hall, everyone is gathered, is deep in discussion. Jane stood alone with a glass of water when the twin brothers appeared on either side of him, beaming. "Ha ha ha ha! Congratulations on reaching 5 stars. Jane." They both patted her shoulder, smiling, and said, "We can talk for a bit, right?" He replied, "Of course." He then politely inquired, "How has your training been going?" The Tona twins happily replied, "Much better. Since switching to the weapon you suggested, my training has progressed." "Oh? Congratulations." Song Jane leaned in close and whispered, "Stay and play your part until you're satisfied, okay? Is all he can do sweat? Fine by me." Suddenly a man appears and speaks up, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet you." "Young Master Jane of the Ken family?" Jin quickly interjected. "Ah, you must be the Ken family's first wonder?" The twin brothers greeted him in unison. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Then awkwardly added, "We'll be going now, Jin." Jin replies amiably, "All right, good luck with your training." Yes, thank you." With that, the 2 of them rolled away together. Song Jin stayed behind to offer some pleasantries to the first seat. "I heard many tales of your bravery when I was young." He stroked his chin and chuckled, "You flatter me." Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and grabbed Jine's head. "Hey, Jin bro," he said with an excited grin. "I was wondering what kind of freak could reach 5 stars at 15. Turns out you're just a kid. You must be at least 10 years younger than me. Nice to meet you. My name is Hio." Orion, caught off guard, fell silent for a moment. Then, with a sharp smile, he looked up and greeted him. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." Hugh continues to provoke him. Is the little guy all tense? "I may have been a little rough, but you're acting like I'm the bad guy. You may be family, but in the world of martial arts, I'm still your senior." Jin coolly adjusts his hair as Hugh Gyal explains, "I'm just expressing pride in my junior. Why so tense?" Suddenly, Jine said seriously, "Listen closely, Hugh Geo of the 2 family. Your recent actions are an insult to those who have treated me with respect." He stood tall, accusing Heo Giol, saying if he wanted to use the senior-junior relationship, he should be more considerate. Hugh was taken aback by the scolding and blurted out, "What?" Jin lists them off, the Ken family's first and second fortunes, the Dragon King Knights, and the Black King mercenaries. "Aren't they all your seniors? You saw how they treated me, didn't you? Admit your mistake and apologize to them." Hugh's expression twists, unreadable. "Ha!" Jin continues, saying that because he scolded him, he'll let it go this time. At that moment, Chiyun the first approached, patting Shushi's shoulder to make peace. "Oh, ho, ho, heavens. Hey, Huo, this young master saved your life. I'll go and tell them to listen to him." The seniors around him also chimed in. "We know that big mouth of yours will get you into trouble one day. Forget it, there's no need to be so tense with each other." Hearing this, Hayu scratches his head. "Well, if my seniors have spoken, then so be it." He bows deeply and says, "Please forgive my mistake, seniors. I hope you'll accept my apology, Master Jane." He nonchalantly replied, "Of course, Lord Hujo." Song Hujo had no choice but to swallow his bitterness and leave. Just then, a voice spoke up beside Jine. "You have quite the talent for making enemies. It would be nice if you could act like a normal kid." Luna appears, wearing a beautiful blue off-the-shoulder dress. Jin exclaimed in surprise, "Luna!" And the two walked together. Jin says, "Today, you're representing the Cade family." Luna agrees. "You're right," she says, before offering a reminder. "But what if Hugh dares to challenge me to a duel? He looks like he's at least a 6-star. Jane confidently replies that if he dares, the two family head and elders will intervene. "They've been watching us for a while now. Over there, the senior is still trying to dissuade Hugh. I told you to watch your tongue. You only survived this thanks to young Master Jine." Luna watched them go and said, "Wow, so when you decide how to react, you take them into account too. Did some noble secretly teach you how to deal with guys like this?" Zin shook his glass. "If there was a teacher for this, I'd gladly take the class." Luna was puzzled, saying, "I just need to learn swordsmanship. Why are these things important?" He explained, "It might be hard for you to understand, but as the black sheep of the Cadil family, I need a lot to survive." A question mark appears above her head, but inwardly she marvels at his intelligence and brilliance. So, that's probably why he was almost assassinated at the Thunder Arena. I wonder who it was. He recognized his talents so quickly. Luna thought to herself, she was only here for his celebration anyway. But this stuff really isn't my thing, and it's time for me to go do something more fun. Jin couldn't help but be shocked. "So early?" she replied. "Yeah, I'm not tall enough to dance with you yet. When you're older, let's dance the Kyu Vu together. I'll take you to a very fun place. I'll be looking forward to it, big sis." Suddenly, Luna says, "Before I go, I should leave a message for others, just like you did." Jin was confused by this. What was that all about? Luna suddenly puts her hand on Jine's head, pulling him close affectionately, leaving him bewildered. Then she winks and says, "If I do this, everyone will know how highly I value you. Now, because they're wary of me, people will be less likely to treat you rudely. See you later." Jin remains frozen in place. "Yes, ma'am. Farewell, Luna." Seeing this, the people around them begin to whisper, "Wow, is that really the white whale I know? She must really care for her younger sibling." Nearby, another person was biting their handkerchief, seething with envy. "Let's go. Sir Vyukin, I want to touch heads with Lady Luna too." Booba, biting his handkerchief, is overcome with excitement, resolving to write a poem praising Lady Luna and recite it all night long. Bisco couldn't help but frown. "Can't you just be quiet?" Suddenly, a voice calls out as Buvis still feels the sting of Luna's and her sister's head bump. Just then, a blue-haired girl in a wheelchair spoke up. "Don't be like that, brother. This is probably very important to Buvis. This is Magiella, Ivano's and Vizukin's sister, who, thanks to Lord Buvis, was able to enjoy this fated encounter, and we should respect him more." Hearing this, Bisco could only bury his face in frustration, while Booba seemed more cheerful. "Indeed, Magiella understands me all too well. I, Buffed, am honored to escort you. Oh my, thank you." "Mr. Buffed," Jin thought with a sigh as he stood alone. As they left, he wearily thought, playing host is exhausting. But where did those damn Zeppos go? It's a pain, but should I go looking for them myself? Jin began to calculate his next move when suddenly a glass was slammed onto the table in front of a bewildered Jine. A familiar voice spoke as a hairpin came into view. "Would the rising star of Cadil care to have a drink with a young lady like myself?" It was Cirrus Endoma, her expression dark and menacing. Jane feigns ignorance, asking, "Ah, you're Ciri," as she introduces Ceres Endoma of the secret chamber. She returned a knowing smile. "The honor is all mine." "Young Master Jin Kadeo," she replied with an equally calm smile. Ceres Indoma of the Secret Palace, it's an honor to meet you, young Master Jane Van Caden. As Jin poured her wine, he politely said that as the daughter of the Secret Palace Lord, the honor was all his. Ceres replied, "You're the same age as me. How could you have achieved such power at this age?" "I envy the Van Dancan family's innate physique," Jin confidently replied. "I think that's a good thing, too." He returned the compliment, "But the Secret Palace is also a bloodline of natural talent. I can only imagine how much the Palace Lord cherishes you." "That's right. Unlike you, I'm her only daughter." Realizing what she said, she covered her mouth, correcting herself. "I hope that didn't come off as rude." Jin generously brushed it off. "Not at all. Everyone knows I'm the youngest son with many older brothers. I'm actually quite envious of you." "Having many siblings must be tiring," Jin cautiously replied to Ceres, still wondering why she hadn't mentioned the incident at Mommy. She couldn't have missed it. My face was clean then. Ceres raised her glass, her tone serious. "Now, Master Jine, I have a question for you," Jin asked. "Yes, please speak, Miss Ceres." Ceres then revealed a sinister expression. "How is your injured leg?" As expected, Jin's lips curled into a smile, though the atmosphere turned grim. He casually replied, "It's fine, thanks to a kind soul who personally applied the medicine." "I don't know how to repay you," Ceres said sarcastically. "You're more brazen than I thought, young Master Jin. So why were you at the Moon Well in Mommy?" "I think I deserve an explanation. Why couldn't my subordinates find the terrorist using magic there? That's humiliating, and it makes me wonder if the young man I let go was the culprit." Jin calmly explains. "You speak of magic as you see it, but I'm a Kandon. Do I really look like a suspect? I'm sure you know my family well." Ceres concluded seriously, "I don't think you're a suspect, but you were on a mission for the Dancan family, and perhaps you hired a mage, as you couldn't handle the task alone. That in, the only possible targets for the Caden family would be members of the Magic Society. I believe that's why you were there, and I can't simply ignore that." Jane considers this, realizing her targeting a member of the secret chamber wasn't entirely wrong, as she did injure them trying to kill Ankaro. After thinking it over, he denied it. He couldn't understand why that would make him a suspect. "Isn't that just a hypothesis?" Ceres scoffs. "So you're going to deny it to the very end? Fine, I have a plan for that. I'll drag you to the arena, beat you to a pulp, and spit on your ugly face. I challenge you to a duel. Jin, are you scared?" But Jin responded with a disdainful remark. "Father warned me against fighting those weaker than myself." She couldn't believe the disrespect, and Jine followed with a sly smile. "But if she insists on fighting, then I have no choice but to accept." Sis looks up at his nonchalant expression with utter rage. Later, Jine and Ceres came out to prepare, and someone asked, "Young master, are you here to fight?" He replied, "Yes, you may leave except for the healers." "Oh, and bring me 2 proper swords." "Understood, sir," the knight replied. "We will seal off the arena until the 2 of you are done competing." Songjin stood there, watching Ceres from behind. The battle-crazed fighters and spectators will flock to watch the match, but she's the daughter of the secret palace. It would be too cruel to defeat her in front of everyone. Suddenly, she tells Jin a condition before they begin, and when Jin asks what it is, Ceres states, "If I win, you must tell me everything that happened that day in Mommy without any lies." Jin immediately agreed, "I accept." Then he set his own condition. "But if I win, you'll say we never met that day." Ceres seized upon that slip-up and countered, "So, you really are hiding something." Then she shouts, Come on!" Jin immediately draws his sword and attacks first, his sharp eyes glancing to the side. The 2 swords clashed, creating a powerful shockwave. Jin assessed his opponent, realizing only those with Endoma blood could wield an ice sword. Ceres parries with her sword, unleashing her chilling technique. Ha! The blade is covered in ice. Jin, blocking the blow, says happily, "I didn't expect you to use your ultimate move so soon. I'm so unlucky being the youngest son, I haven't even learned the family's secret techniques yet. What am I going to do?" Ceres just glared at him and snorted coldly. Then she used all her strength to slash out a blow and shouted, "Not my problem." At first, Ceres seemed to have the upper hand, but Jin simply parried each attack and retreated, never allowing her to land a blow. Jin was wary, and Ceres had also assessed her opponent. He was indeed a martial artist. He seemed to have little defense, and the more they fought, the stronger his skills became. But it was no use. The 1-star gap could be compensated for with her countless 3rd-level ice swords. Being weaker and having less stamina, I can't prolong this fight. When he counters after observing my movements, I'll switch tactics and finish him. Ceres is still just a 4-star knight. Even with her myriad ice swords, she'll lose to me in attack and defense range. Having realized the gap, she'll likely explode to change the rhythm. She'll probably use a secret technique, but I still haven't determined how powerful that myriad of ice swords will be. If that's the case, I'll have to counter with my own secret technique. Of all the secret techniques I've read in the Thunder Dojo, the strongest one I've mastered is... Suddenly, Siri's lips curved into a faint smile. It's over, Jinha. She suddenly vanishes before Jin, leaving only white smoke, followed by an immense power from above crashing down, creating a massive shockwave. Jin struggles to withstand the force, his sword aura turning the surrounding air into shards of ice, and there, amidst the ice, stands the chilling Ceres. She appeared closer and closer, a chilling smile on her face, as Jin suddenly grinned with excitement. Ceres is taken aback, wondering why he's smiling even after she unleashed her avalanche. Surely, not even a sword genius could withstand the secret chamber's technique at 15. Why do I feel so uneasy? Ceres was now irritated by Jin's attitude, which was affecting her psychologically, and in that instant a sharp blade was pointed directly between her eyes. How could this be? She wondered why, quickly dodging the deadly attack, now sweating at the sight of Jin's cracking blade. Damn it. Jin meanwhile looked utterly horrified. A piercing scream echoes as a powerful shockwave erupts from their battle. After that earth-shattering attack, Jin gritted his teeth, blaming himself. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the family's storm sword. How could a mere mortal like Ceres withstand such destructive power? If she hadn't dodged, she'd be crippled, if not dead. As he thought this, he rummaged through the debris, calling out to Ceres Cree. When she appeared, Ceres was kneeling on the ground, using her sword to support herself, surrounded by holes and damage. Ceres is stunned. Did she just value her own life? Was she afraid of death and dodged the attack? Ceres and Doma couldn't believe what was happening, or the truth of what had just occurred. Despite his own injuries, Jin rushed to Ceres' side, asking if she was all right. I almost killed you. I'm sorry. His expression was unreadable. Ceres had heard his warning, yet she didn't try to evade the storm of swords. But no matter how much she values her pride and honor, Ceres is still just a 15-year-old girl. Too young to suppress her desire to live. Jin steadies Ceres, reassuring her that he would have done the same. I would have done the same to survive, so please, let's not speak of it again. As he said this, he wondered if it was any comfort to her at all. Then she unexpectedly pulled out a familiar vial. It was the same ointment from before. As she opened it, she said, "Your face is injured." Ceres gently applies the ointment to Jin's face. "I'll use this to repay you for saving my life." Jin tries to ease her worries, but as the sole heir to the secret palace, isn't she being too reckless with her own life? Ceres finished applying the medicine, stood up, brushed herself off, and explained, "This is a life I begged for. I will cherish my life all the more, so don't worry about it. Let today be the first day we met," Ceres said, turning and walking away. "Until tomorrow." Jin rose and pursed her lips as she watched him leave. The next day arrived quickly, and the hall was less crowded than before. Jane stood alone, sipping wine and analyzing the situation. From today, everyone would be able to witness the duels. I wonder if the party's really starting now. There are fewer spectators, so maybe I'll run into some members of the JP family. I heard the guests from the JP family are all between 15 and 20 years old. Perfect. Being the same age, I'll be able to compare my magical skills with theirs. I do want to ask about Colin, but it's probably best not to. Well, once I become a reserve miracle, I'll have plenty of time. Then I can investigate Colin with Murkan, and with his help, finding a full mana altar won't be a problem. So this time, those Jipo family bastards won't be able to send out a bunch of mages either. I'll be able to stop something terrible from happening this time. As he walked, he suddenly saw the black dragon standing and observing something. Jin meowed, and unexpectedly someone else cheered. "Why is there a cat at the Konden family ball?" Sis quickly picked up the black dragon, petting it as she happily asked, "Where is your master?" Purring contentedly in her arms, the cat meowed softly as Ceres read the name tag on its collar. "Let's see, your name is a butterfly?" "Butterfly Konden." "Did the young master give you that name?" Jin replied from behind, his eyes gleaming like headlights, full of gloom. "That's right." "Oh, it's that cat. I knew following that cat would lead me to you." A voice echoed from behind, causing them to turn around. Veridon, with the enthusiasm of a monkey, reached out. "At last we meet." Jin retorts, not knowing how long he's been searching for him. But Jin coldly asked who he was, leaving Veridon feeling hurt. "I can't believe those are the first words you say to me after all this time." "How could you forget me? I've been thinking about you every day." Ceres hugged the cat, who was glaring at this strange situation. Veridon continued, "In that case, I'll give you a hint. Guess. The first letter of my name is..." Ceres just turned away and sighed. "What a weirdo. Let's go." Butterfly, Ngaimo also seemed helpless. Veridine, still hopeful, asked if his father remembered this client, but Yan quickly crushed that hope with a single word. No. He was disappointed, but still tried to offer a suggestion. Damn it, then let's try again. The place we first met was... The Min Kingdom's teleporter still refuses outright. I don't remember Veridine being so helpless back then. Then, placing both hands seriously on Jine's shoulders, he said, Hey, Jine, your memory isn't as good as I thought. Listen closely, and be sure to remember this. Before he could finish, Jine interjected, My name is Veridine Zipo. He brushed Veridine's hand away and coldly said, I've been trying to pretend I didn't know you. Clearly, it's because I didn't want you to know I remembered. Why can't you understand that and stop bothering me so much? Still, Veridine remained optimistic. Ah, so you do remember? Jin couldn't help but doubt the truth of the future. Is this clueless idiot really going to become a ninth circle mage in his 30s and be named the Jippo clan's successor? I still can't believe it. Veridine continued to nag, saying he'd looked everywhere for him yesterday and spent the last 2 hours searching as well. And yet, I couldn't even find your shadow. Join said, The ballroom may be large, but it's still just a ballroom. How could you wander around for 2 hours? Veridine sighed. If I could use magic, I would have found you sooner, but this is the Caden territory, so I'm forbidden from using magic, right? Jin doubted whether he was lying or just directionally challenged, but guessed it was the latter, as Veridine placed a hand on his head, adding, Anyway, I'm glad I found you. It's been 5 years, Jin. I can't believe you're already a 5-star. I knew you were talented. Of course, I haven't wasted my time either. As a mage, I've already reached the rank of 6 stars. I've actually reached 6 stars. Jin simply grunted in response, while Veridine smugly claimed to be a level above his swordsmanship, a statement Jin found utterly unbelievable. Veridine of the Jippo clan, a prodigy, is only a 6-star at 18. I'd already be a 7-star. Was he lying about his rank for some reason? Suddenly, Veridine gave an awkward laugh. Ah ha ha ha. That expression is the fruit of my desperate search for you. I eagerly await the day I can finally compete against you. So you better train hard to catch up to me. Jin couldn't help but sweat at this expression. I don't think he's hiding his rank. Whatever the case. If Veridine really did reach 6 stars at 18, then after the current head of the Jippo family, Celiac Jippo, I'm the closest to him. This is a good opportunity to train hard and prepare for the challenges ahead. Jin reminded him, Veridine Jippo, I've said this before, but please learn to shut your mouth and say nothing. Veridine joked, Oh, you sound just like my father. Everyone says that. Anyway, why did the Jippo family come to the ball uninvited? He inquired, and Veridine replied, Oh, that. It's because of me. I kept pestering Uncle Andre that I had to see you. Jin couldn't help but feel helpless, thinking, even though he's the vice patriarch, he immediately rushed into enemy territory just because a child was causing trouble. Veridine continued excitedly. We happened to be traveling to the Festa region when we heard about the ball. I realized it must be fate. John replied casually. Is that all? Okay. Songjin waves him off, saying, All right. Be grateful this is a ball. Quietly disappear. Veridine couldn't help but feel hurt and disappointed. Wasn't he being too cold? I know your father is also being lenient with my uncle. You reminded me. Why don't you promise me that one day you'll show up unannounced at the Jippo family ball? He casually put his arm around Jine's shoulder, but Jin replied without paying attention. Oh, really? What if I cause some trouble? Veridine smiled confidently. I always keep my promises. Even if you do, I won't kill you. And even if a fight breaks out, I won't participate. Jin was speechless. How foolish. Veridine was suddenly scolded, leaving him confused. Huh? What? What's going on? Jin then explained, Someone's been giving me uncomfortable glances. Jane then turned to someone and spoke. Excuse me. Did you want to say something to me? Baba sat in the corner, pink notebook in hand, looking shifty. Ah, young master. Then he tried to ask. Well, when will Lady Luna visit again? This left Jine utterly astonished. What? Booba then shyly presented the notebook with their symbol, explaining, Lady Luna, she won't be coming anymore? I wanted to give her this. It's a book of poems I stayed up all night writing, filled with all my love. Once she reads it, I'm sure Lady Luna will understand. Veridine watched them pour drinks, then took a sip himself, while Boo continued to insist to Jine that appearances can be deceiving. Perhaps in the near future, you'll become my brother-in-law. With Boo's obsessive infatuation, Veridine spat out the wine he had just swallowed. Jine smirks, his veins bulging, and Booba is startled by his expression, fear creeping in. Young master? Jin grabs the ledger, his voice strained. My dear guest, Booba was horrified and regretful to see his hard work torn to shreds. But Jin continued. You're asking for a beating. Not only do you call my sister whatever you want, but you dare call me your brother-in-law? Jin questioned angrily, stomping on the shredded paper. I suppose in your eyes the Blackmane family is quite pathetic. At this point he was consumed by bloodlust, bringing this man to the arena. Jin gives the order, and the knight beside him replies, "Yes, master." But Bu, panicked, explained, "Young master, what are you suddenly doing? Please stop. I was simply expressing my affection. Any man has the right to express his love to whomever he chooses. Young Master Jane, how could you do this to me? Am I not a guest? Why are you treating a guest like this? And did I mention how beautiful your sister is?" Despite being bound, Bu continued to run his mouth as Jin coldly walked ahead. Once they arrive, Buba is set down, still confused. Why? Jine, completely serious, removes his cloak and declares, "We'll settle this with a duel." Buba, bitter about being dragged to the arena, curses him inwardly. Damn it, why is he suddenly acting like this? All I did was compliment his sister, and he dares to do this to me. Buba recalled the events of the previous year and wondered if Jane knew he was a shape-shifting witch from their encounter 5 years ago. No way, it can't be. But why would he do this to me? Dien, standing firm, declares this will be settled, tearing off his shirt and challenging Buba to a duel with a cold glare. Seeing Bubaba escorted by soldiers, Bisco was so startled that he jumped up, frozen in place, and quietly asked, "Bubaba?" Majela claps excitedly, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "Oh dear, brother, what's going on?" It seems Buba and Master Jine are about to duel. Bisco, looking furious, pushes Majela's wheelchair toward the arena. "That idiot. Let's get a closer look." Majela eagerly agrees. "Sure, brother." A big question mark hangs over the series. "What?" She's utterly perplexed. I tried to approach him for a challenge before the party ended, but why would he fight someone like that? On the arena floor, Buba knelt, grimacing as he looked up at his opponent, while Veridun suddenly approached, eager to introduce himself. "I'm glad I begged my uncle to bring me here. I never thought I'd meet the heir to the Ice Palace." Before he could finish, Ceres cut him off, telling him to get lost, and he agreed. On the arena floor, the referee's booming voice introduces the main event of the banquet, the rising star of the Rukandan family, Master Jine, who will participate in a duel, adding questions to hype up the match. Who will be young Master Jine's opponent? I've never seen this man before. Is he a hidden master? Buba grits his teeth and slowly rises. Below, Veridun watches with interest, remarking, "I heard he's with the Ibriano family. He might be a formidable opponent." Jin's fist hurtles towards Buba, but he stands frozen, yelling, "Young Master Jine of the Dancan Den, allow me to properly introduce myself before we fight, or do you deny me even that small courtesy?" Buba barely managed to shout, "I am," before Jine punched him square in the mouth, ordering him to shut up. Jin coldly replies, "I don't care what your name is." Buba grits his teeth, throwing a punch at Jane, who narrowly dodges the attack, wondering, is he a 6-star? After observing for a while, Cirrus remarks, "So Master Jin chose a stronger opponent. That fat guy looks very focused." Veridun scoffs. "He'll be humiliated if I slips up." Jin was then punched in the ear by his opponent, who burst out laughing and mocked him. "You dare attack me with such pathetic scratches." Ba threatened, as if victory was assured. "I'll make you beg and cry for mercy." Meanwhile, Jin quickly regains his composure and lunges forward. He claws at B's face and pushes him back, then unleashes a relentless assault, leaving his opponent gasping for air. Bu cries out in excruciating pain. Veridun smiles triumphantly, remarking that it's over. He landed a swift blow after baiting his opponent into carelessness. As expected, "Well done, Jin." Their attention turned as they heard someone call out, "Bisco?" The other person continued to shout, "I don't understand what Master Yin is doing." Majela asked sternly, "Isn't victory already assured?" Why is he still hitting his opponent after they surrendered? She wondered. It's already strange enough that Master Jin chose a weaker opponent, and you're just going to sit back and watch? He's helping me, after all. Bisco replied, "Majela, he's not weaker than Master Jine." Head bowed and sighing deeply, she says, "Brother, your sister is feeling very let down. Majela says she wants you to teach him a lesson, any way you see fit." Bisco is surprised and asks for confirmation. "You want me to spar with Master Jine?" The onlookers cheered with excitement. "She's certainly a passionate young woman. Why don't you listen to your sister?" Bisco, with a mix of helplessness and indulgence, pinched his forehead and agreed with his sister, startling Jin, who turned around at the sound of his name. Young Master Jin, with hands firmly gripping Diem Nien, approached Bisco and proposed, "Why don't you release him and fight me instead?" Jin was lost in thought. Bisco Ibriano, a duel with a 7-star knight, win or lose, he would benefit. Furthermore, exposure to the Ibriano family's swordsmanship would be a valuable learning opportunity, as the head of the Ibriano family was quite strong in his father's estimation. His eyes caught something indistinct, neither person nor scenery, but enough to silence him. But then the image of Magiella sitting primly in her wheelchair, wearing a devilish smile, struck Jin's eyes. Magiella Ibriano is quite amusing. She'd push her own brother into a corner just for entertainment. Jin said to his opponent, "You really do love your sister, Bisco." He casually replied, "Isn't that obvious?" Jin replies somberly, "Having a sister myself, I understand how you feel. I love my sister dearly, and I threaten my opponents, so I hope you'll keep your subordinates in check from now on." Bisco narrowed his eyes, explaining, "There seems to be some misunderstanding. The man you beat to a pulp wasn't one of our servants, but a companion." Jin froze as he heard him continue. "Perhaps he did something to offend you, but Booba came to help my sister move more easily. I suppose his actions weren't quite appropriate for the Cardin family banquet." Jin stood frozen, struggling to understand Bisco's actions. Why would he humble himself and ask for forgiveness? Regardless, I assure you he means no harm, so I hope you'll forgive him. Jane seems to have realized something. Could Booba Gaston, the name he just questioned, be the shape-shifting witch, Booba Gaston? Bisco Ibriano and Booba Gaston, what is the connection between these two? I'm certain the Ibrianos had nothing to do with Gaston's capture in my past life. Or does Bisco know Booba is a shape-shifting witch? Jin gripped the hilt of his sword, frustrated that finding Booba had only led to more problems. I can't be distracted by an opponent who's a 7-star knight. Bisco begins to raise his sword. Then give it your all, young Lady Jine. Jin tells himself to focus on the duel at hand. Calmly, he asked his opponent for guidance, and with a sharp hiss, Bisco lunged toward Jin. The air itself seemed cleaved in two by the blade, forcing Jin backward. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that this technique alone proves Bisco is more than just a 7-star knight. Bisco's fierce strike illuminates Jin's sword. He noted that his swordsmanship was even greater than Master Rhett's, and as Bisco charged forward, the light reflecting off his sharp blade made the space tremble. His swordsmanship creates an atmosphere so heavy, it feels like it's about to shatter. Jin braces against the relentless attacks, the battle slowly turning against him in unpredictable ways. Those watching the fight clicked their tongues, saying Jin is being pushed back too quickly, while he's trying to withstand the relentless attacks. The Ibriano family's swordsmanship is known for its cunning and unorthodox nature. Indeed, their swordsmanship overwhelms opponents, leaving them no room to breathe, and the moment they falter is the end. After hearing those words, Verdun smirked as if mocking them. They truly know nothing. The Kanin clan always has a trick up their sleeve when cornered. If the Ibrianos' swordsmanship is like a cunning snake, the Kanin's is like a powerful rhinoceros. Even if its horn shatters, it will never stop attacking its enemy. Just as he's thinking, Jin glares at Bisco and throws all his strength into an unhesitating strike. Observing Bisco's calm demeanor, Jin muttered that Bisco was clearly giving him an opening. Jin stood hunched over, clutching his chest, panting as if his heart was pounding. Even though I'm only a 5-star swordsman, I'm holding my own against a 7-star. Jin stared at Bisco, his head spinning. He's reaching his limit, but he sensed it, Bisco's sword technique. He recalls a similar feeling from the past, a faint stirring in his subconscious. Jine's eyes remained closed as a powerful aura emanated from his sword and enveloped him. Bisco praised, "Nice swordsmanship, young Master Jin." He then rockets towards Jine, whose eyes remain closed as his sword glows intensely. The force of the collision with Jin's sword cracks Bisco's blade, shattering it to pieces, but Jin remains unmoved. He doesn't react, even with Bisco's sword at his throat. The moment hangs in the air. Dian suddenly collapses backward, as if unable to stand any longer, while the announcer declares Bisco the victor, who touches the wound on his neck. Bisco's expression darkened like a storm cloud, his eyes as sharp as daggers. "The winner is Bisco Ibriano," the announcer declared. Bisco glanced down at the motionless Jane, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. What was that at the end? Someone anxiously ordered Jine to be taken inside quickly, and the soldiers hastily responded. "Yes, sir." A flicker of confusion crosses Bisco's mind. When the sword broke, I felt a sharpness at my neck. Something about him made me uneasy. No way. Did he reveal his true intentions in the final moment? What if young Master Jine had reacted just a 1/10 of a second faster, and I just a 1/10 of a second slower? Seeing Jin being carried away by 2 soldiers, Bisco quietly calls out, "Jin Dancan Den, you truly are a terrifying person." Jin flinched slightly, a faint groan escaping his throat as he felt something pressing down on his face. Jin irritably raised his hand to give an order. "Get out of the way." He angrily grabbed Murakhan by the collar, lifted him up, and shouted, "I said get out of the way. That's really—" Murakhan growled loudly. After sitting up, Jine looked around in surprise and asked, "My room? Are you curious? Did I faint after fighting Bisco? Someone greeted me after seeing that I was awake. You're awake now, young Master Jin. Julia, how long have I been sleeping? She replied cheerfully, 2 days. Jin was stunned. 2 days? He closed his eyes and sighed. So, the banquet is over. I couldn't even say goodbye to the guests who came all this way. Juai reassured him. Don't think like that, young master. Over the last 2 days, your match with Bisco has been the talk of the town, she said with a smile. You performed admirably, especially when you demonstrated the mind sword at the end. The guests present eagerly discussed how Bisco was likely to get punched. A 5-star who's reached the level of heart sword. I have high hopes for the next generation. Julie encouraged Jin, saying that being able to do that at the end of a match with an 8-star swordsman was already amazing. Thinking of his sister Jin, he realizes the sword heart is incomplete, but he's gained what he wanted. Luna's grueling training has paid off. At first, he couldn't understand her training methods, never believing they would be so beneficial. He reminisces about his time learning alongside Luna and her guidance. Don't open your eyes, at least not until I'm in mortal danger. I can't lose my patience now. The fact that I can even face an 8-star swordsman is already amazing. Though it was a bit clumsy, Jin looked up and smiled. Besides, I've gained a lot from this banquet, confirming Verdun's identity in Jippo and forming something akin to a friendship with the Ice Palace heir. Furthermore, he discovered that Bouba Gaston and Bisco Ibriano knew each other, and Jane stroked his chin thoughtfully, analyzing. There are many possibilities behind the transformation case. I don't need to worry about it right now, so I'll look into some side information first. Seeing the flower by his bedside, he exclaimed in surprise, a flower? July explains that the Ice Palace's heir left them during her visit and asks softly, Does she like you? Jin replies, No, it's an Ice Palace tradition. These flowers signify an endless battle. A smile creeps across his face. Looks like she wants to keep fighting me. Mura, lying nearby, chimed in with a helpless tone. Anyway, isn't this not the first time you've received flowers from a girl? He remarks that it's a great achievement, then asks Julie if she thinks so too. Strawberry cake? She ignored the question and changed the subject. Anyway, Julie reported that the Lord ordered him to meet with him as soon as he awoke. Jin was startled and asked again. Meanwhile, Murakan was teary-eyed over the emotionless strawberry cake. July continued, I believe it's time for you to prove your worth. Jin's eyes lit up as he replied, All right, it seems I'll be away from home for a while longer. Then he inquired, Where are you, father? Jin quietly walked through the gloomy corridor. His father awaits at the end of the hall. Ken turns slightly and says sternly, I'm here. Jin stood silently as he continued. It's been a long time since a child has come to see me dressed so casually. Ken asks Han if he knew he would be leaving. Jin answers decisively, Yes, I plan to leave soon. Seeing the satisfied look on his face, he thought to himself that his father seemed amused. For some reason, his father was much easier to read after his regression. Do you know what this place is? Khan inquired. Jane immediately replied, It's the mausoleum, where those who have achieved greatness for the family are allowed in by the sword garden, and where the family's heroes are buried. Chiron praised him, well done, adding, In other words, the family's heroes rest there. This is a tomb that has existed for thousands of years. Khan continued in a low voice, Do you know anything about the first patriarch, Tamar Klan? He isn't buried here. Jin replies, Yes, I know his grave isn't in the sword garden either. The dark power you possess like him is why we can't honor the first patriarch. After his death, we signed a humiliating treaty with the Jippo clan that we would never use magic again, nor honor ancestors who did. As a result, the gods of the Jippo clan gathered and cursed the Runkendel bloodline, preventing all Runkendels born after the first patriarch from using magic. He recalls that when you defeated the Tona brothers with your aura, I didn't ask how you obtained that power, remember? Jin responds, Yes, and I even lied about using it for the family's benefit. Ken explained that luckily Jin was young then, because he wouldn't let it slide if it happened now. Jin stood silently before those words. Ken continued, Did you hear Sed's voice? Jin recounted. Yes. He called me the contractor. He thought, even though he'd never heard him in this life. Ken confides that perhaps it's unfair to his other children, and he frowns. Very well, can you use that power to surpass your siblings and take over this family? Jane declares that he will leave and travel the world. If there is nothing more valuable than Caden, he will take over the family. Ken's lips curve slightly downward in satisfaction. Then he raises his hand and poses a question. To gain recognition, your siblings left the sword garden to train and gain experience, but you're leaving to find something of more value than the family itself. I'm not sure if I should be proud or call you arrogant. Ken held his hand out to Jine. I'll give you 5 years to discover your own worth, then return with your answer. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupts. Jine draws his sword. It was surrounded by a powerful aura, and he expressed his gratitude to his father for everything. I will return to see you in 5 years. Julie and Merkin are waiting for him outside. As he emerged, she gently asked, Han, are you done talking to the head of the family? Jin replied, Yeah, I just need to leave. But he suddenly stopped as he saw something. He called out to Julia, noticing the large piece of luggage she was carrying, and was stunned as she startled and lifted it higher. Here it is. She excitedly introduces it, saying this will block aura. I knew about it from overhearing the old servants talking. July grinned, slightly annoyed that I suddenly couldn't use my powers. As servants, our reputations hinge on our masters, not our own achievements, so please, don't do that. This is for you, he solemnly vowed. I will protect you not just for the next 5 years, but always. July, I'm sorry. She placed a hand over her heart, closed her eyes, and softly said, Please don't say that. Being able to follow you is more than enough, and I can regain my strength after you pass the test. Jin excitedly calls out, All right, let's go. Jin turns back slightly, a lump forming in his throat, his eyes lingering on the towering castle behind him, a place filled with memories. Jane takes a deep breath, realizing this is only the beginning, and so the three of them set off. With unwavering resolve, Jin strides forward, a smile playing on his lips, ready to explore the world. The pact with Sodet and the dark energy. Perhaps his youngest son is the clan's only hope. He scoffs. That child may hold the power to free the Kanan clan. Ken seems to have high expectations for Jin. I wonder what his future holds. Jin and his companions are spending the night in a forest, a flame erupting in his hand, illuminating and warming the group in the cold night. July wondered, Master, is it really all right for you to leave without a word? Jin turned his head slightly, a bit puzzled. Julie expresses her concern, saying the cadets in his and Lady Luna's company will surely be disappointed. He reassured her not to worry, as Luna herself was quite open-minded. And the cadets are quite sad, but it's not as if we'll never see them again. If I mentioned it to them, they'd probably line the streets with their swords as I left. Julie nodded. That's right, they might even do more than that. Then she asked where he planned to go now. From what I've heard, most prodigies choose Mammoth as their first destination, since eliminating evil is the most effective way to become famous. Jean exclaimed in surprise. Famous? Before becoming the Kandon's prodigies, they had to venture out into the world and build their reputations from scratch to be recognized as prodigies. Furthermore, they can't expect any help from the clan. For example, Miss Mary defeated all the strongest people in the northern part of the continent and became known as the Northern Madwoman, Winfrey Mary, before becoming a miracle. Jin stared at his hand, thinking that his other siblings had returned within 6 months to 2 years, but his father had given him a full 5 years. There's only one reason why father would do this. The flame in his hand suddenly turned black. Jin pondered his father's wishes. Seek all knowledge of dark energy, then return. He means we're going to the Aken kingdom first. Julie was curious. Aken kingdom? You mean the nation affiliated with the Luteroa Magic Association? Julie exclaimed in surprise and fear. Isn't that the Jipo family's territory? Why are we going there? Jin smirks. When I went to the Kolin ruins for a mission, I heard that a large number of unregistered mages were aggressively ruling the land. Apparently, they're teaming up with martial artists and causing a lot of trouble for the people of Aken. That's a great idea, young master. She clenches her fist, showing her determination. As a soldier, I loved dealing with those kinds of guys. I'm already excited. Jane wore a stiff expression, admitting he'd never heard of such things. This information comes from my past life. I remember all the unregistered mages and warriors are puppets of dark families called Tessing. What I'm really interested in are the underground auctions they hold, where many items of unknown value are sold. Julie pondered, reviewing their funds as she needed to acquire some sword techniques and a ring. Master, I don't think we can use the warp gate to enter the kingdom. She picked up a coin and frowned. According to the family rules, I can only bring 10 gold coins, and since you can't reveal your Black Dragon identity, I doubt we'll get any help. Jin suggests that reaching the Din Kingdom will solve this problem. JY is surprised. The Din Kingdom? But how do we explain that we can fly? Murakan looked momentarily doubtful, then glared at him as if he knew the hidden meaning behind those words. Jin sharply asks, What else are you doing? Murakan, transform. He shouts, Hey kid, are you okay? July worried, Master, we can't do that. What if someone recognizes us? Jin said, trying to reassure them. It's all right. We have to at least try, Jin said, his voice unwavering. But if the clan finds out, Murakan resolutely jumps to the ground as black energy surges, accompanied by smoke and lightning. In an instant, Murakan transformed into a colossal dragon, opening his jaws wide and warning them to hold on tight. Murakhan said that to reach the Din Kingdom before tomorrow, they would have to fly very fast. Cut to the royal palace, where Luna walks through a grand corridor. She suddenly stopped, sensing something strange. Luna turned to the window and saw a dragon soaring outside. Its wings beat powerfully. Could it be Jin? Sehi, Luna questions. He's riding a dragon right after being selected as a reserve wind spirit. She rests her hand on the window frame and sighs. Goodness, he really is different. There was a hint of reproach in Luna's words, leaving without saying goodbye to his siblings. But she still wished her brother luck. I hope you have good fortune, she says to her aloof little brother. Cut to the kingdom of Din, where Jin and his companions land in a forest, and Julie leans against a tree, vomiting. Murakhan frantically cries out, "You Strawberry, are you okay?" She then exclaims, "My stomach." Murakhan turned and loudly blamed Jin. "Hey kid, look what you did. Strawberry Cake is scared." Jin retorts, "How is this my fault?" "It's because you fly so strangely," Murakhan shouts, flexing his muscles. "You told me to fly." Then he turned to Jully. "Hey, Beardy," he gently instructed. "Okay, nice and slow, take a deep breath." "That's right, lean on me, let's keep going." Seeing Murakhan caring for Julie, Jin realizes he needs to get into the city now. Murakhan said, "I'll take care of the kid. You go make some money." Jin, pulling up his hood, warned, "Just stay put and don't cause any trouble." The scene shifts to the Vin family estate in the capital of the Din Kingdom, where Zembo sighs deeply. He gazed at the moon, lost in thought, as Jane So-chun lamented his situation. Even though a banquet was being held in his honor, he only found out after it ended. He recalls that even if it was a mission, Jin saved his life, and he wants to thank him for it. He recalled the promise he'd made. "If you ever need help, please let me know." At that moment, Jin decisively agreed. "Okay." A slow sigh escaped Zembo's lips, unaware of the figure silently approaching. Two figures were silently reflected on the river's surface as Zembo remained troubled. When will I see him again and repay his kindness? Suddenly, Zembo hears a voice. He instinctively turned and replied, "Yes." Before Seol could speak, Jin cut him off, and Seol cried out in alarm. Jin quickly reassured him, "Calm down." Seo gestures for him to be quiet and introduces himself. "It is I, Jin. I saved you from those Kenzalo guys." Seo gasped, astonished, and asked, "But Master Jin, why are you here?" Shin asked. "You said I'd come to you if I needed help, you remember, right?" he replied. "Of course I remember. How could I forget your kindness? If not for you, Jin." Before he could finish, Jin cut him off. "Very well then, I'll wait here." He earnestly pleaded, "Bring me some golden money." They touched their faces in disbelief, then groaned aloud. Jin, July, and Murakhan had arrived in the Jin Kingdom. Jin pondered, recalling the rule that he must conceal his identity as a temporary miracle, because he needs to build his reputation solely on his swordsmanship without any help from the family. Before them stood a nonchalant man with a pipe, flatly refusing them entry, assuming they were penniless. It was obvious the Black Knight children would be penniless for the first month or two, having never learned to earn a living. But Jin produced a hefty bag of gold, and the man's attitude changed instantly. Jin thought, until they earned rewards from hunting criminals or made a living as mercenaries, they were forced to experience poverty. But not them. They were feasting at a luxurious restaurant for the wealthy. July smiled, praising the food. Not bad for the kingdom of dining. As she walked, she confided in me, and I braced myself for a few days of belt-tightening like in other timelines. But the start was smooth sailing, all thanks to that day. Murakhan burst out laughing beside her, calling it whisker bread, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Yesterday you asked Jine if this was extortion?" The young master's reaction sure changed quickly. Julie's eyes darkened as she stammered an explanation, but Jin quickly came to her rescue. "This isn't extortion." He explained that Siren could repay the debt in cash. Remembering that night, Jin recalled how he only wanted a little gold from the large bag Boromir offered, but Boromir happily insisted, "Take it all, it's an honor to help you." Jine then turned to Murakhan, asking with existential doubt, "By the way, Murakhan, are you sure you're not eating too much? We're about to open the gate. What if you throw up like last time?" He confidently tells Jine to shut up and assures him, "Even if I throw up, eating my fill is a dragon's instinct." He could only reply with resignation, "Instinct's my foot. If it weren't for me, you'd have been starving for days." Murakhan cleared his throat. "If you don't want to see me throwing up, then try laughing at me. Why insist on using the warp gate?" Jiaowei frowned, glanced at them, and spoke. "I guess someone's just trying to hide their dragon-induced nausea." Murakhan stammered. "Hey, mustache," Jin teased. "That's not what I meant. I wasn't talking about you. I was worried about July, but it seems the real problem lies elsewhere. We're headed to the kingdom of Aken, a member of the Lutero Magic Federation, ruled by the Jipo clan. About 80% of the active dragons are on the Jipo family's side, so let's fly there. We shouldn't provoke them before we're ready. Flying into their territory without the Jipo family's permission is practically a challenge. Murakhan shouts, more than half those dragons would cower at the mere mention of my name. Then, transforming into a cat, he adds, things have changed. Now no one flies around showing off their wings in the sky anymore. I hope one day the world will be a better place to live. I told you not to transform in the middle of the road, Zane snapped. The Jippel clan is maintained by dragons, the gods who created them, and the many Jippel clansmen who have made contracts with those gods. In other words, the Kanden family is now difficult for them to deal with. If his father weren't here, the Jipo family would have likely torn the Kanden apart long ago. Jin suddenly stopped, as if he'd realized something. Wait, now that he thought about it, how did they gather so many contractors? He wondered if it was possible to gather that many in one generation. This was more than just a coincidence. Upon seeing Jine, the security guard reached out his hand and asked for her identity, startling her as she realized they had arrived. Jean handed the passports to security, stating, I am Jean Grey, and this is Julie Pitton. We're here in the Kingdom of Aken for tourism. He took the passports and pondered for a long while. After a short while, Jin and his companion sat down in the teleporter, and the loudspeaker announced, Attention all passengers. We will begin teleportation to the Kingdom of Aken in a few minutes. You may experience side effects such as headaches or delirium. So please, make yourselves as comfortable as possible, July casually says. As expected of an identification card made by the family, we passed through the gate without any problems. Jin replied, Of course, the person who gave it to me said that this card is so real that it could even fool Vermont's special forces. They've begun the teleportation. Thank you for waiting. The teleportation is about to begin, and Murakhan cowers in Julie's arms, tears welling up in his eyes. Jin drifted into thoughts of his past life in the Aken kingdom. He slowly closed his eyes, but 15 years had already passed. He slowly opened his eyes at the announcement. We have arrived. Welcome to the Aken kingdom of the Lutero Magic Federation. Jin looks up, his lips pressed tight, his gaze deep and unreadable. He remembers spending his final years in the capital of the Aken kingdom before his regression. It's been a while since my past life, but not much has changed. Beggars and homeless people are everywhere. The people passing by on the street wore gloomy expressions, and after a moment of observation, Julie remarked that the city was strangely bleak. Though the weather is fair today, young Master Jine knows the truth all too well. It's all because of those wretched, exploitative despots. I remember hearing how terrible the current Dark Ages are. Let's find lodging first. We can find our destination later, she replied politely. As dusk settled, the three arrived at a dilapidated inn. Murakhan, visibly displeased, asked, Kid, do we really have to stay in a dump like this? July understood and analyzed. The young master must already have a plan. Murakhan crossed his arms and exclaimed, Beard bread, we have the means. Why stay in a place like this? It would be great to flaunt our wealth in a city full of criminal mages and illegal immigrants, wouldn't it? Jin said, opening the door. Murakhan questioned, Is that why we have to stay in a dump that even orcs would turn their noses up at? Gritting his teeth in frustration, Jine coldly stated, Regardless, I'm coming in. Jin seemed very familiar with the place. He calmly stepped inside, finding the innkeeper sprawled listlessly on the counter. Diane asked, Are you the owner of this inn? The man looked up, drool dripping from his mouth as he mumbled a few words. After processing the microcircuit, he blurted out, Guests? Z sized up the three newcomers, judging Murakhan to be a persistent stalker. Jane is a novice swordsman, and the beautiful girl beside them. Is she a maid? Z's eyes gleam, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he presents 3 large glasses of orange juice. Welcome to Z's Inn. We have plenty of rooms available. Here, try our inn's famous orange juice. Have a glass and pick any room you like. As Murakhan raised the glass, the man smirked, thinking, That's right, enjoy your drink. When you wake up, your lives will begin anew in the underground auction beneath this inn. Murakhan, face contorted with rage, throws the orange juice in his face. He just wants to send you to meet your maker. Has this lowly insect lost his mind? He asked innocently. What is the meaning of this? Murakhan leaps onto the table and punches him square in the head. Murakhan angrily demanded, How dare you serve us poisoned drinks? Z asked, tilting his head. Poisoned? What do you mean? Murakhan didn't care. He growled, Right here, right now. Murakhan cracked his knuckles, threatening Z. Ready to meet your maker? Z clutched his cheek in terror. But please wait, let's negotiate. But Murakhan had no intention of stopping. He kicked Z in the face, disfiguring him, and scoffed at the idea of negotiation. Jin recalled Z, an information broker in the Empire who claimed to be someone Jin owed a debt to in his past life. The reason a weakling like him, exiled from his family with no foundation, could settle in Aken was all thanks to Z's help. So they became close, but not for good reasons. Jin rubbed the bridge of his nose, already annoyed at the thought, but this time things would be different. This time it's my turn to use you. That bastard Zed hasn't learned his lesson and is still threatening me. If you keep hitting me like that, I won't let you get away with it, he screamed with all his might. Despite appearances, I'm a 5-star, Merkin answered while relentlessly attacking. Who cares? Z realized he couldn't win and changed his tune. I was wrong. It wasn't poison, but a sedative. Merkin didn't care about those words anyway. It was all the same to him. Jin calculated that this should be enough. He commands Merkin to stop and hear what Jin has to say. Merkin was taken aback. Huh? Why should we listen to someone who tried to poison us? Please save me, I'll make up for my mistakes. Merkin silenced him with a glare. Don't even think about opening your mouth unless you want a beating. Jin calmly sat down and began to speak. I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. Hey, you bastard, Yan calmly continued. If you lie, you're dead. If you tell the truth, you live. I will judge your answers subjectively, based on my feelings and intuition. Understood? Z hastily agreed, and Murakan rose, entrusting everything to Jin. All right, do as you please. He began with the first question. All right, what's your profession? He asked groggily. My name is Z. I'm an innkeeper and an information broker, and also a con man and a trafficker. And upon hearing this, Murakan wished he could send him straight to the afterlife. Z then crawled to Jin's feet, begging, If you spare me, I can be of use to you. I know a lot about this city. Trust me. Jin said, Looks like the reason you drugged us was to sell us off somewhere. Z frantically kowtows, Yes, I'm so sorry. When Jin asked where, Z froze for 2 seconds. What now? A deafening explosion erupts before him, and Z, terrified, clutches at Jin's cloak, blurting out, It's the testing underground auction house. He stepped on the man's hand and ordered him to elaborate. Z frantically shouted, Testing is a dark organization that runs auctions, deals in slaves, forbidden poisons, stolen goods, and even antiques. That place has everything. Jin seems to have guessed it, finally arriving at the testing underground auction house. He said softly, All right, you're safe tonight. But you know what to do next, right? The man blurted out, Of course, thank God, thank you. Murakan expressed his confusion. Kid, you're going to waste medicine on him? July chimed in. That's right, Master. If you spare him, he might deceive us again. Jin reiterated, mentioning a dark organization and an underground auction house. This action confused them even more, as Jin excitedly shared. What could be better than exploring those places? Observing his attitude and behavior and then dealing with him wouldn't be too late. Though they didn't quite understand, they agreed to follow his lead. He turned to leave, calling back, Besides, we need a guide in Ain. Let's use him. Then he opened the door, thinking, First, I need to find his sister. Leaving Murakan and Julie speechless, Jin sighed, lamenting how tiring it was to play dumb when he knew everything. But he couldn't reveal he was a regressor, so he had to keep it up. After examining him, the doctor advised that he should rest until his bones healed, then put on his hat and left. Well, if you need me, please call. Someone exclaimed, as it turned out to be a person from the Lutero Magic Department, who just picked a random person off the street to treat a talent. Meanwhile, Z seethed inwardly as he checked himself in the mirror. Damn it, these lunatics beat me up and then heal me. He glanced at them, wondering, who are these guys? It doesn't matter if they're heirs to martial arts families or aces of the Special Enforcement Unit. If I betray them, I'm done for. Zin spoke up, then let's go. Rung stammers, Huh? What? Zin growled, We have to go. Arriving at the black market auction, 2 hulking guards stood watch outside a magnificent castle. One of them squinting suspiciously, wondering what was amiss. Hey Z, why so many people today? Are they merchandise? Rhett grits his teeth. Enough chatter? Open the door, they're my guests. And so they were allowed inside, the guards opening the door for them. Inside, the lights were dazzling. Jine's face remained unchanged. Glancing up, a large and luxurious chandelier was installed on the ceiling. Everyone there wore masks and chatted merrily, with a band providing music. Someone remarked on the absurdity of it all. Murakan clicked his tongue, finding the orchestra a bonus compared to a place run by thugs, as Z handed them masks and explained. Everyone thought Sanka was the leader of Tessing, but the real leader is someone else. Murakan is shocked. Z explained, If you want to go to the auction house, please wear these. It's better to cover your faces. Jin wondered, So who is the real leader? He answered that it was a man named Ao Chan Nian, and that this place was decorated to his tastes, but in truth it was to hide his lack of education. Jin commands him to continue. Z shares that Ao is different. He can not only quell the dirty streets, but is also a 7th-level martial artist. He hesitantly continued, saying rumors linked him to the Van Ganden family across the sea. Jin was stunned. Van Ganden? Yeah. Murken sighed heavily. Ignore him. Do you really think they'd associate with such lowlifes? Julie nodded. I agree, my lord. No matter how much I think about it, I can't recall anyone like that, except for Yain, who thinks differently from the others. Not a single one. The bastard who cursed me so I can't wield a sword. If it's related to the magic division, it could very well be him. The 9-star curse is unbreakable. I can't imagine a test mage capable of casting such a high-level spell. But in 10 years at Thunder Arena and 5 years in the Sword Garden, I still haven't found the answer in those 15 years. I must at least grasp some clue. He told them that they were there to learn everything they could, including the identity of that Alu guy. And Jin's unwavering determination was also worth investigating. Muraka wondered, what's the plan? Is it the kind where we wipe out all the thugs on day one? July whispers, the guards we saw on the road seemed to be all spirit vessels, and some looked like unregistered mages. I don't think it's wise to raid the enemy's camp. Jin doesn't have to worry, I have a plan, July wondered. The plan? Jin turns to July and Muraka. Listen up, everyone. A while later, Muraka... children? Muraka smoothed his hair, frowning. Sometimes I really wonder what's going on in that guy's head. How do you even come up with this stuff? July was surprised. She covered her mouth, slightly surprised. But can you really pull that off as a Rankin family member? Jane turns, remaining calm, saying not to worry, that they can escape if an unsolvable problem arises. Jiawai nodded in agreement as Rhett respectfully announced their arrival. I've arranged a rather discreet spot for you all. He gestured with a smile, drawing back the curtain to reveal the light. Welcome. Jin, Julie, and Muraka step out from behind the curtain, looking down at the auction and its patrons below, as Rhett smiles at Tang's Flower, the underground auction house. Jin and the others took their seats as the auctioneer's voice echoed, we will now present the next item. On the platform, a dirty, wounded foot chained by iron emerged. The host exclaimed that it doesn't matter where they came from or why they're here. The auctioneer eyed the group with their hands shackled, announcing, our first item is something you can use however you please, without a second thought. Here comes a slave, a group of slaves comprised entirely of large men. The host continues, they are in very good condition today. Take a look at the one at the end of the line. He looks to be in good health. Jin, watching the chained figures below, wondered, Jet, were you planning to sell us off like them? Rhett, scratching his head, forces a smile. Forgive my ignorance. Yen stares at the crowd below, thinking, slaves. I should be glad there aren't any children at least. Muraka crossed his arms, looking at Jin. Hey kid, what do we do now? Jin replied coldly. We wait. Jin calmly states, I've heard they occasionally put up some useful items for auction. If anything valuable appears, I'll try to bid on it, then we'll start figuring out how to act. Muraka glances at Jin as he recalls the item he wants, thinking to himself, I just came up with this plan, and if my intel is correct, that item is probably gathering dust in the warehouse. Could I just steal it after the plan goes through? The auctioneer smiled, waving his hand. Now then, let's move on. He shouts and the auction officially begins. At his words, the patrons below erupted in excited shouts, while Jan coldly observed their reactions. Now we just need to be patient and wait. A week later, the owner bid 20, 130, we have 130, can we reach 140? Z approaches Jin and whispers, yes, sir. Jin nods, listening to Jay, who looks down at the crowd. You've just been watching for the past week. If you don't buy something today, the auction house might come looking for trouble. Aren't you bothering me already? Z bows his head. Ah, yes, of course. Please, do whatever you want, I adore you. Retreating, Rhett frowned, thinking, damn it, do something, you idiots, or you'll be kicked out of here, even if I have some connections with the auction house. He fumed. Buy something, anything, before I lose my patience. A book was brought up, and the host looked at it. The next item up for auction is our first magic book of the day. He smiles, introducing it. This is a magic book by Matthew Y., a mage who once dominated the continent. We have yet to decipher it, but I'm sure there's some amazing magic recorded in here. A man below, oh, we have our first bid, will anyone bid higher? Jin shielded his forehead, thinking, not Matthew, it's Matthew Moniac, you idiot. He recalled the library somewhere, thinking that all of Moniac's magic books were managed by the Zippel family. So there's no way that book is real. It's been a week since I came to this teasing auction house, and it's so boring. There's nothing of value. He looked down at the host, thinking that the auctioneer was spouting nonsense, as the auctioneer smiled. "This is our next item." After the auction, that book was taken away, and Jin thought about how those foolish mages were obsessed with that fake magic book. The host announced, "The author of this magic book is Jenny," raising his hand. "The starting bid is 500 gold coins." Jin thought to himself, "Some magic books are like this. They're not famous, but it's like playing the lottery. If you're lucky, you get something good, but otherwise, the price is driven up by the guests below." 60, 70, 80. Muraka patted Jane's shoulder. "Hey, kid," Muraka said sternly, "you should buy it. If that book really is by the Jenny I know, it'll be a huge bargain." Suddenly, the auctioneer looked up to the higher levels in surprise, asking if anyone would bid higher than 150. The guests below were shocked. Was he really going to buy it at that price? Probably some rich young master. Dien glanced at Muraka, thinking, a magic book recommended by the Black Dragon. Murakan? The auctioneer confirms the 150 bid, as Muraka mutters, "Why is it here?" Hearing this, Jin wondered, why? Let's see what kind of magic book he's so interested in. The next magical book written by Suji Hist is the Magic Book of Sujil Hister, says the host, as the guests below stare blankly. Who is Hister? First Jenny, and now this. Nothing but unheard of things. The host notices Jine raising his paddle and announces 200 for the first bid. The guests from Dao A were also shocked to hear the opening bid, and they looked up at where Jine was standing. Who's the guy bidding 200? Why does he always bid on such strange things? Muraka crossed his arms, wondering, hey kid, what is that thing that someone bid 200 for it right off the bat? Do you know this book? Zin asked emotionlessly. I just thought it would be good to buy another magic book. Though his words were calm, he was inwardly astonished. To find it here, my master's family from a past life. I heard her family fell hundreds of years ago. I never thought I'd find a trace of them here. In his mind, he recalls the image of a woman with bright red hair wielding a magic staff, as the auctioneer announces the sale of Hister's book for 200 gold. He thought to himself that he would give it to her as a gift if they ever met again, as Jin stood up, holding the mask in his hand. All right, time to make a move, let's go. The two auctioned books are brought to him. Muraka examines Genmi's magic book, exclaiming that he's hit the jackpot. It's really Genmi's, but it's accompanied by strange and complex ancient text. Dien thought to himself that only he and his master could decipher that ancient language. Z, standing behind him, rubbed his hands together with glee. I'm so glad you finally bought some items. It would have been terrible if you hadn't bought anything by now. Jane is cold and aloof, chilling. Hearing his name, Z is taken aback. Yes, sir. Jane calmly states that he will go and meet Alu, the spider's leg. Z froze, panicking, and stammered that it couldn't be. Even if you are my client? Alu Jin approached and placed a hand on Z's shoulder. Then please, relay this message to Alu. Jin smirks, telling him that Baradine Zen has come to visit, leaving Z frozen in shock. Thought to himself as he rushed to a room. Damn it. Z's face flushed with excitement as he grinned, realizing he wasn't just a VM Special Forces member, but a pure-blooded Fen. Z reached for the doorknob, thinking, good. Now, if I can rely on the Zipfen family name, I can get out of this hellhole. Z throws open the door and shouts, Alu, get out here now. Baradine Jen was looking for him. He wondered in shock, why were there so many? A menacing crowd stared at Jay, their grim expressions causing him to freeze. One of them stepped forward, hands in his pockets, and eyed Jin. Are you Baradin? He frowned. Come with me. The boss wants to see you. With a bruised face, Rhett stood behind the group as Jin swung his arm, striking the leader and sending him reeling. Jin held out his hand, a ball of fire appearing in his palm. Are you all making a fool of me? The man who was just hit cradles his face, staring at him in disbelief. The fireball grew, and Dai said sternly, Hey, are you Ao? The man waved his hands frantically. No, sir. Mr. Aw ordered us to escort you three to him. Sparks flew as Jin hurled the fireball forward, unleashing an explosion of heat and destruction. The man cowered, hands over his head, as Jin calmly said, I've revealed my identity, and he just sends a message. Let me say it again. His eyes burning with a blue flame, Jin coldly commanded, Tell him to come see me himself, crawling on all fours. A veined hand lands on the floor as everyone prostrates themselves before Jin. The red-clad figure kneeling is Alu, manager of this testing auction house. I failed to recognize you. Please forgive me, Alu begged, but Jin's expression remained cold. Z, bowing obsequiously behind Jin, grinned to himself, thinking anyone else claiming to be Veridin Jipo would be laughable, but not him. His aura is different. He bared his teeth, his eyes glinting with malice as he recalled. He even used a fireball earlier. That's a 5-star mana skill. Z continues, saying that only the Jipo family could possibly wield 5-star magic at such a young age. A week prior, Jin's words caught Murakhan and Julie by surprise as they descended the stairs. "I'll pretend to be Veridin Zipo," Murakhan blurted out. "What?" Julie asked, concerned. "Young master, Jane seems confident, saying that even if Alu knows the Jipo family, he won't be able to tell the real from the fake. Jin lays out the plan he's been devising. We'll strike first. His judgment will be clouded by fear, but Julie has other concerns." "No, master. The problem isn't whether you're discovered or not." Julie worried, thinking that if the family or clan leader found out about this in the future, there would be trouble. Back in the present, Alu hears Jane's command. "Stand up." Alu immediately obeyed, his massive frame several times larger than Jine's, yet he was utterly respectful. "Yes, my lord." Jin pulls out 2 books, asking emotionlessly, "Alu, take a look at these. What do you think they are?" Alu bowed his head remorsefully. "Magic books. I'm sorry for taking those ancient magic books without the Jipo family's permission," Jin threatened. "These 2 magic books I hold are highly valued by the Jipal family," Jin sternly questioned. "How much money have you made from them?" Jine's imposing presence frightens Alu. "Lord Veridin, I sincerely apologize, but I am merely a martial artist. It was my mistake not recognizing the value of these magic books. I'm sorry, sir. I'll do my best to recover them all, so please give us a chance." Jin slams the 2 books into Alu, asking if he thinks it's better to have someone like him retrieve them, rather than doing it himself. Jane's eyes flashed with the authority of a superior, coldly ordering Alu to shut his mouth and hand over the list of customers who bought the books, along with the amount they paid. Words that plunged Alu into despair. "My family will begin the investigation tomorrow." Alu and his men silently sank into despair and regret. It's over for the Aken kingdom. Compared to the Jipo family, testing is nothing more than a common gang. Alu knew that if the investigation uncovered anything that displeased the Jipo family, testing would be finished, so he handed over the entire client list. Jin, Julie, and Murakhan reviewed the list together as Alu stood before Jin. "Those are all the people who attended the auction, Lord Veridin." Jin's father asks if there's anyone else. Alu bowed his head, explaining that the others were under heavy guard in the warehouse. He then asked for permission to leave. "That's also where the staff is housed. If you allow me a moment, I can bring them here immediately." It would take about 2 hours, so if you would. Before Alu could finish, Jine coldly cut him off. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wayne's words caused him to clench his fist behind his back, struggling to restrain himself. "Why don't you go destroy some important documents? Don't think I can't guess your moves just because I'm sitting here. Do your job properly. Fine, go then." Awe seethed, veins popping, but he had to bow his head and listen to Jin's warning. "Investigate the rest, and don't forget, I'm still in control." Awe bit his lip, forced to obey and instruct his subordinate. "Yes, I understand. I'll be back soon. While I'm gone, take him around the warehouse area for inspection." The subordinate respectfully replied, "Understood." But as he passed his subordinate, Alu placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Don't take him outside the estate until I return." The subordinate acknowledged, and as Alu walked away, he gritted his teeth. "That bastard, just you wait. You think you can control everything that's happening?" He was furious. "Damn it, I spent a fortune on those JP family members. We absolutely have to buy back those magic books now?" No way. Boxes crashed to the floor, scattering valuable jewelry, and Murasan was ecstatic. "Take whatever you want, Beard." Jin, July, and Murakhan ransacked the room. Murakhan tore through everything, leaving July speechless. "Is it really okay?" Murakhan is confident. "It's fine. We'll just take whatever we think we need." A book strikes a subordinate's head as Murakhan fumes. "Damn it all, omniscience is not omniscience." Muraka spoke quietly to Jane. "Hey, kid, about Alu. He'll know you're a fake when he gets back." "What do you plan to do then?" Jine asked, never ceasing his attacks. "What do you mean?" Jin calmly replied, then noticed a box nearby, contemplating what to grab before making a run for it. Before Al's return, Jane opens the box to reveal a ring nestled inside. The polished ring gleams and Jane smiles in satisfaction. "Found it?" July asked with her usual worried tone. "Young master, should we keep taking these kinds of reckless risks? I don't feel good about this." Jin chuckled. "I'll take that as a compliment." July and Zed appeared, the latter carrying a thick stack of documents. "Sir, I'm here with the list of names." Z respectfully hands Jin the list, complete with information on the slaves he requested. "I've also included their nationalities and ages." Jin was generous with his praise. "All right, well done." Jin dismisses them, his business concluded. As Jin was about to dismiss everyone, Alu's subordinate stopped him, expressionless, promising to deliver the auction house's records later. The subordinate stopped Jin's group from leaving, saying his master would wait for them at the manor. But before he could finish, Jin unleashed a surprise attack. The henchman's jaw was twisted to the side, and a tooth flew from his mouth. The subordinate immediately fell unconscious on the ground, and the others were shocked by Jin's decisive move. Young Master J quickly flattered him, saying he was amazing and made no wasted movements, but inside he was terrified. What? Why did he knock out Ao's subordinate? Suddenly, Jin turns to Z with an odd question. Z, do you have a family? Surprised, Z instinctively answered, Huh? Yes, I have a son. Jane's next words left him speechless. Take the boy and run. Go to the Kingdom of Peace. Give them my letter of introduction. Tell them what you know about the auction house. That's the only way you'll survive. Zeed was confused again. No, I will stand by you until the very end. He didn't want to give up this golden opportunity. No, I've finally gotten this golden opportunity. Please, allow me to fight by your side for the rest of my life. Z told himself that he had to seize this opportunity to succeed, but Jin doused his hopes with a bucket of cold water. Oh, sorry, but I'm not Verdun Zipo. Z is stunned. What? 2 hours later, Alu returned. I've investigated Verdun Zippo, Alu said, looking at the subordinate, sprawled on the ground. Verdun Zippo has long white hair, unlike the imposter, another subordinate added. Ao's face darkens as the terrified subordinate reports. They took the information of the slaves and other customers in the auction house, and before escaping, left a message saying the testing is over. His neck veins bulging with rage, Ao ordered them to give chase. The subordinate was stunned. What? Alu's massive hand crushed the subordinate's head as his eyes burned with rage, tossing him aside like a sandbag. The henchman was thrown into the wall, leaving a dent and sticking there unconscious, as Ao's rage terrified the remaining subordinates. Alu roared, Send everyone after them. Bring those swindling bastards back here. I'll kill them all with my bare hands. A voice cuts through the raging flames. Hey, kid, is this why you've been snooping around this area? I didn't think we'd gain anything from provoking Ao. We need to see if he's connected to the Kanden family. Well, I guess I'll just take it as a farewell before we leave. Jin listened to Murakhan's thoughts, but in the end he gave the demonic tome away and even gifted him a masterpiece. I was shocked when I saw you take that out of the auction house. Then, Murakhan looked Jane in the eye and asked, How do you know about such ancient things, and why are you trying so hard? They're over there. They're escaping that way. Tell the boss. Having been discovered, Murakhan turned towards the sound and clicked his tongue. Shh, noisy pests. Just then, Jin slowly stood up, a great wind stirring the leaves, and coldly suggested, How about a change of scenery? Sweating profusely, Aotu finally appears, spotting them. He and his men surround Jin's group, yelling, You swindling bastards, how dare you do this? You think you can trick Otu and just run away? The more he spoke, the more Otu lost control. I'll hang you all in the marketplace as an example. You'll see what happens when you mess with the owner of the underground auction house. But then, Jin's words stopped him cold. He revealed that he had the ledger containing the names of the slaves abducted from B. Jin casually reaches into his coat, retrieving something, the transaction records with the magic books that the Jaipo family seeks. Or perhaps a list of clients who've dealt with you in shady ways. Jin tossed the papers exposing Ao's crimes into the air, making his announcement. I've already leaked everything. By tomorrow, the entire continent will be watching you. This magic mail is so convenient, isn't it? Standing amidst the falling newspapers, Jin looked mockingly at Ao. Frankly, you're dead. Learning the truth, Ao completely loses control. You little brat. I won't let you die easily. I'll spare your miserable life, just so I can torture you. Each time you faint from the pain, I'll burn you awake with flames. But Jin ignored him and called out to Murakhan. Hearing his name, Murakhan asks why. Apparently, Jin wants him to fight Alu one-on-one. Hearing this, Murakhan sighed with a bitter smile, and to grant Jin's wish, he advanced alone towards Alice's ant-like swarm of subordinates. This is a headache. Seeing this, Alice flew into a rage. You think you can take us all on by yourself? Don't even think you'll last 3 hits. At his command, the mages raised their staffs and cast fire magic, while the rest stomped the ground, charging forward. Leave the brat alive, bring him to me, and kill the rest. Aut's subordinates charged at Murakhan, weapons raised, but with a flick of his hand, Murakhan effortlessly defeated the first attacker. He was thrown back, and as more rushed in to attack, it was already too late. Murakhan swiftly dealt with them. Witnessing this, the others hesitate to attack as Murakhan, eyes blazing, surveys them like a death machine. With one powerful kick, he shattered the earth, and like a missile, Murakhan hurtled forward, crushing all who stood in his path. From a backstab to a face full of fist, Murakhan effortlessly takes them all down. Not stopping there, he continues his relentless assault, Ao's subordinates becoming as small as trembling animals before the mountain lord. They were frozen in place, afraid to flee, afraid to attack. Seeing his useless subordinates, Ao raged, "What good are you standing there?" But the mage stammered, "If we use magic now, we'll hit our own troops." Hearing this, Ao ordered, "Just aim at the ones in the back, you fools." Immediately, Jin instructed, "Jolly, stall them for a moment." A giant fireball was forming, along with ice and whirlwinds conjured by the mages to attack Jin. The moment was ripe, and they unleashed their powerful attacks. But Jin calmly assesses the situation. All below 5-star mages, huh? A sparkling crystal on her necklace emits a dazzling light. All of Ao's attacks are blocked by Jin's defenses, a sight that the mages can hardly believe. As the barrier faded, Jin calmly said, "Thanks to Luna, that was much easier." July behind them breathed a sigh of relief. Even so, he left without saying goodbye to the young lady, Master. Suddenly, a scream echoes as an enraged Murakhan, eyes wide, roars. "The weakest of the weak is all you have is numbers. You pathetic rabble, you're starting to annoy me." With that, a deadly aura of blue energy emanated as Murakhan unleashed a barrage of massive magic cannons, shouting, "Just die already." That surge of power, like a colossal lightning bolt, engulfed the crowd. Aolut and his men collapsed like straw, watching in disbelief as bodies rained down. Ao's eyes darken, but then a sly grin spreads across his face as he laughs maniacally, drawing his sword and striking friend and foe alike. Jin silently watches the chaos unfold. "Boss, what's going on? He's gone mad." Hao continues to slaughter his own men. Mura wonders if he's gone mad. "Well, that saves me some effort. Kid, I've cleared out these ants like you wanted." Having slaughtered his own men, Aolut turns his blade on Jin Kui, demanding, "Who sent you here?" He desperately wanted an answer. "Who?" In response, Jin says, "Whether I tell you or not, you're going to tear me apart anyway." He's fast. As he spoke, a violent sword strike was unleashed, but Jin simply dodged it, the blade tearing a long gash in the wall behind him. That attack revealed Jin's opponent to be incredibly fast, as the fool raised his power-infused blade and declared, "True, I can't know if you're telling the truth, but once I take you down, you'll talk. I won't let you leave so easily." Murakhan grinned with delight. "Haha, kid, you finally met a worthy opponent. I think the rumors of him being a 7-star warrior are true." He gleefully shouts a reminder to Jin. "This one's different from Bisco. This one wants you dead." Murakhan, watching from the sidelines, shouts, "Give it your all and don't die." The Out points his sword at Jin, saying he's arrogant, furious that a mere mage would dare step forward. "Are you underestimating me?" Ignoring his empty words, Jin takes an offensive stance. He quickly draws his sword, and a fierce clash ensues. The two swords clashed, creating a blinding light, and Ao gritted his teeth in frustration as his attack was blocked. He's surprised to see Jin defending himself with a sword. A sword? He tried to slam his sword down, forcing Jin back, but Jin gracefully retreated, dodging the blow and enduring the man's curses. "Damn it!" He charged forward, attacking and yelling, "So you're not a mage." Ao swung his sword at Jin, but he reacted quickly, blocking the blow. Ao gritted his teeth in anger, putting all his strength into a new attack. The two clashed repeatedly in midair, creating brilliant sparks. The moment had come. Jin ducked into a counterattack, unleashing a decisive sword strike, but Ao vanished into thin air. Instantly, he appeared behind Jin, who sensed the danger and turned around, but Ao's vicious strike missed its mark. The blow only managed to tear Jin's clothes, causing him to remark that it was too weak as Jin retreated to create distance and strategize. Too fast. He hasn't even fought with all his strength. At this point, Ao realizes that the fireball the ascetic used at the auction was just an antique. Damn it, I fell for his trap. Suddenly, he shifts his focus. He's not the problem. His mind raced as he looked at Murakhan, the one who single-handedly defeated all his men. He was definitely stronger, so why was he just standing there? Meanwhile, Murakhan was enjoying himself, noting the kid was having some trouble, prompting July to ask worriedly, "Murakhan, are you really not going to do anything?" Meanwhile, Jin fought fiercely as July worried incessantly. Even if it was their young master's wish, it was still too soon for him to face a 7-star warrior. Murakhan reassured her, "It's fine, July. The kid needs to learn to value his life." July knew he was right, but before she could say more, Murakhan posed a question. "And you, Beardy, do you think he'll lose?" A simple question, yet it left July speechless. Back to the fight, a powerful strike is unleashed. But Ao easily parried the blow, leaving Jin astonished by his strength. Outside the fight, Murakhan and July intensely observe the battle, while Ao, bloodthirsty, grins wickedly. As Jin itches, Ao seizes the moment, sword in hand, charging forward, yelling, "You're finished!" Faced with this critical situation, Murakhan smirks confidently while Ao suddenly freezes, realizing something. Long ago, when the Black Sword Master fought with a 2-level gap, it was nothing to them, and Jin had already created a powerful fireball in his hand. He confidently unleashed it. Too late, Ah realizes the massive fireball is hurtling towards him at breakneck speed, and he takes the full brunt of the agonizing blow. Shielding his face, he wondered, wasn't that an artifact? Damn it. Looking towards Jain, who stood above a pit of lava, he incredulously roared, "You're a magic swordsman?" Jain was surrounded by blue electricity, his eyes growing ever more resolute. The sword, now empowered by Jin, crackles with lightning. Jin clutches the sword to his chest, becoming someone else entirely. Jin plunges the sword into the ground, and a storm of lightning swords descends from the sky. This is summon lightning, and the bolts are forcing 10 Alus to constantly evade. The sky churns like a superstorm about to break, as Alolu desperately tries to fend off the lightning strikes. Suddenly he shouts, "You fool!" He yells at Jin, "If you just stand there, you'll die." Jin paid him no mind as a dense power emanated from his body, summoning his helmet. Seizing the moment, Ao struck a powerful blow, but what he saw left him stunned and confused. What? His attack left Jin completely unscathed, as a dark power threatened to consume Ao, leaving him stunned. Jin suddenly spins his sword, gripping it tightly. Alut, still in shock, is struck by a powerful blow, cleanly bisecting his body. Despite the blow, his face remained frozen as Jin donned a suit of black armor with a blue sheen. That last strike drew Alut's blood, and Jin paused after delivering the blow. His mask fades away, revealing emerald eyes as Alu finally bleeds from the fatal blow. Even he didn't realize he was injured, but Jin had victory in his grasp, a confident smile on his face as his strike sent blood flying. Jin stopped behind Tak Khan after slashing his shoulder, while Tak Khan stood still, a look of utter shock on his face. While Jin remained calm behind his mask, Tak Khan bled from his wounds, his clothes torn. Jin's mask blazed, and the world seemed to pause. Soon after, the flames died down, revealing his face and his profound gaze, as blood spurted from his body, yet his expression remained calm. Takan calmly sheathes his sword as his mask fades into black smoke, while Murakhan can't help but squint in admiration. As expected of the mithril Muta, Juai tilted his head in confusion. The ancient artifact, he explained from thousands of years ago before being interrupted. Mta was made for Bond, the first king and the one the demons were most interested in. It was also around that time that a war broke out. The knight held a sword, his entire body glowing gold. A masterpiece blade capable of blocking any attack below 7 stars. How did it end up in the hands of these street thugs? Meanwhile, Jain stared at the ring flashing on his hand, lost in thought. In 5 or 6 years, this Muta artifact would be returned to the King of Ben. Jay realizes that the Academy and everyone were in chaos because of this helmet, which is why he remembers the exact location and the day he found it. Amidst the dust and blood, Takan collapses to the ground. Jane turned to him calmly. "Before you die, there's something I want to ask." Al, barely clinging to life, listened intently. Jin stood before Ta's massive fallen form, arms crossed, and asked, "I heard you conspired with the Jian Khan family. Is that true?" Murakhan sighed. "Kid, you should have asked sooner. He's practically on his deathbed. What could he possibly answer?" Laughter then erupted. "Boo-hoo, boo-hey, boo-hey, hey, hey. All right, now I understand." Jin stared, wide-eyed, as the man laughed, then regained his composure, glanced at Jin, and smirked. "You must be Jin Runkandel," he declared. "So it's true you failed, and you're just a youngest son." Hearing this, Jin's face filled with disgust as he narrowed his eyes. Takon trembles, certain that the man cannot be stopped, as Jin watches him with growing impatience. Murakhan approached, frowning in complaint. What the hell is he talking about? Jin calmly states, "A spider's leg." Murakhan glances at him, confused. "I doubt that's your real name, is it? I think I need to investigate further." Jin crosses his arms, observing Takan, lost in thought. A 7-star martial artist leading a gang must be connected to the Jian Kanden family. Murakhan, confused, asks him, "What's so strange about you? Rumor has it one of your ancestors, a 9-star warrior, opened a tavern, didn't they?" Takan remained motionless on the ground. Jain responds to Takan. "That's right, but I need to know the name he just mentioned. I must find this person, especially since I'm destined to become the clan leader." He strokes his chin, his eyes deep in thought. You have failed. You cannot stop him. Then, looking at Ta lying on the ground, he knew who I was, and still said those words. So, does "you have failed" mean something related to the shadow pharmacy? Images of the others flashed through his mind, and as for why he said he was just the youngest son and couldn't stop him, he must have known about the power struggle between the Caden family brothers. Yona ran away from home, so she needs to be ruled out, as do the twins. The twins, Miu and An, are out because they're too young and naive, and the others aren't clever or cunning enough to get involved in this. There was only one person left, obsessed with rankings and always on edge when his talent was revealed. He remembered that person's hawk-like gaze. He strode confidently down the hallway, the next heir of Duncan Den Ruth Duncan. He mused that no one else was as capable. And whether that was true or not, he'd find out soon enough, as the man looked up and smiled, his eyes deep and calculating. Then, in a vast blue sky, birds soared, as the newshawker cried out that testing had been wiped out by a joint investigation between the Jippel family and Bond. The townspeople eagerly gathered around the newsboy as teasing had completely collapsed. The demons who preyed on innocent people were wiped out in a single day. The headlines are crystal clear. Jin and Murakyan read the news and discuss it. Looks like Jay did well. He frowned. Chesh! He then comments, the Jippel and Bond families won't let this stand. This price is too low for his life. The man slams the table, threatening him, but Jin replies, Humph, this trash needs to learn the hard way. Jin crumpled the newspaper as Murakyan grinned. Jippel and Bond already had reputations, but it looks like you benefited the most. He smirks. That's right. Mage rings, 7-star knights, and even victories. From behind, July called out, Young master. You both turned to look at the same time. Her face was filled with astonishment as she stared wide-eyed at the two of them. Even if he's a 7-star knight, it doesn't mean he deserves the title. Don't be careless just because you won. I think you need to be more careful next time, Jin replied. Of course, none of this compares to the final boss. July, I understand, I'll be more careful next time. Jin walks on. Okay, thanks to this, no one will be looking for us. So let's rest up and head to the next location. Murakyan is confused. Where to next? Murakyan asked. Jin announced their destination. Tan, an independent city, leaving Murakyan utterly bewildered. July explains, Tan. Is it because of the 7 colors of the rainbow? Jin replies, that's right, but Murakyan remains confused by the mention of the 7 colors. As they walked, July explained that it was a major news center in Tik. Besides those in Dancan, Jipo, and B, it was the most reliable. Murakyan slipped his hands into his pockets. So, you're planning to exploit these lowlifes like you did Z, huh? Ahead, Jin hands money to a boatman, who looks at him, wondering if he heard correctly. He closed his eyes and smiled. It's just another way. With a command, the sails are hoisted and stretched to their limit as the ship set sail, leaving Jane lost in thought. From now on, whenever I use memories from before my regression with Julie and Murakyan, I need to come up with a good reason. But not only that, I need to investigate things related to Bisco Ebriano, Buba, and Kinzalo. Plus, Alu's past is linked to the Black Sea and the fall of the taboo magic colony. There's so much more I need to investigate. Therefore, the 7-colored Rainbow Information Center in Tan is the most suitable place. Kid, what's more important now is the magic or whatever's left in the Chen clan that I discovered before. Immediately, he made his judgment. I believe it's light magic. Jin looked over in astonishment. Light magic? I thought it disappeared in ancient times. His face grew serious, his brow furrowed. I don't know what to make of it either. Chenmi was once the Jipo clan's enemy. Muraka recalls the sight of their people practicing some kind of power. Behind him, stacks of spellbooks towered high, ready to erase anyone who displeased them. This was always the Jipo family's way, which is why no records remain. He then recalled the family's symbol and the fading letters, adding that if Jin couldn't break his limits, the Caden family might face a similar fate in the near future. Hearing that, he was speechless. Murakyan quickly approached him, rolled up his sleeves, and said that learning these things was also important. Confused, Jin asks, What are you going to show me? Hurry, I'm excited. Seeing his excitement, Murakyan grinned. Look forward to this, because this is the magic you need. A dark void appeared in Murakyan's palm. He reminded him to open his eyes wide and look closely. Curious, Jin moved closer to the energy orb, muttering, Light magic that's black? Then a blinding light burst forth, making his eyes widen. It emits a blinding light, obscuring everything from view. Haha, how's that? Your eyes are strained after just a few seconds, right? On the other side, his body trembled as he raised a hand to cover his face, muttering, My eyes! John's eyes are so damaged, they're watering, squinting hazily, hands covering his face. I could probably use it for both defense and offense, right? Not to mention it's called Flashbang, one of Chenmi's ultimate magics. This thing is seriously powerful. Murakhan stopped laughing, pulled something out of his pocket, and frowned with gravity. But compared to that, what did you just pull out? It's a book Murakhan holds out to him, and he looks up at it. This is an encoded system that even drives me, Murakhan, crazy. I don't know what's inside, but it's sure to be useful. Hearing that, he paused for a moment, then calmly replied, "Leave it be. Someday I'll give it to someone who can decipher the code." A week later, the ship docked at a harbor, and Julie stood in the sunlight, excited. Wow. Beside her, Murakhan in his cat form sits on her shoulder, his eyes full of composure. They've arrived in Tikan, the independent city. The three quickly disembarked, and Jai marveled at the city's beauty. Young Master Yin considered this city, located on a small island north of the central continent, outside the rule of Canon, or Jipo, as he surveyed the port. Though its population is small, it's a popular tourist destination, filled with foreigners. July excitedly takes in the sights, noting how lively the independent city is. She turned to him with a smile. "Young Master, shall we find a place to stay?" Jain looked around to confirm. "All right, let's head into the city center." At that moment, Murakhan jumped off her shoulder and transformed, shocking the other two. With his hands in his pockets and smoke still lingering, Murakhan glanced impatiently at him. You're not going to pick some godforsaken place again, are you?" Jin chimed in with a complaint. "Murakhan, I've told you so many times, don't transform in the city." But he retorted, "Kid, I've told you 1,000,000 times. No one really cares." Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching the three with admiration. "Wow, it's Lulia," she exclaimed. "That cat just turned into a person." The voice drew their attention, and the girl pointed towards them, her eyes wide as she clutched a dinosaur plush. That black cat turned into that dark-haired man over there. How did he do that? Caught red-handed, Murakhan's face went blank, his mouth agape. Beside him, July was no different, her eyes sparkling, the bear in her arms also shining as she sweetly pleaded, "Teach Julia, too." After explaining, Jain concludes that she must have been mistaken, saying, "How could a cat turn into a person?" Lulia listened calmly as she ate her popsicle. Then, hearing him mispronounce her name, she took the popsicle from her mouth to correct him. "It's not Lulia, it's Julia. And I didn't mistake him for someone else. A black cat really did turn into that old man. Why are you lying, mister?" Faced with her innocent questioning, he was speechless, then repeated helplessly, "I'm not lying, and I'm not an old man." Lulia leaned forward, frowning, and insisted, "You're lying. And you are an old man." He walked ahead, helpless. "Fine. Since I bought you ice cream, can you pretend to be the girl who interrupted? Don't make kids lie." Uncle, hearing that, he was speechless. Behind them, the two onlookers were dumbfounded. July wondered, what should we do? She rested her chin in her hand, looking troubled. "We should take her to someone in authority." Thinking she was lost, they worry that if she spreads rumors, the Jipo family will find them out. Murakhan retorts, "Don't worry, no one will believe her." Hearing this, she shot him a reproachful glare, saying, "If you'd listened to the young master from the start, none of this would have happened." Murakhan weakly retorted, "Oh, come on." Lulia pauses, her popsicle finished. A fortress lies before them. Lulia recognizes the gesture and exclaims, "This is the Central Information Hub." Immediately after, she sadly hugs her plush dragon. Julia doesn't like the military. Julie looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" The others gathered around, awaiting her answer. Lulia frowned. "I don't like them. They're always bothering Mom." Julie looked at John with a pitiful frown. "This isn't good. This place is likely where they use violence and exploit civilians." The man beside him stroked his chin thoughtfully. Her mother might also know something. Jin decides to investigate. The guard sees them approaching and recognizes Julia. Her face clouded over, and she pouted in displeasure as the guard called out, turning his head towards the inside. "Go call the commander. Miss Julia's back." Seeing this, he stepped forward and asked, "Wait, you know this girl?" The guard just chuckled. "Ha ha, it's very clear. She's our commander's daughter." His face filled with confusion. Commander, daughter. The little girl excitedly pointed as the figure approached. "Mom!" Lulia cheered. A figure emerges from the building, a powerful presence radiating murderous intent. "Is this the Central District Commander?" Dian wonders cautiously. The woman's face tightened with seriousness, and he remarked that he didn't think that was all she was. Suddenly she grinned, rushing forward with outstretched arms. Little Julia happily ran over as well. Before the crowd, the mother and daughter embraced warmly. Alisa scolds Julia, saying she told her not to wander off. The little girl hugs her mother, whining that it's because Mom doesn't play with her. She lovingly embraced her child, saying, "I'm sorry, my darling. Once I'm done with work, I'll play with you a lot." Lulia responds, "Really? You promise, Mommy? Don't leave me because you're busy like last time?" Alisa indulged her daughter. "All right." The three onlookers were speechless at the scene, and when she suddenly spoke to him, he was taken aback as well. Almost everyone in this city knows Julia, so I guess I was careless. Alicia, holding her child, reached out to greet him. "Forgive my lack of introduction. I'm Alicia Beer, commander of the Tan Outpost." The child smiled at him from her mother's arms. Jane reached out with a smile. "I'm Jin Gray, just a new traveler in Tan." Alisa smiled. "Ah, so you're a tourist. I should repay you somehow. Is there anything you need while you're here?" Hearing this, he smiled and made a request. "In that case, could you recommend a place for us to stay?" Then Alisa mumbled, "Oh, then." But before she could finish, Lulia called out, "Mom!" "Mom!" She turned to look at her child. Then, the little girl whispered something in her ear, and silence filled the air. Alisa pulled a pen from her pocket and turned to the guard. "Do you have any paper?" The man quickly produced a stack of paper. "Yes." Alisa quickly scribbled on the paper, tore it off, and handed it to him, while Lulia looked on with excitement. "Hello, sir." The guard replied, "Yes, hello." Alisa hands him a letter of introduction, stamped by the outpost commander, ensuring good treatment anywhere in the city. He calmly smiles back and accepts it. Alisa continued, "Thank you again for finding my daughter." Jin replied humbly, "No, we should be thanking you." "Well, we'll be going now." The three quickly departed, leaving her to silently watch them go. Alisa was serious, and Julia innocently answered her mother. She asked with a serious expression if it was really a cat that turned into a human. The little girl agreed. "Okay, but they don't seem to want to talk about it." Hearing this, she quickly touched her daughter's cheek, reminding her with a beaming smile. "Then I'll pretend I don't know anything." The little girl playfully responds to her mother. "Good job. Everyone has a secret, huh?" Meanwhile, Alisa glanced at her red eyes, muttering to herself. Transformation? She pictured his dragon form, something only a dragon could achieve. That night, inside an inn, everyone worked tirelessly as July rubbed her stomach. She happily sits on the bed, commenting, "The service is great. I only received treatment like this back in Hewfester." Meanwhile, he leaned against the wall as Murakhan sprawled out opposite him, confirming his thoughts. "This bed is so soft. It should have been like this in the tent. Is this the power of a letter of introduction?" she wonders. He muttered, "Things seem to be going well in Tian. We've been nothing but lucky since we got here." He smiled at them as July suddenly clapped her hands, as if remembering something, and looked at him with a smile. "Oh, now that I think about it, can I have the same ice cream Julia had earlier? It's a Chen specialty." Hearing this, Jin looks at her, complaining, "July, why would you ask me something like that? Go buy some." Hearing him, she happily hummed as she headed out the door. "Yes, I'll be right back," Jin muttered. "It's been a while since we've had this. It feels like a vacation." Murakhan, leaning back with his arms behind his head, glanced at him. "Hey, kid, how do you plan on meeting Rainbow? It won't be easy." Jin sat up in bed, slowly replying to Murakhan. "First, I need to meet someone." He knew he had to find the 7 colors, Tan's best information brokers. His mind conjures the image of a man, a central figure in that information hub, the renowned swordsman, Casimir. He was even invited to be the sword instructor for the John Cadeo family, whose iconic sword was their only known piece of information. He recalls Kazm among the people, but in 10 years he will reveal his true identity as the King of Bon, using information gathered from the 7 rainbows to seize supreme power over the Bond, Jippo, and John Kanan families. He envisions Kazm being greeted by the people, reaching out to acknowledge them. Jin thought to himself that he would later gain full support as the first king of the independent kingdom of Tan. His eyes narrowed as he brought his hand to his mouth, lost in thought. He's extremely cautious, with not only superb swordsmanship, but also the ability to patiently bide his time for years. This is the man who can help me get all the information in this city. Jane pondered, but hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. How would he approach him? Moroccan burst through the door, a look of alarm on her face, and delivered the grave news. "Master, something strange is happening with Moroccan," July interrupted, adding, "There's no one left in this inn. All the staff and guests have vanished." Upon hearing this, both of them were bewildered, and Julie concluded, "I think something's happened." Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the darkness. It's Chasm, grabbing Julie's shoulder, freezing her in surprise. Julie turned, and the others in the room jumped to their feet, frowning. He spoke first. "Hello, how are you all doing?" Chasm's face twisted with malice as he asked, flanked by 2 guards, if it was all right for him to come inside. Murakhan noticed his hand on Julie's shoulder, his eyes widening with rage. Jin sees his surprise as well. The holy sword, Casimir? Why is he here? But before he could process it, a dark shadow flashed past. Murakhan slams his hand into the doorframe, stunning Chasm, whose eyes widen as the man behind him shouts, "Wait!" desperately trying to stop him. Murakhan immediately stopped, embracing Julie, who was completely caught off guard, as dark smoke emanated from his body and his eyes glared menacingly at Chasm. One gripped his sword while the other desperately pleaded, "Don't kill him!" Julie watched their reactions in bewilderment. Murakhan's voice, filled with rage, thundered, "Did you just ask if I was okay?" Chasm's eyes widened in terror as sharp fangs were revealed. "No." And Murakhan's eyes widened in disbelief as well, his body tightly coiled around Chasm. His face pressed close. He glared menacingly, the air thick with murderous intent and curses. "Do you think I'm okay, you bastard?" Chasm couldn't escape, his eyes wide with terror. Chasma, wary, composed himself and backed away, staring at Murakhan, while Jin remained lost in thought. Sword Saint Casimir, what are you doing here? Meanwhile, Murakhan glared with equal fury, grinding his teeth as Jane struggled to understand. They hadn't caused any trouble, especially since they'd just arrived in Aken. He surveyed the soldiers guarding the inn, realizing he wasn't the only one. There were many others. He frowned with concern. "At this rate, we'll be in danger. Please, Murakhan, calm down." "Lord Murakhan, this place is too cramped." He then reminded him, "If you fight here, July will get caught up in it." Hearing this, Murakhan paused, the murderous aura around him slowly dissipating. He then began to retract his energy, calming down without a word. Upon hearing his name, CME looked up in astonishment as Murakhan, back in human form and seething with rage, cradled July in his arms and demanded, "Do you even know who I am?" Chasm stammered, confused. "What?" He quickly pulls July to his side, while she stares in wide-eyed shock. Enraged, Murakhan punches Chasm in the face. "You bastard. I asked you if you know who I am." "What do you mean, hello, how are you?" I'm speechless. "Didn't anyone teach you manners?" He hadn't even reacted yet, still looking up in bewilderment. Murakhan continues to berate him, asking if not carrying a sword gives him the right to look down on others. Behind him, the knight sighs in relief as he calms down. Luckily, he stopped while CME was flustered by the questioning. "No, that's not what I meant at all," Murakhan roared at him again. "Isn't that right? You wormed your way in here and caused trouble. Answer me, you bastard. Do you even know who I am?" Chasm grew even more agitated. "I don't know." Murakhan cursed, his hand pressing harder against the wall. "Are you deaf? Why are you still being so disrespectful?" From behind, a voice called out, "Sir, please, you need to stop them. That's enough, Murakhan, isn't it?" Then he looked at Chasma and warned him, "If we weren't wanted, you should calmly put your weapon away." It was then he noticed, looking down at his side in astonishment as Jin approached, Murakhan stepping aside. Jin smiled amiably. "You must be High Sword Casmia, correct? I've heard so much about you, so you're not exactly a stranger. How do you know my name, and who is this young master?" Beside him, Murakhan held Julie protectively, eyeing Cosma warily as Jane exclaimed, "Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself." Then he slowly smiled. "My name is Jin Kanan." Murakhan glared angrily. "Hey, kid, you—" But Jin cut him off. "It seems you have much to say. Shall we find a more suitable location?" Looking at the bewildered Chasma, Jin confirmed, "I will answer any questions you have." He couldn't respond. They then sat at a table in the inn. Jin spoke first. "Thank you, Mr. Casmia, for dismissing the army. It feels like you trust me a little more." Chasm looked wary, pursing his lips and glancing at him, thinking to himself that he brought the army here because he heard a dragon had appeared. Chasm noticed Murakhan scowling uncomfortably behind him, but it seemed to be the wrong move, only angering him further. He was quite sure this man was the dragon they spoke of. This feeling, this pressure. It couldn't come from a normal human. He then looked at Jin sitting across from him, realizing that if he hadn't intervened, he and everyone else would likely be dead. Jin notices Casme looking at him and sits in silence. Then he recalls his previous encounter with Julie and realizes the woman is Julie McLaurin. "I met her before I was discarded from Palace B. I still remember her military bearing in the training hall that day." He saw a piece of silver metal glinting on her wrist. Chasm wondered, puzzled, "But I don't sense any aura from her at all. What's her connection to these people?" Composed, CME places a hand on the table, cautiously eyeing him. "You say you're Black Jin Kan? Is that right?" "You don't seem to be lying, but I have a question." Jin calmly replied, "Please go ahead." Chasm glanced at Murakhan, who was standing beside him with his arms crossed, looking displeased, and asked, "Why are you with a dragon? Since ancient times?" Dragons usually only make contracts with magicians, those who have made contracts with gods or individuals with superpowers. Chasm slowly added that it was the JP clan. Hearing this, he stared intently at him. He calmly replied, "No, they don't know." Hearing that, Chasm smiled, knowing his family wouldn't let this go if it spread. Yet he spills a life-altering secret as if it were nothing. Isn't the real question whether or not I'm a Darkwalker's clan member? Hearing his threat, his eyes narrowed. CME added, "Please, enlighten me." But faced with this oppression, he calmly retorted, "Knowing there are dragons here, why did you still want to come?" Murakhan crossed his arms, glaring menacingly, leaving Sime speechless, and Chasm didn't hesitate to expose the truth. "Since you've revealed such a great secret, I'll tell you one of my own. You've met my daughter Julia, haven't you?" At this question, they all remembered the girl. He added seriously, "The reason I came here is because she said she saw a cat transform into a person." Jin, upon hearing this, asked Van, "And you believe the words of a child?" Chasm denied this, saying his daughter wasn't just a child, but a contractor with Osmiel, with an inexplicable Jane energy eye behind her. "Osmiel, are you talking about a familiar?" He readily admitted. "That's right, a divine servant." The image of the girl hugging her bear and pointing at Murakhan flashed in their minds. Chasm voiced his doubts, saying, "There's no way my daughter, who made a pact with AZML, could misidentify something." Jin quickly reminded him, "You should know that there are many powerful people in this world who want to become contractors with AZML. Is it all right for you to tell us this so easily?" Murakhan interjects, baring his fangs. "Wait, something's not right." He slams his hand on the table, his face contorted with anger. "If she's truly a contractor, where is her dragon? Why can't I sense any draconic aura from her?" Startled by this strong reaction, Kazme explained, "AZML's dragons are known for cherishing their contractors, so why would it abandon a child? That's odd." Jin recalled the dragon plushie the girl held, and his eyes widened as he realized something. "I'm not sure what's going on, but it seems like something happened." Hearing this, Murakhan frowned and turned around. "What?" Chasm conceded, "That's right." He lowered his head, his face darkening as he explained, "About a year ago, Julia's dragon guardian suddenly went missing. This seems to involve the Jipo clan or the Bond Empire, but it's all just speculation." Murakhan objects, saying it's impossible. His face grew impatient, brow furrowed as he exclaimed, "No dragon in the world is dumb enough to get kidnapped. And for a whole year?" Then, Murakhan's voice suddenly dropped as if remembering something. "Wait, a year? Little one? You said your daughter is 5 years old, right?" Chasm looked up blankly. "What? Oh, that's right." His expression grew more serious. After a long silence, he explained that if the girl was truly contracted to AZML, and without a dragon guardian at her age, she would soon go mad and become a vegetable. "What?" Murakhan elaborates. "Listen closely. An AZML contractor can see the future. Humans may not know it, but seeing the future is a huge burden on a dragon's mind. Lulia's thoughts and mind appear, and perhaps she's too young to distinguish reality from illusion, so everything seems normal?" Murakhan interrupts and adds, "But if she keeps observing the future without protection like now, in a year or two, her eyes will become uncontrollable. Will the future become crippled?" Hearing this, Dang Sao was dumbfounded as Lulia walked down a desolate corridor of memories. Murakhan added, "It's a matter of cause and effect. Seeing the future means following it. To resist is to invite the wrath of Asmil, meaning if one sees another's death, they are powerless to intervene. Any contractor who dares interfere with the law of cause and effect will be eliminated." Murakhan glanced at Chasm and concluded, "From the start, she never lived in the same world as you and I." His face was filled with panic, his pupils dilated. Mira affirms, "I can see it in your face." "I'm right," Jin adds. "Then you need to find that dragon and bring it back to her as soon as possible." Hyom gritted his teeth in anger, and Murakhan rubbed salt in the wound, saying there was no other way. Immediately afterward, he knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully. "My lord, all-powerful guardian dragon, though my superiors haven't mentioned it, I am the head of the Seven Colors Information Center, and I have confidence in my abilities. Yet, for the past year, I haven't been able to find my daughter's guardian dragon." Seeing his actions, Murakhan simply closed his eyes and folded his arms. "So it seems meeting your daughter upon arriving in Tan wasn't just a coincidence, was it?" He recalls his encounter with the girl and understands. "Was it Azam who asked you to help his young contractor?" Chasm trembled. Before he could finish speaking, Murakhan waved his hand in refusal. "Ah, no can do." Murakhan states that no amount of begging will change his mind. Hearing this, Chasm's eyes widen in despair. Then, Murakhan pointed to the man sitting calmly behind him. "Ask my boss what he wants." He asked, "Hey kid, what are you going to do now?" He rose from his seat and helped Casimir to his feet. Please stand up, Sir Casimir. We may not be close, but this concerns a child's life. His eyes filled with determination. First, please, regain your composure. Casim's eyes were hollow and filled with despair, but he agreed to help us find the guardian dragon for Julia. He sat on the ground, head bowed. I will never forget your kindness, young master. Jin couldn't help but think, even when things were going right, he couldn't relax. His face was clouded with uncertainty. He thought to himself, if we can't even find the seven colored, it means we need information from the Kanen or Jippo families, which isn't going to happen. Beside him, Murakhan turned and asked, Hey kid, aren't Tikan and the Jippo family one and the same? He looked at him, seeking confirmation. No, Tikan is just a city. They're not related to anyone. Murakhan replied, Okay, great. He then looked at Kasim and said, If you have so many resources, you must have gathered some information about dragons, right? Kasim looked up in surprise. Yes, that's right. We know which dragons live on which continents. Muraka quickly gave his order. Good, then bring me all the information you have on the dragons in the Bee Empire. Hearing this, Jin exclaims in surprise, Murakhan, don't tell me it's you. Murakhan chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Well, this method isn't much different from the old days. There's nothing that Dragon doesn't know from the stories passed down. That night, in a house in the forest, Miss Kwai Kanto enjoyed her tea as an excited voice echoed. Lady Quicantello, please take a look at this. Hearing that, she glanced over. Oh, Enya's here? Enya said, waving a newspaper as she approached. It's news about Sir Jine again. Isn't it wonderful, miss? To be the same age as me and already be a 5-star contractor? Kwai Canello calmly set down her teacup and offered praise. Enya, you're a talented contractor, too. One day you'll be just like him. She looked up, a doubtful expression on her face, still holding the newspaper. Really? Quickteo confirmed again. That's right, Enya kept rambling on. Unlike that child, the guardian was a black-haired man who had made a pact with the god of time, much like Enya. Quickteo, who had been listening, stopped, her hand frozen on her cup, her face filled with anger. The temperature plummeted, and Enya stared blankly at the change in expression. Lady Quanto. Quant gives her orders. And go home and don't come out until I return. Startled, the girl wondered what was happening as Quante's face twisted in rage, her hands transforming uncontrollably, and a chilling darkness descended. Meanwhile, Murakan carried Jane swiftly across the sea, telling him, it'll be quick for you, but confusing for him on my back. Murakan, brimming with confidence, flew onward, declaring, When I reveal my presence, the dragons in Bio will come running. He then instructed him to hide well and avoid capture. Jin pulls up his hood. Here we go. Moments later, Murakan halted, his dragon form towering above the water, his feet stirring up a whirlpool. All right, let's begin. The water churns beneath his frantic wings, and Jin's eyes watch silently. Jin recalled Murakan and Kazim's conversation. Sir, here's the list of dragons active in Sector B as you requested. He narrowed his eyes at the list in his hand. So that's where they were hiding. Murakan's eyes fell upon two familiar names, Earth Dragon and Silver Dragon, causing him to pause. Then he clicked his tongue. This is... never mind. It should be fine. Hearing that, Jine was confused as well. What's going on? Murakan closed his eyes and shrugged, saying it was nothing, just a little dangerous. But such are the relationships between dragons. He was even more confused to hear that. But Murakan offered no further explanation, simply urging, Let's go, kid. We have a long way to go. They turned to leave, but Murakan stopped them. Yes, Great Dragon, one moment. Called by the human name, Murakan's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as he turned and shouted, Enough. Just call me by my name. Am I some cult leader or something? Kazme corrected himself. Then Mr. Murakan. After his request, Kazim bowed deeply. Thank you, sir. The two turned to look at him. He pleaded, Please, let me come with you so I can save my daughter. Muraka frowned, then said softly, I will tell you two things before I leave. Hearing this startled him, as Muraka frowned, offering some rather blunt advice. First, from today until the dragon's return, you must exhaust your daughter every day, for when she is exhausted, the power of Osmil will weaken as well. Play with her as soon as she wakes up, run around the house or something, tire her out, and then put her to sleep. Kazim smiled gratefully. I understand. I'll make sure she gets plenty of exercise. Before he could mention the second thing, Murakan offered the answer, candy. He reminds him to bring it over, saying it's his fault they couldn't eat. July covers her mouth, looking at Murakan. Murakan then praised, You're quite perceptive, Galahad, as Galahad chuckled and snapped his fingers. Ha ha ha, beard bread. You said you wanted some earlier. July shrewdly exposes him. No, you were just talking a lot to calm Casimir down. Murakhan quickly paused at this revelation, then bristled. I don't care about that creature's feelings. Back in reality, Jin closes his eyes, thinking to himself that now he's pretending not to care. Back to reality, Jin thought proudly. How thoughtful of him. Our black dragon and Murakhan seemed to sense something coming. He warned him, seeing the two dragons in the distance. Kid, they're here. They rushed towards them with incredible speed. Jin realized it was Rebus and Dante. No surprise, since he'd beaten them so many times. Then, Murakhan told him to put on his helmet. Jin quickly put on his mask, complaining. How many times did you beat them that they came running as soon as they sensed you? He recounts his exploits, saying anyone who enters his territory will be beaten. That's how it was back then. You were quite proud of yourself, weren't you? The roar of a dragon. Murakhan, what are you doing? Murakhan stood majestically before the two earth dragons. Rabus and Dantiu then stated his reason. I have awakened to fulfill an important mission. You must assist me. The two dragons exchanged worried glances, wondering if they should tell him. It seems he knows nothing. The earth dragons awkwardly play along. Oh, sister of the high mountain and best friend of Set. We don't know your situation, but now is not the time. Please, just stay away from here, the other one stammered. Leave now. Our young contractor is here, and we don't want conflict on the border. Hearing this, Murakhan glared at them angrily. How dare you tell me to back down? Murakhan, I won't yield an inch. One of them grew impatient, saying, Come on, just leave us alone. It's because you flaunted your presence that things have become so chaotic. Murakhan gritted his teeth in impatience. Hey, what are you saying? They're announcing that Kwai Cantel is flying here to kill people. He's stunned, while the man behind him looks confused. Yeah, Jin wondered. If it's Kwai Kanto, is it the silver dragon Kwai Kanteo? What's your relationship with the guardian dragon of the time god, Onata? At that, Murakhan hesitated. Well, that's… he replies. An old flame, you see. And he was stunned, unable to understand. Some dragons begged, others pointed and challenged. Please, brother, I'm begging you. Can't you just leave? Our contractor is just a child. They could die if they get involved in this. The other dragons don't know you've awakened, do they? If you don't leave immediately, I'll spread the word right now. It's as if it sensed something. Murakhan sensed it too and was startled, reminding Jinwoo, Hold on tight, kid. He looks up. Ouch. A streak of light hurtles towards them like a missile from afar. A massive energy beam blasts forth, separating the three dragons, sending water flying, cleaving the surface behind them, and splitting the small island's mountain in two. The earth dragons fled helplessly, cursing their attacker as they ran. Murakhan watched them go, confused. What the hell is going on? Murakhan reminds him. Hey, don't lose focus. There's more coming. He quickly turned toward the attack, seeing a hand reach out, followed by a bright orb of energy. Another ultimate attack unleashed, followed by 3 pillars of light. Murakhan dodged, gritting his teeth as he looked back. The energy streams blasting into the water, sending it cascading upward. A massive explosion erupts on the sea's surface, splitting the sky in two, then recedes, leaving turbulent waves and 2 enormous whirlpools. He assesses the situation, realizing that even if he underestimated her, she's still an 8th class, capable of unleashing techniques beyond that level. Jin stood silently, taking it all in. So many attacks at once? In the distance, Quicantel roared with fury. Murakhan! He turned to see her hand overflowing with energy, her face contorted with rage. You bastard! This isn't enough to kill you! What were you thinking? Bringing those shameless bastards here? Jin looked on in bewilderment. We have to fight that ridiculously strong monster? Murakhan asks casually. I guess so. He wondered, Your ex, how long have you known her? He charged forward, answering, 500 years, about 5 years from a human perspective, then changed the subject. Anyway, stick that Bradamante into her whenever you get the chance. Got it? He glanced at the sword at his side, reminding him, She's still your ex, isn't that a bit much? Murakhan scoffed. Looks like you still don't get it. Above Kwai Cantel, she quickly transforms as well, but I never associated with such things to increase my rank. Her body is massive, with a sharp silver mouth. Murakhan affirmed, so when things get bad, just throw everything you've got at it. He had to go that far just to hit her. Silver dragon feet emerged from the smoke. Quicantel roared in anger, her silver dragon form glaring down. It's too late to run. Murakhan's eyes narrowed as she vowed to bury him at the bottom of the sea, then flew in front of Quicantel to dissuade her. Hold on, calm down. Quicantel, I know how much you hate me, but that doesn't matter right now. But she still glares at him angrily. He tried to negotiate, suggesting they deal with what was important first, but then sensed the killing intent and flinched. Quicantel opened her mouth, forming a magic circle and unleashed another attack. Murakhan dodges the attack, cursing, Damn it! Quicanteo dashed toward Murakan, who stood still, while Kwai Canilo sped by. Then, his eyes widened as she punched Murakan right in the face. He felt the aftershock on his back and clenched his fist, while Kikantel, having exhausted her attack, quickly bit down on Murakan's neck, who gritted his teeth and dodged. Immediately after, he retreated in frustration. "Damn it, why are you so hasty?" Her tail joined the fray, striking Murakan in the face, sending him staggering back as Jiang Yan glared at Cantello, who unleashed a blast of electricity. He mumbled something about "for the love of," but before he could finish, he screamed in despair. What the hell? At this range, Murakan was blown away and crashed into the water. Something shatters, light is devoured, and Murakan folds his arms before his chest. One eye closed, the other open. Dark energy radiates around him. Seeing this, Quickantel looked up in astonishment as a giant orb of darkness appeared behind Murakan. It then gradually dissipated, and black streaks swirled around Murakan like an egg. Kwai Canelo watched on in confusion as he breathed a sigh of relief within. "Whew, at least I bought us some time." Murakan then appears on his back. "Good thing I followed you. If you'd been hit by that silver dragon, I wouldn't have even heard about it. He's watching you. I won't die. No matter how strong Quickantel is, she can't get in here." Murakan rambles on, but never mind that. It's not easy to find an opening. Since we can still talk, we need to find a way to calm her down. Quickantel's hand quickly pierced the sphere's surface, and she tore it open. Quickantel grits her teeth. Is this a release of darkness? How sad. Murakan smirks, surrounded by a thick killing aura. Murakan is still stunned, not understanding what's happening. How could she? Quicanteo scoffs and curses. "You fool." She points directly at him, saying he doesn't know how weak he's become, and if he thinks he's still the same as before, he's sorely mistaken. Hearing this, Murakan weakly interjected. "Quicanteo, stop. Let's end this here. Think of our past. I'm only here because I have a question." Hearing this, Quickantel's eyes narrowed in anger. She roars. "The past, you say? If I think about our past, tearing you into 10,000 pieces still wouldn't be enough." Murakan remained silent, unable to retort. Her face twisted in rage, her grip tightened, and she unleashed a punch that sent him flying. But Murakan quickly reacted, pushing Kwai Cantu down, stunning her, and bit down on her neck, causing her to roar in pain. Murakan bit down as he reminded her to calm down. "Quicano, why would you do all this just because we broke up?" Her hands clenched tighter in anger. "Just a breakup?" Kwai Canelo spun around, landing another punch on the guy's face, cursing in fury. "That's why you're getting your butt kicked." Murakan was speechless, his eyes wide as he looked down, then shouted an order to Jin. At that moment, swift footsteps ascended the dragon's body as he leaped into the air. Murakan roared, urging, "Go, kid!" Jin leapt into the air, drawing his sword. Before Quicanteo could grasp what was happening, it looked up and asked, "What?" Jin brought his sword down next to the mask, and she gasped, "A human?" He was busy contemplating Cassel, its outer fins being difficult to pierce, even for Murakan's teeth, meaning it would be hard to even scratch it with just one dimension. He frowned, then paused, his eyes drawn to the wound on her back where he had bitten her, a narrow gap. He glanced at the black energy around him and Murakan's lingering dark energy as the power from behind was drawn into his sword, baffling Quickantel. The sword began to transform with that energy, and Jin aimed it at her, leaving her helpless as she stared at the power before her. He struck the wound on her neck, unleashing dark energy. Her agonizing scream echoed as the dark energy pierced Quicanteo. The dragon flesh at the cut ruptures, cleaving Quickantel's body in two. Her arm and one wing are severed, and he falls. Murakan seizes the opportunity and rushes to catch him, saying, "Kid, you're falling on his back." On the other side, a part of Quickantel's body also fell to the water, and the mask on his face vanished. Jin sat in the dragon's hand, panting, as Murakan praised him without reservation. "You've used all your strength, kid, but well done." Jin wondered if he'd somehow become a dragon slayer. Murakan muttered, "All right, let's pray she's calmed down a bit." Jin, unnerved, rubbed the back of his neck and shouted, "What do you mean?" "It's not over, of course not. Even a regular dragon wouldn't die from attacks like that." They looked down at the water, but this was different. Dragons who control time don't die easily. A wheel of time appeared before them, and Jin grimaced as he looked down at the gears. Murakan looks down as well, and Jin has a bad feeling about this. Before we can find the missing dragon, Quantel's image appears beneath the water. Could we disappear too? The gears of time begin to tick. The hands begin to move faster, then spin wildly as the two watch in stunned silence, and Quickantel's arm begins to reassemble. Recovered from the sea, water drips from his restored arm as he stands on Quickantel's hand. Is she reversing time? He remains calm because power and magic are two different things. But don't worry too much. Even if it's just a trick, it costs a great deal of power, Murakhan warns. Still, just to be safe, don't move an inch. He stood motionless. Her silver hair whipped in the wind as Kikantel reverted to her human form, hovering in the air, her face dark. "Are you calmer now?" she asked. Kikantel's face darkened as she looked up at them, and Murakhan fearlessly mocked her. "I didn't realize you were so hung up on me that you'd go mad. Didn't we have an amicable split?" Hearing that, Quikanto trembled with even more rage. "Peaceful," she screamed in fury. "You dumped me. You didn't even let me say a word. Is that your definition of a peaceful breakup?" Murakhan roared in frustration. "She throws a fit every time I mention breaking up. Frankly, I've never deceived you. It's just that our personalities don't mesh." He silently sheathed his sword, thinking, is this really a conversation between dragons who have lived for thousands of years? Murakhan relents, saying he didn't come to argue, but to ask her something. Quant paused, frowning. "Wait, she cut me off earlier and looked at Jine. Is that human the contractor of SS? Murakhan replied, "That's not important now. Someone of our kind is in mortal danger." Hearing Murakhan's words, Gui Canello narrowed his eyes warily. "Our kind, Murakhan, you're truly despicable." She cursed. "How many dragons have you killed, and you dare say that?" "You must be joking," she said. But Murakhan, unable to retort, simply pressed his lips together. Quan continues to curse, thinking of all the brethren who died by his hand. Murakhan doesn't hesitate to call the attack. "Yes, and among them were the enemies of your brother. For your revenge, I killed them. Those I had no connection to." Queel Canal's face darkens, and she chokes on her words as Murakhan impatiently turns away. "Never mind, it was my fault for asking you about this. I should have asked another dragon." Qui Canel reaches out. "Wait." She exclaims, "Wait a moment." He sees her reaching out, turns back, scratches his head, and puts his hands on his hips, his face showing dissatisfaction. "The truth is, every time I see you, I'm moved, so just ask me. And I apologize for what I said earlier." Murakhan cuts to the chase. Recently, one of Esmil's dragon guardians has gone missing. Hearing this, she understood. "Missing? Are you talking about Tanzlachi?" he wondered. "Right, there was a name like that, wasn't there?" He looked at them like children, squinted and sighed, finally getting to the matter at hand. "How strange," Qui Canello muttered. "Valletta just took that child away not long ago." Hearing this, he frowned. Valletta. The image of that blue dragon with emerald eyes appears in his mind. The wind dragon Valletta, a wind attribute dragonkin and the dragon guardian of vice leader Rippo Andre. He also recalls the cloaked old man who was contracted to that dragon. Does this mean it's connected to the Jipo family again? Back in reality, Guicanel stroked his chin, lost in thought. "I'm sure they said they'd teach Rachi dragon language magic. She figures we should relocate. If I back off a bit, maybe we can avoid the trap and get into B." Maraka bares his teeth while he remains standing on the giant's hand. She turns to them and says, "Let's go, I'll take you to my home." In a forest on the outskirts of the capital B, the sun begins to set as Jin speaks. "Sorry we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves earlier." The three of them sat at the tea table as Quantel replied, "I'm the contractor with Set." "I know you're a descendant of TA, aren't you?" she affirmed. "And you're the youngest son, Jindan Kanden." Mura was startled, her brow furrowing. "What? How do you know that?" Quantel muses, "How could I not know when he exudes the same energy as a demon? The three of us spent so much time together 1,000 years ago." She adds, "And I only guessed that he was the youngest son." Weilong's reaction is quite interesting. Jine glances at Murakhan, who is also startled. Quanteo. "Oh." Kukanto gracefully raised his teacup to his lips and took a sip. "Let's get to the main point. Valletta took Lachi away a year ago." Muraka looks at her. "So you're implying they tricked her by promising to teach her dragon tongue magic?" This sounds far-fetched, Quantel thought, but it could be true. He informs her that Qui Canello, who contracted with Asmil, is too young to wield such power. Shocking, he can tell. "What? Isn't it dangerous if they don't have a guardian dragon with them?" Murakhan confirms it. "That's right. And I'm quite sure Valletta knew it too," she muttered, tapping her fingers on the table. "Just as expected. What other motives could they have?" Hearing that, Murakhan questioned her, because she spoke as if she expected it. Did she know something beforehand? She confessed that when taking Lachi, Valletta stopped by B. She said she would introduce Lachi to me, but she kept eyeing my contractor and even begged to meet the young lady for no reason. He stood in the tree, silently watching Quo walk along the forest path. "Did you think I'd just let this go, knowing my personality?" She rubbed her temples in frustration. "Ha ha, with my contractor's identity exposed, I have no choice. Because many in Bond's upper echelons are close to the JP family, I can't keep the young lady here any longer if I act on impulse." Jin grasps the key point, pressing on. Her contractor's identity was exposed, but not Asmil's, right? It's suspicious that they know about it and approached Lacia. Seeing him ask, Murakan glanced over as well. He agrees. It is indeed strange. Could a spell to detect contractors have been created while I was sealed away? Impossible, Kwai Kanel retorted. No one can know about the contract unless the contractor manifests its power. And even if such magic existed, what would we gain from it? Jin takes a sip of his tea, realizing they would gain two things. First, they could minimize risks and eliminate contractors outside their territory. Cantel's eyes lit up with understanding as he calmly set down his teacup. And secondly, if they kill the contractors, they'll have the opportunity to form a contract with the family's god. Next, he recalls the self-proclaimed gears of memory. It's more than just a chance to make a pact. I'm pretty sure they use it in a specific way. In his past life, the time god who contracted with Wen appeared before the stone statue 10 years from now. Then, he recalled the cloaked man. The contractor is from the Jipo family. I'm sure of it. They can make a contract with a god if they kill their contractor, and that's why Julia's guardian dragon was kidnapped. He recalls the young girl sleeping soundly, as he doesn't remember hearing anything about Tian's princess in his past life. Back in reality, Guikano sinks into contemplation, his eyes lost in thought. It seems the young master has many speculations about this. I don't understand. The Jepper family has made so many pacts with the Dragon Clan. So why? Are you baselessly suspecting the Jepper family simply because they're your enemies? He interjects. He exposes her, calling her a turtle. She speaks words that even she doesn't believe, and Kwai Kanto's face falters as a stunned silence falls. The more he spoke, the more impassioned he became. I don't know about dragons, but human greed is insatiable. Even at the peak, they'll never be satisfied, and they'll always want more. They've ruled for thousands of years, so nothing they do would be surprising. He narrowed his eyes, certain, I'm sure those families are planning something. What I don't understand is why you're pretending not to know anything, he concludes suspiciously. Are you afraid of the Jipo clan? Her face darkened, shocked by Jane's intuition. Murakan rose, her face contorted with anger. Everyone knew of the Jipo family's greed, and though she hated to admit it, they were truly skilled. She fell silent. He reminds her, what's the harm in being cautious? I won't be asking for your help anyway. Leave be, she says, prompting Guan Taio to burst into laughter, because she covered her face and looked up, laughing madly. Boo, ha, ha, ha. Murakan was bewildered as she remarked, Murakan, you've changed so much. You can even sense danger this quickly now. The others narrowed their eyes in confusion, then she stood up, saying, Fine, I'll get my contractor out of here first. Murakan frowned as he watched her go. She's sure I'll help her. His face filled with shock, eyes wide. What? Kenel turned and walked away, declaring that she needed to confront Vuletta and uncover the truth. Murakan grits his teeth, watching her, clicking his tongue. If what they say is true, then perhaps this is the time to teach that family a lesson. With a single call, the Dragon Clan would come soaring. She approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He watched her actions, knowing it was also his duty to Tema. Because one of his descendants is here, it reminds me of the old days. Murakan chimed in, passing by him, adding that he even dared to provoke him, while the protagonist remained dumbfounded. Her face showed no anger, and even that arrogance was just like his. She offered, All right, I'll call Vuletta. And then a sudden noise interrupted her as Enia burst through the door, beaming. Lady Kikantel, I'm back. The three in the room turned to the girl, who looked equally bewildered. These people are Quikantel's fault. Enya, I told you not to go out. Quilcantel suddenly thought, No, this is better. I'll introduce her to you. This is Enya, contracted to the god of time. She's flustered. Her face flushed red with confusion as she clutches at her clothes. She formally introduced, Enya, these are my old friends, and the contractor he's protecting. Kwai Kano looked at him, and Jin Dan Kanden nodded in greeting. Her eyes darken, her glasses crack, and a loud noise echoes through the forest as Enia loses her composure, eyes wide, and screams, Oh my God, it really is Jin Darkhan. Oh my God, Master Jin is right in front of me. Seeing her over-the-top reaction, he frowned in judgment. She covers her face in embarrassment. Ha ha, I forgot to mention that to you. Enia, on the verge of tears, clasped her hands to her chest and shouted, losing all composure, It's you from the legends. Please, may I have your autograph? Faced with this outburst, Kwai Kantel reminds Jine's subordinate, Enia, what about maintaining your dignity as a contractor? Realizing her blunder, she gaped, eyes wide, face flushed, and then bowed deeply in embarrassment. I apologize. I've only ever seen Master Jine in the news before, so I lost my composure for a moment when I saw him in person. He was speechless. Kwai Canel crosses his arms, sizing her up as Enia frantically introduces herself. My name is Enia. I'm a summoner and a special student at the academy. He quickly stood up, smiling in acknowledgement. A summoner, huh? I heard that An has put a lot of effort into maintaining the bloodline of the contractor, which means this girl's talent is exceptional. There's no need to apologize, Enya. Your enthusiastic greeting caught me off guard. Ah, so you can. Quinn Cantel will be thrilled. She reiterated not to worry about it. Enya, didn't I tell you not to leave the house without my permission? As if suddenly remembering, she blankly explains, I was bored at home, so I thought it might be more fun to visit Lady Quinn Cantel. Hearing this, Quinn Cantel was shocked as the girl revealed, and when I came to see you, boom, I saw Master Jine right in front of me. She was right to come see Lady Quinn Cantel. Quinn Cantel's arms tightened. Jin noticed and thought to herself, a summoner and a special academy student? She recalled the discrimination and isolation she faced. Those damned bond nobles. I can only imagine how terribly they bullied Enya without a second thought. That's why I never wanted to mention or associate with those bastards. She couldn't help but curse inwardly, confused by their behavior. Ah, right, miss. Why is Master Jine here? He stepped forward, answering, I'm here for you. Hearing that, she was taken aback. What? He gently explains to her. It seems someone is targeting you, miss, as the current contractor of An. So Jine interrupts, then smiles seductively. Will you come with me? He extends his hand, promising to protect Lady Enya. Stunned by the invitation and his good looks, Enya covers her face in surprise. Take me with you, please. She excitedly reaches out, shouting, Take me with you! My prayers to the great Anta have finally been answered. Her wish granted at last. Her excitement takes him by surprise. Merkin turns away, closes his eyes, and sighs. All right, you're too loud. Quant approaches, reminding her, Enya, that's enough. Her face flushed. She clenched her fists and screamed, I'm going. Please, take me with you. Long live on. She raises her arms again, excitedly insisting on long life. Quantu quickly arrives and smacks her. Enya cries out in pain. Oh dear, she immediately fainted. Kwai Canelo reached out to catch her, secretly relieved. Ha ha. I was worried she wouldn't want to go. She laid the girl down, speaking softly, but her worries seemed unfounded. Look how happy she is to accept. She'd probably follow you to the dungeon if you told her to discipline Canelo. He was confused. A dungeon? Why would our clan have something like that? She lamented, Don't act like you don't know. There's a dragon down there. Jin was officially dumbfounded. You mean G? But before he could finish, Murkan yawned loudly, cutting him off. The two turned to look at him, only for him to fall asleep in his chair, leaving Quantel speechless. Couldn't you have waited a little longer? But there was no response. Quantel called him Jin Darkin. He glanced over as well. Yes. She explains the reason she agreed to help him. Loyalty to Terma and Enia's safety are only part of it, she interrupts, staring at Murkan's sleeping face. Because that jerk just fell asleep from exhaustion. She squinted, muttering that he didn't realize how weak he'd become. I want to keep my word, but he really can't face Violetta as he is now. So if you really have to fight Violetta, let me take her on. Is Violetta really that strong? She affirmed it was true, but also because that idiot had become far too weak. Quant recalled Murakan's valiant appearance from before. My sea attack back then must have been child's play to the Murakan of 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, she offered, Oh, speaking of which, you need a place to stay before Violetta arrives, right? What about my place? Are you sure that's okay? He wondered. Kwai Kano looked at him. As long as you're okay with it. Time is no issue, but you'll have to convince that dragon he'll definitely throw a fit about staying at his ex's place. They glanced at the soundly sleeping Murakan, and he smiled, deciding that the silver dragon Kwai Kano was more considerate than he thought. All right, we'll do as you say. She pushed herself up. It won't be long then, Jin wondered. Is there something else? Quikano asks Enia. In about 10 seconds, Enia will wake up. Choose your words carefully to explain the situation to her. Jin is bewildered. Didn't you hit her pretty hard? Even a master martial artist wouldn't wake up that fast. Before he could finish, Enia stirred below, her eyes widening as she mumbled, Young Master Jin. Jin turns to Kwai Kanto in surprise, explaining, You know, there are some things in this world beyond our understanding. Her eyes were like a monster's, her hand reaching for him, trembling. Young Master Jine is precious, so I'm counting on you. After calmly explaining, Enia understood that there was a faction targeting Tan's contractor. And their next target is me, right? She asks excitedly, her eyes sparkling with trust. I believe you. I'll believe anything you say, Jin. Schemes and adventures swirl around the small girl, her dragon escorts, and above all, Master Jine. How romantic, Jin mused, glad she was catching on so quickly. They lit candles on the table like they were telling scary stories, and she grinned foolishly. If you're optimistic, life will get better. I need to be ready to move to the Aken with my family at any moment. Then she asked, when do we leave? Jin quickly replied, the sooner the better. Enya scratched her head and grinned. Then how about we leave tomorrow? She calls them family, but she only has a 7-year-old brother and a pet dog named Puffy. Jin agreed, saying it was for the best, so they should set off right away. Kwai Kanel happily reminded her, Enya, go back and pack your things. Enya gets up to leave, promising to be ready before nightfall. The door closes, and the girl bids farewell. See you tomorrow. Young Master Jine. Quanto. Watching her leave, he decided to use Enya's illness as an excuse to the academy. He agreed as well. Yes, if I told her to drop out, they'd tear this whole place apart, she confirmed. Okay, so now let's focus on that bastard who framed me. A noise outside interrupts them, followed by a human voice. Is anyone home? I've come to ask for some firewood. Kwai Kanteo rises and sighs, his eyes closed. Firewood? There's forest all around. This person is strange indeed. Jin speaks up with a warning. Wait, Miss Quincanello, do you really think that guest came all this way just for firewood? She turned to him, confused. He thought to himself that dragons truly didn't have a strong sense of caution. Jin puts on his mask, reminding her that the people outside seem to be part of Bond's special forces. What is she muttering about? Why would they? He explains it's probably because of Lady Enya. They must have been lying in wait for a long time, trying to figure out which outsider Miss Quincantel brought back. The farmer in disguise stood smiling innocently at the door as Quincantel muttered about being watched. Her eyes are sharp. She's lost her composure. They dare to follow me. Filled with rage, Kwai Canello bursts through the door as the man cries out that someone is inside. Kwai Canello lunged forward, grabbing him by the neck, lifting him into the air with murderous intent, tightening her grip as she threatened him. Confess now. You're with Beta's special forces. The man began to foam at the mouth. Yes. What are you doing? I'm not. Footsteps echoed from behind. Quio shouts, demanding to know who sent him. The red-haired man emerged from the house, glancing over to warn the other to release his grip. He spoke haltingly, and Kwai Kanteo glanced over. He asks if he can let him go, his eyes sharp in the darkness, warning that if he kills him, the special forces will be here immediately. Seeing him release his grip, Kwaiken frowned in anger. So it seems you're the boss. The man collapses to the ground. She's made her decision. All that's left is to kill him. She advanced toward him, her fist clenched, energy swirling around her hand. A blow flashes through the room. Dust fills the air, and her punch lands squarely on his face, but it doesn't even faze him. That's it, Cottney says slowly, and her eyes narrow in confusion. Growing impatient, he glanced at her and the hand on his face, asking if that was enough to provoke her. His face turned cold, wondering if this would help ease her anger. Watching from the sidelines, he marveled that the man was still standing after taking that hit. He was no ordinary member of Special Task Force B. Then he noticed the mask on the man's face. That red mask is only allowed for the Special Command Group of the Investigation Unit, and then there's the red sword hanging at his hip. Even the sword he uses is meticulously crafted. You fulfill all of these conditions. He recalls seeing C-Name with 4 members of his team. The Emperor's right-hand man, the leader of Squad 3 of Department B, C-Name Raz, a man said to have masterful swordsmanship in Kanan. He realized this man held considerable power, and judging by the pressure he exuded, he was at least a Batin. Thankfully, he'd masked his face with Munta's magic. He scanned the surroundings, and Quicanel remarked, "You're quite good for a human." Bone Name's eyes were filled with coldness. "I apologize if we've offended you, but we had to confirm the identities of your secretive guests." Her eyes darkened with a warning rage. "Now that we've confirmed it, I'll be on my way. You barge into my territory and think an apology is enough? So humans can be arrogant to this extent," he muttered softly, as if sensing something. Enya has just left, and he warns, staring into the night, "Isn't it dangerous for her to be out alone?" Quicanteo's face darkens at the veiled threat. Cottney reminds her that while she might defeat him, a special agent is following Anaya, and she won't be able to help Anya if something bad happens. "So you still want to oppose me?" He leaves, but not without a warning. "I'll let it slide this time." Quaicanello bowed his head, face darkening, and continued, "So, don't forget." His eyes narrowed ominously, then he glared, warning, "There won't be a next time. You need to prioritize what's most important to you." Canello glared angrily at Bone Clay, the dragon's fury pressing down. He kept reminding her of what she risked her life to protect, her eyes wide with rage. The man glanced back fearlessly, telling her to prepare to lose everything because of her wrong choice, then cut her off. Until next time. In the darkness, Kikantel and his men depart. He announces, "I've confirmed the appearances of the suspects. Go back and investigate their identities." Furthermore, with a calculating look, he ordered all surveillance of the dragon protectors to cease immediately, shocking the special agent. "What?" he stammered. "Shouldn't they still be watching Quiquintel and the suspects?" Cotenay rubbed his punched cheek through his mask, explaining that provoking the dragon would only make things worse. "I'll take full responsibility, so just do it." His hand stained with fresh blood, he thought to himself. They're definitely plotting something. With that wound, Cotenay was speechless. He made a decision. They would be in danger. Cease close surveillance. Report only if they exhibit unusual behavior. The special agent acknowledges. Understood. Meanwhile, Gyukan Rattel slams the table in anger, cursing. "Damn it!" The table cracked as she raged. "Ha! I was a fool to stay in this wretched town alone. If you and Murakhan hadn't arrived, I would have underestimated their power." He looked at her, then said softly, "Luckily, nothing happened this time. Protecting Lady Enia must be our priority now." Quantal interjected, "All right, her mind is made up. We move out of here tomorrow." The next morning, on the vast sea, a ship set sail, as Quickle and Jin watched from a rocky cliff. He spoke, relieved that a merchant ship was headed to Tan, but she remained silent, arms crossed. Seeing this, Jin reassured her, "Don't worry too much, Miss Kwai Cantello. I bribed the captain handsomely, so he won't abandon Enya. Besides, Murakan will escort her, so don't worry." Below deck, Murakan, now a cat, is being licked by a dog, as the Enya and Naya sisters look on. He is not pleased. Quicanello sighed. "That's exactly why I'm worried." She turns and walks away. Now, he'll contact Valletta immediately to see what she has to say. She's close to and an important member of the Jepper family, so she may know a lot. He watched her go. A week later, light shone on Quiquintel's residence, and Murkan stood at the door. He looked up silently as praise came from below. "Well done, Lord Murakan." Annoyed, Murakan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Quiquano, more strict than I thought." He's taken aback. "Why are you suddenly saying this?" Murakan, gazing at the house, tells Jain, "We built this house together in the past. I understand why she wants us here." He asks suspiciously, "Is your heart being warmed?" Murakan's face darkens with displeasure. "Don't talk nonsense, kid. It's rare for me to reminisce. It's all just a memory now." The three shared laughter and a warm meal in their home. 1,000 years ago, in a house just like this, I spent happy days with Tema and Kwai Canteo. No matter what they did, those were happy days. Murakan winks and smiles at his friend. Is that so? Memories of that person are fading away. A name surfaces in Murakan's mind, and his head begins to pound. He clutches his head and freezes, cursing. The man behind him approached Murakan, asking what was wrong. "What's wrong?" He frowned and complained. "It's nothing. My head just went numb." Kwaikan shrinks back, sneering. "How pathetic, you're tired after just a little flying." Feeling looked down upon, he silently roared in anger. "No matter how weak I am, I'll never tire of that," Quaikanel reminds him. "Then you'd better pull yourself together," she announced with a serious expression. "I've received Valletta's reply. She'll arrive tomorrow night." Later, on a barren island south of Bent Beach, dark clouds blanketed the sky as Kwai Kano arrived alone. The sound of the waves crashed as she waited with her arms crossed and a look of annoyance. Meanwhile, Murakan and Jin hid on a nearby cliff, observing the situation. Jin had previously asked what she planned to do when she met Valletta tomorrow. She looked at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I told her I was calling her here to ask about Amin Latri's dragon lair." Her eyes narrowed coldly. "If she plays dumb, I'll give her a beating." Murakan marvels at how fresh it all feels. Then she grinned, her eyes closed. "Not bad. Her personality hasn't changed, but be careful since Enya isn't by her side. I think you should just lay low." Quant reminds her, "If something happens, I'll fight on my own. I don't need your help." Hearing that, Murakan glared and shouted at Kukanto. "What? Even at my weakest, I wouldn't want pity from an ex." She calmly explained with her eyes closed. "Who said I pitied you? Don't be ridiculous. This is for our family." She then suggests, "She values the Dragon Clan's honor, so I think she'll come alone." "You think I'll lose to her?" he asked, tapping Murakan's shoulder, much to the dragon's annoyance. She confidently puts her hands on her hips. "Stop worrying and relax." Back in reality, he frowned, thinking she wouldn't have come here alone. He looked at her, muttering to himself. If the Jepper family really did kidnap Lashi and are plotting shady deals… Quicanello's eyes suddenly widened as if sensing something. He realizes they would surely come prepared. A whirlwind rises, and the wind dragon appears, accompanied by a man's voice. Ha ha ha! What an honor to meet the silver turtle dragon protector. He holds his weapon, face darkening, and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you." The Jippel family's vice-patriarch Dragon Wings, and Melier's representative. He grins menacingly, eyes narrowed. "I am Andre Jippel. Seeing this," Quicantel angrily shouted. "Valletta, your eyes are filled with disgusted questioning. I thought you said you were coming alone." I craftily justified receiving her letter, stating I was with Andre. Just as I was interested in Anta's representative, Andre was equally excited. Her eyes narrowed menacingly. "So, please understand." Without hesitation, Ho Long Back Hat chides her. "Beretta, you've become quite nasty lately." She scoffed. Let's get down to business then. I need to discuss Anta's contract." Quicanello cuts her off. Raidery then cuts straight to the chase. But where is Raidery? Von Leda's eyes widened in surprise. Then he roared with delight. "Oh, I've been tricked." "Of course that's all you've been thinking about this whole time." Quicantello roared back, equally enraged. "Answer me. Beretta, a year ago you captured Ratura, didn't you?" From then on, Asmon's contractor could no longer find the Dragon Guardian, and she glared at Quicantello with confidence. "Let me see. I don't know how you want me to answer." Rotary Vleda quietly confirmed, "Everything is going smoothly." Quicantel's face darkened with rage as he roared, "How dare you trifle with me?" She reminds him, "Quenelle, I don't know what your relationship is with Asmon's contractor, but interfering with the Jipo family is not a wise decision." "Are you insane, Beretta? You actually kidnapped a dragon whelp who knows nothing of this world?" Murakan, from the cliff, gritted his teeth in anger as he listened to the conversation. "Damn it!" Jin frowned, noting the arrogance. Von Leda beckons with a mocking grin, chuckling. "Oh God, at this rate it'll take all day," as the swirling vortexes attack Guigantiao. It surrounds her, but Von Leda still smirks with arrogance. "Let me offer you this, Quicantello." She interrupts, then demands, "Hand over the contract, and I'll spare your life." Her face twisted in disdain. "Ugh, how pathetic." She then mocked without hesitation, "You're just an old gecko." Hearing that, Von Leda paused, furious. She manipulates the tornado to attack Quicanto, declaring, "Then die." Quiquant transforms, and an explosion echoes between the two tornadoes. Quiquant transforms into a dragon, pushing the two tornadoes away as her voice roars with fury. "I have an offer for you as well." Even Vula is a bit shaken by this pressure, grinding his teeth. Her face darkened, teeth grinding, dragon eyes narrowed menacingly. "Return Trey to me now, and I'll grant you a peaceful death." Behind him, Andre chuckled mockingly. "Oh, you dodged Vulet's attack quite easily, didn't you?" He raises his staff, laughing maniacally. "It's been a long time since I've been able to fight at full strength." Suddenly, a mana barrier formed around them, using unlisted mana techniques, as Jine quietly observed from outside. "Is this the mana of a 9-star mage? It's the first time I've seen it since being reborn." He recalls Andre Jippo's appearance in his past life, even after being rejected by the Caden family. Grinding his teeth in his robe, he was still a member of the wealthy Jippel family. The sphere quickly forms, isolated from the outside world. Decides to wait and see his current level. Inside, Andre frantically gathers his magic, thinking, "You're dead, Silver Dragon." She flapped her wings. "I have to dodge." Her eyes darted, and the attack landed. Quite's face is filled with confusion as he looks at the wound he just sustained. "It can fly?" Andre is still frantic. "It seems even the wind is against you." Next, Vun leaps up arrogantly, but unfortunately for him, all the wind on this island belongs to me, and the ground cracks and dust flies. I frantically flap my wings, attacking her with wind. "I am the wind god, king of Malair. No one flies without my permission. You were never a match for me." Kikant looks up as Vunletta opens her mouth to gather energy, while Koyo narrows his eyes in contempt, wondering if that's all these fools are capable of. Andre interjects, "Not enough." He clenches his fist, gathering intense electrical energy, and shouts maniacally, "I'll show you what true power is." Bolts of lightning rained down from the sky as Andre stood atop Vunletta, declaring, "You didn't actually think I could only control the wind, did you?" Immediately, Vunletta roared, "Die!" The silver dragon's mouth unleashed raging thunder, resonating with Andre's grimoire energy. Two powerful combined attacks hurtle outwards as Jin cries out in alarm, but Murkan calmly narrowed his eyes. "No, it's not time yet." Then he explains that Quicantel is indeed a bit arrogant, while on the other side, Quicanello looks up at the attack. Quant confirmed, but those fools were also arrogant. A halo appeared above her head. Quicanello looks up and roars, his halo growing larger as the space around him falls silent, and he stares in shock. Time froze, her body immobile as she watched Quicanello and the attack hurtling towards her, suspended in space. Frozen. She gasped, and the attack before her detonated. Above him, Andre laughed maniacally. The power to control time can even stop magic. It's been a long time since I've seen this. With a roar and immense pressure, Quican declared he would tear Andre's mouth apart, causing Andre to freeze and cower. Standing over Vuletta, he frantically gives orders. All this anger over one little spell? Vuletta, attack again, quickly. Vuletta, but she remains motionless. Andre urged, move faster, Vuletta. Vet's eyes widened in shock. Is my body paralyzed by time manipulation? Below, Quicanello angrily stomps the ground, then leaps up in fury, grabs Vuletta's tail, and spins her around, knocking Andre away. Damn it. Vuletta's face contorts as Quick throws her to the ground, sending dust flying. Vuletta lay prone, only to be kicked again, as she roars in pain as Quick's jaws clamp down on her neck, drawing blood. Vuletta roars in pain, while Andre rushes over, fraught with worry. Vuletta, still mad, is clutching her wings. How dare you? Then, with a surge of fury, she ripped off the wings. Keep talking nonsense. Lowly reptile. Vuletta lies helpless beneath Cole, unable to resist. The old man, enraged, opened his mouth wide and roared, "Stop it! I said stop it!" The white dragon, the very guardian dragon, toyed with its prey beneath it, annoyed, and ordered him to get lost, telling him to watch closely. Next, it's your turn. The white dragon laughs excitedly, its eyes filled with a wild, untamed desire, ignoring its master's commands. I took care of Violetta, but I overstepped my bounds. The old man is fading into silence. Then, he reached into his robes, determined to eliminate the mage with the help of Jin and Murakan, speaking with utter seriousness. You've gone too far. He seems to be dissolving into the dark and gloomy air. Seething with rage, he presents an object of immense power, arrogance befitting only the strong. Murakan recognizes the object and can't believe his eyes. An egg-shaped object shrouded in dark energy, the Origin Stone, a being about to emerge. Murakan breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling like this is a harbinger of disaster. No way, it was destroyed thousands of years ago. A monstrous, serpentine creature with a hideous face. How does that old geezer have it? Its perfectly aligned teeth screamed, saliva dripping down. Its massive mouth roared, dominating the sky. Violetta stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror as she sensed the immense pressure. Born as a guardian dragon, she had long considered herself powerful. But that was just an illusion. Humanity, dragons, and even gods will ultimately kneel before the banner of the Jipo family. The old man's voice echoed as a dark vortex in the sky prepared to strike. She had to accept it. There was no resisting. The white dragon's eyes glowed as she roared, struck by a devastating blow. This mysterious and rare stone holds immense power. The Origin Stone, a divine artifact created by the gods to prevent the world's collapse in times of great calamity. The Golden Hand wields the stone's power as a symbol of the strong, but this artifact, born of the gods' power, was ultimately destroyed by their own hands. Its power was so immense that it could destroy the world as easily as it could protect it, and the black dragon Murakan, enraged, aimed to obliterate it. Why does that old mage possess something that was destroyed, and why is he roaring with such ferocity? Violetta is struck, suffering a grievous wound to her abdomen, clutching the injury as she struggles to breathe. Yes, indeed, the old man is grinning from ear to ear. The old coot is on top of things. This is the power of the dragon-scale eye protector. That weak, fearful gaze is the proper expression when facing true power. Another swift, unexpected strike. A surge of power. He transforms into his original black dragon form, evading the approaching tentacles. A taunting voice echoes, "Oh, ho!" A black dragon, a cloaked figure silently observing the ruins, and the white dragon collapsing from grievous wounds. There are only 2 black dragons left in the world. Judging by your appearance, you must be Murakan of the Cadence. So, you've awakened from your 1,000-year slumber? Then the boy beside you must be your contractor. Removing his hat, Jin revealed himself, his brow furrowed. So you're the youngest son who hasn't been away from his parents for long. Jin Ran Kanden, I was originally just going to swallow Anta's contractors whole. The old man laughed gleefully, his eyes turning purple as the meal had become richer than expected. The green dragon that had been knocked down was approached by the creature from the Origin Stone. Since that old man gave a warning, to be fair, I'll wake up a sleeping friend too. It quickly approached and whispered something incomprehensible. The dragon's eyes suddenly widened, its pupils blank, as an overwhelming force bore down upon it, lifting it off the ground. He only speaks to satisfy his excitement. I shouldn't have held back my power from the start. The azure dragon struggles to regain its composure, the surrounding aura thick with malice and dread. He sends his apologies, old friend. It's still breathing softly. Phew. A deep voice slowly echoes, I truly thought I was about to die. Murakhan was beginning to find it hard to chew, and the green dragon's voice overflowed. It's been a while, hasn't it? Murhan's blow sends pebbles flying. The two dragon heads clashed in a dramatic, intense battle, with Murkhan showing no mercy in his rage. Shut your mouth, you old mummy. The green dragon smirked. Aha, weaker than before, but still as venomous as ever. The green dragon roared an energy orb from its mouth, telling Murakhan to return to eternal slumber as the black dragon quickly countered with an attack of his own. A stream of dark power erupts as the black dragon unleashes its attack. The green dragon stood tall, unscathed, as Murakhan's attack went astray. His fist clenched, he delivered a devastating blow, and from the white smoke, the green dragon's sharp eyes emerged. Of course, it couldn't be that easy. The two dragons clash head-on at close range. The azure dragon speaks with excitement, clearly enjoying himself. Murakhan, I'm about to make history for killing a legend from the past. But the black dragon is no pushover either. A clever response, and so quick. You mad dragon. Meanwhile, the old man slowly approached the white dragon in the corner, saying, Then I suppose we should continue as well. I was originally just going to persuade you and let you go. The old man approached, followed by his familiar. A look of disdainful amusement crosses his face, but because she's seen it, she must die. His eyes suddenly freeze, utterly surprised. From the side, Jin speeds around the corner, as the old man calmly assesses the situation. Ah, right, you're here too, Jin Dancan. He said nothing, silently channeling his restraint into the attack he was about to unleash. Before the old man could finish speaking, he was met with the speed of light as Jin closed in, ready to strike. Another whelp wouldn't change a thing. The green dragon's son watches the unfolding events in confusion as the old man angrily counterattacks, charging forward and yelling. The Luke Long-Andre quickly disengaged and rushed back, his eyes widening in alarm at the blue dragon's warning. Kid, get out of the way. It arrived just in time, using its tail to swat the thing away. His eyes rolled back, teeth clenched as he plummeted to the ground. Leaning against the rock, Jin gasped for breath, his face grimy, eyes wide with surprise. The monster's massive jaws lunged forward, but a green strike attacked. He was the target. Jin couldn't move, frozen in place. He turned away, instinctively shielding his face. An immense pressure explodes, forcing him to grit his teeth, and his necklace shatters, releasing a blinding light. A blinding white light poured down upon him, freezing everything around him in place. A sharp weapon appeared, accompanied by a loving voice. She didn't even send a letter to warn me. A girl with a great sword managed to stop everything. She playfully scolded him, but guessed something urgent was happening that he couldn't handle. Luna, in all her coolness, was there to protect her brother. She confidently confronted them and even called him dear. Andre will definitely see the Khan siblings in a new light after this. His surprised eyes followed Luna's every move. Was she the white whale? Luna eyed them with disdain. The Jaipo family's vice patriarch and the old man's wind dragon guardian? Good. Now it's worth calling me for help. Though seemingly indifferent and unresponsive, Luna hadn't forgotten her brother's call for help. He'd somehow managed to hold out against such formidable opponents. Are you hurt anywhere? Jin is barely standing on the platform, still gripping his long sword, but his inner energy is almost depleted. It's a wonder he can even speak. He has to admit he almost lost his life. And with this chance, Luna finally hears the words she's longed to hear from her stubborn younger brother. Thank you for coming. Hearing her brother's words, Luna felt her strength surge back, as if she had been given a new lease on life, and she called out her opponent's name, Andre Jipo, with imposing authority, snapping him back to reality. Her next words were even more threatening, making him jump. How long are you going to play dumb? I need an explanation as to why you have business with my brother. Dian observes the battle, initially fearful, but that fear soon vanishes. His opponents are the JP family's vice head and a divine dragon brimming with power. This is a tense situation. I previously thought even my sister would have a hard time winning, but now I'm more certain. He was sure Luna could do it, and that his sister would take down that hateful old man and the reckless wind dragon. This battle was over. Suddenly, a loud voice from behind makes Jin turn around. Kid, we should fall back. Murakhan, supporting the gravely wounded Siri, reached Jine inside. I'm sorry, they can freely control the winds, and I couldn't stop them. But he couldn't deny one thing. You have a good older sister, kid. If she'd been even a little later, we'd be done for. We owe our lives to you. Hearing this, Jin quietly sighed, his eyes fixed ahead, worried Luna wouldn't be able to defeat them, despite his confidence moments before. Andre's hand wound healed in an instant with astonishing speed, as quick as his change of heart. It truly was unforeseen. Who would have expected the white whale to appear here? But in the current situation, I can say one thing for sure. The mad black magic from his hands is just like him now, frantically wanting to tear his opponent apart. His hissing echoes through the cracks, making people feel annoyed. Van Kandan has broken his oath to Jipo. Luna Van Kanen, your brother used magic, and the Jipo family will not let this go easily. Luna simply scoffed, finding the old man foolish, but remained unfazed, raising her blade in challenge. This will never reach your clan, because she never intended to let you live. Andre was so enraged his arm began to tremble. His bearded mouth tightened, teeth grinding, wishing he could take down Ha-Ya in one blow. How dare you act this way, you lowly wench? With that, the darkness in his hand opened its maw, lunging to devour Luna, but she had no intention of yielding. Her resolve was clear as she slashed across the gaping mouth. The dark entity quickly dissipated into nothingness with minimal effort from Luna, as Andre watched his precious creation vanish into thin air, his eyes wide with disbelief. Luna certainly isn't holding back, and everyone from the JP family I've met is all talk. Luna takes a hit, and now it's her turn to strike back, her lips curling into a teasing smile as she mocks her opponent. It seems even the family's vice leader is no exception. Luna's blade grazed Andre's face, but the Wind Dragon Guardian took the hit for him. He thought he was done for, but his body felt nothing but relief, no pain from the wound. More accurately, he didn't feel injured, but the Wind Dragon Guardian wasn't so lucky. Taking Luna's blade for Andre sent him straight to the afterlife, injured from head to toe in utter shock. Luna didn't consider Vleta an opponent, especially after he'd just shielded Andre. Then let's just call it sharpening my blade. You're still keeping your true form? I don't mind, Dragon, because that just gives me more places to cut. Vun, upon hearing that, widened his eyes in disbelief that he would be looked down upon by a member of his own clan. He immediately reverted to his human form, his right arm still the black magic arm. Andre shouts from the sidelines, Vunleda, as Vlet's guardian, you know your duty. Charge into battle for your master, protect him at all costs, I understand. The radiant blue spear and the dark magic hand are ready for battle. Vleda's twin treasures and his only hope in this unbalanced fight. After all, he's just a pawn in Andre's game. His trained arm spins his spear in the air, creating an invisible vortex. The vortex atop the spear transforms into a massive tornado, confirming his readiness for battle as Luna senses the unusual darkness emanating from Vleta. In Konkoa's mind, that power wasn't magic, but closer to an authority, and similar to the energy emanating from the demons, and the reason why Fong Long was struggling so much. Luna quickly discerned Vunetta's weakness. It seems you need time to effectively use that relic. Luna saw through Andre and Vunetta's weakness. They were clinging to this for a chance to survive. Luna saw right through them. It's hard to believe the Jipo family's vice patriarch and a wind dragon would bet their lives on something so crude. Do you really think that thing can save you? Vleda's whirlwind spear strikes like a storm, creating a small-scale tempest, capable of inflicting damage on anyone in its path. The combination of the spear and that amorphous darkness was incomplete, posing little threat to Luna, who easily dodged it. Yet Vleda relentlessly charged forward. He cursed her as a despicable wench, knowing neither his place nor his abilities, showing no respect to anyone but his master, not even Luna. What do you know, blathering on like that? Luna's massive blade is ready. Now it's her turn to attack. Blade energy and spear collide, sparks and smoke flying. The sound of explosions grows louder and louder. Vleta channeled all his inner strength, hoping for a swift victory against the Khan warrior. But Luna was no easy opponent, especially since his power wasn't innate. For Luna, victory was assured, though it required some effort. She parried every attack from Vleta, while he struggled to maintain his balance. But how long can he hold out? Vleta is nearing his limit, while Luna effortlessly unleashes a strike. However, the spear in his hand couldn't seem to withstand the terrifying force of her blade. With a crash, his power became meaningless before Luna. It seems Andre's gamble has completely failed. Vleta is at his limit. With just a little more pressure from Luna, he grimaces, clearly reaching his limit. The blade's aura washes over him, delivering a final blow, effortlessly defeating him. Von Letta is pushed back, his body and spear sliding further and further away from Luna, using every last ounce of strength to keep from collapsing. That's quite embarrassing, isn't it? And yet Luna is completely unfazed, even teasing him. So, this is all you've got? Win or lose, never skip the monologue. Luna's blade is ready, so let's end this. Luna surmises that he's shown her everything he's got, and with her blade pointed directly at him, she intends to end this quickly. Luna has truly opened his eyes today. The sword in her hand suddenly blazes with heavenly light, piercing the sky with boundless power, leaving Veta in utter shock. Luna's unleashing the third form of the Vancon Black Sword, the technique that will end Veta's awakened manipulation of all things. With 5 parts of her power, Luna activates the sword art, the space growing brighter, while Vuletta's world fades to black like his bleak future. With a single leap, she soared effortlessly into the heavens, and Andre knew what awaited him. Disbelief and unspoken words were etched upon his aged face, framed by a mouth full of beard, as Luna, high above, pointed her blade towards Andre and Vuletta. Millions of meteors fall like a rain of swords, piercing their very being. The true power of meteor fall. The old Kanden clan elder once said that their family's swordsmanship was like a conqueror. It has relentless destructive power, competition, and the attainment of rewards. The family's ideology imbued in the sword as a unified whole. Jin remembered something the clan elder had once told him back at the family estate. The swords of the Kenedem family have no fixed form, only the goal of killing the enemy, along with the existence of the inner and outer eye. Remembering this, Jin suddenly realized the breakthrough point of the swordsmanship before him, feeling a sense of familiarity. And this, surging to attack Volta and Andre before him, was none other than one of the family's exclusive treasures, Meteor Shower. Countless shooting stars fell before him, a sight so grand even he had to marvel at it. So dazzling. Andre and Vuleta could do nothing but sit and wait for the meteor shower to strike, silently awaiting their demise. Even he has to admit, aside from their deadly nature, they're not bad to look at. How beautiful. But the most beautiful things are often the most dangerous, and these shooting stars are no exception. Once locked on, it attacks relentlessly, giving the opponent no chance to resist because it's overwhelmingly powerful. Faced with such a barrage of ice, Andre froze, his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A loud shout snaps him back to reality. Andre, are you all right? Wake up! Vullet unexpectedly sacrifices himself to shield Andre, protecting him until the very end. A loyal dog indeed, but not enough to pull him back to grim reality. He stares blankly at the falling star-like attacks, the questions spilling out of him almost nonsensical. Luna's unimaginable power has shaken his understanding of the world. How can such strength reside within a human without a dragon contract or ancient artifact? But there's much more he doesn't know about her, things he'll slowly come to realize. Von Letta's words echoed in his ears. Just survive, and we'll still have a chance to win. Von Letta fearlessly throws himself into the fray, shielding everyone from the meteor shower, declaring they can change the situation with magic stones. Despite the agonizing pain, he refuses to give up. Clinging to hope until the very end, he thinks, even if I die protecting you, you can just use the magic stone to bring me back, right? Andre finally awakens, clutching the magic stone in his hand, reassuring himself. That's right, it's not over yet. As long as I have the magic stone, I cannot die. As long as I have it, I am the embodiment of a god. But before that thought could take hold, a massive meteor hurtled toward him. A truly life-or-death moment. The sword in Luna's hand emanates a smoky aura, proof of a fierce battle. Luna frowns slightly at the aftermath of her final strike and sighs. A piece of Vuleta's wing lay motionless on the ground, and the spot where Andre and Vuleta had stood was now a small, crumbling crater. Luna surveyed the aftermath, reminding herself to train harder to reach her father's swordsmanship level. She glanced at her younger brother in the distance, her eyes softening, a sense of relief washing over her. But this is enough to teach the Jippel family a lesson for now. Luna looks at her youngest brother, deeply satisfied. He's been motivated as well. She knows her limits and secretly hopes her promising younger brother will surpass them. If she can't reach their father's swordsmanship, then her little brother must. But before she could finish her thought, a large creature appeared before Luna, cutting off her train of thought. Andre's dark entity has been revived, growling menacingly at Luna as if to tell her to back down and save herself. Luna, unimpressed, lazily says, My pride's a little wounded now, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't act like that in front of my little brother. It roared, beating its chest like an ape, a stark contrast to Luna's eerie composure, leaving Jin to wonder at this bizarre creature. What is that? Murakhan frowned, explaining as he looked ahead. That's definitely it, kid. The clan created the Philosopher's Stone using contractors. Jain had no idea what it was. A primal stone? Murakhan continued. It's like a weapon made for the gods to control their people, though it looks like a cheap knockoff. Murakhan reached out to grab his shoulder, wanting to pull him away, but that doesn't mean the danger is gone. Murakhan reverted to his true form, a majestic blue-flamed black dragon, and coldly declared, "We're getting out of here, kid." But how could he, a loyal brother, abandon his savior without a word? He shouted, "Wait, Murakhan," not understanding why she chose to leave. "We should be fighting together. I can't leave her here alone with such a dangerous foe," but Murakhan flatly refused. "Don't worry, your sister can handle this level of threat." Jin hesitated, still reluctant to leave, his worried eyes following her every move. Murakhan called out several times, but he didn't listen. "We have to go, kid. Let's go." He bit back his saliva, reluctantly tilting his head to look at the sky. "My past wasn't supposed to be like this." After making the contract with Sadet, I regressed and could see Murakhan again. He started with luck and superior skills compared to most of his siblings, yet Jin bows his head once more. He doesn't even know himself, and now he doesn't know where he stands, choosing to run without resistance. At this rate, how am I any different from the family's trash? I can't let this be. He clenched his fist, silently resolving, I can't let myself feel that helplessness again. I must become stronger. Murakhan silently observes Jin, harboring hidden thoughts about the young man before him. Yes, that's all I need, is don't let that burning spirit fade. In Murakhan's eyes, Jin was perhaps the one he trusted most. If he keeps that pride and effort burning in his chest, he'll become the best on the continent. A life or death gamble Murakhan has chosen. Until then, I, Murakhan, will watch over and protect my millennium-old contractor. You think changing your appearance will be enough to kill me? That's just failing in your own delusion. How pathetic. It suddenly vanishes from her sight. I don't know what she's planning, but Luna looks incredibly bored. What is this old geezer up to? It suddenly leaps into the air, creating a towering pillar of wind. The surrounding space is disturbed, the ground below churned up, dust and debris clouding the air, but Luna remains untouched, standing atop a small mound as the dark creature threatens her. I now have the power of 12 gods flowing through me. Luna Naden, what do you have to fight me with? You have nothing but that sword. You really are pathetic. Just surrender now. Even your father can't save you here. Despite the threats, Luna remained unfazed, displaying a surprising calmness. For a swordswoman, a single blade is all she needs. All she needs is a sword, and that's all she'll need to destroy the towering dark creature before her, sending it into a frenzy. Its already massive and sharp teeth clenched tightly, as if ready to tear her apart. But Luna's expression remained unchanged, no matter how much it threatened her, because she knew it wasn't even worthy of being her opponent. And so, she would never surrender. If you fight me with the disgusting magic you've spent your life researching and drowning in, then perhaps you'll at least witness half the power I'm about to display with a contemptuous and pitiful glance. Luna advanced towards the dark creature, her flaming sword blazing, declaring with unwavering resolve that dark magic researched for evil ends would not prevail. I, with my sword forged in countless battles, will defeat you. The dark entity, witnessing true bloodlust for the first time, is taken aback. I've faced many swordsmen, but this is the first time I've seen bloodlust. Despite some trepidation, this creature is determined to press on. No, that doesn't matter. Its confidence stems from its own delusions. At this moment, my demonization has reached the level of a god. Very well, let's begin. It boldly attacks Luna, saying, "Witness this power, and I'll make you realize your helplessness and face true defeat." With that, the two clashed in a battle for the ages. Darkness against fiery swordplay. A spectacle to behold. The dark entity managed only one attack, easily deflected by Luna before being overwhelmed by her relentless strikes. From Azure Heartsword to Blood Moon, blood poured forth, and the surrounding space was consumed by fire and ruin. It seems the dark creature's chances of survival are slim. Andre screamed, "How pathetic are you?" Luna, with a grim expression, swung her sword, cleaving the space as if it were tofu. Andre's screaming face froze as if paused on film, and Luna's crimson blade had already struck. Luna looks ahead. This is her HS Red Moon technique. Crimson energy tears through the earth. A crimson line bisects Andre from head to toe, and his purple magic stone shatters, unleashing a blinding light. Andre exploded, sending a surge of dark purple energy skyward, which then coalesced into a small purple orb, creating a vortex that sucked in the wind. Gradually, the purple light of the orb turned pitch black, sucking in wind, dirt, and dust. Luna plunged her sword into the ground, cracking the earth. Using it for leverage against the suction, she thought she was about to be hit. Suddenly, Jine's voice rang out, "Sister!" Luna looks up to see Murakhan in dragon form flying in the sky, reaching down with his claws towards Jin. Luna dazedly calls out to Jin, who quickly reaches out and grabs her hand. Luna stared blankly at Jin, a faint smile gracing her lips as she thought, "Looks like the youngest is saving me today." Luna reached out towards Jin's hand. Elsewhere, someone asks, "The island is completely gone?" A red-haired man reports, "Yes, and a vortex of similar energy and a large amount of mana has been detected around the area. Though humans played a part, the truth is it was the power of the Silver Dragon and the Wind Dragon," Amiya inquired. In response to the division's doubts, Fong Longxi identified the culprit as Vuletta from the Jipo family, who had been reported to have crossed the border before the incident. Bone Clay reached into his robes to retrieve something, and his next words made Amiya glance back. It seems that Fong Long is dead. In Katne's hand, a pale green scale, slightly tinged with gray-black. "What about that mana flow?" Amiya asks. "Have you figured out who's behind this?" Bone Mud replied. "Perhaps it's the contractors," Amiya repeated, her tone unchanged. "Perhaps Amiya ordered the contractors and their dragon protectors, along with a concerning energy source." "I think we need to do something about what they're creating," Amiya continued. "What about Andre?" Katne replied. "We are still searching." Amiya slams her fist on the table in anger, then turns back, his face stern. "There have been too many shortcomings in the reports lately. Have you identified the guest of Kwai Cantel?" Coggan replies, "I have no excuses." Amiya's face darkens as she glares at Coggan, and she says coldly, "Empty words are useless. If you can't do it, who can? Make sure nothing leaks to the press, and if Inia isn't found tonight, issue a missing persons report." Amiya ordered Kodam, who was turning to leave, to deploy more personnel from the special division into the Jipo family's territory, saying, "Don't let anything go wrong. Even though we're still on good terms, I want things to be better than that." He glanced over and asked, "Kodam, you know I'm not a patient man, don't you?" "I think you know that very well." Katna closed his eyes, offering no response. As he left the room, Kotnui's words echoed, "God will not disappoint you, your honorable emperor." In a small inn, a voice filled with anger erupted into the night. "What? They use demon stones?" Bisco explains. "That's right, there was a major clash between the Wind Dragon and the Silver Dragon on the coast of Territory B. The island was obliterated. A tornado appeared, so the demon stone must have been destroyed." Booba grumbled through a mouthful of food, spraying it everywhere. "Wait, how dare they destroy my product? I told them to use it carefully because it wasn't finished yet." Booba continues, unable to forgive them. "Lord Bisco, go argue with them now. These ignorant mages don't understand the value of the goods," Bisco thought, shielding himself from the food debris. "Those fools have made a mess of things, and now I have to delay killing this pig." Booba remains blissfully unaware, but I can sense Bisco's fury. Bisco said that the commander was furious about this, wiping his face as he continued. "He wants to reconsider our alliance with the JP family, so cut ties with them from now on." A brilliant cross-shaped spark erupts in the darkness as meat skewers roast over a crackling fire. That intense fire was breathed from the nose of a dragon as a long-haired figure cast a spell on a crystal ball. Suddenly the person exclaimed, "Oh my God, Andre is dead." The red dragon, who was eating meat, heard this and looked suspicious. The red dragon is suspicious of who it could be, then suddenly remembers something. The long-haired one replies, certain it was one of the two. The long-haired one is a little surprised. The power of that silver dragon and those involved are beyond our imagination. The long-haired one replies incredulously, certain that he left with Vuletta and even took the demon stone with him. The long-haired one replies that it must be one of the two of them, surprised that the silver dragon's power and those involved are beyond their imagination. The red dragon wondered who it could be, then something clicked. "Ah, is he talking about the shadow dragon who wiped out the giant graveyard in Kinsalo?" The long-haired one wondered, confused as to why the red dragon brought this up. The red dragon recalls a wild figure with long, flowing hair. Mesa. If it were her power, it would make sense. She wouldn't fear demon stones. The long-haired one asks Mesa if she's Murakan's sister, to which the red dragon replies. Indeed, Kukant was Murakan's lover, not a complete stranger to Mesa. The long-haired man pondered, resting his hand on his chin. "I see. You're a man of few words, long hair, so we know what you have to do next." Cotton flicks his thumbnail and asks, "You want me to go look for them?" Cotton refuses, saying it's impossible to find the black dragons if they want to hide. The long-haired, white-haired one chuckled humorously. "Ha ha ha ha, don't be childish. It's a shame about the demon stones, though." Kadun lowers his head. She's so calm even after her brother's death. The long-haired one tilted their head, massaging their neck as they replied, "Of course I'm upset." But then, thinking of that unbelievably strong man, she said, "I knew this would happen. I'm just shocked he went to Ken's party recently without telling me." Kaden replies, lies. Now I have to tell the creator of the demon stones to make another one. Without it, we won't be able to take the Kandans before we die. The same goes for the Dark Sea King. The long-haired one sighed wearily. "I think you're not the only one annoyed by this." Kaden reminds him not to be childish, saying that if he wants to take the world, he has to do this much. Or, as Cone says, if you want to become the supreme god, Kayak. Longhair lifts his head, revealing a beautiful face with mysterious purple eyes. Meanwhile, an aged hand knocks on a door and a voice answers from within. "Yes, just a moment." July peeked through the slightly opened door, asking who it was, but before she could finish, she saw the Jine group had returned. Jine cheerfully said, "We're back." July was stunned, her jaw dropping. Aen asked, "Can you prepare a feast for us?" "Oh, we didn't have anything to eat on the way back." Julie stuttered, looking at the smiling Luna. "Ah, even Julie says Lady Luna is here." As she finished speaking, she collapsed forward, unconscious, to everyone's astonishment. Murakan's scream echoed through the building as he frantically fanned Julie, who was muttering, "Oh, the Master is about to be sent away." Seeing this, Luna said, "It seems your maid is misunderstanding something." Luna smiled and turned. "It seems she's very worried about you." "You have a good maid," Jin said gently. "She's very good to me." Suddenly someone called out, "Young Master Jin." Jin looks at the man who just walked in and called Na. Cosmo replies, "You're back, but who are these people?" Jine replied, "Ah, yes, this is a bit sudden. This is my eldest sister." Lunadan Kandan smiled warmly as he greeted them. "Greetings, so you're the CME swordmaster I've heard so much about," Chasm thought in surprise. Luna, the dark dragon, humbly replied, "The title of Supreme Sword is too much. It's my honor to meet you." Then looking at the other white-haired woman, he inquired, "And who is this?" Jin replies that he is Enya's silver dragon guardian, Quanto, leaving Kazmi to tensely wonder if there's another dragon. "I can't allow a repeat of last time," he bowed solemnly. "I am Chasm, the overseer of the Seven Colors and an acquaintance of young Master Jine. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Jin is polite, saying, "I arranged this without informing you beforehand." "I sincerely apologize," Chasm replied nonchalantly. "It's all right, young master. We're all in the same boat now." Quant asked coldly, "Where is this place?" Her face was cold and full of murderous intent. Chasm added, "I was just about to tell everyone. Asmiel only returned 3 hours ago," Jin says, surprised. "Today?" Chasm replied. "Yes, Azm is with Lady Enya and my daughter. Chasm is a bit suspicious, but something feels off. Azm doesn't remember what happened when he went missing." "So, AZML suspected he was kidnapped? Impossible." That statement left Elisa both astonished and bewildered, while Azm seemed somewhat uncertain. "I only remember Valletta refusing to teach me dragon language, and nothing after that. Perhaps the boy wasn't kidnapped after all," Qui-Gon stated in denial. "That's impossible. Those bastards confessed to me themselves." Murakan frowned, saying they erased the traces, and Jin repeated the words. Puzzled, Murakan explained they erased all traces of the Demon Stone and even Osmiel's memories. The Zypers are always like this. When things don't go their way, they erase everything. Chasm wondered about the Demon Stone. Jin replies, "It's an artifact they possess. I'll explain the details later." Julie groggily awakens, overhearing Chasm's exclamation. The vice chief of the Zhou clan, the Wind Dragon, and a stone that can absorb the hosts of the gods. The young master has faced many obstacles. As she sat up, Jine wondered what they were plotting. There must be a reason they were trying to imitate the original Demon Stone. Murakan frowned. They seek godhood, and somewhere, a figure walks through a crimson-lit place. As Murakan says, they conspire to gather the power of all gods. Murakan said they would eliminate anyone who dared oppose them in order to become the one god ruling this world. The person walking there looked up and laughed. It was Kiliak. Chasm calmly says, "For now, please rest. I'll gather more information through the 7 colors. Miss Quanto, if you need, I can take you to Miss Enya." Quantao stands and says, "Of course, he's just being polite. Yes, this way, please." It was only then that Julie spoke, startling Murakan. "Strawberry cake." Jin turns to Julie, asking if she feels any better. Julie asked, confused, "Why did I faint?" She only got halfway through her sentence before her face froze, stiff as a board, and Julie stared blankly at Luna, calling out to her. Julie mumbled something incoherent, then fainted again. Murakan was startled. "Oil cake?" "Luna is proud." After dismantling the notorious underground gang, the independent city of Tan became a safer place. The vice leaders of Jippo and Valletta are dead, and you accomplished all of that in just 2 months as a chosen one. Luna was slightly drunk, and she could even use magic without any formal training. If you'd been caught, you'd be dead. You're really something else. A little brother. Julie scratched Murikan's chin as he lay on her lap, relieved. I thought we were dead if Lady Luna found out, but it turns out she knew everything all along. Luna replied, "Ha ha, I scared you, didn't I? Don't worry, I have to change my thinking sometimes." July said, "Now we just need to hide it from the clan leader." And then, Luna dropped another bomb. "My father knows everything." July was so shocked that she pinched Murikan's side hard, while Luna remained calm. Father knows everything, from the testing to Andre's death, even my involvement." July panicked. "Why would you say that, miss? This should be bad news, right?" Jin enters saying, "Don't worry, Luna, I have a plan." Julie calls out to him, but Jin calmly replies that he and his sister will meet with their father tomorrow. July is relieved that he has a plan, while Luna is still tipsy. "Oh, we're going to see Dad." Then Luna was startled. "Huh." July was also surprised. "Who did you say we were going to see, Master?" Luna quickly advised, "Jin, you must be out of your mind. Just because Father doesn't say anything doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. What do you plan to do once you meet him?" Jin replied, "I'll warn him that the JP family is plotting an attack on the Kanan family." Luna countered, "Wouldn't it be better for me to talk to Father about the Demon Stone? Do you understand the consequences of a key suddenly returning home? Are you planning to abandon the key test?" Jin replied, "Father already knows everything that's happening is because of me." Jin continued, "So it might be better if I talk to him myself. Maybe I can negotiate with him." Luna found it strange. Negotiate? I've never even considered that in all my years. Luna sat down and warned, "If you keep being stubborn, he'll kill you." But Jin remained calm, believing she could stop him if that were the case. Luna frowned at this and quickly approached Jin. Luna stood face to face with Jin, her cold, violet eyes piercing into her with murderous intent. He stared back, unfazed. Finally, Luna clicked her tongue. "Humph, you ungrateful wretch. If you dare threaten your own family, I can only imagine how much Julie has suffered." Luna said coolly, "Fine, I'll go with you. When are you planning to leave?" Jane replied, "I plan to use the first transfer gate tomorrow." Luna turned and responded, "Okay, the sooner the better." Julie, confused, asks, "Why, Miss Luna?" She explains, "This family is full of people just waiting to stab each other in the back, so it needs at least one person you can trust." Luna smiles, "My sister will be your shield. I trust you'll find your own way." Jin smiled confidently, "Of course." The next morning, Jin and Luna returned to the family. Someone blocked their path and sneered, "Instead of persuading him, and with all these soldiers around, you brought him here anyway?" Vantia's face darkens, radiating a cold aura. "Can you believe this, sister?" Luna paused for a moment, then called out to her brother, and Jin responded, "Yes, Luna, out of the blue. You really should be nicer to me." Jane is resigned, of course. Vigo suddenly appears, cursing, "You're insane!" Vigo shouts, asking if the youngest left the family and drove him mad. "How dare a reserve even seek out the Sword Garden? Mew says it's because you're too lenient with him, and also said he gave up his position as a reserve successor. So I was wrong too." Luna frowned, realizing they were fully prepared. Just as she suspected, even her father knew about this. Mary stares out the window, surprised. Quite a shock, isn't it? Did the youngest give up on his destiny, or is he just curious about what happens after death? Mary sighed, then grew angry. No, shouldn't he have grown up and fought me, his sister? Mary's hand clenched the windowsill, and Deuce could only watch speechless. From below, "Sister, why did you bring it here?" Luna replies, "I didn't bring it. It came on its own." Vantia was displeased. "Then you should have stopped it, shouldn't you?" "It's not thinking straight, which means you aren't either." Luna clicks her tongue in annoyance, then changes the subject. "Whatever, where's Father?" Vantia asked, startled. Seeing that, Jine thought Luna was always struggling in front of her for some reason. Then she turned her attention to Jine and asked, "Oh dear, little brother, did you come here looking for Father?" He replied bluntly, "That's right, sister." The answer stunned Giantia. Vigo, standing behind, was furious, thinking Jine must have a death wish. "You just got lucky. You think you're better than everyone just because you beat the Tonus?" Vantia sighs, steps aside, and tells him to go ahead. His father is in the study. Jin replies with a thank you. Jin and Luna proceeded inside, when suddenly Vantia drew her sword, stopping Luna with its sharp blade, saying, "From here." Vantia coldly stated, "The first seat will relinquish their weapon and await the master's orders for the substitute seat to proceed alone." Luna looked at the sharp blade pointed at her face, surprised. Luna gritted her teeth, her voice laced with fury as she asked, "And if I refuse?" The other three prodigies immediately lunged forward, encircling Luna. Vantia warns that this is her last chance, first seat, and that these are the master's orders, as Vigo watches Luna intently, sword and shield in hand. Anne crouches low, reaching behind her for her twin daggers, as Vantia orders her to drop her weapons. Meanwhile, Mayo grips the sword behind her back as Vantia declares that any resistance will be met with immediate death. Luna frowned, grinding her teeth in frustration, when Jin suddenly spoke up. "Don't worry about me." Jin turned back and said, "I'm only here as a member of the Dancan family. No, I'm here to talk to Father as his son. It's nothing serious." And so, they blankly watched Jin leave, Vigo in disbelief. That crazy bastard. Jin walked down the hallway thinking his siblings didn't understand their father at all. Even though a reserve champion returning to the family is against the rules, Jin paused at the entrance, thinking, but Father wasn't the type to care about rules. If he had the chance to speak as before, Jin wouldn't recall when Ken ruffled his hair as a child, saying it was a good question. Ken brushed past him, saying, "I'll keep watching you." Now Jin thinks there won't be a problem. Jin sighs, raising his hand. Jin gently knocked on the door, but a deep rumble echoed, and the door burst open with violent force, as if struck by a tank, unleashing a gust of air like a storm. Ken's voice echoed, "Looks like I overestimated you. I gave you 5 years, so why are you here now?" Jin thought to himself, "I've heard about this." He knew his father's sword energy could completely overwhelm an opponent. Jin gazes at Kieran's hand, shimmering with a faint white aura like a blade, and realizes that when wielding a sword imbued with aura, his father nearly achieves perfect unity with it. "He's softer than I thought." "Ken, be serious. Don't make me ask again." Jin held back, then asked, "Do I need a reason to visit my father?" He told himself not to apologize, to be confident but not arrogant. Jin said he came because he wanted to see his father. Ken was so shocked his pupils shrank. He thought, "He wants to see me?" I've never heard that before. Any child who says that isn't all bad, or so he thinks, but Ken remains stern and foolish on the outside. "Did going away to study give you this ridiculous idea of family?" Jin replies, "It wasn't from studying abroad." Jin says he's always loved his father, but a strange, oppressive aura emanates from Ken, startling Jin. Seeing the terrifying aura emanating from the man, Jin thought it was bloodlust and wondered what she had said wrong. But Ken was actually thinking, "Damn, I almost laughed." The murderous aura vanished, and Ken said, "I didn't expect you to say that." Ken said seriously, "Enough nonsense, get to the point. What do you bring me?" Jin replied that Andre Jipo, the Jipo clan's vice leader whom his father mocked at the banquet, was dead. Ken glanced over and asked, "Are you saying you killed him?" Jin confessed that Luna had taken care of him, and he was the cause of it all. Jin added that there were a few more things, if his father was amenable. Jin asks if he should report what happened, and Ken closes his book, replying, "Oh." Ken agreed, "All right." As he descended the stairs, he said, "Sit down. I'll listen to what you have to say." Khan understood. "Yes, from Trian to Bond, so much has happened in such a short time. And the reason you came all the way here is because Jipo's right-hand man is dead? You're saying all this just to tell me that there will definitely be internal conflict among those bastards?" Jin says Andre isn't the true right-hand man, explaining that while she's strong, he's not worthy as the deputy leader of the only family that can threaten the Black Mane. Though, of course, it's all just my intuition. Ken agrees and says I'm right. As you said, that bastard is just the vice leader, but that doesn't make him the second strongest. Kieran says, "The one with the most political potential after this Tona is someone else. Though this isn't something I can tell you right now," Jin said. "Just knowing that I've confirmed your hunch is enough for me." "And I haven't even told you the most important thing yet," Jin replies to Ken's question. "Those bastards used a strange relic." "A relic, you say? How interesting." Jin confirmed, adding that Andre called it a demon god stone. "From what I understand, it's a replica of the original stone created by the gods long ago. Or so I've heard." Ken stroked his chin, muttering, "A primal stone, huh?" "Ken, did Maraka tell you that?" Jin asked, startled. He asked if his father knew all along, to which Ken replied, "Did you think I wouldn't know? Of course I know you can use mana. Did you think you could hide that from me?" Jin reluctantly replies, "Yes, of course I knew you knew, but I didn't know you knew about Mirasan." Ken's lips curled into a smile, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. It's just as you said. The thing about Mirakan was just my guess. And you just confessed so easily, Nabidan-kanan, who would have thought the great black dragon would fall from grace and become a mere house cat?" Jin coughs, thinking Ken seems awfully cheerful. Ken says seriously, "So, a shard of the primordial stone, huh? You've bitten off quite a mouthful this time. I need to tell Luna about this. He thought to himself, while he didn't know the specifics of Jipo's replica, its power was truly dangerous. Ken wondered if the Dark Sea King knew about this. Since they were fragments of the primordial stone, they would surely make a move if they knew. He would have to visit the Dark Sea again. Ken calmly says he won't pursue this violation, but wonders if this is all Khan wants. He asks Khan to tell him what he desires. Jin replied that it was just a small matter. Don't let any other Reincarnation family members set foot in Taiken Free City. Ken is intrigued, so that's where you've secretly built your nest. Khan agrees and sets a condition. Very well, but first you must pass my test. Chasm, the hidden master of Tan. Chiron said, to prove yourself to me, subdue this man. Jin was shocked to hear that. He smirked inwardly as Ken spoke. If you succeed, no member of the Black Scythe clan will set foot in Tian without your permission. Ken gave him a year and even refused him a teaching position in San Kanden, telling him to prove himself by winning over that arrogant bastard, and so Simi was brought before Ken. His face turned pale as he froze, listening to Ken speak. So, that's the situation, Ken said. Arrogant bastard, Chasm thought nervously. Is this the aura of the strongest swordsman on the continent, Ken Cantor? Just facing him makes my stomach churn. Chasm clenched his fist, trying to reassure himself. He was Jane's guest after all, so why fear Ken? But when Kieran asked if he was the sword demon Chasm, he bowed deeply, begging him not to call him that title in front of Ken, as it was too embarrassing. Jin then called out to his father, and Ken responded, telling him to speak. Jin says that his relationship with Chasmi is like destiny, and since he's proven their bond, it's his father's turn to keep his promise. Chasm glanced at Jin, startled, thinking, Jin, don't say anything about destiny here. Chasm imagines Ken saying, destined to be with a Kanden? So Tan is a Kanden asset, or Chiron will say it's fate. So, the same could be true for the Kanden family and Tan, a terrifying prospect. He'd say that or come to some conclusion like that. Damn it. So T's independence will... But contrary to Casimi's thoughts, Ken remains calm. This cunning kid tricked his father and still acts so proud. Jin replies, trick? That's absurd. I just got lucky. He paused for a moment and Ken finally agreed. All right, you've passed. From now on, no member of the Rankin family is to set foot in Tian without my permission. Chasm was shocked to hear this, but Jin calmly said, thank you. Father, Ken said, if there's nothing else, I'll head out. Chasm thought to himself, Jin, from now on, we will share the same destiny forever. But his joyful thoughts were cut short when Ken said he had something to discuss with Chasm. Jin replies, then I'll wait outside the mansion? Chasm looks up in disbelief as his destined partner leaves him behind. Wait, master. Ken approached, finally face to face. Chasm trembled with fear, turning to look. Kieran emanated an overwhelming pressure. Let's talk. Simi felt death approaching and could only comply. Ha ha, what an honor for me. Meanwhile, Jin is stopped on the road by someone calling out, little brother? Tona runs over and calls out, little brother? Tona, who was walking with her, asked if she was okay. Jin calls out, brother too? Tona asks reluctantly why she would do such a thing. What did father say? Will he spare my life? Jin thought to himself that they must have been hiding in the shadows, watching the tense situation unfold. Jin asked if they could do him a favor, or perhaps Tona did. What's wrong? Jin says it's nothing too terrible. The cadets in my faction, you know them, right? Please keep an eye on them until I return. Tona is taken aback, realizing Jin is talking about her faction. Never mind that for now. I wasn't finished speaking, but Jin's already gone, waving goodbye. Since when were you all so worried about me? But I'm counting on you guys for everything. Tona was helpless, still as carefree as ever, even after meeting father. Or perhaps Tona agrees, as always, that man is indeed a little scary. He says he has a few questions about that day. Luna was a little surprised to hear that. With a furious gesture, Miu snapped, little sister, don't you realize what's going on? Are you ignoring us? Jin replied flippantly, I'm sorry, but this situation is really serious and it's hard for me to explain to you. Hearing that, Miu was beyond frustrated. What did you say? That arrogant jerk dares to... Just then, Chasm appeared, saying, So you're here? He turns and asks, Ah, Lord Chasm, are you having a good time? He looked gaunt and haggard like a starving ghost, saying it was a pretty good ending, thank goodness. Miu was furious. That outsider just waltzed right in? What kind of behavior is that? You dare trespass in the garden of House Caden? Jonia suddenly interjects. Don't, she says, returning her sword to its sheath. It seems the clan leader has taken care of this matter, so we have no right to interfere any further. Miu gritted her teeth in frustration, while Jin expressed her gratitude. You've worked hard and I'm always causing you trouble. Luna replies, It's okay, just say thank you. Jane thanked her for all her help, and Luna asked, "Leaving already?" He replies, "Yes, this time I plan to focus solely on training." Luna gives her blessing. "All right, take care," Jin said as he turned to wave goodbye. "See you next time." 1 month later, at the Chasm Estate's underground training grounds, Jin clutches his wooden sword, panting heavily. This is Jane Candon and Elisa Beer's 30th duel and Jane's 30th loss. Elisa smiled, asking Jin to go again, and there would soon be a 31st time as Jin excitedly made his request. "Just one more time, please." In early August 1795, the Jipo family officially announced the deaths of Andre and Vuletta, but because they didn't reveal the cause, many rumors arose. Some say they were killed in an internal conflict. Others claim they died fighting the guild leader. Still others whispered they were assassinated for offending the king of B, but the most credible rumor was that they died in battle with the Kanan clan, sparking speculation that war between Kanan and Jipo was imminent, and the question of whether sword or magic would prevail. When a neutral power turned its back on one of the two factions, a retainer entered Chiron's master's room, bowing to report, "Master, today the prince of the kingdom and 5 second-rate mercenary gangs have sent gifts, asking for our help." Khan casually agreed to their requests, returning the gifts and offering a fine sword to Prince Duke Ken, confident he would inherit the throne. The guard bowed respectfully. "Yes, I'll send an 8-star knight." Ken replies, "This is all because of the youngest antics on one of the B islands. He's already taken control of that family." "How insolent." Khan, hearing Ken call his name, quickly responded, "Yes." Khan picked up his cloak from the chair and instructed, "I'm going to the Black Sea. If Casimir sends a letter while I'm gone, bring it to me. Remember that." Ken donned his leopard skin cloak, looking mighty and dignified. Khan responded clearly. Cut to the training grounds where Jin was pushing himself through grueling practice. Sweat drenches him as he pants from exhaustion. Clutching his sword, Jin wonders if every swing, even after 1,000, should feel like the first. He's still too weak, and the helplessness brings tears to his eyes. Remembering Luna's dying moments, Jin berates himself, knowing he would have died there if not for her. He's regressed and already reached 5 stars in both swordsmanship and magic. He would soon reach 5 stars in dark arts, but thinking of what was to come, it still wasn't enough. He had to become stronger. "Father gave me 5 years. Jin clenched his sword in frustration, drawing blood from his palm. "I must become stronger than my siblings in that time." Jin encouraged himself and prepared to continue training. From below the training floor, Casimir watched Jin's exhaustion and called out, "Please stop, Master Jin." Hearing this, Jin turns to Casimir, who says, "If you keep this up, even with the Caden family's natural stamina, you won't last." Enya, alarmed by Jin's condition, rushes to Casimir's side. "Oh dear, Master Jin." Jin sheathed his sword, panting, as he noticed Enya and Casimir. Enya approaches, taking Jin's bloodied and scarred hand with concern. "Your hands are all scratched up. What should we do? You're bleeding so much." Kaiser approaches Jane, saying he understands. "You can't afford to wait any longer. Even if no one your age can compare to you, your opponents will be formidable. But young Master Jin's recklessness is the most toxic thing of all. It'll only lead you away from the path you've chosen." With a heavy heart, Enya used her mana to heal Yin's wounded hand as Jin chuckled wryly, admitting his embarrassment. "Even knowing that, it's not easy to avoid." Casimir cuts Jane off. "There's no need to be ashamed. No one trains as hard as you do in a single day. You're amazing." The arena floor is now covered in scratches from Jine's sword practice, mixed with streaks of blood. Casimir encourages him, suggesting he change his training to something that calms him down. Jin was doubtful of what Casimir said. "Calm me down?" Casimir replied that a duel with you would be more beneficial. Jin felt enlightened by this. "Do you mean you, Casimir?" Casimir paused, understanding Jine's meaning. "What do you think? Though I've been rather pathetic in your eyes lately." He draws his sword. A blue aura emanates from the sword, enveloping Casimir, its power shaking the very ground. Enya cowered in fear as Casimir coldly stated, "But I am a sword demon." Jin is surprised by this surge of power as Casimir sheathes his sword. "We'll fight when you're back on your feet. For now, face Tani's strongest guardian." Suddenly a voice echoed, "Oh, it's been a while since I've seen my husband's sword." Alicia, holding Julia, walks in as Casimir approaches them, smiling, then turns to Jin. "Defeat my wife within 6 months, young master, using swordsmanship, magic, or assassination, anything you've got." Hearing Casimir's words, Julia clutches Alicia's clothes, asking, "Mom, are you going to fight Jin?" Alicia smiles at Julia, saying that Julia isn't fighting, but building affection. Hearing that, Julia was suspicious. "What is that?" "I don't like fighting." Julia's worried expression makes Alicia laugh. "Then, Julia, if Mom and Jin were to fight, who would you support?" Julia innocently replied. Jin, of course. Hearing that, Alicia was exasperated. Julia, you should be on my side. Meanwhile, Jin watches Alicia and her daughter, thinking that Alicia Burr isn't very strong, except for her physical strength. Suddenly, Julia shouts, But you told me to always stand up for the underdog and Jin is weak. Alicia burst out laughing. Ha, ha, ha. Pay no mind. Young Master Jin, my daughter doesn't know how to lie. Jin's face darkened with embarrassment, but he replied, It's okay. Alicia looked at Jin and said seriously, Then let's agree to fight after I finish work and dinner. Every day for the next 6 months. Jin was skeptical. Every day? Wouldn't that be too much of a bother for you? Casimir and Alicia chuckled at Jine's expression, saying, Don't worry, young Master Jine, this will be over quickly. 2 days later, Jin and Alicia stood in the arena, and seeing Alicia's demeanor, Jin wondered if she was a fighter. Alicia tightened her wristbands and warned Jine that as a former member of the Bond Special Forces, she wouldn't hold back. Alicia stares at Jin with a murderous glint in her eyes, telling him not to be discouraged if he loses, and that they should begin. Jin then took a fighting stance, thinking that there must be a reason behind the 6 months of training. He wouldn't underestimate her. Jin and Alicia clash, and from this perspective, Jin seems to be at a disadvantage against Alicia. Alicia lunges at Jin, focusing her power in her fist, catching Jin off guard before delivering a powerful blow. The punch was strong enough to destroy a city wall, but unbelievably, Jin blocked Alicia's attack. Alicia is surprised that he blocked her attack, as Jin activates all of his equipment and uses light magic to catch her off guard. The light blinds Alicia, forcing her to shield her eyes, and Jin seizes the moment, preparing to strike. He activated his sword and lunged at Alicia, who quickly ducked, causing his attack to miss. She then focused her power into her fist, and Jin knew he couldn't dodge the blow. Should I call a doctor? Alicia coldly replied. Of course. And with that, she punched Jin, sending her flying into the air. Cut to the Tan estate that evening. I must say, I'm surprised. Young Master, I didn't think you'd be able to attack a second time on the first day. Alicia, holding a teacup, looks at Jane questioningly. He didn't use much strength in his first attack. Did you try to weaken the ground before our duel? Jin seemed taken aback by this. So you noticed? Alicia replied. Very meticulous. I only realized it at the end of the match. And what was that light during our fight? That was the first time I'd ever seen magic like that. The light Alicia is referring to is the one that blinded her, emanating from Jin's sword during their first match. Jin replied. It's an ancient magic called Flash Veil. Before we started, I coated my sword with it. Even so, it was useless. I guess tricks like that won't work. Alicia was about to enjoy her tea, but stopped when she heard Jin. Tricks? What do you mean? Normally that's called a tactic, right? As she savored her tea, Alicia recalled her first match with Jin, realizing that his victories over stronger opponents weren't luck, but the result of calculated opportunities and predictions. So while she admired his skill in a duel, she knew she could easily read his opponent's expressions in a real fight. Jin hangs his head, blaming himself for his first complete defeat, despite using every strategy he could. Is it because she's from Bond's Special Ops? Jane tells herself that for the next 6 months, she will face Alicia in order to defeat her. Jin and Alicia exchanged murderous glares, and the thought of it thrilled Jine. This is going to be fun. Outside, Casimir watches Jine versus Alicia, scribbling notes in his book. 1 month after May 22nd, 1795, in an unprotected area east of the continent known as the Black Sea, a sandworm monster approached Lord Kieran, only to be struck down by Khan's 2 swords. Khan heavily plants his sword into the ground, panting. The chieftain is Khan's protector knight. Hearing this, Kieran knew why Khan had come, and coldly raised his hand. Khan approached Ken and handed him the letter. It's a letter from Casimir, received 10 days ago. Ken took the letter from Khan, frowning as he tore open the envelope and began to read. To Ken Rukandan, I, a humble knight, send my regards and regret that I cannot express my gratitude and emotion in person. It's currently nighttime in Tikan, and the stars in the dark sky shine brightly, as if singing to me of my own greatness. Kieran, along with the lowly swordsman, Casimir Anfri. Reading this, Kieran crumpled the letter in anger. I told him to report on my youngest. He seems to be a very sensitive man. Ken's gaze could kill Casimir in an instant, prompting Khan to say, I'll tell him to cut it short. Ken frowned at the letter in his hand. When will he report to me about the youngest? I wonder what the youngest is doing on that isolated island. I know Casimir's wife has been beating him lately. The first duel ended in 3 moves, the second in 5, the 7th in 10, and the 12th in 25. The 13th match, he endured 10 moves. This letter mentions the 14th match, where he suffered a crushing defeat. As Ken spoke, he imagined the fights and blows that John had to endure. Khan found Ken's expression at this moment a bit strange. Is he amused that the young master lost? Ken continued. Kazmir's wife is from Bond's second special task force. Hearing this surprised Khan greatly. I don't think the young master can face someone from that special task force with just luck. Congratulations, clan leader. Ignoring Khan's well wishes, Ken continued. Not only that, in the 14th match it was written that he endured 12 moves, breaking his own limits. Ken's voice suddenly deepened. If he were the eldest, I would have given him the clan without regret. But alas, hearing these words from the Chiron family head himself shocked Khan. Chief, don't tell me you're talking about the heir. Ken didn't answer, but simply nodded, implying that what Khan was thinking was correct. Khan thought to himself, this is the first time he's mentioned an heir on a personal level. He's observed many times, but never mentioned a specific person. Joshua is only in that position because Luna withdrew. The patriarch never suggested him himself. Khan hesitated, then said, It's still very difficult, chieftain. Ken looked at Khan, puzzled. Khan continued, His progress is remarkable. But just because he's suitable now doesn't mean we should confirm it. Ken, not understanding, asked, What do you mean? Khan replied, He's not cold, and though he's kind, he's soft-hearted. Ken agreed. You're right. In that respect, he's different. One must be able to abandon their family when necessary. Ken paused, then said, Indeed, that is the nature of a canned, I understand, return. Yes, Chief. Ken then wondered aloud why a letter sent 10 days ago was so late. Khan replied, Forgive me. I hurried as much as I could, but the sheer number of monsters delayed me. Kirin said nothing, and coldly unleashed his attack. I suppose this will do. Next time, make sure you can arrive a day earlier. A path is cleared by Master Ken's strike. Khan replies, Yes, Chief. Cut to Jin and Alicia's training session. Jin, drenched in sweat and exhausted, sat on the ground while Alicia was full of energy. She looked at Jin and said, Today is the 9th day. You're amazing, young Master Jin. It's hard to believe you could push me this far. Jin wiped the sweat from his face and gave a weak smile. Huh. I need to try harder if I'm going to finish this in 6 months. Alicia gathers her things and turns to Jin, suggesting they have dessert upstairs. I heard La Chi made ice cream. Jin slowly gets up. I'm fine as I am. I still have things to do. Alicia was puzzled to hear that. Are you doing that again today? Jin replied. Of course, I still have a long way to go. Then he picked up his sword. A surge of magical power envelops the sword as Jin prepares to practice. Watching Jin, Alicia couldn't help but think about their spars, noting how unusually fast he was progressing. Perhaps it's because his aura and mana are constantly increasing, and what makes that possible is the dark power that links aura and magic. Power gained by making a pact with a god. How wonderful. But no matter how great that power is, it only matters because of his perseverance. A diligent genius. At this point, forget about those 6 months. I think you might even be able to beat me tomorrow. The next day, the match begins. Jin and Alicia's attacks grew fiercer, Jin unleashing a flurry of sword strikes aimed at Alicia. With her flexibility, Alicia easily dodges Jin's sword strikes, gradually closing the distance. She locked onto her target and threw a punch at Jin, a feint that was far too obvious. But beyond expectation, Jin dodged Alicia's attack, quickly retreating and reappearing behind her, leaving Alicia in utter shock. Before Alicia could process what was happening, Jin slashed her arm from behind. Blood spurted as Alicia collapsed to the ground, clutching her wounded arm in agony. Seeing this, Jin worried, Are you all right, Alicia? Alicia replied, I'm fine. It's just been a long time since I've been hurt this badly. Hearing this, Jin quickly sheathed his sword so he could call Enya. Soon after, Enya arrived and used her spiritual power to heal Alicia's arm wound. Jin looked at Alicia suspiciously, if she could have easily avoided that strike. Something wasn't right about this duel. Alicia looked at her wound, realizing she'd been too careless. When my vision was obscured by dark energy, I assumed he'd move the same way as before, so I didn't prepare for the follow-through. Thinking about what just happened in the match, she berated herself. Good heavens, I've really gotten too lax after leaving my position. She clenched her fist so tightly that it began to hinder her own movements. Alicia looked at Jin, thinking, and I lost before time was even up. Before Alicia could finish, Jin interjected, No, I think we should consider this match a practice run. I can't accept this victory. Alicia sighed, hanging her head. I knew you'd say that. She looked up at Jin, saying she was sorry for being careless and negligent this time. But what's done is done. Jane remained silent as Alicia continued. If it were you from 3 months ago, I wonder if I would have lost in the same careless way? Elsie's arm wound is healing. He's getting stronger. Looking at Jin, she recalls the Jane she met 3 months ago. A young master burning with ambition, battle spirit, and extraordinary talent on the path to greatness. His aura and mana will surely reach 6 stars. And when that happens, I'll truly be defeated. December 1st, 1795, in a port city where snow blankets the ground. Meanwhile, Ian and Muran Khan were walking down the street, and Ian looked curiously at the boxes in Muran Khan's hands. Muran Khan, why are you buying so much cold food in this weather? Muran Khan replied, annoyed. Cold food tastes better in cold weather. Besides, Ms. Rao said she wanted some too. Jin looks at Murakhan, saying, are you trying to give Julia a stomach ache? As he spoke, Jin suddenly stopped, noticing Casimir and Julia approaching Jin. Casimir looked at Jin, and little Julia, dressed in an adorable yellow dinosaur costume, waved hello. Jin, Opa. Jin eyed Casimir suspiciously. Casimir says, could you spare some time to talk about work? Jin didn't answer, but the look in his eyes was his agreement as Casimir and Jin walked and talked. Bisco Iveliano, from the declining Iveliano family, which is suffering from a lack of talent, has only one promising candidate to become the next head of the family, the very person you requested information on. Before we go any further, are you familiar with the Kinzello organization? I was a cadet when I was younger, Jin replied. During a mission, I once had a run-in with them. As Jin and Casimir discussed seriously, Julia sat on Murakhan's head, pulling his hair and screaming. I want to go with Jin too, Murakhan retorted. Sit still, kid. Ignoring Murakhan and Julia in the background, Casimir continued, then it won't be long, though I can't say for sure that Bisco is likely a member of Kinzello. Suddenly, Julia grabbed Murakhan's hair and yanked it up, causing him to scream in pain. Ignoring Murakhan's screams, Casimir continued, he visits the Kurano territory every week, and I hear he always visits a workshop with a strange name. New Explosion is beautiful. The owner of that workshop is Bouva Gaston, and from what I know, he's a member of Kinzello. Jin interjects, so you're saying they likely have a closer relationship than just customer and owner. Casimir glanced at Jin, stating this was only a possibility, but Jin interrupted, noting Bouva's rank seemed a bit higher than Bisco's, to which Casimir agreed. Hearing this, Jin realized something. So that's why he personally appeared at the Kinzello party. I always thought they were just a simple armed organization, but if it's a place that even an 8-star warrior trusts and joins, it makes sense. Considering the misdeeds of those who wronged me in my past life, why couldn't the Kanan and Bon Jippo families immediately eliminate them? Julia and Murakhan are still unstable at this point. Julia grabbed Murakhan's hair and screamed, Jin! Murakhan could only scream in despair, Hey, stop it, kid! Jane is busy, just wait a moment. Murakhan, arguing with Julia, wasn't watching where he was going and ran headfirst into a sharp chunk of ice. Already annoyed by Julia's screaming, Murakhan's tolerance reaches its limit when he slams into an iceberg. He angrily shatters the ice in his hand, startling Julia. Murakhan then hurls the chunk of ice at Casimir, who's walking ahead. The unexpected attack leaves Casimir bewildered. Meanwhile, Murakhan blames Julia, asking how she dares treat her father that way. What a naughty child. Jin coldly ignored him and called out to Casimir. Yes, Casimir answers. What is it? Jin asks. Still no leads on Spider-Hand Owl? Casimir shook his head. So that bastard Alu, he has more secrets than I thought. Our elites at Rainbow scoured everything, but we couldn't find any trace of him before the test site, as if someone deliberately erased all information. Hearing this, Jin's face darkened as he thought to himself that he really shouldn't have spared him back then. Jin turned to Casimir and smiled. I understand, you've been very productive. Casimir replied, well, the organization did all the work anyway. We'll definitely dig deeper into this Kinzello lead for you, and if we find anything on Alu, I'll let you know right away. Thank you, Casimir. Casimir, I'm forever in your debt. Casimir chuckled. It's really nothing, but if you're so grateful, please spend some time with Yuria for me. Murakhan looks like he's in a lot of distress. It was then that Jin and Casimir remembered Murakhan and Julia. Seeing Murakhan's state, they both felt helpless, and Jin replied, all right, but I don't think I can today. The match is about to start. Oh, would you like to come watch? Casimir was intrigued. Oh, absolutely. I'm actually quite curious about Jin's performance. Jane, looking down at his hands, coldly replied, you'll definitely see it. I've discovered something recently. Cut to the arena, Elisa is surprised to see Casimir arrive with Jin. Huh? What's going on? You shouldn't be here, darling. Why are you here? Hearing Elisa say that, Casimir was bewildered. Huh? Aren't you supposed to be here? Jin invited you to watch. Elisa replied shyly, It's not that you're not allowed here, it's just that I don't want you to see me lose. This took Casimir by surprise. What? Elisa turned to Jin and continued. Isn't that right, Jin? After all, today will probably be the last time. If possible, I hope you'll remember me as a worthy opponent. Jin, standing below the arena, coldly replied, What makes a worthy opponent? I'll remember you as a teacher and a good friend. Casimia was stunned by their exchange, her mouth agape in surprise. What is he saying? Hasn't it only been 3 months? Could he have already surpassed Elisa in such a short time? Elisa is getting ready to fight, so shall we begin? Jane silently closes his eyes, gripping his sword tightly. He summons the phoenix, a large blue circle appearing above him, a surge of blue light enveloping him, as a large blue phoenix gradually emerges. This revelation leaves Casimia, watching from below, in utter shock. At 6 stars, mages are granted the power to forge a contract with anyone. However, no one knows which phoenix they will form a contract with, as mages can only open the gate to the fiery world, leaving the choice to the phoenix to choose a worthy master. For this reason, mages desperately hope to be chosen by a special phoenix, the rarest of them all, especially one with the power of blue flames. The onlookers, witnessing the summoned phoenix, cried out in disbelief. This is absurd, young master. You've formed a pact with Tess? Every mage who has ever summoned Tess has been a master of their era. Jin draws his sword, the blue flames of Tess blazing behind him. Shall we begin, Lady Alicia? Alicia unleashes her killing intent, ready for battle. Here I come. Young Master Jin, Alicia rushes towards him at breakneck speed. Tess Cruche extends his claws and flies toward Alicia, the blue flames forcing her to retreat cautiously. Alicia dodges the attack, observing and thinks to herself, a 5-star fire magic? And that's not all. Tess's wings spread wide with imposing power. That fire carries a strange power. If I were to touch it, my body would gradually become heavy. As she thought this, her knees buckled slightly. Before she could react, Tess attacked again, creating blue flames that crashed down on the ground, forcing Alicia to jump away. Was it the pressure? An overwhelming power forces me down. If I get hit, my stamina consumption will increase dramatically. I need to end this quickly. With that thought, Jine suddenly bursts from the smoke, sword in hand, and charges toward Alicia. Attacking, Jine calculated that she could control her test for about 3 more minutes. Time enough to defeat Alicia. Alicia narrowly dodges the attack as Zane swings her sword. Alicia narrowly dodged the attack, but Jin's sword grazed her arm, causing her to wince. Before she could catch her breath, Jine leaped into the air, slashing down at Alicia, forcing her to jump back in surprise. Alicia, catching her breath, wonders, a sword technique? No, it's wind magic. After a flurry of attacks, Jin pauses to analyze Alicia's movements, realizing they all share one thing: overwhelming power. She wants to completely overwhelm her opponent, no matter the situation. She's probably trying to regain that dominance now. Jin focuses his power into his sword and charges forward. I'll use this to attack. Jin's blade slashed at Alicia, forcing her to dodge with a grimace. Before Alicia could react, Jine spun around. Alicia gritted her teeth as 1, 2, then 3 lines were drawn in an instant, forcing her to flatten herself to the ground to avoid them. Immediately after, Jine conjures a fireball, unleashing a massive surge of power. As Alicia struggles to withstand the attack, she senses something behind her. Sure enough, Tess's wings appeared with blue flames, but before she could process it, she had to face Jine, who was charging straight at her with a sword. Caught between 2 simultaneous attacks, Alicia wondered if she should dodge. But no, if she did, she'd be forced to keep defending against Jine's attacks. This won't do. Alicia smirks, as if she's just decided on something daring. Alicia's eyes blaze as she unleashes her power, shouting, "Is that the swordsman you're trying to show me?" But Jin doesn't stop, pressing his attack. Alicia blocks Jin's attack, white bandages straining against the dark power emanating from the sword. Alicia, sword raised and eyes burning red, clenches her fist. "I've finally got you." She smirks triumphantly, confidently throwing a punch, but when Alicia looks again, only the sword and a small blue flame remain. John has completely vanished. Alicia was stunned. He's not here? Impossible. I was sure his weapon was. The blue flames on the sword hilt seemed to burn brighter. Alicia senses Yan behind her, paling as she thinks about the pressure. Alicia turns around, forcing a smile. Damn it. She attacks, but he's already behind her again. The blow lands squarely on Jin's face, sending him reeling. But unexpectedly, Alicia is the one who coughs up blood, and Jin is thrown back, losing his mask. Alicia calmly speaks. "I should acknowledge this match, shouldn't I? The victory is yours, Master Jin." As she finished speaking, Alicia suddenly collapsed, and Jin turned his head to see another Jin. Lady Enia, Lord Casmia, please, just call me Lady Enia. Back at the mansion, Murakan's voice boomed, Hey, Microbe, what? Say that again. Yes, young Master Jin did indeed defeat Alicia in a duel. I knew you'd be surprised. He defeated Alicia from Bond's special task force in just 3 months. Upon hearing this, Mura grabbed Microbe's shoulders and shouted in disbelief, No, that's not it. What did Jin summon? Microbe stammered as he was shaken. Forgive me. It's a phoenix. He summoned a test. Hearing this, Canelo collapses in disbelief, muttering, No. Jin, covered in sweat, suddenly heard a scream. No! After hours of battling, and with the victor decided, Alicia slowly sat across from Jin, lamenting, I went too far, using the aura shield to win, only for it to be my downfall. Who knew I'd lose twice from a sneak attack? When did you come up with that strategy? Jin quickly drank some water and poured it over his head to cool down, calmly saying, From the very first match. He proudly smoothed back his wet hair. Does that sound arrogant? The water droplets clinging to Jin's handsome face only add to his allure. Alicia couldn't help but laugh at his humorous words and captivating demeanor. Under the faint moonlight, they shared an intimate conversation, Jin expressing his respect. Thank you for everything, Alicia. The unexpected gratitude made Alicia blush. I had a great time, too. You can't imagine how proud I am of you. Hey, seriously, kid, what are you thinking, beating someone from Special Operations B before you're 16? As the two chatted intimately, an irritated shout cut through the air. It was Aken, standing on the stair railing, his face etched with anger. Behind him, a white-haired girl followed closely. Jin turned toward the voice that called out to him. Oh, Murakan, I'm listening. Before he could finish, Murakan urgently cut him off, saying, Call test now! Hurry! Quant was visibly shocked and worried upon hearing that name. Magic swiftly manifested, and Test appeared as a massive, radiant blue peacock, its arrival heralded by piercing cries and brilliant light. As Test appeared, Quiquentel immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head to the ground in reverence. Your servant greets the Lord of Fire. Murakan, standing beside him, scratched his head awkwardly, clearly annoyed by Quanto's over-the-top reaction. He avoided Tess's sharp, angry gaze, but still greeted him. It's been a while, hasn't it? As Murakan finished speaking, Tess lunged forward, pecking at his forehead relentlessly, unleashing all the pent-up frustration and anger it had been holding back. Murakan clutched his head in pain, crying out incessantly, Wait, hold on a second. What? What's going on? Ouch, I have the complete right to freedom of speech. I mean, freedom. I'm sorry. After hearing the apology, the soul in the test felt a little warmer. Why do I feel so refreshed? But Murakan's screams of agony continue. I apologized, so say something back. I have to relay the message, so don't stop. Seriously. All the attention is still on Tess and Murakan, and no one notices that Quiquentel is still face down on the cold ground, trembling, probably afraid that Tess will turn around and peck her head like Murakan. Attacked by Tess and not a soul came to help. Murakan roared, Kid, send this thing back where it came from now! Ugh, that hurt. Dian watched the scene, feeling helpless. Huh? Oh, okay. Then, in an instant, the blue light and Tess disappeared, and after being tested, Murakan clutched his head and complained. Why the sudden headbutt? Unbelievable. Jin was curious, wanting to know why Murakan had come here to call out. Murakan was still upset about being spun around by Tess earlier. Murakan sighed. Of course you'd want to know why the great Murakan had to take a back seat to a bluebird. Then Murakan began to lead the story. That's not even Tess's true form. Only in the Fire Realm can you witness his true self. Jin, still wanting more information, continued to press. The Fire Realm. Isn't that the world where the phoenixes live? A fiery landscape of lava and phoenixes flashes in his mind as Zane asks. I know there are other realms, but this is the first time I've heard of the Fire Realm. Murakan replies, Of course, because it's a term only used by gods and dragons. That's just what we call it for simplicity's sake. Even the highest gods don't know its true name. That's right, which is why even the fire god Sinu can't use the fire of the Fire Realm. And if that wasn't enough, Omura reveals that some gods had previously left the Fire Realm, including dragon lords like Quantel and himself. And then some people started causing trouble, making Tess lose all patience, and that was the day we witnessed Tess's true power. Murakan continues, noting Quiquentel's fear that Tess, in his rage, incinerated 5 gods and 7 dragons on the spot. Jin found it hard to believe, as Tess had been with him and was connected to him. What? Was Tess really that strong? Just how powerful would someone have to be to fully unleash that strength? Murakan's sigh cut off Jin's rising excitement. It's impossible. No matter how strong you are, you can't fully unleash his power. No matter what you are, no one can fully unleash the power of an entity from another dimension. Jin was troubled by what he heard. Murakan continued, explaining that it was essentially a kind of balance. That's why gods can't do much when they come to this world, and why Test will never be able to use his full power here. Murakan suddenly slowed his voice and turned to Jin. Now that I think about it, he got right up in Jin's face and yelled, "Someone like you should be burned alive. How could you get that dangerous old man into the fight right after being summoned?" Do you know how shocked we were? Even with Murakan yelling and spitting, Jin remained perfectly calm. If he had gotten angry and burned you alive. Murakan calmed down, patting Jin's head. Then again, he wouldn't have chosen you in the first place. Jin, confused, stared blankly, prompting Murakan to retort. He told me to tell you that he likes you a lot. Congrats, kid. Though Jin looks clueless, he has his own thoughts. He had a different view of the test and couldn't help but marvel Sinu was greater than he thought. The god of fire controls all the fire in this world, so naturally all fire attacks are useless against Sinukia's contractor and Kadun's guard. However, since he already had a test, Jin suddenly smiled as the Kanan and Jipo families fought. He was still plotting in his mind that blue flame of his would be a huge support for him. The year is 1796, and in a place shrouded in ominous purple, a blue dragon lies sprawled on the cold stone as a white-haired man reads a letter. So it was chosen again? How interesting. But I have no interest in the phoenix. Ken then read each line of the letter. The letter contained a report about his son, Jin Kanden, stating that his swordsmanship had improved greatly, developing at an alarming rate. Still doubting his son's potential, he said, "Besides, Jin's swordsmanship is only so-so. Though I allow him to use magic and hidden weapons, he's still a Jian clan member." Kirin closed his eyes, contemplating as he clutched the letter. He summoned his close aide, Khan, who emerged with a long scar across his face, bearing an imposing aura. Then Ken asked him, "I recall John Han had a nephew." Khan thought, "A nephew from the Han family. I just received information about him a few days ago." Ken throws a fur towel over himself, relieved. Khan reports on the situation. "Yes. Regarding the request at the present world competition to assassinate a pirate participating in the competition and appearing on the list of participants, Dan has registered under a false name. Ken is also very interested and says that the present world competition seems to be a contest between pirates. I also recall that you were the one who won the competition 10 years ago. Khan added that it was the young lady's first victory. 2 months later, he's fighting again." Ken orders with interest, "Bring the youngest here." Hearing this, Khan remained silent, his eyes concealing something indecipherable. Ken, as if understanding his retainer's thoughts, said, "With so many eyes watching, he won't be able to use magic or hidden weapons. He'll have to win with his sword." His eyes and smile betrayed his calculation. Fighting a genius who's honing his swordsmanship will surely make the youngest realize something, that as a Runkandel, he must prove himself with the sword. Kirin thought of Jin practicing with his sword, as Jin continued his relentless training. Just as Jin paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, a voice called out, and he turned to see a servant boy holding up a letter with a bright smile. "Come take a look at this." What could have piqued Jin's curiosity? "It's an application to join the modern competition," the servant excitedly says. Jin, surprised, drapes a towel over his shoulder. "What? That's a pirate's playground, so why all of a sudden?" Before he could finish, a voice even more excited than the invitee chimed in. "This was prepared just for you. You've been working so hard lately. Apparently Dante Heron from the Haran family is also participating this time, according to the 7 colors." As he spoke, he raised the letter high, as if it were a treasure. "I'm sure you know that my grandfather is the current head of the Han family." "John Han, huh?" He was said to be on par with Ken before becoming the head of the family, and Dante Haran is his favorite grandson. "Aren't you curious to see how powerful he is?" Jin rested his chin and closed his eyes, pretending to think. Hath murmurs, understanding, and casually asks if he really has to participate. Hearing this, the servant was startled, knowing that if Jin asked, he was probably thinking of not participating, and he broke out in a sweat. Hearing this, Katmiya flailed his arms around uncontrollably, saying, "Young Master Jin, please, think carefully. The one you'll be fighting is the heir to the Hiran family. An opportunity like this doesn't come often." Jin chuckled, nodding slightly before shrugging casually. "Well, if Mr. Katmiya puts it that way, I have no choice. I'll participate too." Hearing this, Katmi was relieved, saying, "Thank you. You've made a very wise decision." "Jin, you knew that not participating would put Katmiya in a difficult position. I understand now. When Father requested a private talk with Mr. Mia, Did he ask him to do this behind my back? To make me fight Han's grandson, wanting me to prioritize swordsmanship above all else? Indeed, Jin's deduction was exactly what his father, Ken, wanted him to do. As Jin thought this, he glanced at the flustered and worried young man before him and mused, "Mr. Mia, it seems you're quite busy." Suddenly, Cat Mia reminded him, "Oh, you have to leave tomorrow. The deadline is a bit tight." Jane was startled by the urgency. "What?" "I just received the letter." Mia Jonti left the letter with Jin, who was stunned that he had already completed the persuasion mission. "Then I wish you safe travels." With a wink and a wave, Cat Mia quickly departed. Jin was now flustered. "Wait, Mr. Cat Mia?" A short time passes on Ban Empire, an island in the south where pirates gather for a competition, each one looking tall, strong, and muscular. Looking around, there's a coldness in the faded objects and remnants of past matches. Ropes that once held combatants. Chains still bind the wooden pillars as Yin cautiously enters. He looks around, realizing this is the first time he's ventured alone to a place like this. Even more deranged than Mommy, a tournament held in a place like this? This competition allows participants to kill their opponents without weapon restrictions, even assassinating or poisoning them beforehand. Jin assesses the contestants, wondering why Han's polymorphic grandson would participate in such a brutal event. Is that family head also insane? Well, what does the reason matter? This will be an amazing experience. Jin's thoughts mirrored those of a blue-cloaked man with snow-white hair. He excitedly takes off his hat. This place is as pungent as ever. Despite this, he smiles with anticipation and eagerness. All right, let's have some fun. In a tense, dimly lit room, a heavily bearded, mostly bald man, clearly drunk, squinted at the figure before him and grunted, "Who are you?" Jin, hearing the question, simply replies, "I'm here to enter the competition." The bald man in the dreamy purple robe waves his hand dismissively. "Registration is closed. Get lost. If you die in some ditch on the way out, all the better." But Jin calmly replies that he's certain registration is open until sunset. The bald man, stung by the remark, feigned indifference, scratching his ear and saying he wasn't in the mood to process his application. "Do you not understand, or are you just pretending?" "I'm busy, so stop bothering me and get lost." Jin realizes the bald man is judging by appearances, so he reaches for the sword hidden at his side, ready to teach him a lesson about looking down on others. Sensing something amiss, the bald man wore a puzzled expression. "Huh? What do you think you're doing?" Jin says, clutching the gold coins in his hand. Jane throws 2 gold coins and punches the bald man in the face, disfiguring him before he crashes to the ground. Groaning, the bald man slowly rose, the 2 gold coins having struck him squarely in the back as Jin stood tall, his tone calm. "Is that enough for you? Put my name down." The bald man gritted his shiny gold teeth. Just when you thought there might be a comeback, he suddenly sits up, excited. "You've got guts, kid. I like that." And with that, he began to write. "All right, you're in." The bald man held the paper up to Jai. "You'll be in bracket 13. Take this. The others will guide you from here. I welcome you to the competition." His information appears. The master of the Southern Island, Pirate King Siamos, and this arrogant brat, Jin Gray, table 13. He looks confident. Pick someone decent, or if there's no one else, I wouldn't mind if you threw him to the sharks. The pirate read the introduction as he walked, looking at Jin with disdain. Good heavens, there are so many participants this year, and there's Jin, but he's the one who dared to strike the captain. It's a shame you two aren't in the same bracket. I would have loved to see you tear each other apart. The subordinate babbled on as he led Jin, while they passed a room where a bald, scarred man sat grimly in the corner. "Well, good luck to you both. You might meet in the finals, but you'll need plenty of luck." The pirate kept talking, but Jin ignored him, so he quickly ended the tour. "All right, this is the gathering place for Board 13. I'll see you again if you manage to stay alive." Jin looked at the people standing in the hallway. "What about my room?" Jin asked, and the guide sneered. How would I know? Jin thought, speechless. Why weren't there enough rooms for all the candidates to begin with? Each room houses 2 to 3 people. Jin watched as 2 men beat down a weaker contestant. Did they want the candidates fighting each other in these cramped rooms? This feels more like a survival game than a strength contest. Suddenly, a buzz-cut thug turns his head, wondering, hey. He noticed Jin standing by, assessing the situation. And who are you? He's annoyed. Hey, can't you see there are already 3 people here? Get lost, Jan interrupted, raising his sword. I'll count to 3. A blue aura of killing intent surrounds him. When I reach 3, you all better be out of my sight before they can even react. Jin begins to count. The buzzcut is shocked, his voice trembling. What is this? Wait. He adjusts his gloves, still stubborn. That little bastard. The bald thug's face contorted in terror, his pupils shrinking as Zin punched him through the wall, sending dust and debris everywhere. The two burly men simply watched without reacting, while others, drawn by the noise, came to investigate, finding the unlucky guy who'd been punched into the wall, still gaping, eyes vacant. Soon, two large holes appeared in the wall, and two men lay slumped against it in agony as Jin coldly walked out. He gripped his sword, and standing before the doorway, Jin raised the gleaming blade, asking those outside, "Anyone else want to stay?" The hooded figures laughed at Jin's words and charged, but he only smirked. His sword flashed through the air, leaving a bloody gash across one man's flesh. Jin swung his sword relentlessly, his eyes flashing blue as he cut down the attackers, while a masked figure watched in stunned disbelief. Jin held his bloodied sword, his expression cold. He continues to swing his sword, even in this lawless place, sizing up those who stare at him with greedy eyes. You can't even compare it to Ma YT, so for now. Jin smirks. I'm going to lose some sleep over this. A pair of hairy legs in flip-flops walks down the dark corridor. Jin silently opens the book in his hands as the guide from earlier looks on, disgusted. This is a bit of a pain, kid. He looked at the people sprawled on the ground. Are you planning to kill everyone before the match even starts? Jin closed his book and smiled faintly. Well, consider this a small appetizer before today's main course. He's getting excited now. Ha, and here I thought you were just an arrogant kid. He looked at Jin, impressed. The captain was right. You really are ambitious, so that's why he wanted you back with the better fighters. He gestured behind him. Brackets 1 and 2 will start soon, and you'll be fighting them later. So if you want, you can go watch those guys fight. Follow me, I'll personally escort you. The man led him to a coliseum-like arena, rambling on. Just so you know, using swords in the spectator area is strictly prohibited, so just sit tight. A rising star, huh? Not bad, he thought. Looking at the packed stands, Jin wondered if so many people had come to watch. He doubted anyone would recognize him, but he should still be careful to disguise himself. Suddenly, Jin overheard some chatter. Hey, have you heard the rumor? What? The one where over half of board 13 was taken down? Damn it, I bet on one of them. Who the hell did that? He slowly approached the two men who were whispering gossip. No, there's something else going on. Among the contestants, I heard there's a spot reserved for Jia Hui of the Dan clan. Hearing this, Jin was shocked, eyes wide as the man continued, a reserve prodigy from the Dan clan. The person next to them wondered, what's a Dancan clan member doing in a place like this? The other whispered back, I heard about it while drinking with some CMA's pirate officers yesterday. He leaned in and whispered that among the participants there was an exceptionally outstanding young man, so it would be absurd if he weren't a Dancan. Wow, if that's true, it could be Tona, or even Jin Caden. The other replied that if it were really Jin Caden, it would be like winning the lottery. Rumors have been swirling about a young 5-star. Jin glanced at the two men beside him, lost in thought. Oh, so it's because of the Black Zygon? I'm a nobody, but they even know the names of the Tona brothers. Jin thought to himself that it was time for the two of them to make a name for themselves in the world. If they really did participate, he'd hunt them down and make them stand guard as punishment. Fireworks explode, lighting up the sky with beautiful patterns as a man smiles, revealing teeth made of solid gold. The man's voice boomed, silencing the crowd. Welcome, everyone, to the game arena. So that's CMOS. The host says everyone must be bored to death, right? So let's welcome our pirate king, CMOS, who spreads his arms wide and laughs with excitement. The crowd below the stage chanted his name in unison, CMOS, CMOS. The more people responded, the louder he laughed, a manic, excited roar. Everyone has answered my call this year and gathered here. I'm truly overwhelmed with gratitude. With that, he tensed up, pointed down, and roared to start the matches, igniting the competitive spirit. At this moment, the opening ceremony begins, with each team consisting of 14 members. So far, there are 13 teams and 182 reserve martial artists. The host, CM, skillfully announces the first contestant to step onto today's arena of glory, emerging from the stands. His hand gripped a curved, pointed blade like a hook. Com continued, You reached the round of 16 in last year's tournament. The darling of the Mantis Pirates, you emerge with bloodshot eyes and a sinister grin, as if you want to devour your opponent. He then points to Danta, his opponent. Hiran coldly announces, A first-time participant this year, what secrets lie behind that youthful face? Let's welcome the young swordsman Baumik, Dantahan's alias. The two beside Jane stared wide-eyed at the arena, as did Jane himself. The crowd buzzed, already aware of the surge in young participants this year, but this was something else. To think they'd let a kid like that participate? Are they crazy? Jane was stunned. Wait, a kid? Jane recalls the pirate's words. Besides him, there was another, a small fry who took down the captain. Looking at the arena, he is indeed small compared to the pirate before him, and Seamoss speaks again. Then, let the match begin. Mantis raises his blade to his mouth, licking it as if he wants to kill Pao Meek immediately. Pike calmly draws his sword from behind his back. The match begins, and just seconds after Seamoss's announcement, the audience is already in awe. With a single strike, Pike defeats Mantis, raising his sword and waving it lightly from afar, as Mantis's head falls as if he were cutting fruit. The sword was too sharp, his skill too extraordinary. The audience rose, mouths agape, eyes wide with shock. Mantis's head falls, his eyes still open, blood splattering as his body loses balance, kneels and collapses to the arena floor, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What just happened? Did anyone even see what happened? Com raised his hand to his head, sighing, "Ha, those sea urchin bastards must be fuming." He lost his head? No way. Jin looks down, thinking to himself that he beheaded his opponent with sword energy in an instant. Jin is stunned. I see. It's Dan Heron. Jin recognized him quickly. Dante Heron sheathed his sword. The match decided in an instant. The victory goes to Paul Mick, and Veridin Jipo cheers him on wildly. Jin, sitting below, widened his eyes at the sound of Veridin Jipo's excitement. It's him. That's the real Dao. The real Pao Meek. I'm betting my entire fortune on the PA mic. Go for it, which means Bao mic. Bao Mick, Bao Mick. Jin hears the voice and turns around in shock. Veridin Jipo. What's he doing here? Veridin Jipo, still excitedly laughing, continues to shout, Bao Mick, Bao Mick, Bao Mick. Hearing his confidence and excitement, the people around him chimed in, Yeah, I'm betting too. Betting on the mic is all we need, he exclaimed. Just bet it all, no worries. Mic pouches are our future. Bet everything, even your land deeds. Jin thought, embarrassed. Isn't he supposed to be on a mission? This is too much fun for a mission. Jin thought it would be troublesome if he got caught, so he decided to quietly ignore it. Veridin Jipo suddenly noticed something below. Oh. Veridin Jipo looks down at Jin in surprise. What's this? What are you doing here? Jin was startled by the voice and began to tremble. Oh my, it's been a while. Dan Heron also noticed the two of them in the stands. On the platform, he was still cheering with all his might, and Dante Heron recognized him as Veridin Jipo. The only time I saw him was at the Jipo family banquet, and he's welcoming me even in this remote place. I'm also happy to see you again, Veridin. The two exchanged cheerful greetings, while Jine hung her head low. CMOS boomed. Now, before we move on to the next match, let's hear a few words from the first winner of today's tournament. Now, Paul Mick, how are you feeling? CMOS asked as he was busy greeting Veridin. He turns, clearing his throat, ready to speak. Ahem, I'm quite pleased to have eliminated another potential source of trouble for the world. He calmly added, hoping that in his next life, that man wouldn't become a mediocre pirate. Com gave an eerie laugh, placed his hand on his shoulder, and chuckled. Piracy really isn't for kids, is it? But aren't you afraid of upsetting all the pirates here? Ha ha, interesting, kid, he continued. Do your best. All the pirates who just heard your story welcome you with open arms. He calmly ignored Seamoss's words, who laughed heartily and tossed his hat into the air. All right, next match contestants, please enter the arena. Inside, one person says they've seen the upcoming matches, and no one stands out besides Paul Mick. Sitting in the corner of the room, his sword beside him, Jin is certain that Paul Mick is Danta Han. He looks young, but with swordsmanship like that, there's no other explanation than Hiron. Jin wonders if he can win. If he used magic and dark energy, maybe he'd have a chance. Jin summoned darkness into his hand, unsure if swordsmanship alone would be enough. Jin clenched his fist, unsure of what lay ahead. Footsteps echoed, a reminder that 3 to 4 matches would occur daily, meaning his first fight was likely in 3 days. Until then, 2 figures moved stealthily, searching for something within the prison. Jin resolved to overcome the darkness of this prison. A girl emerges from the shadows. What does she have to say? Before her stands Danta Han, a necklace clutched in his hand, a weapon as well. Veridin spins it again and again. Veridin Jipo spins the necklace repeatedly. A mysterious white-bearded elder states, I didn't give it to you to play with. It's an item the tribe leader uses when truly necessary, so please be more careful. Veridin Jipo stops spinning the necklace and says with a smile, I apologize, Elder. I feel more relieved holding it? Is that why you called me here? The white-bearded elder raised his hand to his head and sighed. On an island north of the Bill Archipelago, a martial arts tournament is held every year. Perhaps you've heard of the CMOS Arena. Upon hearing this, Veridin Jipo's eyes widened as he leaned forward, mouth agape. The boy extends his hand asking, "Where?" "First time I've heard of it. A martial arts tournament held by pirates? How would I know about that?" "Haha, never. I certainly know nothing about it." The old man wondered where he disappeared to every year around this time, as Whitebeard added, "Dante Hiron, who participated in the ball last year and is the future head of the Hare family, has joined this time." The white-bearded elder spoke, "Go there and have a look around. If you get the chance, see with your own eyes the level of someone you will one day surpass." Veridin Jipo looked up to the sky and said, "That's why I came all this way when I heard about it, and it's great that I'm making extra money. But why haven't there been any interesting matches these past 2 days? It would be great to see some Dantian skills." "But that's all," the 2 soldiers following behind whispered. "Isn't he usually more excited?" "This year is so boring," Veridin Jipo lamented. "Where have all the strong contenders gone?" He suddenly looked up at the bracket. Seeing the name Jane Jin Gray piqued his curiosity. "Wait, is that really Jin?" So he's not just here as a spectator. He's already thinking about the fight between Tanta and Jine. Now, things are getting interesting. With a sword thrust into the ground, Jine sighs in relief. 147 survivors, 35 dead, only 5 in combat, the rest outside the arena. Jin looked up, realizing that fighters from other brackets would soon arrive, and he couldn't let his guard down. Who knew if he'd be stabbed in his sleep? Footsteps approach from afar. "I trained sleeplessly since my cadet days, but staying awake for 3 days straight is a first." Jin is surprised by the person before him. Jane rises, approaching without concealing their presence. They wield a sword, confident in their skills. A figure stood in the doorway, and Jin was stunned. "Wait," Dan Hiron sleepily says, "It's a bit rude since this is our first meeting, but can we talk?" Jin is astonished. "What?" "It's Hiron." Hiron said, "Please, let me sleep for a bit. If you agree, I'll stand guard for you tomorrow." Jin looked up and said, "Hey, why so sudden?" "Out of nowhere?" Haan replies, "I've been watching you since yesterday, and I can see you're a true martial artist. So please, let me sleep." With that, Haan fell forward, eyes glazed over, and instantly fell asleep right in front of Jin, leaving him speechless. Jin glanced at him. I didn't even have a chance to refuse. Does Hiron ever train or sleep? Suddenly, Jin looks down at Hiron and notices the strong smell of blood. He must have been bothered by many. With that, Jin plunged his sword into the ground as the leader stared up from inside the iron bars, unaware of the approaching group. "Wait, I'll signal." And just like that, Jin appears before the group, radiating a hostile aura. The leader's eyes widened in shock as he was instantly cut down by a single strike. Jin coldly states, "Haven't you heard the rumors? Anyone who enters this room dies." One of the group raises his hand and says, "Wait, I know you, Jin Gray. You're the one who killed the entire 13-man squad. Calm down and listen. We're not here for you." But right behind him, someone was aiming a crossbow at Jin. Hand over Pao Mick, who just came in. The arrow hurtles towards Jin, who seizes the opportunity to snatch it from the air. Jane is cold. "Poison, huh?" "Poisoned arrow." The pirates were shocked to see this. "Whatever the reason, I don't care who's behind all this, going this far for a child." Jin seemed annoyed. "But can you all take responsibility?" Dancan suddenly awakens. Hiron stared blankly ahead, where Jine stood guard over the sleeping Haan. He breathed a sigh of relief as Jin spoke up. The goons chasing him said, "He's with Hai Tang's Thung, one-eyed doe." Jin added, "Those were the last words he uttered before dying. They were planning to make some money by kidnapping a Don Guardian." With a smile, Han said, "You protected me, a stranger. Thank you so much." Han covered her mouth as she spoke. "But my goodness, a Darkwalkers. I'm surprised. How could I make such a basic mistake?" Han says, "Where am I? I should explain since I owe you one. I'm a noble and a target for them, even if I'm not a Caden." Har continues, "Just think of me as a noble in bond. I'm sorry I can't go into more detail. Thank you for understanding. I owe you my life. How can I ever repay you? An eye for an eye, a life for a life." Jin listens with curiosity. Han smiles. "From this moment on, whatever danger you face, I will protect you with my life, no matter the cost." Looking at Jin, Han continued, swearing on his honor. "Jin no Diaz, all right, do whatever you want, I'm going to sleep. So please, Jine, wake me up before Group 13's match starts." Yet, Jine fell asleep immediately, clearly believing his protection wasn't part of the vow so he could rest easy. Looking at Jane, Han thought he seemed cold, but he had protected him. Having just met, Danta Heron smiles, seemingly having found a good friend. The curly-haired man, full of ferocity, roared and slashed. "Whoa!" Danta calmly draws the sword from his waist, delivering a swift strike before coolly turning away. Blood sprays from the curly-haired man's side as he collapses. eyes wide and lifeless. Dan remains calm as the host shouts, "The victor is Pao Mick." He sings his praises, noting that he ended his opponent with a single blow once again. As he sheathes his sword, he glances at the roaring stands. Pao Mick, Pao Mick, Pao Mick, Pao Mick. Elsewhere, a sword falls, blood dripping from its tip. The announcer declares Jin the victor as he sheathes his sword and his opponent lies defeated on the ground. The commentator raves about the young man's incredible strength. Jane Grey turns to acknowledge the roaring crowd from the stands. Amidst the roaring cheers of Jane, Dan, arms crossed, smiles from the stands, acknowledging Jane Grey's formidable strength. Amidst the chatter in the stands, one spectator suggests he might even be stronger than Pao Mick. Ha! He's nothing compared to the Kanden family's luck. Dan's face darkens as he denies it in his heart. I'm not part of the Kanden family. Inside the arena, the fighters could hear the cheers and see the commotion. Zin, the long-haired fighter, crossed his arms with a sneer. So, those two kids are the finalists this year? Tsh, to think we're doomed this year because of those greenhorn brats. Are you just going to sit here and take it? The two turned towards him, spotting the two swords on his back, eyes wide with surprise. They look all right, but they're just kids. Before the winning team's match begins, if we call for more people and turn them around, before he could finish, one of the masked men stopped him. Forget it. The crowd looked at him as he warned, "You can't beat them." The masked man smirked. Jean Grey's nickname is Grim Reaper, and the reason for that nickname will tell you everything. He then approached, hands in his pockets, and said to the other two with a sly grin, "Add to that, they share a room. Do you really think turning them against each other will work?" They stood up and watched him approach the arena entrance, waving as he stepped inside. "I stopped you because you're supposed to be somebody. It wouldn't be fun if they died before the match even started." The others watched him go, speechless. The red bandana guy says, Guess that's it, we stop here." The swordsman's eyes widened. "What is it?" the long-haired one said impatiently. "Well, let's get out of here," the long-haired black swordsman sighed. "That's for the best. Luckily, as far as the program goes, we don't have to face those two just yet." The masked man's face darkened. "Yeah, I don't want to die here either." The long-haired, black-haired man muttered, "All right, we're the only ones who know about this. CMOS must never know about this." Outside the door, the masked man who'd been eavesdropping slammed his cup on the table, sending water flying as he cursed. Those treacherous bastards. Aken scowls, so they're rigging the selection? So, they've been secretly rigging things behind my back? The masked man eavesdropping nearby glances at him. "So what are you planning to do? Otherwise, the competition will be incredibly boring. The viewers will realize it soon enough." He rises, deciding this will be for the best. He raised his hand to his chin, brows furrowed in anger. Scrap the whole program. After all, John Gray and Pao Mick would be the two finalists. He thought of the other participants, like the axe-wielding one, the decent ones, and the rest of the scum, all fodder for the kids. Currently, Danta is raising his sword, ready to strike, his face filled with murderous intent. He continues to pour wine into his glass with excitement, and apart from those two kids, he's raising the odds of the others as high as possible. So high they won't be able to sleep if they don't bet. Then, CM turns with his glass, hand on his hip, and laughs with delight. "All right, the pace of these matches is about to pick up like crazy. Time to make some money." On the arena floor, deafening screams and frenzied excitement fill the air. Meanwhile, Veridin sits with the men in white, eagerly watching the arena with his arms crossed. One is a supernova rookie who caused a sensation from his very first match, and the other a death god reeking of blood and flesh from the start. He turned to his companions and asked who they thought would win, and one of them replied. Pao Mick agreed, adding that his swordsmanship was more refined. His people looked at Veridin and exposed him. "Young master, you bet on Pao Mick, didn't you?" Hitting the nail on the head, he winks at me. Then he glanced towards the archway as I emerged from the arena. "I bet on Jane Grey. 100,000 gold." His close associates were shocked. "What?" One of them looked at Veridin in confusion, asking for an explanation. "Master, Jane Grey's odds are 3-1. Even if he wins, do those pirates really have enough to pay us?" But he just watched and smiled with interest. Moss is a notorious pirate, after all. He owns several islands, and if he sells them... Below CM appears, and he stretches out his hands, shouting excitedly. "I must have kept you all waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Pirate King, Cosmos." Immediately, the crowd pelted him with debris while cursing him. "Who cares? Hurry up and start the fight. Get the mic out here." The nobles below weren't about to be outdone, shouting, "Where's Jane Grey, the Grim Reaper of Group 13? The others began throwing things, and Calm was so angry he could only curse inwardly. Those damn nobles. Next year I'm doubling their admission fees to teach them a lesson. Anyway, CM cleared his throat. Ahem. Let's skip the long, drawn-out introductions and bring them out. He raised his fist high and roared, and the crowd followed suit, cheering for Mick. From either side of the gate, they emerged to the roar of the crowd. Bao Mick Dan stood on one side, adjusting his black gloves as the shouts continued. Bao Mick, the CMOS shouted again. And his opponent is the Grim Reaper of Group 13, a young, unknown swordsman who emerges to the roaring crowd. Jin Gray, his hand on the hilt of his sword, remained calm. Viridin shouts, I believe in you. Jin Gray, I've bet everything I have on you. He raises his hand in excitement, cheering on Jin Gray. Go forward. Meanwhile, in the stands, he wonders what his brother means by go forward. Soon after, the two face off with Viridin as the referee. And now, without further ado, he leaps back at the signal. The match begins as both grip their swords, awaiting the command. He stopped in his tracks, and they circled each other, weapons in hand, cautiously sizing up their opponent. Then, they slowly backed away, still on guard. With a cold glare, Dan's eyes dart to Jin. Then he throws his cloak and moves with blinding speed. Jin can only watch, eyes wide with shock as the blade descends. Jin barely blocks Danta's lightning-fast strike, his sword forced down, and they're both sent staggering back. Danta's expression grew even more excited as he grinned, yelling, I knew those little tricks wouldn't work on you. Meanwhile, Jin stared wide-eyed at the light flashing before him. He raised his sword with a smile, golden energy gathering at its tip. I'm getting serious this time. Meanwhile, he gripped his sword tightly, channeling energy, assumed a battle stance, and grimaced as he roared. Let's see what you've got. Dan smiled, excited by Jin's power, while Jin glared back. The two clash, their blows causing explosions that rip through the earth, a blur of motion, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. Meanwhile, CM watched from above with a grin, his gold teeth glinting as the swords of water and fire clashed violently. Jin and Dante exchanged blows too fast for the eye to follow. Dan gripped his sword tightly, energy swirling around the blade as he launched a fierce attack, met by Jin's swift counter. With a serious look, Jin assesses that Dante's initial strike was his fastest, but now he only accelerates when necessary, allowing him to distribute his power efficiently. He turned around, catching Dan by surprise, who glanced at him. If that's the case. Then she smiled, realizing his intention. The two sides clash wildly, swords flashing, and Jin realizes he must match their speed. Below, Jin and Dan tear through the arena, while the spectators above chant for them to fight on. One spectator clutches their short hair in disbelief. This is insane. Who would have thought we'd see this battle in a place like this? The man in front urged him to attack like a madman. A voice echoes, How's the kids' fight going? Viridin watches with interest, arms crossed, a red aura surrounding him. He just smiled with interest, gripping his bicep tightly, as Danta looked up at him excitedly, reminding him, You've done well, Jin Gray, but if you have any more tricks, bring them out, because I'm about to. Danta interrupted, and Jin matched his speed, his face a mask of surprise and a furrowed brow. Dan demanded he pick up the pace, disappearing before Jin's very eyes, his blinding speed allowing him to strike from behind. Jin quickly ducks to avoid the blow, his eyes widening as he glares at Danta with murderous intent. Blades clash and dance around them as the two warriors quickly separate, standing back to back. Jin coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back in his head, while Danta turned to look at him in shock. Amidst the chaos and dust, Dant relentlessly attacks while Jin grits his teeth, desperately defending himself. Above the arena, the crowd roars with frenzy. Yes, mic drop. Yes, keep hitting him, send those reckless gamblers to the poorhouse. Just a little more, a little more. Only he, down below, moved with all his might while looking up at him, assessing him. Yes, this is his power. He skillfully dodges Dan's attacks, realizing his swordsmanship is destructive, and his physique is gifted to execute it. He's displaying stamina beyond that physique. He's doing this on purpose. He confirms more as expected, and he's also using the alias Jin Dan Kanden. He gritted his teeth, swinging his sword overhead to block the attack while Dan quickly lunged forward, preparing to strike from behind. But this is it. Dan rushes in from the side, catching him off guard. He'd made a mistake. The sword lunged toward Jane's neck, and a flash of malice sparked in his eyes as he glared at the attack, his gaze so terrifying that Danta froze, stunned. Immediately he sensed danger and leaped back as Viridin and the spectators in the stands looked on in astonishment. What? What was that all of a sudden? Why did he back off? Dan gripped his sword, breathing heavily as he eyed him warily. What was that just now? He stares in confusion at the lock of hair that was cut off. I was nearly cut down then. I would have been cut down by something. On the other side, A stares at him, his body radiating oppressive dark energy. He gripped his coat, lamenting, "Oops, I let out a little bloodlust. Things are getting serious." Casting aside his tattered cloak, he exhales, whoosh. Danta watches him warily as Jin declares it's his turn. Hearing this, he frowned in confusion, then raised his sword high and swiftly brought it down on Danta. He raised his sword to defend, but his legs buckled under the relentless assault. Danta grimaced, focusing on the point where their swords met, overwhelmed by the oppressive force. Invisible sword strikes rained down too fast for the eye to follow. Danta realized that it wasn't just a simple slash. The power of every move was the same. Dan coughs up blood, struggling, gritting his teeth, making no mistakes as dark energy relentlessly assaults him. Dan cursed silently. Damn it, was I doomed from the start? Suddenly, he raises his sword again, startling Dan, his eyes still dark with rage as he glares at him. "I'm going to kill him," Jin silently vows. A massive explosion erupts, filling the arena with smoke and dust as Haewon looks toward Dan. Don't joke around, and he just stood there, watching the shadow of his sword plunge into the ground. Jin looks up. Does he dare hesitate before me? I am Jin Kanen. His eyes bore into him like an assassin's. "Don't disgrace this match," he growled. "Don't Hiren." Dan was stunned to hear that, gasping for air. His eyes were wide with shock, then a smile crept across his face as he raised his sword towards the irritated man. Immediately after I spoke up, "All right." He breathed and took his stance, his eyes now calm as he looked at me. "I've already shown you my bad side." Jin spoke solemnly. "You'll take me with you, right?" Hearing this, he smiled and sighed, then raised his sword. Their blades met, their feet faltered on the ground, and his eyes locked onto him with determination. He frowned, and they both retreated, preparing to fight once more. Swords clashed as they charged, faces strained as they pressed against each other. Under pressure, the swords break apart, and the two move at breakneck speed, slashing wildly across the arena. His blank eyes narrowly avoid a cut. Meanwhile, Dan screamed furiously, his sword relentlessly attacking. Unfazed, he returned the blows amidst the chaos. Jin narrowed his eyes, then gritted his teeth and charged in to retaliate. Meanwhile, Dan was shocked as his sword was knocked back, and Jin raised his sword high, his face a mask of crazed fury as he charged forward. An explosion sends Danta flying, but he quickly regains his footing. Danta retaliates, aiming a slash at his neck, cutting through the dust, but he swiftly ducks to avoid the blow. Danta spins his sword, raising it once more to strike, as he rises to meet him. Teeth gritted. His face contorts in disbelief. He's reached his limit. How can he endure this? Dant Haran, a once-in-a-century prodigy. Danta's bare figure stands before his family's banner, a talent blessed by the gods. However, he was born with a frail and weak body, and he stares at his thin hands, the very thing holding back his talent. Meanwhile, he recalls standing in the rain outside a cave, sinking deeper into hell because of this damn curse. That's what I know. That's why I can feel it. Dan's Jin leaps from the ground, his mind racing, his loneliness echoing through the endless darkness, while Danta swiftly parries with his sword. Jin recognized his own frustration in that small body, seeing Dan's helplessness. He grits his teeth, his efforts teetering on the brink of life and death. Then his sword is knocked away. Dan follows the flow of his sword to where he belongs, gritting his teeth as he rushes forward, realizing his identity. Join Dan Caden, the 13th child of the Caden family. Their swords clash once more. Danta assumed he was born with a silver spoon, blessed with health, talent, everything. His sword trembled, but all I could sense was despair. His deep eyes drew closer to the sword, making Danta question him. Why was he so pitiful and desperate? His eyes filled with despair, his face darkened, and he muttered to himself, "Is it anger? Because he's the youngest, because he's not in the line of succession." The clashing energies surged as Dan denied everything. "No, not those stupid reasons. I can't see anything else. I just want to be the strongest." With a sword like a man possessed, how much longer must he endure before he reaches his rightful place? He gritted his teeth and struck. Dan grits his teeth and charges forward, memories fading. The clash of blue and gold power echoes. Dan repeatedly asked himself how many times he'd been disappointed, how many times he'd been discouraged as Jin knocked him back. He monologues, his hand desperately gripping his sword once more, wondering how many times he's risen again. The two clash swords once more, but he no longer remembers any of it. Dan's eyes suddenly dart, and he coughs up blood, shocking Jin. The battle comes to a halt, gasp. He wondered what that look was. That mix of worry and shock. Dante's body, was cracking and breaking apart with sickening sounds, and he watched in horror as it happened. His body trembled. Jin gritted his teeth, but to withdraw his sword now would be an insult to him. He cursed inwardly, his hand sending Dan flying with a strike as the other boy lost consciousness. And as he raised his sword for another blow, he continued to rage in his mind. Damn it, damn it. His face darkened as he reluctantly swung his sword. I'm sorry. Danta was thrown back, his body already unconscious. Please understand. The sword slowly reached his neck. Immediately, Jane stopped, and Dan also stood motionless in midair. Dan's ragged breathing echoed, causing him to glance over, restraining his own sword-wielding arm. He smiles at him, amused, and then his eyes widen in shock. Dan collapses to the ground before him, and Jin cries out in alarm, demanding a healer. Behind Veridin, who had jumped down from the platform, placed his hand on Danta's back to assess the situation, remarking that it was worse than he thought. He turned back in surprise as Veridin began the healing process. He reassured him not to worry, as Din Veridin frantically used magic to confirm. I will bring him back to life no matter what. Veridin unleashed a surge of blue healing energy. Beside him, he watched Veridin anxiously, who was sweating as he healed him. Gritting his teeth, he says, "Don't worry, just watch." He muttered to himself what he wanted to say as healing energy enveloped Danta's body. Die determined, but it was too late. It was beyond magical repair. Not only are his bones damaged, but his internal organs as well. He receives treatment underground, barely clinging to life. On top of that, his aura is raging out of control. Healing magic will only prolong his suffering, but it's the only way to keep him alive. Veridin suddenly shouts at him, startling him. Hey, Jine, listen carefully. He pulls something from his necklace, chuckling as he shows it to him. This is a secret between the three of us. The white-clad guards quickly appeared, one shouting to stop them. Young master, you can't. It can't be used here. But Veridin stubbornly stopped him and urged him on. Silence. Come here and use this cloak to cover us. The cloak guard quickly grabbed it, and with a swift motion, they unfurled it, creating a cloud of dust and concealing their position. Upon the cloak, a family crest is revealed, and Siamoss stares in fearful disbelief. Jip, murmurs spread through the stands. What's going on? The JP clan? What are members of the Jipol family doing here? Siamoss tries to maintain composure on the platform, but his mind is racing. They're here to kill Paul Mika. Dogs. If we're caught, we're dead. He grabbed his hat and shouted in a frenzy, as everyone covered their ears and closed their eyes. The crowd in the stands followed suit, closing their eyes as Veridin smirked, glancing up while still clutching the necklace around his neck. That guy's a quick thinker, isn't he? The man behind him was also confused. Veridin, huh? He says, looking at the vial in his hand. Oh, this is a gift from my family, he said, questioning him. Numerous's blood, do you know about it? Jin's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. He identifies Numerous as being before the founder of the Vanilla Sanctuary, the tears of a god flying about, a god who hoped someone killed in a horrific event. Numerous shed 8 tears and hundreds of drops of blood because of it. First, a sky-blue tear capable of reviving the dead, then a crimson tear and blood that instantly heals all wounds and diseases. The 2 tears of blood merged, becoming a priceless treasure, the subject of much discussion, and many sought after them. Many powerful organizations like the Japo clan searched far and wide for them, and now they're a divine relic spoken of only in legends. Back in reality, he suspiciously asked Veridin, "You're going to use it on your core?" He nodded. "That's why I told you to keep it a secret." At these words, he was utterly bewildered. Why is he doing this? Aren't the Jipol and Han families on bad terms? Meanwhile, he quickly retrieves the crimson tear. Jin looks at Veridin, confused. Why would he go that far? He asked, stunned. You understand too, don't you? Veridin lifted Dan, ready to put the pill in his mouth. He explained, losing an opponent is like losing a friend, as Dan's mouth opened to receive the pill. Then, a blinding red light flashed before him. The white-robed guardian's figure glowed brightly as Dan lay still on the ground, surrounded by a radiant light. His mana is stabilizing, and he gasps for breath. Veridin laughs with joy, while the man behind him stares in wide-eyed shock. On the ground, Danta awakens, rubbing the back of his neck, moving with confusion. What's going on? Veridin, relieved to see him okay, sighs. Well, looks like there were no side effects. Danta, meanwhile, trembles. Veridin Zippo, what are you doing here? The man behind him froze, his eyes wide with shock. The blood of Numerous. It revived the near-dead Dan. Then he voiced his doubts. Veridin, you used this just for that reason? Veridin steadies himself, rising to his feet. Then there's Jine. Immediately after, Veridin put his hands on his hips, covered his face, and looked up to remind them. The price for using this is very high, you know. Jin was startled, while Danta woke up in a panic, saying, "Numerous, how can I repay you for using it on me?" His eyes turned to Veridun, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Moreover, he was a member of the Jipo family, and before he could even consider his condition, he pointed directly at him. "First, Jin, you will..." He unexpectedly reaches out to him and winks. "Buy me a drink after this is over." Jin was stunned, then asked, "You'll be here for a while, right?" "I won't take no for an answer." All this as he stared blankly at Veridun's condition. "Oh, and when you see me again, don't act like you don't know me." He regains his composure, hands on his hips, and sighs. Veridun asked him again. "Understood?" he thought to himself. "Veridun Jipo, I thought he was an idiot. He's a seriously cool idiot." He immediately swatted his hand away as he was still excitedly laughing, confirming that he would think about it. Night quickly falls on a restaurant in the city, and the lights outside are turned on. Veridun marveled at the spoils on the table, exclaiming that Taada was amazing. He just kept rambling on. When they said he could pick one of the winning rewards, how did he manage to get both? Meanwhile, Jin grimaces with his beer as Dan praises him. He thinks to himself, "You're really something, Jin. Wanting me to only pick one when I almost died here." Then he raised the beer to his lips, acknowledging that while the level might not be perfect, it was the limit. Beside Danta sat quietly, while Veridun laughed gleefully. "Ha, ha, ha. That's right, you two were nearly dead." He then pushes the bag of gold towards Danta. "Well, it's not that I particularly need them. I'll give you this." Dante looked over in surprise. Han certainly isn't short on funds. He then eagerly took a gold coin as a memento. "I'll treasure it." Seeing this, Veridun slammed the table in dissatisfaction. "Hey, what about me? You should give me something too, right?" He reached into the chest and pulled out a piece of paper. "Is that the treasure map from the stories? You're giving me something so valuable?" Veridun asked, puzzled. He immediately tossed the chest to Veridun, who looked up at Jin in surprise, while Jin quickly got up to catch the chest and announced, "It's yours." He happily shouts, "An empty box, thanks." Jin replies, puzzled, "Is that so?" Then he looked over at Dan Hiron. "Let me ask you." He responded, "What is it?" "Why don't you use the secret technique?" he asks, brow furrowed as he leans on the table, probing Danta. "I'm sure you can use it." His question left Danta speechless. He looked at him, asking if he wasn't the same. His eyes narrowed. Dan winks, reaching out with a smile. "I don't know what other skills you're hiding." But saying that, it wouldn't be fair to the listener if you didn't use your powers. He couldn't help but admire her sharp intuition, though he calmly took a sip of his beer. "What? I have no idea what you're talking about?" He smiled calmly at him. "If you feel it's unfair, you can fight me again, but with no hidden skills this time." Veridun's affirmation surprises Danta. This as well. He smiled, adding, "When we face each other as members of our respective families, I look forward to that day." Then he grinned with excitement. "Ha ha ha. That's what I wanted to say too. But wouldn't it be better if we could just sit together as friends?" He could only laugh helplessly. "Ah," Jin teased without hesitation. "Is the heir of the Jipo family speaking so weakly?" Hearing that, he blushed and turned to Jin, yelling, "I didn't say that. If things get ugly, those words are void. Anyway, bring more beer." He then looked over at Dan and exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing?" Raising his glass, he chuckled wryly as he raised his as well. He thought to himself that even as they shared drinks and laughter, fate would inevitably force them to cross swords. While the three toasted merrily, his heart was torn. Enemies, yet friends. Friends, yet enemies. I don't know how this relationship will end. Suddenly, Veridun seems to remember something, and his face goes blank. "Oh, that's right." Then he asked, "Have you guys heard about the Veridun imposter?" Hearing this, the beer he was about to drink stopped in midair. Elsewhere, CMOS despairs over his stolen achievements, and Dan is shocked to hear that someone is impersonating him in Jipo territory. "I don't know who it is, but they're pretty bold." Veridun shrugged, closing his eyes with a sigh. "Whew, and that's the problem that's been bothering Andre lately. My family's image is in tatters," Dan muttered, flustered. "Oh, I'm not saying this is specifically aimed at you, Jin, but the rumor is that the Dancan family is behind this." He then turned to Veridun, clearing his throat. So what do you plan to do with the imposter?" He looked at him and answered honestly, "Well, we're going to catch him at all costs, so I'm thinking we need a special grade mage to investigate this." Jin's assessment surprises Veridun, who replies, "I don't think that's a good idea." He set down his beer, calmly suggesting, "If it were me, I'd use the rumors to draw him out into the open. But if you announce that the JP family is looking for the imposter, you'll become a laughingstock. You're telling everyone you're being toyed with." Ultimately, he concludes that he can catch the imposter after he does that. stroking his chin as he closes his eyes to think. Sounds good. I'll tell them after I return to the family. He then pushed himself up and announced, "So, are we done here?" Startled, Dant looks up. "Is it over?" He quickly put his hands in his pockets, stood up, and left, saying, "I'll attract attention if I stay here any longer, unlike you two." I'm very busy," Faradin said, glancing at him with a complaint. "Hey, is it because of the reserve fate thing or something else?" Jin asked with his eyes closed. "Yeah, let's just say that. He said goodbye, so I'll see him later." Suddenly, Faradin called out to him, causing his steps to falter, his lips to tighten, and the three of them to burst into laughter. As he left, he teased, "Dream on!" Elsewhere, a voice spoke, and the letter to Casimia revealed its contents. "You send Casimia. You receive Kieran John Ken. Report, Jin Kanan defeated Dante Heron and won the CMOS arena. Note, Jin Kanan has reached 6-star swordsman." After reading it, he complains, "He sent this after I said to write a summary?" Ken's trembling hand grips the paper, angry at being treated like a fool. Sensing something amiss, Khan stammered, "Chief, has something happened to the young master?" He brushed it off, saying Jane defeated the Han family's young master and achieved 6 stars. Khan listened intently with a serious expression as Ken Von held the paper in his palm, his brow furrowed in a smile, remarking that he seemed to be working hard. His hand ignited, burning the letter to ash as he ordered Casimaya to bring him Jine. "I want to speak with him soon." A murderous aura rising, Ken spat each word. "I want to meet this friend so badly." Behind him, Khan sighed. "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, CME's face turned dark as goosebumps rose on his skin. He curled up in his chair, shivering and moaning. "What's wrong?" "I suddenly feel a chill." Across from him, the man was puzzled, feeling cold even in front of the fireplace. "Are you ill, sir?" I'm not sure," Chasm replied. "Should I add some wood?" Sorry, I interrupted you." Then, looking at him, he asked to see the map, which the man then rummaged around for. "It's vague, but I wonder what secrets it holds." Zin placed the map on the table. His gaze was lost in confusion. This is the first time I've seen a map like this." He stroked his chin, his face wrinkling as he stared intently at the map in his hand, finding no way to decipher it. Yuria cried out blankly, "What is it?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement, while Murakan lay listlessly on her head. She was thrilled. "Ooh, a treasure map. Yuria wants to see too. Let's go find the treasure." Suddenly her eyes flashed a deep blue. "Huh?" Simi looked over as well. What is it, dear?" Yuria, however, remained silent. Immediately, she points to the confirmation map, saying something important is here. "Here too. What is it?" "Something precious." Her voice trailed off. "Something they're protecting. Something very, very precious." Even Murakan stared down at her in bewilderment, while the girl's face was contorted with choked sobs, horror, and pain. Her sobs echoed, and Kazem's face froze in terror. "Yuria!" Yuria collapses to the ground, clutching her head. Her father jumped up in alarm as Muraka leapt away, and she screamed in despair. No, Muraka quickly transforms. He embraced the girl, urgently ordering them to call the Dragon Guard and calm her down immediately, as she was losing control. Muraka looked anxiously at Kazem and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Call Laki right now, quickly." He quickly turned around as well. "Yes." Then Osmiel quickly ran over, looking worried. Murakan gently lifted the girl and explained to the boy that she suddenly lost control after seeing something. "You should help her calm down. Also, take the girl from her panic and give her to me." Immediately after, he used his comforting power to soothe the girl. Yuria took a deep breath. "It's okay. I'm right here with you. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Everything is fine." At that moment, Elisa hurried over, sweating with worry. "What's going on, husband?" "Oh, why is Julia crying?" Kazma looks at her with a worried expression. Azam stepped in to stop her, causing her to look over as the boy awkwardly hugged the girl. "She's all right. She's asleep now." Elisa quickly picks up her daughter. The woman beside them watched as well. Amiel confirmed that she had calmed down. Immediately, Murkan gave his praise. "Well done." This caused the boy to scratch his head in confusion. "Oh, right, Mr. Murkan, I haven't greeted you yet." He then asked the boy what he had seen. "The future?" Amiel looks up earnestly. It was the past. Murkan, now understanding, crossed his arms and frowned to just how cruel was that past. He walks toward the map. Indeed, the condition for AZML's contractor to see the past is that it must be the cruelest or most haunting thing. On the map, intense red negative energy emanates powerfully. AZML explains, when they see an object or place related to it, if I'm even a little late, things will get very bad. It's that cruel. Tell me about it. He covered one eye and stared at the map of the ancient land. A tribe appears in his mind, a people isolated, trusting only in their gods, living in peace and protecting their present, until the masked figures in white robes arrived. The first to find them was a sorcerer. They approached the natives, claiming they wanted to learn about their culture. The mages negotiated with the villagers, but they began making unreasonable demands and tearing through the land in search of something. Osmil explained that they murdered the children, who died in pools of blood. Back in reality, the boy concluded that with nothing left to hide, they began to kill and threaten, demanding something be brought to them. Both Moroccan and Jin had heard of the tribe. Moroccan understood. It seemed they were after a sacred artifact worshipped by the villagers. His eyes widened as if recalling something. Natives. Worship and a divine object. Then he looked at the blank paper on the desk. Lord La Chica, can you identify the relic? He asks, seeking confirmation. All right, just a moment. He immediately jots down what he sees and hands it over. It resembled a silver mirror, yet light emanated from within. Jin glanced over, then took a closer look at the faint lines, silently confirming that it was indeed the relic of Tak. The spring of divine light, a circular object with incomprehensible symmetrical patterns on its surface. Before my regression, it was an artifact discovered by reporters who exposed the Jippo clan's atrocities. The Jippo clan scoured Kolin in search of it, brutalizing innocent people and forcing them into hard labor. A reporter documented the people's grievances and exposed the residents here. I witnessed this during a cadet mission, a petrified person crying in agony beneath the ground. That ancient land is Kolin. He notices a symbol in the corner of the map. The mages are from the JP family, so this map... He paused, wondering if it led to the location of the Jade Light. Meanwhile, in a sun-drenched forest, a man guzzles down alcohol like there's no tomorrow, laughing heartily from his bottle. Damn it, I'll get attached to them if I stay here any longer. Below him, the pile of corpses was now silent. Amidst the ruins reclaimed by the forest, he sits, basking in the sun, relishing the taste of his drink above a pile of corpses, while elsewhere, a girl kneels in prayer, tears streaming down her face, for the time has finally come. The girl touched her red blindfold, wiping away tears of joy, ready to welcome her guests. Meanwhile, Jin remained lost in thought about the source of magic. Little did he know, the map he took from the bandits would lead to something so grand. He held the drawing, lost in thought. Merkin glances at him, frowning. Hey, kid, what's with that look? What are you thinking? He was startled by the question, then decided he couldn't reveal that he knew. Jin closes his eyes to regain his composure, reassuring himself that everything is all right. And Casimia responds. Very well. Then, he turned to Casimia. Aliza was still holding her daughter when he called out, Lord Casimia, and the man turned to face him. Ah, young Master Jin. He looked at the sleeping girl, her eyes still wet with tears. I'm sorry, Yuria had such a terrible experience because of me, he replied. It's all right. It's something a contractor with a god must go through someday. I foresaw this. He looked at him, confirming. Casimia, rest assured, I will always be by Yuria's side. I will protect her at all costs. Seeing this, Chasm smiled as well, thanking Lichi. Soon after, his face turned serious. Now that we know this map is no ordinary object, we must take action. First, I'll see if anyone around here can decipher the ancient text on the map. Leave this to the Seven Rainbows. Hearing this, he smiled. Then I'll leave it to you all. Internally, he knew things were about to get much harder. And then Jin thought of the slaves. After the Kolin residents were massacred by the Jippo family centuries ago, they were nearly wiped out, with the survivors imprisoned in Kolin. Jin silently watches Chasm. Can we find traces of the Jippo family? 2 weeks later, on May 17th, 179, in a certain village, a drunkard staggered down a deserted road, groaning. His head spun, still clutching the bottle, face flushed as he mumbled, Spin, 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 world of my life. Suddenly he tripped and his body collapsed to the ground, but he still raised the bottle towards the moon. Ugh, everything's spinning. Someone stood before him, looking rather disheveled. He looked up at the man, confused. He smiles warmly. We seem to be in the same boat. Why don't we chat for a bit? The boy is bewildered. Kid, who are you? He pulls out an unopened bottle of wine. Does that matter? I'm just a wine lover. Seeing the alcohol, he chuckled. Oh, so you're a good person then. Soon after, he helped him into an alley as he continued to sing about wine and snacks. Kid, are you an angel? He replied. Well, I just like helping people. Ban insists that my sister at home would like that. He glances at him, commenting on his strange skin color. Hearing that, Pan, who was drooling over the bottle of wine in front of him, calmly said, Ah, I've heard that a lot. My entire race looks like this. Jin questioned the word race. He brought the bottle to his lips, taking a swig. My hometown is very far from here. He then pulled something from his robes, saying, "Let's stop here. I'll cry if I keep talking about it." Far from here, huh? As it happens, I have something that's also far from here. He pulled out a map and held it out to Pan, but I couldn't make out what was written on it. Does he know? He stared at it blankly. Then his eyes widened as he recognized a symbol in the corner of the map, and his wine bottle slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground. Ban warily dodged him, his eyes darting around in confusion. Murakhan and AZML approach as well, leaving Ban in a daze. "Who are you people?" he shouts, losing his composure. "You approached me because you knew I was a Khan." "Who are you?" "Kid." With a dark smile, he said, "I am—" Then Kuang pointed at Murakhan. "That follower of the Tan garrison commander, Alisa, and that black-haired person and blue-haired boy over there are dragons." Hearing this, they and Asmil stared at him in bewilderment. "Hey, why would you just blurt that out?" But he remained nonchalant. "What am I supposed to do? I have to say it." Murakhan angrily reminds him, "You know that's not what I meant. Be more careful." You're still stubborn." "It's fine. It's all right." Pan looked at them from the other side, completely bewildered. "You people? You're not from the Jipo family." He looked at him and asked, "Then how did you find me?" He calmly replied, "We just happened to get our hands on a map." Then he glanced at Asmil. "This blue-haired boy is Asmil's guardian dragon, and he looks just as bewildered as Ban." Asmil affirmed further, "That's right. And with Asmil's power, we saw the hatred hidden within the map." Then he recalled the moment of the sacrifices in the pool of blood. "There, people like you were exploited, and though we searched for anyone who knew about the map, we found no one. But you cut him off, adding that by chance, we found you again. A resident of Tik. Even if you ask how, it really was just a coincidence." But Pan interrupted him, saying it was no coincidence. He was agitated, insisting it was clearly not by chance. Hearing this, he understood something, and Pan calmly looked at them. "Follow me," she said. "I think it's best you meet my sister." They arrived at a wooden house where a girl greeted them. "Welcome." She stood in the candlelight, a small shrine behind her, her expression serene. "The celebrities of Tan, I've been waiting for you." Ban bowed apologetically to the mysterious woman. "I brought them here without permission." But she simply reached out her hand. No, you've done very well." Murakhan, standing beside him, said suspiciously, "Waited? That's different. He's wary as well." "Yeah." He looked around at Lausa's fragmented holy power, wondering if he should even call it that. It's something that shouldn't be here. Is the holy power emanating from that girl due to Colin's noble bloodline, or is she chosen by their faith? She looked at them, about to say something, then answered his question to his surprise. "Born in the Temple of the Holy Sword and chosen by darkness." She then looks towards Murakhan and Asmil, adding the last dragon of the Dark Dragon clan and the dragon guardian of the child that the great Asmil cherishes. She looked at him and explained, "No need to be so surprised. It's just a little trick. You were too busy assessing this unusual aura you'd seen before." His eyes sharpened, darting away. "Could you be—" But she only smiled in response. He wondered if she was a god, but she raised a hand to her chest, smiling in denial. "No, I'm just a medium." She added that if she were a god, she wouldn't be hiding after losing her homeland. Muraka frowned. "So you're the sacred body of an ancient god," he said, narrowing his eyes. "You're perceptive, but is that really the case? Your presence will soon vanish." The energy around her prison fades, but she remains calm. "You're rubbing salt in my wounds." Murakhan then asked her, "In any case, this is the first time I've heard of an ancient god being a colon here. Which god do you represent?" She asserts, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't know." Murakhan is perplexed. Next, she looks him over, then asks if she can see the map, which he hands over. As she examined it, he asked what it said, but she took it without replying. Then she delivered the oracle of the god to the one who holds the heart of Colon and reads these words. "Please, don't abandon us. Come here and shout for us. We are merely silent humans. It is how we survive. The gods have given us a task, but not the power to complete it." How can she endure this? The three watch on in confusion. She clutches the map tightly, explaining that it was created by her late grandfather. "This map has two possibilities," she interrupted and explained, "but instead of delivering it to the cruel Jipo family, it's hope in the form of Jindan, the black dragon." He calmly accepts, his daily prayers answered. Lausa reaches out to him, asking if she can make a proposal. Murakhan crossed his arms, confused. "Hey, what do you mean by offer?" Seeing this, he exposed them in Lausa and Pan's astonishment, offering help when she had lost all her power. "I think you should be honest and beg for help." Either way, we were planning on going to Colon. You also said she should ask for help, honestly. She touches her chin and chuckles. How kind. She smiles, saying she doesn't believe in help that comes from pity. Jin hesitated, then asked, It's been a while since you've heard Sadet's voice, hasn't it? Jin's eyes widened in shock as she placed her hand on her necklace. I have something that can repay you. The image of that god appears behind Lausa. She affirmed to him, I will use all my remaining power and summon your god. Said and the others spoke until the candlelight faded. A divine body of an ancient god and AZML's contractor. There are quite a few people eyeing this area. Murakami glanced at him, sighing. What are you planning, kid? He quickly agreed. All right, let's prepare to head to the Conan, she added, but I'm not sure I'll be able to save all of you. It's quite difficult to guarantee that. But she simply smiled and nodded. That was enough. She affirmed, then I'll provide you with Khan's internal intel. Hopefully it will help you. He smiled back. Thank you. That evening in a forest, this was indeed a forbidden area, a historical site currently closed off. Kazmi scratched his head, blaming himself for not sending scouts ahead, while Murakami scoffed, saying sending subordinates wouldn't change the fact that this was a restricted area. He confirms it as well. It's true. Lost in thought, he recalls this area being open to the public before his regression. But it seems things have changed since he became a cadet. His eyes scanned the ground, probing for answers. Normally, the horrors of this place wouldn't be discovered by reporters for another 11 years. But in this situation, that probably won't happen. Jin looks at the forbidden sea before him, confirming there's no other way. Simi looked at him questioningly. Young Master Jin, what do we do now? He closed his eyes and sighed. We can't go in if this place is being used for magical experiments like you said. But before he could finish, Jin stepped into the forbidden area, followed by Murakami, leaving a bewildered Siami behind. Young Master Jin, Mr. Murakami, he stammered. Young Master Jin, wait for me, Chasm called out, hurrying after him. Jin explained, Isn't it strange that there's only a sign marking this forbidden area? He scanned the surrounding forest of trees and leaves, finding no guards or magical traps. Would the Zeepel family really be so careless with such an important place? Kazme's face lit up with realization. Had they already found the treasure here? He turned back to Jin and explained. Perhaps they gave up after searching for centuries. Murakami confirms they may just use this place as a resort. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if realizing something. He paused cautiously, waiting. The other two also looked around, assessing the situation, as Murakami crouched behind the foliage, peering ahead. A group of people are doing hard labor. They're natives over there. Murakami's comment made him look over in confusion. Shh, there's a troublesome one over there. Elsewhere, laborers toil away while one man drinks his fill. He's confused. Silver hair? Is he a pure-blooded Jipo? CME stares at the silver-haired man, drinking in broad daylight. It must be Muron Jipo. He frowned, thinking carefully. Muron Jipo is known as the madman of the mage towers. Not as Kiliak's sixth son, but as a crazed mage due to his eccentric personality. Next, he looked at Chasm suspiciously. A pure-blooded member of the Jipo clan, yet without any guards. He also explained that the man was the master of the 7th magic tower in Jipo. He's an 8-star mage with a ton of items, so his confidence is understandable. Murakami, now enraged, revealed his claws and dark aura. So after I cut off his head, I just need to get everyone out of here, right? That's why I brought this germ along, but you stopped me and ruined his fun. No, our opponent is a pureblood, and since we've already killed Andre Zipfel, this will become a big problem. He calmly explained further, even if we kill Muron, we'll still need a reason to keep the Jipo family from interfering. A rustling in a nearby bush caught his attention, and someone emerged, peering out. He cautiously stepped into the forbidden forest, and Jin swiftly held a knife to his neck, his eyes piercing. Who are you? He pressed the knife closer, drawing blood as a threat. I won't ask again, he stammered, terrified, then raised his hands in fear as the knife pressed against his neck. Dino Jaglon, I'm a reporter. Hearing this, he was stunned. Dino Jaglon, the reporter who wrote about colon cancer in his past life. Jin Thudao wondered if the report, due out in 10 years, meant he'd discovered everything on his own. He then looked at Dino and ordered him to turn back, who, in a panic, did as he was told, and he watched the figure disappear, commenting on it. He's in his early 20s with a frail body. Did this young man really start a war with the JP family? Inwardly impressed, he remained outwardly calm. A reporter, here for a big scoop? He then removes his cloak, revealing Kazem and Murakami, causing Dino to freeze in fear. What's the story about? He asked, meeting a blank stare. Before that, could I ask where you're from? He replied, putting on a harmless facade. Just a passerby? CME rubbed the back of his neck warily. Jin explained with his eyes closed. Really, a friend from this land asked me for a favor, but since you're a reporter, it seems our destinations are the same. Dino was shocked to hear this. Do you even know the current state of the Coons? Murakhan eyed him suspiciously. Wait, kid, can we really tell this guy everything? Meanwhile, Kazem held back Murakhan's agitation, explaining, Murakhan, we're telling him this so he can achieve his goal of learning about this land. Murakhan, trying to make sense of it all, calmly explained he may be here to experience the land firsthand and learn about it. Master Jine will cooperate with him, providing evidence and reasons to attack the Zippo family. Kazme then looks at the silent Dino, who has likely gathered quite a bit of information related to the matter. Dino retrieves a file from his messenger bag, offering it to Kazme to review. He read the timelines and contents, impressed, even the natives' diaries. The book read, Year 1796, 3 natives disappeared. I believe Moran dragged them down to the basement. In 179, the natives I contacted also disappeared. I interviewed other natives, and according to them, Moran used some kind of magic on the evil. I can't erase the look in her eyes. Jin's face was full of surprise. You're in danger. You must know what will happen if the Jipo family finds this notebook. Without hesitation, Dino says it's fine, recalling his meeting with Muran and insisting that I approached Muran Japol. A few days prior, he was drunk, and after a few questions, I learned that Muran had no guards, concluding that there was no reason for him to use you to get answers from me. Killing me would be easier. Kazmi and Murakhan were also dumbfounded as he quickly returned to the notebook. I see, so Dino Jagan, Jin smiled. Can I ask you a favor? That night in the starlit forest around a bonfire, Muran, surrounded by his kneeling attendants, guzzled wine and cursed the old geezers, venting his anger. One clutching a pile of booze, the other spewing curses, all because of a harmless joke that landed him in this godforsaken place. Those old geezers, he's taking his anger out on the poor guy holding the booze. You think so too, right? This little bug. Dino approaches and asks, Aren't you lonely drinking by yourself? Moran slurred, looking up. Then, he exclaimed, Oh, Dino, it's no fun drinking alone, and there you are, emerging from the bushes with a bottle, grinning ear to ear. Moran reached out, slurring, Ha ha, I've been waiting forever. I can't even talk to these guys. His eyes narrowed, then he noticed the 3 figures behind Dino. You're not alone today? Dino approached, happily explaining, Ah, right, they're travelers and storytellers, so I thought you'd like them. He then stood before Muran, scratching his head sheepishly. I apologize for bringing them without asking first. Muran waved his hand dismissively, his eyes closed. It's fine, it's fine. Where did you meet them? I met them in the Phil Kingdom while searching for herbs. Why don't you all introduce yourselves, he says, removing his hat to start the introductions. It's an honor to meet you, Muran Jipo. Muran's face darkened, a sinister grin spreading across it as he recalled his conversation with Veradine, who had set his beer down, closed his eyes, and sighed. Muran is terrible, and Andre's loss was awful, but it's nothing compared to Mayuran. Just thinking about the things he's done makes me sick. What were the elders thinking, giving him the position of master of the magic tower? Dan stared blankly at the comment. Wow, he really talks about his own brother like that. Was he really that bad? Veradine explained. Someone as innocent as you couldn't possibly imagine it. Then he called out to him. Regardless, Jine turned to listen, understanding that a confrontation between them and the Caden family was inevitable. So, if you happen to meet Muran, Veradine said sternly, don't think about going easy on him or you'll be in for a world of trouble. Just then, a drunken Muran pointed at him teasingly. So, are you going to tell me all about your journey? He smiles amiably. Yes, as Dino said, we've been through a lot of interesting things. He muses, You've been through a lot, have you? Jin humbly replies, No, compared to Mr. Jippo's mission, it's nothing at all. Muran chuckled softly, then looked over at Dino and called out, Hey. Dino Jaglan answers the call. Yes, Mr. Muran. Muran began to speak by the fire. The first time we met was 2 weeks ago, right? I was really curious about you then. Like, think about it. Some reporter dares to trespass into the JP family's forbidden area, and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Immediately, he put his arm around Dino's neck, startling him. My bad. Muran quickly intervened, saying, No, I don't blame you. You've just sparked my interest. His face twisted with madness as he asked Dino, But Dino, why are you looking into the red people here? Seeing this, he frowned and glared at him, while Murakhan gritted his teeth. Then he laughed maniacally, while Dino looked down at the slaves below. You've been poking around while I was gone. I had to do so much to silence the loose-lipped. Dino frantically tries to react but then releases him in disbelief. Oh my dear, supposedly intelligent Dino Joglin. Didn't you know? I've made people like you disappear before, haven't you heard? Before he could answer, the man burst into laughter, then grabbed his head and screamed maniacally. Oh, you stupid insect, you only crawl around here because I allow it. He grew even more deranged, screaming as he threw bottles into the fire. What do you believe in that makes you do this? It shattered, causing the flames to erupt as Dino recoiled, shielding his face, while Muron continued to scream. Aren't you afraid? I just don't understand it. Ah, fool. Heh 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 heh. Then he regained his composure. But now I understand why you're so bold. Dino's face paled as he stared at him in fear. Sir Muron, what are you? Then Muron contorted his face, laughing madly amidst the red energy surrounding him. Sword mastery is the power backing you. Hearing this, both Jin and Murakan calmly stared at him. Murakan quickly grabbed Dino's stunned shoulders, pulling him back as Jin drew his sword, a fiery arc cleaving through Muron's frenzied onslaught. Meanwhile, as he stumbled backward, he watched the man rise to his feet within the fiery shield, his face grim as he assessed the situation. A shield. What magic did he use to create a shield of this size? He recalls him throwing the bottle into the fire. Even if he hid the activation with the flames, there's no way he shouldn't have sensed any magic at all. What trickery is this? Before he could understand, Murakan frowned and shouted a warning. Kid, be careful. Even if you can partially hide magic, you can't erase it completely. The deranged Muron stood amidst the flames, laughing like a madman, as Murakan insisted he was hiding something. Muron glanced at him. You're Jin Greyken, aren't you? I guess the runaway ascetic contacted a black cane? He stared back at him. How do you know my face? Though you probably wouldn't answer even if I asked. Jin draws his sword, a look of grim determination in his eyes. I'll pry the answer from you myself, bit by bit. Muron Zippo sneered. Now that I think about it, Jin Kanan, you were a reserve prodigy. So how did you sign a contract? In your own name? He frowned at him as well. Yes, you're too loud. That crude laughter and voice of yours, he interrupted, then added, this is starting to bore me. At the same time, ice spheres appeared around Muron's fireball and that guy started running his mouth. Right, my apologies. Then, more and more ice spheres appeared as he reached out from within his fiery shield. Now, let's begin. Ice spheres are launched at breakneck speed, but he skillfully evades them. Jin leaps away as ice shards shatter the ground while Murakan struggles to get Dino out of harm's way. He gritted his teeth, then glared at the fleeing slaves, cursing under his breath as Murakan's lackey tightened his grip. He slammed his fist into the ground, creating a barrier to protect the fleeing slaves as Murakan commanded on the run. You, the one who's free, get everyone back and out of the way. Dino quickly obeyed and ran off, saying, yes. He turned to the slaves, pointing at them and saying, hurry everyone. But the slaves, clutching at their necks, couldn't utter a word. His face filled with despair, then rage as he cursed, Muron Jipo, you bastard, causing him and Muron to turn in confusion. Tears streamed down Dino's face, filled with rage and disgust. You monster, how could you do this? He looks at the burn marks on the necks of the sobbing slaves and demands, what have you done to these people? A wretch like you belongs in hell. Seeing that despair and rage, Muron is ecstatic. Yes, Dino, that's the face. I've always wondered what you'd look like if you knew. I like that look on you. He mocked, stupid Dino? Meanwhile, he could only stare back, speechless, at the crazed Muron. Dino, you didn't know your place. He reached out his hand, standing in the fire shield, laughing madly. A worm who knows nothing but to spy and wag his tail for his master? Are you happy to have saved those beneath you? Look, Dino, these insects are the way they are because of you, thanks to your grace. Dino's tears fall endlessly in regret. He gritted his teeth and Jin threw a frustrated punch while Muron reveled in it. I can't help but enjoy seeing that look on his face. His eyes widened as his body was thrown back and Murakan roared, enough with the self-pity! He conjured a magical shield, his voice echoing like it was coming from hell. Enough with the nonsense. Jin smirks, a dark aura swirling behind him, his face a mask of murderous intent. We'll kill you right here. Kazma looked on in bewilderment. Even though he'd been caught off guard, he never expected to be blown away like that. The power of black energy. Meanwhile, Muron's shield corrodes, his face contorted in pain as his fiery barrier melts away, cursing inwardly. This is troublesome. This isn't mana or aura. It's devouring my magic, like a consuming darkness. Suddenly he stops, eyes wide, as if remembering something. Darkness? No way. Black aura? Meanwhile, the corrupted Jin grinned maniacally. Ha ha ha. So, has he sided with the black again? He and his god have merged as one. Jin tore off the armor of the black-faced Muron, realizing he had broken the covenant. Then Jin crouched down and looked up at him. Before them, the glittering ice crystals overhead took aim, and Jin reminded Murakhan that Casimir was above. Ice spikes floated in the air, aiming for them, and Murakhan glanced at Jin. Damn it, how could I have missed that? He frowned as he explained. He concealed his energy and used magic to mislead them. Meanwhile, Muron stood calmly with his hands on his hips. Not bad, you're quick-witted. Jin is resentful. I secretly prepared this move. How humiliating. Immediately after, the madman pointed at him and roared, It will be difficult for you insects to stay alive now. Meanwhile, Murak tried to take his legs, throwing him forward. Muron, caught off guard, frowned and reached out, sending shards of ice flying toward him. He placed his hand on the sword at his hip as shadows weaved around him, protecting him from the sharp ice spikes. Meanwhile, Muron summons a stream of red energy, raising his family's signature staff, creating a wall of ice in front and a wall of fire behind. From the shadows, streams of blue energy hurtled toward him. His eyes flashed with dark energy, and a massive explosion quickly followed. Muron, enraged, vows to use his full power, but he senses the hero already standing on the wall behind him. The man turned in a panic, only to be met by the sight of him in full armor, staring him down. He wondered. What? He lunged forward with dark energy, causing Muron to scream, What new trick is this now? This bastard. Muron summons a wall of ice, but he still charges forward, his sword cloaked in dark energy. He screamed, Don't come near me! With a single slash, his sword cleaved the wall in two. His face darkened as he watched them corrode in horror. No matter what magic he used, it could erase all of his power. Then, mouth agape, he realized it was Sed's dark energy, his face contorting with excitement as he threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Well, this is a bit dangerous. A fiery red energy emanates with a red magic circle beneath him, but chains shoot out from it towards Jine. He smirked. Gotcha. Sword sliced through the light, and Jine shattered the chains into pieces. He immediately leaps to the back wall as Muron watches, laughing with anticipation. Ha ha! Black Jin, you're giving me a thrill. He throws his head back and roars maniacally, so it will feel amazing to take your life, all thanks to you. Beneath him, dense magic circles activate. This godforsaken mind can finally shine. How wonderful. He dissipates the dark energy, sheathes his sword, and gasps for breath as he realizes, Is he crazy? Are those all magic traps? If I fight back, I'll run out of energy. I need to avoid getting hit. Then he called out to Murakhan, Casimir, and together they charged forward. Murakhan responded, I know, then ran toward the slaves, shouting to Dino, Move them quickly. Get them all out of the magic circles area. He urged them on. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Muron laughed maniacally. It's useless. The magic's range reaches anywhere within my sight. But Dino ignores him, pointing towards the exit as Muron screams uncontrollably with all of his sincerity. Meanwhile, Murakhan was still trying to save the slaves, as Muron mocked them relentlessly, leaving no corner untouched. His eyes widened, filled with excitement. Now let the real show begin. Waves of energy surged through the forest. Explosions, fires, ice, and poison blooming to hinder Jine's group. His eyes widen as a blast of energy descends from above. He quickly dodges, narrowly avoiding it, but his body is sent reeling as a crimson stain blooms behind him. He turned to look at it, realizing that this must be the erosion zone, a place where even a light touch could turn you into nutrients for the earth. Then he stopped and resolutely drew his sword. If that's the case, he has no choice but to confront him. He swung his sword, slashing at the flames before him, but the firestorm engulfed his dark energy. They merged and exploded outward, throwing him off balance. Jin glances around, sensing something amiss. Even with the power of the 8 stars, how can he control so much magic? Is he hiding an artifact somewhere? He glanced at Muron, staff in hand, who was also assessing him. Did he understand the magic he was wielding? Then he recalled the moment Jin turned to look behind him, avoiding the pillar of fire without touching the corrupted land. And then, when he wielded his sword to cleave the fire pillar, destroying my own pillar head-on, the two energies merged and exploded, and Muron knew that such an act could not be performed by someone ignorant of magic. He frantically denies it. Impossible. Jin's hair turned black. You're a magic swordsman? And yet he prepares to fight him, answering only with a narrowed gaze. He sneers, saying he should have kept that a secret, raising his staff and laughing maniacally. Very well, you can do that because you're a magic swordsman. Now I'm sure of it, you sly bastard. You've made this more troublesome. He then muttered, if you also possess magical power, and a blue magic circle formed beneath his feet as he leaped into the air, slamming an icy hand toward his face, catching him off guard. That madman claims he'll crush me with superior magic. Mana backlash is the most severe symptom a mana user can experience. He imagines someone writhing in agony as their mana consumes them, when the magic within goes berserk, damaging and shattering their internal organs. In a battle between mages, the one with less mana will suffer this symptom. One mage fighting another, leaving them writhing on the ground. Unlike martial artists, this is considered an effective method for ranking mages. Returning to reality, he looks at Muron's hand containing blue flames and concludes, up until now, the Dark Elves have had no mana, making backlash impossible, so even the weakest among us must use magic to face them. Muron enthusiastically attacks him with that hand, but against you, who possesses mana, I don't need to waste time fighting. Meanwhile, he was caught off guard by the attack, followed by the taunt. What were you thinking, closing the distance like that? As expected, Muron Jipo. Muron's eyes widened as he stared at him in disbelief. Then he conjures a dark energy orb, announcing, "Here's a treat for you." Jin held it to his chest with confidence, as Muron desperately tried to get a closer look. Then, a flash of light overwhelmed everything in the forest. Muron's eyes couldn't see clearly. He stood in the void, going mad. I can't see anything at all. Is darkness the power of dark energy? No, it's completely different. I don't feel that way. At that moment, there was a powerful light right before my eyes. His eyes widened as if he understood something. Light, yes, there was a powerful light that blinded me. Muron was disoriented, and the next attack came as he swung his dark, energy-infused sword. In a panic, Muron quickly raises his hand to defend himself, managing to grab the end of an iron rod. He spins it, creating a vortex of wind energy that stuns him. His arm is severed as well. Muron lands a short distance away, staring at him. His left hand was completely severed, and with a look of pain and elation he exclaimed, "An ancient light sand spell? I didn't see that coming." With his remaining hand, he cauterized his severed arm with his staff, marveling, "The power of light and darkness. Have you become some kind of main character in a novel or something?" He staggered, panting as he watched Muron expel the dark energy from his wound. His senses and reaction speed were more like a monster than a mage. He bit his lip and swallowed, realizing that even though his mana wasn't as strong as Andre's, in a one-on-one fight, he was a much tougher opponent. Muron looked at him triumphantly. "Hey, what should I do? Keep fighting?" Heh heh. Meanwhile, he studies Muron, calculating his next move. Considering his vast combat experience, aside from the mana backlash, I'm sure he's hiding something else. Muron glanced in a certain direction, sweating profusely as if he'd discovered something behind the rock, then laughed maniacally, leaving me puzzled. Heh, heh, heh. Then he looked back at the gnarled shadows of the trees. "You must think I'm crazy and don't want to work with me, right? But I can see that we're the same kind of people." Hearing his nonsense, Anbahoa sighed. "Are you just stalling by talking rubbish? If that's the case, how boring." Muron, even more delighted by the expression, laughed and shouted, "You intend to take my life, huh? Sorry, but that's going to be difficult since these demons are still protecting me." Next, he raises a finger to count. Let's see. So far, 1 or 2. Maybe Muron sent 3. Meanwhile, he closes his eyes, trying to remain patient, but his eyes widen with growing agitation as he stares at him. "Don't get so worked up. Muron Jipyo, what are you trying to say?" Muron sneers. Yes. So you're finally showing some interest, are you?" Jin warns him. He raises his staff, surrounded by blue sparks and topped with blue energy. He asked, "Don't you think people like us will do anything to achieve our goals? You realize that, right? That my mana control is even higher than a Star Master's. Is that even possible?" He then swung his hand back, blasting a boulder, and shouted, eyes fixed on Jin. "Look here. Behind the slaves who lie dead like fallen leaves, how dare those blessed by the Jipyo family? The reporter and those damn insects." Dust filled the air as Muron went mad. "However, that's exactly why I can use them," he declared, as if they were a mana-amplifying weapon. Hearing that, his sword hand faltered. The madman was mocking him. "Oh dear. Are we still not done? They look like corpses, but some of them are still breathing, you see?" Muron, like a madman, then pointed his staff at him. "Since they're alive, they can replenish my mana. Jin, you said you wanted my head, right? Then you'll have to get rid of these guys first." Behind him, a demonic figure rises from the rubble. Muron confidently looks at him, amplifying his mana. "I told you we were the same kind of people. Those who will do anything to achieve their goals. Now quickly finish them off and let's have one last battle." "Jin, run, Candel," a girl shouts from behind. He's lying, making Muron glance over as she bitterly cries out weakly to him. Jin is lying. Everything he says is a deception. Nothing amplifies his mana. He figured it out after torturing us. Muron angrily grits his teeth and glares at her as the girl deduces how to use the relic. Seeing this, he stared at him in bewilderment. A relic? Don't tell me he found the sacred light, he angrily questioned the girl. What in the world are you doing? She cried out in pain, trembling. They were all oppressed to the bone. My poor brethren. Muron, his face a mask of bewilderment, glared at her. Hey, shut your mouth, you insect. The girl cried out in despair, tears streaming down her face, saying they were all dead, while the enraged man screamed at her to shut up, but she continued to reveal the truth. That madman played with everyone's lives, using us as lab rats and discarding us when he grew bored. Muron, stunned, gritted his teeth and gripped his staff in anger as the girl reminded him of the lie he told to control him, so she squeezed her eyes shut, clutched the fabric of her clothes and screamed, Please, kill that madman. He reached his breaking point, grinding his teeth in fury, and spat out, You. His eyes turned purple, wide with rage, at the insignificant rat who didn't know his place. Die. And just like that, violet flames erupted around her, filling the girl with dread. Her eyes widened in horror as the flames engulfed her, and a furious Muron cursed, You little brat! How dare you ruin my play! He was supposed to scream in agony as he overturned each corpse. That was the highlight of the night. He raged, I spared you because you were useful, and you just die? A foot appears? It's Dino, shouting from the bushes. Mr. Jin, he turned, equally confused. Dino urgently tells him that he must save her, that she is Tika, the leader and last pillar of the natives here. He pleaded for her life. Jin's face darkened as he turned towards the girl writhing in the flames. It's a Japo family secret art, the blue flame demon eye. I've heard of it before. He remembered Jin. Had he ever heard of blue fire? He stood in front of the bookshelf and asked again, Blue fire? The man replied, It's a secret art called the blue flame demon eye, something only the Jipos can use. His master, sitting in her chair, enjoying tea, explained, The moment you look into the demon eye, the blue flame will appear, and it will never stop burning. Even if you struggle to escape, you'll eventually be swallowed whole. He stared blankly at her. How can I fight against a fire like that? The master suddenly picked up her teacup. Burn it. Use a hotter flame, one that can incinerate the blue fire. Now, a blue flame appears, rushing forward like a powerful firebird, leaving Muron stunned as he looks up at the hotter fire before him. Yes, he embraces the girl in his arms, the blue firebird protecting them both. He determined that this was enough. Meanwhile, the other man was terrified, his eyes wide with shock as he stammered. E-test. Muron's face is filled with confusion, frozen in the presence of the blue flame. He stares at the blue bird behind him, muttering, Those chosen by the test, while the hero embraces the girl, destined to become the greatest mage of their generation. The chosen ones are just ordinary swordsmen. Muron roared in anger. And a black sheep, a title I wouldn't even dare to dream of. He was still furious. How dare you take it? While he looked at him smugly, the girl in his arms began to wake up. He held her, looking back at the gray flames. She thought to herself, It's not hot anymore. Then she touches the blue flames, wondering how her body was just engulfed in fire. And yet, not a single burn mark. It's as if the flames are protecting me. He spoke suddenly, startling her. Thank you. His eyes glanced downward. Without you, I would have been fooled by that guy. Now you can rest, she reminded him warily. Now is not the time to relax. Though Muron wields the relic's power, he does not truly possess it. He sets her down, and Tika Ka tugs at his arm. He only knows a few scraps of incantation gleaned from interrogating us. The real relic is hidden in a secret place known only to us. You came here at the request of Sister Lao X, didn't you? She begs him, tears welling in her eyes, promising to reveal the relic's location when the fighting ends. So, please, put an end to this. She paused, then sobbed. He silently empathized with her pain, then glanced at Muron's twisted face. Your expression is priceless. Muron Jipo, you must be shocked that the test chose me. He raises his sword, the blue bird still guarding the magic trap and those eerie eyes behind him. Have you exhausted all your tricks on me? The game is over. His eyes gleam as he raises his sword, declaring it's time for hell to welcome you. Muron hesitated. Hell, then slammed his staff into the ground. This arrogant bastard. A powerful surge of purple magic was summoned. I was once the lover of the witch Helurum. His eyes widened with rage. I was also honored to share a drink with the Dark Sea King. As a massive purple vortex appears, it drags an endless black hole behind Muron. He stands before the staff, body broken, face contorted with rage, and shouts, "You call this hell?" He declared, "Now you'll see," as our hero watched him skeptically. Then the black hole began to pull him in. Muran was frantic. What was the true hell? On the other side, Test speaks with blue fire energy gathering. Muran's hand reaches out to cast a spell, and flames rush toward him. He is burned, driven mad, and gritting his teeth. Is that abyssal fire? The bird keeps spitting flames, and he calls out to Test. He wondered if Test was angry, then looked back at Muran, his brow furrowing. Was it because of that spell? An explosion erupts behind him. It's Murakhan. He answered, grinding his teeth in anger, while I was confused. "Murakhan, what about the natives?" He turned to him, urgently announcing, "I've evacuated them all." That spell was the possession incantation of the Demon King, Organ, while Muran was still holding up his shield against the flames. Murakhan shouts, urging him to act while Tester is still interfering, and stop it quickly. He stood tall, gazing at the flames, gathering dark energy around his blade, and unleashing it with all his might, then immediately retracting his dark energy. Jean grits his teeth, preparing to attack as Murakhan throws energy forward, only for it to be sucked into the black hole. He commanded, "Kid, now!" As Murakhan urged him on, Jin stepped onto the dark energy and ran. Gripping his dark energy-covered sword, he charged forward, face grim. Murakhan roared, slicing through the gate of space, and Jin coughed up blood, clutching his chest as his head swam. "Ugh, damn it, that was awful." He struggled to look up, his eyes glazed over. The backlash of mana hit all at once. The flame's energy is weakening. I can't hold out much longer. Meanwhile, Muran senses something, grinning with delight as his voice echoes from hell. The time has come. He freezes, eyes wide, as screams erupt. My glorious, solitary life will end beneath Helaram's blade. A magic circle appears. The madman Muran proudly laughs, becoming the one worshipped by all before the gates of hell. He gritted his teeth, blood still flowing, hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Muran frowned as he looked over. Then he resolutely jumped up, raising his sword overhead, teeth clenched. He thought to himself that even if he swung his sword 100,000 more times, with the tip of the dark sword focused to a point, everything would still be the same. He brought the sword down, encompassing it in dark energy, pouring his will into the blade. With unwavering resolve, he strikes, meeting Muran's terrified gaze. He cleaves through the magic circle, leaving Muran stunned and bloodied. Jin lands on the ground amidst the scattered fragments of the destroyed formation. Muran, still in shock, stares wide-eyed as blood splatters, and a massive explosion of lightning and dark energy erupts, leaving cracks everywhere in mere seconds. The matrix he used to cast his magic was destroyed. In an instant, fragments fell, and he lost his defenses, his face blank with shock. A flash of light, his eyes wide with shock, his body frozen. A green flame erupts, engulfing him, then fades into nothing, leaving only his charred corpse kneeling on the ground. Muran could only manage a few weak breaths. His breath grew shallow, revealing the staff, as Jay watched him gasp for air, still clutching the sword as its dark energy faded. The blade released its dark energy, and Jay recalled feeling something was amiss as he prepared to strike Muran. The dark energy that Shadow released felt different somehow. And not just that. Dian realizes he's never felt this way before, and for a moment wonders if it's a fragment of the sword heart. Back in reality, looking towards Muran, a blue light emanates from the top of the staff he held as he collapsed. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as Muran raised his staff, forcing Jin to raise his sword in defense. But before his eyes, Muran collapsed to the ground, his body shattering into fragments, leaving only his staff intact. Finally, the battle is over, and Jin's tense nerves begin to unwind. His words trailed off. It was over. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't resist any longer, and collapsed from exhaustion. From afar, Murakhan and Tika saw it all. Immediately, Murakhan rushed to his side, shouting, "Kid, you just had to collapse there!" In his daze, a voice echoed in his mind. The magic staff used by the Jipo Magic Tower Master has a special function thanks to a small worm-like glyph on its tip. What does it do? When someone waves the staff, that character activates and sends a distress signal to their magic tower. So you're saying we can't let our guard down for even a moment? And just like that, Murakhan snaps Jin out of his daze, telling him to wake up. As if compelled, he opened his eyes to Murakhan, who had been waiting with what appeared to be medicinal powder. He called out the name Murakhan in disbelief, to which Murakhan replied nonchalantly, "You're awake?" "Kid?" Before Jin could react, he forced the powder into his mouth. "You're awake. Now drink this." His eyes widened, surprised and suspicious of the powder he'd just been given. What was that? Suddenly, an intense, unpleasant sensation in his throat triggered a violent coughing fit, and he spat a pool of black blood into his hand, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Murakami explained, "You almost died from mana backlash. You just swallowed a unicorn horn, a special medicine with incredible effects for those suffering from it." Jin also noticed that his body no longer felt as tired as before, though his mana still needed time to stabilize. He admitted he felt much better. "My mana has calmed, but my dark energy and aura are still a mess." Then Chasm turned to inquire about Jin's condition. "Young Master Jin, you've done very well." Jin then noticed Chasm and offered his thanks. "Lord Casimir, thank you. When did you prepare all of this?" But Chasm wasn't the one who prepared those things, and he looks away. "It wasn't me." Following Chasm's gaze, two figures carefully helped each other forward. It was them. Jin wondered why Dino had that medicinal powder. How did he get it? With a smile, Dino replied, "I went drinking with Muran and heard he was keeping a unicorn horn stolen from your house. And with T's help, they found the unicorn horn. After that, T went looking for it, and the girl beside him, with downcast eyes, began to introduce herself as well. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Latik Mamutika. I'm the one temporarily filling in as the saintess for you. Lausa is speaking, her voice suddenly trembling slightly. What happened here?" Before Jane's surprised eyes, Tika leaned forward and thanked him. "I will never forget this, even in death." Then she mentioned Lausa asking Jin Emperor to save them. "The saintess likely asked them to help us, but not in the literal sense. She wants to help restore our holy ground." Hearing that, Jin's expression faltered for a moment as he thought, "Restore... it's broken?" But Murakami suddenly cut her off. "Wait, hold on a second." He scratched his head, a hint of doubt in his voice. "I'm a dragon who's lived for over 3,000 years, but I've never heard of such a relic. I thought it was just a tall tale." Recalling Muran's power, he couldn't help but marvel, but that madman's magical power was on a whole new level. According to Tika, Muran's power came from borrowing a relic. "So, you're saying it's all thanks to your relic?" Murakami asked, frowning. "What's the name of the god you worship, the one who owns that relic?" With the two before her watching intently, she honestly replied, "His name is Gam. I've never heard of a god with that name before." "Which generation does that god belong to?" Before Tai could answer, Chasm called out from afar. "Well, if this is true, let's find the relic and get out of here. I don't like this place. It feels dangerous. This place is remote, but still Jipo territory. Who knows when they'll find out." Turning to T, she seemed a bit flustered as she told everyone about the problem they were facing. A minor issue, as it were. To retrieve the relic, we must first restore it, and the only way to do that is with solar energy to unlock its seal. Murakami was immediately confused. How could they find solar energy in the dead of night? "What?" "It's the middle of the night." T hastily replied, explaining that they had to wait until noon and listing the rituals that followed. Then, a ritual with everyone in the tribe was needed, so they had to gather everyone here. Murakami scratched his head in frustration. "Why is it so complicated? We need to hurry before the Jipo clan finds out." He didn't expect this to be so complicated, and Murakami grumbled in annoyance. "Hey, snail, stop standing around and get to work, you insects." Meanwhile, Jane sat there in a daze when suddenly she heard a voice. "Oh, Jipo's sanctuary and the light of day." An inexplicable anxiety lingered within him, yet he couldn't grasp its source. What could it be? Something was missing, something important. He began to connect the previous events and analyze them. He felt like he'd missed something crucial, something he couldn't quite grasp, and Muran was out of options. Test finished him off, and this is the most desolate territory. A place abandoned by the Jipo family themselves, and the key to the final answer he seeks. With no signal, everyone turned to him, surprised by his mention of the tower. He stood up, hand clenched, as if his analysis had finally yielded results. "Magic tower," he said. "Muran Jipo, the master of the Jipo family's magic tower." Murakami nonchalantly replies, "Yeah, so what? Everyone knows that," while Chasm is shocked by the news. "Young Master Jin, how could this be?" Jin took the staff from Muran's hand and spoke. "We don't have time." He turned, raised the staff, and with a serious face as it glowed blue, said they would be here soon. The staff glows brighter, revealing the letter F, as dragons fill the night sky, bearing a mysterious man upon their backs. He's Mito Elner, the vice master of the 7th Magic Tower. Kazmi states seriously, according to the rune, he is indeed a master of magic. Murakami explains that while he's unsure about the magic's master, he's heard the Jipo clan staff has a trick to summon weaker wizards. Murakami is taken aback, surprised such a thing exists. What about the children of that family? Do you know anything about them? Currently, the Zipfel clan is still growing continuously, though I'm not sure how true that is. Dai says seriously that she heard it from Luna while passing by. He thinks to himself that he remembers his teacher's words when he lost consciousness, and now he's ready. CME says grimly that each tower has at least 100 mages, most of whom are 7 or 9-star, but above all, they have to protect the people, and if too many come, it will be a mess. Suddenly, someone asked CME how long it would take for them to arrive. Kame grunted. The 7th tower is on the northern edge of the continent, so even with the teleporter, it'll take about 2 hours. Jin pondered. 2 hours, huh? A voice called out to CM, and Jin asked seriously if he could ask a favor. Master, is that plan even feasible? Chasm cried out. Any delay will mean death for everyone, including you. Besides, he's neutral. He'll definitely refuse. Jin calmly replies, don't worry about that. Even if they're offended, they won't refuse. There's not much time left. See me, I'm counting on you. Jin's plea made me grit his teeth as he replied, I understand. I will succeed, no matter the cost. Chasm placed his hand on Jin's shoulder, urging him to survive and return. Of course, Jin. A rock slams into the ground. Murkan brushes his hand off, saying, this is enough, right, T? Yes, thank you very much. And now she suddenly notices something, glances over, and speaks. We shall begin the ceremony, to restore the sacred site. Murakan crosses his arms, wondering if they can handle this. Behind him, Jinho rises, and upon hearing Jin's voice, Murkan turns around. Jin coughs, then holds out his hand to see a mouthful of blood. I must have overdone it again. Murkan continued, and you crazy kid, who calls the enemy subordinates after killing him? In my time, 1 loss and there's no one to save you. Jin, with a throbbing head, says, I also called CZL Luna. Even CME has come to pick him up. Things are different now, honey. We're trying to save the world. But will that microbi even arrive on time? Jin turns his head. He'll be fine using the warp gate. Murakan couldn't help but feel uneasy. If he's late, we're all doomed. Just then, a group riding dragons rushed in, and the white-haired man shouted, the vice captain has spotted the ancient ruins of Cannon. Report anyone you see. The white-haired man shouts clearly as he creates a magic circle before his eyes, while mid, atop the dragon, continues to report. The natives are holding a ceremony, and there are 2 strangers present. Could they be outsiders? Still no sign of him. Where is Master? Hearing this, M's face tightened. The white-bearded man noticed and said, Vice Captain, please calm down. Perhaps they've taken him hostage. Madhu trembled with rage. If anything happens to my brother, I'll make them all beg for death at my feet. Murakan gazes into the distance. Let's see. 6 dragons and about 30 mages. If anything happens, I'll revert to my original form and fight. But either way, the main force of the Zipfel clan will arrive soon. Kid, take care of yourself. Jin. Yes, I know. At this moment, Murakan reminisces about the past. Back then, the skies were so peaceful. Murakan clenched his fist, lost in thought. That bastard Tama, the wound you pierced through my heart 1,000 years ago still aches. A powerful red dragon stomped the ground, shattering the earth. Then a group of Jipo family members landed opposite Jin. Jin wondered, Murakan, do you recognize any of these dragons? They all seem to be fire dragons. Murakan observes, I don't recognize them. They're too young. And they're not fire dragons, but red dragons, a lower species of fire spirits, probably all Kun's subordinates. Enraged, Mito introduces himself. I am the vice master of the 7th magic tower of the Jipo clan. Mito Elner. Where is Master Murin Jipo? Jin coldly replies, Who knows? Maybe I haven't seen him. He thinks to himself, I've never heard the name Mito Elner before. Mito trembled with rage. I don't know why you're after my brother. He's a bit eccentric and tends to make enemies. Or are you one of the Blackmane's dogs? Why would I tell you anything? Mito clenches her fist. I haven't asked you to take off your mask or drop your weapon yet. Answer the question. Is my brother still alive? He trembled with rage as he shouted, I'm asking as his own flesh and blood. Please, I beg you. You have a family, you understand, don't you? If you tell me the truth, I won't lay a finger on your family. Please tell me. Jin smirks. What a joke. These beasts who inflict pain on others dare to feign brotherly affection? Spare me the nonsense. He's red with anger. How dare you? That worm doesn't deserve to be called a noble Jipo, does he? He's full of it. Behind Jane, something glowed. Something Mito-do recognized as a human head. Okay, I get it. I'm late. A few dogs like you couldn't even scratch him, so you must have used some kind of trick, right? His rage erupts and they prepare to attack. No guns. Take them alive. His subordinates unleash their magic, creating circles of power. He continued to yell, saying that killing them outright would be too easy. They needed to writhe in agony, begging him for death. Use their blood and cries to honor my brother. Everyone here is just a stepping stone. A girl appears in the light, laughing, and says, I hate hot-blooded beasts. Midodu turned to see the encroaching ice magic. Her? Let's see. A frigid attack hurtles towards him as a refined woman with mysterious dark heels approaches. She says, I came because I heard my daughter gave flowers to some guy. Let's see about that. Her icy hair flowing, a noble woman gracefully twirls a fan in her hand. Looks like I'm late. That woman is Talaris Endoma, the 51st Ice Palace Lord, someone who can completely freeze third-class magic. Dean Mido froze in fear. The air around her seemed to freeze. But was this woman even colder? Before Mido could even collect herself, the white-bearded subordinate beside her shouted, Ice Palace Lord, Talaris Endomajin is pleased. It seems Lord Smay was successful. Murakhan chimed in, I was wondering who the Ice Palace Lord was. That's quite the impression, isn't it? Ice that only allows the chosen to control it. I didn't expect this era to be capable of this. Talaris calmly said, Little one, go inside and rest. As she spoke, the child vanished. She turned and smiled, and the footsteps Talaris took began to freeze. With each step, she conjures a majestic wall of ice, encircling Jin and isolating him from the Jipo. Jin removes his mask and bows his head as Taris asks, Are you the one my daughter gave flowers to? Jin replied, I am Jin Dancan. She said, Yes, I've heard a lot about you. How are you still standing? You have external wounds, but your internal injuries are far worse. Jin acts as if it's no big deal, while Taris notes that at least he can talk. Then, allow me to ask you a question. Are you the one who killed my toy? And Caro, was it? So that's his name? Jin thought to himself. That was a mission from his cadet days, so Sirius isn't so tight-lipped after all. Taris, I don't intend to take my anger out on you. I'll deal with him one way or another. But you never introduced me to any decent men. Like the guy next to you. Murakan could only scoff at that. You have a keen eye. Talaris, your gaze is sharp. Then how about this Appa, and I go for tea sometime? Anyway, Ceres, take care of your boyfriend. I have things to take care of. Ceres is startled to hear her name mentioned, protesting that he's not her boyfriend. Talaris, then why did you give him flowers? Ceres is shocked. It was to keep others away from him before our fight. You must be busy. Jin lies down to enjoy the moment. Yeah, things have been a little chaotic lately. Ceres, you're saying Kazum, the one who delivered the flowers, looked like he was ready to sacrifice his life. Ceres recounts the moment Kazum held up the bouquet, begging for the clan lord to save the woman he was offering the flowers to, as her life was in danger. And you even woke my mother up. She's so carefree, you have good comrades. Jin wearily closes one eye, thinking, yes, everyone is so kind. I don't deserve any of you. Ceres sighed, saying there was no need to thank her. She just didn't like it when someone other than her hurt him. But Ian suddenly coughed up blood. Ceres asks worriedly if he's all right, then thinks to herself, he fought in this state with black blood? Jane begins to apologize, but Ceres cuts him off, telling him to save his breath as she opens a mysterious box. Jin didn't know what she was holding, as Ceres thought. I don't like that he had to fight to this extent. Meanwhile, Taris mocked, Oh, hair, isn't it supposed to be silver? Aren't you a pureblood? Midor grimaced, knowing it wouldn't be easy, but thankfully he had informed his clan before leaving. If he could just buy enough time, help would arrive. He roared, I am Midor Eln, Vice Master of the Seven Mages Tower. I want to know why you're interfering with the Jipo family when you rule the West Sea. Talaris said, bored. The Jipo family? It's been so long since I've intervened. Why don't you think you're the ones interfering with me? Mido hesitated. That's... Talaris, I'll spare you then. Get out of here now, the white-bearded subordinate shouted from behind. Ice Palace Lord, how dare you cause trouble in Jipal territory? Talaris said grimly. Jipo territory, so that's why you dare speak to me that way? A venomous snake appeared behind Talaris, freezing the white-bearded man in his tracks. Her eyes grew bloodthirsty. Silence! The white-bearded man was so enraged he fainted and collapsed to the ground. Mia shouted, Third Elder. He ordered the barrier up, ensuring the cold wind couldn't pass, and a torrent of fire magic. It formed a fiery power that surrounded and rushed towards Talaris, but she simply fanned it away, turning the approaching flames to ice, which gradually cracked. Talaris taunts, Well, what is it? Do you want to continue? He remained defiant. Even if we all die here, the world will forget you and the Ice Palace, not us. A small magic circle appeared above Talaris' shoulder. She looked down as a massive explosion erupted, driving Mido mad. This is the power of fire granted to me by the head of the family. Not even you can escape it. But his eyes widened. A spatial explosion. Through the smoke and fire, Talaris emerged. Saley gave you his power. He must really like you. But it seems he didn't teach you the important things. So you're back in your ice palace, huh? Then let me teach you a lesson about ice. Talar Laris unleashes her power, shocking Mido Do. He struggles against her magic, wondering if it's the wind. He was terrified, his eyes darting around, seeing his men frozen and unable to move, as Talar Laris, like a demoness, approached him with a somber voice. Oh dear, why so surprised? His face drained of color, he fearfully looked towards Talar Laris to hear Gion's teachings. Was it because his clever trap vanished in an instant? Or is it because your arm has vanished? Mido is even more shocked to see his arm shattered by ice. Mido couldn't believe his eyes. Min Min felt no pain at all. This is why mages are such a problem. She laughs. Your enemy is standing right before you, and yet you dare to look away? Is that arrogance or stupidity? This is a mistake no warrior can afford to make. He continued to ponder. How could the difference in power be so vast? It was his fault. He forgot to stall for time, and even if support arrived, they'd only be bait for this monster. A hopeless situation, until a golden magic circle appeared where he sat. Mido's eyes regained their light, while Talar Laris wondered what the heck was going on as the golden magic circle engulfed him, then vanished, taking Mido with it. Talaris didn't know what was happening, what this was. Then her expression turned grave as a white light shone from above, revealing the remaining mages within magic circles. The newcomers have done well. From now on, leave the selection to us, the White Assembly. At that moment, the ice space suddenly vanished, leaving Cirrus puzzled. She called out, Mother, is it over? While Talaris gritted her teeth, staring at the sky, Cirrus was left speechless. An enormous ship glides across the sky. Could it be the CCK? That Moroccan, the thing the Jipo used in that insane war? Is that important to their clan? Jin wakes up, rubbing his head. Andre, the Jipo are attacking again after the Vice-Patriarch's death. Now they'll retaliate for our actions. Jin thought, that body is a problem, but the ones controlling it are the Night White Squad, the strongest elite members of the Jipo clan. Damn, I might just become a burden. Talar Laris brushed his hands off and turned away, saying he didn't want to fight that thing here. Kid, shut your trap. I'm moving the natives to safety, so get ready to move out. Jin interrupts, saying he can't leave until the ritual is complete, much to Terrace's surprise. Boy, do I look like I'm asking you? I'm not here to listen to your complaints. Jin shakily rises, knowing that if they don't complete the ritual now, they won't be able to stop the Jeeples in the future, and victims like them will continue to increase. So please, let this suffering end. Please, help me. Talaris was at a loss for words as Jin awaited her response. Her steps faltered. 1 hour to complete everything, and then, after this is done, your parents and I will have a conversation. Meanwhile, the clan leader Ta is praying with her people when Eidos calls out to her, Ta, Lord Jin. Jin pants. Is there any way to speed up the ritual? The Jipo are preparing a full-scale attack. Please, you must go. We know what's in the sky, and we can't put you in danger any longer. They can't kill us before they find the relic. You're the only ones who have helped us all this time. Thank you so much. Jane approaches, placing a hand on Vaita, saying, I haven't helped you yet, so I can't give up. I'll ask again. Is there any other way? If the High Priestess were here, perhaps, but right now, there's no other way. Ceres approaches, but Laojia is dead? T responds that she's currently there. Ceres, really? That's good then. With that, she summoned her toad spirit, saying, Let's go. If she's alive, I can bring her here no matter where she is. Laris looked up from below. Good heavens, my daughter is using MOT without permission. My daughter, are you having fun? I don't know what he's planning, but I need to hold them back as promised, right? Protect them from Jipo's strongest force for an hour. Murakan cracks his knuckles, saying it'll be a piece of cake. It's not like children's dates take up much time anyway. Talaris was touched. Oh my, are you helping me, you old black dragon? Murakan is embarrassed, saying that aside from revealing he's a dragon, he can't use his full power. Talaris grips her ice sword. All right, can I borrow your claws? We are the White Knights of the Jipo clan, and we'll get straight to the point. Ice Palace Lord. A voice announced from the ship. Just leave. The cloaked figure raised 2 fingers as if telepathically communicating. If you hand over the one who killed Muran Jipo and the others, we'll let it slide. Black Dragon and Talaris couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. A sharp, ice-tinged blade appears, accompanied by a demand. If you want my cooperation, hand over Salak. Talaris firmly points his ice sword to the sky, saying there's no other way. The White Knight stands his ground, unleashing a powerful firestorm in response, his hands raised to the heavens, weaving arcane formations. They materialize in the air as the White Knight clenches his fists, unleashing bursts of power, then shouts for them to scatter. Immediately, the magic circle in the sky unleashed a powerful attack, coalescing into a massive flaming arrow aimed directly at the black dragon. He braced himself, the initial force washing over him, but he stood firm within the inferno, enduring the heat as his sleeves were utterly incinerated. Suddenly, another power emerges, and the ice sword begins to emit a chilling aura. Talaris, wielding the blade, unleashes a strike, sending a wave of force rippling outwards. The sword strike curved like an arc, slashing towards the ship in the sky, as the White Knight raised his hands again, a device on his gauntlet emitting power that formed into a magic circle. The droplets of power merged, forming a unified force. Just then, Talaris's blade of wind reached the ship, but the White Knight's magic circle appeared to meet it. With a loud warning, he ordered the first squad to brace for impact and raise their shields, as the White Knight wondered about the Black Dragon, the one standing before the Ice Palace Lord. He countered my magic barehanded, without even using mana? He won't be easy to deal with. The White Knight orders his men to call the family and prepare the war cannons as the scene shifts elsewhere. Just then, someone knocked on the door from outside, and Ban opened it to greet them. Coming, who is it? Upon seeing Jin, he was shocked, but Jin quickly asked, Santess Laxa, where is she? A voice from inside the room immediately replied, I'm waiting for you. Young Master Jin said, Saintess, I'll explain on the way. But Lara cut him off. I'm ready, let's go now. Though she said that, she still looked incredibly tense. Back to Talaris's battle, she continues to swing her sword, unleashing cold blades of energy that seem to freeze the air. Meanwhile, the White Knight tirelessly conjures barriers against the sword strikes, the resulting clashes and explosions momentarily obscuring the sky, while the Black Dragon continues to shatter incoming fireballs with his iron fists. But he looked up with a refreshed expression and exclaimed, Hugh, you're pretty strong. Suddenly, he looked down in shock, horrified to see his hands frozen solid. Huh? What's this? Talar Laris said calmly. The Ice Palace Lord's fruit is better than nothing, right? Black Dragon clapped his frozen hands together, then spread them wide with excitement. He couldn't feel his hands anymore, but it was worth it. He then used his ice hands to pick up a boulder, and that small body lifted the massive rock high into the air. The White Knight watched with sharp eyes as the Black Dragon mustered all his strength and hurled the boulder at the airship above. Talaris then realized how ridiculous it was that Do Woongun said the Jipo family wanted this land, so they couldn't use cannons, and both sides had to avoid casualties in this battle. At this rate, we're sure to win. On the other side, the White Knight is also calculating his next move. Is that what you're thinking? Ice Palace Lord, this is getting annoying. But I still haven't been given permission to fire. What are those people doing, and why did those two suddenly disappear? They're plotting something. I can't let this continue. Inside, the Jipo men reported to each other. Commander, what orders did the family send? Annihilation. The White Knight falls silent upon hearing this. What's going on? Black Dragon, sensing the strange silence, wondered if they'd given up. But Ice Palace Lord Terrace sensed something was amiss. It couldn't be. And then it appeared. A signal flares in the sky, and a burst of light illuminates Terrace's shocked face. Above, a powerful sphere of energy was gathering, accompanied by ominous threats and warnings. Guild leader, the Master has just granted me permission. You know what that means, right? This is your last chance. I'll count to 3. Bring everyone here and leave. If you don't comply, I'll destroy everyone here. Hearing those words, she hissed in fury. He counted 1. Talaris stood there, still seething with anger. Behind her, a gate to another dimension appears, and sensing something, she turns around. The second count. 2, and Ceres emerges from the spatial gate in haste. She sees her and is horrified as Ceres, Jin, and La freeze, sensing impending doom as the final count echoes. Above, the White Knight curtly orders an attack, and Talaris quickly glances up. At the White Knight's command, an immense power descended with terrifying speed, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. The impact created a massive shockwave, and dust billowed, obscuring the aftermath. Talaris stood as a shield, bracing against the immense power, her grip tightening on the ice sword as she unleashed a flurry of slashes. She was then halted by the destructive power, her sword strikes coalescing into a massive blade. And now, Jipo's massive attack descends, with Talaris's ice blade standing tall against the onslaught. The energy column finally hits the ice blade, instantly shattering it and allowing the power to descend, followed by golden fragments. They plunged into the earth, detonating everything. And as Ceres and Jane moved to intervene, she quickly explained it was due to the unique properties of complete ice. Everything that touched the blade was instantly frozen. Jine warned them to move away, and the Saintess bowed, begging them not to move. Blasts of power tear through each other, obscuring the scene, as Sias's eyes gleam with a cold, gathering strength. Jin draws his sword, ready for battle, unleashing dark sword energy alongside Sias's icy strikes. The two relentlessly unleashed arcs of sharp swordplay, their blades shattering debris in the air. They're cut down and turned into energy that rains down. Your skills have improved since before. A word of praise echoes as the black sword is planted into the ground. Sias replies, I didn't think you could keep up with me in that body. Jin felt helpless. This situation wasn't ideal. I don't think we'll accomplish anything easily, even if we bring the Saintess to the ceremony. That ship is actually holding its own against my mother? Those Jipos must have brought something big with them. The White Knight above was shocked. How could a mere mortal block the cannon's destructive power? Then he issued a warning, a final warning to the woman. Ice Palace Master, if you don't comply with our demands, we'll kill all your guests, wiping this place clean. Talaris scoffed, then laughed incredulously, replying, How laughable. It seems you don't even have the courage to speak of killing me. Talaris pointed her sword and declared with confidence, I am Talaris Endoma, Ice Palace Master. Even all of you arrogant Jipos combined couldn't kill me. Know your place and leave now. The Jipo clan's White Knights, still wet behind the ears, emerged from the ship to look down. Then he responded to her. Indeed, killing her is impossible. But can she protect everyone behind her from the barrage of cannon fire? These words struck a chord with Talaris. Yes, this one continues on. We only have to endure a little humiliation, but she will carry the disgrace of failing to protect her guests. Hearing this, Terrace said to Cirrus, Daughter, the woman you brought, she must be needed for the ceremony here. Do I just need to get her there? Jin affirms that if she can do it, they will win, and Talaris grips her sword tightly. All right. Then listen closely, my daughter. I'll block their attacks, and you must get that woman to the temple. Either the Ice Palace or those JPs will suffer a great humiliation today. Talaris's eyes turned white as she prepared to unleash her full power, and seeing her resolve, the White Knight hastily ordered the cannons to be loaded. Today, we'll erase that bastard from the face of the earth. He turned around, filled with murderous intent. Below, Jin peeled off the black covering on his hand, saying, Lady Cirrus, please protect the Saintess. Ceres, shocked, asked, What? And what about you? Jin calmly replies, I'll clear the path. She was utterly bewildered. What? Just you alone? You saw what happened. How do you expect to handle all those shards by yourself? You'll die. But hearing these words, Jin calmly replied, I've come this far thanks to many people. If I don't risk my life now, I won't be able to do it. The two girls were stunned into silence. Lausa fell into silence, haunted by voices from her past. Saintess, Saintess, Saintess. He pleaded, urging her to run, as Saintess Lausa, in her confusion, received his desperate warning. If those Jipo bastards find the ruins, they'll definitely do something to her. Saintess, if you abandon this life and even the mission Clam gave us, everything will be for naught. Please, go somewhere they can't find you. It'll be all right. Please live well, holy maiden. The old man, though wounded, managed a final smile. And help us by finding a savior for the tribe. With that, he pulled Lausa away, hurrying to find the Saintess. Later, the Jipos interrogated the wretched insects, demanding the Saintess's location before threatening to burn them alive. They tortured the kind people who had saved Lausa, but they and the old man bit their lips, enduring the pain in silence. I told everyone this was the best we could do, but in the end, abandoning them and running away was my choice. Lausa was dragged away in tears, filled with despair. Hidden away on a small island, slowly losing her divine power, she prays to gods who will never answer. Simply waiting for a savior was my choice. Back in the present, Lausa remains silent and still when a voice calls out. The Saintess solemnly declared that even if they had to die, he had to get there. Did he understand? Please put your lives on the line. At that moment, Lausa's tears began to fall. She purses her lips as if making a difficult decision, then resolutely declares, I understand. The energy cannon is now gathering, suspended in midair. The White Knight coldly ordered, Fire. Jin will take the brunt of the force, and Sias, move forward to protect her. Talaris is at the front, unleashing a blue attack, seemingly to split the space and receive the blast. From above, the JP's fireball was launched, incredibly fast, exploding in midair, its power cascading outwards. Jin was already weaving through it. He steadies himself, thinking, Don't think about anything. I just need to believe in one thing, every strike of my sword. It will all be like the first strike. Giant slashes send the falling debris flying. He forged a path for Ceres to launch the spear, saying, Keep going, I'll hold them off. Look, the debris is multiplying, attacking everyone. Jin slashes away, but the black dragon appears before him. Jin cries out in alarm, "Murakhan!" As Murakhan urgently warns him about the approaching swarm, the White Knight orders the Jipo forces to fire. Talaris, the clan leader, desperately defends against the onslaught, her anger and worry growing. The sky above blazes with blinding light. With a tense expression, the black dragon roared, "Don't stop! Keep running!" Meanwhile, countless fragments continued to rain down like arrows. Jin unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, while the black dragon offered support, but some fragments still slipped through. Ceres quickly raised his sword to block them, but Jin's blade intervened, slicing the debris away. Seeing this, the black dragon couldn't help but praise him. Hee, you're quite the fighter, kid." Just as he was getting excited, a shard pierced down, startling him, but he quickly dodged it. Then, the black dragon noticed something with grave concern. A shard pierces Jin's abdomen, and Ceres glances back in shock. Seeing this, he cries out in shock as Jin watches from behind, his head beginning to transform once more. "I was able to get this far thanks to the help of so many people. If I don't risk my life, I won't be able to bear the choice I've made." Jin's words echoed in his mind as Lao Sa screamed in agony, "Kiaha." But in this moment, Ceres rationally picks up Lao Sa. She carries Lao Sa on her shoulder and runs, cursing under her breath. "Damn it," Ceres cursed as she swung her sword. You idiot, why did you go this far? Why?" Her face contorted in rage. A force suddenly lashed out at her sword arm, followed by another blow to her leg. She desperately threw Lao Sa far away. Lao Sa was thrown back, turning to call out to Ceres, who could barely stand. Ceres, leaning on her sword, warned, "Don't look back. Don't let our efforts be in vain." Lao Sa hesitated for a moment, stunned by the grim reality, before clenching her teeth, suppressing her resentment, and sprinting forward, screaming inwardly. "Clam, I won't wait any longer." The others reply, the image of Jin falling before her eyes, then Ceres' helplessness. She'd taken too long to realize it. Praying won't change anything. La has made her decision. The falling debris destroyed countless things. Meanwhile, in another dimension, at this moment Yin's soul felt lost in an endless darkness, when a voice echoed out. "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Jin was in a deep sleep. Jin's mind reels in the darkness, but as his name is spoken, his eyes slowly begin to open. Before Yin's eyes was a cave filled with fiery lava pits, and beside him, Ceres lay unconscious, covered in blood. Chieftain Talaris painfully embraces his daughter, while the detestable Jipo surround them. Talaris and her daughter are trapped, and Jin's eyes widen in shock. What is this? The space around him seems to solidify and vibrate. Jane quickly turned to look at the falling rocks, only to see the black dragon above. The black dragon is in agony, controlled by something. Murakhan? Who is that? A dragon several times larger than normal, covered in a fiery red. The black dragon is now controlled by that evil red dragon, the guardian dragon of Aken. The Jipo family must have been quite determined. Jin stared at the unbelievable outcome. Have we failed? He looks down at his body lying on the ground. His face was silent, completely devoid of life, when a voice suddenly echoed. You must be wondering when things went wrong. Perhaps you shouldn't have ended things with Muron's death? Or perhaps the right choice was to help those who belonged here escape? Neither is true. Perhaps you shouldn't have helped them at all. Aren't those regrets flooding your mind? No, Jin replies, clenching his fist. This is the path I chose, and I have no regrets. What enrages me is your pained and desperate scream. Even in death, I remain weak and incompetent. Because of me. Because I was too weak and foolish. The voice continued. I understand. Then don't you forget those feelings. These words stopped Jin in his tracks. With a snap of his fingers, Jin was plunged back into the endless light. A new space emerged, and Jin found himself in a place with small islands floating in the air. Confused, he wonders, this is me, Clam. The voice continues, startling Jin, the one who sealed himself in the mirror with Sed's help. I've been waiting for you. The toy chosen by Sedet, Jin was utterly perplexed. Wait, what do you mean? Clam calmly explains the Millennium Contract. Time is running out. Today must have shown you the path you must take and the pain of those you cannot protect. Jin's clenched fist trembled. I was speechless. He roars in anger. What's the point now that it's all over? Clam continued. It means nothing. None of it means anything. Let's talk more outside, Clam said, then flashed with light. Before Jin could collect himself, he was shocked again. Then, in the real world, Jin's body suddenly opened its eyes. He quickly shot up, gasping for air, clutching his head in dismay. Damn it, how many times have I woken up like this today? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. As he wakes, another voice echoes out. Huh? You just woke up? Ceres studies Jine's expression, as if pondering something. Then that radiant expression appeared on her face. Judging by your shocked expression, you must value your life quite a bit, huh? As Ceres Jin panics, a hand is raised. Hey, you little brat, I'm gonna kill you. The black dragon swats Jane on the back, causing him to cry out and angrily questions him. Why were you unconscious back then? I thought you were dead. Confused, Jin calls out to Murakun. I thought you were attacked by Kadun. The black dragon was confused. Kadun, why are you bringing up that bastard's name? He then snapped, saying that anyone who attacked him would retreat at the mere sight of him, as Talaris continued. He's finally awake. Honestly, I don't know what you were thinking, but who knew you could actually bring a god to Earth? Jin was confused by her words. A god? What did she mean? The black dragon explained, you did it unconsciously. The saintess allowed a god to enter her body. And not just any god. The moment he descended, he annihilated them all. I don't know what he did, but the white knights are lying right there. Furthermore, this powerful magic and barrier. I don't know who it is, but I don't think it's a weak god, though I can't remember anything. Then, he called the saintess to stand alone in the distance. Hey god, the kid's awake. Start explaining. About what you're planning to do. The saintess turned, her white eyes and long snow-white hair looking unreal. Jine, a little tense, asked, You're not? The saintess chuckled, then replied, Indeed, my name is Clam, and thanks to this child's sacrifice, I have descended. Jin, consider the pain and death you've experienced today a small lesson, along with what you desired to gain. Jin inwardly speculated upon hearing this. So, were those things just illusions, and the black dragon is only showing up now? Are you toying with my boy? Don't act high and mighty just because you're late. Answer the question quickly. Why would you do this? What do you want with our kid? I mean, this kid. But in that moment, Clam presents an object, saying, I've been waiting for its owner. Jin was shocked to see it. Was it a mirror? Clam continued. I am the originator of magic, but I couldn't handle its power and nearly destroyed the world. That's when Ceres helped me. Talaris, the palace lord, is shocked by the name. Soder, Clam continued. He sealed me and my power within this mirror. The god of magic? The black dragon asked, still frowning. Never heard of him. But Clam acted quickly. Behold Sodet's seal. The mirror transforms into a dark circle like a black hole, a seal made of dark energy. Black Dragon remarks, seriously, but it's too weak, so you need someone who can maintain this seal. Clam's true form appears in the mirror, revealing an endless source of magic within, and that is me. If this magic were to escape, this world would be erased. To prevent that, I had said seal me away, and the Colon children have protected me for thousands of years. This enrages the Black Dragon, who demands to know if Clam understands what they endured to protect him. You should have let someone powerful protect you, Clam explains. Back then, they were invincible. But after I was sealed, my blessings couldn't reach them. Now, thanks to you, I can finally end it all. The Millennium Contractor, so the mentioned, Ceres exclaimed in shock. The Palace Lord Contractor pondered in thought. Behind Jin, unseen, her eyes lit up, a sinister smile forming as she plotted. He's also contracted with Sedet, Clam says, presenting the mirror forward. Take it, Jine run candle. Jane's image appears in the mirror. You possess the power of Sorteret, the power to protect the world. Jane, now holding the mirror, is worried. Just holding it is causing magic to flood her body. But each time magic escapes the mirror, the seal weakens. How did the Jipo family wield this in their past life? He then said, I guess I have to protect this seal instead of the Colon family. Clam explained. It's a duty that the Colon family couldn't fulfill. Ta isn't just asking you to maintain Sorter's seal because it's a gift Sed left for you. A strange face appears. This seal is a gift from Sed? Jin asks. Clam explained that this masterpiece was created by Solder with all of his power during his prime, and it's more than just compressed aura. This can be considered a part of Sodet. Jin's expression softened as he said this. Of course this will be useful, but the Saintess Farah said she would summon Sodet for me. Clam was shocked by this statement, falling silent as if in thought. It seems this child made a hasty promise at the last minute. He never answers summons, not even for the Black Dragon at his side. Then how could you? I'll apologize on its behalf. Dai sternly refused. It's fine. She doesn't expect anything in return. I am grateful to her. Clam was surprised by Jine's attitude. He thought to himself, forgive him. But how did that child know? How does she know I'm living a second life? No, how did you get a second life? Clam observed Jine's composure, wondering about it. Suddenly, he looked down at his hand, then spoke, confusing Jine. We're running out of time. I've passed on everything, so I'll be going now. Your decision has ended the suffering of those children, and for that I am grateful. A child of Soda, our savior. Now I shall enter the mirror. Before he could finish, Clam vanished before Jin, blessing his journey as he faded into the air. Just then, another voice echoed, "Well, you only live once, I guess." A god, grateful to a human? How rare. Observing the scene, the Lord of Terrace commented, "Are you ready to go? They won't stay like that forever, and we don't know when reinforcements will arrive." Jin agreed, saying, "All right, I'll lead the way." "Then let's get out of here. The airship above is now in flames." The scene shifts to another location, where Lao Sa floats in the mirror with Clam. "I understand now. That's why you wouldn't answer. Will you continue to live in the mirror?" Clam replies, "I'm sorry. I could only save everyone by borrowing your body. Your sacrifice saved them, not just you, but all the orphaned children. It must have been painful. I burdened you all too much." But at this moment, Lao San bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for hearing our prayers, for finally hearing me, and for saving us. So please, don't apologize." Lao Sa's somber face was now radiant, tears of joy streaming down. Since no one was at fault, Clam fell silent, then blurted out, "What a relief. That's why I'm even more grateful that you're the ones who completed this mission." But Lao San said, I just hope people won't only remember our suffering." Clam hums in agreement, then sighs inwardly. "Jin Kanzaki, this strong resolve is linked to you. So I propose you create a world where that pain no longer exists." Meanwhile, Jane stood before the Colon people as Tika said emotionally, "They say it's been over 10,000 years. Our race has been losing since ancient times. Unable to grow, we became a weak nation, enslaved by the Jipo. If they get the mirror, our sacrifices will be for nothing. It's fortunate that the mirror ultimately belongs to you," she said, wiping away tears of joy. Jin happily replies, "No, the reason I'm alive and standing here is all thanks to you all." But inwardly, he fears that if those lunatics get the mirror, the world will become a battlefield for the extermination of mages. "After you've settled in, I'll arrange accommodations for everyone in the Hillpester Union." Tick was shocked to hear this. "Huh? Hillpester?" Dino chimed in, equally surprised. "Jin, isn't the Kanden family's sanctuary unsupported by the main house? You don't have to do this for us." John handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is a letter from Lady Luna Dancan. Just show this when you get there, and they will help you." He replied, bewildered, "Thank you." As Songjin turned away, he added, "If you're truly grateful, slander the Jippo family on as many front pages as possible." But Jin Dino still worried. Would the Jippo group sit still? They'll surely ramp up their cover-ups, and even if I do it myself. Jin stops him, asking, "You think you're the only one who hates Jippo?" Then turning back with a cold expression, he seriously analyzes, "Dino Jacqueline, you are the fuse. Those harmed by the Jippo family will rally upon reading your article. Have confidence, you'll become a great journalist." These words bathed Dino in a hopeful light. Then Jin returned and opened his room. Standing before Talar Laris, he bows, "Now I can properly greet you and thank you for your help." To that, the Palace Lord Terrace responded graciously. "It's nothing," she replied, but Jin remained concerned. "But I still worry that because of me, the Ice Palace and the Jippo family have become enemies." She doesn't seem to care, though, and says, "No. Now Kia will have to be more cautious of the Ice Palace, since he didn't expect an ancient god to descend. He probably thinks I've become stronger." Jin's face brightened at the news. What a relief. Terrace then added, "And I'm not just helping you out of the goodness of my heart. I'm doing someone a favor, so no need to thank me." Jin still felt indebted and asked, "Is there anything I can do to repay you?" Talar Laris, as if waiting for this very question, reveals a cunning expression. "Compensation, you say? What should I ask of this kid? The contractor of Sodet and the demonic sword?" Jin broke out in a cold sweat. I knew he'd say that. How much should I ask for? When he hesitated, she pressed on. She seems very excited, thinking they should let it slide this time since she got some important information. Then looking up at Ceres, she asks, "Daughter, you want that too, don't you?" Ceres frowned, snapping, "Why would you ask me that, mother?" Meanwhile, Jin is still confused, wondering to himself, He's really letting it go? Then he bows respectfully. "Thank you, Palace Lord." Talaris happily conjures a portal, laughing, "We're heading back now. We've been out for too long." Suddenly, a voice calls out, startling Jin. Before leaving, Ceres challenges Jane once more, saying they should settle things next time so neither of them owes the other anything. Terrace, amused by his seriousness, teases him, The poor boy can't even speak his true feelings." Ceres is teased until he's flustered. Mom, why have you been acting like this since yesterday?" Then she leaves Jin with one last sentence. "Well then, we're off. Bye-bye." All he could do was helplessly follow them. Cut to a different location. We see a pot of purple liquid boiling over a fire, followed by a spiky object that has been split in two. Ken sat before the bubbling pot when a voice called out, making him turn. Long time no see, Kieran. Why have you come here? He asks. I'll be blunt. Then the aloof Talari clan leader appears, asking directly if he'd be willing to marry his youngest son to her daughter. Aha. So the palace lord has her eyes on our youngest son, huh? Chapter 89. Someone is reviewing documents. I see. So this is what happened. So, Miss R, the White Knights, and the master of the 7th Magic Tower. It seems the youngest has been up to some interesting things again. Luna reviewed the report, impressed, and then asked, So, the youngest is doing well? A bewildered Dino responded, Yes, it was a fierce battle, but after arriving in Tychon, he made a full recovery before we left, thankfully. Let's get down to business, Luna said, folding the paper. Your name is T, right? What are your abilities? Tika, caught off guard by her name being mentioned, became extremely tense. I'm sorry, but we can't just provide you with food and shelter. Even though they're refugees, Tika stammers, unsure of what to say. But Song Luna didn't press the issue and gave Nanny an order. Nanny, find them some suitable work. Integrating with the people will help them settle in. She bowed deeply, accepting the order. Yes, Lady Luna, leave it to me. Yes, ma'am. Done. Luna turned to T and asked, Instead of just receiving support, wouldn't this be better? T replied with a bright expression. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Then Dino speaks, introducing himself. He was startled, replying, Yes, yes. Luna cheerfully said, If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll help you in any way I can. In return, you must achieve the results that the youngest requested. Dino fell silent, then declared firmly, Please don't worry, I won't fail her expectations. A month after the Colon incident, the world buzzed about the massacre of the native Colon people, including the anonymous travelers who punished the Jipo family, the perpetrators. The Cannon family and other forces opposed to the Jipo family quickly spread rumors. Despite Jipo clan claiming Muron Jipo acted alone, CCK fragments found at the scene suggest their deep involvement. Allied forces of Hugh Fester were outraged, while the Lutero Magic Federation tried to cover it up. The B Empire's emperor declared Jipo clan innocent, gradually cooling public anger. As a result, the Cannon family, who revealed this situation, gained fame among the people, and B received support from the Jipo family. The Jipo clan's image was tarnished by their betrayal of honor and status, leading to a period of silence from the death of the second commander to the Colon massacre. This was a major shock to them, and Dino was trying to process the information. Young Master Jin and Luna, I thought everyone in the Kadena family was a sword-crazed warrior, but I was wrong. And to his surprise, a pile of letters suddenly rained down beside him, leaving him bewildered. Tika delivered them, cheerfully saying, See that? These are all letters and donations sent to support us, Tika said as Dino looked on, still confused. Oh my, all of this? Khan exclaimed. After being abandoned for hundreds of years, so many people are now paying attention to us. Instead of just complaining, we're all secretly praying for the young master, until the nameless adventurer is revealed to be him, and he rises to prominence, elevating the Cannon family, and bury the Jipo family for good. Cut to Khan, walking alone on a rocky mountain path. As he walked, he mused, This is the 3rd time, isn't it? I hope Mr. Khamir's writing skills have improved. Suddenly, an immense pressure bears down, and Khan's face hardens as a sharp spire of ice erupts before him. His face was one of utter shock. Ice? A massive, sharp block of ice juts out from the ground, next to Terrace, the master of the Sagittarius Palace. Oh dear, my hands moved faster than my brain again. Why are you looking at me like that? Across from her was Chiron, serious and emanating power. Stop playing games and answer me. Terrace, did you interrupt my meditation just to talk about marriage? Is that some new form of taunt? But the older sister smirked. I'm not here just to cling to you like before. Suddenly, she looked to the side and unleashed a sharp sword strike. Khan receives the attack, his dark eyes struggling to withstand it, while Talaris reveals a look of surprise and regret. Oh my, you're Karin's you, Ken? Khan quickly drew his sword to block the ice blade, correcting her. It's Khan, Talaris, and greeting her at the same time. Ah, it's Khan? It's been a while, hasn't it? Ken turned to Khan and said, Khan, you've arrived? Never mind her, just give it to me, Khan replied. Yes, master. He then handed the master a letter. The letter from Kazmir to Kenjan Khannon reports the Colon massacre by Jin Khannon, who also killed Muron Jipo Murakan. He reads, It says the boy beheaded Muron Jipo? Khan replies, Not long ago, someone helped the Colon people who were massacred by the Jipo family. Articles say an anonymous traveler punished the Jipo family and rescued the people, along with the master of the 7th Magic Tower. Muron Jipo is dead and the White Knights confirm they were attacked. Meanwhile, the young master was also near that area, and Ken was shocked to hear a certain name. But the youngest isn't that strong. He then turned to Terrace. Was it you? Talaris teased with a playful expression. Don't look at me like that. I received a request from... What was his name? Casimir, I think. He replied, yes, but the letter said nothing about you. Casimir, how dare that brat keep information from me? Talaris asks in disbelief. What? Are you going to reprimand him? Ken didn't hesitate to reply. He needs to be warned. Talaris, hearing this, chimed in. I don't think that's a good idea. Instead, reward him. Ken looked perplexed. Praise him? She explained that Casimir had made it clear who he served. His loyalty was to Jin Kanan, not him. This caused Ken to pause and rethink things. After a long moment of contemplation, he processed the information in his hand and replied, All right, I understand. I almost put your youngest in a difficult position. Consider me in your debt, Talar Laris said. With that, Talar Laris returns to the original topic. A debt? Very well. So what do you intend to do about the debt from your youngest son? Ken flatly refuses to go and demand it from him, surprising her with a laugh, saying it's ridiculous. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. I'll be going now. Before you go, consider what I said earlier. Your youngest son and my daughter are a good match. Meanwhile, far away, Jin shivered as if someone had spoken his name, and he quickly turned around. What is it? July, noticing his unease, asked, confused. What's wrong? No, master, I just got the chills. Jin replied, as Ikimi, who was sitting across from him, preparing to drink tea, also spoke up. You too, master. I often get possessed like that. Julie looked puzzled. Ever since returning from Colon, everyone's been like this. Is it because of the rapid growth or something else? Your magical power increased thanks to Troman's light. Perhaps that's a side effect. Jin forces a smile. Ha ha, perhaps. But in his heart, he knew he'd gained so much from the Colon incident. 6-star swordsmanship, 5-star dark power, and 7-star magic. All thanks to the light, he's become a 7-star mage. But I can't go too far, as it could weaken the seal. Suddenly, a man walks in, calling, Young Master Chasm, who turns to look. Someone wants to see you. He says he's an intelligence gatherer working for you. Chasm simply chuckled, saying, Ha, just make up an excuse and send him away. But the butler hesitated. I was going to, but he claims to know the location of one of the 7 Colors secret bases, which darkened his expression. Is he a retired member of the 7 Colors? I've checked everyone, including the 7 Colors themselves. So this is his first time at Tan. And he already knows our secrets? That bastard, where is he? I told him to wait at the entrance. Jin approached the window, peering down with a puzzled look. He knew it was a secret of the septenary, but who could it be? Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had seen something incredibly shocking. Casme approached him, laughing. Ha. I've shown the young master quite the ridiculous scene. I never expected to be discovered by someone even the 7 Colors guards don't know about. Meanwhile, Jin inwardly recognizes Casma, who seems annoyed to see who has come looking for them. Seriously? He looks like a total loser. Meanwhile, Jin recognizes Z. Jin recalls the days of the red herring, the bastard who stabbed him in the back countless times. Remembering that time, I wanted to strangle him, but I spared his life because he had a son. Seeing him now, something must be wrong. Z has been taken to the prison and kneels on the ground, filled with anxiety. Chasm stood before him and spoke. I don't know him. Tell me, how did you know our location? He desperately replied. I'm Z. I run an intelligence shop in Aken. Aken Simi asked in surprise. You're from testing. Z flinched as he answered. Yes, that's right. I'm the one who gets information from them. For Aken to stop their tyranny, we planned to destroy them from within. That's right. Hearing this, Simi looks forward for the first time, thinking that this must be something Yain did before coming here. Jane nodded and smiled back, and Simi continued. Answer my question, Z. How did you know our location? Your answer will determine your fate. Z lowered his head pitifully. For an informant, secrecy is paramount. I can't say unless you accept me. Z whimpers, as Kazamiya bursts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Then, Ximi frowned, glaring menacingly as he shouted, How dare you act so pretentious here? I won't rest until you confess. But suddenly he shouts, Also, the Rainbow Interrogator is here, and I know information about Arachne's leg. I want to know. Simi paused, stunned. No, master, he's lying. Just then, a voice reminded him, and Jay thought with a disgruntled look, Master, isn't Casimir the commander of Fort T? But why is he so afraid of him? Hentai looks behind him and sees Jane glaring at him. Jane, with a terrifying look, greeted Jay, who was looking up. Long time no see. Jay, what are you doing here without my gift? He looked at him like he'd seen a ghost, his face contorted in fear, unable to speak. You, you fraud. He frantically shouts, Lord Casimir, this bastard is a fraud. He's the one who impersonated Veridin Zippo. Don't listen to him. Tikon will become the second testing subject. Chasm, unable to listen anymore, grabbed a tool and interrupted. Did you fill it out? How dare you? Enraged, he was about to draw his sword when Black Dragon suddenly burst in, yelling, Hey! McCrub, startled, quickly hid his sword, sweating nervously. Black Dragon, his face red with anger, asked, Why didn't I see anyone order ice cream? I told you to buy it, didn't I? CME was flustered. Huh? Well, I'm investigating that right now. Huh, what flag? Black Dragon swoops down, angrily questioning Z. Wait, are you the one who poisoned the juice? How are you here? Z thought in horror, his face contorting. He's that lunatic from before. What's he doing here? Wait, he just spoke to Casimir about what happened at Aken. This madman is one of his subordinates, meaning he's the highest-ranking person here, and he's noticed Jine standing against the back wall. After weighing his options, he slams his head against the floor and cries out, Oh, heavens, sir, I was a fool not to recognize you. Z continued to prostrate himself, and Jin thought, So this is Z. So then he said, Never mind, let's get straight to the point. Tell me everything about the Spiderfoot. We wasted no time in recounting that his real name is Takan Marius, a former cadet of the Cannon family. Jin wondered, Van Kanen Marius, that name sounds familiar. July whispered, Young Master Taman Marius, the younger brother of the eldest young lady. That's her family name. Upon hearing this, Jin paused, utterly shocked. The Spider Owl came from the Delki Kingdom, the Hugh Fester Power Alliance. As a commoner, Han passed the Danan cadet test, and the name he used then was Takan Marius. That was Alu's real name, but it's been erased. Jin calls out to July as if to confirm. Jiwai confirmed it, saying, Yes, that's right, Master. Vu Emtai Moon was also from the Diochi Kingdom. Jin fell silent, as if unable to believe this truth. When did he take the test? Z replied. 1776, 20 years ago, CME retorted, drawing his sword to the man's neck. 20 years ago, the Deliki Kingdom was in civil war, its people evacuated. How could he have taken the test? Are you lying? But that's all he knew, so he didn't know how to answer. Krokan Alu also chimes in at this moment. Young Master, if that's true, someone within the Dancan might have helped him. Hearing this, Jine is visibly angry, realizing that only purebloods or nannies who support them could accomplish such a thing. The Dancan nannies don't just raise children. Their power grows with the status of the child they serve, and 20 years ago, Luna Dancan was recognized as the temporary head of the family. At that time, the eldest sister's nanny would have great power. If they really are related, then an ancestor must hate me. Perhaps the image of the white-haired girl appeared in his speculation, but Jin dismissed the thought. No, Toon could have acted alone, but why? He then asked for confirmation. Did you confirm the information? Z quickly reaffirmed his intel. I swear on my life I already confirmed it in Delki. Jin then said, All right, lead the way. He panicked for a moment, then crossed his arms and said coldly, Now, we're going to Delki. He thought to himself, I'll confirm Taman Marius and Alu Spiderleg's scheme myself. The Delki Kingdom is allied with the Hugh for Power Link. At that moment, a bald man being trampled shouts, You useless bastard, didn't I tell you? What will happen if you're not on time? The man being kicked panicked, quickly explaining, Please don't do that. I'm doing this to support my daughter. If you continue, I'll report you to the authorities. Gabo shouts arrogantly. Huh? Report me? Have you forgotten? I have the Black Main Syndicate backing me. But a voice from behind stops him in his tracks. Wait a moment. Vriss, his face hidden in shadow, asked with a sinister smile. Wouldn't continuing this be a bit troublesome? GBR. Daber was completely panicked. How are you here? Wait. So that guy was nearby. Just then, his eyes widened, veins bulging from the pain. His nose gushed blood, followed by a massive coughing fit of blood. The bald man whose face was stomped on was terrified at the sight and the blood splattering on him. Just then, Kujan suddenly appeared, filled with disdain. How pathetic. Still living this life after your mother helped you. At that moment, the bald man trembled and spoke. Spare me, please. He begged on his knees. I'll give you all my money, so please spare me. I won't say a word. My daughter is waiting for me at home, please. Kujan casually replies, Geez, we're not like those bastards. Then he sits in front of the man and says, Sorry, but we don't need money. The man hurriedly asked, Sing, so what do you need me to do? Sorry about this, someone said nonchalantly, before cleanly severing the man's head. With a wave of her hand, she took a life and acted so cool. I don't hate you. You were just unlucky, poor man, forced to meet your end with unseeing eyes. The moon rises high, and all of this is for him. This sinister couple appears incredibly treacherous as we cut back to Chasm. As he reads the information, he realizes the Marius name is common on the continent, but in the Delki Kingdom, only one special organization uses it. He explains that the Moon Offering Orphanage appears to be a normal orphanage from the outside, but it's where the Delki royals train orphans to become assassins or spies. These children were encouraged to bond, only to be forced to kill each other, with the survivors becoming assassins. But the place was shut down after the prince's faction won the civil war. 10 of the children were released, becoming free citizens, and of the 9 remaining besides the deceased Ao, all live as citizens of the Daikyo Empire. With that, he handed Jin the file, saying, "Here are their addresses." Jay accepts the documents and urges, "Then let's go to Daiki right away." In his mind, he calculated that this could be a clue about the Shadow Wings and the bastard who cursed him. "I will definitely catch you." His eyes sharpened with determination, and soon Jine set off on his journey. "Farewell, Mr. Jine Grey and Mr. Z. May your journey be safe." At the Delki Kingdom's warp gate, Jine sets off with Jess as his guide. Along the way, Jay reviewed the information and explained that the closest person was Gaber Marius, a gangster in an area called Nentara. It would take quite a while to get there. "Let's find an inn first," but Jin quickly refused. "No, that won't be necessary. We were going to the western region where 3 people live." They looked for lodging later and soon knocked on someone's door. Z knocked and called out, "Hello, is anyone home?" Nobody's here." But when no one answered, Jine looked around and noticed something, a group of people gathering. Seeing this, he approaches to investigate, but his eyes suddenly become serious. Looking down, he saw soldiers dealing with the aftermath of the poison couple's deadly act, the bald head of the unfortunate man, and Gabo's stiff body lying in a large pool of blood. Jin immediately recognized the poison and wind magic used in the crime, along with festering liver magic. A citizen expressed their dissatisfaction. "That bastard Gabo was just showing off a few days ago," a citizen said. Jin was shocked and asked, "You said Gabo?" The villager turned back and asked, "Huh? Are you his friend?" He calmly replies, "No, I'm just surprised you could recognize him from that mangled corpse." The man then recounted, "I saw him staggering by here drunk just yesterday. Not long after, I heard a scream. And then this happened." The dead man also owed Gaber money. How unfortunate. Jin thought to himself, piecing together the events. If poison was used, then Gabo was likely the initial target, and then they silenced the witness with magic. That's strange. If they wanted to kill him with poison, shouldn't they have waited until he was alone? Why the rush? But haste. As he realizes something, his face turns grave, and he urgently calls out to Z, who responds in a startled panic. Huh? What is it?" Jine asked urgently. "Who's next?" he asked, fumbling through the documents. "Yes, it's Wheatway Marius, about 2 hours away." Jin decides they'll head there within the hour, sensing something terrible. Despite this, when they arrived, they found the man sitting stiffly in his chair. Startled, Rhett cried out, "He." Jine approached to examine the man, only to realize it was poison again. He hasn't been dead long. His skin color and posture haven't changed yet. It's a self-adjusting assassination poison. Then he declared it was the same person, leaving Rhett in a daze. So, Jin concludes that someone wants to eliminate all the survivors of the moon sacrifice. He urges, "Quickly, we must hurry." Yes. But when they arrived, the target had already been dealt with, blood splattered all over the ground. But the two pressed on, racing to find the other targets. Arriving at the scene, they stopped before a house marked by the ravages of death. He was speechless, overwhelmed by the scene before him, a trail of destruction left by 8th Circle wind magic, Hellwind, growing ever more intense. Z nervously says, "There are only 2 of us left, sir. If this continues, it'll be hard to catch him, and we'll become suspects for being at every scene. What about reporting to the guards?" Jin somberly replies, "No, if we report it, we'll be investigated too. It'll be too late." He sighs, then wears a terrifying expression, pushed to his limit. How dare they underestimate me in Dark Canyon, even if I am just an apprentice. Those bastards, I'll catch them no matter what. Cut to another location where the 2 culprits are still humming. Let's see who's next. You're the last one, huh? Vis, looking at a list of names being crossed off, casually remarks, "This is more boring than I thought." "You guys were trained like us, right? Why are they so weak?" As she squeezed Kujan's shoulder, he looked exhausted and sleep-deprived, saying, "Not everyone gets the same training. Vray and I are the chosen ones. Of course, we're different from those defective products. Okay. The two stop in front of their target's large house, a cruel look on their faces as they make their declaration. Let's end this. Razor-sharp sand seals the door. In the next instant, the sand blade sliced the door to pieces, creating a massive explosion as Kujan stepped inside to survey the scene. The two stood at the door, the room inside in disarray and empty. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, I didn't expect that." Meanwhile, Jine was still running through the forest, accompanied by RT and another person, as panicked voices echoed around them. "Hey, hey!" The man fled, frantically asking, "Are all the moon sacrifice people dead?" Jin kept running, replying, "Yes, someone is one step ahead of us, killing them all." The last man clutches a bundle tightly in his arms, as Jin realizes their targets are being eliminated from the space gate outwards. That's why we're always one step behind. Which is why we had no choice but to come to you, the furthest away so we could save your daughter. Just then, a bewildered little girl peeked out from behind the man's shoulder, and he said, "I'm sorry, but this is probably useless." Confused, Jin listens as the man explains, "Though we are old, we survived brutal training. Only two could kill us this easily." Vri and Kujan were in a completely different league, and Jin was stunned as he continued to run. Weren't there only 10 survivors? No. He recounts that a total of 12 people survived the moon sacrifice, and 2 are hunting them down, monsters trained by that man. Suddenly, a massive tremor erupts behind the man, sending debris flying. Diane turns back in a panic as the man is thrown to the ground, desperately shielding his daughter. A pair of skinny legs appear. "Jen Marius, I thought you'd lost your child for good." "Jen, how did you know we were coming to visit?" "This man is Jen Marius." According to her, the VIS appeared with a terrifying face. "Since when were you so fast?" Jen questioned in a panic. "Barris Kujan, why are you doing this?" Kujan frowned coldly. "Sorry, but there's no time to explain." We'd been up since dawn, but before he could finish speaking, a beam of light erupted. A massive iron pillar struck down, creating a huge shockwave. The two managed to jump clear and escape. Vris exclaimed in shock, "Huh? Where did that lightning come from?" He was also confused. "A mage?" Jin then questioned the two. "You say your names are Vis and Kujan? I was wondering who was disrupting my plans. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'll take my time to find out who gave the order. You're causing trouble on Runcandle land." Jine stood in the wind, lightning flickering around his grim face. He then assessed the two, who weren't even trying to hide their identities and looked to be under 30. The girl was at least an 8th Circle mage, and not of the Jaibo clan. "So, who is she?" Only now does Vris reveal her confusion. Then she spoke up. "You even have a bodyguard? How did Genin know that?" Kujan, ever disdainful, wondered how that fool could possibly know. "I think the bodyguard is the one who knows." Hearing this, Virus proudly unleashed his power. "Is that so? Then I'll turn your gene donor into mincemeat, and then we'll ask his bodyguard after I've cut off his limbs." Kujan, having recognized Jin's strength, warned him to be careful. Viz doesn't think he's ordinary, but she just scoffs in disdain. "Haha, be careful? Kujan, you're always so cautious." She steps forward, gathering power in her hand. "That's the reason. No one's interested in you." Vris shouted, then unleashed a sharp burst of power towards Jine, who raised his hand in defense. He conjures a magic circle in his hand, deflecting the attack. Vis is shocked at how easily he neutralized her move. "Huh? He blocked it? What's wrong? Am I just too tired?" Watching this from behind, Kujan was speechless, while Jin frowned as he assessed the situation. 4th level wind magic sword. She says she's been using magic since dawn, so she's saving mana. The real problem is that guy, the one using poison. I noticed Kujan carefully gripping his sword. A sword? I thought he was just an assassin, but he's a swordsman. A swordsman who uses poison. Even his blade emits a blue aura filled with toxins. Jin shouts, "Zet!" Z was startled, confused by the call. "Huh?" Di Yanzeng seriously tells Ren to run away. Z is even more panicked, not knowing what to do. "Huh? Huh? How could I leave you? Wait, no, I can't do that, can I? How could I leave you behind?" But just then, Kujan leaped forward to attack, and Jin gripped his sword, raising it to block Kanujan's sudden assault. Sensing his power, Jin's heart sank. Damn, this guy's at least level 8, and he looks like he hasn't even broken a sweat. A magic swordsman? "Hey, bodyguard, looks like your life is worth more than that guy over there. Why don't you hand him over and run?" Zin retorted sharply. So my life is worth more, but my responsibilities are greater." Raising her voice, Jine fought Kujan with all her might as he unleashed a barrage of attacks, while Jin yelled, reminding Z to run. Zed was about to argue, but Jine cut him off, saying, "Don't say things that complicate matters, just run." Jack didn't argue, grabbing Jean's collar and declaring, "If you survive, we'll meet again." Z drags his companion as they try to escape, but another voice rings out. "Oh, God, I can't watch. I'm gonna cry." You think you can escape? The VRS shows a crazy cruelty, unleashing her power. And so he charged forward with absolute confidence. Hold him back. Kujan finished them off and return at once. Meanwhile, Jine's coat billows in the wind as he moves with incredible speed. He's succumbing to the dark power, sword in one hand, energy orb in the other, and says, "Sorry, but shouldn't you reap what you sow before you go?" He looks absolutely thrilled as he says this. Vrees turns back in shock and Kujan's eyes narrow as well, resulting in a powerful explosion, leaving only a pure, white cloud of smoke. Vrees turned back in shock, blinded, while Kujan stared intently at the approaching light. Jin suddenly appeared and struck him with a sword, drawing blood. He gripped his blade, eyes fixed on his opponent, but Kujan retaliated with a powerful blow. Jin quickly leaps back to evade the attack while the VRIS agent covers her eyes, staggering and screaming. "Ah, what is this? I can't see anything." "Kuzjan, where are you? Damn it." "Kuzan," she calls out, her red eyes glaring back. Kujan stood there with a dark expression, clutching the long, bleeding wound, and stared in stunned silence at her injured comrade. "Ku!" She then erupts with immense power, fueled by utter rage. "Quan!" The VI's questioning voice rang out. "How dare you? How dare you do that to Kuzujan?" That power surges toward Jine. "You damned bastard, I'll kill you." Her face was terrifying, but Kujan's voice stopped her in her tracks. "Vriss." He covered the wound with his hand, reassuring her. "Calm down. I'm just recovering. Calm down. We've overexerted ourselves today. We'll overload on mana if we're not careful." Vrees paused, then obeyed. "I see." Jin narrows his eyes, realizing they won't go down without a fight. Suddenly, Kujan reaches into his chest and pulls out a vial filled with a poisonous-looking green liquid. The stench is so strong that Jean covers her nose in alarm. "What is that? Is that disgusting aura coming from him poison?" He then suddenly tilted his head back and chugged the potion. Immediately, the wound on his chest began to close at an abnormal rate. Jin thought to himself he'd heard of people increasing their resistance with poison, fighting poison with poison. Though it would shorten their lifespan, they would gain power in proportion to the price. After Kujan drank it, he threw the empty vial down and clicked his tongue. A magic swordsman who uses both sword and magic at the same time. "You're more trouble than I thought. Now you're enhancing your sword with poison? I've never seen magic like that before. While I have many questions for you, I must prioritize the mission." His eyes narrowed with malice. "I'll forgo taking you alive." Then, Kujan stomped on the ground, causing it to sink. In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Jin's pupils contracted, the tension palpable as Kujan suddenly appeared behind him, striking down. Jin quickly turned and tried to dodge, but Kujan's eyes flashed purple, his face darkened like a demon as he unleashed vicious attacks. The drug-enhanced warrior overwhelms Jin, and sensing danger, Jin leaps back to evade the attack. The hand bearing the stone raised its magical power, unleashing countless sharp beams of energy toward Jin, who desperately dodged left and right. His eyes sharp and wary, Jin turns to face Kujan head-on. Sensing his power, the opponent is shocked, wondering just what this guy is. His swordsman level is only at rank 6, but his movements are faster than normal. He's definitely more skilled than that. Just then, Jin smirks, deciding to deal with the mage first, as a blue aura erupts around him. Vrees was horrified by what she saw. "Huh? What? Blue flames? No way." That giant blue flame is headed straight for her. As the blue fire washes over her, only a faint shadow and a desperate scream remain. Kujan Kwang turned back in shock. "Vrr, you're distracted. What a loving brother." Jane's teasing voice echoed as dark energy enveloped Jin and Kujan. He was lost and confused in the endless darkness and couldn't help but frown with unease. "It's so dark, what's going on?" Suddenly, a sharp streak of dark energy flashes. As Jin passes, Kujan is slashed twice across the chest, blood gushing out. Now powerless, he collapses to his knees, his body frozen as he thinks in disbelief. A power neither magic nor aura. A power he's never seen before. Then, with a look of resignation, he said, "You're a magic swordsman, aided by the Azure Phoenix. I've met a formidable opponent." Curious, Jin turned back to Kujan, puzzled. "I wonder if poison will work on a bastard like you." A small wound appeared on Jin's waist, but suddenly Jin's face contorted, blood gushing from his mouth as he exclaimed in disbelief, "This is death." With that, Jin collapses to the ground, while in the battle, Vriss is charred by the azure flame and lies smoking weakly on the ground. Pained breaths filled the air as Kujan knelt motionless, and Jin suffered just as terribly. He then struggled to pick up his sword and used all his strength to stand. His face contorted slightly, while Kujan picked up his sword as well. His eyes quickly sharpened as he turned back to Jin. They both rose, still hunched over from exhaustion, as if preparing for what's to come. As the battle raged on, a booming voice suddenly echoed, startling both warriors. "Found you, Your Highness. I've found them." A pair of silver boots appeared, followed by a group of knights. The leader gives the order. "Archers, prepare to fire." "Knights, follow me. I am Laika Kadelki, third prince of Delki. Lay down your arms." Dai looks back, wondering if Ja called them, but as he turns, Kujan warns him. "Remember this well. I will come back for you." He then picked up Vriss's unconscious body. His eyes gleamed with sharp hatred. "Don't think you're safe, you bastard." Then he decisively leaped away and fled, as Lycadelki's warning shout echoed. "Don't let them get away. After them. We have to catch them." A group of knights immediately gave chase, leaving Jin behind, gasping in pain. Just then, Lycadelki called out to him, "Hey, who are you?" He approached Jane and patted his shoulder. "Are you with them too?" His face then filled with panic, and Jane's weak body collapsed. The third prince cried out, "Where's the healer? We need to heal him, quickly." Jin was awake but couldn't move, forced to lie still and endure. "Damn it, I can't afford to pass out now." But sometime later Jin suddenly awoke in bed, as if from a nightmare, drenched in sweat. The third prince, sitting nearby with his arms crossed, spoke as Jin awoke. "You're awake? This is my estate. Since your identity was unconfirmed, I brought you here." Jin, catching his breath, calmly asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" He replied, "Lucky you're alive. The poison inside you could kill a 3-star swordsman. However, if he were a member of the Caden family, that would be a different story." Jin sat silently, watching him warily, as he thought to himself, "So he really is Jin Caden. Luckily I saw him at the ball." Lai Kadi then spoke. "What happened to the other two? Despite the serious chest wound, they managed to escape our knights." "How could you have injured a monster like him?" he asked, sweat beading on his brow as he pondered the situation. He must have been a 5-star swordsman back then. Even if he's grown, he's only reached 6 stars. Someone must have helped him wound that monster, but Jin calmly gave a polite reply. "First, I want to thank you," the third prince replied earnestly. "It's nothing. Saving a black cane from Fester is the right thing to do, even if you're just a reserve," Jin asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. "Did you report this to City Hall?" he asked bluntly. "If you had, you'd be dead." As soon as he brought him here, the powerful began their destruction of Delki. Jin was shocked. "Are they comrades from Tian? I've caused you trouble." He felt guilty, but Laika Kadi just smiled. "Ha ha, not at all, but is there something I could ask of you?" He took a gamble, and Jin generously agreed. "Please, go on." Hearing that, he didn't hesitate, and cut straight to the chase. "When you become a phenomenon, send more guards to protect it, and the gold mine shares that the Caden family owns. I want some of that back." Jin paused, then spoke words that made the third prince break out in a cold sweat. "It seems you value my life so little. I will double the number of guards and relinquish all shares of that gold mine." Hearing this, he was shocked. "That much? Is that even possible?" "Please, don't worry," Jin calmly reassured him. "From now on, there will be nothing I can't do at Hugh Fester." But the third prince remained skeptical. What does he mean by that? Even with a stroke of luck, there's no way he could wield that much power. Unless she wants to become the family head, he carefully assesses the somber figure before him. Cut to a later time, where worried voices can be heard from outside. "Young master, everyone," Julie sobbed, tears welling up in her eyes. "You haven't been rampaging in Colon for long, but you've already got me worried." The Black Dragon grumbled, "You fought an 8-star mage and a knight. Were you trying to die?" Jin couldn't help but feel helpless, raising his hand to stop them. "I'm sorry, everyone. I won't do it again." The three of them stood there with different expressions. "Everyone, calm down." "Good to see you're all right." Even the battered Z exclaimed with joy. "Oh, thank goodness you're back," Jin asked with concern. "Z, what happened to you?" Z pointed at the Black Dragon, accusing, "I told him what was happening, but he didn't believe me and even hit me." Simi then spoke up, young Master Jin, and asked again, "Do you know what happened to Jen Marius?" "Yes, no matter how many times we interrogate him, he keeps saying he won't talk until you get there." Simi responded, and Jin, upon hearing this, said seriously, "I understand. I'll go see him." He appeared before Jen, who looked quite tense. Jin, sitting opposite him, began, I risked my life for you and your daughter, so I won't beat around the bush. Tell me, who taught you? Both Kujan and Vis. Jen, unable to contain herself, bit her trembling lip and finally spoke. Canon's first miracle? Luna. Canon's nanny. This revelation froze Jen, and with all her strength, she uttered the name. Taemin Marius, she's our mother, cut to Kujan and Vris. They kneel before Nani, whose real name is Taimun, as she speaks with disappointment. I have nothing more to say. Not only did you fail, but you revealed yourselves to a swordsman. They must have a death wish. Her face is filled with coldness and malice. Get out of my sight, she commanded. From today forward, our relationship is over. The two of them were shocked to hear that. Huh? Taimun, what do you mean? Are you saying you're going to kick us out? With a cold, expressionless face, Taimun calmly said, That's right, you've made a grave mistake. But at that moment, Vris cried out. No. She looked down to see Viez crying and begging, clinging to her leg. Please, mother, we won't do it again. We promise. Please don't kick us out. But she coldly brushed her off, saying, Let go, don't look for me again. With that, Taimun turned and left. Vis could only call out in anguish, Mother. But Quan held her back, telling Taimun to take care of herself. He spoke, bowing his head with reverence, and after a long, silent pause, the door opened. She left the small house hidden in the remote forest, thinking that the swordsman was definitely Master Jain. That dark energy is just as I heard from him. He must have found a clue about me, and he'll come looking for me with the young lady soon. Even if they know the truth, the young lady can't kill me. What's more important now is information about young Master Jain. He wields dark energy and magic, something that man didn't know. So, the hounds weren't entirely useless after all, she thought, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Now, in the abandoned house, only Kujan remained, embracing VRS as the scene shifted to Jane, who was still talking to Jen. Did you meet Tan? Jen asked in surprise. You mean Alu-chan Hen? I already killed him. Jen was shocked and panicked at this revelation. Huh? Takan, or Alu Spiderlegs, once commanded a mafia organization. And before I killed him, he said the one who ordered him to kill me was Taimon? Jin pressed on and Ren, visibly strained, clasped her hands together and began to recount the story. 15 years ago, Takan said this, when leaving Deokgi. Taimon, my mother made a deal with someone high up in the Kanden family, and if anything goes wrong, my siblings and I will be in danger, so we have to be careful. Jin then asks, Did you hear exactly what that deal was? Jen simply replies, No. Jain pieces together that a Dan clan member is superior to Tan. He then stood up and decided it was time to leave, prompting CME to ask where he was going. Jin turns with a cold face to meet Luna, who returns to another place, as someone holding a cup of tea asks if she's comfortable here. Luna is showing concern for Tika, who gratefully replies, Thank you for your concern, Luna. Everyone else has found work, and we Consens are finally living like humans. Hearing this, Luna happily says, Oh, our youngest would be so happy to hear that. Suddenly, Luna glances outside. Outside in the rain, a drenched figure stood beyond the gate. She exclaims, It's the youngest. Jin stands in the rain, his expression dark and sharp. After a while, the two sat facing each other and talked. Luna listened for a while before laughing happily. Ha ha ha, she trained orphans to be assassins and ordered them to curse you? Brother, that's our nanny. Why would she do that to me? Your laughter clearly shows you don't believe what I said. Jin sat there with his head bowed and an expressionless face. Then Luna retorted again. Ha ha, that's probably just fake news. She's traveling, so come visit again next time. But Jain interrupted, Please forgive me, sister. And Luna immediately slammed her hand down on the table in anger. Her face twisted in denial, refusing to believe this. Don't apologize, acting like it's the truth. How could she do such a thing? Then she glanced up again and saw Jain's face, full of pain and helplessness. Later, Luna gritted her teeth and growled, but still tried to deny it. It must be the plan of someone else. Jin could only watch in pain as his sister's panic unfolded. Luna continued to dismiss the truth with assumptions. That Mokoi, the one I saved, must have lied. And if she really has something to hide, there must be a reason for it. Yeah, I shouldn't just sit here. I need to go and find out for myself. Let's go see the nanny. Luna made her decision and immediately took Jin with her. Meanwhile, Taimun sat silently in a dark room, seemingly waiting for something, her eyes closed, but her mind racing. Vriskujan, because you two revealed his identity, he will deal with you. No matter, they're just ordinary hounds, I can always breed more. But how did the young master know this information? Did that mage make a mistake? Otherwise, why would she? She sat in contemplation when a sudden noise made Taimun turn around. The door opens and she speaks immediately. You've arrived. Miss and Master Jin. Luna and Jin appear at the door. Luna coldly questioned, I'll get straight to the point. Vimarius Kujanmarius, do you know them? Taimon falls silent, looking at her. She then stood up and answered frankly, Yes, I know them, miss. Luna then asked why she was secretly raising assassins and why they were causing trouble with Jine. But she retorts, Please, hear me out. Those weren't my orders. I was also surprised to learn my hounds were involved with young Master Jine. She shamelessly spouts such blatant lies. That's why I'm here, waiting for you. Luna's hand clenched, then trembled. Do you think you'll be forgiven for that excuse? Luna's eyes welled with tears, betrayed that she secretly harbored assassins without permission. But Taimun simply requested, Please hand me over to the family court. I will make a full statement there. Luna retorted, Are you running away? How could you? You're not the person I knew anymore. This realization dawns on Taimun as Luna presses, Her actions are incomprehensible. Can she not explain herself? But with trembling hands she explained, My lady, I apologize for hiding this from you, but the reason I raised subordinates was to survive. Don't you know how many enemies you have in the family? That's why we face danger every day. What are you talking about? Luna asked, confused. Who would dare lay a hand on my people? She continues. Just as I thought, you weren't aware that the servants in this estate are replaced in less than a year, were you? Do you know why? The guards and servants, none lasted more than a year, some only a month. Have you ever wondered why? Taimon's eyes went black as she screamed, They were all killed! By your siblings, the ones you hold dear. Luna retorts, Don't lie to me. If that were true, why didn't you say anything? But Taimon calmly replies, I didn't say anything because I know exactly what kind of person you are. Luna staggered, finding it all ridiculous as the woman continued. Even if I had told you, would you have been able to harm your own siblings, my lady? Or perhaps just give them a slap on the wrist? Isn't the reason you gave up the family head position because you didn't want to hurt your siblings? Nanny, me. Luna wept in despair, abandoning all desire to compete for the Caden family's head position. She calmly stated that the moment one abandons their duty is the moment their subordinates are seen as prey. Taimun spoke, clutching her skirt in anger as if it were Luna's fault. Rewinding to 35 years ago, I first felt what true power was. In that dilapidated orphanage, I was destined to be a loyal dog for the nobles, but the Cannon family recognized my talent and made me their nanny, finally allowing me to live as a human, not an animal. At this moment, Taimun cradled the newborn, lamenting her own unfortunate fate, but marveling at the good fortune of the Caden family's firstborn. Envy? Of course not. Only gratitude. You gave me this power, such a warm little prodigy. All the Caden children born after her were her rivals. However, that was never an issue, as the head of the family said that Lady Luna possessed more talent than anyone else. At that moment, little Luna held a wooden sword and cheered radiantly. Nanny, I've dueled everyone in the beginner class and won every time. Roth and Xavier even teamed up against me, but I still won. Taimun smiled and praised her. Impressive, keep up the good work. But then, Luna said something that shocked her. But I don't like fighting. Even though I'm good at it, Taimun was worried. I used to worry about your innocence, but I realized I was worrying for nothing. As she grew older, Luna defeated her siblings and warned, Don't ever appear before me again. Shoo or face the consequences. Get lost. You're ruining my appetite. Trash. Lick my feet for the rest of your lives. That suits you better. As time passed and she turned 13, I no longer saw any of the innocence from before, only dignity. Time continued to pass, and running through the rain she heard Luna's helpless words. Nanny, I feel so exhausted. She stood there, back turned to the rain. Mother, father, my siblings, and all the members of our house, I just want to stop. I don't want to be the head of the family. But Taimun quickly retorted, No, my lady, to become the head of the family, you have no other choice. Luna made her decision upon hearing that. Then I have no need for it. This left her stunned. My lady, Luna feels hopeless, forced to kill family for the sake of the family. That is not the right answer. I must achieve something that both aids the family and avoids killing our own. I will become the sword that protects this family. Turning back, he saw tears of resignation on her helpless face. At 19, her adolescence was ending, and so was his revenge. Hearing Luna's decision, Taemin felt like he was falling into an abyss, his long-fought efforts collapsing. Yes, the sacrifice and suffering he had endured for the past 12 years. I had intended to make her the head of the family and use her for my revenge, but she was a whale from a myth, and I was just a thirsty fisherman watching her go. At that moment, Taimun knelt before Luna saying, I will follow you, my lady. That day, she had a new dream, and tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Nanny, Thank you for supporting me. While Taemoon felt like he'd lost everything, and my dream is shattered. And soon after, her siblings noticed she had changed, and they began to hunt her. Their inhumane and insane actions were difficult to stomach, even for someone like me who had carried out countless assassinations. At that moment, Taemon overheard their wicked plans and thought to himself, I can't let the young lady know about this or she'll blame herself. I'm her nanny, I have to take care of this myself, but how? Yes, I will raise loyal dogs, just as I once was. I'll select a few useful orphans. But in the end, her hands were bound, and she was taken away. Tom and Marius, guide and top assassin of the Moon sect, forced Taemoon to kneel before him. That man made a request, and I'll get straight to the point. I want your obedience and loyalty. If you accept, I'll give you everything you want, he said. But Taemoon refused. Just kill me. The man cut her off. Listen to the end. You always smile, but I know exactly what emotions lie behind that smile. Taemoon, didn't you want freedom? Didn't you despise that incompetent princess? Come to me, and I'll give you true freedom. That day, the fisherman who had been waiting for the great whale finally heard the voice of salvation. Her face twisted, wondering what expression the young lady would wear if she heard this. Back in the present, Luna and Jin turned towards the door, while Taemoon, still in the shadows, spoke. I'm sorry, my lady. I had hoped that even in death you would never know about this. Whatever the reason, the truth is I secretly trained soldiers and had them point their swords at Master Jin. Even if I didn't directly order it, it's still a crime worthy of death. I must pay for my mistakes, so I've already reported everything to the main family. And now, a squad of knights enters. Jin was stunned by this turn of events, execution knights of the family. Taemoon was one step ahead, waiting there to be taken away. Well, I'll see you all at the trial then. Jin couldn't help but speak from above. Looks like you have a backer, Tam and Marius. I don't know who it is, but few have the power to save you at a family court. But she simply turned back and replied, You're mistaken again. I only have Miss Luna. Even if I'm executed, I'll just consider it bad luck. With a cold look, Jin warned, You speak too much for someone about to die. Would someone as free-spirited as him really save a pawn like you? Taemoon was stunned for a moment, then calmly said, If you have nothing more to say, I'll be going. Jin remained silent, watching her go as Taemoon passed the knights, marveling at how far he'd come by more than just luck. Indeed, he may have abandoned me, but the young master can save my life with the information I possess about him. If I use this information as leverage, perhaps... Suddenly, one of the knights spoke, stopping her in her tracks. Taemoon Marius sends his regards and says, Well done. Immediately, the knight moved in on Taemoon. A sharp blade aimed at her, but another force intervened, impacting the other knights as well. Her question echoes, How dare a mere escort knight try to assassinate her nanny? Luna appears, her face twisted with rage. A surge of power emanates as she points her weapon. Looks like you've forgotten who I am. Luna unleashes her power, demanding, Have you forgotten who I am? The knight was shaken by the surge of power, but Jin calmly observed from above. So it's finally come to this. Taemoon, the family's executioner knight, won't resist her. They're just that man's subordinates disguised as knights. But threats are useless against those death seekers. A death knight appeared behind Taemoon with a sharp blade, and Jin continued his deduction. Even if it meant death, they would drag Taemoon down with them. And just as predicted, a group of assassins lunged at her from behind, but Jin suddenly jumped down, severing the arm of one of the assassins with a single strike. His eyes flashed with cold light as his sword sliced through another assassin's neck. Immediately, a head flew into the air, but more assassins slipped behind him. But then, a flurry of spinning weapons came flying, Luna hurling her armaments with incredible force. They slammed into the ground, sending earth and stone flying, and a cloud of brown dust rose, halting the assassins with a divine horizontal cut. Taemoon was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as another assassin swung his blade, only to be stopped by a hand suddenly clamping down on his head. Luna, unleashing her power like a demon, slammed him into the ground. Suddenly, the Death Warrior raised his twin swords, stabbing at Luna as if to drag her down with him. But after slashing through, the crack on Luna's armor was only a tiny chip, causing him to exclaim in shock. What? Luna grabs the man's arm, violently ripping it away from the assassin. A heart-wrenching scream echoes as Tai trembles at the sight. Luna is strangling a Death Knight, lifting him up as Jin slowly retracts his sword, glaring at Toon. I was right. Taemoon Marius, your mistress never intended to save you. Her face pales, unable to utter a word. Luna, still choking the soldier, her face grim, demanded, If you want an intact corpse, answer my questions. But suddenly, her pupils contracted, as if she'd seen something terrifying. Removing the helmet reveals a grotesque, zombie-like face with thick blood oozing from its mouth. Jine reveals that it was poison. He committed suicide before she could interrogate him. Luna curses the dead man in a fit of rage as Jine approaches her. It's come to this, so don't play dumb. Tell me everything, Taimun. Her face paled, devoid of its usual confidence, and Luna noticed, continuing her questioning. I trusted you enough to have you investigate those I wanted to target, Jine, yet you deceived me? How could you do this to me? Why, Nanny? Luna demanded, agitated. Suddenly, Taimun's face contorted into a bizarre smile. Ha 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 ha. I knew this would happen, but these words shocked the sisters. Taimun calmly relinquished, I suppose I'm getting old. I didn't expect to fall for such an obvious assassination attempt. Suddenly, a still-living assassin seized the moment and lunged at Taimun with a sword. Luna watched in shock, then rushed to embrace Taimun, desperate to save her. Butler, but it was too late. Taimun coughed up a pool of blood. Little miss, Luna quickly interjected. No, don't speak. The poison will spread throughout your body. Taimun weakly replied, this poison is the same one Kanujin gave me. How ironic. It was too late now. Her face was pale as she muttered, so this is what they call karma? But Luna cried out in despair, trembling. No, Nanny, no, this isn't what I wanted. Please, Nanny. She clutches at the doorknob, desperate to hold on, thinking she doesn't want to die. I wanted to beg for the young lady's forgiveness. To live on. I just wanted to stay by her side longer. When did everything go wrong? Was it from the moment she was captured and brought before him? The moment when hatred, not the young lady, filled my mind? That's when everything started to go wrong. So at least in my final moments, I must be there for her. After reminiscing, Taimun speaks up. Young lady and young Master Jin, please listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Luna interrupts in a panic. Don't say any more, Nanny, you'll lose more blood. But she didn't listen, continuing. Even if I confess now, I can't wash away my sins, but I must tell you both. 15 years ago, the mage who cursed the young master was Kidit Han. He's quite famous, so you'll find him soon enough. And the one who gave me this poison... Luna interrupts. Butler, I understand. Stop now. Taimun finally spoke the name. You ordered me to harm young Master Aken, the second in line to the Kanan family, young Master Joshua. Hearing those words, veins popped on Jin's face. He knew all too well the young master's power and the contract. Haha. Taimun was in so much pain he bit his lip, but he couldn't help but vomit a large amount of blood. Luna was horrified, but he continued to apologize. I'm sorry, my lady, for harming you by not telling you sooner. I know that saying my actions were for your sake is just an excuse, so please... Taimun struggles to raise her hand, recalling the moment Luna renounced her claim to the throne, and Taimun knelt to follow her. Then came the image of her tears of despair, and before that, the joyful image of a young Luna. Then, Taimun held the tiny bundle in her arms, carefully observing the small thing. Luna was crying incessantly, but after grasping Taimun's finger, she quietly fell asleep. Back in the present, she struggles to raise her hand to Luna's tear-streaked face, her words broken. Forget this lowly servant, please. And then that hand slipped away. Luna desperately grabbed onto the limp hand. Clutching Moon tightly, she cried out, Mom, switch to a house at night. Inside, someone is putting out a cigarette. Okay. Jua frowned, looking out the window, muttering, Team and Marius must be dead by now. Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Lord Roth's Tem Yun hunting dogs have come to see you. He turned around in shock, then ordered them to be brought in. Yes, sir. The man replied, and then Kujan and Viz appeared. After the two entered, Joshua spoke up. Did Yun send you away? Viz responds, that's right. He then casually asks, why did you come to me? Viz's fist trembled on the floor. We'll do anything you say. Please, return our mother's heart. We'll do anything you ask. Please, return our mother's heart. Without our mother, we are nothing, please. Vries seemed agitated, while Kujan calmly reminded her, Lord Joshua, please, help us. We'll do anything you want. But she continued anyway. Viz stares directly at Joshua, who rises to his feet and replies, Kuzan and Barris, I'm afraid I can't help you. He sits down, touching Vris's hair. Then his hand slides down her shocked face. It seems you haven't heard. You say Yun hastily sent you away? It wasn't because she didn't love you, but because she wanted to save you. Then Joshua began to fabricate a blatant lie. She was murdered by an anonymous demon swordsman. Viz's pupils reflect the figure before her, and she's stunned by the truth. Then Joshua continued his charade, claiming Yun said she was in danger and asked for his help. I sent 5 knights to rescue her, but they died with Yun. VR couldn't bear it and collapsed. Meanwhile, Kujan gritted his teeth and asked, who is that demonic swordsman? Vries, in a fit of madness, kept muttering, "I'll kill you, kill you, kill you." Denjua described the characteristics, directing them toward Jane, adding that he had a contract with Sodet, but nothing else was known. Where did he come from, and who does he work for? Kujan, consumed by hatred, his eyes bloodshot, vowed, "I will find him. I'll avenge my mother with my life." Denjos gets up, continuing to feign helplessness. "I understand how you feel, but now is not the time. He will target you soon enough. You must seize that moment. Can you trust me and wait? Because I too have a debt to settle with him." The eyes of these fools gleam with resolve, and they quickly accept the order. "Thank you, Joshua. Leave it to us." Jua was thrilled to have fooled these two simpletons, strutting around like a king. He scoffed inwardly, thinking it was ridiculous to seek revenge for her when they weren't even blood-related. She really trained these hounds well. And I must thank my uncle as well. He killed Yoon and gave us this gift. Then suddenly, an announcement. "Lord Joshua, I have an urgent message. May I come in?" He granted him entry. After hearing the news, Joshua fell into thought. Is that so?" Guku Jian said, noticing the expression. "Is something the matter, Lord Rosh?" Rosh then put on a friendly face. "Ah, something unfortunate has happened," he then remarks. "You may return now. I'll arrange accommodations for you. Await my orders here." Kujan, eager to prove himself, offered his assistance. "We can help," but he refuses, saying it's just a little domestic matter. Then a tremendous explosion erupts, everything exploding in a massive cloud of smoke. The knights are blown away, and the only one left standing is terrified. What was that? First miracle. Even if you are the first miracle, it's obvious that Luna has appeared. Standing in the smoke, she cuts him off, demanding he answer her question. "Where is Roth?" Her face contorted with rage, but the knight remained stubbornly silent. "Stand back now, you're violating the code." Immediately, Luna grabs him by the throat, demanding, "The family law, you say? Don't you ever say that word in front of me again." The other knights are confused, unsure of what to do. Luna roars, "This is an order from the First Wonder. You do your thing, and I'll do mine," leaving these knights paralyzed with indecision. With a shift in her stance, Luna unleashes her power, crushing the knights. A dark aura emanates from her, a palpable pressure that intensifies with every moment. Luna's eyes turn black as the world fades to monochrome. All her power focuses on the knights, and with a burst, they're sent flying. Their bodies slammed into the ground with tremendous force. And once she dealt with them, she spoke again. "Done already? Then get out of my way. My patience is wearing thin." Luna swings her blade like a demon reaping souls, but a sudden voice makes her glance back. "Oh, you're here, but you didn't tell me beforehand." Joshua emerged from the shadows. "Were you in that much of a hurry?" His face betrayed his displeasure. "That's quite the expression, Luna." Joshua calls out to his sister, revealing the knights he thinks are strong, but Luna simply speaks calmly. "How pathetic, Rhoda, hiding behind those dark nights because you're afraid of me." "Why? You knew I'd be coming for your head," he sneered. "Ha ha, please don't say such scary things. It seems like something sad has happened to you. If you're feeling up to it, let me know. I'm here to listen. I'm family after all." With those provocative words, Luna slowly descends into darkness, as if preparing to be possessed. A dark aura emanates from her as she grips her weapon, while Dero nonchalantly provokes her in his heart. "Yes, that's right, sister. The brother you want to kill is right here. Don't hesitate, swing your sword because the family will side with you." He had meticulously planned each step, hoping Luna would make a mistake, but she managed to restrain herself, exhaling and regaining her composure. "Oh, little brother," Luna said, returning her blade to its sheath. "Too bad. I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to give you one last warning. When that child returns, you won't stand a chance. If you're going to run like you did today, you better keep running, or you'll regret not dying today." With that, she turned and left, but Joshua remained smirking. How sad. The once powerful older sister can only make empty threats now. Luna coldly cuts him off. How pathetic, just like when we were kids. Leaving this reminder, Luna departs as Joshua watches her go, secretly cursing her under his breath. "Keep your distance then. I'll leave you be for Jipo's sake. But when this is all over and Candon is mine, you'll be the first to go." He was greatly provoked by those words, his face contorted with anger, but he could only suppress it, unable to do anything. Cut to a rainforest where Jeanne stood behind Luna, asking worriedly, "Are you all right, sister?" "Big sister." Luna was silent for a moment, then turned her pale face and replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Thanks, Jin. I was able to restrain myself because of your advice." Jin then explained, "If you lose your cool, he'll use it as an excuse to control you." Luna clenched her fist, determined. "Yes, you're right. He's constantly provoking me while hiding behind the Black Knights. The Black Knights. The Black Knights." Of all the knights in the family, only the 10 most elite could join. The Black Knights, who should only obey the head of the family and his wife, are now on the side of that pawn. Realizing this, he couldn't hide his discomfort. Damn it, I don't know how he convinced father, but the Black Knights have clearly fallen to his side. In the rain, they stand before a small grave. Jin exclaims, "What a terrifying poison, melting even corpses." Luna wipes her tears, saddened. "I can't even give the nanny a proper burial. I can't believe those close to her suffered from this poison as well. So it's understandable that she betrayed someone who cherished her." Jin reassured her. "No, that's not it. But she takes all the blame, saying it's all her fault. If she'd only made her feel secure, none of this would have happened." Hearing this, Jin could only look at her helplessly. Even if she was betrayed, to her, Taimun was still her real family. And now, her own brother has become her mortal enemy. Who can possibly comfort Luna's heart? Luna continued to pour her heart out, saying, "I've hated the infighting between siblings since I was little." No, it's not that. She fears the hatred and animosity between those of the same blood from the past. She feared that she and her siblings would repeat that past. That's why she became the family's sword, so none of us would have to die. Yes, she thought she had done it. But how foolish she was, sobbing in the rain. Now I understand that I've been running away out of fear of fighting, and this is the price I pay for that cowardice. From now on, there will be no sword protecting the family. Jin was stunned by those words. Suddenly, Luna reached for her weapon, decisively drew her sword and thrust it into the ground, sending a shockwave of power rippling outwards. Luna makes a solemn vow. She will cut down anyone who threatens Jin, and destroy anything that stands in her way. From this moment on, her sword is Jin's. Luna kneels, her hand on the ground, thoughts racing. It's all her fault. If I had been more in control with Tai and Joshua, this wouldn't have happened. So from now on, I will help Jin with all my heart, even if it means turning my back on all my other siblings. This is the price for my cowardice. At that moment, Jin knelt before Luna with solemnity. "I will stand by your side," he declared, planting his sword into the ground. "I will cut down anyone who seeks to harm you, and I won't hesitate to kill my own siblings if I have to. Do you remember, whatever you do, whatever you become, I will always support you." Luna, touched by Jin's sincerity, couldn't help but smile. Overjoyed, she thought to herself, "My little brother," remembering when she said, "Whatever you want to do or become, I'll always support you." Just then, Jin reached out and embraced Luna, declaring, "The day I return as a prodigy will also be the day I protect you, because we are family." Luna is moved by her younger brother's affection, and tears stream down her face, washing away the heavy events that just transpired. The two siblings embrace, warming their wounded hearts in the rain. Luna vowed to herself that this proud younger brother was her family, and she would do anything to help him become the head of the family. Elsewhere, the Black Dragon was furious, his eyes blazing with rage as he roared. What? They invited a mage to cast a curse? Even after all these years, that bastard Joshua has pulled off something unprecedented since the age of demons. July is also wide-eyed with bewilderment. "I'm still in shock. That damned wizard, I beg your pardon. I misspoke in front of him." The young master of the Black Dragon encourages her from the side. "It's okay. If Beard doesn't vent his anger, it'll only get worse. Repeat after me." "Dog bastard." July innocently spells it out. "Rascal. Rascal." Black Dragon continued his lesson in cursing, while Rot, feeling refreshed, could only smile helplessly at the scene. After getting serious again, July began to wonder why Zua wanted to harm Jin. Jin replied that there were many reasons, but the most important was that even knowing he had a contract with a god, Zua remained calm. July agreed, still confused. Yes, he even broke the rules of the Thunder Arena to harm Jin, but he didn't do anything in the main house. Jin calmly replied, "We'll figure out the reason soon enough." In his mind, he was already calculating. If his hypothesis was correct, then he was aiming for his contract, considering what happened to Enya and the possibility of stealing the Jipo family's contract with a god. But even Joshua shouldn't be close enough to the Jipo family for that, so there must be another way to steal a contract. As Jin pondered this, CME entered, announcing, "Young Master Jin, I've located the person you requested." Dai received the file, surprised. "So it's done? It has to be Chasm. He's a fairly well-known mage who's retired in Mentador, east of the continent, and has used the alias Aeon since joining the Jipo Advanced Magic Academy. Rumor has it he's currently researching some kind of magic." Jin listened and read for a while, then gave his orders. "Julie Mirakin and Lord Casimir, I have a request. Don't look for me for the next 3 months, Jin said, conjuring 2 orange-red flames in his hands. The scene shifts to a restaurant, every table now occupied. Old man with the long beard was eating and drinking there when someone picked up a strange staff. Those inside noticed him with caution. It was Jine, cloaked in black, his face half hidden, holding a strange staff. Jane calmly enters, approaches a man's table and asks, "Excuse me, are you a man?" The old man looks up, startled. "Who are you?" Dai quickly fabricated a new identity. "I'm an aspiring mage named Hill, and I'm on my way to enroll in the prestigious Mentador Magic Academy. But I heard there was a very noble sage here, so I came to pay my respects." "An ambitious mage, you say?" Everyone in the tavern seemed to hear it and cautiously turned to look around, when suddenly a man slammed his hand hard on the table. Then he roared a warning, "What are you looking at, huh? Vermin, just disappear, before I erase you from existence." With that, he waved his hand, creating a surge of power. The surge of power dwindled, and Amma stared at his hand for a long moment, finally relenting. "All right, who are you?" Jin calmly replies, "I am an ambitious mage." But a man saw right through him, saying, "Enough games. You can't hide who you are. That body belongs to someone who's dedicated their life to weapons training." This revelation shocks Jin, as pure innate magic exists within this repulsive body. "An ambitious mage, are you? Ha, you seem to underestimate me. Reveal your name, or I'll make sure this body can never use magic again." His words were both arrogant and cautionary, to which Jine replied with a grim expression. "Then allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Hill Heister, the last remaining member of the Heister family." He removes his hood, revealing meticulously styled red hair and distinctive glasses. But upon hearing that name, a man slams the table and rises to question him. "Hitter, what did you just say? You're from the Heister family, the only family that could rival the Jipos in magic?" "You lie. The Jipos slaughtered them all." But to those unwavering words, Jin simply presented a book. "Please, take a look at this. Before he died, the mercenary leader who raised me from infancy revealed my origins and gave me this magic book." The book's author is Sujil Heister, and Amon urges him on as soon as he sees it. "Let me see it now," Jin reminded him. "I can show it to you, but you can't touch it. I swore that no one would be allowed to touch it without my permission. If you want to touch it, you'll have to kill me first." Amen, already agitated, hastily agreed. "Fine, then you flip it open yourself. Hurry up." A moment later, the two fell silent. Jin flips through the pages while A-Man reads intently. Oh my. A man trembled before this truth. This code, this magic book, it really does belong to the Heister family. I've been searching for clues about them my whole life, so I'll definitely recognize it. I need a closer look. Then he suddenly asked, "Hey, have you decided where you're staying tonight? Come with me and I'll treat you well. This is where I conduct my research. No one knows about this place, and the security is tight." Sometime later, the two appeared in another location, sitting across from each other at a round table. "Now, will you tell me, how did you—" named person has managed to survive until now. Jen begins to act. He lowered his head with a sorrowful look. "I was raised as an orphan by a small-time mercenary named Grey Cat. Though I wielded a sword from a young age, I had no talent for it. But magic, I grasped instantly. It was as if I knew it all along, after learning about the family's history in the last will and testament of the clan leader." A man grew even more excited, a smile spreading beneath his thick fur as he calculated the Ater family's record magic, something that could even threaten the Jipo family. With it, he could explain this sudden achievement. Meanwhile, Jine continued, "But from then on, the Jipo family began hunting me, so I decided to enroll in the Magic Academy and hide my identity." Aeon responded with empathy. Even 300 years ago, the Jipo family would eliminate any potential threats, let alone a member of the Ater family. "The bounty on my head is at least 10 million gold." Jin clenches his fists upon hearing this. 10 million. Choose, he boomed. "Live your life hunted, or become my disciple and make history. My real name is Kid Han. I am known as Kid Han Fan Lu." Jin, hearing this, was visibly excited and quickly stood up. "Is it really you, the Kid Han Fan Lu?" A man noticed the admiration in Jin's attitude and felt pleased. "Oh, ho, you know of me? My name was well known long before a babe like you was even born." Jin joined in, showering him with exaggerated praise. "How could I not know? The story of how Kit Dan became a 9-star without the Jipo family's help is legendary. I heard you even fought them. And he showed boldness when teaching the Jippo soldiers a lesson, only to become a little embarrassed." Yes, it's me. You don't have to flatter me anymore. If you become my disciple, I will pass on the magic I call backflow, and if you follow in my footsteps, you will etch the name Backflow into history. Now choose, will you become my disciple?" Hister's face contorted with mad ambition. "The rare magic family, Heister. Long ago I stumbled upon their traces and have chased them my entire life, as if bewitched. But then the thread was severed, And just as I was about to give up, Hillwell Haster appeared before me. With his magic book, I can develop my reflux magic even further. And if I pass on the perfected magic to Hillwell, no, my disciple, if so, my legacy will live on. An energy orb appears, surrounded by swirling power, the magic Jin created before Aeon. Seeing this result, he excitedly exclaimed, "Excellent, I think we can move on to the advanced reflux system now." He then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master. It's all thanks to your guidance." "Master," Hill said unexpectedly, "a man told me about Hater's magic book. Could I see it again?" Jin paused, then said reluctantly, "No, I can't." This made the old man impatient, and he asked, "Why not?" Jin began to explain. "As I said, it's a matter of personal belief." But the old man angrily slammed his staff down, his face contorted with rage, and he roared, "You and your beliefs. It would be easier than eating porridge for me to forcibly take that book from you. Even so, I have always respected your beliefs. Hand it over now." A man casually commanded, but upon seeing Jine's cold eyes, he quickly recoiled, then regained his composure and bowed. "Ah, sorry, I misspoke. Forget what I just said." Seeing him change his tune so quickly left Yeon speechless, but he calmly responded. "Then, how about this, Master? Let's share our trust with each other." A man was bewildered by this. "How can I trust you?" Jin gets straight to the point. "You should entrust me with something as precious as your life. Give me the Book of Reversal." Hearing those bold words, the old man's face froze in a grimace. Having made his decision, Elder Song turned to leave. "Very well, but you must wait here. The Eternal Vault in Vanquisher Castle. That's where the anti-flow manual is stored, so I have to retrieve it myself, understand?" Jin calmly replied, "Yes, Master." The old man reminded him to study the advanced anti-flow system while waiting. As a man pondered, the anti-flow book was the essence of his magic. I was going to pass it on when I left this world, but what's the point if I can't see Heister's magic before then? If I had Heister's magic, I would have surpassed the Jippel family swamp, a man thought aloud as he walked. "Then wait here, Howell. I'll be back soon, and I'll be able to make a name for myself for all time if I have it." The last sentence he only thought in his heart. The door closed in front of Jin's resolute face. After he left, Jin revealed a cunning smile. Sometime later, as Jin waited, a voice called out to him. Jin responded, "You're here, Master." A man entered, asking, "Have you learned the advanced countercurrent magic system?" Dai quickly held out his hand, displaying the advanced countercurrent magic system, and proudly exclaimed, "Yes, this power feels so natural, as if I've always known it." A man thought to himself, overjoyed, "Just as I suspected, this child is a genius." Overjoyed, he praises, well done. Here's what you wanted." Now Dien takes his book, replying with dignity, "Yes, Master, I'll bring it right away." Later, Jin returns the book a man needed, leaving the old man speechless with joy. "Oh, it'll take time to decipher, but no matter, Hillquell, you can read the Book of Reflux as much as you like." Dien humbly replied, "I'm not yet at the level to understand the profound meaning in your masterpiece." "Master, I'm content just to be entrusted with it." He didn't pay much attention, hugging his treasure tightly, and hurried away. "Well, if that's what you want, since you've started learning the advanced division system, we should begin comprehensive practical training with living creatures. What do you think? Hill, want to try it out on insects?" Jin was taken aback by this. "You're talking about these insects. Can the reflux system work against non-humans?" But he's refuting that? "Hello, I wasn't talking about those. I meant the insects in town that look like us. Those living, flying things are perfect training resources. When I was young, I used them for real-life training all the time. They're useless trash who can't use magic, but their exteriors are identical." With a twisted, perverse look on his face, the old man spoke, but Song Jin replied, "In that case, Master, I have a request." With a hint of desperation, he pleaded, "Before we begin, please use direct backflow on me. Wouldn't it be more effective to experience it firsthand?" Old man A-Man then burst into excited laughter. "Ha, ha, 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 you make me proud. If we rush in and kill them, the knights from the capital will come running." He quickly conjures magic and gets to work. "Now, watch closely, for I'm about to show you the reverse flow amplitude. With this magic, I can steal magic from my opponents and activate the reflux. Now, focus and feel your magic being absorbed." At that moment, the magic washed over Jin. It was over. Suddenly, he realizes something and is shocked. Why isn't the magic backflow working? Don't tell me Hwell's magic allowed him to break through the 7th star? No, this isn't even that level. His power is even greater. Greater than 9th star. Realizing this, a man's pupils shrink to pinpoints, and blood vessels burst in his eyes. Moments later, he coughed up blood in agony, his veins bulging grotesquely as A-Man collapsed to the floor, questioning in pain and confusion. What, how could this be? but Jane calmly pulled something from his chest and replied, "Master, look, this is a relic called Zhuoguang. It contains an endless amount of magic, so even if I'm attacked by your backlash, I'll be safe. In fact, the JP family would have abused it and brought much suffering to this world if they could. And me too." As he said this, Jine reached into his pocket again. He pours various solutions over his head, and his red hair gradually changes. "Because of you, I was destined to live the rest of my life in torment. The glasses Jane threw away 15 years ago. Do you remember the child you cursed at Thunderfighting Arena? My name is Jine Kanan. I've returned from hell to kill you this day." Amon's face contorted, his body trembling in disbelief as he stammered, You can't be. It's impossible. I even confirmed with the mercenaries." Jin calmly replied, "That's right, because it's the story of a Hister survivor." At that moment, Jin's foot pressed down on the old man's face. After 44 years, Kid Jin stomped On's face into the ground, then spoke. "After enduring endless scorn and humiliation, even overcoming death itself, it took me 44 years to get here. Don't regret it too much. This book of reverse flow magic that you poured your life into, I'll put it to good use. You won't regret it, will you? The reverse flow magic that everyone says you created actually belongs to the Heister family. Isn't that right?" The old man groaned in pain, but couldn't help but be horrified upon hearing this. How do you know?" Jin declares. "I'll let the whole world know that this is Hister's magic, and all your achievements will vanish. Keep dreaming, because you're going to die disappointed." Amon's desperate screams echo, "No, it can't be! I will be remembered forever." Jin stomped down with even more force, and in the next moment all that could be seen were streams of blood spurting into the air. He had obviously been crushed. "The request and curse you made were the beginning of it all. You should be grateful that I let you leave in peace." But unexpectedly, Jine draws his sword and decisively slashes a few bright lines, then lowers his hand. Inscribed on the wall were the words, "You will not die peacefully, Jin Gray." A flame ignited in Jine's hand, and as he walked away, his feet were already ablaze. "You won't succeed, Roth Zua. Just you wait." The house is now engulfed in an uncontrollable inferno as Jine coldly walks away. This was the beginning, and he too burned with hatred. A grand castle beneath a clear sky. July hangs laundry as a gentle breeze passes by, while Black Dragon lazily lies on the grass, half watching. July looks extremely worried. Young master has been gone for 3 months now, searching for that Kaidath mage. Black Dragon sighed. Has it been that long? Is that kid really that cold-hearted? He turns away, resuming his lazy demeanor. "After becoming my disciple, that kid said he'd wait for the chance to defeat me, but sometimes I think he's just being sly." No sooner had the Black Dragon spoken than Julie reached for him. "I worry every day whether the young master can handle him." July picked up Black Dragon, tears streaming down her face. "Why does he always make me worry so much? He knows how worried I get every time he does that, doesn't he?" Lord Murican is suddenly picked up. Seeing her reaction, he felt helpless. "Don't worry. And when the Seven Colors investigated this, didn't they learn that Casa trusts Jin implicitly? Jin will probably outsmart him then." The Black Dragon smiled, trying to reassure her. "So there shouldn't be any problems. The old man listens to Jin, so don't worry, Beard." Little did they know, Jin had been listening to their entire conversation from behind a tree. "It sounds like I've charmed old man Keat." Hearing Jin's voice, they both stare in astonishment. Seeing Jin's calm demeanor, the Black Dragon and July were equally surprised. The young Master July mercilessly sent the Black Dragon flying, while she tearfully ran towards Jin with open arms. "You're back and you look well. I'm so glad." Jin looked tenderly at the girl before him. "Yes, I'm back." July watches both the Black Dragon, thrown unceremoniously onto the green grass, and Lord Maraka. In his hand, he carries a book. "This is the magic book I took from him. Help me translate it." In the sword garden, the space is rather gloomy with swords stuck in the ground. Inside a lavish banquet hall, the atmosphere is far from harmonious as Roth, expressionless, cuts into a fragrant steak. Next to him were newspapers, filled with shocking headlines. "Jin Gray, the prime suspect in Kadat Han's murder. Just who are you? Why did you kill KT Han? And why are you living in seclusion?" Unfortunately, the essence of the reversing flow of magic is said to be stored in the eternal vault of the Vanilla Holy Kingdom. Jin Gray. The two Tonas suddenly spoke up. "I'm sure that's the identity our youngest brother is hoping for." Tona, sitting beside her, cautioned, "Hey Tona, the others are here." But the two Tona paid no heed. "Don't tell me it's really him. Jin Gray is a common name after all." Tona, at a loss, whispers to Hey Tona. "Hey, even if our youngest is talented, Kaidat is a 9-star mage. There's no way." So please. Suddenly, a thunderous voice crashed down on their table as Miu slammed her hand down, looking furious. Shh, these foolish little brothers. You haven't even met a 9-star mage and you're already spouting nonsense. Who would believe that in just a few months they'll become prodigies? An wipes his mouth with a napkin. What's wrong, Miu? It's cute how you guys talk nonsense. Cute enough to make me want to kill them. Mary, clearly annoyed, reminds them to be quiet, saying they're ruining the meal. But someone felt wronged. Sis, are we not even allowed to talk about these things? Mary cuts in with a cold glare, telling them to be quiet. Miu felt it was unfair. Why didn't she say anything when Tona and his brother spoke, but waited until she spoke to tell her to shut up? Def reluctantly picks up a piece of steak, saying that's enough. If you say another word, I will... A round of applause cuts him off. Ratsua sits at the head of the table, hands propped up, still smiling. That's enough. It's been a while since we've eaten together, so let's not get upset. And he also thinks our youngest could have killed Kyathorn, but his words surprise Miu. What? Someone else was also surprised, but the eldest brother Ratsua cut him off. Of course, the youngest couldn't have done it alone. Ratsua shares his deduction. If that child named Iona is helping the youngest, then it might be possible. Vantia sleepily glances at a hand slamming down on the table, while Deuce looks displeased. Enough, brother. Are you wary of Jine, a young prodigy, and now you're dragging Iona into this too? Just stop it. I'm sick of all these conspiracies. Mary, sitting next to him, was equally furious. Brother, can you take responsibility for your words about Iona helping the youngest? Joshua dismisses it with a carefree smile, saying it's just speculation, and he doesn't need to take responsibility. A 9-star mage is dead, but the cause of death remains a mystery. A feat nearly impossible unless the Nameless Ones are involved. He explains that the Nameless Order is currently the #1 assassin organization in the world, and it has been some time since Iona joined the organization under the T Order. At this point, Joshua's eyes are a bit more serious. That's what I think. The youngest wants attention, so he made a deal with the Nameless Ones. And Iona, feeling abandoned by her family, helped Jane to bring the youngest into their fold. Mary, with a wicked look, says, "You've been hoping something bad would happen to Iona for a long time, haven't you? Now you're just saying it outright. Why is she suddenly involved with the youngest?" Miu agreed. I agree. If she really is helping the youngest, then the missions he did as a cadet make a lot more sense. And that Iona bitch is in the Faceless Society, but I wonder what she thinks about family. A direct attack on Miu sends furniture flying. Anne is shocked. Sister! Miu is thrown against the wall, the force of her small body cracking the surface. A hand gripped Miu's face as a punch was about to be thrown, but DF stopped Mary just in time. DeForce warns, don't go too far. Seeing Mary's murderous expression, he advises, the more you react, the more things will go exactly as the executor wants. Frustrated and helpless, Mary shouts, damn it! Jantia, however, remains unconcerned. Mary shakes off DeForce's hand, realizing the 7th fate can't defy the 2nd. But with a fierce look in her eyes, she warns them to remember one thing. If they harm Iona, her father won't stand idly by. Joshua simply smiles at what just happened, while Anne, frustrated but helpless, rushes to support the unconscious Miu. Dyfus reminds Joshua that sometimes he needs to be more direct. Brother, Divus frowned, clearly displeased. If you're afraid of Yona, just defeat her and make her your subordinate. Don't use threats to incite them like you did today. That is not the way of the Dancan family. Roth, regaining his composure, uttered the unexpected words. Then you should draw your sword, Defus. Vantia glances up, and Defus looks at her. Why would I do that? The atmosphere at the table grows even darker. 2 Tonas are here, and Tona weeps silently. Little brother, we miss you so much. Light streams through the windows. Voices echo. A 9th Circle mage has been murdered, and the name Jean Grey is left at the scene. Danta is standing with Veridin, and if it's John Grey, then it must be him. Veridin stroked his chin. You see it too, right? Then Danta, could you spare me some time? Danta asks in return. Right now? No, not right now. Sometime tomorrow or later. Veridin quickly explains, his face eager. Let's go see Jin. Dan seemed to read Veridin's expression. Oh, do you have a plan? Veridin asks excitedly. Of course. Listen, my plan is for the 2 of you to whisper to each other. Oh, that's second plan, right? Veridin can't wait any longer, so let's start tomorrow. Unbeknownst to them, a butler had been eavesdropping on their conversation, and he now heads to the report room. Dante Hiron and Verendon Jipo spoke in the banquet hall, and it's reported that relations between the Jipo and Haan houses are strained. But with this news, we've confirmed it. The Jipo family is involved in Han's death, and Veridin provided information to Dante. Perhaps the Jipo family is more concerned with their allies, cutting ties with those who don't share their views, Han being one example. Whether it's true or not, doesn't matter. This will be a good reason to stop the Jipo family's actions. Leak the appropriate information to the press. The butler bowed respectfully. Yes, I understand. Coat Knee sat cross-legged, cursing inwardly. Those Jipo bastards are acting rashly, unlike usual, as if someone is controlling them. Coat Knee smirked, closing his eyes. I don't know who it is, but keeping up with them won't be easy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lulia clutches Jin's leg, crying incessantly. No, don't go, Jin. Please play with Julia. Chasm tries to soothe her. Julia, Master Jin is very busy. Please understand. Julia wipes away her tears with a handkerchief. Master, your servant is so sad. You can't even get a proper rest. Little did we know we'd have to leave so soon, and that the young master would have to go to the village of the nameless Samu organization. Why would you go to such a dangerous place? Jin smiled. I need to retrieve something. And there's someone else I want to meet. July was surprised. You know someone in Samu? July's eyes widened in surprise. Under the vast night sky and full moon, a girl gazes upwards as someone calls her name. Lady Iona. Without turning, Iona thinks about how, after becoming a prodigy and being recognized by her father, that person left the family to train. But what the youngest did is truly amazing. I wonder how strong she is and if she'll come to Samu. Iona reaches out her small hand towards the full moon as if trying to touch it, her eyes full of longing. I want to play with her. Chasm held Lulia in his arms, comforting her. Ah, young miss, I won't be here when you leave either? Jin wondered, is something wrong? Why was Chasm hesitating? That is, Chasm avoids eye contact. I left something in Bamu. He thought his father had accepted him back for that reason, then sent his regards. All right, safe travels. The Black Dragon burst in from the doorway. Kid, I've finished what you asked for. Seeing Black Dragon's busy demeanor, Jin understood. Ah, Murakan, thank you for your hard work. Holding a book, Black Dragon says, Come here. Let me write on your back. A white light emanates as words are inscribed onto Jin's back. Good. With this, you'll be able to use the magic of the Kitatan. Jin looked at the Black Dragon, feeling like he'd just received an amazing weapon. Black Dragon stroked his chin. While transferring it to you, I took a good look. There are many useful spells. Even if an entire council of 7-star mages attacked at once, you could defeat them with a single move. Jin put his shirt back on. Great, let me try it out. Jin unleashes his power, releasing a dark energy with a flash of blue light. A powerful blue vortex appears, fiercer and more violent than before, and Black Dragon smiles. Oh, he activated it. Jin, someone is calling out to Jin from outside. Young Master Jin is caught off guard as the ring of light retracts. Lady Enya, she's been pulled in. Jin is frantic. Are you all right, Lady Enya? Enya's arm trembled. That thing... Despite her injuries, Enya gives a thumbs up, saying, That was amazing. I almost died. I'm okay. Do it again. Jin was helpless with the girl in front of him, as Quo gave Enya a light smack on the head. The Black Dragon covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Jin chuckled awkwardly. You've arrived, Miss Quickentell. Quantle responded coldly. Yeah. Quiquant effortlessly carries Enya on his shoulder, saying she seems to have caused some trouble. She's always like this in the morning, Jin quickly explained. It's my fault. I'll apologize when she wakes up. But Quiquanteo coldly replied, No need. She likes it that way. Besides, I heard you're going to Samu Jin to confess. She must already know. She ascends the stairs, for Samu is the land that breeds assassins for the Nameless Society. Travelers can't move freely for fear of assassination. You might be able to handle the trainees now, but the longer you stay in Samu, the stronger your opponents will become. Eventually, the most ruthless assassins will target him, and Jin can already imagine the invisible chains binding him. I understand. I never knew this before. Quicanello reached behind her. I can't guarantee you or even your sister will survive the No-Name Society's real assassins. So take this. Dai accepts the red pouch, a treasure of the Nameless Order. Quicanello explains that if ambushed, showing it will spare his life. Jin smiles gratefully. Thank you, Miss Quican. I don't know how to repay you. His expression lightens, thinking that if Jin does well, his contractor will have an easier time. Help Enya when you return and keep practicing. Jin readily agreed. Understood. He clutches the red pouch in his hand. And so, I depart. On May 4th, 1796, a carriage travels across the vast desert. The man controlling the horse heads straight forward as Jin sits inside, cloaked in secrecy. In Samue, the assassin city, Jin arrives at the south gate, but guards block his path. Halt, no Nameless Order token, no entry. He presents the token and the guard examines it. The insignia? What brings you here? He replied with the answer he had prepared. I only wish to learn from experience. The guard agrees. Yes, there will certainly be a lot of hard-earned experience. Now go in. You'll get your token back when you leave. With a cold look, Jin says, I have a question. The other man looks up, wondering what it is. Since the traveler has set foot here, must they also obey the rules of the nameless society? Behind Jin, the coachman from earlier acts suspiciously. In that instant, the coachman vanished, charging at Jin with a blade. But Jin swiftly dodged and landed a blow. In an instant, he was knocked unconscious, kneeling in the sand. Jin looked at him. Looks like you had murderous intent towards me. Jin tossed him a coin. You've been broadcasting your intentions the whole way here. You have no talent as an assassin. Find another job. He turned to the guard. Are you planning to attack me too? The guard replies indifferently. We learn assassination, not martial arts. I would never engage anyone head-on. He puts on his black hood and the main gate opens. Before Jane are white castles, the symbolic color of the nameless. Everywhere you look, people are wearing white robes, perhaps because they're confident they'll never spill blood. Even though they wear pristine white, Jin coldly observes that he can see the people before him, but feels absolutely no murderous intent from them. This place is more beautiful than I imagined, but it also sends shivers down my spine. In such a clean, quiet city, anyone could be an assassin. The cadets will improve their strength after a long period of training. If they survive here, they can live in that towering, nameless building where they will all see each other as rivals and slaughter each other daily to advance to a new rank. Yan looks away, realizing there's a risk of assassination, even in an inn. I don't want to struggle like I did during the family competition. What to choose? Jin stands before a towering figure. The man gives him a strange look. You want to rent a room? He asks if Jin plans to fight the nameless cadets at Samu, a place where assassinations are allowed. Jin answered truthfully, That's right. Why didn't you go to an inn if he was pressing you so hard? Jin took off his hat and coat. I don't like entertaining uninvited guests at night. It's impolite. He crossed his arms and pondered. Jane could guess what the man was thinking. He wouldn't survive here. That's certainly what he's thinking. He turns his head. Come in, I won't take your money. His eyes were full of mystery because you'll pay with your life. Zin followed him inside. The room's upstairs. Don't worry, I won't attack you while you're in there. He sat on the white bed, wondering if there was a trap. He stared intently at his sword, thinking he could at least rest comfortably and make a plan. Suddenly, Jane's eyes widened, and he stood up, ready to strike. Could Jine have anticipated this? Applause echoes as he glances around, sensing nothing. Behind Jine, a dark figure emerges, its eyes glowing with an eerie and unsettling light. From the shadows above, an inverted figure lurks, its eyes burning with a terrifying intensity as it watches him. Suddenly, the person's face lights up, and Iona realizes she almost got caught. Remembering when she caught a glimpse of his small figure, she thought he resembled her younger brother wandering the city, so she followed him. But up close, she was ecstatic. Iona clasped her hands together, delighted. It really is my little brother. Jane, on the other hand, glanced around uneasily, falling into self-doubt. Did I just hear that? There was definitely clapping on the roof, or am I just being paranoid? Iona noticed her little brother glancing around warily, understandably cautious in Samu, the gathering place of the nameless. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she instantly zipped over to sit beside him, as Jin sensed a disturbance in the air. Reacting with incredible speed, he looked back, but there was nothing there. Iona thought to herself, no way, did he sense my presence? Seeing his bewildered expression, she stood before him, covering her mouth in amusement. It seems his mind's eye is half open already, to reach this level at such a young age. As his sister, I'm proud, and can't miss this chance to test him. Time to play with my little brother. Iona left with glee, thinking, no, I need to train him properly. Little brother, just you wait. Her face twisted into a bizarre, excited frenzy, promising anticipation. Your sister will play with you. No, to make you stronger. As for Jine, his brow furrowed slightly, because he clearly felt a presence. 4 days later, he stood before the innkeeper, looking less than pleased. You're frowning. Just go. Jin calmly asks, do you need me to pay for the room? The innkeeper coldly stated, I told you from the start. This only made him more curious. Then why are you suddenly kicking me out? The old man crossed his arms, sighing with resignation. Simple. I've given up on assassinating you. I admit defeat. When I saw you enter with the nameless token, I thought you were the heir to a prestigious martial arts family, a prodigy. But I never imagined you'd be this strong. I can't find a single opening in your defenses. I admit, you're in a different league. You're quite the enigma. This is the first time I've seen someone like you here. He faintly recalls the premonition he felt days ago. Jin is slightly self-deprecating, having spent the last 4 days gathering clues, wary of that inexplicable presence. That's why he said he couldn't find any openings, because I hadn't gone anywhere or done anything. The innkeeper then stood up and added, the fact that I couldn't assassinate a traveler who came here is a big minus. I have a promotion test coming up, but I've given up, so I want you to go. But the old boss headed for the door, then glanced back at him. The gentleman speaks. I haven't improved lately, but thanks to you I've learned a thing or two. So I'll give you a piece of advice. And with that, the master opened the door slightly. His voice resonated. When facing assassins, treat them like mages or tricksters. Always be on guard. The moment he leaves this house, they're the kind of people he'll have to face. Jin doesn't hesitate to get up from his seat, and as a final sign of respect, the boss offers him a wish. Good luck to you, he responded just as softly. Thank you. Goodbye. With that, he reached for the doorknob, his mind racing with thoughts. Advice? Why would there be something? There's something fishy here, Jin thought, stepping outside and closing the door, his eyes landing on a pile of traps. Dozens of animal traps were laid out on the ground, their cold silver glinting in the moonlight. Jin wondered, traps? Who set these traps? He suddenly recalled the old innkeeper's advice. When fighting assassins, you have to treat them like mages or tricksters. Jin realizes a mysterious figure has been hiding on the roof, like a sparrow, ready to strike. He aimed a dart gun at Jin, and with a phut, a dart shot out. Jin immediately turned, moving his sword just in time to deflect a dart, sending it flying. The mysterious figure cursed and immediately fled without hesitation. He quickly gave chase, but stopped dead in his tracks, his words dying in his throat. Before him stood 3 white phantom assassins, each with their own weapon specialty, while the one in the center manipulated thread-like strands, forcefully pulling them up. Every trap, without exception, clattered into the air. Turns out that wasn't a bug, but a feature. Jin was taken aback as the traps lunged forward. Had the traps on the ground been pulled up? Dian quickly drew his sword, slashing it through the air, then realized with horror that his blade was entangled in a mass of heavy traps. But the assassin on the other side suddenly spoke up. That sword is useless, he said, spinning his blade and raising his voice. It's over. Then he and his companion charged toward him. But our hero simply wears a bored expression, then waves his hand, a wave that scatters dung and smashes the 2 assassins' faces. His jaw shattered, sending teeth flying. The remaining assassin watched in shock as his comrade soared backward. What? Before he could even ask their intentions, the man's face was filled with panic. Like a god of death, he charged forward with the intent to leave no one standing. The man immediately waved his hands in surrender. Wait, I give up. Then, with a crash, the inn's ceiling collapsed, startling the innkeeper. Dust filled the air, animal traps scattered, and assassins lay motionless on the ground, while he alone stood firm amidst the wreckage. The innkeeper was stunned. What was this? He reflexively caught the small bag that was tossed to him, his expression serious. Jane, however, remained calm. Take it. I'm not the kind of person who likes to be indebted to others. The innkeeper opened the bag to find it filled with gold coins. How strange, he mused, that this young man could bring down those high-ranking cadets. Farewell, I'm really leaving this time. But life is rarely that easy. With a whoosh, an arrow flew toward him. Jin immediately raised his sword, snapping the arrow in 2. Seeing the dark green liquid coating the tip, he wondered, after the traps, now arrows? Who's behind this? How boring. Before he could finish, he looked up in shock as a rain of arrows fell upon him. Jin quickly leaps into the air to evade the attack, clearly annoyed. Damn it. I have no idea how many people are after me, and the situation is so unpredictable. At this point, instead of hiding, I should go higher to find the enemy. Even as he thought this, cadets appeared from all directions, surrounding him. Someone attacked from behind, and Jin gritted his teeth, his cloak billowing in the wind as he quickly activated his skills. He slashes, sending cadets flying, crashing into cargo containers as Jin lands flawlessly, pivots, and dodges a barrage of arrows, each one relentlessly tracking him. Arrows relentlessly pursue Jin, turning the wall behind him into a veritable porcupine. Jin curses inwardly. How many of them are there? Meanwhile, overlooking the smoky, bustling city below, Iona smiles with delight, admiringly saying, as expected of my little brother. This kid is adapting faster than I thought. It was worth taking 4 days to check out his skills. Watching the male lead struggle, Iona's voice dripped with amusement. Work hard, little brother. Play like this for a week, and your mind's eye will fully open. But what if you're weaker than I thought and die along the way? I'd be so sad, she muses with a bright smile. Well, dying during training is a common occurrence. I hope you survive, little brother. Back with Jin, he's still struggling to evade the junior disciples' ranged attacks, each one piercing the walls while their corpses litter the ground. Jin stood firm, taking in the scene before him. He subtly wiped his mouth, leaning against the tree in the moonlit night. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his mind racing. They were organized. The entire cadet corps was acting under someone's orders. He coldly wiped the corner of his mouth, vowing to find and destroy whoever was behind this. Unbeknownst to him, Yona, from the class next to him, smiled with satisfaction behind a nearby tree, but a sudden noise caught Jin's attention. Jin looks up at the sky, catching what appears to be a piece of paper, and quickly snatches it. Reading the note, he forces a strained smile. It seems things are going more smoothly than he thought. You can mobilize this many assassins. I thought you'd be a top assassin from the Nameless Society. The note says, let's play again tonight. He realizes it was Yona all along. He clenches the note, chuckling to himself, all the better. Now I have an excuse to demand what I want after enduring all this frustration. Like the antidote wine, a small tube the length of a finger. He was happy, even bold enough to ask for more. There are too many poisons in this world that he can't deal with, even with the Black family's innate poison resistance. A prime example is Tiyuman Kujan's hounds. Their poison is extremely potent. So what he needs is the antidote wine for his physical body, a miraculous medicine passed down among the best assassins of the Nameless Order. Those who drink it become nearly immune to all poisons, like Yona, the youngest of the Nameless Order's top assassins. Plus, she already has a body immune to poison, so she doesn't need this liquor. So I was tricked by Anne into giving her the panacea wine. Of course, Anne will side with the vanguard. That's what I did in my past life, so I have to get it before it becomes the enemy's resource. Taking what's useful and weakening future enemies is a must, but to do that, Jin lowers his stance. Then, violent explosions like thunderclaps echoed, shattering every tile in the vicinity, while he moved as fast as a whirlwind. Evading the attack, Jay's expression turned serious as he set his sights on 2 days of playing and training with Yona. Suddenly, a flash of light, the sickle chain hurtling towards him. Jin's eyes widened in shock, and he swiftly blocked the blade with his sword, but the chain wrapped tightly around it. Jin quickly plunged his sword into the ground and gripped the chain tightly. His eyes flashed with a cold blue light as he violently yanked the chain, sending the cadet flying. His eyes widened in shock as Jin retaliated, whipping the chain down with brutal force. As the smoke clears, the figure is revealed, slumped amidst the wreckage, and Jin swiftly advances with his sword. The cadet was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Jin flew in with a kick, another explosion, and the cadet went flying. Crashing into a pillar, he slumped to the ground in defeat. But Jin noticed a hidden door in the corner and warily commanded, "Come out! Don't hide!" The person inside seemed surprised to be discovered, inadvertently making a sound, prompting him to speak again. "You two don't seem like nameless cadets. Are you outsiders like me? I'm a little on edge after being chased for 2 days, so you better show yourselves while I'm still being nice." Before he could finish, the door burst open, revealing Veridine and Dane with their overly enthusiastic smiles. These two cheerful guys. "Jin, hello." His handsome face twisted in annoyance, his gaze filled with displeasure, shattering his cool demeanor. He angrily pointed and shouted, "What's wrong with you two? Why are you here?" Those two were getting annoyed too. Veridine retorted, "Why are you being so cold?" "Do you have any idea how hard it was to find you?" Dante chimed in. "Well, that's right. I even had to use the slush fund to get the nameless token." Then these two immediately turned on him, twisting and writhing pathetically. Veridine whines, "Boo-hoo, you heartless Jane Grey. You're so cruel." Dante echoes agreeing. That's right. Din ignores them, saying, "Whatever," and continues, "I know why you two are here." These two small fries still want to see him, of course, because I remember the nights fighting on the battlefield. Jin X revealed, his face turning fierce, his expression on the verge of losing control. But in the end, he gave in. "Fine, let's just say that's the case." Jine then steered the conversation elsewhere. "Then what are you two doing here?" Now these two are extremely suspicious. Veridine stammered in a panic, making Dan feel a little uneasy. He weakly looked away and explained that they'd spent all their money to quickly obtain the nameless badge, so now they had no choice. Jin was speechless. So the infamous spendthrifts of a prestigious family are broke? He should have known. "I'll cover your meals since you came looking for me." Veridine was immediately excited. "Really?" Before he could finish his sentence, the wall next to them suddenly exploded. A cadet burst from the smoke and debris as Jin's voice echoed, "You two better earn your keep." Dante hums softly, quickly understanding, then reaches behind him for his sword hilt. Immediately, a fierce jade-green aura descends from the sky, striking the roof above them. The sound of destruction echoed. Jin raised a hand to shield himself from the falling debris, his face blank with shock. Beneath the hole in the ceiling, Dante emanated a chilling, dark aura of murderous intent. His sword remained sheathed, yet the unfortunate cadet already lay still and lifeless. He released his grip, smirking provocatively at Jine, and asked excitedly, "Is this enough?" Meanwhile, the wind seemed to pick up, a small hand shielding eyes from the side of the house with its gaping hole in the roof. Yona was stunned, her voice low. "What's wrong with these kids?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "What is it?" she asked, turning around, instantly cheerful again. Owl, a man with a stern face and physique, his muscles rippling, wears a bone mask that covers the lower half of his face. Owl, the 85th Martial King. He's serious. "Listen, Yona, even if it's you, we can't tolerate another disturbance. Do you know how many cadets' homes have been sick?" Before Owl could speak, Yona's furious voice boomed out. "That's not important right now. Owl, I was having fun with my little brother when some bastards came out of nowhere and bothered me." Owl was taken aback, never imagining such a thing could happen. His voice firm, he immediately retorted, "What? Who's bothering our Iona?" Iona's voice was filled with rage. Owl turned to look, wondering who dared. But the words caught in his throat as his eyes widened at the two figures on the ground, sprinting like Jine's tail. The owl was pensive. The one in front was Iona's brother, and those chasing him were the next heads of the Jipo and Haan families. The owl was shocked as Dante frantically watched Veridon's soul begin to drift away. Not wanting the owl's concern, Iona quickly jumped over the railing, declaring, "I'll handle this myself." "Hold on." Owl grabs Iona by the scruff of her neck, lifting her up. His tone was firm, saying they would die if she left, but Iona was even more stubborn than the manager. She glared menacingly, her voice hoarse and cold. "That's exactly what I intend to do." "No, absolutely not," the panicked owl shouts as Iona struggles against the grip on her neck. "Why not? This is the first time my younger sibling from the family has come to see me, and they're ruining it for us. I haven't even had a proper conversation with my little sister yet. Owl, calm down. If you want to kill them that badly, how about this? Iona, let's play a game." Iona turns her head in shock. "A game?" The owl's tone became laced with danger. A game where their lives were the stakes. "Starting tonight at dawn, 3 times in total. Send a real assassin, not some cadet. If they die, she wins. If they live, she loses." With that, the owl released Iona's collar. "Are you doubting me? Then wouldn't that increase the chances of your little sister dying with them?" Iona, crestfallen, fidgeted with her fingers, muttering, "If I could help it, I wouldn't want the youngest to die. These past 2 days have been fun and she's so kind." The owl coldly cuts through her act, leaving her no choice but to watch the 3 play together. Iona snapped back, "I really mean it. Fine, let's play. But whatever happens, Mr. Owl isn't allowed to interfere." She huffed. "I will also be the one to choose the assassin," Owl replies. "Yes, you don't need to worry, but before that, do you know how many houses in Samu were destroyed yesterday?" Yona, bored, replied blankly, "I don't know." Owl continues, 37 houses were destroyed because you sent cadets to play with your brother, so remember to write an apology letter." Yona curtly says she's busy, then slams the door. After he left, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief, glad he'd stopped Iona from going herself. The fate of the nameless organization was almost jeopardized. If those 3 kids die, I'm done for with their families. I need to act fast. In the distance, the sun slowly begins to peek over the horizon as Dante and Veridon sleep together in one bed. Dante's grinding teeth and unpleasant expression were likely due to Veridon's sleeping habits and snoring. Jin, sitting by their bedside, watched them sleep, muttering to himself, relieved they could rest peacefully, knowing they wouldn't be attacked in the morning. "Dante, your body is still weak, but your swordsmanship has become sharper. You must have leveled up after learning the Han family's secret technique. But as for that bastard Veridon, I can't even begin to guess what he's thinking. That damned genius, so unattainable in my past life, seeks me out for no reason, and even offers to buy me food." Jin sighed, worried he might actually die here, his face darkening with gloom. How could he both utilize and protect them? Yona will start sending stronger assassins. How should I prepare? Lost in thought, he suddenly realizes someone is standing right in front of him, and looks up at the owl. Being in a lower position, Jin felt a sense of oppression, realizing he hadn't sensed the man's approach at all. Is he the best assassin of the Nameless? Then he dismissed the thought. No, aside from Iona, assassins have no reason to test me. If that's the case, Dai quickly understood. Looking up at Owl and coldly introducing himself, the youngest son of the Kanden family. Greetings to the 85th king of the Nameless. Owl was silent for a moment. You don't seem afraid at all. This courage will serve you well. Old man Ken has found a gem, but you know who I am, and you still won't show respect? Jin smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll take my life, so I have to appear brave, because the Kanden family does not bow before death. He commented faintly upon hearing that. Quite the impudent brat. He chuckled softly, but his expression was strained and uneasy. Jin couldn't understand why he was here. A king wouldn't be here without a significant reason. He directly asks why a king would come here himself. Could it be about Yona? The Owl King's silence was deafening, and as the atmosphere reached a deadly precipice, he finally spoke. Something about Samuel's tone just doesn't sit right. Even Lord Ken is careful with his words. Jin's eyes snap open, overwhelmed by the deliberate release of a king's power, as Owl sharply demands how such a lowly wretch dares to mention Yona. The overwhelming pressure felt like a vice around his neck, suffocating him. The Owl's tone grew more deranged, his power intensifying like a savage, untamed tide. Oh, you wretch, you cause this mess and still act proud just because you have a backer? The air seemed to thicken with tension. Jin clutches his own throat, grinding his teeth, unable to understand why mentioning Yona would provoke such a violent reaction. But why? Finally, the Owl waves his hand, and the isolated space vanishes like a gust of wind. He looked down on him with disdain, threatening him with arrogance, saying that even tearing him apart wouldn't quell his anger. Out of respect for Ken, I'll let it slide this time. Jane, ever aware of his situation, knelt respectfully. Please forgive me. I was foolish to speak so rashly. I will gladly accept any punishment. The Owl was silent for a moment before speaking. Starting tonight, assassins in white masks will be targeting you. I don't care what happens to you. But those two can't die, he said, suddenly mentioning their names. Dante and Veradin trembled, pretending to be asleep. Eyes shut, Jin listened intently to the man's instructions. He rose, skeptical that true assassins were sent to punish him instead of cadets. The Owl simply crossed his arms and stated that this was a game. Yona's game, with those two as the targets. Jin frowned slightly. Is he going to interfere with Yona's game? But why go to such lengths? Could it be that even the Nameless King can't control Yona? What significance does she hold for him? No, for the entire faceless society, assassins will attack you a total of 3 times. Owl began to explain the rules. The 3 of you must stick together and find the center of the castle. If you do that, at least you'll be able to survive for a day. Furthermore, once the morning of the day after tomorrow arrives, you must do everything to get those 2 out of this castle. D is serious, so you mean I should be the only one to stay? He says nothing. He continued, Will my life be in danger? The Owl was silent for a moment, then asked, Is there a reward you desire? Jin raised his eyes slightly, his tone indifferent. Give me the myriad poisons wine. But the old man seemed to hear something utterly ridiculous, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes. You're insane. Even if Lord Ken himself requested it, it wouldn't be possible, John continued. After a moment, it's unclear what conditions he set, but the Owl has agreed. Very well, but that's the value of your life we're talking about. Remember, you must save the 2 future heads of the family lying over there. Jin smirks, promising to keep his word, but the Owl still has more to say. I'll give you one last piece of advice. We could kill anyone in this world if we wanted to, but do you know why we don't use this power recklessly? He coldly replies, because the stronger the weapon, the more terrifying it becomes in the wrong hands. And if used carelessly, they'll become an even bigger problem for you. Hearing this, the old man instinctively asks, If you knew, why did you bring up Yona? But before he could finish, he realized something, and froze. Looking at the boy, he suddenly wondered, could it be that this kid doesn't know about his connection to Iona? Was he really just asking if Yona was the reason he came here? I lost my temper again, and inadvertently threatened a kid. How embarrassing. Though he realizes it now, the embarrassment is palpable. I almost feel bad for him. Regaining his composure and acting like nothing happened, the Owl pretends to cough a few times. Very well. Your answer is acceptable. I'll see you in 3 days. With that, he turned into a cloud of smoke and vanished. Jane was a little tired of it. He got away. Then, as if remembering something, he looked down at the 2 fishy guys still passed out. Jin knew he had to get them home, but he changed his mind. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to listen to you. Owl. He smiles knowingly as the sun begins to set. Jane, Danta, and Veridin are running frantically through a desert village when Jin turns to them, saying, "Listen up, from today on we'll be targeted by real assassins, not just trainees. You two need to focus." Danta looked at him, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Hey, Jin, even if our opponents are stronger, we haven't seen anyone yet. Why are we in such a hurry?" Below, Veridin ran up, breathless and frustrated. "Yeah, it's only just gotten dark." As the sun quickly sets, he confirms with a shout, "When I fought the young generals, I could sense their presence as soon as the sun went down, and the knives started flying as soon as it was dark." But now, he interrupts himself. In the dark path, nothing appears. He feels nothing at all. He told himself that it wasn't that he couldn't feel anything at all. He just couldn't sense their presence. His body continued to run like the wind, but he could tell that something was approaching. He felt an eye watching them, like being hunted by a predator. Jane, overwhelmed, could only run. His eyes glazed over as he realized the difference between cadets and assassins was on a whole other level. In a tall, wind-swept tower, Yona sits on an owl's shoulder, shielding her eyes as she gazes into the distance, praising, "As expected of my little brother, he's already made his move." He narrowed his eyes at Iona, then questioned, "You sent out a high-ranking assassin first? Are you really going to kill your own brother?" She innocently glances at Yona, affirming, "Huh, of course not." He was baffled as he tried to explain it to her. Her little brother is quick-witted, so he's running now, but when they attack, he'll die before he can do anything. Owl thought to himself that if that happened, the two behind him would also die, but Yona confidently asserted that it wouldn't. The youngest's mind's eye is half open already. Hearing this, he was shocked. What? He wondered. He's so young and he already has the mind's eye. Her eyes narrowed with pride. It may seem like she's moving on instinct, but that's not the case. I'm sure she's felt something, even just a little these past few days. Her mind's eye has begun to open. Therefore, his skills are different than before. She watched Jine run, and Owl confirmed she was right. Immediately after, her face flushed, she clasped her hands together, tilted her head, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'm so proud." Even the owl was speechless. He thought to himself that this was the first time he'd ever seen Yona react this way. He then looked at the boy running like crazy below the village. His name is Jine? Perhaps he should as well. He watched the oblivious Jine continue to run. Perhaps I should place some hope in him. Suddenly, Jine senses something, his eyes widening in alarm. He stretches out his arms as a massive explosion erupts before him. He yells, stopping in his tracks. The two managed to stop in time, panting for breath. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a sound emerged, and Jine's eyes widened in shock. Immediately, he turned and pushed the two behind him, causing Veridin to cry out in confusion. "Oh no, Jine." A sharp dart flies toward him before he can even react. "What are you doing?" the three asked, flattened on the ground, dodging the hail of darts. Immediately after, the darts hit the wall, then the roof, making a pattering sound. From the smoke, a foot emerged, and an assassin swung a knife at him. Even Jin was shocked, his eyes widening in surprise. He turned his head, glaring back, and the white-clad assassin's eyes widened in astonishment as well. Immediately, the assassin lunged, but Jin blocked the attack with his scabbard. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he sense his presence? Behind Veridin, a blast of icy magic energy forms, and he glares at the assassin, whose face is instantly frozen. Beside him, Danta turned and cheerfully praised, "Well done, Veridin." Veridin frowned, a hint of pride on his face. "All right, let's just leave this guy here." But Jin cuts him off, looking cautious. "We don't have time for this." Veridin watched him, startled. The figure trapped in ice glared at them, and the ice began to crack. Then, in a flash, the ice shattered, leaving Veridin stunned. The assassin clutched the heart in his hand, then charged toward the three. Jin quickly blocks with his sword, while Danta carries Veridin away. Jin glances back, warning them that if they stay out here too long, the assassins lying in wait will arrive, and they won't have time to fight them one by one. Dana glanced at him nervously, her feet still running. "Understood," Jine shouted. "Run quickly to our destination, while Veridin continues to taunt their pursuers." The nameless ones aren't as strong as they say. The assassins relentlessly pursue the trio. Jin and Danta ran for their lives, while Veridin, being dragged by Dan, was busy trash-talking. "You call yourselves assassins, and you can't even catch me?" He glances back at the assassins, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Strange. Why are they keeping their distance instead of pursuing us closely? No sooner had the ground cracked open than something surged forth, and he was horrified by the sharp blade aimed straight at his face. The ground cracks open, revealing more and more openings as assassins emerge to surround them. Jin turns to Veridin, who is still flustered. "I didn't know things would turn out this way either." he yelled, telling him to stop with the nonsense and get ready. Jin urged him on, but he remained bewildered. Use your strongest magic now. Seeing this, he stepped down and laughed. Ha ha ha. Veridin raised his staff, confirming, give me 10 more minutes. Light erupted, drawing the assassin's gazes skyward as two streams of magic collided in a fiery vortex. Veridin, brimming with confidence, says, all right, I need to focus to prepare this magic. This is the complete annihilation of myriad fires. He smirks confidently, squinting as the flames swirl, and one of the assassins looks up in awe. That's terrifying magic. We're in trouble. His eyes widened as he looked up, equally astonished. Annihilation of all fire? He actually learned it? The previous head of the Jippo clan? You earned the title of Magic Queen 200 years ago. This was a spell Leon Jippo only used once in his life. Suddenly, Veridin called Jin's name, startling him from his thoughts. An assassin lunged at him while he cried out for help, the magic above still being cast. The assassin swung his blade, but he quickly intercepted him, wondering, just one? His eyes dart around, realizing the others are surrounding Danta. He calmly grips the sword behind him, and I shout out in worry, Dana! But he only buckles at the knees. Then the sword is drawn. A blue light flashes, and a gust of wind sweeps through. The assassin's face twists in shock. A protective circle surrounds Danta, throwing the assassins off balance as he unleashes the dragon armor of the Emperor's sword. One assassin's weapon is shattered, shards piercing his body, while another is cut by the wind, blood spurting from his thigh. Their screams fill the air as the assassin fighting him looks over in shock. He glanced back at him, eyes wide, as he unhesitatingly slashed down at his arm, but he dodged it. Then he turned back to Dantai in shock. I've never seen that sword technique before. His sword energy is fading. Dan stood ready with his sword, and he wondered, did he use mana to create that? A secret technique that can both defend and counterattack. Jin remarks that he must have trained hard since they last met, while Dan stands confidently within his aura of swords. Across from them, Veridin's flames continue to rage. He was pleased to see that not only Dan Te, but Veridin had also become much stronger. He reached out his hand, his hair flying with each pulse of mana, and Jin wondered if someone his age could really control such a large amount of mana. Across the way, Veridin grins, wondering if he can use the legendary secret technique passed down through the ages. He calls out to Jin, who snaps out of his thoughts, looking at him sheepishly. Sorry, I think I messed things up. He was confused. But then, the flames died out, leaving Veridin frozen in the dust. His eyes widened as he froze, and the assassins were petrified as well. The dying embers caused Dante to frown, speechless. He looked at Dante with resolve, saying, Run! Startling him. He yelled, I'll hold them off, so grab Veridin and run, Dante. Immediately, Dante embraced Veridin and struggled to flee, as Veridin gazed at him with deep affection. I'm sorry, Jin. He looked back at him as well. With wide, innocent eyes, he coughed up blood as he explained. It's been a while since I used it, so I must have made a mistake. Cough, I made a mistake. I can feel myself about to be overloaded with mana. He angrily retorted, Shut your mouth and stop spitting blood everywhere. He told Danta and Dante not to stop, to keep running to the place he told them about as they replied while running. Understood. The assassins echoed the sentiment with a shout. Don't let them escape. Catch them, even if it costs you your lives. If they get away tonight... He paused, then warned the others, Iona will personally train us. Their faces darkened with fear as they exchanged glances, and shouts echoed through the still night. Elsewhere, Iona tilted her head innocently. Humph. Owl crosses his arms, puzzled. What's wrong? She points to her cheek and shakes her head. Mr. Owl, I'm asking, what's going on? She questions. Did you help them? His face went blank with confusion, while Yona, impatient, glared daggers at him. Is that right? She narrowed her crimson eyes, gazing down below. How strange. How did they know to run to the safe zone? The three stood outside the entrance, catching their breath against the wall. This is the center of Samu, where the families and those affiliated with the nameless assassins reside. Dan, catching her breath, watches the assassins. It's true. He sheathed his sword and looked over to see the assassins had stopped attacking. Unless there's an invasion or similar emergency, the assassins of the nameless... One of them clenches his fist in anger. They can only watch, bound by tradition to never use weapons here, no matter what. Veridin, still spitting blood, stared at him. Hey, Jin, how did you know about this? Is this a test? He frowned as he looked outside. Something like that, Veridin laments. Huh? That's absurd. Meanwhile, Yona wondered how they knew about the place if no one had told them, while Owl simply crossed his arms and chuckled. Ha ha! What are you talking about? That's not true. Next, he leaves. Cough anyway, she finished writing the self-criticism for the destruction, but she interrupts. Ha! You're blatantly lying with a straight face, Yona questions. Aren't you the one who broke your promise first? Owl doesn't deny it, face contorting. She pulls up her scarf, hiding her face, then flips her hair, eyes wide. It's her turn next. Owl, the king of the Nameless, the most powerful assassin organization, is a large man with white, spiky hair. To him, Iona was more precious than a daughter, possessing unparalleled talent unmatched by any assassin. She was given many titles, such as a born assassin and a god of death incarnate, leaving only bloodied corpses in her wake. Few who have witnessed the power sleeping within her would say otherwise. A blade soaked in chaos, Iona narrows her eyes, declaring, "As I said, I will fight them myself," she reminds him, causing the owl to frown. "You broke your promise, so you can't interfere." He confirmed, "I understand." Inwardly worried, he realizes he's out of options and can't stop her. As twilight descends, Owl thinks to himself, he can only hope that Jin Kanan can help Hiron and Jippo's next master escape. Iona calls out excitedly, "Look, Owl, it's getting dark. It's time for those two to die with my little sister." She turned to Owl. "Will you come with me?" His face darkened with hesitation, but he knew the boy was smart and would follow his orders. He understood the gravity of the situation. I felt guilty for making him face Iona, but I had no choice. He responded, "Yes, let's go." Torches were lit in the village below, shrouded in darkness. The owl thought to himself, perhaps Iona would show mercy. She did love her younger brother. And from the start, I could have prevented all of this. The two of them stood atop a house, observing below. They observed a house, and Owl thought, if he had listened, the silence inside would not have piqued their curiosity. His eyes widened in confusion as he stood by the window while the two fathers slept soundly. Owl looked at Veridin's glowing vial, wondering why they were still asleep. Iona laughs excitedly. Hee, it's perfect that they're all gathered in one place. I can kill them so easily. Owl, sensing danger, is startled and tries to stop her. Wait, hold on a second. Her eyes narrowed like a bloodthirsty beast as she cursed. How dare those bastards chat and laugh with my little sister right in front of me, when I haven't even had a chance to speak to her? She loses her composure. I'll kill... What are you rummaging for in your pocket? Her eyes widened as she snapped back to reality in shock. Humph. Immediately, she removes her veil and angrily confronts the owl, telling it to stay out of this, but he still doesn't understand? She angrily points towards the window frame, questioning, "Owl, don't pretend you don't know." A light flashes from the book and she cries out that it's shining on the window frame. Meanwhile, he holds up the dragon claw and it glows brightly. Iona muttered, "The thing my little sister is currently holding?" She looked at the ivory dragon claw in her hand, the claw of a silver dragon. Inside, he held up the dragon claw, confused. Why weren't they reacting to it? He recalled their expressions, realizing that if his theory was correct, the assassins should have reacted to the claw by now. The noise startled him, and he turned to see them, still finding his own body strange. Behind him stood the owl with folded arms and Iona, pouting. Jin realized that despite standing together, he couldn't sense anything, and then greeted them. "So you've arrived," he said to her pouting face. "It's been a while, Yona," he said, cutting himself off, then looking up at the owl. "It's an honor to meet you for the first time, 80th Nameless King." The king simply stares back at him, silently assessing his smiling face. "I knew he was smart," the owl responded. "Indeed, you're perceptive to have noticed me." Then he glanced at the two people sleeping soundly. "It seems you knew we were coming, and you drugged your friends." He confirmed, "Yes, it's best they don't know too much." The owl's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll ask you directly, where did you get the silver dragon's claw?" He carefully explains. "A silver dragon I met during my travels gave it to me as a gift." Owl determines, "Seeing you hold it up and wait like that, it seems you know how to use it." He looks at the silver dragon claw's aura. "If you show this to Nameless's assassins, you can survive any situation." Yona glances away, adding a comment. "Yeah, because our motto is that there's no one in this world we can't kill." The owl pauses. "Yona." She turns her head away, pouting. Meanwhile, the man frustratingly rubs his forehead. "Ha, yes, handing it over to us would save your life." He seriously suggests that before handing it over, there's something he wants to ask. Owl looks at him, wondering what it is. Jin continued, "I wonder why the people hunting me down are actual assassins and not military cadets." Yona's eyes widened in shock. He wondered, is it because I'm a Caden that Yona doesn't trust me? She shook her head, flustered. No, she didn't have a chance to explain before the owl interrupted. Stop, let me explain. He glares at him, his face darkening with annoyance, complaining that he can't trust this bastard. He explained to him that he told him not to let Yona know he had helped him. Actually, Yona and I made a bet. I bet your friend would survive, and Yona bet against it. Thanks to you, I won. He gritted his teeth, confirming that he had kept this from him for his own good. So, from now on, no assassins will be after you, and all of the nameless assassins, including myself and Yona, will not harm the three of you. We will uphold this promise for the next 10 years, and as long as your family does not attack us, this decision will not be revoked. 10 years. Jin smiles, relieved to have eliminated a major variable. He won't have to worry about the nameless assassinating him while he's warring with his siblings. He added a condition. Also, since you obtained the Silver Dragon's Claw, I shall reward you. He closed his eyes and bowed sincerely. Thank you, sir. Owl confirms we'll discuss the reward you desire later, and now he places a hand on my shoulder, and I feel a force descend. The owl quickly departs, leaving him and Iona alone. The sisters must have so much to say to each other, meeting for the first time since he arrived in Samyu. The owl reminded them to talk as much as they wanted, then vanished in the wind, leaving him to stare at her. She's flustered, her hands fidgeting nervously. Her face filled with embarrassment, she stole glances at him, stammering. Hello there, little sister. In another part of the village, a voice calls out. A temporary blessing of the Caden family is cozying up to the next heads of the Jipol and Haan families. Even Rotsua probably didn't foresee this, the swordsman confirmed. Indeed, more good news keeps coming. He looked up in his self-proclaimed armor, certain that there was some connection between Yona and the temporary luck. If they've been discovered, more evidence will surface soon. The assassins targeting the temporary vessel are increasing in rank. We don't know why, but it seems to be a form of intense training. One of them warns that the master has forbidden the death of the temporary miracle, and everyone must pay close attention. In another area, Owl eavesdrops on them, and they shout in unison. At his feet is a fragment of something, and Benjine and Iona are humming. So, little brother, I really don't want to control you. Really. He crossed his arms, staring at her coldly as Iona tried to explain that she only wanted to help him grow stronger. Ah, he retorts, so that's why you sent dozens of assassins after me? Unable to meet his gaze, she wrings her hands, stammering a denial. That's not it at all. As if remembering something, she looks to the side. Oh, right. Now that he thinks about it, who are they? He turns to look as well. He looks at the two men sleeping soundly in their beds, Verdenjipo and Danante Han. Iona realizes that Aken is close friends with members of the Jipo and Hiran families. You truly are one of a kind. He suddenly asks if she regrets not killing them. She thinks for a moment, then nods. Yes, probably. But the Silver Dragon's claws were more important, so he pressed on. So it seems you'll report to the family that I'm close to them. She looked at him, flustered. Why would I do that? If you reveal this, I could be hurt or even killed. He's distraught. Isn't that what you wanted? Meanwhile, she grows even more confused, her face a blank slate of bewilderment. Jane questioned that if that weren't the case, she wouldn't have sent those assassins. Jane was serious. I'll ask you again, why did you do this? His shadow looms over Yona, filling her with dread. You were just a plaything to me. His face grew colder, his brow furrowed as he stared at her. So, I'm just a toy to you. Her eyes widened in confusion, then she clenched her fists and screamed, No! She sobbed, and he stared in disbelief. What about you, sister? Yona stammered through her tears. She wipes her face, sobbing. That's not how it is. Jine froze, while Yona continued to sob uncontrollably, leaving him utterly perplexed. What is this reaction? Does she really think she's playing games with me? He wondered, was she crying? But why? At Veridon's bedside, he seemed to hear a noise and yawned as he rubbed his ear. Iona choked back tears, saying she didn't know why they were falling. He then added, Aren't you supposed to be the best assassin? You must have been trained to control your emotions. Aya opened her eyes, filled with resentment. I never learned how, Iona recounted haltingly. At No Name, when you first arrived, our mother said you were such a natural killer, you didn't need to be taught. So she had already killed someone before coming to No Name? He's shaken, realizing she was only 12 when she was sent here. She composes herself, wipes away her tears, and looks up at him. I must have been about 8 years old then. At Thunderous Stage, her cousin kept bothering her, so she killed him, and then her governess disappeared. On a rainy day, she stood lonely by the window. Iona continued, recalling that even though she had siblings at home and at Thunder Dojo, she was forbidden from eating or living with them as a cadet, so she thought that killing her cousin was wrong and that she was being punished. Immediately after, she seemed happier, but not really. Here, she was tasked with killing people, and his face grew grim as he pondered her innate assassin talent. He paused, recalling the image of his sister alone by the window, clutching a severed head beside a corpse. The reason her father drove everyone away from Yona was probably to prevent more children from dying. Suddenly, Yona excitedly laughs, pulling him back to reality. Heh, heh, heh. She looked up, radiant. But I'm so glad I got to talk to you like this. Then, she lowered her head and wiped away her tears. She wouldn't care where she was sent, but she was sad that she wouldn't see her siblings again. He stood in silence. Just as I thought, my sister is far from normal. It seems she feels no guilt about killing people. But that doesn't mean she's without feelings. He remembers his father, who pushed his sister away. At that moment, perhaps this was the only choice father had, to protect his other young children. Afterward, his hands clenched in anger. But was abandoning his daughter like that truly the right thing to do? Yona could sense it too. Immediately, she was disheartened. Little brother, are you angry with me too? Her words startled him from his thoughts. Jin affirmed, unprompted. He then asked her, have you ever thought this was unfair? But Yona was clueless, not understanding what was unfair. Jin explains that she's been treated as a tool for killing since she was a child, and asks if that's a bad thing, which stuns Jin. That's right. She cheerfully reached out and ruffled his hair. Ah, I see. So you haven't killed anyone yet. When you fight, I get the feeling you're trying not to kill. She wondered helplessly as he looked on in stunned disbelief. She was born this way. What could she do? He wondered, was she saying she was born this way? Is she a contractor with the gods? But she's confused. Not at all, Jin questions. Then what exactly are you holding back? Iona dismisses him. You don't need to know. She stepped back, smiling as she sized him up. You have your own secrets, don't you? Beneath his feet, his dark power is laid bare before her. Does she know about my dark power? Iona reminds him. Let me give you a hint. I'm very wary of the power you possess. She puts her hand on her chest, smiling, or rather, something inside her is afraid of you. Ever since she first saw you, something inside has been weeping. Savage calls echo in her mind as Iona laughs maniacally, urging her to kill him. You confuse me so much. Her eyes are empty, but she's smiling, as if she likes me so much, she's suppressing her instincts. She looks at him, so I hope you like me too. You're just as gloomy. We don't even have any memories to form a sisterly bond. Their conversation continues. In that case, I'm threatening you. You have to love me or I'll kill you. What if I did? He's bewildered, as usually they would only grow further apart. She laughs excitedly. Or, how about I give you the antidote? After all, that's the only reason my siblings ever come to see me. She leaned in, asking him again, Isn't that why you came to me? I don't need it, so take it. Jin's refusal left her frozen in confusion. I don't want that, he explained with a dark look and a smile. Even if you gave me the antidote to all poisons, my answer wouldn't change. She clenched her fist in anger and shouted, Then what do you want me to do? What must I do for us to become closer to our family? Jane gently calms her down as the bright moonlight over Samuel draws her gaze. Then he reached out with a gentle offer. Let's take a walk. Through conversations like these, we can build a bond between siblings. She paused, looking up at him in surprise, then happily reached out and took his hand. Yes, and Jine thinks, I need time to sort out my thoughts. They arrive at a lush green garden, and he is still lost in thought about his pitiful and irresponsible sister. Green petals dance in the night wind as he wonders how to treat his sister. The moon shines over the village's dilapidated houses, and the footsteps of Jine and Iona echo. He spoke first, saying that no one was there. She responded. Yeah, he explains that it's sister time, so they're under curfew. She points to a nearby building, asking if I want to see her favorite place. Actually, guests aren't allowed to visit that place, he confirms. The two of them stand before a barrier, Iona leaning back on her hands. We're almost there. We just need to climb up there. He tilted his head, questioning. What's up there? She replies. Flowers and a cliff, he smiled teasingly. I'm starting to feel a little dizzy. The girl next to her chimed in, agreeing. Ha, you think I'd push you? Why would you do something so pointless? They teased each other as they stepped over the barrier. Even if I fell from this height, I wouldn't die. Ha, enough, sister. The rustling of leaves filled the air as a forest, and a garden of glowing green flowers appeared before them, bathed in the night. His eyes widened in awe as rose petals danced in the wind. The flowers glowed brilliantly. He was stunned. Were these blue roses? She responds, That's right, they're often seen as weeds, but they look beautiful when they absorb moonlight. She approaches and plucks the petals, saying she loves them the most. He silently watched her actions, noting that even when trampled or deprived of water, they could still survive. And even if they die, new flowers will soon bloom in their place. Iona holds the flowers out to him. She happily smiled, standing amidst the blue roses. "A gift for you." Her hand holding the radiant petals made him freeze. This isn't the first time he's received blue roses as a gift. He recalls seeing them outside his window in a past life. In this life, he's received them a few times as well. He recalls those roses, and then remembers his conversation with Julie. "And I'd forgotten that in my past life, someone would sometimes leave blue roses in my room." 2 flowers in the same scene. He remembers that even on days his siblings tormented him, Yona would sincerely offer him flowers, bowing shyly and hoping they would cheer him up. "Not only did I survive, but I also awakened my third eye." Jin recalls the day he was banished from the sword garden. It was then he realized, in his moment of hardship, they were in his cloak pocket, and he clutched the flowers tightly. Did she suspect a connection to him, so she then held up the flower, admiring it. "Up close, they're quite beautiful," she remarks proudly. "You think so too? I only give these to people I like." "Heh, what's wrong, sis?" he asks, as Yona looks on in bewilderment. "How have you been lately?" Jin asks with a gentle smile. "Conversations we can't share." He's earnest, while she remains confused. "Please, share it with me." Flower petals dance around them, and silence fills the air. Yes, they share their stories with each other. Jin asks, "Were you trying to kill the Nameless King?" She confirms. "Yes, it was when I was about 14. The owl scolded me severely and made me write a letter of apology in my room. She tried 2 more times after that and failed both times, much to his confusion." "Did you do that because he scolded you?" She confirmed, sitting on a grassy knoll. "That's right, you failed back then, but if you tried now, you might succeed." Jin praises her, saying she's worthy of being the Assassin Queen's rival and his sister. She wonders too, "By the way, who is the silver dragon who gave you their claw?" "Are you too close?" he asks, and she confirms that they are. She laughs with glee, declaring she'll kill that dragon. "I'll rip out its claws and use them," which he tries to stop me from doing. "Please be kind to my friends. They could become your friends too." I'm just kidding." Suddenly, Iona muttered something that caught him off guard. "You really aren't afraid of me, are you?" Iona looked down, lost in thought. Aside from her father and Owl, this was the first time she'd ever spoken so freely with someone. But he just smiles, relieved. He thinks she's better suited as a florist than an assassin. Iona's eyes widened in surprise. "A flower shop?" Jin suggests that she learn about flowers from now on. She agreed, saying that if I opened a flower shop in his territory, he would visit often. "That's not a bad idea at all." Jin then gets up, dusting off her knees. "Of course, you can't go around killing your customers." He smiled, his face full of excitement as he looked at her. "Now I'm off to see the Nameless King," she says, eyes wide with menace. "Where are you going? If you leave, I'll kill you." He was utterly bewildered. "Okay, that's enough." Suddenly remembering something, she clapped her hands together. "Oh, that's right. I have a mission today too." Jin asks, "What?" A gust of wind blows between them. With a bright smile, Iona leaps off the cliff edge with a flurry of petals, saying, "Well then, I'll be going now. See you later." "Have a good trip." Immediately after, her smiling face fell into the abyss. "See you later." She fell over the cliff's edge before his very eyes. Jin sighs, his hand still clutching the 2 blue roses, while the owl smokes and stares into the distance. "You've arrived," he observed as Jin stood behind him. "Looks like you've finished your conversation with Iona? And you knew I was waiting for you?" He replies, "Yes, I apologize for being late." He extinguished his cigarette, saying, "Before we begin, I've prepared what you asked for." Then, Owl put his mask back on and continued, "Although you didn't follow my instructions, the 2 future family heads are alive. And I received a silver dragon's claw. Everything went smoothly, so I complied with your request." He eyed him, remarking, "I didn't realize you were so boastful." He paused. "Sometimes you really cross the line. Do you think you can be arrogant just because you're close to Yona?" His eyes narrowed with determination and caution. "I may have been a little rude, because I also want to be close to you. Because I believe we both desire the same thing." Jin bargains. "For at least 5 years I can delay Lady Yona's return to the family." He paused and then explained, "I'll make up an excuse." He looked at him questioningly. "Can someone as opportunistic as you really do that? Can you take responsibility for your words?" He looked up, resolute. "Of course." The owl frowned, puzzled. What other reason could there be? He moved his lips, then muttered something that made the other man pause and look at him. She's perfect as a florist. But you know, someone with so many emotions isn't suited to be an assassin. She's just more talented at killing than others. Rather than being exploited by the family upon her return, he pictures her happily surrounded by flowers. Jin affirmed, I want her to be with people who understand her, and I think she'd be happier as a florist than as an assassin. Owl's eyes widened in surprise at his words. I want her to be happy. He paused, and then the man frowned in understanding. Fine. You've disappointed me twice already, so I'm sure you've thought this through. He then questions him. What do you want? He replied, just this once. I want your help when I need it. He calmly placed his hand on his chest as Jine Grey, not Jine Duncanen. Jane bows respectfully, and I will also be leaving Samil. I'll be taking Dante and Viridin with me, so we won't be troubling you any further from today onward. Finally getting rid of him. Good riddance. A week later, in a barren, rocky land, Kazim is led somewhere by Khan, his brow furrowed as he quietly assesses their surroundings. This is the Dark Sea. It's chaotic, yet strangely clean around here. Has someone been clearing this area? Khan stopped, startling him with the announcement that they had arrived. Before them stood 3 familiar figures, a woman's voice noted. What is this? Talaris asks, a dark look on her face as she hides behind her fan. Why is a married man here? Ken, standing next to him, frowned in displeasure. Kazim winces, forcing a smile. I'm done for. He glances at Talaris, sizing him up. Casimia and the Nameless King as well. Bringing up the children's marriage now would be awkward. Then he glanced at the Owl, the Ice Palace Lord, and the Sword Demon. It would be difficult to bring up Jin and Iona now. He glanced around awkwardly, thinking, Terrace must be here to discuss the proposal. And who is that? Kieran sighed. Ah, he reached out solemnly. Please, sit down. Casimia, I apologize for summoning you here and offering such poor hospitality. Ken reminds Terrace that the uninvited guests in this gate aren't sword demons, but them and Owl. CME stares blankly, wondering if something happened to Master Jine. He looked at him, considering. But wait, Jine had only arrived in Samu recently. What could have happened in such a short amount of time? Owl frowned. It seems you already had plans. Ken glanced at Kazim. I called you here for a drink, but we must wait until these old friends leave. I hope you understand. He startled a bit as he replied, Sympathize? Not at all, Mr. Ken. Ken asks, That's right. And how is the youngest doing? Owl responded. When I arrived, Master Jine had already left for Samu, claiming it was to prepare for assassinations and poisonings. Tyler Laris hid behind her fan, puzzled. Why does that boy only go to dangerous places? If he keeps running around like that and loses his life, what will my daughter do? Actually, I came to see you because there's something I need to discuss about him. Only CME looked blankly back and forth. Owl was hesitant, but this was not something to be said in front of the Ice Palace Master and the Sword Demon. Seeing this, he crossed his arms and affirmed, Speak freely. The Ice Palace Lord is one of the few I consider a close friend. And the Sword Demon is tight-lipped, so there won't be any problems. Understood, sir. So, after telling me all this, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the Silver Dragon's claws, huh? Interesting. It's understandable you didn't expect that. Then, he seriously crossed his arms and asked, So, what request did you grant the youngest? The Owl was honest. He asked me to erase all records of his visit to Samu. His eyes narrowed gravely, specifying that aside from the residents of the small kingdom, along with the cadets and assassins of the Nameless, he wanted no one to remember either Jine Grey or Jine Dancan. So, the soldier was hit by a dart in agony. The soldiers fell like flies, and the rest panicked. Where were these attacks coming from? Don't panic, they're just assassins. Everyone, hold your formation. Screams fill the air as one soldier dies instantly. Captain. Meanwhile, the other guy gripped his sword in terror, breaking out in a cold sweat. How dare you? Doesn't Nameless fear the wrath of the Can clan? The blue card assassin moved in, placing the blade against his neck. Before he could finish speaking about why he was doing this, the Black Cane family patriarch's head was severed. Blood pools at the white-clad assassin's feet, while their shadows flicker across the fortress walls, and corpses litter the ground below. Owl reports, We've eliminated all the guards pursuing the temporary prodigy. It seems the youngest prodigy sensed our presence and requested it. Khan crosses his arms, realizing the boy worried he'd be held responsible for them. He confirms he's a little ashamed. But the thing is, we didn't just kill 1 or 2 guards. Ho, I see. So that kid foresaw the purge? Don't worry. Even if you killed 100 people, it wouldn't matter. The Owl bowed, thanking him for dispelling his junior's worries. He wondered, Is he proud of me? Suddenly, the Owl continued, But Mr. Ken, There's still something else I need to discuss. Hearing this, he looked up. What is it? He then pulled a piece of paper from his robes and handed it to Ken, asking him to read it. He added that the temporary fortune was left behind when he left Samil, causing Chiron to frown as he read. The owl reminded him that this matter must not be revealed to the Ice Palace Lord or the Sword Demon. His eyes narrowed. On his side, Veridine and Danta were still passed out. These two are really out cold. He stares at them, dejected. I only came here to get the sword before meeting the Nameless King. And their snoring is getting louder? Did I use the wrong dosage? Jane closes his eyes and sighs. Oh well, let them rest. They must be exhausted after working so hard as soon as they arrived. He reached into his pocket and found a note and a vial of medicine. His eyes widened as he quickly read the letter. Could it be? The note was left by Iona. It reads, Hello, Jin, my little brother. This is the myriad poisons wine. If you drink it and fully open your mind's eye, no assassin will be able to kill you alone. Even I found it difficult. Her playful image appeared in his mind. When that day comes, I won't be able to give you surprises like this anymore. What a shame. That's all for now. See you later. Jin, please take care of yourself. His eyes widened as he read the last line. And happy birthday from your beloved sister. Jin was stunned. It was his birthday. That's right. I'd forgotten while I was here. Next, he takes out a pen, saying that even though it's a bit early, he'll give her a gift. Sister, he fumbles around on the desk. He's currently writing a letter to the Nameless King, stating that Yona gave him the myriad poisons wine, so he should secretly negotiate with his father. Because it's as valuable as the wand poison wine, this should be enough to delay Yona's return to the family. It's not the most honorable method, but I've kept my promise this time, so I hope the Nameless King will keep his promise to me as well. The letter reaches Ken, who frowns in anger, then asks, Is this true? The owl confirms, Yes, sir. If Iona really wanted to escape, even I would have a hard time finding her, and I also discovered that I had been robbed. He frowned. Besides what's written on that piece of paper, he's surprised me a few more times. But before he could finish, Ken looked up and laughed gleefully, then shouted excitedly, That innocent child tricked you? Don't tell me you planned this to keep Iona here. The owl remained calm, wishing things were as they seemed, while Chasm was left in shock. He glanced over. It's not just you. I'm involved in this as well. I'll be sending you an official invitation, so please visit the Sword Garden soon. We'll discuss this matter again. The owl responded, Yes, sir. Then he looked over at him. Casimia, I'd like to hear the news you've brought as well. He blankly reported, Yes, this news concerns the death of Archmage Kid Han some time ago. He reported, I must inform you that this was caused by young Master Jine. Upon hearing this, the owl was shocked. Talaris's eyes widened in disbelief as Kieran raised his bottle. I see. He slams it down with grave intensity. Now, the uninvited should leave. I want to have a drink with the sword demon, the owl said, standing up. Then we'll take our leave first, Tara's companion complained. I can stay, right? I know everything already. Ken sternly dismissed his guess. You should go too, she's complaining. Enough already. Fine, I'll go spread rumors about the power your son wields. Kieran frowned seriously. Stop talking nonsense and go back now. Meanwhile, Jine angrily shouts, Stop talking nonsense! Danta and Veridin press their faces close, glaring in unison. He couldn't win against their persistence. Good grief. Do you two ever get tired? Veridin waves his hand in frustration, pouting. It was so hard to find you. Finding you was hard enough, and now this torture. If you had any conscience, you'd stay with us a few more days. Dan agrees, saying, That's right. Meanwhile, he sat at the table, head in his hands, frustrated, ultimately helpless. Do whatever you want, they shouted throughout the house. With a table full of beer, he asks, confused, Hey, aren't you two heirs to your families? His face twisted in annoyance at them. Is this really the time to waste? Why are you two always hanging around here? But Veridin, with a pout, shouts that's exactly why. He flails his arms in dissatisfaction, saying that once he becomes the head of the family, they won't even be able to see each other. Besides, our families will be at each other's throats. That's the end of that. He just stares blankly at him. Shouldn't you be worrying about becoming the head of your family first? Veridin, slurring from the beer, threw his arm around Dantai's shoulders, explaining there was nothing to worry about. My position is so secure that no matter what I do, I'll become the head of the family. And Dante here has the direct support and confirmation of his grandfather, the head of the Haan family. That's right. He closed his eyes in annoyance because they announced it. But unfortunately, it's not like the two of you. I'm very busy, Veridin asked him. Oh, right. Didn't you kill Kid Han a few months back? He denied that too. Who knows? I told you I'm not the culprit. Veridin is frustrated, asking why Dan is drawing lines between them again. Jane then reminded him if he ever thought he was being too nosy, to which Veridin angrily retorted, "Hey, how long are you going to be so mean?" Dan silently drinks his beer, then asks if they won't see each other as often once Veridin becomes a key. Meanwhile, he just stared wide-eyed, and Veridin was equally perplexed. He stared into his beer with a troubled look, yet still smiled, echoing Veridin's words. "Once we become heads of our families, we won't be able to see each other, especially you." Jane Veridin grinned with excitement. "And then until that time, let's just enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Danta also looked up at him. Veridin added, "To become a phenomenon, you need fame, right? If you say you didn't kill Kid Han, then let's drop it." But he just closed his eyes and sighed as Danta and Veridin excitedly put their arms around each other. "Let's travel together, and we'll help you build your reputation." Danta turned to discuss with Veridin. Or they could help others. He agreed, suggesting they hunt down infamous villains together, while he just squinted at them like they were insane. Veridin suggests targets like the Mammoth Kings, Mad Jack Glow of West Vermont, and the remnants of the Black Magic Society, while our protagonist sighs at their enthusiasm as Dan adds, "Wok the Destroyer of Vonkala." Even though it's really far from here. Oh, right, and the Orange Fox Tribe. He raised his beer, cutting through their excitement. "He wants the three of us to go on an adventure?" "Stop talking nonsense," Veridin shouted, slamming the table. "A good idea?" He suggested we go on an adventure together. He looked just as bewildered, raising his beer. Dan, who was next to him, also confirmed that the three of them were friends traveling together, and he looked down at his beer, then smiled indulgently. How ridiculous. When Dien wakes up, he's lying in bed with a bewildered look on his face. He looks around, confused. "Huh? When did I fall asleep?" Dai recalled the two beer worms lying lifeless on the chairs. "We must have been forced to drink by Veridin. They were both drowsy. Let's go on an adventure together. Oh, I don't want to go home." He then told the delivery person to send them both to Vermont, reaffirming his decision. "Afterward, I threw them both into the gate and only remember returning to Tan." Then he jolted awake, clutching his head in confusion. "What happened? And why does my body feel so strangely comfortable?" A noise came from the side. "Young Master Jine, you're finally awake." He looked at the girl, who was rubbing her sleepy eyes, so she asked, "How are you feeling? Did you fully absorb the antidote?" He was bewildered. The antidote? Memories flood back as he recalls standing before Quiquintel after drinking the potion. Jin regains his composure and asks Ken, "Did I pass out after drinking the antidote?" She confirms, "That's right. Wow, I thought you were a goner." Her face flushed, then she wiped her drooling mouth. "After you passed out, your body kept turning black and then returning to normal every few minutes. But even this version of you is still cool." Outside, Quiquintel entered, startling Ken. She looked at him and said, "So, you're finally awake." Jin, also of the Canel clan, saw her dark expression. "Quen can tell. How long was I unconscious?" She calmly replied, "You've been asleep for 5 days straight. Usually, after taking the antidote, you need at least a month. But it seems, thanks to the innate constitution of the Kanden family, you woke up sooner." He smiled at her. "Good thing I woke up early. Consider it a few days of rest for you." Rest. He gazed at the blue vase in the room, wondering, "What happened while I was asleep?" She replied that not much had happened, except that Simia had returned shortly after leaving. Ken added, "Oh, and July is away for a bit. She received an urgent summons from the Kanden family and used the transfer gate to get there early this morning." Jin asked, puzzled. "The family?" Ken gets up, saying she'll be back soon, so it can't be anything serious. Then, with a smile, he heads out the door. "Well then, I'll go let everyone know you're awake." He stares at the bubbling, thick purple liquid in the earthen pot, looking bewildered. "So, you want me to drink this?" Beside him, Koel sighed, while Murakan grinned with excitement. He smiles wryly. "It's nothing strange, just a little something to celebrate your recovery, so drink up." "Hurry up." He raised the bottle as well, complaining. He sighs, then chugs it down. Murakan cheers, "Ooh, ooh." Meanwhile, he grimaces. "What is this?" He's anxious. "How do you feel?" Jin suspiciously frowned at Murakan, his hand on his lower abdomen. "It's a little warm here, but that's it." "What was that just now?" Murakan said proudly. "Just a little poison I had that bastard buy from the black market." "It's a deadly poison. Anyone below 7 stars would die instantly from just one sip." Jin scowls, demanding to know what he gave someone who just woke up, while Y chides Murakan's foolish prank, but concedes that it proved one thing. The antidote to all poisons has been almost completely absorbed. Seeing this, he paled in dismay. Then she turned to him, stating, "Congratulations, there is no poison in this world that can instantly kill you anymore." While he was still bewildered, she reiterated, "That's right, it's time for you to keep your promise." Jin confirmed. "Yes, in exchange for your clause, I promised to help Ania train, didn't I? You see, Ania is working very hard, but I've only been helping her theoretically, so she lacks practical experience." He pursed his lips, then she confidently stated that there would come a day when she would need to defeat her opponents, but currently she lacked the experience to prepare for it. He looked up and asked her, "Do we really have to make Ania do that?" But Quant cut him off. "What are you saying?" She reaches out, affirming, "Jin, remember, everyone here is your comrade. That means when you fight your siblings in the future, we'll be right there fighting alongside you." She then questioned him. "Even when that time comes, you still think Ania doesn't need to fight?" He smiled as if she were scolding him. But outside, they realize Ken is eavesdropping, perhaps telling Ania everything. Kwai Kano spoke eloquently. "Ania must become stronger. Only then can you call her your companion," he interjects. "Don't worry, I've already decided on our next destination." Ken paused. Next, he made a suggestion. He was thinking of improving his backflow magic by fighting a mage, so it would be good to bring Manga along. Her eyes lit up as she burst through the door. Oh, to be alone with Master Jine. Her face was filled with infatuation. "Isn't this a date?" Kwai Kanteo warns her. "I won't tell you to act with dignity, so please, just don't go overboard." Meanwhile, in the Sword Garden, a voice echoed from within the building. "I just heard something quite interesting happened in Samu. This office is guarded. If you have anything to say, explain yourself." Ken warms up his arm. "Joshua." Before him, silence reigns, unexplained. Ken spoke deliberately. "I'll ask you again." A silent owl and Julie stood behind him. He reveals that Yona had to delay her return to the family because of him, as Kieran calmly removes his gauntlet. "Do you have anything to say?" He couldn't explain, his hand still behind his back. Then he closed his eyes and stammered. He then defends himself, saying he only acted for the benefit of the family. Hearing this, Ken's hand, which was holding the iron gauntlet, froze. He landed a punch right in his son's face, leaving him stunned. He gestured with his wrist and questioned, "What are you doing?" His eyes burned with rage, his voice a command from hell. "Straighten your back." "Josrosua." Joshua placed his hand on the table, straightened up, and struck a cold, formal pose. Then Ken landed another blow, sending blood flying, and continued his furious assault. A direct punch to the face swells his cheeks and sends blood spurting. Outside, the owl listens in silence, while July closes her eyes, covers her mouth, and clenches her fist to keep from vomiting. Inside, Ken watches Joshua struggle on the ground and orders him to remove the black gold armor, saying he's no longer worthy to wear it. He quickly takes off the armor, revealing the robes underneath, and places it on the table, the black gold armor now silent. Ken angrily curses that the family's second prodigy was defeated by the youngest, who was only a backup. Moreover, he's sure he warned him and all the others, while the boy just stood there, listening. His eyes narrowed. "What did I say?" With bloodied lips, Rushua struggles to speak. "Iona. Don't touch Iona." Ken raised his leg, delivering a blow to his stomach, forcing him to bite his lip to keep from vomiting blood, before he crumpled to the ground in agony. Outside the owl, there was also confusion. They didn't expect this meeting to be about Joshua, and the clan leader punished him too severely. From within, Owl could sense Chiron's rage, thinking this was a warning from Ken. If Iona is ever put in danger again, no one involved will escape punishment, be they eldest son or myself. "I know you didn't intend to defy my orders, which is why the armor your mother gave you 17 years ago is still intact," Ken remarked. "Cowardice is what you've done." Upon hearing that, Jotun paused, his eyes filled with coldness as he remembered my words. "If the day comes when I have to discipline you in the dark sea." Ken lowered his hands, looking down at his son, who was kneeling in pain. He reminded him that he would strip him of his destiny, then softly said, "Leave." He then pushed himself up from his knees, and Roth walked outside. 2 guards quickly helped him away, while Mary leaned against the outside wall, arms crossed, enjoying the show. She smirked as he passed, her laughter causing him to freeze. He grimaced, grinding his teeth in humiliation, his face bruised and battered. Ken suddenly called out to Julie, startling her. Yes, she entered to find him reattaching his iron hand. "Is our youngest doing well at the assassin village?" She is cautious. "Yes. He left Samu not long ago," she says, adding, "He drank the myriad poison elixir he obtained there and is now resting." Ken's arm pauses slightly. He picked up the armor and handed it over. Julie was shocked. Ken's face was cold, and he frowned as he recounted everything that had happened that day with the dark armor in his hand. "That's why I summoned you here." She bowed respectfully. "I will tell him everything. For the sake of the Kandon people, for the sake of the young lord." Back in the present, he's shocked. The nameless king was there too, but more importantly, he wonders. Her father punished Rocha himself, she recounts excitedly, ending with an uppercut. Indeed, it was terrible, but also so refreshing. Next, she looks at the armor on the table. Unbelievable, isn't it? The young lady will be in self-reflection for a while, and he has received the Black Knight armor. Young master, looking at it must remind you of 30 years ago when the legendary blacksmith Pecan Minch created this peerless armor, a trophy Uncle Z brought back after his victory against the Jipple family's 5th magic tower. Jin stared at the armor, realizing it was a test, leaving July confused. A test? He turned away, explaining, "Father wants me to be different from Joshua as the family's backup successor. I need to return to that armor, nearly destroyed in battle against those powerful opponents, and I'm sure it's a warning to the owl as well." His eyes seemed to convey, "Don't use Iona to negotiate with me again." Meanwhile, he recalls his sister's smile, realizing his father, if displeased, is capable of actions even the owl cannot prevent. This is what I and the other anomalies must be wary of. He then realizes he's likely on his father's list as well. Seeing this, Julie covered her mouth in shock, realizing everything the clan leader did was intentional. His eyes narrowed with caution as he wondered, why would he go this far? Is it out of guilt for his poor daughter? Everyone has their secrets, don't they? Aya's words echoed in his mind, causing his eyes to narrow. Was there more to Yona's story than he knew? Julie's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "I heard you've decided on your next destination," he replied. "Yes, I'm going somewhere with magic. I intend to eliminate the remnants of the Dark Magic Society." She recalls the masked figures and their wands. The Dark Magic Society, a group thought to have been completely destroyed 200 years ago. He confirms, "That's right, though their numbers are few, they still exist. Anya will help us. This is a good opportunity to test my new countercurrent magic." Julie hesitated, but they arrived at a village in the southern region of Bondon, where Ken excitedly disguised himself with a beard. "Ho ho, this place brings back memories." She wrapped herself up, sighing, "I never thought I'd be back in Bondon." Then turning to him, she asked, "What do we do now?" Before the young master could finish, he pulled her into an alley, angrily pinning her against the wall, leaving her flustered. "Hey, young master, why all of a sudden?" Jin reminds her. "Have you forgotten why we came here?" Sweat beaded on her brow. "Yes." His eyes narrowed as he smiled gently. "Remember not to use my real name, understood?" He calls her name, Enya. Her face flushes red, captivated and flustered. He then let go, causing her to slide down, startling him as she weakly responded, "Yes." Then he was speechless as she collapsed with a nosebleed from excitement. He tried to call out to N of the Black Magic Association, an organization that peaked 200 years ago, led by a warlock and his monsters. As its name suggests, this organization worshipped magic from the dark world, dark red and black energies. At the height of their power, their influence over the entire continent instilled fear in everyone, until Runjipo disbanded them. For the first and last time, she used the annihilation of myriad fires, the ultimate fire magic, to kill the leader of the Dark Magic Society. Runjipo was Sodet's previous contractor, and in his past life, Sodet wanted him to follow in her footsteps. Styr looked at him and instructed, "After you become stronger, go see the mage run. And just stand there and look at him, but only when you can overcome the challenge she left behind." A cough snaps him out of his thoughts and he turns to see who it is. Ken was flustered, saying, "Not enough, I mean, brother." Following along, she declares that the remnants of the Dark Magic Society are all evil, and rumors say they're kidnapping children, making one wonder if this place is truly safe. She scans the faces of the people and confirms that their gloomy expressions are likely caused by them. He explains to her that it's likely due to the nobles. Kieran doesn't understand. Then he recalls the scenes of the strongholds and tries to explain. Living in the capital, B has the best security, yet they ignore organized crime. Why, you ask? He glanced around, explaining that both criminals and victims seek to exploit the nobility's way of thinking. As they walked, they discussed why B hadn't eradicated the Dark Magic Association, to give the Academy's mages a chance to act. She cried out in bewilderment. "The Academy? So the Academy's on its way here?" "It's possible," he replies. "But those old geezers are notoriously lazy, so it'll be a while before they—" A shout interrupted Jine, and Ken was startled to realize it was the Academy's mages. A line of carriages races in as cries erupt. "It's the Academy's mages! The nobles have arrived!" The carriage halts and Masu emerges, followed by the Academy's mages, greeted by cheers from the common folk. The capital finally sent mages. He watched from the crowd, realizing they moved faster than expected, and he needed to avoid them at all costs. The commoners' cheers made Masu grimace. They were here to eliminate the Black Magic Association's scum, who were as good as dead. He glanced at the arrogant group led by Chip, thinking that anyone from the academy was extremely arrogant, and getting involved with them, like in his past life, would be troublesome. The other commoners cheered. "Long live the academy," Jin calmly muttered. "They're all going to die," confusing Ken. His eyes narrowed gravely. There was no way they could eliminate the Dark Magic Guild. After that, they went to eat, and Ken was excited by the food on the table. Wow. "Oh no, we can't eat something this expensive, can we?" He reminds her. "Austin, almost all my companions are as rich as I am." But she's flustered. "I'm not rich, though." Jane calmly ate, telling her, "Choose between the Tycan Central Bank, the Iron Dragon Bank of the continent, and the Eternal Vanilla Vault. Then open a personal bank account. I'll give you some pocket money." Ken was moved to tears, inwardly screaming, "Thank you, young Master Jine is so cool." Suddenly she asks, "But what did you mean by what you said before?" He turns to her, equally puzzled. She reiterates that the academy cadets will die, and he calmly agrees that they are all too young and weak. She worries while chewing her meat, but those mages are highly trained, probably all 4-star mages, so dealing with the remnants shouldn't be a problem. He rolls his eyes. "Exactly. Those bastards from the Dark Magic Association are all hardened criminals who've lived terrible lives." While those cadets lack combat experience, he contemplates the leader who has those cadets in his grasp. According to the Rainbow's investigation, the association has about 50 members, and their average level is 4 stars. Moreover, we see about 30 cadets, and even with high-level mages on both sides, the Dark Magic Association has a significant advantage. Suddenly, a noise interrupts their conversation, drawing his attention. "Yeah, I'm about to lose it. That arrogant brunette is so annoying. Listening to this lord's flattery is ruining my appetite, while that leopard is rubbing his hands together, sneering with a despicable look. Heh, heh. It's great to see him groveling like that with that pig-like face." Chip goes first, and the three of them sit down at a table. The brown-haired guy was still dissatisfied, but whatever. The seniors said the food here is delicious. "Hey, boss." He realized with a glance that they were cadets from the academy, and Jine turned, saying, "Let's go." It's not good that Austin caught their attention, and she doesn't dare to look up. He stood up and grabbed his coat, but she didn't move. He called out to Austin. "Austin." Her face was pale with fear. Memories surface of her brutal torment, 3 figures cornering her within the academy walls. They laughed maniacally as Jine screamed. Austin pulls her back to reality, then worries. "Tin, could it be them?" She looked up at him, hesitant. "Hey, young master, brother, yes." So she confirmed it, yes. "They're the ones who bullied me back at the academy," and his face twists in annoyance. "Damn it. All the more reason we shouldn't draw their attention." Suddenly, Chip speaks up. "Hey, who are you?" That made the other two look at him, and he frowned in annoyance. "Why are you looking at us like that? You two don't look like servants. Hey, answer me. Why are you so wary of us? Don't tell me you're a member of the Dark Magic Association." Meanwhile, he glanced at a trembling Ken, his face impatient as he asked, "Why do you want to know?" Seeing Chip being ignored, the fat man chuckled, and Chip, losing patience, stood up. "How dare you, you commoner." "All right, I admit I was being rude. Let me rephrase." He quickly approached, pointing his magic staff at him, and demanded, "Who do you work for? Why are you being so slow?" He glanced at the trembling Ken, then back at the magic stone, and finally at Chip, who was still posturing. "Answer me properly, or I'll drag you both out of here for questioning." The innkeeper rushed out, pleading, "Please, calm down. They told me they're just travelers. If you must fight, please take it outside." Chip strikes the innkeeper with his staff, enraged. "How dare you interrupt me?" The downed innkeeper clutched his stomach, and the arrogant Chip sneered, declaring that the Southern Territories clearly didn't know how to treat nobles. Impatient, our hero gripped the sword at his hip, while Chip remained cocky, vowing to punish these country bumpkins once more. He clenched his fist, then delivered a powerful uppercut that shocked the noble. The other two stood up abruptly. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" he said, turning to leave. The thugs approached Chip, and the brown-haired one yelled at him. Freeze, you think you can run?" And he locks the door. This action leaves the fat one and the brown-haired one dumbfounded as he introduces the Bond Squad 1, Team 3 Special Task Force. Hearing this, the fat man gaped in shock as the man coldly glared at them, his face full of icy intent, and commanded, "Freeze." Hearing this, Kieran wondered blankly, "Special Ops? What is Jine talking about?" The brown-haired man muttered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Special Task Force Team 1, Group 3? His eyes widened, while the fatty was already trembling with fear. leaning on the table for support. He shouts, "You crazy bastard, how dare you impersonate them?" An quickly sighs and uses mana to strike them, leaving them frozen in shock. The flames begin to burn, causing the brunette agonizing pain. Ugh. The two men, engulfed in flames, collapsed to the ground, groaning, "Ugh!" He watched them writhe in agony with a serious expression. The brown-haired man, his throat squeezed, painfully begged for help. "Ugh, please, help me." He's a bit puzzled. How could they be overwhelmed by such a small amount of magic? He glances at Ken, who is comforting the innkeeper, thinking they're overreacting to the slightest sign of backlash. Are these useless bastards bullying Enia? His eyes turned cold as he glared at them, issuing a command. "Get up." His face was unreadable, like a flame slowly dying. "If you keep overreacting like this, I'll drag you all to the interrogation room. You're not only harassing innocent civilians, but also ruining the Special Task Force's work." Jin threatens them, asking what would happen if their families and the academy found out. Chip panicked. "Please, give us a chance to redeem ourselves. I'll do anything you want, so please don't tell our families." Then, he muttered, "Redemption, huh? All right, I'll give you a mission." He knelt on the ground, confused about what the mission was. The other two are still under his control as Yin fabricates a story. They were sent to oversee the annihilation of the Dark Magic Association. Ken was also startled, and John added, "Due to an error, I have no choice but to borrow your help to complete the mission." He laid out his plan. "I'll disguise myself as one of your henchmen and observe the situation from right beside you." The three of them stared blankly, eyes wide. He cast his blue fire magic again, his face dark with menace. "Answer me now." The three, terrified, shouted in unison, "Yes, sir," as he reminded them. "All right, now, pack up your things and head back to base," Chip stammered. Shang Ngai, then Ken and Austin, he called them all, startling her. "What do you think?" He leaned in close, then asked, "How was my performance?" She glanced at him in astonishment as he pointed to the three behind them, urging with a smile, "Go on, it's your turn, my dear lady." Her face flushed at his actions, and she nodded, yelling at the three pale-faced Lias to get up. The fools still hadn't come to their senses. Her arms flailing wildly, she shouted, "Hurry it up, we're busy, they're running away." "We're sorry," she yelled, reminding them to quickly apologize to the owner and clean everything up. The others apologize in unison, while the swordsman breathes a sigh of relief. Ken hands the innkeeper money, asking if it's enough. He accepts it. "Yes, sir. I haven't had any customers today either." 5 days later, on October 22nd, 1790, Mito's voice echoed with instructions to the neatly lined-up mages. "Understood, Shanghai. We will now begin the complete purge. Cadet Corps, you must understand and obey the orders of the mages leading each squad, and only then." The cadets whispered amongst themselves, "Hey, I heard they have a 7-star mage. Is this going to be okay?" The other cadet replied, "They're just remnants of a fallen organization, right? If anything happens, Lord Oten will step in." Chip eyed him and Kieran warily as he assessed the situation. Nearly 50 enemies were hiding in the forest, yet they seemed awfully relaxed. This isn't good. The cadets wade through the grass with their staffs, but he still hasn't found any sign of them. The Dark Magic Society must be confident. Usually they'd send scouts to test the enemy's strength. A piercing scream echoes. We're ambushed, catching him completely off guard. Ahead, a green monster wielding a dagger. Someone spots it and cries out. Matu raises a hand, directing the panicked cadets. "Don't panic. Team 1, attack with magic. Team 2, set up a defensive barrier. Immediately, a figure brandished a staff and ice magic manifested. Immediately after, it fired straight at the green monster, quickly taking it down." Mato stroked his chin, closing his eyes in thought. Have they tamed these orcs? They're too weak," the cadets in the back excitedly chatter. "Is that all? Perhaps this group of Dark Magic Association people isn't much of a problem after all." Matu made his decision. "We'll rest here for a bit." Stunned, he wondered, "Is he crazy? Rest here?" he whispered to Chip. "Cadet Chip here says we can't stop here. This place is ripe for an ambush." He flinches, stammering. "What?" "I have to tell him," he says, his eyes cold and threatening. "Interrogation room." Hearing that, Chip quickly screamed, losing control. "Sir." "Oh, ma." So scoffs, telling him not to talk nonsense, and to rest after setting up a protective barrier if he's worried. He closed his eyes and sighed. His lord does not agree. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Something wasn't right. He looked at the dying monster on the ground. Those weak orcs were clearly just there to lower their guard. But he chose such a vast and exposed place to rest. Even a 7-star mage can't watch everything. Chip asked him suspiciously, "Is Oten suspicious?" He reminded him as he carried the things. Don't be so polite with your subordinates, or I'll kill you. Come to think of it, I saw Lord Oten eating meat this morning. Chip looked confused, wondering what was wrong with eating meat, reminding him that Oten was a vegetarian. Hearing that, Ngan Han was confused as Ma-Tu ordered the group in front of a cave. Before us lies what is believed to be their main base of operations. All cadets must be ready to erect protective barriers at any moment before entering. He then turned to another team leader, instructing them to wait here with teams 4 and 5, then join the others and follow. He acknowledged the order, and a group followed the torch-bearing mage into the cave. The cadets chattered fearlessly. They say there are only about 50 of them, yet they built such a vast place. Are they trying to build an altar, or are they hiding some kind of secret weapon in this cave? One person scoffed, "Whatever it is, Lord O will take care of it. That's why he's here." Suddenly, the rocks behind him exploded, leaving everyone confused as one cadet stammered, unable to speak, before the green monster crushed him. Amidst the screams, an orc emerged from behind the wall where they were ambushed, and a cadet looked to Mr. O.N., asking, "What should we do?" "Please, give us your orders." But he simply stepped forward. "What do you think you're doing?" Behind him were monsters and members of the Dark Guild. Ma-Tu smirked. "Just quietly become our test subjects." The cadets paled in fear, their screams fueling his delight. "Run, quickly!" He waves his staff, ordering the green monsters to capture and kill them all. The others look at him, flustered, urging him to leave as well, but he remains silent. Ma-Tu was smug. "The academy students are fools. They can't even recognize their own teacher." He muttered. Or rather, the sculptor's abilities are truly astonishing. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, confusing him, a massive magic circle. The magician looked up, startled, and cried out, "What? It can't be. Could it be?" He set down the bag, reminding Ken, "Hey, Inya, things are going to get a little rough from now on." The girl behind him stared blankly as he shielded her, gripping his sword tightly, and instructed, "Remember to stick close to me." A terrifying vortex suddenly appears before Un, stunning him. He cries out, speculating, "Kid's backflow, perhaps?" Everything around them, including the roaring monsters, was instantly swept away by the violent vortex, leaving Cadet Chip frozen in terror without a chance to react. Amidst the swirling energy, Jindian Nyan stood, his gaze piercing, his blade soaring like a missile, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very heavens. Jane brandishes his sword, incinerating the monsters in an instant, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. "Some still standing, huh?" Jin wondered. "So, it seems the two of you are at the 8-star level. The people you mentioned must be Own and Ron." Those in tattered clothes staggered, on the verge of collapse, as a desperate scream echoed out. O died instantly, collapsing to the floor, a sight that left Zoe speechless and paralyzed with fear. His face contorted in rage as Ron screamed, You're a disciple of Kid Han? How can you use the reverse flow?" Jin simply smirked in response. "You recognize the reverse flow? Not bad." Ra shouts out in frustration, "You only feel so smug because you ambushed us. Don't get ahead of yourself. I know you're only a 7-star. He's still very vocal and defiant. "My name is Ron. Surely you've heard of me." "I'm not someone a piece of trash like you can judge." "He's gone too far," he replied. "I have heard of C's half-brother who is skilled in earth magic." As he approached him, he marveled, "This artificial cave must be your work. It's truly amazing." Von Koitree laughed. "You finally realized it?" He widened his eyes and shouted menacingly, "In the Dark Magic Society, there are 9 other mages like me. And even if you're lucky enough to escape, my comrades will hunt you for the rest of your life." Ro suddenly lowered his voice. "But I'm a generous man, and because you have talent, I'll give you a chance," he offered. "Join the Dark Magic Society." Ro smirked. "Looks like you're too shocked to speak. If you join me now, you'll quickly rise through the ranks of the association." Jin remained silent, snapping his fingers. A powerful vortex appears above Rod, causing him to lose his balance and cry out, "What?" 2 seconds later, a piercing sound echoed, and Inya clicked her tongue. He seemed like a powerful mage, but seeing him scream like that when he's already half dead... Ron, even on the verge of death, mixes different energies to amplify the power of the reversal sphere. He screamed in disbelief. "That dark energy? Don't tell me it's you." Ron deduces he's both Kid Han's disciple and an aura mage who made a pact with Set. As he finishes speaking, Jine swings his sword, sending him crashing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. He coldly states, "You're just an 8-star mage in name only." Suddenly, a noise from behind causes Jine to turn in surprise. Two orc monsters snarled and advanced toward him, and Jin sighed wearily. Before we knew it, the orcs were upon them. He moved like lightning, sending them to their final reward, and reminded Enya to watch out for Austin. In an instant, the orc monsters were sliced to pieces and lay scattered on the ground. Jin called out worriedly, "Austin!" She steps out and asks him with concern, "Are you all right, brother?" Jin smirks. "Yes, I'm fine." Enya breathed a sigh of relief, but the sudden movement of the orcs startled her. Jin smiled, thinking, "Enha, thankfully she's doing better than I thought." Clutching the torch, the little girl looked up eagerly and asked, "Brother, what do we do now?" Jane was briefly surprised, thinking to himself that this was probably the first time she'd witnessed something like this. But she wasn't panicking and was handling the situation very well. His ears twitched inexplicably, as if his body had sensed something unusual before his mind could react. Without warning, the ground begins to shake violently, as if something colossal is awakening below. Cracking sounds fill the air as a gigantic foot emerges. It's a goblin. He nonchalantly slings his weapon over his shoulder, standing before Jine, and says, "What's going on? This place is a mess." Goat's jaw dropped, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as he roared, "Damn it! Even Zoe lost?" "This is insane," he wondered aloud. "Hey, human brat, did you do this?" Enya, standing next to Jine, felt a chill and cried out, "Brother, oh brother," she thought to herself. It seems today is a day for Enya to experience one surprise after another. Jep laughs, seemingly without a care. "Even though you're just a mage, you have a sharp eye. Shouldn't you be a little scared?" Jin smirked. "I'll decide whether or not to be afraid after I hear your name. It's a member of the White Wolf tribe. A large boulder falls, sending rocks and dust flying. Gontep stretches, cracking his knuckles, and lets out a howl. Excellent. You're nothing like the weaklings I slaughtered at the cave entrance. I like you." Enya trembled with fear, hiding behind Yin as Gontep pointed at him, introducing himself as Gontep Halbep. He challenged him. "Since you know my name, you must fight me." Gep smugly added, "But first, I'll give you a chance to live." Jin scoffs. "If you're going to say the same things as that guy, you can stop right there." But when Gontep invites him to join Kinzalo, Jine freezes for a moment. He wondered, "Kinzalo, isn't that a den of the Dark Magic Society?" Jep scratched his face, lost in thought. "How should I put this?" "The Dark Magic Society is a branch of Kinzalo. Kinzalo only accepts knights," he continued. "So mages belong to the Dark Magic Society." John Dam pondered. "Come to think of it, the White Wolf tribe members I met back when I was a cadet were also part of Kinzalo. Is there a connection between the White Wolf tribe and Kinzalo?" Jep half-heartedly made the exchange. "Which is why I told you to join the Dark Magic Society under Kinzalo. Since you killed Jay, and I'll grant you a high position." Jin responded with a sneer. "Looks like Kinzalo is short on members. You're just handing out high positions to anyone. If you want to turn the world upside down, you can never have enough people." He smirked. "But since you've offered me such a high position, perhaps we can negotiate a bit." Enya gasped inwardly. "Look, it's young Master Jane Jin," one whispers. "But what do we do now?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent. "I cannot serve one weaker than myself." Hearing this, Gep gritted his teeth, wishing he could send Jin to his ancestors immediately. He gripped his weapon tightly, then swung it decisively at Jin, but Jin quickly blocked it. Jin glared at him confidently as Gep declared, "I see. He's lost his temper and issued a challenge, so I won't hold back, mage." Enraged, Gep hammered at Jin with his axe, shouting, "How long will you hide behind that shield? Show me your power, mage!" The torch in his hand blazed fiercely, and Gon grabbed the flames without taking any damage. The flame quickly turned blue as Enya struggled to control it, but Goldtep uses his sharp teeth to shatter the flame, leaving the girl stunned. Jep taunts him, saying his abilities are as poor as his disguise. "I have no interest in you. I'll kill that girl later, so don't interfere." He raised his head and shouted defiantly, "Come out from behind that shield and prove yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword flashed at the speed of light, leaving him no time to react. Gtep's eyes widened in shock as a torrent of blood splattered across the sky. Yeon stared at him with cold eyes, and the Gote was stunned. "A sword? That's not a staff?" He realized something, then said, "I see. It's a demon's sword." The goblin's eyes lit up like headlights. "A demon's sword? Things just got interesting. I won't kill you. I want to bring you before the leader." Jin smirks, reminding him not to let his guard down and to come at him, wolf. "It's been a while since I fought someone from the White Wolf tribe, so I want to enjoy this." The space seemed to shatter as they charged, their figures intertwined, techniques clashing head-on. The relentless clash of sword and axe echoed like the war drums of two desperate warriors. In contrast to Jin's calm demeanor, Gold Tep wore a look of panic. He cried out in agony as his axe was split in two. Gold Tep could only stare wide-eyed at his impending doom as Jin forced his hammer down, sending him crashing to the ground. He mustered all his strength to stand, propping himself up with one hand. "So, you were hiding quite a few tricks, weren't you?" Jep reveals, "The aura I sense from you is only 7 stars, but the strength and fighting spirit in that small body of yours far surpasses that. Among humans, there are those who reach this level," he shouts, stunned, as if he's just discovered a national secret. "Dangans, so you carry the blood of the Dancan family," Gep sneers. "Now, at least tell me your name as you die. Gon clan, let us wager our names on this battle." Jin calmly and clearly replied, "I am Jin Dan of the Cannon clan." The clash of sword and hammer cast a pallid light on Jin's face. "Jin Dan Kanan, the warrior," he emphasized. As Gontep lunged, Jin leapt back, his declaration echoing like an earthquake. From this moment on, Gontep Hapalep wagers the honor of his entire clan against Jin Kanan. "You will be reborn as nutrients for Javier's soul." With a ground-shattering step, Gontep roared in fury. "You will fight for honor." He swung his hammer, unleashing a deathly blow that distorted space itself. Jin stood frozen, thinking to himself that even after swinging his sword tens of thousands of times, cutting through everything as if for the first time, he slowly raised his sword, the blade catching the light, reflecting Go Tep in his final moment. An explosion rang out like a death knell, the cave shook violently and rocks rained down. Jin offered a deal. If he spared his life, would he tell him about Kinzalo? "Looks like you don't know the White Wolf clan's rules," he smirked. "Traitors have no honor," Jin wondered. "The White Wolf tribe's laws?" he sneers. "So the rules are more precious than your life." Gon, enraged, roared. "There are no cowards in the White Fang tribe." He questioned Jin. "Why are you dishonoring the warrior who fought you?" "Huh?" Jin coldly threatened. He listened in silence, then raised his sword. "Very well." Jin calmly states, "From now on, if I encounter anyone from your tribe, I will show no mercy." A strange black aura now surrounds his entire body. Jane said sternly, "So I hope you'll understand my rudeness this time." Jep is stunned as Jine emphasizes, "Therefore, I will remember you." Gontep Halep grits his teeth. Blood continued to flow from Gontep's eye wound. His breathing labored. With his last ounce of strength, Gep rises. "I will remember you when I return to Javier." Jin, the Black Can. And then, like the last falling leaf, his body collapsed onto the cold ground. Amidst the ruins, Jin stood motionless, as if time itself had stopped. Startled by Enia's voice, he glanced back. "Brother," Jin quickly checked on her. "Are you scared?" Enia's eyes twinkled like stars as she exclaimed, "That's amazing!" "I respect you so much," Jin humbly replies. It's not a big deal, he thought, unaware of the vast difference in power between White Wolf tribe members. But he was definitely stronger than the one he faced as a cadet. Dian stares intently at the sword in his hand, thinking the battle wasn't too difficult after all. Then he reached out and grabbed Enya's sword. "Austin, is this the first time you've seen so many dead people?" The girl shrinks back, bowing her head. "Yes, I'm actually a little dizzy, but I think this incident has made me realize once again what kind of people my companions are and what I need to do so I don't become a burden to everyone." Jin gently advises, "Austin, if you still feel hesitant, you can continue not to fight." Nearby, Chip slowly sat up, groaning, covered in wounds as he begged for mercy. "Please, sir, have mercy. I'll never hurt another soul." Jin was a little surprised. "So, Chip, you're still alive." Jin was surprised to see Enya approach him, calling him Baskin Chip. Meanwhile, he looked up with pleading eyes, begging for help as Enya removed her hood and asked, "Do you remember me?" Chip was stunned. "Enya?" He stammered. "How could you?" Enya retorted, "If I wanted you dead, it would have happened already. You know that. Is that right?" The girl warned him to remember this. "Chip Pascan, you saved Jin Grey and Enya, the future archmage who made a pact with the god of time. And from now on, I won't just help trash like you." Jin says nothing, only watches. Solemnly declaring, "From now on, I will only help precious companions who have lent me a hand." The scene shifts to a closed room where Un is unexpectedly doused with a bucket of cold water. He jolts awake to find himself bound to a chair, his limbs restrained, fearfully looking around and struggling in disbelief. What's going on? Un tries to figure out what happened. He recalls outsmarting the academy scum and luring them into the ranks. The cadets' terrified faces flash through his mind. O seems to have discovered the root of the problem. Reverse flow. He recalls the vortex that appeared that night. Back to reality, O shouts at the man sitting across from him. Are you a disciple of Kid Han? There must be some misunderstanding. Kid Han is with us, so why did you ambush us? The man asked calmly, filing his nails. Ambush? Un's face drained of color as he looked up at the figure with fear in his eyes. The figure loomed over him, sneering, I thought you were so capable, but it turns out you're just a piece of trash hiding in a weak little country killing people. In the dim light, Elisa's face is slowly revealed as she continues. Someone who wants to use the Academy's cadets as test subjects shouldn't be saying things like that. Stunned that Elisa knows his true identity, the infamous serial killer Matt Becker still tries to threaten her, even in his current predicament. I don't know how you found out my identity, but you're making a big mistake. If you lay a finger on me, the association will. But before he could finish, a large hand grabbed his face and held it tight. Elisa raised her knife, snarling, You talk too much. The gleaming blade stopped a hair's breadth from Un's eye, and tears began to well up. Elisa smirked. Just answer my question slowly while experiencing the pain of those you've killed. As she spoke, a scream erupted, as if torn from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Jine and the others gathered to discuss their next move. Everyone was stunned by Elisa's explanation. According to rumors, the headquarters of the Dark Magic Association is in Orium. Moroccan was shocked and yelled, Isn't that Vanello's capital? Elisa glanced at him and replied, Yes, it was the old capital from about 500 years ago. She added, While you were asleep, the Vanilla Empire changed its capital. Murkan was in complete shock. Why? What happened? Quant speaks up, They were invaded by demons. And a shocked Murkan exclaims, What? Since its founding, Vanilla has kept a relic of the demons for generations. That invasion was to reclaim the Eye of Jito. Around that time, the John Candon and Jipo families sent knights and mages to support Vanilla. The Holy Kingdom War was the only war in which the Kanan and Jipo families joined forces, ending with Vanella's victory and the expulsion of the demons. There's no way to rebuild the devastated land where mountains have been leveled and the sky torn asunder, Quantel said grimly. So Van relocated their capital, while Kanem remained a monster-infested land. Jin bit his finger, his mind racing with unanswered questions. The legacy of Leon Jipo that I seek is also there. The Queen of Magic's ultimate secret manual. Things just got complicated. How could they have taken that land? He wonders, when did they build their headquarters there? Someone replies, probably about 50 years ago. Elisa added with a wary look, and the Dark Magic Society should no longer be called Remnants. We've already confirmed 3 9-star mages within their ranks, she began. The Grand Elder of Bond Academy, Ven Henser, the Lilista clan leader Susan Lilista, the Archmage of Anzu, and Chu Kan Simi were slightly bewildered. It was madness. So many 9-star mages gathered there. Jine bit her finger, her eyes thoughtful. If the Dark Magic Society has become this strong, we won't be able to touch Kinzalo, their mastermind. He realized that he now understood why his family, Jippo and Bond, had stood by while Kinzello committed these atrocities in his past life. Too many prominent figures were involved to touch them. Elisa explains that it sounds far-fetched, but Kinzello has a shapeshifter who transformed Matto Becker into Orton Melson, introducing him as Booba Gaston. Jin seems to have predicted this move, finally mentioning him, causing someone to gasp in surprise. Wait a minute. Booba Gaston Chasm, he speculated. Isn't that the name that came up when you asked me to investigate Bisco Eviliano? Jane replied. That's right. Moroccan still sensed something was off. Are you sure it was a complete transformation and not a disguise? He didn't transform himself, but someone else. Quant chimed in, saying it was the first time he'd heard of a human being able to change their appearance. He thought shape-shifting was a blessing reserved only for dragons like them. Elisa recounts that even Matto Becker didn't know the details. After being drugged and waking up, his appearance had changed. Jin slowly shared that, thinking back to when he was a child and left the storm arena, there was a time when Jipo's extremist followers transformed into guards and targeted him. Murakan was surprised, but Jin suddenly stood up and explained, I think we should go meet Bubba Gaston ourselves. Gazmi is curious. You want to go alone? John replies with interest. Don't worry, I plan to bring someone along and I'll ask the 7 Colors to investigate the White Wolf tribe's connection to Kinzalo. I understand, Lord Simia. I understand. A week has passed, and we cut to the Han family's mansion. John Hiron, head of the Hiron family, sat upon his throne, listening to the report. The remnants of the Dark Magic Society had been wiped out. Not long ago, the Academy went to the southern lands, and as a result, nearly 20 cadets died. Koden then bowed his head and continued. 2 6-star mages and 1 7-star mage have died. John is stunned. Oh dear, did their plan fail? That's not all, Koden said. According to the surviving cadets, the two mysterious figures disguised themselves as guards. Jean Grey and Austin Grey. They say those two defeated the Dark Magic Society. Danta's eyes widened at the name Jean. Name continued, explaining that the older Jean Grey used magic, while the younger Austin Grey wielded a sword, as Danta pictured their battle. John wondered, "So why are you here to see us?" Coates' name glanced back, signaling his soldiers to bring something forward. John peered inside, asking what it was, as Dan's eyes widened in shock. Namebone explains that this seems to be a trick of the weapon used by the White Wolf tribe, and looking at the cut, it must have been a high-ranking swordsman. "Young Master Dan Han, can you see anything?" But Dan didn't answer, instead bursting into a strange laughter. Namebone exclaimed in surprise. "Young Master," John added. "Dan's swordsmanship is indeed exceptional, and he's incredibly talented, but he couldn't create such a clean cut. Looks like only an 8-star knight could pull that off." Dan agreed. "That's right, you heard it too. I'm not at that level yet. It seems your trip here was for nothing." Kothn bowed his head and replied, "I understand. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll be taking our leave." Dan thought with a smile. "Jin, have you become this strong? Now I have something more to discuss with Veridin. It seems Kotny is still unwilling to give up." He left, quietly analyzing. Austin Grey, short in stature, loud of voice, and a master swordsman. Someone who can perfectly bisect a White Wolf clan talisman at that age. Their age is estimated to be between 10 and early 20s. The only one who perfectly matches that description is Danta Han. Codename is skeptical, believing he's hiding his abilities, and sternly orders his men to monitor Danta Han's movements outside the family. Time and space shift to October 30th, 1796, at the transfer gate of the Khan Kingdom. An announcement rings out. The transfer gate will soon open. "Passengers, please wait in your designated areas." A man approaches Jin and asks if he could move his bag. Jin quickly moved his luggage to make room, thinking as he flipped through his book, Booba Gaston's workshop is said to be in the Duke's territory. Jin thought to himself he'd wanted to find that guy for a while, but never had a good reason. Investigating the Dark Magic Association gave him the perfect opportunity. After some time, Jin stood before a wooden house as a girl rested her chin on her hand, her eyes scanning him with curiosity, a smile playing on her lips, revealing her amusement. He wondered to himself, "Is that Booba's workshop? I'm late because I had to stop by the other workshops to avoid Kinselo's suspicion." According to other workshop owners, he's the most outstanding of all the sculpting prodigies. Isn't he just a shape-shifting mage? Dian clicked his tongue at the statue of a man, beneath which was the artistic phrase, "the explosion," his face contorting in anger. A sculpting genius? Should I just blow it up? Zin approached the door, pounding relentlessly, the sound echoing like an uncompromising warning as Booba burst through the door, shouting, "Stop it! Stop it! Who's there?" After seeing who it was, he suddenly shouted. Bugaston gasped. "Jinjain, the black sheep?" Jin greeted him calmly. "Long time no see, Bugaston." But no sooner were the words out than a handful of salt was thrown in his face, leaving him to grit his teeth and bear it. Booba expresses his confusion, asking how Jin dares to show his face. Jin questions, "Isn't it rude to throw salt on people?" "I'm just here as a customer today." Booba reacts violently. His neck veins bulging, he roars, "Guest, my foot! I won't serve the likes of you." Jin smirks. "Didn't I once save you? Is this how you treat your benefactor?" Booba repeats as if not believing what he's hearing. "A benefactor?" Jin calmly retorted, "If my siblings heard the nonsense you were about to spew at the banquet, you'd be dead where you stand. Luckily for you, it's me you're dealing with." But Booba couldn't hear any of it, screaming, "Shut up," as he threw a punch. Jin retaliated swiftly, landing a solid punch that sent Booba flying, rolling, and finally collapsing onto the ground. Bisco called out from inside, "Booba, is everything all right out there?" He turned to the door and saw Jin standing there. Their eyes met, and Bisco stammered, "Young Master Jin." Jin was equally surprised. "Bisco." Bisco wondered, "What brings you here?" "Young Lord Jin, aren't you supposed to be a reserve player now?" Bois, beaten beyond recognition, grabbed Bisco's cloak and cried out, "Bisco, kill him! He humiliated me at the party, and now he's here, causing trouble." Bisco glared at him, thinking, "This filthy pig is definitely the type." He tried to reason with him. I'm sorry, Bua, I don't know what happened, but Master Jain wouldn't do this without a reason," Bua stubbornly shouted. "Why? Okay, so I attacked him first, but he deserved it." Dian Lai sighed, defeated, and spoke. "I will apologize. I came to ask you to make a bust of my father, but now you've put me in a difficult position." Bisco responds, "I see a bust, is it?" He muses, finding it strange that he would apologize for such a reason. You're nothing like the Master Giant I know. You came here with another purpose, didn't you? Inwardly cursing, Ian calmly replied, Yes. Actually, I came with ulterior motives. The person I wanted to meet wasn't Bo, but you, Bisco. Me? Bisco asked, surprised. You don't mean to challenge me as a reserve fortune envoy, do you? Jin thought, realizing he'd been found out. His lips curled slightly. It was embarrassing, but true. I can't visit the Ibriano family without an invitation in my current position. So, I've come to see Bua, who is currently with you. Bisco replied without much thought after hearing him out. I'll pass. I came here to rest. He remarked that you were quite rude. Young Master Jin uttered slowly, but a flash of light across his vision stunned him. Bisco turned and left, expressing his disappointment, saying that if he couldn't react to a surprise attack like that, how could he ever face him? Go on, leave. Jin narrowed his eyes. That was a close call. I almost countered that, he says knowingly. Then he turns and leaves, saying he'll be on his way. That insolent fool is standing at the gate, acting tough. Jain Rankandan. You think bearing the name Runkandel entitles you to everything? Know your place. If you remain arrogant, you'll be killed before you can even become a prodigy. Before he could finish, Jin swung his sword, the metal flashing like lightning, cold and unforgiving. Bisco cried out in terror. Young Master Jin. The gleaming blade pressed against Buba's neck, reflecting his panicked eyes as Jin lowered his head, saying, Bisco, I admit I'm rude and arrogant, but insulting the Khan family name is another matter. He countered, asking if Bisco would stand idly by while the name Ibriano was insulted before him. While Bisco could only stammer a single word, Jin declared, I won't. Bisco draws his sword, saying he has no choice but to stop Jin, but Jin challenges him to try. Bisco growls, warning Jin that he could die, but Jin shouts back that even if he does, he'll protect the name of Dan. Bisco wished he could send Buba to meet his maker right then and there. He wasn't kidding around, damn it. I should have stopped Boo from running his mouth. I want to kill this pig right now, but I need his abilities to complete the job. He commanded, I'll count to 3, Buba. Kneel and apologize while you still can. Then he began to count. 1, 2. But Buba, despite sweating profusely, stubbornly asked, Why should I? What did I do? Bisco asked, his neck veins bulging. His face darkened as he insisted Boo kneel, and Buba seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. He collapsed to his knees, begging, I'm sorry. Buba gritted his teeth, resigned to his fate. Jin declares, if not for Bisco, you'd be dead after that apology. That's what you get for insulting the Kane name. He placed his hand on his stomach and gestured. Bisco, your subordinate was rude. If you like, you can hit me until you're satisfied. Bisco sighs in relief, tugging at his hair. He did nothing wrong. Young master, please leave so you can live. Bid them farewell and take your leave. Buba is likely still frustrated. Why did he come here? That bastard! Bisco called out from behind him, his voice strained. Buba, he said sternly, telling him to be quiet. Though surprised, Buba obediently agreed, while Bisco frowned, turned, and sighed. Enter. There's much more to discuss. After they both went inside, he began to explain that the leader had declared the alliance with the Jippo family severed, so the remaining ancient civilization we received from them would be reduced by half. Gathering the remains of the death god will be harder now, but as part of severing ties, we'll get back some of what we gave the Jippo family. Boo overreacts. The compass, we have to get it back. With it, we can find the living gods and use them as material. Bisco calmly replied, Understood, we'll retrieve it for sure. Something flashed by, startling Bisco, who glanced back, jumped up, and threw open the window behind him. Bisco scanned his surroundings but saw nothing amiss, telling the curious Buba that it was nothing. Bisco thought it was just his imagination and told Buba, Let's end our conversation here. The scene shifts to a forest where Jain walks calmly, when suddenly steel flashes from above. A blade descends like lightning, aimed at the back of his neck. Jin smirks and deflects the attack, his assailant being the same person who demanded his seat at the airport. Jane speaks, saying that even though there's no one in the forest, there's no need to make such a scene, right? Jin smiles brightly and calls out to Yona. He asked Han if his request to Yona went smoothly. Yona, removing her wig, replied, Of course I did it for you. It was hard pretending I didn't know you. Her cheeks flushed. She beams. Little brother? Let's rewind a few days to when Iona was enjoying the breeze on the ramparts and the owl approached, calling out to her. He handed her a piece of paper, saying, Your letter is here. Ia snatched the letter, and after opening it, she exclaimed with joy, Jin? She turns and informs the owl that she'll be out for a few days. He anxiously asks if she intends to leave like that, reminding her that Ken would die if he saw her with her brother. Owl hands her a red wig and warns her to be careful and not get caught. The letter you received mentioned Iona, and I plan to meet a sculptor named Booba Gaston, so I need information about him. Even his mumblings or conversations with others. I just need to eavesdrop on him. Back at their lodgings, Iona shares that Kinslow has ended its alliance with the Jipo family, earning high praise from Jin. Jane placed a hand over her heart, expressing her gratitude, saying with this news she'll figure out what they're up to. Thank you, Iona said, her attitude suddenly shifting. But that fat bastard, Jin wondered. You mean Booba? She nodded. Yes, it's him. Yona surmised that he was the same kind of person as her. Jin couldn't quite grasp what Yona was implying. What did she mean by the same kind of person? Iona turns away, refusing to answer, saying she can't tell him that yet. Little brother, you have a secret too. Jin, not hiding anything, reveals his own secret as he asks, My secret? Is this what you're talking about? Iona reacted instantly, frozen in place as the bloody corpse struck her like a punch to the heart. Iona cradles the bloody head, tears streaming down her face, the scene driving her to the brink of madness. No. Jin grits his teeth, sensing an overwhelming bloodlust. Does she react to aura? Iona trembled, clutching herself. No matter what happens, don't use that power in front of me again. Jin quickly agreed and apologized. Iona wonders why he showed it to her, assuming he'd hide it until he became a miracle. You never had a reason to trust me, and I wasn't the kind of sister you could rely on, Jin confessed. I was thinking the same thing. I planned to hide this power. Jin recalls the moment Yona gave her faith, saying, Until you gave me that blue rose. Yona's eyes widen in surprise as Jin confesses that the blue rose was a great comfort to him in his time of need and a symbol of trust. That's more than enough for me, so from now on, I won't hide anything from you. Iona bit her finger and stammered, but when she feared she'd react as before, Jin reassured her. Don't worry, he said, grinning. I'll become so strong that no matter what we do, you won't be able to kill me. Aya laughs. You're exaggerating again. Well, now I'll play with you. Suddenly, an image of Ken warning Jane to never take advantage of Iona again flashes in his mind. The memory flashes in his mind, causing him to stumble back as Iona excitedly calls out, Let's go play. Jin joins in, calling out, Sister, it's Ken's side. He wondered, what had those two been up to for the past 2 days? Khan reported with a hint of uncertainty, It seems the young lady is simply playing around. Ken wondered if the youngest had asked Iona for any help or favors. Khan responds that the guards have confirmed that is not the case. Sir, the clan leader has already warned him directly, so he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Ken muses, That kid knows no fear. Owl was almost killed by him a few times, and even Luna avoids the kid. The youngest is certainly interesting. Khan presents a piece of paper with both hands, and this is a letter from Casimia. After reading the letter, Ken scoffed and summarized its contents. The youngest had defeated Gontep Halep, a warrior of the White Wolf tribe. Hapub. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Do you know him? Khan wonders if he knows who that is. Ken recounts that the Halep leader, a White Fang warrior, once came to challenge him. He was a formidable foe, one I won't soon forget. He lasted a full 5 hours against me. Halep warriors possess abilities far surpassing those of ordinary White Wolf tribesmen, making this victory quite significant for the youngest. The letter also mentions that Jine seemed to be muttering something about chopping when forging Gontep's hammer, but I think it's just a habit. Kieran is stunned. This is more than just a habit. It's exactly as it was recorded. Sword incantation and light sword assassination. A secret technique, unused for 1,000 years. It was also the sword technique of the first Demon Hour clan leader, The. Ken wondered if the boy had really become a stronger magic swordsman than himself. He wanted to fight him once. Cut to Casimia's mansion. Casmi rested her chin in her hand, her eyes lost in a labyrinth of thought. The fact that the Jipo and Kinslow families were allies was already astonishing. But you're saying the alliance ended because Andre Zipo's demon godstone shattered? Images of the battle replay, blurry but showing the devastation. Back in reality, Jine replies, That's right. And Booba is the one who made the copy of the demon stone. He used the relics of dead gods and the remnants of an ancient civilization, along with a special ability called sculpting, to create dangerous relics or transform others. Elisa suspects that's the core of Kinslow. Jin nodded. That's right. Merkin rested his chin on his hand, his gaze towards Dam Chui as if deciphering a deep secret. Are the relics of dead gods things like Numerous's tears or blood? Now I understand. He glanced at Jin and said, Kid, there's actually something I haven't told you. Merkan asked, I once went to Duke Kurano's territory to help your cadets, didn't I? Jin agreed. He revealed that a tomb giant, dormant for 2,000 years, had appeared, and he secretly dealt with it. Merkin then recalled the events of that day, finally revealing the knot in his heart. I still don't understand why a graveyard giant appeared there, but now I think it might have been the work of this Boobaba. After hearing this, Quantel guessed that he had some connection to WL, much to Giant's surprise. The sculptor god WL? This is the first time I've heard of him. Murakhan responds that God has disappeared from the annals of history. Of course you wouldn't know, Quantel replied. WL contributed the most when the gods created the Philosopher's Stone, but as time passed and the stone was destroyed, he lost his divinity and became human. Murakhan adds that WL also created a golem to guard the tomb. The resting place of gods cast down as humans is the giant's graveyard, but we dragons annihilated all of them. Chasm is shocked, asking if he means Booba Gaston made a pact with the dead god, as Quantel bows his head. That's impossible. But if it wasn't WL, there's no other explanation for what happened. Jin speaks up, revealing that among the relics Gaston created, there was one that could locate those who made contracts with a god. Murakhan retorted, "What are you talking about? Unless the contract directly reveals its power, no one can know about it." Elisa wondered, "Don't tell me you're looking for Yorua so Jin can answer." That's right, it seems they call it a compass. Fortunately, the compass's function doesn't seem fully complete, since they kidnapped Velalachi instead of Yuri Quante. I see, they must be using the compass to find those who made contracts, then using the demon godstone to absorb them. Jin braced his hands on his thighs, and this is why we have to get that compass. In June, the Jipo family will return the compass to Kinzilo. He glanced up. That time is our chance. We have to get the compass. Kazma asked curiously, "What do you want to do?" Dai replied seriously, "Until the Jipo family returns the compass, they will try to find as many contractors as possible to investigate the case. So to be safe, I should go to a safe place." Kazma agreed, saying, "He's right. Holding 3 rogue contractors is dangerous for any force larger than ours in Tian." Suddenly, Kwai Kanto spoke up. "I should leave before the compass finds me." Jin agrees. "Yes, I'll ask the palace to protect you. Then I'll see you in Bell Village in March, and we'll infiltrate the pirate lands where they trade." But Kazmi asked, "Where will you be until then, Jin?" But the black dragon sitting nearby interjected, "The boy must forge his own path." "Is there any place safer than the palace?" Kazm exclaimed in surprise as he wore a triumphant smile. "Of course, the safest place in the world. A few hours earlier, the black dragon proposed, 'Head to the royal lands.' I was planning to take you there anyway." Jin was astonished. "The royal lands!" July stroked the black cat's fur, wondering, "The royal family? Weren't they the legendary tribe that defeated all the beastmen?" With a satisfied look, he replied, "That's right, Whisker." But July frowned with worry, but they fell 5,000 years ago. Join was doubtful. How could she reach a fallen land? Does such a place truly exist? It was then that the black dragon jumped to the floor with utmost seriousness. It still exists somewhere in the Great Miyara Desert, the territory of the beastmen. No one but the 1,000-year contractor like you can go there, not even a god. Still not quite getting it, Jin says. Explain it in a way I can understand. The black dragon says proudly, think of it as a pact between Sadaras and the royal family. It's a land only for Black Scar swordsmen, a place anyone who wants to become a true swordsman must visit. Soon, the scene shifts to the southern border of the Doan Kingdom, between the Beastman territory and where I carried out my first mission as a cadet. To reach the Demon Desert, I have to pass this mountain, but of course climbing it would be troublesome. Jain appeared, observing his surroundings and contemplating whether to ask for their help, despite their lack of connection. They're kind, but their instinct to avoid hunters is second only to the cat people. That water tribe is full of the cutest little water sprites. Just then, a water tail exclaimed in surprise, "Are you the same person from before?" Poor thing. Remembering when they met Jain's group, they pitied them, saying they looked like wanderers. Poor things have this, a gift from us. The otter girl innocently asks, "Huh, are you hungry again?" Jin replied, "No, I'm not." Jin, holding the fish and a bag of food, smiled and said, "I've come to return the fish from last time." A silence fell as the water sprites gathered together and slowly approached Jain. In an instant, the fish was returned to its original place as the water sprites tossed it in the air, cheering. After a moment, Jin finally asks, "Is there a path only you guys use to get there?" The tunnel is lit by glowing crystals, and the little merman asks, "The Demon Desert? Where's that?" "You know about it?" Jin replied, "I've heard of it, and I plan to check it out." Hearing this, the water spirit paused, then said nervously, "You'll die if you go there." "I wouldn't." But Jin was determined, replying, "Thanks for your concern, but I can't keep hiding forever." The mermaid then said, "A vast place will appear if you go a little further." "You're right, you guys dug this out?" Before them was a small waterfall inside a wondrous cave. The water spirit replies, "No, Meow Person Island. Beyond that waterfall, take the water through the market and you'll reach the desert." Jin quickly filled his water pouch in the clear stream, and they continued through the cave until they reached a place filled with golden light. Jean and the water sprite stood among a group of mice, sleeping soundly and blowing bubbles from their noses. Was this the Gold Dust tribe? That's when I first met them, as one disgruntled mouse questioned our presence. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why did you bring something like that? We agreed this path was only for us. You're breaking the rules. Why did you promise? To keep your word. Don't you think that's wrong?" I know it's the first time, but Jin couldn't help but sigh, finding the two little ones questioning each other so adorable. At this moment, Tuivai was a little reluctant, but gritted her teeth and handed over a gold coin, saying, "Trust me, buddy, he gave it to me. Take it. He'll be here." As soon as Sa Mak Mi Tra, the mouse, received the gold coin, his eyes lit up, and he immediately changed his tune. "Wow, I knew I could trust him. Oh man, you should have said so sooner." She quickly leaps towards the gate, overjoyed. "I didn't realize we had such an esteemed guest. I'll escort you." Jane asked curiously, "Does this door lead outside?" And the water sprite began to spell it out. "Yes, the door opens to the general store. Outside is the yucca market. The gold dust yucca will guide you, but they're filthy. Never mind, they're reliable. I'm being honest with you. This is where I leave you. Goodbye." With that, she turned and left, Jin watching her go with gratitude. "Thank you for everything. Before we part ways, may I ask your name?" She quickly turns back and replies, "I am the Black Flame." Jane happily recalled, "The dark flame of the Water Vein clan." But before he could introduce himself, Dark Flame interrupted. "You don't need to say it. I know Jin is a sly one. I've seen that black cloak before. You really are the leader." Jin happily replied, "That's great. You won't tell anyone, right?" The Darkfire confirmed, "Don't worry. Darkfire is very tight-lipped." Songjin raised his hand to his chest with reverence. "Very well. When we next meet as a Dark Zone Wanderer, I will repay you." After saying goodbye, Jin waved as the Dark Flame departed, then entered a room where he was enthusiastically greeted by the mouse. "Welcome. Are you headed to the M Desert? Then allow me to be your guide." As he entered, he replied, "I can manage on my own. Thanks for opening the door." At the same time, he deftly flicks a gold coin into her hand, making her eyes light up. After leaving, the rat bowed to the generous customer, inviting him to return, while Jin walked on, covering his face with a scarf, thinking, "My clan really isn't trustworthy. Everything's for sale?" Soon after, he entered a market filled with vendors' calls. "Welcome, welcome. You can find anything at the Yucca Market. Esteemed guest, come and take a look." Meanwhile, Jin noticed someone leaning against the wall in a dark alley, their face completely covered. He spoke up. "I'm going to the Demon Desert and I need a reliable guide. Can you find one?" Jin glanced up with his blue eyes only to see a dog's head. It looked down silently and haughtily. Then the scene shifted to another space. A vast desert under a scorching sun that seemed to peel the skin off. Meanwhile, Jin and his new acquaintance stand before the entrance to the Great Mecha Desert, and Jin thanks the dog-headed being, saying, "Thanks, you got me here quickly and safely." The dogman turned back after completing his mission, leaving Jin to continue toward the land of royalty. A place where swordsmanship is passed down through generations, and where, if he dies, not even his bones will be found. And so he walks alone on this lifeless path. The Mecha Desert, a vast expanse guarding the heart of monster territory. Deep within this mysterious underworld lies untold gold, civilization, and resources, a place explorers have always sought to conquer. But even the native monsters can't find this underworld. And crossing the Mecha Desert is a death wish, the most remote place on the continent where no one has ever survived. Jin journeys alone through the scorching desert, calmly calculating the Shadow Sword's location, guarded by the Miwang clan. 5,000 years ago, they were a mythical race that kept the monster realm peaceful during its golden age. Cut to a conversation between Jin and the Black Dragon. "What? They vanished overnight?" He replied, "Yes, they were arrogant. They didn't believe in the power of the gods, so they made the mistake of challenging the holy god. You've witnessed the power of the demon stone, haven't you?" Jin frowned, affirming, "Yes, even a fake primal stone is that powerful. The power of a primal stone created by a god, so strong it could annihilate them in a single day." Hearing this, Jin exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible." The Black Dragon continued, "But not all gods turned their backs on them. One took pity on them." Julie chimed in, "He is sewed." The Black Dragon quickly replaced his serious face with a cute one, nuzzling Chin and praising him. "Exactly, Whiskers, you're so knowledgeable." Then he continued, "Sod saved some of the Miwang clan and made a pact with them. I don't know what that covenant was. But no one else can learn to use shadow swords from anyone but them. Even Tema learned from them. Jin is once again shocked by this revelation. Tema Dancan. Though he was the first patriarch of Khan, few records of him remain, as the Jippo clan erased all traces of Tema, the founder and greatest hero of the clan. But he doesn't even have a tombstone in the Sword Garden. If I meet the Mayong, maybe I'll hear stories about the first patriarch. Back in the present, Jin journeys alone through the desert, calculating his next move, before night quickly falls. Beneath a colossal skeleton, Jin rests by a fire, and as another day dawns, he trudges onward through the scorching sands. 2 days have passed, and as another night falls, Jin eats dry rations to keep his strength up before setting off again the next day. I can feel the desert air on my skin. Fighting a strong opponent would be easier than this. It takes great courage to cross this desert alone. Here, it's just me against nature. A battle against myself. Soon, a month had passed. December 1st, 1796. I haven't eaten or drank anything in a while. I finally realized that death here is also natural. The skeletons half buried in the sand made Jin even more gaunt, and a hint of anxiety arose. My footprints are disappearing and I can't even turn back anymore. But he reassures himself that he must endure. He's never felt this hopeless before. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared behind Jin, and Dongthan spoke up. Finally, I've found you. Jin, startled, wearily glanced back. Through the dust and haze, 2 dark figures spoke in unison. You have no idea how much we've wanted to meet you. You made our time at headquarters so boring. Dai quickly gripped the sword at his waist as the twin brothers appeared. With smirks on their faces, they spoke in unison, "Long time no see," as Jin questioned the reality before him. Are the Tona brothers seeing illusions? Very well. With a gleeful grin, Daytona charges forward, taunting, "Show us your skills." His blade cuts deep into the sand, as Dona, with a devilish look, puts all his strength into striking Yin, who quickly raises his sword to block. The 2 blades clashed, and Jin couldn't help but think how heavy the blow was. While Jin struggled to fight Daytona, another sword pierced through, accompanied by an arrogant voice. Surprised, Dian saw the blade coming and gritted his teeth, leaning back to dodge. His instincts screamed that he would be cut down if he didn't block or evade. Haytona's face contorts into the same twisted smile as his twin. They've been waiting for you to exhaust yourself. Recognizing something was amiss, Dai realized this was no ordinary illusion, but he could only respond while trying to fight them off. It's been so long since we've seen you. Is this really how it has to be? As he said that, he leaped back and fled, his brothers hot on his heels. It's precisely because we haven't met in so long, little brother. At that moment, the tip of the sword nearly pierced Jin's neck. They're too fast. Jin swings his sword, deflecting the blow. Why aren't you happy? Right then, Suna furiously swung her sword down. Heh, heh. I'm here. Jin quickly glanced back with cold eyes, then fell backward to dodge the treacherous attack, simultaneously unleashing a counterattack. After a few exchanges, Jin realized they were well coordinated, covering each other's weaknesses. But that was all. Then, a single strike of his sword was followed by the hot spray of blood. Just then, a weapon was about to strike Jin's neck, but Jin deflected it with his sword. Unexpectedly, the whip wrapped around Jin's blade, and he thought, none of these moves are powerful. He mustered all his strength and swung his sword, sending the 2 Tona flying into the air in a panic. Jin recalls the past. Were they always this strong? How annoying. To think I had to kneel before such weaklings. Remembering those unhappy memories, Jin, filled with resentment, throws a punch. He's always wanted to take them both down. Instantly, a powerful blow lands. A massive explosion of sand erupts across the desert, revealing the twin brothers struggling in pain amidst the fading smoke. The 2 were horrified to see who stood before them. But why was Jin there, sword in hand with such a grim expression? The 2 Tona were sweating bullets in fear. Little brother, they both desperately plead. Wait, we're sorry. Spare us this time. Why is Jin hesitating, he wonders. He recalls a fond memory from the past, of the brothers happily greeting Jin upon her arrival. Little brother, are you okay? Why would you do this? Father said he would spare you. Did I really think this relationship would be different from the last life? Jin bit his lip, unsure of what to do, but he made the cruelest decision. A dark aura emanating from the sword in his hand. He had to strike them down to make things better. Jin raised his sword high, surrounded by the swirling dark energy. Seeing this, Sona angrily shouts, Ugh, you bastard, good one. Tona angrily added, How dare you call yourself our brother, you bastard. Meanwhile, Jin, still wielding the Horangankan sword, decisively strikes. Sometime later, the sun begins to set. A murmur echoes, disappear, disappear, disappear. Jin stands there, a rare look of bewilderment on his face. Why were his lips so dry, his vitality fading? There lay the corpses of twin brothers, whether illusion or reality, he couldn't tell. Jane wondered why they hadn't disappeared yet. It's been a day and my brothers still haven't vanished. Perhaps they weren't a Kark Jinn. After a moment, he decided to build 2 graves, carefully planting his weapon. Having finished the story, Yin turned and headed toward the horizon. Suddenly, someone appeared with a strange aura of darkness. The one who speaks from within that dark aura. Yes, killing one's own flesh and blood is a very painful thing. But how many of your brothers and sisters will suffer the pain you're feeling now? If you don't do it, they will reach out and touch the weapon planted on the grave. Immediately, the sword gradually disappeared. You made a very wise decision by choosing a child like that, Lord. So the red then disappeared again into the deadly desert. Everything returned to the beginning, quickly rising high. Jin sat alone, leaning against a rock, sitting there silently, looking extremely gaunt. Suddenly, a scorpion crawled toward Jin's feet. He opened his eyes and looked down, then decisively grabbed the giant scorpion and devoured it without hesitation. If not for the antitoxin liquor, eating that would be dangerous. I wonder if Yona is okay, and what about my other siblings? Images of the bewildered twin siblings flashed through Jin's memory. Suddenly, he coughed. Ugh, the worst taste in the world. Jin then tipped his water bag, but only a tiny shimmering drop came out. His eyes slowly closed, as if losing all hope. The next morning, Jin tossed away his water pouch and continued on his journey. There's really nothing left. December 11th, 1796. I wonder how long it's been. I don't know. Jin aimlessly trudged through the desert. I just walk and walk. But what am I walking for? I don't even remember why I'm here anymore. Did I come all this way just to kill my own siblings? Then, Jin finally collapsed to his knees, when suddenly, footsteps approached. He approached Jin, a staff in one hand and a water pouch in the other, offering it to her, but she suddenly grabbed his wrist. He swiftly drew a dagger, held it to the person's throat, and demanded, "Who are you?" The person quickly replied, "The first time you met me, you greeted me with a blade too. You haven't changed a bit." That voice? Jin froze, stunned. Impossible! The figure removed their hood and cloak, adding, "Of course your skills back then were nothing compared to now." Dai recognized them and gasped in astonishment. Master Valeria. Valeria gives a soft, warm smile. "Hello, my disciple. I am Valeria High Esther, the sole heir of the Her family, a 7-star mage, and your master in your previous life. She was the first to tell me, the Van Kaneden's biggest fool, that I had talent. She's the one who helped me keep living. She was my savior and my trusted companion. The first time I met my master was when I was wandering around after the Van Kaden family had exiled me. Jane couldn't believe what was before her, but that was all in my past life. I'd never met her in this one. How? Suddenly Jin looked around. How did I get here? He was bewildered to find himself in a place teeming with life. The deadly, scorching desert scene had vanished. Song Jin took a deep breath to regain his composure. No, that's not it. Master looks just like she did the last time I saw her in my previous life. She's 2 years younger than me, so this doesn't make sense. After calming down a bit, Jean finally spoke. No, Valeria, I think you're the second illusion I've seen. Valeria didn't deny it and continued. Yes, it seems so. Then she held out the water pouch to him, telling him to drink. But Jean adamantly refused, saying, No, master. If I want to drink that water, I need to fight you. Valeria tossed Jin the water pouch, sneering, You intend to fight me like that? My first strike would be more than enough to kill you, Jin muttered helplessly. Why you? Why did it have to be you? Is there really no other way? Valeria calmly smiles, praising him. Shouldn't you know better than anyone? You've grown stronger since your rebirth. Your will is even stronger than mine. My disciple, now drink. You should be prepared to fight me. With that, she unleashed her power. Meanwhile, Jin uncorks the water pouch, wondering, What am I to you? Valeria replies coolly, You are my only disciple, and I expect you won't disappoint me. Without expression, Jin replies, If you were really her, would you say the same? Valeria frowns, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. If it were really her, she would love me even more than this. Perhaps she would even kiss my forehead. He took a drink and replied that it felt like he was hearing himself speak, making him uncomfortable, to which Valeria dangerously narrowed her eyes and warned him. Then don't ask, defeat me and move forward. You can use anything you want. Swords, dark energy. But Jin refuses, planting his sword firmly in the ground. You don't need a sword? Valeria calmly states that I've become more arrogant since we last met. You'll regret this. Jin simply replied, I'd regret it even more if I used a sword to defeat you. You taught me all my magic, and you will continue to do so. Jin's dark power surged. Jin stood there, unleashing power like a god of death. You taught me all my magic, and you will continue to do so. At that moment, a massive pillar of lightning erupted from Valeria. Well, I do admire your recklessness. You should prepare yourself, my disciple. She raises her scepter, summoning power as bolts of lightning rain down. The lightning bolts locked on, converging towards a single point as Jin stared up at the sky, stunned. Before the power could strike, Jin quickly dodged, but the lightning transformed into a strange, spear-like shape. The spear relentlessly pursued Jin. Was it a lightning spear? She really intends to kill me. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and reached out, creating a magic circle, but even so, he was still slightly affected by the spear. I've sparred with my master over 100 times, but I've never won, and she's never tried to kill me. Jane barely dodges the deadly attacks as Valeria calmly conjures lightning spears. You're good at dodging. Meanwhile, he calmly analyzes each spear imbued with the power of 7th circle magic. But with your current mana, you can't keep using those. Valeria seems to realize this, seeing the look in your eyes. Looks like you're finally getting serious. Analyzing my remaining mana, are we? This is your last chance, disciple. Draw your sword, or you'll die. But Jin held up a glowing object and replied, whether I live or die remains to be seen after this battle. Master. Valeria narrowed her eyes dangerously at the sight of that object. Reverse flow magic. It seems you've found a new master. But she flies into a rage, unleashing her power as if to reprimand him. You said I was your only master, and this is all you've accomplished. With a cold expression, Jin replied, I have nothing more to say to you. But Songjin thought to himself, she's deliberately saying those words to hurt me. That's right. She's exactly that kind of person. Once she's decided to kill someone, she won't hesitate to use any means necessary. With his current burst of flow, he couldn't even absorb the mana in a normal lightning tree. Songjin declared, you won't be disappointed. He calculated that the only way was celestial current, and he needed to buy time. He would fight as he was taught, reassuring himself that he had to endure. Valeria dismissively waves her hand. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Suddenly, a pillar of power strikes Jin's position, but he leaps away just in time. He needs 3 minutes to complete the heavenly reversal flow. Of course, his master was always several steps ahead, unleashing a barrage of spears. But I am your disciple too. Jin is having a hard time dealing with so many attacks. The master will strike again, and Jin digs his heels into the sand to maintain his balance. Just then, Jin suddenly leaps away, as Valeria conjures a golden magic circle filled with flames and crisscrossing chains. A truly formidable sight. Jin slides across the sand to dodge, but is horrified to see the magic circle extends this far. Inevitably, he's ensnared by a chain from the formation. Even his hands are caught. She couldn't possibly have enough mana to cast such a large magic circle and maintain those 5 spears. Jin screamed in agony as the burning chains engulfed him. So, that's it. Among those 5 spears, only some actually contain mana. At that moment, sharp spears flew towards them, but a blue power emerged. Undoubtedly, it could only be one person. Valeria, seeing the power and glittering feathers, exclaims excitedly, It's Tez! Just then, Tess appeared valiantly beside Jin, his chains already broken. Valeria spoke up, But disciple, how long do you think you can last in your current state? Jin is now enveloped in Tez's cool power, but he realizes he can't last long with his remaining mana. He just needs a little more. With his resolve set, that power surged once more, engulfing Valeria's magic circle. Before the clash of powers, Valeria smiles softly as Tess is momentarily bound by the red chains. Bound and struggling, Tess transforms into an even greater power. Jin, still in control, mutters, Thank you, Tess. That blue power swirls together into a vortex. Valeria looks up, coughs up blood, and says, So, you know about mana backflow? That only happens to those unskilled in mana control. What are you hiding, disciple? Valeria's aura grew ominous. Jane, even more gaunt than before, replied, I'm not hiding anything. I've lost. There's nothing more I can do. Think about it. I'm already using a massive amount of mana just to survive. How could I possibly endure the heavenly flames while using multiple spells like you? I'm right. No one else could do this. But don't come any closer. You're definitely hiding something. As she spoke, she conjured spears wrapped in chains, while at Jane's feet, the lava had burned away flesh. You know, I've never lied to you before. As he approaches, Valeria shouts, Stop! One more step and I'll attack with everything I've got, followed by dragon sigils forged from her power appearing in the air. Jin, his hand trembling, pleaded, Valeria, I want to see you one last time. A sharp blade pierces Jin's chest, accompanied by a shout, I told you to stop. Jin grits his teeth, determined. Just one chance. He ducks to evade. The heavenly flow orb is merely a tool, but the monsters in the sky seem to be swallowing Jin's flow. To find the real spear, the dragons descend, each carrying a spear Jin seeks, and they all attack at once. Now in battle mode, he nimbly dodges, but with so many, Jin inevitably takes a few hits, some light, some heavy. Then a dragon appears, bearing an especially vicious spear. Valeria, arms outstretched, channels her power into this strike. A gleaming slash descends. She looked like a god of death, and Jin knew this fight was to the finish. The dragon grew larger and more powerful by the second, as Jin unleashed a small sword imbued with dark energy. Jin decisively swung his sword, launching the dark energy blades toward his opponent. Valeria's eyes widened in shock. The reason I said I wouldn't use Bradamante is for this final attack. I imitated my master's method of deceiving opponents and catching them off guard at all costs. The power of the sword formation pierced through her, and blood poured from Valeria's body. This is how I pay my respects to you. Master, Jin grits his teeth, knowing what he must do. After that final attack, a massive cloud of smoke erupted into the air as Valeria clutched her wound in pain and asked, "So, that's why you didn't use your sword from the start?" Jin panted. "Because I know you too well." Valeria continued, "You've grown stronger, my dear disciple. I'm proud." Suddenly, Jin paused, sensing something as Valeria unleashed her power once more. Jin quickly braced himself, his cloak billowing in the surge of power. "Ever since my power returned, I've been able to sense it. It was all just an illusion. In my past life, she and magic were all I had. I was dead serious about that final blow, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to win. That's why the pain is 1,000 times worse." Jin cries, tears streaming down his face. "I killed my only master with my own hands. Afterward, I was brought back to the desert. Everything that just happened vanished." Cut to another space, where Jin slowly opens his eyes. He was shocked to find himself standing in a place filled with swords. Is this just another illusion? In the distance, a burst of light appears, and within it, a figure. Jin struggles to stand against the force. "No, that's not my father. That aura is growing thicker, this immense pressure." Jin gathers his dark energy, but it's still difficult to withstand such power. In the end, Jin was overwhelmed and forced to his knees. His pupils contracted as he gasped. He's too strong, his mouth bulging as if holding something back. Jin coughs up a mouthful of blood, feeling like a tiny creature before a god. Is he trying to force him to kneel? If I were going to do that, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. You're just a human like me. Summoning his strength, Jin struggles to stand. Until he reaches his destination, he must keep moving forward. Keep moving forward, and bring him down. Finally, he manages to stand. His face contorts under the immense pressure. This is my purpose. Even so, Jin struggles forward, while the other man watches his pathetic state with a faint smile. Suddenly, a woman exclaimed in shock, "The Grim Reaper! Did you just smile?" She observed him through a barrier. "Did you really just smile?" The woman emerged from the barrier, reaching for the Grim Reaper, but unable to touch him. Her entire body passed through the Grim Reaper, who continued to stand there. No, he definitely smiled. I haven't seen that smile in thousands of years. I've longed to see it. Why? Why would he smile at that kid? Meanwhile, Jin continues to push through the pressure, step by step. I will cut him down. I will cut him down. I will cut him down. He repeated to himself when suddenly the woman's voice echoed. That child. Yes, I also see promise in him. His will is incredibly strong. Even when he kills his own brothers, even if he's killing his master, he's sad, but he doesn't hesitate. She glanced at the clock tower. He's good. Don't test him anymore. The sword stuck in the sand was now lifted. Instantly, countless arcs of sword energy were unleashed, all aimed at Jin. Jin, now full of vigor, is knocked back by that overwhelming power, leaving the woman in a panic. Lord Jorma, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill him? The test is over, she pleads for Jin. The demon hour turns and smiles. The woman turned back in shock, seeing a foot cross the barrier, followed by Jin gritting his teeth in pain, struggling to break through. I see. You think he's like that person, don't you? Very well, I will continue to observe. This child made you smile. Let's see how far he can grow. The Demon King raised his hand, creating a surge of dark power that pulled the swords upward, causing a violent tremor. The swords are drawn into the air by the demon's power, then aimed at Jin, who barely makes it through the barrier before facing another storm of blades. The swords lash out at Jin, overwhelming him, and the force of the blows sends him flying backward. Though wounded and in pain, he roars defiantly, I won't stop. I will get there and bring you down, even if it means killing my brothers and masters. Jin regained his focus and continued forward. Jane roared with fury, declaring that anyone would do the same. It was his will. The scream ends as Jane unleashes a powerful surge of energy, allowing for the same first and last strike, even if there are 10. Again and again, Jin's eyes turned white, veins bulging as he swung his sword down. I am a member of the Black Blood clan, and I will destroy anything that stands in my way. Jin decisively cleaves with his powerful blade. As he struck, the space around him seemed to split, but when it ended, Jin no longer saw Uma. He vanished before I could strike him down. Ugh, damn it. He gritted his teeth in fury, biting down so hard that one tooth shattered and fell. Jane looks up to the sky and roars, "I'm coming to defeat you." Suddenly, the demonic hour speaks, startling Jin. "That's wrong. Think harder. Why are you here?" Jin pondered this, remembering the words, "Go to the royal territory, kid." Then, realization dawned. "Ah, I came to see the royal family and learn aura swordsmanship. But where is that voice coming from? Is this also an illusion?" He looked around in confusion. Wait. Back then, the Black Dragon reminded him to release his dark energy when the third illusion ended. If he does that, he'll meet royalty. He'd forgotten, but now remembers the battles they just fought. The illusion, along with the twins and his master, had to appear 3 times. Wow. Crossing the desert, he lost his focus. With the third illusion now over, he unleashes the dark energy in his hand. I must release the dark energy. Will I meet royalty? Jane relaxed his body, unleashing the dark power. Time passes, but everything remains silent, leaving John confused. Nothing has happened for a while now. Is it just a legend? Murakami wouldn't give me false information. Could that be the voice I heard earlier? Was it not an illusion? He rises, facing a certain direction. It's coming from somewhere around here. Jane gripped his sword and swung again, cleaving the very air. Beyond the veil, a figure emerges from the slash, and Dian cautiously looks up. The figure spoke with a nonchalant expression. "Oh, Soloette's contractor certainly doesn't disappoint." "You passed," he said, giving a thumbs up of approval. Jine asked, confused. "What?" Tano then explained. "I don't know what Sedette was thinking, but the only condition for recognition is to show a fighting spirit until the end. But you went even further, cutting through Sedette's barrier. Quite impressive." Tan, delighted, ruffled Jin's hair as Jine added, "So you're toying with me." Enraged, he unleashes an attack, slashing out curved arcs of sword energy. "I like this the most," Tanteo expressed without reservation. "You're nothing like the humans I remember. My name is Tanteo. I've been waiting 1,000 years for you. Child of Sedette. Welcome to La Prarosa." After the introductions, the two sparred for quite some time, and when it was over, Tanteo led Jin to a castle. Jin was stunned by the sight below, the territory of royalty. Tanteo chuckled, handing over a flask, saying, "La Prarosa, this city is seen as a dark light by humans. You worked hard to get here." Jin, speechless, tilted his head back and drank. A second later, he spat out everything he'd just swallowed. What the hell was that? "This is alcohol. He's clearly not happy." Tanteo just smiles, teasing him. "Haha, how do you feel?" "Feeling refreshed, aren't you? That's crystal liquor made from refined diamonds. It helps him recover his spirit and strength, and Jine's body transforms, emitting a faint healing aura. He could feel it himself and marveled inwardly, feeling as though his head had been cleared. Tan then cryptically suggests that he recover his energy before meeting his brothers. Jin was taken aback. Brothers? Later, the two entered the city, and as Jin observed his surroundings, he realized the city and its inhabitants lived a life of luxury. No one would guess it was built thousands of years ago. Now I understand why so many explorers seek this land. Magnificent golden buildings and every door adorned with jewels. Song Jin curiously asks Tan about the jewel on his chest and the decorations on the doors. "What kind of gems are they?" Song Jin asked. Tan followed, reaching up to touch the gem on his chest as he explained. "They're not just decorations, they're our hearts. If the owner is alive, the jewel affixed to it will shine." He was shocked. Their hearts? Now that I think about it, we've come quite a ways, but I haven't seen any royals besides Tanteo, nor have I seen any gems glowing. Song Jane then asks, "How many royals live here?" Tan thinks for a moment, then replies, 7, including the god of war and the 12 head vassals. Jin was surprised again. "That's all? The god of war and the 12 head families?" Tanteo laughs, saying they're the ones who will pass down Sword Aura to him as Sodette's contractor. "Everyone's waiting for you." Sword Aura Jin was lost in confusion at this. Finally, they arrive before a grand structure, and Tan introduces it. "Here it is, the temple of the war god, where the Sword Aura will be passed on to you. As the name suggests, it represents the god of war." Jin felt the immense pressure and was stunned. A terrifying energy, like facing the demon hour. If he couldn't overcome the 3 illusions, he wouldn't be able to move. Tan then chimed in, "If I could offer one piece of advice before you enter, watch how you speak to the others. Unlike Sedette, they won't care about you. He was uncharacteristically serious as a burst of light erupted. "He's here!" Then a voice rings out and everyone greets the newcomer. "Ha ha, you're cute. How old are you? Have you eaten yet? What's your favorite food? What do you think of Lepraros?" Tantateo responds with a bright smile. "Haha, brother. Come on, we're done for. How many times have I told you you shouldn't have?" Suddenly, a scantily clad girl rushes towards Jine, curious, asking, "Where? Where? Oh, it's you? Our disciple has arrived," the muscular woman exclaims excitedly. "It's been 1,000 years since the demons left. 1,000 years." Jin is shocked by the boisterous atmosphere. He's hoisted onto the muscular girl's shoulder, shocked. Is she really this strong? But the girl's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed that she couldn't meet the god of war with a dirty body. Who will bathe the second disciple in history? Jin is shocked by the question. "What? Who needs you?" "I can do it myself, but everyone eagerly volunteers." Me, let me do it, give me a chance." But the muscle girl decided to settle it with rock, paper, scissors. The last one standing wins, and cheers can be heard from outside the building. Rock, paper, scissors again, rock, paper, scissors. He quickly found himself away from the bustling space, and Jine took a solitary bath in a small tub to relieve stress. Recalling Bera's words, "A human who knows how to bathe properly, hard to believe. But I'll choose to believe you this time. You have to wash every last grain of sand from your hair." Jin rubbed his forehead, wondering what era their perception of humans was stuck in. He almost got tricked. "Well, it's been 1,000 years since your time. People back then probably didn't know what bathing was." But as he leaned back against the tub, he wondered, are all the royals this big and strong? These divinely blessed bodies are the reason they're known as a warrior race. Cut to outside, where Jin has finished bathing and is dressed in the appropriate attire. Praise echoes. "Well done. You've washed thoroughly, and our traditional garb suits you well." The one praising him is Tanteo, leaving Jin speechless, never imagining he'd be praised for simply bathing himself. Tano added, "You won't need your old clothes, so we burned them all." Zin asked, "So now I'll meet the god of war and the fighting king, who will pass on their sword aura to me?" Tanteo turns back with a knowing smile, saying, "Yes, we're off to the temple now. The brothers of the fighting kings you just met are waiting there as well. Remember to give them your weapons, as you can't bring them inside. They'll hold on to them for you." As they walked and talked, the two entered the main hall. Jin glanced at Tantateo, whose heart was now shining even brighter. It wasn't shining this brightly when he was with the others in the royal family. Is it the influence of the god of war within the temple? The pair stood before a great door as Tano, in his usual playful manner, warned Jin to only answer what was asked once inside the temple, as the war god's brothers could send him back with a single word. "Remember to watch what you say and do. This time, I mean it." Jin couldn't help but feel a little helpless. There he goes again. "All right, open the door." And as it slowly opens, a blinding light pours out. And there, his siblings stood in rows on either side, with a radiant figure seated in the highest place. Jine realized this must be the source of the energy he felt outside the war god's temple. 12. Then, everyone's names were gradually listed. The 7 kings Barizer, the 8 kings Gaman, the 9 kings Baba, the 3 kings Palam, the 2 kings Lamora, the 1 king Bantirok, the king and 10 kings Kai, the 11 kings Nata, the 12 kings T, the 6 kings Dan P, the 5 kings Boras, the 4 kings Linpa, and the one seated highest of all is the god of war himself. He may appear smaller than the others, but his presence overwhelms all 12 kings. That's right, this is the true heir to the aura sword. Jin stood below, his body radiating a dark aura, when suddenly a voice echoed. "How strange," the war god remarked, looking down at Jin. "You look nothing like the Hour Demon, but your energy is similar to his." The first warrior Banturk speaks up, saying that his energy is indeed similar. The second fighting king, Lumora, added, "But I wonder if he can become a greater warrior than him." The 11th fighting king, Nada, scoffed, "It's hard to find a warrior who can satisfy us like the ghoul. Shouldn't we lower our expectations?" But 7th fighting king Bell happily interjected, saying that after 1,000 years he was the only one to arrive, which meant he was a qualified vessel. "Is that the battle king I met earlier? Is she speaking up for me? I appreciate her help, but it seems they all see me as just a shadow of the past. Understandable, I suppose. But I have no intention of being treated as a substitute." After a moment's thought, Jine speaks up. "Don't you think you're all too focused on my ancestor? My name isn't heir, it's Jin Kanan." Upon hearing this, Deka King Kaio angrily rebuked him. "Insolent brat, you only speak when the war god's brothers address you." But the god of war raised a hand, cutting her off. "Enough." Immediately, 10th warrior Kaio pursed his lips and fell silent, his heart glowing. She then tells Jine, "That's right, you are Jindan Gondan. We've talked too much about the past and forgotten that there's a new heir here. My name is Ban. We don't use honorifics like humans do, so just call me Ban. But until everyone in the royal family acknowledges you, only then can you become one of us. Diandium Tin replied. I understand. Judging by their faces, they'll never accept me. But those who show their colors are the easiest to deal with. The problem is those battle kings whose emotions I can't read, and the god of war, who coldly looks down as the inheritance ceremony is set to begin tomorrow. Until then, you are forbidden from using your own sword here. Use this one instead. With that, she tossed the sword down, and Dai stared at it in shock. The sword of the god of war? He quickly reached out and caught it. The sword used by the god of war looks so ordinary. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed with concern. It's absorbing my dark energy. He's bewildered as his power is continuously drained. Ban explains, it's called the Spirit Plunder Sword. You've probably never had your dark energy drained like this, have you? Yeon smiles excitedly, finding the sensation strange, yet intriguing. The more I try to stop it, the more it absorbs my dark energy. Ban continues, your demon ancestors overcame the spirit-snatching sword pretty quickly. You can do it too, right? Just like when you confidently declared your name. Jin Than's sword still wore a confident smile. I'll show you the results soon. But deep down, I can't help but worry. This is going to be trouble, that's enough for today. Everyone, return now. Once this is over, you may all leave. But then, 7 Stars King, Burr unexpectedly offered his opinion. Oh, war god, I believe it's too early for the second heir to face the Sword of Avarice. When asked why, she explained that only after mastering the basics of a sword aura could a demon overcome the Sword of Avarice. And he was already over 20 years old at that point, but the Octobattle King Gamoon had enough of the rebuttals. Burr, I understand why you want to protect the first heir in 1,000 years. But do you think the god of war doesn't know that? This is absurd. The 7th seat, Bior, angrily tried to argue, but Ban cut him off. It's been 1,000 years since he passed. Time may stand still in this land, but not in the outside world. We are heirs, tasked with passing on the Aura Sword, and it is our duty to see if the Kandan family's bloodline has grown stronger than it was 1,000 years ago. The next day arrives quickly, and Jane, looking exhausted with his sword, hears a voice calling out. Did you sleep well, Jane Kandana? The dark circles under your eyes suggest you're not happy. I couldn't sleep at all last night because my spirit energy was drained, tormented by the soul sword, and drained of all spiritual energy. You appeared as Gammon, one of the 8 kings, introducing yourself as the first to teach me. Jin simply replied with an, oh, you're the one I met at the gate. Gamoon responded, indeed, I heard you bathed yourself. It seems much time has passed. You look quite clean, though not in the best shape. Jin was speechless at this, unsure of what to say, but Gammon continued. Before training begins, there's something I need to confirm. I still don't acknowledge you. Jin is left questioning, once again. Later, the two appeared in the arena, and Gamoon ordered Jin to strike the sword 10,000 times. Could he really strike it that many times? His tone is severe. Prove yourself to me, or you'll learn nothing from me. Jin simply smirked, and after a while the counting grew louder and louder. 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Jin kept swinging his sword and counting, and before he knew it, he was at 5,000, his swings incredibly powerful. 6,500. 7,000. At that moment, the Battle Kings noticed 7,400. Even the guards were amazed. 8,000. The group training stopped to watch. Is it really the 8,000th time already? Impossible. It looks like he might actually do it. Below, Jin continues to swing his sword 9,001 times. The curse from my past life as a prodigy swordsman has been lifted, and now, in this life, I'm reborn into a family of swordsmen. See with the eyes of your mind, Luna said, for those who live by the blade. Remember, achieving the mind's eye is paramount. Never open your eyes, she taught. As Jin trains with the Iron Sphere, he undergoes the purification training that every Black Lion clan member must endure, ensuring every strike feels like the first. 10,000 soldiers focus all their strength on this final blow, but for me, this is just another test. If you're trying to scare me, you've failed. Seize Sword King Gamoon. Gammon, witnessing this, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I never imagined he'd actually do it. Even among the Black Tortoise, few could have accomplished this so perfectly. I never anticipated this. Cheers erupted as the deed was done. So fast? You truly are the successor after 1,000 years. Tears welling in his eyes, Jin speaks, releasing the pressure. Gamoon, are you there? Why so silent? Gamoon stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. Ha ha, wonderful. Not only do you wield the sword with the same force, but I didn't expect you to finish so quickly. But Jin calmly says, no, That's not the kind of half-hearted praise I want to hear. He asked seriously, Then what do you want me to say? Jin replied, Admit that I am ready to learn from you. At that, King Gamoon was momentarily bewildered, then crossed his arms and declared, Very well, I acknowledge that you will learn from me. Gamoon, one of the 8 kings of the Myung royal clan, you are ready to learn the secrets of the spirit sword. The cheers of the youngsters continued. Amazing, truly amazing. One of the 8 sword kings, as expected. 8 sword kings, 8 sword kings, 8 sword kings. He sneakily warned, All right, everyone step back, we'll begin the official training now. Is this a sparring match? Dai asked seriously. He scoffed in response. Ha 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 ha, you overestimate yourself. Sparring can only happen between equals. John gets straight to the point. What's the difference between you and me? Gamoon grinned. How much you ask? You can't even lift my sword. But before he could finish, Jin decisively thrust his sword forward, its tip piercing Gamoon's massive blade. The two forces collide, creating sparks, and Gamoon's eyes narrow dangerously. What are you doing? Jin replied with a bright smile. I'm just testing because you said I couldn't lift your sword, but that's not true. Gamoon frowned. That's not what I meant. I meant no matter how many times you strike, my sword won't budge. Jin then gave a naive smile. Ah, so that's what you meant. Don't you understand? Something felt off. He mused to himself that this man was truly interesting. Growing serious once more, Gamoon brandished his sword and commanded, Now, strike my sword with all your might. Jin regained some strength and replied, Understood. With that, he swung his sword at Gamoon. His sword clashed against Gamon's, creating a shower of sparks, and Jin's expression faltered. He was thrown back by the force, and he exclaimed in his mind, What is this? It feels like I'm slashing at a fortress wall. It wasn't just the power. His expression was quite serious. Gamoon then said, I told you, you can't lift my sword. Jin quickly regained his composure and said, I'll try again. Gamoon replied openly, Be my guest. Then Jin swung his sword again, unable to focus spirit energy into the blade, a technique unusable in real combat. While his opponent focused, he analyzed and prepared a different move. Can you wait? Jin says, before unleashing another powerful strike. After that strike, everything around them shook. Dust billowed, the floor cracked, and Gamoon's body was covered in grotesque veins. Jin, who had struck the blow, gritted his teeth against the force, but was thrown back, his hands clawing at the ground to hold his position. Jin is horrified by this reality. Is the power gap really this vast? Just what kind of being are you? Gamoon stood firm, his body surging with Jin's dark power. He appeared unscathed, but inwardly he was reeling from the pain, as if his arm were about to tear apart. Has it really been 1,000 years? Is this power at the 8-star level? I assessed it as 7 stars. Is it thanks to the special power of the Jinkin clan and the achievements after crossing the Great Desert? Impressive, even with his spirit energy stolen, he's reached this level? Promising, but I can't let the warrior King Garamon praise you just yet. After a moment of awe, Gamoon appeared, his face dark, his eyes blazing, and declared, Zin Runkandel, I'll give you 1 week to deliver a blow strong enough to shake the great sword. Jin casually asks, You're not going to show me how? He sternly replies, The 3 illusions made it clear enough. Belief, the belief that nothing in this world is impossible to transform into spirit energy, is the heart of this training. So that's it. Jin then asked, How long did it take my ancestor to succeed? Gamoon was slightly surprised by the question, but then gave a sly smile. 2 days pass, and Jin steels himself for the trials ahead. Soon, 3 days have passed, and Jin strikes with the fury of a demon. Another shockwave erupts, a flash of power obscuring the scene. A large piece of metal flies out, and Jin swiftly catches it. A figure stands amidst the thick dust and smoke. It is Yin, in a low stance, sword in hand, clutching the metal shard he just counted. Gamoon was steaming, and he needed a long moment to collect himself. His massive sword now bears a large chip, the very metal from before. Grandmaster Gamoon stood silently as Jin looked down at the metal shard, saying, I took a day longer than Tama. I could have succeeded yesterday if I'd focused more. Gamoon, now sweating profusely, thought, I actually thought a week was fast, so I planned for a month, but I didn't expect it to be completed in just 3 days. Of course, it's still slower than Tama, but if Tama wielded the Azure Flame Sacred Sword and participated in the training, could he have completed it in 3 days, like Jane? Unbeknownst to Jin, this was an extraordinary feat, yet he remains unsatisfied. It's a shame. Indeed, as the Battle God Brothers said, we must confirm whether Ganja is stronger than he was 1,000 years ago. That is our mission. Has Van Kanden grown stronger than he was 1,000 years ago? Perhaps there's little left to teach. After some thought, King Gaman bursts into laughter. The second successor, Jin, the Black Cane, you finally moved me. With a confident swing of his sword, Jin asks if he is now acknowledged, to which Gaman replies, Indeed, I foresee even those forces that once distanced themselves will now open their hearts to you, because they couldn't help but sense the pure and powerful soul of a warrior. Jin closed his eyes, pleased to hear this. Suddenly, Gamun, his cheeks flushed, says, And there's something I'd like to ask of you. Jin asks in surprise, A request? He shyly makes a request. Could I be the first to taste the fruits of your labor? To which Jin is bewildered. Taste your achievement, is that what you mean? Gamun asks excitedly. Holding up the metal fragment, Jin smiled and said, Tell me. I don't know what it is, but please, go ahead. He then approached, took the fragment, and said, Thank you, I will take my leave. With that, Gamun decisively put the metal piece in his mouth. Immediately, a golden power emanated from his body, and Jin's eyes went blank. This was beyond his comprehension, leaving him frozen. Are you chewing on a piece of the sword? Meanwhile, having finished eating, he exclaimed with great satisfaction, Indeed, this flavor goes well with raprasa. Jin was still in a panic, exclaiming inwardly, Runkindel, what's wrong with you? Finally, Gamond cheered with delight, praising Jin's excellent work. The next training session would be tomorrow, and night fell quickly. Here, the sky is a mystical array of colors, Jin thought as he sat observing the view. I've been so focused on training, I haven't had a chance to really look around. Rabrasa's nights are beautiful. How could this place exist within dimensional space? This land was prepared solely for the legendary swordsmen of Dancan, those who made a pact with Shred, and I, the heir after 1,000 years. Am I worthy of this position? Suddenly, a figure appears and speaks. Jin, what are you blaming yourself for? The first training session looks tough. Jin sees him and replies, Tan says it wasn't difficult, just so-so. Tan Theo laughs, just okay. I heard you didn't sleep and trained for 3 days straight. Jane then punched his back and complained, saying it actually hurt like hell. It would have been easier if he had any energy left. Tanteo then offered something, saying, But that's a lesson you need to overcome. So eat this. Dai looked surprised. Just to be sure it's not like that alcohol you gave me last time, is it? I'm suspicious. Tanteo smiled, tossing the treat into his mouth as he explained, I only had alcohol that time, but this is a traditional cake called katsudo. It's not as good as the amethyst, but it restores energy and reduces bone loss. And so, Jine cautiously put it in his mouth, and after eating, he exclaimed in surprise, This cake is delicious, and it really does restore energy. Raprasa truly has many strange things. I must bring some of this cake back with me when I return. All right, Tano happily replied. Then Jin asked, By the way, how are the War Kings ranked? Does a lower number mean they're stronger? Tan retorts, No, the number simply indicates the order in which they became War Kings. The rule is that there are no rankings other than the 2 war gods. Though we address them with honorifics as a sign of respect, even the War Kings are on the same level as warriors like us. Jin, surprised, responds, Unexpected. This is quite an egalitarian system. The surprise fades as the space around him warps. That's right. Unlike humans or other beastmen, we've never crossed swords, so we don't need a complex hierarchy. Jin was startled by the strange phenomenon beside him, quickly backing away, hand on his sword, ready to fight. What's going on? Who are you? But the one who appeared was none other than Baras, one of the 5 great kings. He pushed Jin's sword back into its sheath, leaned down and asked, Did I startle you? Jin was inwardly impressed. How fast! The 5 kings Boris simply smiled, saying it was a good kind of tension. Then pointing to himself, he declared, I am the War King, Boras. Jin, recalling Boras's earlier swagger, replied, Ah, you were the one I saw at the entrance with Pantu King Garaman. Boris replied, That's right, you have a good memory. Suddenly, Boris seemed to realize something. He scoffed, then bent down, grabbing Jine's chin to interrogate him. Hey, Jin, how did you lose a molar? Jin's mouth was forced open and examined, but he just kept marveling at how fast Baras was. Right in front of him, without him reacting. He sullenly replied, It broke? Boras asked curiously. How did this happen? Jin raised his hand, closed his eyes, and began to recall the events. In the final test to get here, I used all my strength to strike the illusion of the divine rhinoceros demon. But just before the sword hit, the illusion vanished. Out of frustration, I clenched my teeth so hard they broke. Boris laughed at this. How foolish. I didn't expect you to be this strong. A dark elf's tooth is stronger than most magical creatures. It seems you need a new one. Jin exclaims in shock. A new tooth? Without hesitation, Boris pulls a tooth from his mouth, bloodied but presented with a wide grin. This is a tooth that our royal bloodline is proud of. It can chew through rock, steel, even diamonds. Zin stared at the tooth, bewildered and horrified as Boris continued. Of course, you'll need a strong enough bite, and you certainly have that. Now I'll grind this tooth down and stick it where your molar used to be. How does that sound? Boris said cheerfully, as blood poured from the empty socket, a truly horrifying sight. Tan and Jin stood there, horrified by this bizarre character, as Jin's eyes once again went blank at the incomprehensible sight. He's gone mad. Before anyone could react, Boris suddenly vanished, leaving only the words, "Then I'll get to it right away." Leaving the two confused, Songjin couldn't help but exclaim, "The royal family's teeth are tough, and just like the king of Pantugaramun. The shattered pieces of the sword, but to implant it into his own bamboo? Tano, has this ever happened before?" Tano, sweating profusely, replied, "No, this is the first time." The next morning arrived, and Jin walked out to the alley alone, noticing something below. I didn't realize it yesterday, but the floor here is unbelievably hard. Just how hard is it? Jin thought, preparing to draw his sword, and with a decisive strike, he slashed down with all his might. But as the smoke clears, only a faint scratch is visible on the floor. This is no ordinary place. It must be as hard as the ancient iron used to forge bradamante and black armor. And this hard ground is covered in sword marks. One can only imagine the brutal training they endured, especially that mark. The training ground is covered in sword marks, and Jin notices a particularly long, large, and deep one. This sword mark! Gamun suddenly appeared from behind, exclaiming loudly, "Even though we shared the training grounds yesterday, I'm only noticing these marks now." "Ah, excellent. That means you've been focusing well on your training. That sword mark was left by your ancestor." He answered Jin's unspoken question, which he had already realized. "Indeed, if you master the first sword form of the spirit sword, you can do it too. But I doubt you could leave behind such a powerful sword spirit." Jin's cold gaze questioned. "You think I can't do it?" Gamun grins, almost tauntingly. "Yes," Yi replied seriously. "I will overcome it this time." "What is the first sword form of the spirit sword?" Gam quickly assumed a teacher's stance. "Good, let's begin. The first sword technique of the spirit sword is called soul severance." Jin gasps in astonishment. "Soul cutter?" Gamun began teaching. "That's right. Soul cutter is the beginning and the end of the spirit sword technique. Instead of explaining, it's faster to just watch. Don't be surprised and pay close attention." With that, he demonstrated a strike for Jin. Before that, "Well, what do you think?" Before she could even see it, Dianu asked, confused, "See what?" Gamun chuckled. "Aren't you surprised I can use spirit energy too?" "See, my spirit energy is quite potent, isn't it?" Zin was dumbfounded. "Garamon, you said I'd learn the first sword technique of the spirit sword, right? If the spirit sword instructor can't control spirit energy, how can they teach me? I thought you received power from Sed. Show me soul severance." Gamun, no longer joking, replied, "All right, he's even colder than Tama." Then he began to unleash that power. "I'll show you the real thing." Everything happened in a flash, but Jin's eyes betrayed his shock as Gamun unleashed the first spirit sword form, a series of mystical, soul-rending strikes. That thick, powerful energy enveloped him, making him look even more ferocious as the relentless, fluid strikes intensified. Soon he conjured a mystical space filled with reverberating sound waves, pulling Jin into Gamon's sonic realm. He was shocked. It was soul severance. Then another of his strikes tore through space as his blade crashed down. Gammon slashed a line across the arena floor, creating a massive fissure with a powerful shockwave as Jin steeled himself to observe. He thought to himself, "This is Soul Seaver, similar to Luna's Red Moon Strike. The power may not be the same, but it's much faster and seems to take less effort if Soul Seaver can be used continuously." Warriors below level 7 absolutely couldn't withstand that. He had to master this technique. And so he stood there, determined to learn it. After demonstrating the power of the first form, Gamun proudly rested his sword on his shoulder and asked, "Well, what do you think of the first form of spirit sword?" Jin frankly admits, "I was surprised, fast, grand, and powerful." Gamun then reveals, "Indeed, what I just showed you was only about 50% of its power. So even the sword spirit is just a fraction of what Tama left behind." Jin wondered, "Haven't you heard that spirit cutting is the beginning and the end of sword spirit?" "So, leaving behind a sword spirit the size of a training ground is the limit of sword spirit?" Jin asks. Gamun confirms it. "If you only master soul severance, then yes. But at the pinnacle of sword spirit, It transcends swordsmanship and becomes power itself. Through Gamon's words, Yan immediately grasped the key point. Power? Gamun continued, explaining why the first form was called Soul Severance. Do you know why? The reason the first form is called Soul Severance is because it's unavoidable and unblockable, meaning even if your opponent has absolute power, if their will is weaker than yours, you can take their life at any time. After the explanation, Jain pondered, chin in hand. Indeed, it could be called a power. To perform Soul Saver, I should start from the beginning. Gamun, sword in hand, demonstrated the Soul Saver, explaining that first, you must feel the oneness of spirit and blade. At that moment, Gamun's sword was enveloped in swirling black energy, and watching him, Jain wondered what it felt like for the spirit and sword to become one. I feel like I'm already familiar with this. Gamun is quite taken aback. What are you saying? Jin ponders for a moment. That feeling of spirit and sword becoming one. If it weren't for the sword-absorbing spirit, I think I could imitate it in a similar way. Gamun is quite surprised by Jain's thoughts. Oh, really? Explain it to me. Do remembers experiencing that feeling a few times. The first time I felt that was during my fight with Moranjipo when he used the Beast King Organ's soul curse to open the gates of hell. Something like a curse appeared in my mind. Even swinging his sword 10,000 times yielded the same result, focusing all his will into the blade and striking, then cleaving the White Wolf tribe's axe, Gontep Halep. And even when striking the illusion of Great Demon T in the Misha Desert, I felt the unification of spirit and sword, along with the conviction to strike. After hearing Jin's explanation, Gamun's face lit up. That's it, that feeling. It seems Jin has inadvertently achieved the first form of spirit sword due to constantly facing fierce battles. But turning the belief in a strike into a mantra? After a moment's thought, Gamun decides to try again. That's right, let me show you again. Is Jin shocked? Gamun quickly draws his sword, uniting spirit and steel with the incantation. I will cut it. I can cut it. Gamun puts everything he has into this one strike, and in the next moment, the training ground erupts once more. The training ground is nearly split in two, the slash cutting through to the spectator stands above. This attempt is far more powerful than the last, its terrifying strength amplified. Gamun stared at the deep fissure he'd created, frozen for 5 seconds as the air seemed to stand still. Then, finally snapping out of his daze, his eyes lit up with wonder, and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Oh, this power is even greater than before. So I've finally understood. Gamun raises his sword, laughing triumphantly as he finally understands the true power of soul severing, while Jin sighs, sensing something is amiss. Weren't you supposed to be the one teaching me? It seems the tables have turned. Gamun, embarrassed, scratched his head and looked away, thinking it must just be his imagination. Yan is disgusted by his father's two-faced nature. Gamun, you were just saying. Now I understand. It's obvious to everyone that you've just realized something. Unable to hide it any longer, Gamun is forced to confess that he's more accustomed to the sword of the underworld and almost never uses the spirit sword. Because using spirit energy from the spirit sword is too inefficient for me. Jin is furious, feeling like he's been set up. What do you mean by that? Are you even my master? Gamun quickly laughs it off, saying that if he's stronger, wouldn't that be good for his disciple? So don't be angry and focus on overcoming the soul-sucking sword. Once you do, you'll easily master the first form of spirit sword. Then we'll begin training immediately with the Asura King brothers. Jane, looking bitter, says, I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick. Then show me this King Ming's sword you say you're so familiar with. Gamun immediately refused. No, Jin Zhao has it. Why not? Gamun stated bluntly, because you're not one of us yet. Besides, the Sword of Light can only be wielded with our hearts of light, so even if you saw it, it wouldn't do you any good. Dai retorted quickly. Who said I was going to use it? I'm just curious to see it. Despite saying that, he suspects my reasons for wanting to see the Sword of Light are different. The night before, Tantateo spoke with Yang. After training with the 4 Heavenly Kings, I'll spar with regular warriors daily. But first, I need to convince Gamun to let me see the Sword of the Underworld, at least once. Jin asked if it wouldn't be easier if Tanteo just showed him. Tanteo immediately refused, saying, Don't make this so difficult for me. If my brothers find out about this, I'll be in big trouble. Only Brother Asura King wouldn't have a problem with it. Seeing this, Jin rejoices, thinking the opportunity he was waiting for has finally arrived. Jin then used what had just happened to threaten Gamun. He said that if he wasn't shown the Sword King style, he would spread rumors that Gamun was unfit to be his teacher and that he had already learned the first form of the Sword Spirit style. Gamun was enraged. You dare threaten me? Gamun of the Warring King family? Jain remained unfazed. Indeed, this is a threat. What are you going to do about it? Gamun, The heir to the sword spirit, seeing that Jin was unfazed by his threat, had no choice but to accept the offer. However, this is the only time, Jin replies with a firm tone. One time is all you get. Gamun seizes the opportunity to show Jin the power of the Sword Emperor. Good, I'll show you the basics of the Sword King. Gamun activates the power of the light heart on his chest and explains, first, we must control the flow of energy within the body. Just when everything seemed to be going according to plan, Boris suddenly appeared out of nowhere, showing off the spoils of his night. Look, Jin, I've adjusted it to fit you. Suddenly, Boris appeared, leaving Jin stunned and helpless as he muttered, Boris, silently lamenting his lost opportunity. Once again, Boris excitedly showed off the carefully crafted tooth. Jin, you're going to love this. Looking at the tooth covered in gold and sparkling jewels, Jin worried, how am I supposed to use this? Before Jin could process what was happening, Boris grabbed his mouth, saying it would all be over soon. As Boris squeezed his jaw, Jin thought to himself that he needed to learn Boris's movement techniques, as Boris inserted the replacement tooth. All right, let's see. Jin wondered if accepting someone else's tooth, even after it had been carefully crafted, was really okay. After some struggle, Boris finally manages to successfully reattach the tooth. Done. Jin senses something is wrong with the new tooth. An immense surge of energy courses through his body. Jin realizes this is a type of memory transfer magic, and countless images flood his mind like a slow-motion film, as if they were Boris's own memories. The images flooding his mind show Boris activating the Heart of Light to summon the Sword of the Underworld and unleash its martial techniques. Jin now understands that what just happened was a transfer spell. I heard about it from my master in my previous life. When I asked her about it, she explained, memory inheritance magic is impossible for modern mages. Memory erasure is possible, though. However, according to Valeria, her family's ancestral lands hold a memory transfer tool, but it's exclusive to them. Yet none of that matters now as he awakens, bathed in the light of knowledge. But now information about the Underworld King's sword has surfaced in my mind. It turns out the Underworld King's sword isn't just a sword technique, but all the martial arts used by the Underworld King lineage. After all that information, Jin directly asks Boris, King Boris, what magic did you put on the tooth you gave me? Boris smirks, saying it's a secret, but it's not magic. Jin was confused. If it's not magic, then what is it? Gamun then explained that what humans call magic is indeed magic, but they have no concept of mages like other races. Instead, those who know how to control magic become blacksmiths, like the brothers of Otu Wang. Jin is surprised. Boris is a blacksmith, Gamun continued. Indeed, in the history of the Underworld King's lineage, Otu King's brothers were the greatest blacksmiths. Back in the day, all the brothers would line up to receive items from them. Boris stood beside him, striking a pose with a bright smile. They fondly recall memories of the past. That's right, that's right. That's how it was back then, before our time stopped. After time stopped, peace came and there was nothing left to do. Gamun chuckled, reminiscing about it. Yes, perhaps that's why my body keeps itching. I don't know what he did with the fang, but Jin looks shocked, like he hasn't seen this kind of talent in a long time. Boris walked over and patted Gamun on the shoulder, laughing. That's right. The two of you are working together, leaving Jin helpless. Their magical power is immense, but their gossip game is just as strong. As for Jin, he finally understands why this civilization once challenged the gods. Their magic surpasses all imagination. The magic civilization from 500,000 years ago far surpasses the magic of the current world. They could challenge the gods for more than just their legendary feats. Dai thanked him earnestly. Thank you for the gift. Lord Boris, I promise to put it to good use. Boris smiled contentedly. If I'm giving, I expect something in return, right? I gave you this fang, so give me a second achievement. Yayan didn't quite understand Boris's intentions. What kind of achievement was he talking about? But he would do his best. Boris shouted excitedly. That's the spirit. Let's start training right away. May 20th. It's been a month since Jin began his training, learning soul reaping from Gamun of the Fan clan and mastering body control from Boris of the Odo clan. The art of weightlessness for agility, controlling power in battle, and even surpassing one's limits. Boris's martial arts of the Underworld King lineage were both savage and mystical. During my training, I achieved many incredible feats, including forming an energy core like the Bright King's, albeit only half-formed. And then, Jin finally succeeded in summoning the Sword of the Underworld King. It was time to test it, and Jin unleashed it for the first time, to Boris's surprise. Though this attempt failed, Boris cried out in disappointment, "Oh, so close." Jin held the sword, marveling at how difficult it was, as Boris reassured him that succeeding on the first try would have been strange. What's even more incredible is that he succeeded. Amazing. Jin has formed a gem heart like ours with the power of Aurea and is trying to wield the sword of the king. Even Tama couldn't have conceived of this, making it all the more interesting. Jin thought to himself that perhaps he hadn't received the memories from the king. If I didn't have the memories from the Fang, I probably wouldn't have thought to try this either. As Jin pondered, Boras cautioned, "But Jin, what you're doing now must be kept secret. If your brethren who haven't acknowledged you discover you're using the sword of the underworld, there will be those who oppose you." Jin outwardly agreed. Yes, I understand. But he thought otherwise. After practicing, he realized there was no need to hide it anymore. Creating a domain from Aurea was something anyone could do upon reaching a certain level. But the question is whether it can function like the heart of a King of Light's lineage. From birth, the King of Light's lineage possesses a heart of light from Aurea, allowing them to freely wield Aurea's power. By human standards, all members of the Ming royal family are at least level 9. In other words, they are weapons from birth. So, does that mean someone like me can't wield the sword of the underworld? Just then, Gamoon approaches and asks, "Brother O2 King, how is the training going?" Boris happily says, "Brother Fan Wang, you're just in time. My training with him is already over. Brother Satu Wang will be here soon." Gamoon was astonished. He didn't expect Jin to train so quickly. "Is it already done?" Boris pointed at Jane and confidently said, "I was going to call him after the soul sword test, but watching Jin train, I don't think there's any need to wait." Gamoon asked again, sounding unsure. "Is that so?" he thought. He seems eager for Jin's achievements. Jin wondered about these battle kings. "What will I learn from the 4 evil kings?" Gamoon quickly explained, "From the Sa-Tu brothers, you'll learn the second part of the Azure Soul Sword, continuing from the first form I taught you." Jin was eager. "The second part of the Blue Spirit Sword, how intriguing." Boris added, "Oh, and the Sa-Tu brothers can't speak." Jin was surprised. "They can't speak?" Gam explained, "Oshu King brothers, don't let Jin misunderstand. Explain yourselves clearly. The Sa-Tu brothers aren't unable to speak, but are practicing the art of silence. We don't know why, but it's been quite a while." Ever since Raflar Rose's time stopped, Jin began to understand the situation. The art of silence. I see. But one thing I'm curious about is, how will he teach me the second part of the Sword of Soul? As the 3 were talking, the main character appeared. Boris points towards the 9. Ah, there he comes. He was the one who left Jin with a very deep impression. A king who showed no emotion in the divine battle. The 2 people I learned from were pretty easygoing. Gamoon was easy to get along with. Boris was friendly from the start, but after seeing Satu, King Jin knew this wouldn't be easy. No sooner had he thought it than he introduced himself. "Pleased to meet you. I'm Jin Dancan." But before Jin could finish, a whirlwind appeared before him, and 2 words materialized on the training ground. Dai was stunned by Lin Fa's speed. "Too fast. Even Boras. It's nearly impossible to follow that speed with the naked eye." Dai sees the characters etched into the training ground. Is that his name? Gamoon speaks, surprised. "The Sa-Tu King's brothers? Isn't that a language from the continent?" I don't know what he's been doing locked up in his room lately, but I didn't expect him to be preparing for a second heir. Just as he finished speaking, a series of rapid actions occurred right behind him. Jane fearfully senses an immense power before him, but from when and why? He didn't know when it happened, but Jin stood there dumbfounded amidst 9's actions, not understanding what was going on. As the dust settles, Gamoon struggles to his feet, body battered and a hole in his forehead spurting 0. But he quickly raises his great sword and charges at Lin Fa, unleashing a Kim Min Vuong slash that forms a circle around him. However, Lin Fa quickly rebounded, successfully dodging the attack and relying on his incredible speed, prepared to strike Gamoon once more. The sharp point of the sword aimed straight for Gamoon. Seeing the dire situation, Boras, who had been observing, quickly intervened. He swiftly kicks Lin Fa's sword away and sends him crashing to the ground with a punch. The impact craters the earth like a devastating explosion. Jane was still in shock at what he was witnessing. A battle between kings. Everything happened in a flash, and naturally he could barely keep up. Boras tried to mediate. "Are the murderous Fighting King brothers really going to fight the 8 Fighting King brothers?" Lin Pifa blushed with embarrassment. Boris continued, "Show some restraint for the sake of the victor's honor." Lin Pifa immediately shook his head. "He's not happy." Boris added, "The Octagon King's mouth is always causing trouble. It's nothing new." Lin Fa's anger subsided, seemingly letting it go. Gamoon also seemed remorseful, admitting his mistake, and Linda, no longer wanting to argue, quickly sheathed her sword. Boris could finally relax, slinging Gam over his shoulder as they left, their task complete, leaving the rest to the Battle Kings. He also told Jin to try and stay alive. while Gamun couldn't understand why being caught learning human characters was so embarrassing for Linfa. He's getting beat down and he doesn't even know why. Jin is shocked to see Gamun so battered. Is it okay for siblings to fight like this? After a moment of thought, Jin realizes Linfa seems familiar. Why does he look so familiar? I'll have to treat this new master like my sister Yona. Meanwhile, somewhere near the Mia Cha desert, the person Jin mentioned was still drowsy, sensing that someone was talking about her little brother. She turned to see the adorable, chubby black fire, still drowsy, whining sweetly. Oh dear. Misha happily hugs the black flame, rolling around in the sand. I guess I wasn't mistaken. In the land of the Ming Kings, training with Killing Duel King Linfa has begun. Or rather, it's just Jane who's training. Jin didn't ask the Deathmatch King about the second form of sword spirit, and since he didn't ask, he wasn't taught. Jin scratched his head, confused. Perhaps that's why, like what Yona did that first time. He sees me as an amusing toy, even though we just met. As for training, whenever I focused on using my inner energy, he would suddenly appear, demonstrate the second form of sword spirit, and then disappear. Or, when I used soul severance, he would look at me with displeasure, occasionally swinging his great sword at me. And so, whenever my body endured the crushing pain, the god of carnage would wear a satisfied smile, though I couldn't tell if it was from the strike itself or my ability to withstand it. However, there's one thing I know for sure. If I hadn't grasped the mind's eye, my head would have been chopped off 5 times already. But I never once asked him why he did it. People like I prefer to satisfy their own curiosity before approaching me, because I didn't want to care, and just like that, the day quickly passed. Below, Linfa had written a message, wondering why Jin hadn't asked about the second form of spirit sword. Jin honestly replied, "It's not that I'm not curious, but could you first tell me the reason for your vow of silence? I've heard you haven't spoken in a long time, a reason even your brothers don't know, yet you've been talking to me frequently these past few days. Can that really be called a vow of silence? In my opinion, the purpose of practicing silence is to completely cut off communication with others so that others can see it as a perfect example. Otherwise, what you're doing is simply not talking, not practicing silence." Meanwhile, Gammon and Boris watched from afar, Gammon nodding in agreement. It seems Jin has hit a nerve. Boris enjoys the drama while munching on popcorn. That actually makes sense. Meanwhile, back in the training yard, Jin is facing 9 directly. You ask why I haven't mentioned the second form of the spirit sword? Simply because I have no desire to learn anything from someone who only has the appearance of it. That's why I didn't ask, nor am I curious. If you are a true heir of the sword spirit, instead of meaningless training that no one knows about, put your heart into teaching as Gamun and Boris have taught me. Outside, the others were shocked to hear Jin speak so frankly, and Gammon was utterly astonished. Boris munches on popcorn, oblivious to Jin's audacity and speaking to the Killing Duel King, wondering if everything will be all right. If my actions were excessive, I beg your forgiveness. With that, he immediately turned away. If that's the case, I'll return to my training. As expected, the combat king, Linfa, has spoken for the first time in millennia, since time stood still here. Seeing Linfa speak, Boris drops his popcorn as the two outside look on in awe. Gammon's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "The king of combat, brothers!" At the same time, Boris, with popcorn in his mouth, echoed the sentiment. 9th brother. Ignoring the stares, Linfa said coolly, "I will sincerely teach you. I will show you something amazing." After agreeing to teach Jin the second form of spirit sword, Linfa wastes no time in demonstrating it, each movement infused with spiritual power. Each movement was as light as gliding across water, graceful and skillful. Each stroke flowed like water and drifted like clouds, gentle and refined, yet undeniably powerful. In mere seconds, Linfa demonstrated the beauty of each movement, everything Jin was about to learn, leaving him speechless with awe. The sword strikes Gam demonstrated were completely different. Each swing imbued with essence, each intersection mirrored perfectly. A dual swordsman's technique striking from 2 directions at once. Whether from left to right or below to above, the result is the same. The great sword formed from spirit energy clashes repeatedly with Linfa's great sword. This is the second form of spirit sword. As Linfa finishes, those outside, like Boris and Gammon, immediately applaud. As the king of deathmatch, Linfa always uses this move. It's a surprise to witness the second form of the spirit sword, after all this time, from the fighting king's arsenal. Linda approached Jin, asking how he felt about seeing the second sword form, to which Jin responded with sincere praise. It's magnificent, both powerful and beautiful, and it seems he hasn't shown its true potential before. Linfa is a bit embarrassed by all the praise. That's right, after Jin spoke, Gamun wondered if that oath was okay. 9th brother. he says, referring to Lin Fa and the forbidden promise. Lin Fa sighs. It's all right, brother, so don't make a big deal out of it. In that case, I'll go inform the other brothers, Gamoon said excitedly. Boris was just as happy. They could finally speak to 9 before the successor left. With Tama gone, Boris and Gamoon wasted no time, speeding off to spread the word to their brethren. Suddenly, Lin Fa turned to look at Jin Gawi, who returned his gaze with a puzzled expression. What? Linda added. The second technique you just witnessed is called Gawi, which Jin praises as a fitting name. It's amazing that the spirit energy forms a blade that crosses like scissors, a technique I've never conceived of or seen before. Then can you imitate it? Lin Fa quickly asked, to which Jin replied, such a technique can't be easily copied after seeing it just once. Jin sighed in frustration. He picked up the sword again to examine it, realizing it had its own issues. It continuously absorbs spiritual energy, preventing the sword spirit's first move from progressing. This spirit-absorbing sword not only drains energy, but also helps to circulate it, though Jin doesn't quite understand. Restore the flow of spirit energy, Linda quickly explained. That's right. I don't know if you'll understand, but simply put, think of it as a scabbard. Just like drawing a sword from its scabbard, you'll draw spirit energy from this absorbing sword. In short, if you used spirit energy haphazardly before, this sword will help you control it more effectively. I believe you can do it. Overcome this spirit-absorbing sword, and when you wield your own again, you'll control your spirit freely. Linda's serious and excited tone made Jane laugh. Unlike Gammon, you're very talented at explaining things. You'd be a great teacher, so why did you choose to practice silence? To that question, Lin Fa replied, as you said, it's not training, but a punishment for me. Jin was quite surprised by this statement. A punishment. If he didn't tell his brothers, there must be a reason he couldn't. You must have suffered greatly during all this time alone. Though I am not your brother, if you feel comfortable, please tell me your story. Hours later, the sunset painted the land of the underworld kings in gold, shimmering yet carrying a sad tale. Jin now understood why the god of combat practiced forbidden speech. So, that's it. He warned them not to challenge the gods, but no one listened. Jin wondered if his burden of the clan's destruction made him blame himself for failing to stop his brothers. Was it arrogance or purity? No, perhaps that's just the thought of someone from the Ming imperial family. Linda feels more at ease now that he can finally unburden his heart. He looked up at the sky. Thanks to you, my punishment ended surprisingly easily. Jin turned to 9. Do you have any regrets? Linda stood up as if shedding a burden he'd carried for ages. No, I feel incredibly relieved. Thanks to you, you seem to have a power that moves people. Jin was also very happy. I'll take that as a compliment. Just then, the other brothers, hearing the news, rushed over, their faces beaming with joy for their 9th brother. They surrounded Lin Fa, asking all sorts of questions. 9th brother, you're finally free from the gag order. What happened? I thought you'd never speak again. Seeing Lin Fa surrounded by his brothers, Yan was happy for him. Usually, when people don't listen, others blame them. But I think you'll be easier to approach from now on. Lost in thought, Jin was approached by Boras, who congratulated him for making Lin Fa speak again, saying he would take credit as promised. Jin wondered if Boris knew all along about the second achievement. Boris asked seriously, "What are you talking about?" Jin didn't hesitate to explain why the King of Assassins had been silenced and that it wasn't someone from the Myung Huang clan, but him who had made the King of Assassins speak. After hearing Jin's words, Boras didn't deny it, offering a smile instead. In the days that followed, after the end of the deathmatch gag order, King Lin Fa greatly assisted Jin in his training, not only helping him overcome the spirit-consuming sword and consolidate the first form of sword spirit, but also teaching Jin how to perfectly execute the second form of sword spirit. In less than 2 weeks, he learned the way of that dimension. Of course, Jin only learned the method, not mastery, so continuous practice was essential. Mastery of the sword spirit was only a matter of time. In February of 1797, Yan saw Tanteo holding his sword. Now that I've surpassed the spirit absorption sword, you should return my sword to me. You said you wouldn't need your sword here anymore, right? Tan happily returns the sword to Jin, but tells him he'll need it from today onward, as after training with the 4 kings, he'll begin sparring with the regular brothers. Jin sheaths his sword calmly. Right, starting today, isn't it? Tan reminded him, that's right, everyone will gather this afternoon to watch the match. The first King brothers are probably choosing their first opponent now. Hearing this from Tan, Jin was visibly excited. The match against the Underworld clan is finally here. From the first day I arrived, I've wanted a real fight with them, but Tan is worried. Frankly, I think it's still a little early, but Jin is quite confident. It seems you think I'm destined to lose? Are the average warriors of the Underworld on par with the White Wolf clan? Hearing this, Tanteo couldn't help but laugh. The White Wolf clan? Please. We're far above the average Red Fox Lord, and the One Battle Kings don't like you, so they'll pick a tough opponent for you. Hearing Tanteo's words, Jin remembered, that's right, by human standards, the Underworld King clan are mostly 9 stars or higher, so no opponent will be easy. Even so, Tanteo will side with Jane, but I'll still root for you. Speaking of which, did you take my advice? Jin asked, confused. What advice? Tano to remind you about seeing the Sword of the Underworld at least once. Jin said he's already seen it. Of course, it was just a memory from Boris, but I'll get to see it directly in this match. After giving instructions, Jin sent Tano on his way. Good, now he should rest in the waiting room until this afternoon. Understood, Tan. Jin watched Tanteo leave, resting and preparing for the upcoming match as the time for the first mock battle drew near. In the distance, Gamoon and Boris arrive, curious about Jin's preparations. Jin, are you ready? Jin turned to see the two eagerly approaching and quickly replied, You're here? There's really nothing to prepare. Once the opponent is chosen, isn't my only job to fight? Gamoon pondered. All right, are you strong enough? He's so amazing, it's hard to believe he's just a human boy, so don't be discouraged. It's okay. Boris is quite worried. I'm just worried. Jin seems like the type to be deeply wounded by a major failure, and where did Lin Fa suddenly come from? That's how people who always succeed tend to be. But Jin, you must also learn to get back up after a fall. The more Jin heard, the less he cared, his dissatisfaction growing. Why is everyone like this? Tanteo says I'm gonna lose. Now everyone's looking at me like I've already lost, Boris said seriously. Actually, we're just worried you'll end up like Tama. Tama? Gamoon added. Indeed, Tama never lost a battle out there, but here in La Ferosa, he constantly failed. Jin inquired further about Tama's strength at that time. How skilled was Tama compared to me during his first match? Boris seriously assessed. A bit stronger than you are now, but he couldn't win against a normal warrior for a long time. In fact, after his first match, Tama lost his appetite and fell into a deep depression. I think you're just like Tama in that regard. Jin simply chuckled at those words. He thought to himself, it seems they misunderstood something. What's the big deal about losing once? Unlike Tama, I've experienced countless failures before coming here, and even in my past life. Jane thought for a moment, then replied bluntly, then don't worry, I won't be like Tama. Seeing Jin's confidence, the three fathers exchanged confused glances, unaware of what was happening. Moments later, in the arena, amidst the cheers of the Ming Kings, the first match in thousands of years was about to begin. Of course, there's betting on the match, with the focus on how many moves it will take for Jin to be defeated by his brother, the first time in 1,000 years. Of course, there's betting involved. Brothers, how many moves are you wagering? I'm betting on under 10 moves. Me too. Me too. Let's place our bets. The crowd bets on how many moves it will take to defeat the undefeated warrior, with most guessing less than 10. Dian watches them with disdain, thinking they're just a race of gamblers. Meanwhile, the fighter chosen for the battle, Saku, emerges. The lightning flash of the battle met with thunderous applause from the stands. Saku, facing Jin with confidence, asks, The undefeated warrior, are you ready? In response, Jin makes a request. Don't bother getting ready. Just attack me with the intent to kill. Those words took Saku by surprise. It was the first time anyone had dared to speak to the Kings of Light like that. Saku sees Jin's challenge, but Jin quickly draws his sword, warning that this is no mere sparring match. You think you can't die no matter what, right? Saku chuckled. I'll admit your confidence is admirable, but it's excessive. There's little more irritating than a human who doesn't know humility. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, you'll soon acknowledge other things as well. Without a word, Jin immediately activates his demigod heart, shocking Saku and the watching underworld kings, who stare in wide-eyed surprise. What is that, a Dark King's sword? Who taught you the sword techniques of a King of Light? This time, Jin decides to use the King of Light's sword against another King of Light. Jin quickly uses everything he's learned and charges straight at 11, not caring who taught him. I only know that your swords are amazing. Saku still wonders who taught that kid the Dark King sword technique. This is impossible. The sword of the underworld cannot be mastered through mere learning. Indeed, as Sao said, the sword of the underworld is a technique only the underworld clan can use. Even if Jin created an aura, that alone isn't enough to wield the sword of the underworld. But I found it in Boris' memories. The key to using the sword of the underworld is an attribute that can activate the mind's eye. I believe the fang I received from Boris is the key. So every day after training, I repeated and practiced it madly, never giving up. All I could do was watch. A burst erupted from Jin and Saku's initial clash, stunning the battle kings and war gods. Perhaps they didn't think Yin could cause such a commotion? A human wielding the sword of the underworld? But when the dust settles, Saku has effortlessly blocked the attack. He yells at the two brothers who are enjoying the show, and Boris is startled to hear his name. "What?" Saku asks. "Is your special fusion skill still intact?" Boris casually asks. "Of course." And after receiving Boris's answer, he quickly said, "I understand." Saku took a deep breath and activated the light core on his chest, along with an aura that even Sane could clearly feel. True to its name, Saku unleashed the true essence of the underworld sword, his power like a bomb waiting to explode. "I'll make you pay for wielding the underworld sword so recklessly, undefeated warrior." With his partial light core activated, Zin planned to summon Test, the Azure Phoenix, to defend against the sword of the underworld. But to his surprise, he found himself unable to call upon Test. Could it be that he can't enter because this is another dimension created by Lord Sodas? Saku, seeing Jin's bewildered expression, immediately mocked him. Things aren't looking good. He quickly rushes in, the sword of the underworld king in hand, and slashes directly at Jin. Luckily, Jin reacted in time, quickly ducking to avoid the blow. Ignoring his inability to summon the system, Jin continues to attack Saku with a flurry of sword strikes. However, Saku effortlessly parried every blow, Jin unable to penetrate the Guardian King's sword aura. Even just activating the power around his body, Saku easily knocks Jin away. The two continue to separate and charge at each other with the extreme speed of the Underworld King's power. Though only a moment has passed, countless blows have been exchanged in that short time. Jin grits his teeth, blocking Saku's sword, realizing this isn't just speed and the sword can't pierce the outer layer of defense, leaving no openings. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind. Target what humans can't train. Jin thrusts straight into Saku's eyes, but perhaps Jin has forgotten that the Wisdom Kings aren't human. They're insane entities from birth. His eyes are fine, but Jin's fingers are shattered from the force of the blow. Jin cries out in horror. What is this? Saku now clearly intends to send Jin to his grave. Oh, I forgot to mention we have eyes as hard as diamonds. Didn't you know? Jin was helpless. Saku was an impenetrable fortress, truly the strongest race to ever exist. Before their extinction, there were thousands upon thousands of them, a terror to all creatures on the continent. As Jin sweats, unsure of what to do, Saku has grown impatient with playing around. Now that I'm warmed up, let me show you something interesting. I'll show you true power surging from the core in Saku's chest. Having exhausted all options, Jin could only stand and wait. A cold sweat forming as the sword in his hand began to tremble. Saku suddenly appears before him, ready to deliver a devastating blow. A sinister grin on his face. What's wrong? Is it hard just to hold your sword? This is called normal suppression, a technique that creates a suction force on the sword, preventing the opponent from controlling it as they wish. Saku throws a punch with all his might, and Jin barely manages to block it with his sword. Taking advantage of the opening, Saku's fist sends him flying. Jin realizes he can't use his sword accurately at close range, and must maintain his distance at all costs. The moment he thought it, his body moved, but Saku wasn't about to let Jin have his way. He gave chase with incredible speed, even faster than Jin. He quickly strategizes, needing to find an opening to unleash the spirit sword's first form. He must become faster, reach further. The moment he finds the right position, his sword moves. Soul severing, the first form of the spirit sword. Jin thought it would be a beautiful move to finish Saku instantly, but it didn't go as planned. Did you think I'd give you the chance to use the first form of the spirit sword? Jin's sword is easily blocked, and Saku seizes Jin, delivering the final blow in this life-or-death battle. A massive fist sends him flying back, spewing Zyro. Not giving Jin a chance to recover, Saku immediately grabs his leg to inflict more damage, saying that if he wants to use the sword of the underworld, he should experience the fist of the underworld as well. And so, Jin's unconscious body was pummeled with a barrage of blows, his face battered and bruised. After his brutal assault, Saku prepared to deliver the final strike. He kicked Jin with full force, sending him crashing into the wall, headfirst into the training ground, followed by a direct kick to the gut that sent him flying into the bar. Saku grabbed Jin by the neck, who was now completely unable to resist. He raised his sword, coldly looking down at him like an ant, just as he promised, "This time I'll sever all your limbs. In our next encounter, I hope you'll show a little more humility." Jin showed no fear, a smile on his face, perhaps knowing he'd reached his limit. The cold-blooded Saku mercilessly severed Jin's limbs, scattering flesh and blood across the arena. How long had passed, and what had happened? In his dazed state, Jin faintly heard voices. All right, Brother Otu, while healing the Chosen One, infuse him with my blood. But brother fighting god, humans can't withstand the blood of a fighting god. Even a slight mistake could kill him. Amidst the echoing voices, Jin slowly began to awaken, finding Boris speaking with a mysterious figure. As mentioned before, Boris was the one healing Jin, and he had no choice but to follow orders. If the battle god has said that much, I have no right to refuse. The mysterious figure quickly raises a hand, saying, "Then, let the blood transfusion begin." Now that everything is in place, all that's left is to pray that Jin's body can withstand the blood of a war god. As crimson blood is transfused into Jin, he could feel the powerful energy coursing through him, revitalizing every cell in his body. The regenerative power, like an endless stream, rapidly restored his body. Jin didn't know how long he'd been unconscious, as he found himself in another space surrounded by seawater and a pitch-black sky. Jane didn't know where he was or what time it was. He was alone with the sound of the waves, but then Jin heard voices in his ears. Jane can no longer hear Slet's voice. Something is definitely wrong. If Jin can't withstand this drop of blood and dies as the war god said, yes, perhaps this child's death will lead to the destruction of our entire race. But even if you die, that is our fate, and yours alone. Everything will end here. Jin felt as though he were falling into a deep lake, surrounded by an unfamiliar darkness. But as those words echoed in his mind, another memory flashed. Iona had told him about the poison wine. If I drink it and awaken my mind's eye to its fullest potential, no assassin will ever be able to defeat me. That thing is a challenge for me. It's a shame I can't even give you gifts like this anymore. Anyway, see you again. Take care of yourself. Suddenly, a will to survive awakens. Jane grits his teeth, desperate to escape the dark lake, as if enduring a physical torment. Awakened with newfound resolve, Jin wondered, who dares decide my fate? I have much to do and much to protect. My destiny will be my own. Jin's will surges through his body like a powerful energy, reigniting his core heart. It emits a powerful light, marking a new beginning, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. After a month-long coma, Jin finally awakens. As the morning sun fell on his face, Jin realized he had made it through. It seemed about a month had passed. Awakening from his coma, Jin sits up, his wounds healed, though long scars remain. Time has passed too quickly. He must return to Mei. If it weren't for the myriad poison pill, I might never have woken up. As thoughts of his coma faded, Jin noticed something different about his body. But what is this? This light energy and feeling of overwhelming power? Could this be a complete heart of the underworld clan? But what in the world is happening? Could receiving the war god's blood grant someone a royal heart? As those thoughts swirled, the war god spoke from behind. You're awake, chosen successor. Jin sighed, grateful for being saved, but unsure how to repay such a debt. God of war, I don't know what to say. Boris gave me the fang, and now, thanks to your blood, I have a complete underworld king's heart. And you didn't even ask. So you want to reject it? Jin sighed helplessly. Did I even have a say in this? Still, you should have told me I was going to have a King of Light's heart of my own, shouldn't you? You knew I was awake before the transfusion, and you saw that he had fully recovered. She barely acknowledges Jin's words, brushes them off, and quickly leaves, saying, If you're unhappy, I apologize. Jin felt a little apologetic, saying, I didn't say that to get an apology. I'm just surprised by the sudden appearance of the heart. I'll try to understand that I've made a pact with a god, and you're also called a war god, right? Ban opened the window, and the morning sun and chirping birds filled the room with beauty. I must admit, I expected you to be furious and question me. To be frank, if you were my enemy, I probably would have. But having this heart doesn't mean I've become one of you, right? Perhaps some of the underworld clan may sympathize with me, but those like number 11 who dislike me will surely object fiercely. In Ban's hand is a small canary. Looking at the bird in her hand, she quietly says, Perhaps. Seeing the god of war nod, Jin asks one last question. Actually, if you hadn't helped me, would I have been accepted here? Asking this, Jin summoned all his courage, his clenched fist showing prominent veins. Ba looked at him seriously. If the answer is yes, do you intend to destroy this heart? Is it because this power wasn't earned by your own hand? Jin finally understood, a look of resolve now on his face. You see right through me, but this heart is still something I earned. Though not what I truly desired, I wouldn't have gained your approval if I didn't meet the standard. The god of war continued, I only see this as a way to pass on the legacy. If you consider it yours, then why would you want to destroy it? Jin retorts that if it truly belonged to him, he could destroy and recreate it as he pleased, but it relies on the goodwill of another and isn't entirely his. To put it simply, Jin believes this heart was earned through his own efforts, but isn't entirely his, since it relies on the war god's blood, which is why he can't destroy it as he pleases. Ban adds that even without his blood, Jin could still be recognized by his brothers. Jin finally regains his confidence. Then, I'll make the most of it. And one more thing, I must return in May, as I have important matters to attend to. When I can return here is up in the air, so can we adjust the training pace? Looking up at the sky, he realizes they have 2 months left. All right, in the mornings you'll train with the 7 Stars King, Burizer, and in the afternoons you'll spar with the 11 siblings. And so 49 days passed. Unsurprisingly, after obtaining the heart, some members of the Underworld King clan were hostile toward Jin. But because this was the war god's choice, not his, their harsh reactions gradually subsided. The Underworld King clan is strong. If only I could close the gap between us as soon as I obtained the heart. Jin fought Saku 49 times and lost all 49 times. However, each loss only fueled his desire to spar again, for with every fight his perspective shifted. After 10 fights with 11, Jin thought he was as strong as Luna, but after 20, he began to doubt his assessment. By the 30th time, he completely rejected that idea, and by the 40th, Jin believed he could at least cut off one of 11's arms. The destination is coming into view. The distance closes, and Jin improves at an alarming rate. And so I always looked forward to sparring with number 11, even though Boris had to reattach my severed limbs each time. At some point, the Underworld member stopped mentioning Tama's name in front of me. As usual, Jane steps into the arena today, preparing for another showdown with Saku. And everyone wanted Saku to taste defeat. Jin, you have to win today. Let's make Saku taste defeat. Go, go. As Jin stepped into the arena, he saw Saku standing there with a grim expression. What's with that face? Did he just swallow a fly? Are you tired of fighting me? Saku asked dejectedly. Of course not. It's just that through our daily sparring I've grown fond of you, and I'm increasingly reluctant to cut you down. Jin, unmoved, draws his sword. I've told you time and again, facing me with such misplaced emotions won't help me at all. Be serious. I understand how you feel. Saku sighs in frustration as Tanteo approaches, while the god of war watches from above. The third brother war god looked at him and asked, well, what is it? Brother Tanteo. Tanteo said seriously, I heard the successor is leaving La Florosa soon. While others are accepting him as a brother, I think we should give everyone a chance to compete with Jin. Saku has been fighting him for too long. Another battle king agreed with Tano's words. Indeed, the brothers who truly cherish the successor have only watched from afar. Let's give the other brothers one more chance. Hearing this, Ban pondered for a moment, realizing he still needed everyone's consent. And after a moment of thought, the god of war spoke up. Listen up, everyone. The chosen one will be leaving in 2 weeks, so in order for everyone to fight him, we should accept him as our brother. What do you all think? Speak now if any brother objects. A battle king with a fierce face thinks, though reluctant to admit it, that he helped Gamun comprehend the first form of the spirit sword, Soul Sever. Boris has bestowed his fang upon him, an unprecedented event in the history of the Underworld clan, and his mastery of Linda's forbidden teachings is now undeniable. Even with the god of war's recognition, he remains humble. Even with his limbs severed daily, he perseveres. And even in repeated failure, he never despaired. The royal fighting kings began to stir, but one remained silent throughout. The silent atmosphere then erupted after his stomp. The first martial king acknowledges Jin Kanan as our brother. Convincing the most stubborn of the fighting kings was a good start. Next came the 5th and 8th kings. They stomped their feet in a clear show of support, and the 8th and 5th kings acknowledged Jin Kanan as their brother. I, the gatekeeper of La Florosa, will fade with you, and Saku of Thunder also recognizes Jin Kanan as our brother. With thunderous applause, Jin stood before the clan's recognition, each member of the underworld agreeing to the call. And once all were united, the god of war rose and proclaimed, "Then all brothers have agreed. From this moment forward, we declare Jin Kanan as our brother." And from the moment he became a member of the Underworld clan, things moved quickly. Those who wanted to spar with Jin had to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order. And once the order was set, the battles continued. Day after day, from morning to noon to evening, the matches with the Underworld Kings went on and on until the early hours. In his final match with number 11, Jin wanted to land a solid punch, but the guy cried out that he lost from a mere graze, a blatant mockery. Though bitter, defeating Saku meant nothing when he'd been defeated by all the other kings, so instead of getting angry, Jin calmed down. And it was over. With only 9 days left of training, Jin decides to postpone his fight with the Battle Kings and focus on further training. And so, the 74 matches against the Myung warriors came to an end. That night, Jin was joined at his residence by the Myung warriors closest to him. Tano grabs a bottle of liquor excitedly, saying, "Jin, you're the best. Have a drink." Seeing the bottle, Jean grimaced in refusal. "Isn't that the jewel liquor you gave me on our first day?" "No way, that stuff is strong," but Tano insisted, handing Jin a shimmering glass of alcohol. "Come on, just try it. It tastes different this time." Jin reluctantly accepts the glass, skeptical. "Really? It looks exactly the same as before." But upon tasting it, everything was, as Tanteo had said, a gentle yet rich sweetness. This is a different wine, isn't it?" To which Boris replied, "It's still jewel wine as before. However, many have attained inner light, so the perceived flavor will be different." Jin was quite surprised. Different due to inner light? How subtle. Less than a second later, his father suddenly appears, wanting to share another drink. Jin smirks, accepting the challenge. Just a few days ago, he was hacking people to pieces, and now he's acting like we're best friends. And so the two poured and drank continuously. Jin was then invited by the other fight kings, all pouring into one large bowl. "My Jin brother, and here as well." "Me too." Jin doesn't hesitate to drink it all down. From Gamoon and Boris to Lin Fa, the drinks he's being offered would need to be served in buckets, not cups. Jane is hoisted into the air, met with cheers and applause as if they'd never partied before. Lin Fa, with her low tolerance, was already passed out on the ground after just a few drinks, while Gaman and Boras laughed gleefully. The laughter and chatter continued late into the night, and after everyone was tipsy, Jin finally had time to get some air. He gently closed the door, took a breath, and realized he was exhausted. As he stepped onto the balcony, a Battle King appeared before him. 7. Battle King, Burr, who had recently been teaching him sword spirit. Jin approaches Bear. "I didn't see you all night. What are you doing out here?" Barizer turns to Jin with a smile. "Jin, you seem to be in good spirits." "I'm just looking at the sky. Blair says that even though this place was recreated by Soderet, it's exactly like where we used to live." Jin asks if she's ever wondered what the outside world is like. "Since I arrived, no one has asked about it." Bell responded that it's simply because everyone knows our time has stopped, and we can never return to that world. Jane found it hard to understand. Shouldn't that make them even more curious? Byrne is rich, perhaps, but what's the point of wanting the impossible? Because by the time we return, none of our beloved brothers will be there. "I'm so sorry I was thoughtless." Bellizer didn't seem to mind much. "It's nothing, just something a brother once mentioned." Jin was curious what that was. Barizer explained that the outside world has been through millennia, and perhaps someday they will develop a kind of magic or tool to bring them out. Jin seemed to understand, but thought to himself, "Unfortunately, as far as I know, there's still no way." That makes sense, considering even the Fire Realm, home to the immortal phoenixes, can't connect to the mortal world. Aside from summoning phoenixes by wizards, all magic related to other worlds is forbidden by the Magic Association, classified as dark magic, and unlikely to be developed. Jin asked Bellizer, "So there's really no way for the Underworld Kings to come out on their own? Didn't Tannel come out to get me?" "That would only happen if an heir appeared in the Great Desert. So I have a request. Would you mind looking into how we can return to the outside world?" Jay seriously pondered this. "Of course, when I leave this place, I will find a way to get everyone out." The next morning, Ian continued his daily training, remembering the mission he needed to complete. The mission to reclaim the compass is fast approaching, and we must seize this opportunity. Yona obtaining information about the treasure from Boobaba's workshop is an omen that may not come again. We must succeed. Lost in thought about the upcoming mission, he's approached by someone. The god of war of the underworld. He seems troubled. Is something troubling Jin? Jin greets Ban, saying, "Mr. Ban, I was just about to look for you to discuss the important matter we mentioned." Ban asks if he's referring to his return in May. Jin confirms, explaining he must return for a mission with his comrades, but he's unsure if his current strength is enough. Ban finds Jin's words perplexing, even laughable. Does he even know who he's fought before? Jin remains deeply concerned. "I know there are warriors who've reached a divine level, but I've never defeated any of them. Besides, I'm not afraid of getting hurt on a mission, but I'm quite worried about my teammates. Some of them are weaker than me." The god of war tells him that he doesn't understand himself, and his wavering is causing the entire underworld to waver. The god of war spoke as he handed Jin a sword. "I'm here to give you this sword." Jin holds the sword, its blade shimmering with fire. The red lightning sword, his sword. "Boris reforged it so you could wield it. Let's train together directly for the time we have left." After handing the Scarlet Lightning Sword to Jin, he asked him to train with him directly, to use the remaining time to fight him. Jin was taken aback by the offer. "Fight you? But I haven't finished my training with the Battle Kings yet." Didn't you say your time was short? I'll pass the message on to the Battle Kings. In the time you have left, I'll help steady your heart, ease your worries, and train you so you can see yourself clearly. In my presence, simply draw your sword when you feel you won't die. Jin stared at the sword in his hand, wondering, just draw red moon? At first, Jin didn't understand the meaning of those words, but when he faced the god of war in the arena, he understood immediately. Just standing still, the power from that day. The moment I draw my sword, I know I'll die. I've even thought of every tactic and skill I could use, but I can't find a way to survive. But it was impossible. There seemed to be no way. I couldn't find any weaknesses, nor any way to avoid death. If I drew the sword, every possibility led to the same result. I knew drawing my sword would mean instant death. So how could I find a path to open this door? On the 5th day, I finally had a chance to draw the Red Moon Sword. After dying 90,000 times over 5 days, I created a single opportunity to strike. But all his efforts were easily thwarted by the god of war, who effortlessly blocked the sword with a single finger. She praises, "That was a good move. You could have used it from the start, so why the hesitation?" Jin, exhausted and drenched in sweat, replies, "I drew my sword because I felt I wouldn't die this time. But I guess it wasn't enough." John is disappointed it wasn't as effective as he'd hoped. "Don't despair," Ban encourages. "Before time stops, not many can land even one blow on us. 5 days ago, you could have used this move to fight alongside me. Your strength was sufficient, but you lost faith because you didn't understand your own abilities. So, that's why you had to endure thousands of failures." After the war, God's words, Jin sighed, as if he finally understood, believing in himself. This fight was to help me realize that again, something I recognized but forgot when facing Tiamat's illusion. Ban said seriously to Jin, "Yes, worry made me lose myself. If I didn't realize I couldn't draw the red moon, I was going to take the sword back." Jin has rediscovered his lost faith, clenching his fist with determination. "Now, no matter how many times I try, I can only share one move with you because you've confirmed that it's possible." The remaining 4 days of training flew by, and Jin learned a special technique from the god of war. A skill only those of the Ming royal clan, the masters of the Red Moon Sword, could learn. The day of departure finally arrives, and Jin sheathes his sword, ready to reunite with his comrades. He hopes that next time he'll be able to share his technique. "Your brothers await you before the king's arena. Greet them and then return." Jin bowed his head in deep gratitude. "War god, thank you." Ban reached out to touch Jin's face, urging him to look up. "We brothers don't keep score of debts. Your achievements here will be remembered, and they will await your return. Have a good journey." Brother B bids Jin farewell, wishing him well on his path ahead. Jin gratefully accepted their farewells and well wishes. Yes, May 17th, year 1 of Tantateo, 9 Tano. After saying goodbye to his brothers, Jane left La Prarosa with a promise to meet again. And strangely, he was able to take items from the outside world, except for those of the Underworld clan. Carrying Boris's fang, the cloak he made, and plenty of wine and bread, Jin retraced his steps, crossing the Micha Desert. Whether thanks to the training at La Rosa, which felt like a dream, or the precious jade heart, he couldn't say. But I felt no fatigue, even under the harsh sun. In just 3 days since leaving La Prarosa, I reached the exit where I parted ways with the guide. On the 25th day of the 9th Tanu of the year, after more than a week in the desert, I finally encountered some black flames. They exclaimed, "Oh, a human who has crossed the desert?" Seeing them approach, Jin asked, "Black flames, what a coincidence. How have you been?" "Why have you come here?" they asked, having completed their campfire transaction. "I'm heading back to Yukon with the Gumzion clan in the west. They're overjoyed to be alive. Lucky humans. Everyone was worried, heartbroken. Did you get through it?" Jan ponders, "I've moved on, though it's hard to put into words. But it was truly a valuable experience. Luckily, we're headed in the same direction, so how about we chat on the way back?" The Black Flame members immediately waved their hands in fear. "No, I'm going straight to Yuka." Yuka-jin pressed, asking if it was impossible. They quickly explained that they had mentioned it a few days prior. The Red Tiger clan is dangerous. They pass through the Miti area to return, using the market as a toll. Worried, Jin asks, how long until the Red Tiger clan returns? The Black Flames estimate 3 to 4 days. Jin frowned. "No, that would be too late. I have urgent business. Don't you have any secret passages around here?" Blackfire shook his head. "There aren't any this way." But Jin wasn't deterred. "Then I'll just have to go." Worried, Blackfire says, "Be careful. They might make trouble. They might kill you. Human." Jin picks up his bag and confidently strides forward. "Don't worry, Blackfire. I'll handle it." Meanwhile, Jin and the Black Flames arrived at the Red Fox clan's guard post, where the Black Flames waited anxiously in their carriage. This is a disaster. What are we supposed to do? Maybe we can pay our way out of this. But you probably won't be so lucky. Jane will observe them and I'll follow. You go in first, okay? See you later. As he walked, the black flame trembled with fear, thinking, "Be careful, human." Arriving at the guard post, a Red Fox clan member chuckled. "Oh, the Fishtail clan. Your tribute is quite substantial. All right, pass on through." Suddenly, Jine appears out of nowhere, saying, "While I'm still asking nicely, return everything you've stolen from the Beastman clans." After Jine appeared with his threats, the Red Tiger clan felt something was off. What was that aura surrounding him? Too dangerous. An overwhelming sense of dread washes over me. But then, he charged forward, realizing the danger of letting him live. But before he could even attack, the Red Tiger was paralyzed with fear at a single glance, his eyes rolling back in his head. He couldn't even breathe as he approached. The other man was shocked to see his comrade sprawled on the ground, realizing the terrifying extent of the other man's power. Without hesitation, he kowtows repeatedly, begging for his life. "If you're not gone by the time I count to 3, you're all dead." John began to count. 1, 2. Before he could even reach 3, the Red Fox clan members were gone, dragging their comrade with them as they fled. "We're leaving now. They may be fierce, but they sure know how to run." With that settled, Jin turns to speak with Black Flame. He gave his Blackfire friends some of their favorite fish, saying, "Here's the fish you worked so hard to get." Blackfire accepts the 2 fish, his eyes gleaming with delight. "Thank you, human." He stammered, inviting Jin to the Blackfire clan's territory for a feast, suggesting he rest for a day before going. "Fire human, Watertail tribe feast." Jin hastily declined the invitation. Though he wanted to apologize, he had urgent business to attend to. He then pointed to the pile of loot the Red Tigers had left behind. "The goods and money have been recovered. Return them to their rightful owners. Be careful. I'll see you again. Let's eat and then go. Cook it right here." The Black Flames are eager, showing off all their gear to deal with the fish. Jin couldn't refuse their enthusiasm, so he accepted. "That's great. I was getting a little hungry myself, and about an hour later, Jine and the water spirits began their feast. Jin also took the opportunity to ask Black Flame a few things, like if he knew where to find dye in the Yuka market. As he ate, Blackfire suddenly asked about dye, and Jin revealed his purpose. He needed a disguise to go somewhere. "Then use the Gold Thread clan's disguise. It's better than dye," Blackfire quickly suggested. And so, after gathering what they needed and finishing their meal, they set off. A few hours later, the group quickly returned to where they had started months before. The one who greeted them was none other than the Gold Thread Rat. "Oh, you've returned safely. Good. I heard you needed a disguise. Then let me introduce you to our dyes." As he spoke, the rat busily pulled out a product display board. The price might seem steep, but their dyeing techniques were unlike any other tribes. "We use natural essences from countless plants and flower extracts, offering not only diverse colors, but also an irresistible fragrance." "Enough boasting. Let Blackfire over there introduce you. He's the one who defeated the Red Tiger clan. Look, we've recovered everything the Red Tiger stole from the Beastmen." "Hey, Blackfire, why didn't you say anything? I wasted my breath for nothing. Do you know how greedy I look right now? I almost became a ruthless merchant exploiting my benefactor." Hearing this, the rat was furious and gave him a scolding, nearly knocking him unconscious before sincerely thanking Jine. "So you're the benefactor who defeated the Red Tiger clan? Thank you, Yuka merchants. Yuka will be thrilled to hear this news." "Of course. Please, take your time, benefactor, as we will provide you with a perfect disguise using the Golden Snow Tribe's special makeup techniques." The last day of May, year 1090, on the southern island of Bellup. As Jane stepped in, he surveyed his surroundings. This place hasn't changed at all, has it? In the port district, a young man with striking blonde hair strides forward, none other than Jane in disguise. A place filled with addicted mercenaries and homeless people, most of whom lost everything after participating in the arena. In stark contrast, the island's north side is a haven for wealthy young nobles secretly gambling. The place where the compass will lead us tomorrow. I wonder if everyone made it to the island safely. As he pondered this, a man slowly approached, a constant smile plastered on his face. Another one driven mad by the arena, no doubt. Then, to his surprise, the man suddenly appeared beside him, slipping something into his hand while begging for money. "Oh, please, just a coin." Jane was startled, recognizing who it was. "What the hell? Is that Z?" Jin recognized his old friend, tossing him some coins, saying, "You'll be blessed." Though they were enemies in a past life, recruiting him was clearly the right move. This setting is perfect for blending in. The letter Z slipped to Jine contained the password, "Long time no see," and instructions to find a nailed plank under the bed in room 2803 at the Sparrow Inn. At the Mo Chim Inn, the manager immediately tells Jin, "No rooms available, try somewhere else." Jin quickly replies with the code phrase, "Long time no see." Upon hearing that, Bill's attitude shifts, and he retrieves a key to room 203. Inside room 203, as indicated in the letter, Jin quickly searches for the mentioned location. Jin thought to himself, well hidden? Inside the box was another letter, and he decided to assess the situation. "Sir, long time no see. The other comrades have arrived ahead of me and settled in at various inns. Kinslow and Jipo don't seem to suspect anything yet. This is the confirmed information so far. Kinslow has Andu's Archmage Chunko, along with 5 other mages, estimated to be 8-star level, plus 3 White Wolf Tribe captain-level raid warriors. There also seems to be a considerable number of assassins, gangsters, and other talents involved, but there's no specific information on Jipo yet, as they'll likely only reveal themselves on the day of the plan. However, it's likely that Jipo's experts have already infiltrated the island like Kinslow. The plan is still scheduled for 10 p.m. on June 1st at the casino in the large mansion on the north side of the island. Be sure to bring the entry ticket placed inside the red wooden box that came with this letter, and after completing your mission, escape to the pre-designated location. The location of your hidden comrades is written on the back of this letter. In addition to Casimir and Murican, Miss Cirrus of the Ice Castle will also be joining this operation. With her experience in scouting, assassination, and guerrilla warfare, she will be a great help to you. As for me, I will return to Tan after delivering this letter. I will pass along your regards to Julie. Good luck to you." After reading the letter, Jin began to contemplate. A 9th Circle Archmage, 5 8th Circle Mages, and 3 White Wolf Tribe warriors at the captain level for the raid. JP will surely bring a comparable force. Tomorrow night, this den of thieves will become a battlefield of stars. The next evening at the casino, a beautiful girl holding a cat giggled. "I win again, young master." Across from him, a man chuckled. Are you all right, young master? Looks like you've lost about 1,000 gold coins." Jin continues to play silently, his face unreadable. June the 1st, 1979. The casino at the Grand Northern Island Estate was bustling with activity when a man in a mysterious black suit entered through the main doors, instantly drawing everyone's attention. One of the women took notice, and the woman beside her followed her gaze, looking the man up and down before exclaiming, "Oh my, I've never seen such a handsome young master." He coldly walks in with an emotionless face, his black suit and long sword adding to his mystique. Wherever he goes, whispers follow. Who is he? Should I try to approach him? I'd love to hang out tonight. Indeed, she's a sight to behold. The woman in sunglasses casually leans back, her delicate hands lovingly stroking the black cat, exuding an air of mystery in her veiled voice. "I'm Gelia," she says, but Jin immediately recognizes Siri in disguise, confirming his suspicions. The black cat in her arms is actually Mura Khan in disguise. I almost didn't recognize him. If you're going to play the part, you have to do it right. Greetings are essential. Jin understood this, placing his hand before his chest and bowing to Lichty. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said, secretly thinking. While not comparable to Buva's makeup skills, the disguise techniques at the Ice Palace are truly amazing. Gelia smiles and warmly suggests, "If this is your first time, would you like to try billiards first? It's the most popular game here. Even actions under disguise must gather intel. They're using hidden signals in their words to communicate." "So the other allies are at the billiards table? Thanks, but I'd like to look around a bit before deciding." Gelia smiled knowingly, complimenting him. "You're very careful." "All right, let me introduce you to another game first." The two of them headed to a round table surrounded by a crowd. Gelia casually mentions, "Are you familiar with dice games? Take a look at that corner over there." The implication was that Jipo and the Kinslow members were disguised on the left. As Zelia led Jin to the table and prepared to leave, she added with a hint of mystery, "If you think of me while you're playing, come to buy." The implication was for him to survey the area and return, to which Jay immediately acknowledged. "Okay, I'll be there." Before leaving, Zelia added, "It's getting late, so don't be too late." She wanted to remind him to prepare carefully so no one would suspect anything. "Hurry." Jin chuckled sheepishly. "I understand, miss." The gambling den was bustling with activity, dice rolling and coins clattering amidst the shouts of the crowd. Jin scans the crowd, identifying several figures. Kinslow is in disguise, just as Jay reported. But what he didn't want to happen, did. Kinslow was one thing, but even Jipo was well prepared. His gaze fell upon those impeccably dressed, toying with gamblers as if they were worthless, inanimate objects. He couldn't help but marvel at how these notoriously arrogant figures would deign to disguise themselves as mere gamblers. Behind him, in the corner of the room, Two grotesque White Fang members covered in fur stood talking to each other. Jine watched the situation unfold from the front, and it seemed as expected. As expected, only top players are here. Unfortunately, one of them noticed something amiss and immediately perked up. The cup in his hand was slammed violently onto the table, and just as Jin turns to leave, the man called him back. "Hey, you there, come here." Jin reluctantly turned to look at him, who was beckoning him closer. "Come here." Jin began to waver slightly. Did he sense the aura of the Underworld King? He thought he had completely concealed it. Fortunately, Jin reacted quickly, and after a few seconds came up with a way to dispel the White Wolf clan's suspicions, turning back with a bright smile as if they were old friends. "Oh my, isn't this a member of the White Fang clan? I can't believe I'm meeting one here." No sooner had she spoken than Jin approached him, touching and feeling his six-pack abs, looking at him with hungry eyes and exaggerating, "I've always wanted to talk to a White Fang." Heavens, the fur is just as rumored, truly magnificent. The White Wolf clan member, uncomfortable with the touching, tilted his head back and warned her sternly to remove her hand. And so Jin realized this guy wasn't a threat after all. Just a simpleton, huh? Thinking there was danger, Jin immediately clasped his hands, bowed his head, and gave a wry smile. "I apologize for the offense, and I'm truly sorry, but did you need something from me?" Jin's respectful demeanor fooled the foolish White Fang, who turned and left immediately. "Nothing, I was mistaken. You can go." Jin bowed politely in response. "Have a good day," he says, but his thoughts betray him. Jane hadn't even straightened up yet, but her eyes followed the departing figure, breathing a sigh of relief. That was almost a problem. "In this mission, we must wipe out all the beastmen. Enough wandering, let's head back." The sounds of laughter and chatter never ceased at the billiards table, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. Cheers and exclamations fill the air. "Another win? It's fun just to watch." Jane approached from afar, calling out to Lady Gelia, who turned at the sound of her name. Upon seeing the familiar face, Zelia immediately stood up. "Young master, you've come. Did you miss me and have to come back?" Zia purred, seductively stroking Jine's sharp jawline as she approached. "Come to think of it, I only told you my name before. Shouldn't you tell me yours?" But Jen paid no mind to formalities, only noticing the colored paper in the mouth of the cat Murakhan was disguised as. "The main exchange will take place on the second floor of the Central District. Once confirmed, Murakhan immediately swallows the paper. To avoid suspicion, Jin took the opportunity to pet Murakhan's cheek in cat form, exclaiming how cute the cat was. Jin bowed respectfully, kissing Jelia's hand in a polite Western greeting. "My name is Ba Men, my lady," Fong Lu introduced himself. Jelia leads him to a billiards table near where his allies are gathered, saying, "Come, Ba Men, play with everyone here until tonight." Jane was immediately surprised upon meeting him. His suave and elegant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. The three sitting before him were unbelievably disguised, all wearing Ice Palace masks. The esteemed knight Kazmia, handsome and skilled, disguised himself as an old, one-eyed, one-armed pirate with mostly white hair. Ania, known for her lively blue hair, transformed into a shy, quiet brunette, constantly scribbling in a notebook. Even Alyssa, normally a bit stern and with a scar across her left eye, is disguised as a timid, middle-aged man, hiding her tall frame under a cloak and a thick beard as Gelia starts the game with a few silver coins. Then, place your bets. Soon the roulette wheel began to spin, following the spiral of fate. No one could predict the outcome of this round, but the ball landed on number 17. Zelia leaned back elegantly and said, "Oh dear, what am I going to do?" "Looks like I've won again, young master," Casimir chimed in. "My lord, are you all right? It seems you've lost thousands of gold already." Across the table, Jin, new to this game, is understandably bewildered by his significant losses, leaving him speechless. This can't continue. Jin suggests ending things here, though returning would be embarrassing, or perhaps they should switch games. Gelia smiled, looking up. "You're more confident with another game? Very well, you may choose this time." Finally getting his chance, Jean suggests a card game, confident that the young lady can't beat him at cards. Gelia, of course, agrees. The two skillfully maneuvered, discreetly coordinating their mission, delivering the cards to the second floor. "Follow me." The excitement is building. They're all eager for this contest. This is intense. I can't miss this spectacle. Casimir's group declined to join, so we'll continue the fun here. See you later. Also, Gelia and Ben have been notified to stay and monitor the situation on the first floor, as Ania has lost so badly that she's bored and wonders if there's a way to win big. Gelia received the signal and relayed the message. "All right, I'll be back before 10. Remember to prepare the next game." She's reminding them to be ready to initiate the plan before 10. The atmosphere on the second floor is lively. The clock is about to strike 10, but the people inside don't seem to care. Jane hoped to win something at the card table, but he's lost so much that people are asking if he's okay. Are you all right, sir? It seems you've lost again. Jin's hand trembled as he held his cards, and a curse escaped his lips. Damn it, Jin finally admits defeat, helplessly laying down his cards. I've lost. I can't beat the young lady. Those watching the intense game lamented. Lost it all, huh? How unfortunate. A grave mistake to challenge the infamous Lady Gelia without knowing anything. Gelia, across the table, stroked her black cat and chuckled. What a pity, sir. I'm bored now. Besides, you've already won a fortune from him. I'll spare you this round. She rose from the table. Return safely. The spectators also dispersed, leaving together. Let's go too. Yes, let's go. As she passed Jin, she gave him a subtle warning. Don't be impatient. Everything will be all right today. Coincidentally, the three people at the next table stood up. Only one was out in the open, while the other two wore cloaks that concealed half their faces, appearing mysterious and unpredictable. What will happen next? The clock has struck 10. It's time for the mission. This opportunity won't come again. We must succeed. The man at the opposite table slowly pushed up his glasses and spoke in an unintelligible language, muttering to himself in an almost inaudible whisper. But no one cared what he was saying except for Jin's group. Then he reached into his bag, rustling around as if searching for something. Jin tensed, his guard up. He's here. The compass he needs has appeared. Magic is unleashed, and his nimble feet dart forward. It's time to act. The plan to reclaim the compass officially begins. 10 minutes earlier, Chukan had arrived at the casino with two subordinates, making his way to the agreed-upon meeting point at the round table. On his way, Chukan passed Jin, who was pulling his hair out after losing several rounds to Gelia. Karin, who had been waiting for him, greeted him warmly. So, you've arrived? Thank you for traveling so far. I am Karen Jipo, representing the Jipo clan to fulfill our mission. Chukan, with his hands behind his back, appeared relaxed, but his frown and demeanor were far from friendly. Why is it so noisy, skipping the greetings? He is the representative of Kinsalo, the absolute master of the Andu Plains in the northern continent, Chukan So. Karin, not bothering to explain, simply closed her eyes and walked to the table. Perhaps to her they were equals and there was no need to be overly respectful. After all, aren't all casinos the same? Don't mind him, just sit. Chukong is naturally suspicious, and with his age, he's cautious about everything. He plopped down in his chair, arms crossed like a stubborn old man, his paranoia evident. But wasn't this just one of your planted thieves? Karen frowned, explaining, What are you talking about, Mr. Chu? This has nothing to do with us. They're just gamblers. If we wanted the item back, we wouldn't go to such lengths. We'd simply keep it. But Chukan is too seasoned to fall for such a clumsy excuse. He pressed further. Spare me the theatrics, Karin Jipo. Even you had to be careful enough to stage this whole charade, didn't you? Or, if we don't return it, we'll leak information to Canon, and B. Karin Jipo's intentions are transparent, yet she shows no fear or change in demeanor, even complimenting him. You're quite astute. Chukan frowned, clearly displeased. He seemed to have little love for the Jipo family, not even sparing Karin a polite word. You broke the alliance terms first, and without a single apology. How shameless. It's hard to guess what your father is plotting. Karen, unfazed, doesn't even glance at Chukan, and even has the audacity to joke, If you have the chance, go ask him yourself. But I doubt you have the guts to seek out my father. Chukan, not one for patience or pleasantries, cuts to the chase. How lovely. It's time to see the goods. As Karin prepared the goods, the clock struck 10. A moment Yin had been waiting for all day, meticulously preparing in the corner of the room. Chukan spoke in a strange language, likely to keep their transaction private. But this was Rein's chance, and he couldn't fail. Just as the goods arrived, Chukan reached into the black bag. This is the moment to act. Jin knows the time is right. The compass has appeared. The compass they need has appeared. The magic in his hand has been brewing for who knows how many nights of practice, all for this moment alone. Jin activates the magic in his hand with a single purpose. From this moment on, the operation to reclaim the compass will begin. The light of magic emanated from behind Chukan, piquing his curiosity, but his brow remained furrowed, knowing things wouldn't go smoothly. Until he realized the situation, his eyes widened in disbelief. Jin laid out the plan to reclaim the compass with Murakhan and the others. The moment they see the compass, he'll use ancient light magic. Murakhan vehemently opposed Jin's decision, seeing the ancient light magic as nothing more than a flash of light. What good is a flash of light? Chasm, more composed, surmises that Jine's choice is to blind the mages. Young Master Jine. Jin's choice wasn't entirely unreasonable, actually. He's already considered the worst-case scenarios. That's right, there's definitely a 9th Circle mage at the exchange. They're all protected by defensive magic, which even 8th Circle mages and warriors can barely penetrate. In his view, attacking isn't the smartest solution. If we attack head-on and trigger the defensive magic, we risk being countered before we can grab the compass. This is the only way. He chose light magic because no one can see for 10 seconds after the flare explodes. 10 seconds to grab the compass. Those 10 seconds have officially begun, and the entire second floor is engulfed in light, blinding everyone. The 10-second countdown begins, and Jine seizes this rare opportunity, leaping into action. Space begins to distort uncontrollably as the traders cry out, "Mr. Chu, what are you trying to pull?" Damn it, only 5 seconds left, 4 seconds, and the compass is still in Chu's hands, right by his whining mouth. With 3 seconds left, Jine reached out, using every inch of his body to grab the compass. It was right there. But with only 2 seconds remaining, Jine focused all his energy on the prize, his eyes wide with desperation. Everything depended on these final 2 seconds. With 1 second left, everyone on the casino's first floor noticed the explosion and blinding light from upstairs. Some screamed, others craned their necks, eager for the spectacle. Gelia and Murakan had only taken a few steps when they turned back towards the rumbling sound, a hint of worry creeping into their hearts. They immediately rushed to the second floor, stopping at the stairwell hallway obscured by the magic-induced smoke. However, Jin and the others couldn't see what was happening. Only a light shrouded in smoke on the second floor, likely the epicenter. From within the thick smoke and dust, the golden compass was thrown out like a storm. Gelia stared in disbelief. She couldn't believe it had been this easy. They'd succeeded. Gelia reaches out, catching the compass. It now rests in her strong, petite hands. Below, her 3 allies are in position, ready to complete the rest of the plan once Gelia delivers the goods. Everything is set. Gelia throws the compass from the second floor to the first, and amidst the chaos and screams, Enia receives it. The goods are passed to Enia, who immediately looks for a chance to escape, while casino staff wielding blades try to kill anyone suspicious, ambushing the exits. Gelia and Enia remained hidden in the thick smoke, unnoticed for the moment, but Gelia knew they had to stay alert. This chaos, though unplanned, was enough for now. Gelia casts a spell from the center, allowing her allies to deal with the thugs. In moments, those who were eager to kill are defeated. Now that the compass has vanished, Chukan's men finally come to their senses, the white smoke still lingering, and they all curse and frantically search, wishing they could chop the troublemakers into 100 pieces. Where the hell are they? Having returned the compass to Gelia, Jin finally breathes a sigh of relief. Without the Ming royal family's standard boxing, it would have been too late. Only now realizing the compass is gone, Zhu orders his men to retrieve it at all costs. Jine sheathes his sword, anticipating what will happen next. Their vision will soon return. Jin has only used one of his 2 swords so far, but the second is about to enter the fray. Because his plan is to let none escape, I should end this before that happens. Unable to contain his rage, Chukan grabs Karin by the collar, asking how they dared to torment Jipo. For harming Karin, he'll have to beg for forgiveness with his life. Lord Chukan, this wasn't our doing. There's lightning over at Kef. Lightning? Unconsciously, Chukan looks back, and as Karin said, he sees lightning in the thick haze. Thunder? What is it? Suddenly, a wolf's foot stomps down, shaking the floor. The White Fang clan has arrived. Sure enough, 2 or 3 White Wolf warriors followed him, all armed for battle. And the leader shouted, "Are you all right, Lord Chu?" But there was something even more shocking. So shocking that his deep-set eyes widened until they nearly popped out of his head, and his mouth gaped open, unable to form a coherent sentence. It's an old friend. Back to declare war. Jin, shrouded in dark energy, stood before them, a declaration that stunned them all. It was the aura of that fool. This was the Crimson Moon Sword, his unique magic, wielding thunderous power and sword energy as a conduit, subjugating all. Before they could react, Jin unleashed a storm of lightning, leaving them no chance to survive as the Sword of the Underworld awakened, summoning millions of volts to obliterate their casino, burying them alive in an instant. Summoning his power, Jin calls upon the Minvuang Sword's lightning, a destructive golden light that shakes the earth and pierces the sky, creating a massive hole in the casino's roof, forcing everyone back in terror. Enraged by the sight of his comrades, Gep roared, "Get a grip, you fools! There's only one opponent!" He then turned to Jin, his eyes filled with resentment. State your name, human, for my instincts demand an honorable duel. Hearing this, Jin slowly advanced towards him. With each step, a golden light crackled like lightning. Jin stared coldly at Gep and said, "Doesn't that instinct tell you to run and hide?" As Jin approached, Gontep felt an immense power, chilling him to the bone. Though I've never felt this aura before, I'm certain. Jep now knows what fear is, his whole body trembling as he watches Jin, enveloped in golden light and wielding his sword, slowly approach. A terror unknown to the white wolves who live as predators, never knowing the fear of death. Jintao summons the Sword of Magic, the Nether King's sword, unleashing a beam of light like a great lightning bolt. A fiery judgment descends. That power was aimed directly at Gotep and his comrades, and as the light drew closer, Gotep stood frozen. "That's not something you can block with a hammer," Gep shouts. Dukora MLTO dodges, intending to shield his comrades. Jin's attack turned two of his comrades into plumes of black smoke, leaving him in utter disbelief. Dukora MLTO stammered, "This can't be real. This can't be real." Gontep suddenly remembers something. He looks up to see Churan. As Churan is obscured by dust, Jin advances towards him. Gontep grits his teeth in anger. "I will fulfill my mission as a White Fang warrior." Without hesitation, Goldtep leaps toward Jin, swinging his hammer with all his might. Jin senses the attack from behind. Reacting quickly, Jin turned and unleashed the King of Light sword technique, a flurry of blows that sent Gotep flying. He barely managed to stop himself from crashing into the ground. Jep stared in disbelief at his nearly destroyed hammer. A warrior's hammer? What kind of monster is this? Meanwhile, Pigsy regained his balance and peered through the dust, his eyes widening at the sight before him. Jin, sword in hand, pointed directly at him. Seeing this, Gep shouts, "Little Chu, danger!" Ignoring Gep's cries, Jin charges towards Little Chu with his sword. A magical shield quickly rises, protecting Jugon, as Gep screams and charges at Jin with his hammer. He swung with all his might at Jin, but the attack had no effect. Instead, Gontep's hammer shattered in a burst of lightning. Gep screamed helplessly in despair. "Careful, Chukun." With those words, Gontep's life was taken by that immense power. The intense light from Jin's sword hurtled towards Jugon, who braced himself behind his shield. Seeing cracks appear in his magical defense, he panicked. "Impossible! My defense is cracking. Has he reached 9 stars? This is a dangerous foe." And with that, Chukon quickly activates another defensive spell, finally managing to block the power from Jin's sword. Seeing the shattered remains of his defense, he mused that if it were ice, it could be Talaris of the Ice Palace. If it were a savage sword or mine sword, it could be a dark knight of Dancan. Or Luna. But he wields lightning, and no family I know of uses lightning. The H family was once an exception, but they've long been extinct. Could this be the completed demon version the V's are experimenting with? Unbelievable. Chukon gritted his teeth and shouted, "Why are you doing all of this?" "Reveal your identity and allegiance." Jane coldly replied, "You want to know?" Chukon was further enraged by Jin's taunting tone, saying he hadn't felt this uneasy in a long time. "My opponent knows me, but I don't know them. A magic swordsman, perhaps?" Jin replied, "Whether I am a magic swordsman or not is irrelevant, because today you will all die." Hearing these absurd words infuriates Chukon. This guy is full of it. "I don't know where you got your information, but return what you stole, or your death won't be easy." Suddenly, a round of applause echoed. Ka approached Ju and said, "I admire your fearless courage. The ancient light magic reveals a magic swordsman, and you've even defeated a White Wolf squad leader and forces above level 7. A truly remarkable powerhouse." Seeing Kak speak, Ju turned to him, confused. "What are you doing?" Ignoring Ken, Kaos placed a hand on his chest, bowed, and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kaos Jippel, master of the 4 magics of Jippel. Let me be frank. Whatever you desire, I guarantee I can offer even more, so become one of Jippel's people." Faced with Gok's proposition, Jin remains silent, while Jukon, upon hearing Gok's words, is enraged, veins popping on his face, and he shouts, "Gok Jippo, you bastard!" Annoyed, Kas covers his ears and turns to Ju Hyun. "Please don't shout, Ju Hyun. Calm down. The compass is already in his hands. Killing him to silence him makes sense, but look around. Frankly, I don't think I'm capable of dealing with him. Instead, bringing him to our side would be more beneficial." But Chukon wouldn't hear it, his face contorting in anger as he snapped, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing that Chukong still disagreed, Kasuk turned to him, his attitude clear. "If you're so bothered, why don't you try recruiting him to your Kinsalo? Jin, overhearing their conversation, interjects with disbelief, finding it laughable that the proud Jipo would suggest recruitment over force. Does that mean there aren't any more White Light Ka's airships around here? What? How do you know about the White Light's airship? Something suddenly dawns on them. Look closely at your helmet. I remember now. You killed Muron and destroyed half of it. The testimonies of Midor Elner and the White Light mages at Kolon. That demeanor. It's you. Ka, now enraged, lost her initial composure, gripping her staff and yelling, "Why were you in Kolon back then? How much do you know?" As he spoke, he cast a spell with his staff, creating a magic circle. Countless shards of ice materialize from the magic, engulfing the area. Jin calmly raises his sword, looking at Ka, stating he has no reason to speak with him. He then turned to look at Chukon, saying, "Chukon Tonder, now is your time to choose. The compass is no longer here, and your comrades, including the White Wolf clan, are dead. It must be a difficult situation. If you're not a fool, you should understand what I'm implying." Hearing this, Conway realizes Jin is referring to him, and he furiously brandishes his staff. "What are you playing at? Die." Hundreds of shards of ice fell towards Jin. Seeing this, Jin calmly swung his sword, shattering the ice, then leaped in front of Cass, pointing his blade. "I didn't expect a magic tower master to be this weak. Or were you caught off guard?" In the blink of an eye, Gok's arm was severed, and his staff shattered into 100 pieces on the ground. Gok glared at Jin in agony, scoffing coldly. Turning his back on Kaz, Jin says, "Don't despair. Activating the rune will only get you into trouble." "Isn't that right?" Chukon frowned at Jin's words. "You've saved me a worry. If the rune activates, reinforcements from the magic tower will come, and everyone will know you're sent. You really see through me. But you're still just a naive kid. The staff is just a last resort. Without it, he can still use magic. He's the master of Jipo's magic tower. You underestimated him." He roared, "You'll pay for underestimating me. Writhe in the eternal flames until your body is completely incinerated." Jane was now engulfed in a large blue flame, causing both Kok and Chukon's eyes to widen and their expressions to change. He's the ruler of the blue flames, the true master of fire. Test. Chukon trembled in terror at the sight before him, a figure wielding the strange azure lightning sword and possessing a sharp intellect. And now, another test, just who is he? They're not so different from Zhujiao. He cried out in terror, "What are you, really? Lord Chu, are you just going to stand there and watch?" Before he could finish, a fiery blast ripped through him, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. With his last ounce of strength, Kok looked up at his attacker and screamed, "Juheon, why?" With a cold gaze, Jugon replied, "Well, our alliance ended the moment the compass disappeared, and weren't you about to stab me in the back? I'm just returning the favor." Hearing this, Kok glared as if to kill Ju-kun, roaring in fury. Ju-kun Jin approached Kak, stomping on him, then looked up at Ju-kun, impressed by their smooth cooperation, truly befitting the leader of the On Prairie, so perceptive. At that moment, Gok breathed his last. Ju-hun approached and caught Gok's body. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Jin replied, "You don't earn experience for nothing. Perhaps your leader would prefer capturing the Gajo to the compass." Shukan frowned. "You even know about our leader? You're no ordinary man." Just as he said, retrieving the compass was a complete failure. "We've lost 3 White Fang members and 8 high-ranking level 8 members, so we must capture the Jotun to save face with the chief. After all, Booba's other goods are already loaded onto the ship at the port. This is just an unexpected accident that no one could have foreseen. Compared to JP, who lost everything, we're still fortunate. They'll understand. The chief can worry about what comes next when he hears the report. He'll definitely find a way to recruit that guy. I've gathered enough information to hunt him down later." Suddenly, a voice rings out. "Kid, our work here is done. See you next time." He saw everything. Just how strong have you become? Overjoyed, Murakin hugs Jean tightly, then pats him on the head. "I'm so touched I could cry. If Strawberry Pie saw this, she'd be in tears." Jin tries to escape Murakin's embrace, replying, "Yes, Murakin, you've suffered quite a bit in that cat's body. You've been a great help. What about the table?" Murakan excitedly turns Jin to face him. "A devoted fan of yours protected it well and got it off the island safely." Jane replied, "The last 6 months of effort weren't wasted. What about the Casimir and Elisa series? Weren't we supposed to regroup when it was all over?" Murakan said, scratching his head. "Well, actually, the situation is a little unfavorable." "What does he mean?" Jin wondered worriedly. "Was anyone hurt?" Murakan frowned. "No, the 3 of them are drawing the other powers away," Jin wondered. "Other forces? What do you mean?" Murakan points out the window, revealing a fleet of ships approaching the floating castle. Canelo, the special ops team, and warships from Bellato's vassals. Jin frowned. This is insane. As the night arena fell silent, a voice echoed, and the surrounding birds took flight in fear. Footsteps echo as a man rushes, shouting, Captain Siamos is dozing off, drooling in his seat. The pirate's voice filled with dread. The captain was lost in dreams. CMOS still hadn't woken, and the pirate shouted even louder, Captain, something big is happening. Startled awake, Com grumbled, What's all the commotion? The pirate, terrified of what was to come, shouted, eyes wide, Feudal warships, a whole fleet of them is approaching. Hearing this, the captain frowned, looking displeased. What? But then he looked up, laughing heartily, his expression filled with glee. He crossed his arms. Has the time finally come to put our plan into action? At that moment, ships in the bay quickly turned on their lights and left the island. That very night, the ships carrying the noble's descendants had already left safely, and now no one else was to leave this island. Two figures in iron armor soaring through the sky had received word that an illegal force was gathering on the island. Before the Bellup fleet arrives, find the evidence or the mastermind. A subordinate responds. Inside a dilapidated house, a conversation unfolds between the Knights of Junkandel. Indeed, judging by their speed, it seems the news leaked early and they were lying in wait near the casino to take advantage of the chaos. Muraka looked down and spoke. Thankfully, Enya retrieved the compass and retreated safely, so they won't know the details of the deal. Jin responds that they just need to retreat without revealing their identities. The ship is our life and soul. We'd rather die than let it fall into their hands. The pirates scrambled to attack the enemy. Murakan and Jin look down from above as Jin asks, Do you think we can win against the Junkandel Guard Knights? Sis Edema and two men burst through the door. Jin, are you all right? Jin smiled faintly. Saris, everyone's arrived just in time. Jane turned away, raised his hand, and said, seeing the situation, everyone understood that the escape route was blocked. The man with Ceres Doma spoke up. But it's not like there's no way out. What if we move to the other port before the warships surround the island? Jin steps forward, pushes open the door, and says, I think so too. Let's move out immediately. A massive explosion erupts. The screams are deafening, and flames engulf everything, tearing the ship apart. The wooden walls are instantly shattered, and the fire rages like a tidal wave. Pirates were blown away by the explosion, scattering in terror as Muraka watched in dismay, realizing they were destroying the entire ship. Jin stops joking around. They're destroying the ship so no one can leave the island. The black-bearded man calmly says, At this rate, we won't even make it to the other port. It's at least 30 minutes away, even at the top speed. Before that, the harbor and ships will be destroyed. Murakan declared, There's no other way. You'll have to fly with me. We agreed that was a last resort. Jin remained calm, knowing that if he revealed his form, every power would hunt him down, even if they escaped. But Murakan immediately prepared to transform, saying, We have no other choice. The man's voice echoed again, Wait, don't transform. Murakan turned back, asking, Huh? Murakan is enraged. What did you say? Lowly creature. The man looked up in fear. Looking up, he sees a barrier in the sky. The entire island is covered by Bamen's Great Chain Barrier. Murakan nods, but what is this Great Chain Barrier? The man replied that it was a type of magic barrier developed by the Baimen Guard's mages to counter dragons or magical beasts that could fly. Indeed, when the barrier detects a flying creature, it will release thousands of red rays. Siri said coldly, Black Dragon, even if you can withstand the barrier, we cannot. Young Master Jin abandoned the skies. Jin is annoyed. Damn it. Suddenly, Jin notices something, his eyes curiously drawn to the pirates, as Jin thinks they're just agitated about protecting their ship. Jin wondered how they got here and where the ship was. Something was definitely fishy. He turned and said, Everyone, follow me. But when they entered the pirates' hideout, it was empty. Black Dragon spoke up. They've vanished. Looking down the well, the man with him said, Looks like they went down this well. Let's go down. Beneath the well was a tunnel, and they all jumped in. Jin and the man were curious. There was a tunnel here. With a cold gaze, Jin said, I don't know what these pirates are up to, but they're definitely preparing something down here. Let's move on. Deeper within the tunnel, a throng of pirates gathered, their boisterous voices echoing Jin and the man's approach. How many are there? Two pirates turned around, curious about the noise. Jin and the man approached, finding the pirates gathered and plotting their next move. The pirates are making a fuss. Who was that last guy? We're being followed, but luckily there aren't too many of them. What will the captain do now? First, he'll wipe them all out. Com spoke loudly to the silence. As he walked, he muttered that the voice was familiar. Very familiar. Jin coldly asks, You're the captain, right? The sound of Jine's voice sends the captain into a frenzy, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging. That's right, that voice. Jin Gray, you bastard. I finally found you, you wretch. Jin flicks his hair back and laughs. Jine Gray? Who's that? Com is furious to see him again. Did you think I'd forget that voice? Because of you, I'm still drowning in debt. The pirate, who was just yelling, suddenly remembers, isn't Jin Gray last year's champion? CM fell from grace after that match. Damn it, those cursed nobles, the curious pirate. Is he the one who indebted the captain? He's furious. Indeed, his odds were 1-3, yet Baradin Jipo bet a whopping 100,000 gold. Cosmos was furious, as if his whole body was on fire, enraged that the devil came to collect his debt like clockwork. Jin continued. I won't say much, Cosmos. You're aware of the situation outside. He glared at him. The Bellado fleet is surrounding us, destroying every ship. How do you plan to escape? Hearing this, Cosmos scowled and shouted, Shut up! You think I'd help you? Attack, attack, kill them all and we'll escape. Hearing that, Jean didn't stand still either, immediately teleporting closer to him. In an instant, Jine's fist was right before his eyes. Cosmos couldn't stop that speed. It was too fast. He was instantly knocked to the ground as Jin coldly looked on. The fist still smolders. He coughs up blood from the blow. The old pirates, witnessing this, got goosebumps and trembled with anxiety as Captain Jine approached him, grabbing CTM by the collar. Why so serious? Who said I'd guide you for free? This is a CMOS deal. Jin looked at him painfully and whispered, If you help us escape, I'll repay my debt and reward you handsomely. Not bad, right? But he still didn't agree. You think I'd believe that? Don't dream. You'll just kill us once we escape this island. Jane leaned in close, whispering into Kimos's ear, That won't happen. I swear on my honor and that of my family. I am Jine Dancan, and the Cannon family always keeps its word. Hearing that, Simos was stunned. Run, Cannon, not Pao Mik. But it was you, Jin whispered. That's right, back as Dante Heron. Do you think it was a coincidence that Dante Heron and I met in your arena? Kimos reconsiders and reflects. I always wondered why JP supported Reincarnation. Now I understand. Rescuing Dante Heron would make sense, and Runkendell certainly has the reputation. Cosmos leans on the pirate beside him, standing up with a smile. Very well, I accept your offer. Follow me. Deep down, he knew this was a good deal. Further into the tunnel, a cliff face appeared, and before them was a massive ship, large enough to hold an entire fleet. Cosmos stood beside Jine, arms outstretched with pride. This is our secret weapon, our very soul. He laughed gleefully. This is order ship number 7, and we'll use it to escape. Jin turns and asks, So how are we supposed to get out of here? Jine raises his hand, curious but unable to move. But in the next moment, Jine slowly sank with the ship, completely caught off guard. The ship glides across the waves. Koom holds the helm, as Jin stands by, worried, and shouts, Hey CM, are you sure this is safe? He's confident, just trust him. Jane's followers cried out, experiencing this for the first time, and even Black Dragon, transformed into a cat, angrily meowed. You damned fool. In a vast cave with an enormous ship, CM spread his arms, looking out to sea with a hearty laugh. This is our secret weapon, our very soul, the 7th Order ship, and we'll use it to escape. Jin, hearing this, stroked his chin and said, So how are we supposed to escape? It doesn't look like it can even move. CM waved towards the ship. Just get on, you'll see. The soldiers carrying supplies onto the ship whispered, Hey, be careful. Hurry up and load. We're about to set sail. Move it. Sat asks, Young Master Jin, can we really trust these pirates? There's not enough water to lift the ship, and how can we float it from such a deep basement? Jin replies, They must have a way we don't know about. They have to survive somehow. First, let's get everyone ready to board. The soldiers on the ship shouted, The captain is ready. CM replies, Excellent. Jin asks with a doubtful expression, Is this really going to be okay? CM smirks at Jine, Don't worry, just watch. CM yells, Detonate it. CMOS's subordinate replied, Yes, Captain. A deafening explosion then blew apart the rocks behind them. The seawater rushed in, shattering the rocks, and those who witnessed it were stunned. Seeing this, Jine was also surprised. Seawater is gushing out from there? CM shouts to hold on tight as the ship speeds forward, and in fear, Dian Huang and Jane scream. Hey, CM, is this really going to work? CM replied with a confident look. Just trust me. Everyone screamed with fear. Butterfly was also terrified. Good heavens, this guy. With a thud, the ship landed safely on the water, and Cosmos's subordinates cheered in unison. Amazing! The ship glides swiftly and smoothly across the water. Cosmos happily exclaimed, "This is the feeling of creating a flying order ship." The order number 7. Simas's ship soars into the sky, shocking all who witness it. Kumas's face shows the excitement of enjoying this wonderful feeling as Jane shouts, "Flying is not a good idea." With a calm smile, Kumas replies, "Don't worry, this isn't flying, so the Empire's magic won't affect us, see? We're falling now, so hold on tight." The ship slowly landed on the sea when suddenly a captain with a bristly beard shouted, "The pirates are escaping. Don't just stand there. Turn the ship around immediately." Kamos sneered at him. "In the sea, not even the Empire's fleet can catch us." With sails billowing, Siama stood on the bow, declaring, "There's a reason they call me the Pirate King. I'll see you on June 18th, 1797 in the free city of Tan." Julie and Enya rushed out of the castle shouting, "Young Master Jay!" Jay looked at July and Jinli. "Is everything all right?" Jinli, with tears in her eyes, said, "We're so glad you're back safe." Jin replied softly, "You've worked hard too, but what about the compass?" Enya was right. You've kept it safe. "Come inside. I'll show you." While waiting for Master Jine, I tried to study how it works. Like other relics, it can be activated by channeling magic. Jin activates the compass with his magic, causing it to glow, revealing a triangular shape within and projecting a map onto the ceiling. Seeing this, Kazma exclaimed, "Could all these red dots be contractors?" Jin replied, "It seems so. Lord Casimir, most of them are clearly concentrated in Jippel and B." Murakhan frowned, exclaiming, "But why are there no red dots in Tan? 3 contractors are gathered here, and yet—" Enya, adjusting her glasses, interjects, "I've tested it and found that for some reason the location of contractors in Tan is hidden, but Jine was undetectable even before arriving in Takan." Murakhan replied, "That's obvious. Jin made a pact with a shadow god." Enya was thrilled, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's amazing. Absolutely top-notch. Even the compass can't detect young Master Jin." Kient spoke coldly. Jin was silent, but even Enya and Yuria went undetected. "It seems there's something special about Tikan," Jin replies. "Could it be the mana spring?" Murakhan turned to Jin in surprise. "Are you referring to that mirror?" Kaiken followed up. "Indeed, that mirror possesses the sealing properties of both Clam and Sedet's divine and demonic power," Enya stated. "Thanks to Master Jine, Tan is safe. How touching." Chasm chuckled. "At least we can rest easy now. With the compass in our hands, we won't have to worry about surprise attacks." Yet entered from the doorway. "Have you seen today's paper? You're a celebrity now." Enya excitedly grabs the newspaper, shouting, "One for everyone!" The article details a mysterious figure appearing on a pirate island within the Bellado vassal state, a figure in a black magician's hat who wiped out the pirates. According to witnesses, this man named Ba-Men is a blonde-haired, beautiful young man who wields the power of lightning and is believed to be the new contractor of the storm god, Palo. If he truly is Fio's contractor, it would be the first time in 288 years that a storm contractor has appeared. With the birth of a new star stirring up the continent, his next move is drawing attention. Murakhan frowned. "A contract with Firo?" "Yeah, how ridiculous is that?" Chasm chuckled, seeing Murakhan's reaction. "This kind of media nonsense works in our favor." Murakhan replied, "Is that so?" Then he laughed. "Ha, ha, kid, you're a rising star. I knew the rumors about Lan were inevitable, but this is a bit much." Enya cheerfully cut out Jin's picture from the newspaper. Jin looks at the compass, realizing something. "Wait, according to the compass, there's another contractor in Hufester." Murakhan replies, "What?" "That's right. It doesn't show the exact location, but it points somewhere." Hufester shifts to the Runkenden mansion, black magic hats, and the power of lightning. Rathua looks at the newspaper on the table and asks what they think. Kujin, still emotionless, replies that it could be the contractor of Sed they've been after. V-Rise continued. "Or, as the paper says, it could be the storm contractor and this kid is just a fake." The storm contractor has appeared. Yulian silently lowered his head, his face darkening as he listened. Then he glared at Varys, who returned the look without hesitation. Her eyes gleamed with provocation as Jot, annoyed by the bickering, shouted, "Enough!" His voice was loud enough to startle Yulian, who fearfully lowered his head. Then, with a darkened gaze and serious tone, Jot asks, "Yulian, can you defeat 3 White Fang captains in an instant?" Yulian trembles, bowing his head in worry. "No, it can't be." Vis chuckled with satisfaction while Jua's face hardened, and he said in a low voice, "Then perhaps it's time to enhance your power." Hearing this, Yen's mind races, his eyes widen, and sweat pours down as he faces the unknown that awaits him. Meanwhile, in the Black Sea, the familiar sight of dragon corpses litter the ground. Ken's voice remained probing after reading, "Rumors about baymen are causing quite a stir outside." Have you heard anything?" Corinne's attendant responded. Yes, he was mentioned in the H tribe meeting, said to have killed 3 white wolf captains on an island of the Bellado vassal state, possibly the one who made a pact with the thunder god, Pio. Ken smiled, his voice brimming with pride. If they knew it was my youngest, they'd be floored. You can hear the deep affection in his voice for his son, Jin Kanan. His joy and happiness reveal the unexpected truth about who killed the 3 white wolf captains. This also caused Ken's close attendant to widen his eyes in surprise and exclaim, "What?" But Ken quickly reminded him to keep this a secret and to do something to keep the knights from paying too much attention to it. Kang nods slightly. A warrant. Ken scanned the letter, thinking, Kasimi didn't write why the youngest didn't come to the island? So in the end, he belongs to him, not me. He continued to scan the letter, stopping at one line and studying it closely. He suddenly laughs out loud, full of delight and satisfaction. Seeing this, Khan asked blankly, "You seem happy, master." Ken, unable to hide his joy, handed the letter to Khan. "You won't be able to help but laugh when you read this part." Khan took the letter and carefully read it. "Dear Ken, last night, young Master Jain said something while drinking. Now I can finally cross swords with my father." Reading this, Khan was a little startled, but continued reading silently. This is an astonishingly strange turn of events. Khan's face darkened as he said with a worried tone, "The demon's sword. It seems he's finally gone mad." Before the young master could fully express his thoughts, Ken interrupted him. "Khan, have you ever heard of the Underworld King clan?" Hearing the familiar name, Khan looked up and asked, "What? The Underworld clan? Aren't they the mysterious beast race that lost the world 500,000 years ago?" Khan slowed down and began to recount the story. Apparently, the youngest son encountered the Netherworld race through a trial assigned by SSS. Among them, he mentioned a war god, saying that his power rivaled my own. Having fought him, the youngest thinks he can do the same to me. Hearing this, Khan quickly replied, "Perhaps the youngest master lacks experience in martial arts, which is why he said that." "Should we bring him back to the Black Sea?" Ken grinned, stroking his chin. No need. I'm curious to see if he can back up his words." Immediately, he ordered a letter sent to the Eaton Mountains, and Khan swiftly replied, "Yes, sir." On the morning of May 21st, 1797, a port in the free city of Tan bustled with people in sailboats, all busy transporting goods. Within a luxurious white estate, a voice echoes, "Lord Qasim Mi." A butler entered the room, reporting, "An old woman wants to support us, sir, but you should meet her directly as she seems unusual." "Unusual how?" Qasimi asked, bewildered as the butler described the scene. "Well, she brought a large sailboat filled with gold." Hearing this, Qasimi jumped to his feet. "What? Where is she? Take me to her." Elsewhere, Quaicanello suddenly turns around. "What is this? This unpleasant feeling. It's the same as what I felt in the Anti-Mountains." Jane asked curiously, "The Anti-Mountains?" Without hiding anything, Quantel recounted the events of 4,000 years ago. A lone woman sitting forlornly in a chair, and the slaughter of the dragons near Mount Enta by her hand alone. After that, the dragons never dared approach the Anti-Mountains again. Suddenly, the black dragon entered, exclaiming in surprise, "That really happened? Who else could have done it?" Quantel simply stated. Vanessa. On was a terror to the dragons back then. Quantel's voice echoed back to Kasimi's location as a heel slowly descended to the ground. An elderly woman descended from the carriage with regal grace, noting the lingering scent of dragon blood around the estate. Known as the Terror of the Anti-Mountains, the moment Vanessa Onsen descended, Kasimi rushed out to pay his respects. "Please, come in, madam. I am Kasimi Anfrian, leader of Rainbow Tai, and this is my wife, Alicia." As he spoke, he gestured towards his wife and introduced her. Alicia bowed politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "My lady," Vanessa said, radiating charisma, "I apologize for arriving unannounced. I am Vanessa Onsa." She turned her gaze to Aladia and complimented her. "Your wife is truly beautiful." Alicia blushed at the compliment from such a refined woman. Thank you." Standing above the chamber, Quant confirms to Qasim's group, "There's no mistake. This aura..." Looking down at Vanessa, who seems to be looking back at them, Quaicanteo continues, "It's been long enough, but this is the terror of the Anti-Mountains." "So she's still alive," Murison said with a provocative and amused tone. "She's not here for us, is she? Is that gold her ferryman's told to the afterlife?" Quaicanello crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Vanessa, refuting Murakan's statement. "No. If that were the case, she would have attacked long ago. I've never heard of her personally killing anyone, not even in her prime. Murakami was filled with anticipation, clenching his fist, eager for a mock battle. Besides that monster, who else can defeat a dragon? Quanto turned and coldly said, Murakami, forget your prime. With your current power, you couldn't beat Vanessa even if you were reborn. But Murakami wouldn't listen, responding with arrogance. We won't know who wins until we fight. Right, kid? Jin trusts my advice, and when have I ever been wrong? Listen for once. Seeing that no one believed in him, Murakami angrily retorted, Even you, kid. Just wait until I regain my power and see if you dare say a word. Knowing he couldn't reason with the stubborn dragon, Jin turned to the window. Could Chiron have sent Saya to test my strength? Jin wondered if Kasim had told his father about the duel on the pirate ship. Lost in thought, Jin was interrupted by the butler's voice. Sir Jin, you're wanted in the garden. Vanessa, our guest has been looking for you, Jin said, turning his head. If that's the case, then this is troublesome indeed. Beneath the cool shade of the trees, Kashimi and Alicia are still deep in conversation with Vanessa. Alicia introduces the refreshments while awaiting Jin's arrival, including lyra tarts decorated with lilies, green grapes, and walnuts. I heard people have been lining up to buy this pastry lately. I hope you like it. Vanessa sips her tea and replies with a smile. Thanks to your generous donation, I can enjoy this rare treat with ease. Alicia sweetly replied, We can only thank you for your generosity. Vanessa kindly replied, Don't be so polite. I'm just happy if it benefits the pregnant queen. Then she turned to face Jin. Mr. Kimmy, would you mind giving Jin and me some privacy? Alicia asked nervously after seeing her husband nod. Yes, of course. With that, the couple bowed to Vanessa, leaving her alone with Jin. Please, make yourself comfortable and thank you. Soon Jin was in conversation with her. Vanessa began, Mr. Ken sent me a letter asking me to meet you. Jin wasn't surprised, replying calmly, So you really were sent by my father. Even while suppressing your power, I can sense your extraordinary aura. How come I've never heard of someone as powerful as you? Vanessa smirked, replying, in the style of someone who's been through a lot. This world is vast, Jin, isn't it? That must be why people like you exist. Swordsmanship, magic, and even spiritual energy. Jin coldly realized what was happening. It seems my father trusts you a great deal. He must have told you everything. Vanessa calmly raised her teacup in response. Lord Siren trusts me enough to entrust me with his life. Hearing her say that, Jin was taken aback and asked inquisitively, So the rumors are true. The dragons called her the Terror of the Anti-Mountains. Vanessa smiled, repeating, The Terror of the Anti-Mountains? I prefer being called the Dark Knight to that trivial nickname. Ms. Onsen turned, listening intently. So the rumors were true. Even true dragons called her the Horror of the Anti-Mountains, a title that gave her pause. The Terror of Anti? The Black Knight's inner thoughts? I preferred being called the Black Knight to that childish nickname. When someone becomes the Black Knight of the Kanin family, they erase their existence and dedicate themselves to the family. The family recognized their contributions as glorious feats, even engraving their names in the family temple. In the history of canon, the previous Black Knight was the strongest. Those who helped the Black Knight and his father conquer the Black Sea were among the strongest people in the world, and Ms. Vanessa Olsen was one of them. Jin suddenly knelt, declaring clearly that the Kanin clan's reserve flag-bearer requested an audience to present the clan's greatsword. Ms. Onsen turned to Jin, smiling as she replied, It seems you know some etiquette. Take up your weapon. I saw a beautiful island on the way here, so that's where your punishment will take place. Cut to the island Vanessa Onsen mentioned. A lone boat rocks on the shore as Jin stands firm, 2 swords at his side. His punishment, a duel with her. Wensi looked at Jin sternly. On the way here, have you figured out what your crime is? Jane calmly replies, I don't know. I admire your candor, though it seems I'll have to punish you for it. You really think you can hit Mr. Ken even once? Jin closed his eyes, a little flustered, thinking, I knew Casimir would tell father. Wen Yen gently drew her sword. The way to prove your innocence is simple. Show me your power and take responsibility for your arrogant words. Dai twitched his eye, thinking she was really testing his skills, and replied, Don't tell me the condition is that I have to defeat you. Hearing Jin's words, she burst into laughter. I don't even think that's possible. By hook or by crook, it's impossible if your sword touches me or my clothes. Before she could finish, Jane suddenly lunged forward, but the lightning from his attack was blocked. Wenkin calmly finishes, I will acknowledge you. And with that, Jin is completely blown away. Jin landed safely, gathering momentum for another surprise attack. His blade inches from her throat. Yet, she calmly asked, "Can you sheathe your sword? Did you use the sword of the underworld just now?" She turned, deflecting Jin's attack with a swing of her sword, and said with a smile, "Intriguing. I'm quite curious about your dark energy and magic." Jin retorted, "Looks like my father told you everything. I didn't expect you to know about the sword of the underworld. Didn't I tell you he trusts me implicitly? I knew this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect her to deflect the sword of the underworld so easily. Now the island is filled with clashing swords." Jin struggled, while Madame Oncio remained unfazed, casually deflecting his attacks with a smile. The underworld sword is a technique that controls lightning, a unique power wielded only by those of pure black dragon blood. Suddenly, her eyes change, the gentleness replaced by a chilling coldness. She raised her sword to block Jin's dark power attack, then chuckled softly, offering a remark. "He knows how to fight. Excellent. What will he show me next?" As Jin lunges forward, Ms. Onsen gracefully retreats. Jin begins to cast magic. Madame Huansen observes, thinking, "Light magic. I've never seen this before." "Interesting." She flies up with such focus. He could take down most 9-star knights. Jin flies straight, aiming his sword at Madame Onsen. She dodges with ease, calmly thinking, "Now I see why." Jin leaves an opening, and she strikes him head-on. Jin was completely blown away, and Ken likes him that much? Wen Jian thought to herself. Jin lands hard, the force of the blow sending him skidding back, using his sword to stop. Madame Onsen lands gracefully. Looking at the struggling Jin, she asks, "You said you were 17, correct? I can't believe you're so talented at your age. Talented enough that I can compare you to Luna at your age." Jin struggles to his feet, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Luna landed a hit on father when she was 17? Vanessa says no, but Luna did it when she turned 18. Jin frowns, realizing this test is to compare him to Luna. If he can't prove his skills to Vanessa, he'll have to prepare to lose an arm. Jin rises, sword in hand, and begins to focus his power. Come to think of it, this wouldn't be the first time I've lost an arm or a leg. I just need to prove myself to Vanessa. Now a series of golden, lightning-charged pillars surround her, yet she remains unfazed. If that's your trump card, you'll need to use it wisely. Jin smiles at his creation, inviting her to witness the Four Swords War God technique, as he infuses the blade with magic. Magic slowly moves as the sword is plunged into the ground, and golden circles appear beneath the surrounding pillars. Jin looks up at Wenxian with a confident smile as lightning tears through the encroaching sky. From the ground, pillars of electricity erupt around him as he confidently faces her, gripping the sword plunged into the earth. Lightning crackles from the sword. "I have much more to show you." The pillars of lightning connect violently, then spread out in a sphere. Vanessa notices him looking down at the small iron pillars, channeling lightning power into the ground. She narrows her eyes, remarking that it feels more like magic than swordsmanship. "I thought I'd witnessed the techniques of those who once ruled the world 5,000 years ago, but it's just a trick like those mages use." She approaches the small lightning rod on the ground. If that's all he's got, it's disappointing. Above, an attack hurtles toward her. Vanessa sensed the attack and retreated, causing it to slam into the iron pillar. She smiled, glancing at it with interest, lost in thought. He's putting on quite a show. Meanwhile, he rushes forward, cloaked in dark energy. A magic circle continues to spin, as she remarks that its power is nothing compared to what the War God brothers once displayed. He flies to the top, where Tez is ablaze. His eyes are full of determination, but he needs to make it clear. Jin leaps into a direct attack on Vanessa, and lightning pillars erupt from the ground beneath her. Jin leaps again, thinking that even a dark night would have to reveal an opening to dodge this attack, with lightning raining down on Vanna and Tez's claws lunging at her. Seeing his attacks, she smiles with interest. "You think I'll dodge?" He saw a flicker of surprise in her reaction, as Vanessa confidently smiled, swinging her sword back with surging magic. "Lightning power, you're starting to intrigue me." His eyes widened as he watched Tez's feathers shatter, his mind reeling. "Trying to block all of my attacks?" She then unleashed a series of sword strikes, cutting through his lightning bolts. Accompanied by explosions both large and small, Tez tries to spew fire, but the attack quickly cuts him off. She deflected the flames, her strike cleaving through everything in its path. Revealing Jin within the blue fire, gripping his sword in shock. He gathered dark energy around his sword and swung it back. Vanessa, surprised by his action, looked up. Her eyes widened in surprise, inwardly praising him. "Looks like he knows how to use his head. If only I had brought a better sword." His eyes filled with murderous intent as he prepared to swing. Dark magic flowed, enveloping his sword and body as Jin swung it forward. Vanessa swiftly dodges the sword strike, brimming with energy, her body encased in a radiant, circular energy shield that blocks his attack. The sword in her hand begins to crack and the fragments scatter as the vortex above disappears. Vanessa stands frozen, still holding her sword high while he collapses to the ground, panting. "Well done. Your father told me to punish you." A cut appeared on her face, drawing blood. "But with this result," Vanessa declared, "I suppose I must reward you." He stood, smiling up at her, still catching his breath as they lit a fire by the sea, each taking swigs from large jugs of wine. She lowered her jug, praising him. "You're quite good at drinking this poison. I heard you drank deadly slow." Dian Hali wiped his mouth, smiling modestly. "You flatter me. I'm still far behind Vanessa." He calmly added, "May I ask you something?" With her eyes closed, she continued, and he cut to the chase. "How did she meet the head of the family?" Hearing this, Vanessa was slightly startled. She put down her glass and, after a long pause, looked seriously into the fire. "This is a long story, but I'll tell you." She began to reminisce. "I was an orphan, living with my only younger brother, until one day a pack of fire dragons raided the village, and one stood amidst the flames it created, trampling the villagers and brutally killing my brother. Amidst the flames were cries of anguish, and driven by revenge, I roamed the anti-mountains home to the fire dragons. Dragons filled the sky, but even after slaughtering them all in the anti-mountains, I couldn't find the one who killed my brother. I remained there, killing dragons if they came, and humans if they dared approach." Her eyes, filled with a dazed look, stared at her hands as the firelight illuminated her. "I was slowly going insane. No, the truth is I had gone mad. I killed over 100 dragons, but that fire dragon never appeared. 15 years passed, and in the cave, someone stood upon the dragon's body." Vanessa continued. "Then Lord Siren came to me. An overwhelming power. The two engage in a great battle. Ken looks down menacingly. He's the first human to defeat me in 15 years. After subduing me, he led me to the fire dragon's lair. The massive dragon glared at them, surrounded by flames. It turns out it was Kaden's bloodline, Jipo's dragon guardian, and Kaden was there to protect his lineage. Siren held off Kadun so I could focus on the fire dragon, whose pain was immense from his strikes. Meanwhile, Kadun was gravely wounded by Siren's sword and forced to retreat, while Vanessa swiftly decapitated the rampaging dragon. Thus, I was able to defeat the fire dragon, and I became Siren's knight. She wore a mysterious suit of black armor, and he returned to reality with a look of empathy. "I see," he replied. Vanessa responded, "That's all in the past now." She then produced a scroll and handed it to him, but for a reward, she sure was long-winded. "Take this map." Siren entrusted it to me, saying that if any of his descendants were worthy, I should give it to them. His face filled with surprise as he unfurled the map, saying, "Such a treasure. I'm deeply grateful." Dai noticed a red mark on the map and asked, "But what is this map?" "That's a map of the Black Sea," she explained. He looked up, stunned, still clutching the map. "The Black Sea? I've heard it's a place overrun with monsters, where no nation can map it. Not even Jippo would dare think of it." Her face beamed with pride as she smiled and announced to him, "But Dan did it. This is also a top-secret mission from Siren and me. Use this map to overcome your new trial." He stares at the map and mutters, "If it's a new challenge, there must be something in this red-marked area." Vanessa confirms, "That's right. You just need to eliminate the demon there. In the dark forest, a creature awaits him," Vanessa adds. "I heard it's a creature once raised by the witch Helurum. In a windy gorge, a dragon skeleton guards a house with a cave behind it, and a figure travels along the trail." It's Vanessa. She frowns, staring at the slightly open door before calmly stepping inside. Someone is calmly drinking tea, smiling and teasing. "You're getting better at scaring people. Sending surprise letters wasn't enough, I see." She looks at Ken, who sits calmly in a chair, eyes closed, drinking tea, and complains, "This time you came in person, without warning." He calmly asks, "How's the youngest doing these days?" Fa approaches, pulls out a chair, and replies with a cheerful smile, "Looks like you're really getting old, so impatient." Ken looks at her, deciding they must have talked for quite a while. Then smiles. "I can tell by the mark on your face." She closed her eyes and sighed, pouring herself a cup of tea. All right, I gave him the map." Khan frowned, puzzled. "I didn't think you'd actually give it away," Vanessa retorted. "Didn't you foresee this happening?" With calm composure, he leaned on the table, reminding her, "Who knows? But either way, if you've given the map to the youngest, then you've completely given up on Luna." But she remained silent. You, I, and the entire Black Knights, remembering Luna with a sword amidst rubble and corpses, once held hope for her. If you'd shown her a little more care, she wouldn't have been so isolated from her siblings. Vanessa concluded, recalling Luna's tearful yet smiling face as she spoke, never relinquishing her position as head of the family. Returning to reality, she affirmed that they could entrust the family affairs to her and focus on their own work. Ken's brow furrowed, speechless. Vanessa's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm just making sure Jin doesn't follow in Luna's footsteps. She remembers Joshua and calmly announces, Joshua seems to be watching Jin very closely and is preparing all sorts of things. Hearing that, he frowned, stating seriously if he truly needed protection, I wouldn't have bothered with him. If he can't control the clan himself, he can't hope to fight our enemies. Vanessa calmly asks Ken, what if Jin becomes a second Luna? His face twisted into a sinister grin. Isn't that why you gave him the map? Meanwhile, he gripped the map tightly in the wind, riding atop Murakhan as he studied it, and announced, We've arrived, he said, still flying. That's right. They arrived around May 15, 1797. Murakhan stopped flying, looking down at the thick, dark purple miasma on the ground, and asked, This is the Black Sea? He swooped down to the ground and spotted a glowing gem, confirming the pillar marked on the map, but Murakhan denied it, saying that wasn't the pillar. Over there, monsters densely surrounded the pillar, and as Murakhan observed from afar, he realized it was a nest of the Kun flying monsters. The bird screeches, diving to attack, but Murakhan looks up at them, eyes blazing. How dare they? Then he unleashed a pillar of fire, scattering and incinerating the monsters. Those consumed by the flames screamed, and the ground was blasted into chaos. His eyes widened in awe as he exclaimed, Murakhan, it seems you've regained quite a bit of power, haven't you? Murakhan narrowed his eyes. It's nothing compared to your growth rate, kid. But Jin retorted, to recover this much after having your heart broken, I'd say it's pretty good. Immediately after, Murakhan landed, complaining that his recovery was still too slow and he needed to find a way to regain his power faster. His feet sinking into the ground as he touched down. Then he crouched down to let him jump off, Murakhan stating that they could only fly this far. Then he looked up at the purple clouds filling the sky, poisonous clouds that could melt even dragon scales. He wondered how they were able to touch the poisonous clouds without being harmed. Murakhan, now in human form, explains that the monsters of the Black Sea have poison flowing in their blood, so everything here is essentially toxic. A poisonous flower bubbles as it grows from a rocky hollow. They follow the map on foot, surrounded by a forest of toxic blooms. Murakhan praised, Father, you're amazing, going to such lengths to draw a map of this place. Even dragons fear it. He followed the map and marveled. It's true. I wonder what he did in such a dangerous place. Walking beside him, he glanced over, wondering if they had to eliminate a monster raised by Hellerum. Dealing with that woman was nothing but bad luck. Catching on, he glances over. You know Hellerum? Muraka frowned, answering honestly, Of course I know her. Even 1,000 years ago, she was known as the darling of all evil gods and vengeful spirits. He put away the map and asked, The books say Hellerum caused every disaster in history. Is that true? Murakhan affirmed that while she may look human, she's actually a half-demon with the lifespan of a devil, and is a curse herself. Her body is shrouded in darkness, and when Hellerum awakens, even the gods dare not choose her successor lightly. Back in reality, Murakhan frowned and added, When the demon beast king Organ defied all curses to be with Hellerum, I really had to admire him. Even though you and I are immune to curses, it's best not to get involved with her. The soft footsteps of some creature watching them echoed as Murakhan continued to ramble on. Anyone who angers Hellerum never meets a good end. He was also astonished. This is the first time I've ever heard you sound afraid of revenge, Murakhan angrily retorted. When did I say I was scared? Monsters are watching them. Murakhan continued to argue. I'm just saying, getting involved with Hellerum is nothing but bad luck. Better safe than sorry. A pack of one-horned wolves stares intently at the two. Let's go, brother. Okay, I get it. But what I'm more curious about is why you interrupted me and put the map away. My father and the Black Knight knew the monster's location, yet they didn't kill it, only marking it on the map. Murakhan exclaimed in confusion. I don't know either. Wolves charged toward them, and Jin calmly drew his sword as a dense crowd rushed in behind them. Jin unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, obliterating the wolves and splattering their blood against the rocks, which immediately began to corrode. Murakhan excitedly pointed towards a nearby stone. And look, I mentioned earlier that the blood of the Black Sea monsters is poisonous, right? But I didn't think it would be this severe. They arrived at a forest of thorny vines, and he studied the map while surveying their surroundings. This was the place marked on the map. Murakhan, you wait here. This is a trial meant only for me. He frowned as he looked ahead. All right, But are you sure you'll be okay in there? It's full of thorns. Jin calmly enters the thorn cave, leaving Murikan behind. He assures him that he'll be fine. I'm going in. He carefully squeezed inside, cautiously observing his surroundings. A purple butterfly flutters by, its wings shimmering with light. Before him lies a cluster of glowing plants. Jin surveys his surroundings, sensing a world within, unlike anything outside. Above, the vines rustle and shift. He watches them, puzzled by the movement. How can these thorn vines be so big? A hand appears from above, then an ear. It's a dog glaring at him, its paws on a thorn ball, and his eyes widen in shock. Silence descends as the massive dog plants its front paws on the spiked ball, staring intently while he remains frozen, gazing back. Is this the demonic beast he's meant to defeat? It looks more like a mascot than a monster. Its big, round eyes stare at him, and his gaze softens as he observes it. It's actually kind of cute, he says calmly. Hey there, kid. Suddenly, it glares at him. Then, it turns and runs away across the thorns, startling him as he wonders, is it running away? Jin calmly approached the thorny sphere, touching it lightly. Puzzled. How could something so massive be afraid of him? Is this really a monster? Immediately after, he jumps up as well. Let's see if we can chase it down. Jin observes and follows the monster's trail. It vanished. Suddenly, his eyes widened as massive spiked balls began to roll down. They hurtle towards him as he stands frozen. Sword strikes cut the spiked balls in two, but something else rolls down from above. He looks up in horror, only to be struck and knocked backwards. The monster leaps again, arching its back to hurl another spike. It landed, looking up at him with glee, while he was sent crashing into the thorns. But it wouldn't let up. Leaping again. Jin sat among the thorns, sword in hand, pulling himself up as he realized. This wasn't a retreat. It was a calculated use of its territory. He rises, body covered in cuts, knowing he can't give up now, and he'd been worried about how to take down such an adorable creature. He reached out, summoning fire magic. Guess he worried for nothing. It came out on its own. He, Zhao Jiao Yufeng, summoned flames that quickly engulfed the forest, startling the magical creature. It looked up at the fire in annoyance as the thorny vines burned away, the flames growing more intense. He continued to summon fire, threatening it to come out. Before I burn this whole forest down, it reluctantly emerges, then hesitantly stands before him. He glanced over and asked, showing your face now, are you? Then he drew a sword, grinning with anticipation. So, we're fighting for real now. The demonic creature looked down at him with pleading eyes, but he yelled, don't try to look pitiful. Its face drooped like a soggy bun as it squinted at him. Then it rose up on two legs and faced him. Jin realized, looks like it wants to fight seriously now, huh? The demon's eyes glowed purple, and his own eyes resonated with the same light. Memories of being bullied in his past life flooded back, his eyes glazed over, and terrifying memories consumed his mind. Back in reality, the demon swung its arm, yelling, meow, and attacked him. He quickly dodged, then turned back, annoyed, reminding it, I hate illusions. This half-baked mental magic won't work. The demon was slashed, but quickly healed. He glanced at it, thinking, rebirth? I've heard some high-level demons possess this ability, but... He stepped back, raised his sword, and thought excitedly, let's see how you regenerate from this. The large cat's eyes widened in surprise, then it calmly looked up at the lightning striking down. It raised its claws, angrily batting away the lightning strikes one by one. Confused as a bolt hit its fur, the cat raised its paws and howled as lightning exposed its bones. Jin readied his dark sword, while the cat was charred by the lightning. He unleashed the hero's first style, stone-shattering. Slash, confident as he looked up and declared, rest in peace. The demon's bisected body rapidly healed, and his eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Impossible. No matter how powerful the regeneration, it shouldn't be able to reattach a torn body. Behind him, the forest still burns, as the cat regenerates and stares him down. What was his father thinking? Asking him to defeat something like this. The cat quickly healed, and he realized it couldn't die. Regaining his composure, he thought, even the creatures known as the Black Sea Kings couldn't regenerate like that. He recalled Kwai Canelo, further confirming that even the dragons of On, like Kwai Canel, with their absolute recovery ability to reverse time, had limits. Perhaps this was neither power nor ability at all. In the sky, poisonous clouds churned, and toxic rain poured down as he sheathed his sword, his face grim. You're not regenerating? Thorns erupt endlessly as he realizes she's cursed. Lightning crashes as Suri wipes her face, trembling and weeping in terror. Diane realizes the witch Helurum, your master, placed a curse of immortality upon you. His eyes narrow as rain drenches his face, and he questions it. So, that's why you can't die, is it? It lowered its head in sorrow, tears streaming down as it confirmed with a soft growl. He looked at her with sympathy. You've been abandoned here for a long time, haven't you? You don't even have the will to fight anymore. Jin watches the rain extinguish the flames and asks a despairing Suri, this forest is burned to the ground, so where will you go now? Its eyes filled with sadness drooped, unsure of how to respond, and he frowned, looking at it with pity. I'm sorry, but I'm here to complete the task my father gave me. He added that the descendants of the Kanden family cannot defy the head of the family's orders. Suddenly, her ears perked up and she regained her energy, standing up straight to look at him, meowing while he looked at her, puzzled. The cat meows excitedly, over and over. He forced a smile, telling the cat, Sorry, but I don't understand, cat. The cat turns and meows, as if calling to him, and he follows, asking, You want me to come with you? The man and the cat arrive at a cave, and it shakes the water off its body. He looks around, asking, Is this your home? Suri confirms it. Meow, there's a bottle of wine deep inside. He looked over, puzzled. The jar glowed, and he realized it was King's brew, his father's reward for this trial. Jin removes the bottle's cap, and Suri approaches to sniff, prompting Jin to ask, Curious about this? Then he explains, It's a wine brewed by the descendants of the immortal race. Upon drinking it, the message of the wine's creator will echo in your mind like a song. He takes a sip, understanding that his father left him a message within. Luna and Suri's past lives flash before his eyes, along with a voice, Your fate is sealed. All that remains is waiting. The two of you, Master and Cat, are in perfect harmony. When Luna Can Black, daughter of Siren Can Black, arrives, that is when you will meet her. The wine flows into the blue lotus leaf, and he understands. So this is what his father left behind. He closes his eyes, savoring the moment for Luna, while the curious cat watches on. The cat hands it the bottle with a smile. Want to try some? Suri opens its mouth, and he obliges, pouring a bit for it. The cat's eyes glowed as a compelling voice echoed in its mind. Follow the one of the Black Raikan lineage who has sought you out. Around it was an endless, sun-drenched prairie, and beyond, fireflies filled the sky. Merkin was lazily asleep in the tree as a cat. Did he wake up because he was called? Seeing Suri and him emerge together startled him. What's going on? I thought you'd take longer, Merkin said, landing on the ground with a bored look. So the monster was Suri? He approached the kitten. This little guy is Suri? How do you know Suri? It happily responds as Murakhan approaches. How could I not? Halurum's blood. Jade cat, Suri, is quite famous. Suddenly the cat lashes out with its claws, then embraces Murakhan tightly. He flails desperately, realizing this isn't a monster but a blood jade spirit beast. Let me go. The Beast King organ gifted it to Helarum because she couldn't ride a horse. It seems it's been lonely for far too long. He watched them bond, confused, but why blood jade cat? Murakhan, squeezed to the point of shrinking, barely managed to explain, Kid, haven't you seen its blood jade before? He cursed, demanding to be released, and then explained himself, adding that he thought it had accepted Suri as its new master. His eyes widened as Suri remembered something. It released him, approached Jinwoo, and bowed, spitting out a red gem. He took the gem, a question in his eyes. This thing? Murakhan confirms that by channeling magic into the gem, he will become the master of the Blood Cat Eye. He quickly infuses the gem with mana, causing it to resonate, and Suri's mark glows before she is drawn inside. Murakhan approaches, reminding him that now that he possesses the Bloodstone, he can summon Suri at any time. He should try channeling magic into it again. Murakhan was dazedly summoned from the red gem while he looked up at it in confusion, wondering if he was seeing things. Why does it seem smaller than before? He wondered, looking at the Suri in front of him, only slightly taller than himself. Murakhan explained, blood gem cats change size depending on their master. When they don't have one, they're as big as a house. But once a contract is made, it usually shrinks, and it seems she's accepted you as her master. She approaches him, rubbing against him excitedly. Ma Nyang, he happily rubbed his face against her, praising her cuteness now that she was smaller. All right, from now on, you'll be with me. Jin named the cat. From now on, you're Suri in the Black, and I'm counting on you. The cat eagerly stretches in response. Cat! The sky crackles with lightning, and thunderous bolts rain down from above. This is the Thanhai Archipelago, Island 32. The ocean waves surge. In a ruined place, Yulian is bound by chains, crying out in anguish. He's suspended from a lightning gate, struck repeatedly as Josua watches. A powerful surge of electricity strikes Yulian, causing him to scream in agony, while Josua watches with anticipation. In a certain mansion, Quantel asks Jin if this is the result of his trip to the Black Sea, as he stands in the courtyard with Murakhan, Enya, and July. "Indeed, I want everyone to see it too," Enya exclaimed excitedly. "You must have brought back something great, like a rare weapon." Jin then retrieved the bloodstone containing his power. Enya nervously takes July's hand while July covers her mouth in surprise, and only Murakhan smiles proudly. Quantel is also stunned, recognizing it as Halurum's crimson jade cat. The great cat Suri greets everyone with an adorable smile, as July stammers a greeting. Then Enya and July stared in unison, exclaiming how cute it was. They excitedly pet the cat as he explains, "Yeah, I thought it was a monster at first, but according to Merkin, it's a spirit beast." Quant crossed his arms, recognizing the creature, saying that 2,000 years ago it was a famous spirit beast, not very common, but could be found if connected to the demon race, and Merkin had raised one. Hearing that, he turned to him. "You used to have a crimson jade cat? So, that's why you know so much about the contract? Why didn't you say anything?" Murakhan coldly replied, "What good would it do to say it? It lived a full century before crossing the Rainbow Bridge long ago." Quanteo probably couldn't bring himself to say it because he cherished it so much. He imagines Murakhan playing with his pet, while Quanteo smirks. Only Murakhan hides his face when she exposes him. In truth, Murakhan's current cat form is based on the red jade kitten he once owned. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled the memory, tilting his head up to stop from sobbing. Jin remarked, "What's this, Murakhan? So, you do have a sentimental side." Suddenly her face fell, serious. "I thought the crimson jade cat was extinct after the demons fell." Meanwhile, Enya and Julie were still petting the cat, making it lie on the ground, thrilled. Quant added that Suri was cursed with immortality, unable to die even if she wanted to. Perhaps that's why she's still alive. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, a dark look on her face. Witches do love casting cruel curses. Maybe one of the disasters Halurum caused was to cast the immortality curse on Suri. He glanced over, confused. "What do you mean?" Her eyes filled with hatred, and she frowned, explaining, "To create the curse of immortality, the number of people used as catalysts." She emphasizes that it would have to be at least 1,000,000 people. His eyes widen in horror. Murakhan regained his composure, though still annoyed, especially by the fact that the curse was still in effect. Murakhan realizes this proves Halurum is still alive somewhere, but he's confused. If he's alive, why would he abandon Suri in the Black Sea? Murakhan muttered that the contract was even broken, causing Suri to stir and knock over the nest. Seeing her sadness ignited his anger, and even Murakhan was taken aback. "Ah, forgive me. I misspoke." He approached Suri with sympathy, stroking its cheek in comfort. "In Suri's abode, I found the divine pearl left behind by Father, though the reason remains unclear. But it seems Father knew Suri would be abandoned, so he prepared her for Luna to take." She closes her eyes, enjoying the affection. Murakhan laughs heartily. "But in the end, you passed the test and you brought Suri back, so doesn't that mean you've been recognized as the successor?" He stroked Suri's cheek, lamenting how his father had always favored Luna, but became indifferent after she renounced the throne. His eyes filled with negative emotions, realizing he could be abandoned at any time. He recalled his expulsion from the clan in his past life. "Jinrun Candle, from this moment on, we officially banish you from the clan. I won't kill you, considering your efforts," came the pronouncement, and he looked up in despair. Jin collapses to the ground, his fist clenched. Julie's voice snaps him out of his memory. She stroked Suri as she looked at her, the maid not daring to guess the master's intentions. But it seemed the master had never truly hated Lady Luna's gentle nature. A look of surprise crossed his face as he watched her gently stroke the creature. This child was cursed with immortality, wasn't he? Her face confirmed it with sympathy. Luna was supposed to pass the test, but how would she ever subdue this child? She gently stroked Suri's cheek, suggesting that perhaps the master wants a successor who can tenderly care for this child who can never die. He recalls the joyful embrace between Suri and himself through Julie's words, just as the young master did. Another memory surfaces, confirming his thoughts as he gently strokes Suri's head, who seems confused by the affection. Then, at the meeting of Kazm and Jane, he looked at the map and planetary positioning in front of him and announced, "Recently, the compass detected some unusual signs, so I've come to report to you, young master." "What's this?" Hearing that, he seriously points to a red dot on the virtual map. A contractor has been repeatedly traveling to the Hupester Federation's Thean Islands. The corpse-devouring squad searched the entire archipelago and pinpointed the contractor's exact location. Meanwhile, he listened intently as Simi pointed to a spot on the paper map. This is Island 32. Investigation reveals it's owned by the family of one of the Kanan Guardians. He looks down in surprise as Simi's face grows serious. Considering the Guardian is a confidant of Joshua, the island could essentially belong to him. He frowned, looking up in anger. Is Joshua hiding a contractor on a deserted island? A red marker flashed on the map, and Jane decided he had to see it for himself. Amidst the churning waves, lightning strikes the ship, and a seasick Moroccan curses, "What the hell is this?" "The weather is truly atrocious," Camille explained from behind. "The seas around the Azure Islands are always like this," he added, "with storms, strong currents, and frequent lightning strikes causing fires. It's not a suitable place for humans to live." He glanced around, certain that Zio had a reason for hiding his contractor in such a place. He closed his eyes and sighed, quickly approaching Han Moroccan. "Are you all right? How can a dragon get seasick?" He half vomited and wiped his mouth in discomfort. "How was I supposed to know? Perhaps it's a side effect of regaining my strength. But what will you do if you meet the contractor?" With a serious look, he pointed towards the island being struck by lightning, stating, "We've arrived at Island 32 of the Azure Archipelago, but the seas are too rough. It's too dangerous to proceed." With a grave look, Moroccan urged, "Kid, take out the feather. It can get us across." A flicker of surprise crosses his face. "Suri can swim?" Moroccan wiped his mouth and smiled proudly. "Is that okay? It could cross these waters with ease. If Jin summons Suri, could it take us to that island?" Moroccan, dissatisfied, lay on its back, and it tilted its head and cried out. Riding Suri, he then leaps onto Moroccan as Suri dives into the water, disappearing into the sea. Suri swam excitedly through the water, astonishing Jin. Its speed made his eyes widen. Even in the sea, it moved incredibly fast. Suri shivers behind him. "I told you so." Then it takes off at breakneck speed. Moroccan tells him to hold on tight as they quickly head for shore. Suri was busy shaking the water off himself as Jin looked up, realizing the contractor was here. He retrieved the orb and infused it with mana, telling Suri to go inside and avoid the battle. Moroccan noticed the trembling sword and warned, "Hey kid, your sword's shaking." Jin gripped the hilt, equally puzzled. "That's right, what's going on?" Jin draws his sword, revealing strange glowing blue patterns. "These are patterns." He stroked his chin, puzzled, wondering where he'd seen these carvings before. Was it Fae? No, it's slightly different. The sword is vibrating, pointing towards the densest lightning strike on the island. The red moon is resonating with something, moving on its own. The lightning strikes, and the sword stills. He narrows his eyes, an ominous feeling washing over him. Something's on the other side. The two quickly moved out, and as he parted the leaves to look up, he saw Moroccan, who was also in a panic. "What is it? A god's tomb?" He was confused. "The tomb of a god," he affirms. "That's right, the tomb of the Thunder God Gram. Before them lies the gate to the Thunder God's tomb." He narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, Gram, the god of thunder. He recalled what B had told him. Brothers of the same blood. Why is Crimson Moon called the Sword of Wind and Thunder? Because it contains the aura of the Thunder God Gram. So Sigmund was given that by Gram. Did she deny it? The sword floats in lightning, and Ban confirms it's the blade that sealed away the power after Gram's death. Snapping back to reality, he calmly looks up, never expecting to encounter the majesty of the underworld royalty in this place. Moroccan shields his eyes to get a better look, knowing they were dead, but not expecting to find them here. His eyes narrowed in confusion. Why would Ruth Sue hide a contractor here? An arrow is drawn, its light aimed at them, and a blue lightning bolt is released, followed by a swirling vortex. Moroccan recognized them and glanced back, as did Jin, squinting. An arrow was fired, but Jin quickly deflected it, and Moroccan dispersed the approaching tornado. Through the dust, two figures emerged. Jin thought to himself that one was made of lightning energy, one had poisonous sword energy, and the other had wind magic. A swordsman wielding wind energy stepped forward with a girl beside him. He says, "I never thought I'd meet you here. You have no idea how long we've waited for this moment." He turns to look at them, confirming they are indeed Tame and Marius's hounds. The two glared at him, their faces dark with rage. Did Rote bring them back after the nanny died? And as someone frantically rushes in, Jine realizes it's the contractor, Moroccan confirms. "Indeed, kid, look at how he wields lightning." Julian stood on the ground, glaring at him with a lightning bow. "He is a brother of the Thunder God Gram, a contractor of the Storm God Fane," the purple-haired man angrily commands. Julian targets the man first, the dragon later. Then Julian leaps into action. He lunged toward Moroccan, further infuriating the purple-haired man. Who do you think you're targeting? Target Sonar's contractor first. Murakhan grinned, baring his teeth, his body radiating murderous intent. You're past your prime, and now everyone wants a piece. He clenched his fists, aura flaring as he yelled at him. Kid, take care of those guys, and I'll teach this one a lesson. Murakhan taunted, weaving through Yulian's arrows. A contractor dares to protect the dragon? He grabs the boy's head and screams maniacally. I'll teach you a proper lesson, and with that, Yu's body was slammed into the ground. He lay there gasping in pain as Murakhan gloated, daring to rush in when you're so weak? Meanwhile, Yurin remained stunned. Immediately after, he regained consciousness, his eyes blazing with resentment as he gripped his sword and attacked. The enemy of his mother screamed as he attacked. Today, I will tear you apart to appease her vengeful spirit. Calmly parrying his blows, he asked, So, Rachwa told you I killed Taimon? You questioned it, and you blindly believed it. His eyes grew more furious as he spat out at each word. Silence. His eyes filled with pity stared at the boy as their swords continued to clash. How amusing. The one who killed her was an assassin disguised as a Dancan Den execution knight, and their swords were laced with your poison. He knocks him back, issuing a warning. Listen closely. Kujen Ratsua Dancan Den is my boss. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that your Jin ran Khan Den? He confirmed. That's right, and purple hair attacks from above. Quiet. He dodges her furious strike, telling her to shut her mouth. He warned them, You're being deceived by Rothua. She screamed in rebuttal as she slashed wildly. Nonsense. Don't listen to him. It's all lies. He's just saying whatever he can to survive. But Jin easily dodges the attacks, countering with his own strikes as he fiercely explains. Rothshu is the one who cursed me. He killed Taimun to silence him, afraid the truth would be revealed. Purple Hair cried out as he added, Furthermore, he knows I'm a sword demon, a contractor of Shred. If he had nothing to fear, he would have revealed the truth about me. She was knocked back, Kanujan's face contorting with rage. Unbelievable. You're helpless too. If you don't want to believe me, I won't explain further. You damn fools, you just want to believe I'm the killer because you feel guilty for not protecting your mother. Purple Hair lies defeated on the ground, gasping as he grits out, Or do you just lack the courage to face the real culprit, Rachua? She's engulfed in a vortex of wind energy, screaming wildly as her power spirals out of control. Seeing this, Kujan panicked and tried to stop her. Vrees! Meanwhile, he watches in bewilderment. Isn't Fithi's lightning strike targeting their ally? Murakhan gritted his teeth, telling him, Kid, we've got a problem. He looked over, confused. What was going on? Meanwhile, Ulil was floating in the air, overflowing with energy. Murakhan explained, I only hit him a little, but he's already transformed into a Ihai. His body is thrown into the air, enduring the massive electrical currents spreading around him. He's confused. Transformed? What do you mean? You've seen something like this before, haven't you? He recalls a god taking human form to replenish himself. Just as a god descended upon the body of the saint to destroy her, Phythio is now descending upon his body. His eyes widened in shock as Yuli's body levitated into the air, struck by a bolt of lightning. A divine voice boomed, Faye, you dare descend upon my tomb, you wretched brother? His face is filled with panic and shock. This is Graham's lingering spirit. The sword in his hand trembled, radiating divine power. Jain realized something had happened between the gods. This sword was furious, and if it continued, they'd all be in danger. He turned to Kujan and Purple Hair, shouting, Kujan Marius, choose. Do you want to die here in vain, or will you run? Kujan cradles the injured purple-haired girl, urging them that if they truly want revenge, they must first survive. He grits his teeth reluctantly, then carries her away. The sword of the gods flared with sigils and divine power as lightning struck his blade. Murakhan was confused. What is it, kid? Don't tell me you've gone mad too? He asked, his brow furrowing as he stared at the sword glowing with divine power. No, it's Graham's rage towards the phantoms. Is there any way to stop him? I'll do my best to land a hit. Now hurry and tell me. Murakhan looked up at the god, confident in his stance. Since this wasn't a complete descent, there might be something they could do. But he needed time to gather his energy. Could they hold out until then? With a swing of his sword, lightning follows and his face is full of cool confidence. Murakhan watches the distorted figure standing amidst the violent energy. It's not a complete descent yet, there's still a chance to try, but I need time to focus my spirit energy. Can you hold out until then? As the earth trembles, Jain challenges him with his sword, ready to test his might. The black dragon's rage explodes, unleashing a dark, purple energy, ready to strike. From the heavens, a surge of powerful energy descends. A spatial gate is about to open, revealing a strange white hand, a flowing scarf, and a mask concealing its mouth. This sudden appearance is strange. It's the incarnation of Feth with sharp, slanted eyes. That hand clutches something within the surging power. His voice is low, sensing his brother's crude strength. A slender finger points forward, and he hovers in the air like a god delivering a somber decree. "Is that you?" Jan raised an eyebrow, lips pursed. Serious, even incomplete. He's still a god, and just looking at him makes it hard to breathe. The beautiful goddess and the large back of the hooded man are still mismatched, but compared to his father or his war god brothers, it's nothing. His feet touch the ground, stepping on the rubble below. I can handle that much. The Avatar's eyes widened, a menacing glare fixed on Jin. "Where do you think you're going?" He quickly unleashes an attack, firing a beam high into the air, but Jin dodges with his agility. He relentlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks, this time a massive wave of spheres, silently directing them toward Jin. With the speed of the attacks, Jin had to focus to dodge them all. But things were getting difficult. A stray magic bolt nearly grazed his temple, causing Jin to grit his teeth and glance over in fear. Instantly, the lightning struck him, and he cried out as he was hit for the first time. An explosion erupts on impact, a blue power unleashed upon its target. Fet's avatar indifferently observes the contemptuous expression of the man before him. Merely an insect. "How did you even obtain that sword?" Black fragments scattered through the smoky air as he remained arrogant, thinking he could compare with a sliver of his master's power. But Jin stood tall, removing his shirt to reveal his radiant form, wielding the golden sword. He thought ending things would let him swagger like a true king, but his eyes froze on something. A diamond-shaped gem embedded in Jane's chest, glowing amidst his solid abs. The sword of the Shadow King coldly points towards him. This is the true battle form he wanted to use. "This sword I received directly from the one who killed your brother. Have you ever heard his name?" Hearing that name, he's flooded with memories, paralyzed in place. The war god's blessing? Impossible, it's a lie. Two spatial dimensions flashed, appearing and disappearing. Jin gripped the sword hilt, raising it and channeling his chi. "So you must understand this power now. A golden vortex is created from his sword. Enraged, he yells, 'Stop hovering up there.' He unleashes a fierce strike, demanding, 'Come down here and fight.'" He was overwhelmed by the attack, unable to react. Grew! A powerful lightning strike counters from him, impacting Quan and causing him to glare back. "Could the real monster be the one I met in Dell?" Jin once breathed heavily, his eyes deep, cold, and ruthless. "Listen closely, Quan. Ratsua Dancan was my boss. Ratsua cursed me with the Taimon, but killed them to cover his tracks, fearing the truth would be exposed. He witnessed the powerful technique descend from the heavens, unable to even see what was being destroyed. He could only wonder, if that were true, what would he and VR do?" Jin held his sword tighter, his stance even more powerful than before. "Die! Die!" All that's left in his eyes is madness. His pupils are unmoving. The power of evil is out of control. Maybe I can win without Murakan. A torrent of golden energy washes over him. "Die, die, die!" The doppelganger howls in pain as he's struck by the seismic blow, lightning crackling violently. He regains his footing, not so easily defeated. "How dare someone like you insult me? Just because your attack had a little effect, you're gloating?" He's furious because you pissed him off. He conjures a white bow, as pale as his own body, and aims at our hero. "Insects, you'll pay for your arrogance." His eyes widen. He freezes. A beautiful phoenix appears in the middle of the battle. With glowing blue eyes and clawed feet, it lunged toward the Avatar. "Why are you here?" A pathetic god, cowering in fear. "Be gone." It quickly unleashed a blue flame upon him, crushing him under its force. His face paled beyond recognition as the full brunt of the attack landed. He was engulfed in the blue flames, unable to escape, and Jin seized the opportunity to strike again. His body was completely paralyzed, his mouth agape in agony, yet he couldn't utter a sound. Jin doesn't look back, silently letting the debris fly past him. The true form of Lord Test in the Fire Realm, whose mere breath could erase the gods of the world. He wields a terrifying pale blue power, one that is named and respected, a god that even the most arrogant must fear. Jin clenched his fist, gazing defiantly at the desolate battlefield. It was over. Once incarnated, the one who wielded that power was just a man. But he couldn't believe his eyes, startled to hear that voice again. He acknowledged it before him, within that powerful blue flame that seemed to devour him, yet that deep voice still echoed. You're a rather interesting insect. He absorbed it, returning to the battle with a cold face, coolly approaching. But I am an evil god. Lightning crackles as he declares that even torn to shreds, he is immortal, something a mere mortal could never understand. Jin grits his teeth, sensing danger, a dark unease settling in his heart. This is beyond what he anticipated. He never expected someone like Sui to appear. He savored Jin's expression, conjuring a magical sphere above. What's wrong? Disappointed? Come on, keep fighting an immortal god. A streak of light, like a giant claw, emerged from the dark clouds above. A powerful magical weapon descended from the sky, accompanied by lightning bolts created by the Avatar. The crow just looks on, but then dark, foreign powers rush in. Immortality, my foot. It quickly floods in, and he still breathes softly after dodging a powerful blow. He stood, feet planted on the ground. Your brother is rotting in his grave. Immortality? Moroccan appears, majestic and composed. Now it's my turn to play with you. At that moment, he was suddenly startled. The fearsome Moroccan raised his massive claws, smoke billowing from his eyes as the phantom's offspring appeared. A creature of dark and light, its aura shimmering in the dim space. A being with bright blue eyes in the darkness, standing tall in the surrounding aura from behind, his voice deep before a grave. Your brother speaks of immortality? Jin froze, his eyes fixed on the powerful, unmoving figure. At that moment, Moroccan unleashed his spirit energy, recalling memories of Jin's childhood. Very well, I'll show you a little of what spirit energy release is. In the palm of his hand, he toys with a few spirit beads. Beneath his feet, a dark shadow slithers across the floor, the air heavy with gloom. Spiritual energy, ultimately born from darkness. A flickering lamp casts a dim light as the sinister aura clings to the candle's base. A sharp voice echoes, declaring that all the world's shadows are born from Sonnet's wind. Then, the dark energy splits into many tendrils, quickly engulfing the walls and tainting the space with an eerie aura. The dark shadow lunges toward the base of a pillar, clinging tightly. The voice continues slowly. Therefore, Senior is the master of all shadows. Jin began to panic as the darkness crept across the floor, and his name was spoken. You are the only one who has made a pact with me. Even the light from the overhead lamps is consumed by the darkness. Throughout the mansion, from the walls to the floors, everything is covered in this shifting shadow. From a large black pool, it branched out in many directions as the voice echoed. In other words, you control everything pitch black from top to bottom. You too can become the master of all darkness. That is Moroccan. He smirks with amusement. This is the release of spirit energy, and the lurking anxieties suggest this isn't even half his true power. Just how powerful was Moroccan in his prime when he transformed into a pure black dragon? From now on, I'll play with you a little, he says, and the one beneath him is startled. Moroccan's eyes emit smoke, his sharp claws ready for battle. Fifi's incarnation is enraged, his whole body glowing as he strikes first, daring to challenge him. He's ready to fight back, unafraid, a creation of SRAM. His empty eyes glowed white, as if suddenly realizing something. He was shocked to see the black horn still strong and unwavering. Why can't I? Fel's avatar lands, dwarfed by the black dragon's presence. Moroccan remained calm, but his demeanor dripped with disdain. Was he panicking just because he couldn't use his petty divine power? Stripped of all dignity, he lifted a foot, his eyes burning with cold fury. You said you wouldn't die even if torn to pieces, right? So you've never been hit by spirit energy before? Fine. I'll show you what it means to be struck by spiritual energy. Unable to accept being looked down upon, he glares with his fake white eyes and curses. Get away! Get away! He screamed, a bizarre shadow trailing from his feet. Don't come any closer, he shouts, leaping into the air to attack. He stood, channeling a powerful technique, his eyes changing. Yet he still had to remind himself, cough, he just needed to be reborn. His eyes couldn't see what was inside, and Fi's avatar reacted too slowly as something tried to wound his abdomen. What is this? That thing at his abdomen gnaws even deeper, causing him to scream. Stop! In a flash, the apostle's hand flails, grasping at nothing, a blur of green and white, until only a scream remains. His hand clenched, spasming from the lightning, tiny holes twitching with each jolt. Stop it. The scene erupts in bursts, obscuring everything else. A foot remains planted on the ground, bearing the marks of the lightning strike. Moroccan is dismayed. Oh my, you really are persistent. What's wrong? How does it feel to be struck by divine power, to not even know what hit you? Confused, aren't you? He casually rests his hand, filing his nails as he watches the tiny creature below try to rush toward him at lightning speed. Don't, please don't. Even if I'm just an avatar, I'm still a god. His reply was indifferent and to the point. Yeah, I know you're a god, so you're immortal. He clenched his fist in the dirt, his face contorted with rage. I swear on the storm, if you let me retreat, I will— Murkan stared at him with a cold, murderous gaze. So much for your arrogance. Now you beg a god's creation for mercy? I told you to maintain your dignity. With those words, the man's eyes widened as he felt the pain of sharp rays piercing him. And he screamed. Ah, no. The night orb opens a new conversation. Murakan is bored, so very bored. A small light emanates. Good work, Murakan. Is he dead? The answer comes in 3 simple words. Not dead yet. That sharp, cold blue light twisted and turned, eventually forming into a 5-toed foot with claws. But he would have to endure endless, repeated pain. The Phi Avatar's vitality roared, its eyes blazing with fire, until madness would dissolve the Avatar completely. A human body, seemingly dead and resurrected, is drained of all life. Faye's soul is ejected, and the naked body sits, face upturned, freed from its surrogate shell. He will return to being a normal contractor. A light appears, tearing through the darkness, shining down on the murky abyss, growing brighter and brighter, illuminating every corner. Bathed in light, the figure's head slumps forward. The true form of Faye hangs limp with a soot-covered, barefoot body, and the black dragon returns to human form, landing gracefully, relishing a serious fight after so long. He stretches and groans as the other approaches Faye, his transformation now completely undone. Kid, he won't be waking up for at least a week. Oh, my aching back. Tuyen and Lakai's dark hands gently cradle his face. Okay, still alive and well. Jin calmly assessed the situation, but as he spoke of the next step, something collapsed behind him. Now he just needs to check if Kuzan and Barris are still alive, but he turns around to find Murakan collapsing to the ground. Murakan. A veined and calloused hand gives a thumbs up in response. Still good. I'm fine, just pushed myself too hard, and my body can't keep up. Though he's exhausted, Jin teases him relentlessly. You've overdone it. You don't look okay at all. Jin's words struck a nerve, and Murakan was not pleased. I said I'm fine. I'll rest here for a bit. Now get this fur off me. All right, just rest here. The big furry cat appeared, embracing Murakan's weary body. The cat is delighted, but Murxian is in pain and cancels the furball. How can I rest like this? That hurts. Stop licking me. It seems he's stuck with what he hates most, unable to escape the cat's tight embrace. Even if he called for help, he couldn't bring it along. But Jain responded with indifference. I'll go find Kuzan and Barris and then come back. Meanwhile, in a different part of the woods, another conversation unfolds. Kuzan Jin, clad in tattered clothes, searches the area, while Barris walks to a cliff overlooking the strong currents below. Is he worried they've already left the island? But as he glances in another direction, he narrows his eyes. A small, tattered boat still floats on the water. A boat, but too small to belong to them. A noise catches his attention, and Jin turns to investigate. With a whoosh, the black fluff tossed Murakan onto the ground and darted off in one direction. Behind him, an enigmatic, middle-aged man appeared, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Julian and the youngest's guardian dragon? Is the youngest here, too? So the cat sensed his presence and went berserk, but the man remained unfazed. I have no interest in killing such lowly creatures. Where is your master? The cat suddenly stops as Jain reappears, his unwelcoming gaze delivering a blunt question. What brings you here? His sunset-colored eyes narrowed. I'm the one who should be asking that, kid. What he really wanted to ask was about the white-haired figure lying motionless. What is a trainee swordsman like you doing here? Jan carefully scanned the man. Was that boat earlier his transport? Judging by the size, it doesn't seem like anyone came with him. Is it Ratsua? He stood tall, one hand in his pocket, calmly chatting, as if nothing were amiss. It's been a while. I have so much to tell you. Dion, let's be honest, we've faced off before, so don't play innocent. That intense gaze pretends to be innocent and surprised by his words. What's this? An ominous aura surrounds Jin, thick with tension. That hateful look of yours isn't fooling anyone. Just as you know my secrets, I know all the dirty tricks you've pulled on me. Roth smirks, calmly continuing the story. Seems like someone's bitter. It's not that I don't understand, but that attitude is hardly appropriate. A message flickers on the wall, barely visible in the darkness. The two-part ways, I received the message you left in Karthan's lab. Now he closes his eyes as if nothing happened. Quite the impressive message. News has spread, but no one has discovered that Jin Gray is you. He remembers the round red object held in place by chains as Jin prepares to draw his sword without another word. You should have killed me then, when you cursed me. A dark purple power now erupts from that mighty blade. If you had killed me then, you wouldn't be facing this crushing defeat now. Jin's body was enveloped in dark power, his sword pointed defiantly. Conagras's face darkens, his eyes burning red as he confirms, "That's spirit energy? That power should have been mine." Jin, with a cold, sharp gaze, scoffs at the delusion, his voice laced with challenge. "If you want it, try and take it." A shadowy figure streaks past like the wind. Dragging his sword, he charges forward, mocking, "When welcoming Lady Luna, shouldn't you have brought some knights?" Without hesitation, he puts all his strength into a direct strike. Going alone isn't really your style. Looking down at his impulsive opponent, he reminds him, "You misunderstand. This is merely the power of Set." His hands drew the sword from his side as he sneered, "Did you really think you could stand against me?" Seeing the sword in his hand, he was shocked. The silver sword gleams and he stares intently, quickly realizing the problem. That's not the favorite sword you always carry. But as his attack came down, he dodged with lightning speed. His face darkened, focused only on destroying the one before him. Before he could react, the ground where the man stood exploded, sending debris flying. But as the smoke cleared, he was already upon him, blade raised in attack. "Kid, do you think I'm always scheming and relying on others?" Huh. Suddenly, his eyes turned bloodshot as he glared and asked, "Is it because I'm weak?" He raised his sword, eyes unwavering, and asked, "Is it because I can't become an absolute warrior like the eldest?" The swords clashed, creating a tempest that swept everything away. He declared, "That's dead wrong. If I wanted to, I could catch up to my sister any time. A knight is still just a knight." He raised his sword, his eyes like daggers. "Little brat, do you even know about the world you've never experienced?" He cleaved down, striking directly against my sword. What lurks in the shadows? With that one blow, blood immediately poured from his mouth as his uncle, moving as fast as the wind, gloated, "Even with your father there, why restrain Kanen?" He kicked him back several meters, asking if he still couldn't overcome his trauma. Then, catching up with him at lightning speed, he asked why he hadn't been abandoned, despite disappointing his father. His face was dark, unreadable, even though he was displeased with me. He saw his uncle closing in, his brow furrowed, gritting his teeth, knowing he couldn't avoid it. He had to face it. From behind his uncle, a fiery red aura emanated with a dark, relentless voice. He who is most wary of enemies in the sword garden is none other than me, and so he quickly strikes back. The two swords clashed, their power scattering through the air, pushing everything back. A massive vortex formed from their combined strength. The ground shattered, smoke rising everywhere. Through the haze, his figure emerged, eyes burning with intensity as he thought, "It's not that I underestimated Rothshu, but as the heir to the family, he's still lacking." Looking at the man before him, unscathed and arrogant, he guessed that without Luna there wouldn't be such rumors now. He smiled, glancing at him approvingly. "Was that spirit sword technique just now?" "Not bad at all." As the smoke clears, a large cat appears beside him, baring its fangs at his uncle. He turns to it, gently stroking its fur in reassurance. "It's okay, Suri, protect Murakhan," it responded softly. The black cat. Jindan closes his eyes and sighs. What a touching scene. He stares silently at the still dissipating dust cloud and asks, "Did you really think I'd resort to kidnapping that helpless black dragon as a hostage to fight you?" He glanced at the man's collar and replied, "You're exactly the type to do that." The man stared into his mocking eyes. "Ah, now I understand why you're acting so arrogant." An ominous aura began to emanate from him. "Kid, you're so sure I can't kill you, because if you die, I can't take the contract." His face darkened as he looked at him, tilting his head and saying coldly, "You've deduced that much. Commendable, but it changes nothing. Today, you'll become someone who can never wield a sword again. For a Runkindel, that's worse than death. Punishment indeed. Ending the Black Viper clan. I'm sure you can't kill me," he declared, raising his dark sword confidently. "That doesn't mean you'll be spared." From the sword, a series of dark blue smoke emanates. Predicting my reinforcements are on their way, he points his sword to the sky, creating mysterious black dots. He squints, then raises his sword to continue the fight, asking, "What are you up to?" He flew towards him with immense power, never expecting it to be completely absorbed upon approach. His energy dissipated, devoured without a trace. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his sword energy was being absorbed, while the sword he pointed to the sky continued to summon a dark aura that enveloped the heavens. His voice resonated deeply. "I told you, you should have killed me when you had the chance." Hero's special move. Black sword, summon. Behind him, a great door takes form, and with a single strike, he opens it, revealing a blinding golden light and a figure shrouded in mystery. His eyes widened in disbelief as he wondered if he had used a spirit sword to summon this. From behind him, a towering figure emerged. Sensing what he needed had arrived, he chuckled, thinking that when summoning the dark sword, no one knows who will appear. What if it wasn't the Battle King? But it seems his worries were unfounded. He slams his sword into the ground, and the figure behind him speaks. "Long time no see, brother." He smiled, glancing back apologetically for the sudden summons. His voice echoed, "Gammon, brothers." Gam chuckled. No need for formalities between brothers. He stood behind him, displaying his power and authority, and asked, "How can I help?" His eyes sharp and unwavering, he commanded, "Kill him, the one before me." Hearing this, he grins with satisfaction, hoisting his blade to his neck, displaying his power. He introduced himself. "I am Gamoon, the 8th Battle King of the Great Dark King clan, and having accepted your brother's request, it is my duty to eliminate his enemies." A wave of murderous intent emanated from him, filling the space. "If you have any last words, say them now." He senses the danger and says, "A vengeful spirit from a race that was destroyed 5,000 years ago? I don't know what tricks you've been playing, but draw your sword because I'm going to kill you and then punish my brother." Gamoon looked at him with a mocking smile. Not a warrior, but acting like one. Not to be outdone, he ignited his gaze and charged forward. "You share no blood with the boy, yet you feign brotherhood." Suddenly his eyes widened as the man's oppressive presence and voice appeared right behind him. Before he could turn, the man's voice echoed, "Rest in peace." He mercilessly lands a direct hit on him, declaring him an enemy of his brotherhood.